County of the Kingdom of Saldam. Clear sunny weather. The facade of a white building with turrets on the roof. Around the building are flowering green trees. In a red-colored room, sunlight streams through the window. Against the wall is a bed covered with white sheets. There is a stirring going on in the bed. On the bed covered with white sheets lies a boy with hair the color of sea waves. He looks up pensively, unmoving. He grins. The boy leisurely places his hand on the white sheet, leaning lightly on the bed. The boy puts his feet down on the floor, putting his slippers on his bare feet. He sits on the bed, leaning back with his arms. He's wearing white pajamas of a sleeve shirt and culottes. The boy has his slipper-clad feet off the bed. He looks down thoughtfully, sighs, saying aloud, "There's that dream again." He is Jamie Welton. Jamie Welton is the Earl's firstborn, the rightful heir. He has light blue eyes, hair the color of the sea. Down in space, a man's body flies in a thunderstorm. Blood spurts from him to the sides. A chain with sharp tips wriggles around his body. An unknown voice speaks, "We are typing you." Lightning flashes pierce the space. A pink ball has appeared in the center, from which a glow emanates. A man is in the center of the glowing circle of symbols. He is on his knees, coughing. The 12 heavenly gods cannot match him. The man finds them helpless, gathered together. All they have left to do is apply the seal. The man laughs loudly. It is impossible for him to keep from laughing. He suggests they try the seal, but when he awakens again, their dazzling light will be swallowed up by the darkness. Despairing at his inability to leave for the other world, the gods will beg him to leave this world. The gods look forward to that day, turning to Diablo Wolfir. However, from then on, he is doomed to spend eternity in the throes of imprisonment. Diablo Wolfir has been sealed by the 12 gods in the infinity of time. After managing to break the barrier, he was reborn as the firstborn of a family of aristocrats. The infant Jamie Welton lies in a crib making short sounds. His parents are standing over him and watching his expression and eyes with emotion. Baby Jamie Welton is trying to speak. Making short sounds, he looks questioningly in front of him and wonders why he can't speak. Diablo Wolfir became the aristocratic offspring of Jamie Welton, the recipient of excessive parental love. That's how he lived for 9 years. On the second floor of the mansion, a woman in black and white clothes hurriedly runs down a long hallway. A corridor with high ceilings, lots of windows. Jamie Welton stares thoughtfully and silently out the window. He is frozen in place, calm gaze fixed forward, lips tightly closed. Jamie Welton took a deep breath, making a short sound. He slightly lowers his head forward and closes his eyes. Jamie Welton stands at the tall windows, looking out thoughtfully. He sighs. Another tedious day is looming. He stands in his white pajamas and slippers. A woman ran into the room and exclaimed, "Young master!" She squinted her eyes joyfully. Her gray hair is tucked into a bundle. She held up the hem with her hands. Jamie Welton turned sharply toward the door where the woman had entered and said cheerfully back, "Nanny, good morning." Nanny walked up to Jamie Welton, surprised at the early rise, and inquired what he had been doing. He replied that he had been looking at the beautiful morning sky. Nanny exclaimed in joyful surprise that the gentleman's sense of beauty was perfectly developed. To which Jamie Welton wondered if he had one at all. The nanny brought a costume for Jamie and said that the master and mistress were waiting and suggested that he start dressing. Jamie Welton happily agreed. Jamie Welton changed into a burgundy and black suit. Nanny and Jamie walked purposefully down the hallway. Nanny walked in front, Jamie followed her. Nanny approached the room with the gentleman and alerted him that Jamie had arrived. Jamie stood behind her back and watched thoughtfully with his hands in his pockets. Jamie grudgingly put his head down and closed his eyes. He exhales and thinks to himself, 25 again. In the room at a large table sit Jamie's parents and his sister. They cheerfully at the same time begin to approach Jamie to join them for a meal. Jamie Welton happily and approvingly responded to his mom. His eyes opened wide. He was experiencing embarrassment. Jamie Welton walked over to the table where his sister, father, and mother are sitting. The table is set for breakfast. The mother looks lovingly at Jamie and his sister and admires what beautiful children they have. At this point, Jamie and his sister embarrassingly continue to munch their food. Jamie's mom is the only daughter of the Great Bell family. She's Bell Welton. She's Bell looks at the children with love and admiration. Cute and adorable. Jamie Welton's birth father, head of the County of Welton, and one of the 5 swordmasters of the kingdom, Count Argino Welton. Hair and eyes the color of the sea wave. In Jamie's eyes, his father is a goon, obsessed with his family. At the table, everyone is chatting among themselves, laughing, radiating love and tenderness for each other. The second child and daughter of the Welton family is Sarah Welton, blonde-haired girl with big, bright eyes. She holds out a piece of food on a fork to Jamie. Jamie Welton eagerly eats the piece of food on her fork, keeping her eyes on Sarah. Jamie affectionately strokes his sister's head, thanking her for sharing the goodies with his brother. Sarah continues to feed Jamie the food. She's and Arjano are watching, admiring it. Arjano pronounces that it's their Sarah likes them best. Jamie strokes Sarah's head, turning his head thoughtfully toward Arjano. Jamie is so tired and wants to be alone. Jamie Welton happily ran up to his bed, anticipating peace and solitude. Jamie Welton instantly falls onto the bed, face down, resting against the pillow. His arms are positioned along his body. Jamie Welton closes his eyes, reasoning that it's true. He never got used to these callow tendernesses. He lay face down on the pillow, propping his arms up on it. But he's grown up a bit. He had a bad lisp at an early age. Still, he loves this house, with its many opportunities, and the Earl's personal library. Jamie Welton's musings were interrupted by a lingering sound overhead. A black round creature with wings and a large eye moved instantly. The creature sits on top of Jamie's head, beeping longingly. Jamie stares perplexedly in front of him. His level is pretty damn low right now. But it's not all bad. Jamie Welton instantly grabs the creature from his head with his hand. The creature squeaks perplexedly. As reincarnation itself has become a new chance for Diablo Wolfir, Jamie clenched his fist tightly, spittle splattering. The 12 gods still existed, supported by believers who are like blood-sucking parasites. Jamie grinned as the black mass dripped from his unclenched palm. Magic isn't even developed in this era. With the powers he has now, Diablo Wolfir is capable of little. But time is certainly on his side. 12 gods continue to sit arrogantly on your thrones. This power... Jamie didn't finish, his teeth clenched and his head down in rage. The nanny turned to Jamie, peering cautiously out the door. "Mister, it is time for the reading of tales from Mistress." Jamie froze in place. He remained silent, standing with his back to the nanny. Jamie didn't understand why he was addressed as Mister. Jamie Welton turned his head toward Nanny. Slightly embarrassed, he cheerfully approved that they could go sooner. Mentally, he scolded. Diablo Wolfir, who was in Jamie's body, hesitated. Every time he pretends to be nice, he wants to be sealed up again. The nanny hurried him along. In the blue-colored room, Shezbel and Sarah Welton sat on the couch. They cheerfully, with warm feelings, began to call to Jamie to go to them, rather. Jamie Welton walked quickly across the room on the blue-patterned carpet to Shezbel and Sarah Welton sitting on the couch. Jamie lowered himself to Shezbel's feet, holding his hands on her lap, and embarrassingly asked fondly, "Mommy, what book are you going to read to us today?" Shezbel and Sarah Welton looked at Jamie perplexed. They froze in place, eyes wide open. Out of overwhelmed emotion, Shezbel and Sarah Welton pounced on Jamie and began to hug him tightly, accompanied by warm and affectionate words. Shezbel Welton voiced that they would be reading Archimage Hans today. She asked Jamie if he liked that sort of thing. Shezbel sits in the middle of the couch, holding the book in her lap and starting to read. Sitting on the sides are Jamie and Sarah, who are starting to fall asleep from reading. So Hans lived happily ever after. Shezbel Welton finishes reading the book, slamming it abruptly shut with her hands. Shezbel wonders to Jamie and Sarah if they enjoyed the book. She watches the children's reactions with interest. Jamie looks at his mom with embarrassment and replies, "Yes, he wants to be an archmage like Hans." Shezbel grinned. "He will definitely be a great wizard." Sarah falls sound asleep on the couch. Shezbel replies to Jamie, "He has already surpassed 3 wizard teachers after all." Jamie took that as sarcasm. Shezbel Welton put her hand on Jamie's head, stroking it. She pronounced that for Jamie's sake. Shezbel Welton cheerfully says to Jamie, "This time Daddy called the most outstanding wizard." Jamie realizes this is not sarcasm, replying that Daddy is the best. Shezbel Welton checks with Jamie to see if he will now go to the library. Jamie stands in the center of the room, looks at his mom, and answers yes. Shezbel asks Jamie not to stay out too long. Sometimes it's okay to frolic. She stretched her arms out to him in a wide embrace. Jamie grudgingly turned his head towards her and sighed. He wanted to just leave. Jamie instantly throws himself around Shezbel's neck for a hug. Out of surprise, she opens her eyes wide and utters, "God." Jamie hangs on Shezbel's neck. She hugs him warmly. She asks him not to go to the library, to stay and play with Mommy, noting that he is charming. Jamie grudgingly asks Mommy to keep her temper in check. The Welton family's white mansion, with trees planted in front of it, and a large area enclosed by a fence. Jamie sits in a blue armchair and windows into the sunlit personal library of the Earl. In Jamie's hands is a closed, thick red book. On the cover is a picture of a star. Jamie had read this book on mana breathing techniques, but it was mediocre. There were no books he could learn from. Jamie remembered it was mealtime again. It was tiring to eat 3 meals a day. Jamie decided he had to go before they sent a babysitter to pick him up. On his way to the dining room, Jamie suddenly encountered a man in a long white robe in the hallway. Jamie stood in front of him and froze. The man with a long white beard and white robes is looking at the statue. Could it be that the Earl of Welton is using such an artifact to decorate the entrance to the dining room? Jamie scrutinizes the man across from him. He wonders who he is. The man kindly raised his hand in greeting. Jamie notices. He has so much mana, it just spills out like a huge blast wave. Jamie looks away thoughtfully. The man has at least 7th grade, but how did he get through here without a guide? Must be teleportation. The man sees Jamie clench his fist. Did the man invade uninvited? He looks relaxed, for someone who broke into a swordmaster's house. The man hesitated, scrutinizing Jamie. Blue eyes warily stare forward. Jamie calmly asks the man who he is. Jamie stands still. Jamie seriously asks how the man got in here. That's not easy for a normal man to do. He thinks about it. The son of a tiger is also a tiger. That is unusual. Jamie is silent. Earlier he had made him kneel down immediately, but here he is just talking. The man is annoyed at his assessing nonchalance. Jamie's 2 fingers dip down, gaining strength with a bright glow. He doesn't like it. It would show him how his rash actions could turn out. The man wondered if he hadn't been told about the lesser power. A 9-year-old child possessing such mana. He even became curious. What Jamie was capable of. A bright glow appeared around the man. His eyes lit up. Jamie stared at him perplexed. Jamie wrinkled his forehead, arching his eyebrows. Anger overwhelms him. He stares intently at the man. How dare he test him? He is Diablo Wolfir, who in the past had nearly defeated the gods themselves. Jamie raised his hand in front of him, joining his fingers, a bright glow directed from them. Jamie Welton pointed his hand towards the man. Rapidly, a stream of power began to come over the man, to strike. The man closed his eyes, frozen in place, hands down. A stream of force to strike from Jamie Welton flies towards the man. The glowing stream of force travels brightly through space, changing trajectory. Jamie Welton watches perplexed as smoke billows on the hallway floor in front of him. Jamie Welton is not happy. He knew it wouldn't work. However, Jamie Welton thought he would do some damage. He stands and looks towards the man. The man grits his teeth happily, smiling. He is surprised that this is really the magic of a 9-year-old. The man shouted decisively. Now it was his turn to attack. He stretched his arm forward, spreading his fingers and directing a stream of power in the form of burning circles. Jamie Welton watched with interest and scrutiny as the man directed a stream of force in his direction. He presses his lips tightly together, his gaze focused. Jamie Welton ponders that this is pretty good. The flow of magic in a wave travels down the hallway in an instant. But this magic, not directed at Jamie Welton. Jamie frowned unhappily. He narrowed his eyes, looking in the man's direction. Why would he want to play with Jamie? The man looks at Jamie Welton puzzled. He is surprised, scoffing. Jamie didn't even wag an eyebrow at the flow of magic being directed. Suddenly, his father Arjano appeared in front of Jamie Welton. He swung his sword and brought it behind his back, landing on the floor. Jamie froze. Arjano Welton seriously expressing his displeasure to the man, explaining to him that he had gone beyond all bounds of decency. Arjano turned to Jamie and clarified if he was okay. Jamie froze in place and thoughtfully answered yes. Arjano held the sword in front of him. Jamie replied that he was fine. He then slightly lowered his head down and closed his eyes, tears welling up in his eyes. Jamie begins to sob loudly, showing the extent of his fright. Arjano sadly shouted that his child was scared. Arjano Welton raised his sword in front of him and said menacingly that he needed to speak to Marquis Rinmol. Marquis Rinmol realized that Jamie was faking. Marquis Rinmol laughs loudly and uttered which means only one thing. Arjano Welton menacingly watches Marquis Rinmol with a look of displeasure. Marquis Rinmol squints his eyes contentedly and utters that he is jealous of the Count. Arjano Welton looks perplexed at Marquis Rinmol. He doesn't understand. Out of the blue he attacked someone else's child. Has he lost his mind? Arjano Welton and the Marquis of Rinmol are sitting in the drawing room. They are drinking tea, holding cups in their hands. A hand with 2 fingers lightly holds the mug of tea without effort. Arjano Welton tells the Marquis of Rinmol decisively and menacingly that Jamie is his son, also Welton's heir. Marquis Rinmol calmly continues to drink his tea, squinting his eyes. He answers Arjano Welton that he knows. Arjano Welton angrily replied, "No, you say." Blue streams of aura rise upwards from him, Marquis Rinmol asked, holding his temper. Marquis Rinmol asked Arjano Welton how well he knows his son. Arjanolt Welton clarified what Marquis Rinmol meant. Arjanolt keeps his eyes on him. Marquis Rinmol cheerfully replied, squinting his eyes, that his son is a genius. Arjanolt Welton begins to get angry and express his displeasure. He therefore turned to the Marquis of Rinmol, but the Marquis suddenly attacked Jamie. Marquis Rinmol replied that it was better for Arjano Welton to remain in the dark. He would pretend not to have heard his request. Arjano began to clarify what he meant. Marquis Rinmol is the strongest wizard in existence, an archmage of the 8th grade. Arjano Welton wondered if the Marquis wasn't taking his son as his apprentice. Then Jamie wasn't as capable as he expected. Marquis Rinmol replies that this is not the case at all. to which Arjano asks him to finally tell him what he means. Marquis Rinmal explains that he can't handle Jamie and can't take him on as an apprentice. Arjano is surprised, if not the Marquis, who can mentor him. Marquis Rinmal looks at Arjano carefully and replies that Jamie has counted all his energy. Arjanault exclaimed in surprise, "What?" Arjano pondered with his head down slightly. "As special as Jamie is, it's impossible." The Marquis said with a smile, most absurdly. He was sure that his charms had not touched Jamie in any way. Marquis explained that Jamie was clearly picking up his energy, and it was so amazing. Jamie had risen on his own to 3rd grade. If you don't count the level of physical development, it's already above 4th. Arjano is excited about this. Marquis looks at Arjano intently and pronounced that he thinks Jamie is a genius who was born a monster. Jamie doesn't need a mentor. He only needs material and spiritual help, then he will improve. Or maybe he will become a 9th grade wizard. Arjano sits silently in his chair. He is thinking about everything Marquis said. Arjano clenches his hand tightly in a fist, which rests on the armrest of the chair. Argonaut stares thoughtfully ahead, his gaze unfocused. He thinks anxiously that his son might become a legendary 9th grade wizard. The Marquis rises from the couch, leaning on his cane. He apologizes to Arjano for attacking his son. A great wind of change blows in the magical society throughout the world. The Marquis looks up excitedly. The Marquis leaves, saying that it will be fun. He passes by Arjano, who is frozen in his chair and looking down thoughtfully. Arjano is silent, staring down. He is pondering the Marquis's words. Argonal sits motionless in the chair. He has his head up into the ceiling and stares silently. The night sky was filled with a huge moon over the Welton mansion. The lights in the mansion turned on in the windows. Jamie walked into the room with his head down, leaning on the door. He said tiredly, "What a way to go." Jamie rolled his eyes unhappily, raising his hand. He was tiring of his mom hearing about the incident with the old man. Sheesbell rushed to hug during the meal at Jamie, excitedly clarifies Jamie's condition, and promises to scold Grandpa. It was sticky for hours. Jamie Welton lightly reaches for his locket with manicured fingers. He pronounces that, however. Pauses for a moment. Jamie was pleased to see skillful charms for the first time in a long time. He enthusiastically ties the tie around his neck, closing his eyes. Jamie recalls that Marquis Rinmal's level is not bad even for legends. Combinatorics, positioning, balance, quick reactions, all at a good level. But more than Marquis, his father is Count Arjano Welton. Arjano Welton holds his sword firmly in his hand, his other hand gaining magical power. Jamie knew his father was strong, but not that strong. This body definitely went into him. Jamie raises his hands up in embarrassment, closing his eyes. Suddenly, Marquis Rinmal appeared behind Jamie's back, asking what had him so amused. Jamie turned his head sharply in his direction. Jamie turned his head back toward the Marquis unhappily. He silently froze in place. Marquis calmly asked Jamie what he was laughing so hard about that he didn't even notice who had entered. Jamie shouted loudly with all his might. The whole mansion seemed to shake from the screaming. Jamie is sitting on the floor looking at Marquis. He is scared and is in a frenzy. Jamie asks what Marquis is doing here. Marquis sits down on the bed. Marquis starts laughing loudly, in a grin saying out loud that this kid is so easy to surprise. Jamie sits on the floor and angrily asks Marquis how he ended up in his room. Marquis stands over Jamie, answering, "Through a teleporter." Jamie angrily looks up at him from the floor. Jamie didn't expect the old man to use the teleporter easily, Marquis inquired. Jamie acted like a dutiful son around his father and changed in front of Marquis. Jamie gets up from the floor and angrily questioned that are family and strangers the same thing. Marquis chuckles, finding Jamie amusing. Marquis Rinmal looks at Jamie. He is sorry if Marquis' abilities were better. Jamie doesn't understand what Marquis means. Jamie looks at Marquis unhappily. It's the old man who's ruining his mood. First time they've met today and he's staring at Jamie so strangely. Marquis Rinmal shows in his hand a blue book with a stone on the cover. It's a gift for Jamie. Jamie stands in the middle of the room holding the book, flipping through the pages. He looks at her in surprise. The grimoire and why to him. Marquis Rinmal leans over to Jamie and says that Jamie's way of breathing mana is very outdated. So he gives him this book. Jamie is silent. He is pissed off at being told that his way of breathing mana is outdated, considering it an insult. Marquis thinks Jamie is upset about the gift. The Marquis tells Jamie, this book describes a way of breathing developed personally by Marquis Rinmal. Jamie Welton is the first person he shares it with. Jamie immediately opened the book. He was interested. In this book is a way of breathing developed by a wizard, how it differs from the existing one. Marquis Rinmal tells Jamie Welton that he has high expectations. Jamie looks forward in surprise, putting the book down. Marquis Rinmal turns his head toward Jamie and finishes. About you. Jamie Welton leaves the room, brooding. He wondered what would happen the next time he saw Marquis Rinmal. Jamie Welton holds up the book and says with an enthusiastic chuckle that it's probably impossible to even imagine. Mana breathing is accomplished by using the lungs through the mouth. After inhaling, mana accumulates in the heart. It has a big disadvantage in the form of volume restrictions. After Marquis Rinmal's words, Jamie was curious about what was so ingenious that he invented. Jamie reads the book with interest. Jamie is very curious. He flips through the book, looking at the pages with curiosity. Jamie abruptly slams the book shut. He ponders, however, the obstacle to entering this state is difficult to overcome. Jamie doesn't really feel the mana particles. They need to be categorized by size into those that can be inhaled by the skin. Strict control is necessary. How many people are even capable of doing that? It was almost impossible to learn the old way of breathing. Now Jamie had learned the two disadvantages. But this body of Jamie Welton belongs to Diablo Wolfier. Jamie Welton is lying on the bed. Next to him lies a book, which he picks up in his hand. Jamie Welton opens the book and says cheerfully, squinting his eyes, that the old man has taught him useful things. Jamie rolled over on his bed on his stomach and leafed through the book. He decided that he needed to gradually master this body. Need his help first. Jamie Welton released his palm forward with a wave of his fingers. A black blob emerged from his palm and floated in the air. A black round creature with a large yellow eye and red pupil appeared. It spread its wings and tail, making a short sound. The creature descended onto Jamie Welton's shoulder, making an extended sound. Jamie directed his gaze in its direction in surprise. Jamie turned to the creature with a smile. They would be sharing mana from now on. The creature sits on Jamie's shoulder and makes an extended sound approvingly. The creature covers its eye, spreading its wings out to the sides. It feels a surge of mana in its body. The creature abruptly opens its eye wide and stares forward. Its pupil narrows. The creature soars through the air above Jamie Welton. The first flaw in the old man's way of breathing, the separation into particles that can be inhaled by the skin. In a certain place and a certain shape, there is a limit to which one can continue. Jamie Welton raised his eyes to the creature in the air. Jamie Welton has Black, a creature that floats in the air, spreading its wings. Black directed his gaze upward. Thanks to a pact made between a soul from a past life and Black, now he could help share mana with Jamie. They decided to begin. If the body and heart have a limit to the amount of mana they can absorb into themselves, the mana storehouse can be shared. The possibilities are limitless. Welton Mansion, a new day begins. Outside the window, it is sunny and hot. Arjuna, Welton, and Nanny stand together in the hallway by the door. They freeze in front of the door. The Nanny crosses her arms in front of her and pleads pitifully for the Count. Count Arjuna Welton looks forward in surprise, frozen in place. Arjuna Welton looks pensively around the room at Jamie, who sits cross-legged on the bed. The Nanny looks at Jamie and utters, "Young lord." Jamie Welton sits quietly on the bed, cross-legged. His eyes are closed, arms crossed in front of him. Streams of mana hover around him. Arjuna Welton is frozen in Jamie's doorway. He tensely pondered the fact that he knew Marquis had passed something to Jamie, but overnight his mana had become like this. Arjuna Welton ponders that his sweet son is so talented. Arjuna Welton asks Nanny not to disturb Jamie today, but a servant must be brought in case he goes out. Nanny decides to stay. Arjuna Welton leaves, with Nanny behind him. She crossed her arms and squeezed her eyes shut, saying pitifully if the master would be all right. Arjuna Welton leisurely walks away, pondering. So Jamie is not a swordsman, but a wizard. Perhaps it's an inheritance from his wife's family. Even if it is, Jamie's talent is superior. Arjuna Welton walks leisurely down the corridor in his blue uniform. A long tail hangs between his shoulder blades. Arjuna Welton closes his eyes and says, "Ninth grade, Jamie is definitely my son." The thought brings him pleasure and joy. The Welton Mansion. A clear day outside the window, tree-lined hilltops can be seen behind the mansion. Jamie Welton continues to train mana, particles of which are scattered in the air. Jamie focusedly closes his eyes and lowers his head. Abruptly, Jamie Welton opens his eyes wide and looks in front of him. His lips are tightly pressed together. He is frozen in place. Jamie is pleased that he has succeeded. Moving and dividing the mana into particles is chaotic. He had difficulty at first. After a few tries, Jamie Welton is doing quite well. However, Class 4 mana is his limit. Jamie Welton sighs deeply. He's sorry, he's only one step away from Class 5. Black sits on Jamie's head, making short noises. Jamie responds. His body is too young and weak. Overexertion should be discouraged. Black falls off Jamie's head onto his shoulder, making short, rapid beeping noises. Jamie tells Black, who sits on his shoulder, no need to rush to perfection. The nasty gods aren't going anywhere. It will be easier the second time around. Jamie points his index finger up at Black and says, "Black, invisibility." Black floats in the air, almost transparent. Jamie is about to go to his father. It is imperative to hide Black's mana. His father can't know he exists. Black floats above Jamie in the air. Jamie mockingly voices that he can barely feel anything. Jamie stands with his back to the door while in his pajamas. Jamie ponders. It can't be otherwise, since Black is his body's familiar. He wonders if his father has noticed. Jamie commanded Black, "Now let's go to his room." Jamie opens the door and walks out of the room. He has slippers on his feet. Jamie Welton walks confidently down the hallway, a dark stream of mana trailing behind him. An invisible Black flies above him. He is watching Jamie closely. Arjano Welton asks a man in a robe with a cross on it why he came here. The man puts his hands together and replies that he wanted to greet him. The man replies he knows that creeds are not common in Hayes territory, so he expresses his gratitude for approving of Janice's religion. Arjano Welton replied he thought it would favor the residents. The man felt an awkward tension and apologizing. He asked again what Arjano meant. Since Arjano seeks the best, and since Janice is now in his lands, he hopes he made the right decision. It meant the designation of hierarchy. The man took it as a warning not to socialize the inhabitants as subjects of a god. Rumors had reached him, but Arjano was not an easy opponent. Arjano Welton pronounced that the man could go, due to his busyness. The man grinned and thanked him for his trouble. Arjano Welton wished the man a happy journey. The man joined his hands together in front of him and said, "May the god of Janice patronize him." The man left Count Arjano Welton's room. Arjano closed his eyes, a slight smile visible. Instantly, Arjano Welton's face changes. He becomes serious and focused. His lips are tightly closed. His eyes stare ahead without looking away. Jamie Welton silently hides behind the wall from the man who was recently at Arjano Welton's house. The man leaves, walking quietly down the hallway. He knew he would. Jamie, from around the corner, tensely stares after the man. Jamie grits his teeth. On the man's clothes is the symbol of a new moon girdling a yellow orb. A sickening divine aura Jamie sensed from the old man. Jamie Welton became angry. Thoughts flashed through his mind. How so? Why? On the land where Jamie lives. How dare Janice? Jamie Welton wondered why his father had suddenly decided to allow religion to be preached on their land, and why Janice in particular. He can't let this happen and watch religion take root in his territory. Jamie chews tensely on his fingernails. He is left with one option. Jamie decides that since this religion is going to be spread with the Earl's permission, care must be taken to get his father to change his mind. Jamie will meet with his father first, and then begin his investigation in the evening. Jamie stands in front of the door, putting his hands behind his backs. He answers, "Father, it's Jamie." In the living room of the Welton family, Jamie and his father Arjano are chatting. Arjanolt is sitting in an armchair. Jamie is sitting on the couch. Arjano Welton cheerfully asks Jamie if he is already free. Hair falls over Arjanol's face. He is wearing a uniform with a green stone around his neck. Jamie Welton cheerfully answers Arjano, "Yes." Jamie's shirt collar is turned up. Around his neck is a green tie with a brooch. Arjano Welton has his arms crossed in front of him and picks up on a rumor that Jamie's camping trip likes magic. Jamie looks at Arjano and replies that yes, very much so. Arjano Welton has his head down thoughtfully. He remains silent. Jamie asks his father with interest, why? He looks at him waiting for an answer. Jamie makes a questioning sound. Arjano answers thoughtfully, pausing to say that he just thought Jamie would grow up to be an ordinary boy. Arjano Welton opened his eyes wide, looking forward. Jamie's abilities are truly outstanding. Arjano Welton closed his eyes and thought, the life of a genius is not an easy one. When a child grows up to discover his talents, those around him admire him. But when he grows up, all those who used to admire him want to tear him to shreds. And really, is that good for Jamie? Arjano Welton's hand rests calmly, unmoving on the arm of the chair. Arjano Welton's hand tenses sharply, clutching the surface of the chair. Arjano Welton tells Jamie if he wishes to quit wizardry, he can do so whenever he wants. As long as he's interested, Papa will be fully supportive. Jamie Welton cheerfully asks with a smile not to worry. There is no way he will quit wizardry. Jamie squinted his eyes. Arjano Welton squints his eyes and replies contentedly to Jamie, "Okay, that's his son." Arjano Welton feels Jamie's mana and wonders if it is really the mana of a 9-year-old. The mana comes from his heart and runs through his entire body. Arjano feels the energy of Jamie's mana from his whole body, and he continues to absorb it. Arjano looks at Jamie thoughtfully, slowing himself down dramatically. Arjano tensely looks at Jamie and doesn't understand why mana is emanating from his entire body. Is it possible for mana to accumulate somewhere other than the heart? Arjano looks at Jamie warily and asks about the book Marquis Rinmal gave him yesterday, whether he was able to get through it. Jamie replies with interest, yes, and not only that. He was even able to fix his deficiencies. Arjano tensely froze, feeling anxious. He wondered what the Marquis had done. Arjano's eyes widened, looking anxiously forward. Arjano wondered how much improvement this child had made in just a day. Arjano wrapped his arms around the chair. Jamie sits quietly on the couch. Argino looks at Jamie and speculated, Jamie really could be a legendary 9th grade wizard. Argino laughed with a smile as he closed his eyes. He realizes, compared to Jamie, he is completely talentless thinking about 9th grade. Jamie looks at Argino, perplexed and questioning. He asks what a father is. Jamie's eyes rounded. Argino squints his eyes and smilingly replies that he is proud of Jamie and happy about it, especially because of what happened today. Argonaut stands up abruptly from his chair and looks at Jamie. Jamie laughs as he continues to sit on the couch, resting his arms at his sides. Argonaut puts his hand on Jamie's head and strokes it. Jamie puts his head down contentedly and chuckles. Jamie tensed up from the prolonged stroking of his head. He gritted his teeth unhappily and thinks, stop stroking him already. Argino points his index finger at Jamie's head and clarifies, this is his familiar. Jamie looks at Argino's hand in surprise. Above Jamie's head, Black freezes fearfully. Jamie stares dumbfounded at Argino, eyes rounded. Jamie stammered to clarify if he could really see him. Black squeaks perplexedly at Jamie. Jamie tenses, gritting his teeth. Jamie thinks this can't be happening since he's cast the invisibility spell perfectly. Couldn't his father have smelled him anyway? Argento introduces Jamie's familiar, showing the size of it with his hands. He says it's a bat, but it's too round. Just how strong is father? Has father realized that black is made of black magic? Jamie voices that he gave him the shape of a bat, but doesn't say, thinking his father would be surprised. Argonaut gives Jamie a hug. He's happy that Jamie made the familiar himself. Argonaut is surprised, rejoicing in Jamie's abilities. He's proud to be the father of a genius. Jamie leaves the living room after visiting his father. He closes the door tiredly and is silent. Jamie tensely puts his head down. He is very tired, wondering why this family is so lovelorn. The Welton mansion. It's evening. The street lights around the mansion are lit. People are walking around. There are lights on in 2 of the mansion's windows. Jamie Welton is getting dressed, putting on his hood and buttoning up his clothes. Jamie gave Black a serious shout, looking away with a concentrated look. Black lowered himself onto Jamie Welton's head. Around them, mana discharges began to permeate the space. Black began to distort, changing shape. Jamie Welton intends to find out the reason why they entered his territory. He looks down thoughtfully. Jamie Welton flies high above the ground, flying over houses that were shrouded in a light fog. Black's wings have joined Jamie's back. In the narrow street between the houses, 2 men are sitting on crates. He is discussing what the man in charge said to continue if they don't want to leave this world. One of the men, Philip, is a mid-level leader of the rival criminal organization. He has his arms crossed in front of his face, not realizing what they have gotten themselves into. The second man, Jens, is a member of the rival criminal organization. Shouted menacingly, the head man sacrificed half of the organization for his own gain. Heist is a place where Earl Welton can turn a blind eye even to criminal organizations as long as they don't cross borders. Human trafficking is out of bounds. Philip replies to Jans that, however, with luck, they can get away with it. Philip looks down thoughtfully. Jens looks down at Philip thoughtfully. He thinks it's as unreliable as a candle flame in the wind. Someday they'll get caught. Philip and Jens discuss that the Earl of Welton is terribly fond of his children, and if he were to find out that child trafficking is thriving in his territory, the underworld would fall that very day. Count Argeno Welton mercilessly delivers crushing blows with his sword, blood spurting. Philip leans against the wall and says thoughtfully that it seems the chief is sure they won't be caught. Jans gritted his teeth and pronounced that it was at all possible not to get caught by the swordmaster. Hani's men said they'd look into it. Philip and Jens are across from each other and discussing. Hani will do anything for this. What's left to do? Run away or denounce him? Code of the underworld. You can shift responsibility to the person involved, but snitching is forbidden. They decide it's better to run away. Philip and Jens discuss whether they have a plan. No matter how big the area is, the organization will search every corner. Everything possible must be done. Philip and Jens discuss whether they have another way out. They should do their best. Philip and Jens discuss among themselves. Who gave this idea of human trafficking in the first place? They don't see a man standing around the corner listening to their conversation. Jamie Welton is standing around the corner listening to Philip and Jens discussing what someone suggested. The main thing is easy to convince but hard to understand. Suddenly Philip and Jens stopped abruptly, turning their heads and staring stunnedly ahead. They clenched their teeth. In front of Philip and Jens, Jamie Welton appeared from around the corner. Jens assumed a fighting stance and asks, "Who is he?" Jamie Welton stands still and calmly says he is curious. They want to know who he is. Jamie Welton's face is hidden behind a hood. Jans clenches his fist tightly, feeling aggressive. He tells Jamie Welton that since he won't talk. "You're going to the other side of the world." Jens swung his fist with force to strike Jamie Welton. Jens gritted his teeth, staring angrily ahead. Philip swings his knife, pointing it in Jamie Welton's direction. Philip stares forward in concentration. Philip and Jens swing sharply toward Jamie Welton. They look forward concentratedly and wondered. Philip and Jens look around and are surprised there is no one in front of them. They ask questions. Where is he? Where has he gone? Philip and Jens tensely freeze, looking ahead. Jamie Welton speaks menacingly to them, calling them brats. They were talking about something quite interesting. Jamie Welton hovers over Philip and Jens. Philip looks up puzzled, mouth ajar. Jens looks up angrily, gritting his teeth. Jamie Welton demands Philip and Jens elaborate. He points his index finger in their direction, directing streams of magical power. Jamie Welton's streams of magical power are directed into Jens and Philip's face. They tensely look up. Jamie Welton sits on a crate, silently listening, his face hooded. Jens and Philippa sit on their knees in front of him, telling him how it was. Jens and Philip stare thoughtfully and sit motionless. Jens has raised his eyes to Jamie Welton. Philippa is looking in front of him. Jamie Welton tenses in thought. Human trafficking. Also child trafficking. The crime his father despises most. Jamie Welton thinks, what are these knuckleheads even thinking, going to the other world wanted? Jens and Philip cross their arms in front of them and sit on their knees. Jamie Welton is furious. The mere thought that the gods have the power to manipulate people makes him furious. And what people can do to their own kind. Jamie Welton wonders what their leader was thinking when he accepted the offer. Perhaps he doesn't know the temperament of Jamie's father. Jamie Welton has a bad feeling about this. Jamie stands abruptly in front of Jens and Philip, who sit obediently on their knees in front of him. Jamie Welton spreads his hand in front of Jens's face and directs the streams of the magic spell. Jens's eyes go blank. Jamie Welton orders Jens and Philip to run to the Earl's manor and lay out everything they were about to do. They obey while under hypnosis. Jamie Welton watches in silence as Jens and Philip slowly rise from their knees and tilt their heads forward toward the Earl's estate. Jamie Welton warily looks away and utters that it looks like there will be a commotion at dawn. Jamie Welton stands still and watches as Jens and Philip slowly walk away from him. Jamie Welton calmly looks in front of him and tells Black that they are coming back. Behind Jamie Welton's back, Black's wings appear. Jamie calmly looks away. Suddenly, the shadow of a man flies past Jamie Welton. From the man's feet comes a dark stream of used magic. Jamie froze in place. Jamie Welton turns his head sharply warily to the side. Flying past Jamie Welton is Philip. Blood rushes from his face from the impact. Philip's teeth clenched, frightened eyes wide open and staring forward. Philip's body hit the wall, leaving a dent and cracks in the wall. The blow to Philip struck him in the stomach. Jamie Welton looks forward questioningly. Jamie Welton remains silent and looks in front of him at the two bodies of Jens and Philip lying on the ground. They lie without signs of life, immobilized. Laughter erupts from outside, calling Jens and Philip empty-headed. Jamie Welton watches as a campaign of men walk towards him. They tell the boss that too much noise has been made. The guards might show up. Jamie Welton looks at them calmly and doesn't understand where the madmen came from. Jamie Welton is not happy. How dare he do such a thing to the people Jamie gave orders to? Jamie raises his hand with magic emanating from it. Jamie Welton raises his hand up. The power of the magic from the hand begins to illuminate the space. He stares angrily forward. Jamie Welton pointed his hand using magic towards Jens and Philip, who are lying on the ground with no signs of life. Jamie Welton has delayed their departure to the other world. They must complete the task and leave this world. Jamie stands over the bodies using magic. Hani is the mid-level leader of Rival's criminal organization. He grins, ordering those two types to be brought in along with this black guy. Hani asks Jamie Welton what's all the fuss about, going to the other side of the world. Jamie stands over Jens and Philip without turning to look at Hani. Jamie Welton turns his head back, directing his gaze at Honey, and smirks in surprise. Honey orders those two dragged away first. He'll send them to the other side of the world again. Jens and Philip's bodies are dragged along the ground. Philip's bloodied face is downcast. He pauses to pronounce in syllables, Spa, Sith. Jamie Welton watches silently on the ground as Jens and Philip's bodies are carried away. Jamie Welton stares angrily at Honey, keeping his gaze fixed on him. He utters, those worms. Honey laughed loudly, turning to Jamie Welton, which he mutters. He aimed a magical punch at Jamie's head. Jamie stares dumbfoundedly forward. Honey strikes one after another at Jamie Welton and repeats the phrase, go to the other side of the world. Jamie is frozen, bleeding to death. Honey laughs evilly, delighting in the blows thrown. Honey's face is covered in stitched scars. His ear is torn with 2 earrings. Drool drips from his teeth. Honey angrily says to Jamie Welton, let me hear the screams of being sent to the other side of the world. He strikes, pulling out his tongue, feeling pleasure. Honey looks at Jamie Welton's black body, which lies on a scorched magic mark on the earth. A black haze emanates upward from him. Fake Honey looks forward anxiously, turning to ask his boss why he did this to Finn. Honey angrily yells back what he's carrying. He's the one who sent the little guy to the other side of the world. From the side, Jamie Welton comes close to Honey's ear and gloatingly says, "If he's calmed down." Honey doesn't notice, staring intently ahead. Honey turns sharply to the side. He looks around frightened, not realizing where the voice came from. Jamie Welton is standing in front of Hanny, talking angrily about whether he was having fun. Jamie's face is covered by a hood. Honey froze in place, exclaiming in surprise. Jamie Welton asks Honey if he's having fun sending one of his subordinates to the other side of the world. Jamie raises his hand and withdraws his index finger. Honey looks on apprehensively and wonders who it is. Why hasn't he gone to the other world? Is there really a mountain of ashes? He stops before finishing his thoughts. Jamie Welton stands still. Honey watches Jamie's body emit an ominous energy above him. Jamie doesn't think Honey should act like a lunatic if Honey's mana is only 3rd class. Honey is puzzled into silence at what he's heard. Honey got angry, gritted his teeth, and thought of Jamie Welton. That brat. "Go to the other world!" exclaimed Hanny. He raised his hand up, raising a 3rd-class fire explosive magic fuse. Honey stares forward in concentration. Although it couldn't compare to the impact power of the 5th-grade magic, but it could burn this kid's puny body to the ground. "Go to the other world, you damned kid!" Honey exclaimed. A bright, powerful light shot forward, illuminating the space around him. A short pause. Hanny froze in place, making a short sound of surprise. Jamie Welton ponders, regarding the human mind. When faced with powerful adversaries, humans become incredibly insignificant. That's why Jamie loves brainwashing brainless people. Honey abruptly drops down to her knees, arms dropping down along her body. Honey abruptly falls face down and hits the ground. His eyes and mouth are open. Honey lies face down on the ground. His associates stand nearby and stare perplexed. One of them voices that Jamie disarmed Honey's boss so easily. The accomplices look at Jamie Welton fearfully, believing him to be a monster. They stammeringly begin to say, "Be beige." Jamie Welton points his hand forward, flexing his fingers slightly. Dark energy slowly protrudes from his sleeve. Hanny's associates were just unlucky. The dark energy spreads in front of the faces of the members of Rival's criminal organization. They stare at it fearfully, eyes widened. Jamie Welton's outstretched hand clenches into a fist. Dark energy slowly emerges from the sleeve. He voices a spell for the energy. Jamie Welton stands with his arm outstretched towards the members of the rival criminal organization. Rapidly, the dark energy struck, destroying them. Jamie Welton walked over to Hanny, who was lying face down on the ground, unconscious. He spoke thoughtfully. "Now." Jamie Welton grabbed Hanny by the hair on the top of his head and began to lift his head. Jamie Welton knelt lower to Honey, who was lying on the ground holding his hair. Now Honey, Jamie's slave, would answer all the questions. Jamie Welton lifts Honey's head by the hair. Honey's mouth is drooling. His eyes are slightly ajar. He obediently says to Jamie, "Yes, master." Jamie Welton holds Hanny by the hair and listens to him intently. Honey rolled his eyes upward and pronounced, "Maine, little kids." Jamie Welton pronounced, "Nothing new, just wasted time. Human trafficking isn't just a rumor. Through these two, you can make a denunciation to the father." Jamie Welton looks at Honey, wondering what to do with him. He has taught him a little lesson, and his soul is completely destroyed. He's going to the other world anyway. If Honey is a 3rd-class wizard, he should have turned undead. Even so, because of his soul, he would start to decompose. Maybe on the battlefield it would be different, but the sight of rotting undead, what would happen if such a quiet place was disturbed? Jamie Welton closed his eyes and placatingly voiced that there was nothing to be done. Other options needed to be considered. Jamie Welton gloatingly said that a 3rd-class wizard simply had to have a mana burst. Jamie Welton wished him a pleasant appetite. He directed a stream of magical power into Hanny's head with his hand. Jamie Welton uttered, "Not bad." He stands in front of Hanny's body with steam coming out of it. Hanny is lying face down on the ground. Jamie wipes his mouth with a handkerchief. There were impurities in the mana from outside the physical body. Jamie was lucky to absorb it in such volume. Jamie Welton turns around abruptly and looks at Jens and Philip. He wondered what to do with them now. Jamie Welton leaned over Jens and Philip. Even though Jamie Welton had injected them with mana and saved them against their will, they wouldn't last long like this. Streams of energy began to burst out of Jamie Welton's back and spread out to the sides. Streams of energy begin to blur into space, heading in all directions. Black appears. He floats in the air, beeping questioningly and looking up. Jamie Welton can't just send Jens and Philip to the other side of the world. They still have unfinished business. Jamie hasn't resorted to necromancy in a long time. Necromancy, the power that controls lifeless bodies, is like coming back to life. The lifeless bodies that rise up thanks to it no longer live. They reject the laws of nature and contradict the divine sense. The undead are the living lifeless. Jens and Philip are now Jamie Welton's loyal servants. Jamie Welton pronounced, using necromancy, live against being sent to the other world. There are magical charges hovering around Jamie. Jamie Welton asks Black to help. Black spreads his wings and looks ahead. Beside him, magical charges pass through space. From top to bottom, Black directs the magical charges at Jens and Philip. Black floats in the air and looks down. Jamie Welton stares forward menacingly and focused. He utters, "Let us begin. Lay down your lives and rise." Philip stares forward mesmerized and reaches for the magical charges. His eyes are wide open. Veins have begun to protrude across his face. Jamie Welton stares at Philip intently and thinks Philip is still clinging to life. Jamie Welton looks with burning eyes at Jens and Philip, who are sitting in front of him. He voices out, "A body for life awaits them. Be immune to being sent to the other world." Jens looks up, his eyes filling with magical energy. Tears roll down from his eyes. Philip looks up, his eyes filling with magical energy. Tears roll down from his eyes. Jamie Welton summons the sinners to him. He screams loudly and angrily. His pupils glow. Beside him, magical charges pass through space. Philip's eyes are empty, tears pouring from them. His gaze is directed forward. He cries out loudly in pain. Jens's eyes went blank, looking forward. Jens froze, making a prolonged sound. Drool pours from his mouth. Black hovers in the air, flapping his wings wide. He looks down. Jamie Welton looks down thoughtfully and watches the dark smoke billowing in the air beside him. Jamie Welton stands in front of Jens and Philip. They kneel obediently, dark smoke emanating from their backs. They are ready to follow their master's orders. Jamie Welton hesitated, looking up. He doubtfully pronounced that somewhere he was wrong. Why there was black smoke, Jamie Welton had forgotten. Jens and Philip froze in place and stared at Jamie. Black sat down on top of Jamie Welton's head. He started squeaking, looking down at him. Jamie Welton irritatedly yelled to Black what he was squawking about and dare not question himself. Jamie Welton took Black's hands in his and said, "He did everything perfectly, so no need to worry." Black squealed and closed his eye, resting it in Jamie's palms. It was Jamie who had missed something. He supposed he might not be able to pull it off, but seeing something like this made him uncomfortable. Jamie stretches Black out. Black gives a long squeak. Jamie Welton pronounced that he doesn't hold on to his past reputation, but it makes him a little dispirited. Jamie stretches Black. He squeaks a long squeak. Jamie Welton pronounced that, by the way, since he can't use Jens and Philip. Should Jamie just get rid of them? Jamie Welton wondered if Jens and Philip were giving off black smoke. They couldn't sneak into Janice's church, or even just the inn. Black twists from side to side on emotion, eyes wide open. Black bites Jamie Welton sharply on the cheek. Jamie looks in Black's direction in surprise. Jamie Welton is enraged and yells at Black how dare he bite his master's cheek so brazenly. This causes Black to fly off Jamie and squeak longingly. Black squeaks and lands on top of Jens' head, looking down at him. Dark smoke emanates from Jens. Jens sits motionless on the ground, black smoke coming from him. Black sits on his head, spreading his wings wide upwards. Jamie Welton looks at Black in surprise and says that he can do that too. Black silently closes his eyes with a satisfied look and puffs out his cheeks with his mouth closed. Black looks down intently and flies forward swiftly, flapping his wings. Jens and Philip kneel in front of Jamie Welton, folding their arms across their chests. Jamie Welton can use them now, observing the lack of smoke. Jamie Welton turns his head to the side and stares thoughtfully, mouth ajar. On the ground lies an exhausted Black. His wings hang down over his body, his tail lies unmoving, his eye closed. Black squeaks longingly. Jamie Welton leans toward Black, head down. Jamie put his hand on his body, closed his eyes, and pronounced that Black had done a glorious job. Jamie Welton said cheerfully that now it was time to name Jens and Philip and give them minds. Jamie tells them to wake up. Jens will now be Azamat. Azamat is serious. He looks carefully in front of him. Philip will now be Rise. Rise stares fixedly in front of him. Jamie Welton looks at them contentedly, and with a smile asks them several times to wake up. Azamat and Rise stare ahead puzzled and motionless. Dark smoke emanates from their bodies. Jamie Welton raises his arm up. Dark streams of magical power emanate from his sleeve. Jamie Welton stands in front of Azamat and Rise. They sit silently on the ground on their knees. Rise looks questioningly in front of him. Azamat has his head slightly lowered and is tensely silent. Jamie Welton has a thought. Right now, Rise and Azamat must be confused. We need to wait for them to wake up. Jamie Welton stands in front of Azamat and Rise. They are kneeling against the wall with their arms crossed in front of them. Azamat raises his head and tensely asks Jamie Welton if he was created. Jamie Welton calmly looks at Azamat and answers yes. Jamie's face is covered by his hair. Azamat tensely wonders who Jamie is. He can't be more than 9 or 10 years old. And why does Azamat feel such a powerful and scary energy? To Azamat, Jamie Welton looked like he had stepped out of the pages of a book he had read as a child. evil in the flesh that should not exist in our world. Azamat stares at Jamie Welton and thinks, disgusting. Yes, exactly. Jamie Welton looks at Azamat with interest and asks what's in his eyes. He looks like a demon king. Jamie Welton half sideways turns his gaze to Azamat and smiles in a smirk, emitting a powerful energy. Rise froze in place and tensely stares at Jamie Welton. Rise tenses his fist sharply with force, feeling anger and aggression. Rise tensely and loudly shouts to Jamie that he doesn't know if he's a demon king, but Jamie certainly doesn't seem human to them. Jamie Welton hesitates, raising his hand in front of him. He is curious. They are so resistant. Subordinates don't look at their master with that look. Jamie Welton raises his index finger, pointing at Rise. Jamie realizes it's his fault here, but Jamie Welton isn't going to let it go. He brings his index finger down sharply. Instantly, Rise falls with force, hitting his face on the ground. He looks down frightened, not realizing what is happening. Jamie Welton is standing next to the head of Rise, who is lying on the ground. Rise is shaking, making noises. Jamie Welton says menacingly that he will forgive just this once. If Rise dares to look at him like that again, he will wipe him off the face of the earth. Rise lies on the ground, raises his eyes to Jamie Welton and tensely says that he understands. Jamie Welton looks seriously at Azamat and tells him also to memorize. Azamat stammeringly replies, yes. Rise and Azamat sit on their knees on the ground. Jamie ponders, so this is what enslaved souls are like, whether they want to be or not. As long as the contract is in effect, their lives belong to Jamie Welton. Such is the dark magic. Jamie Welton stares intently in front of him, making a short sound. Jamie Welton informs Rise and Azamat with a smile that he is not a demon king nonetheless. Jamie adjusts his collar. Rise and Azamat sit on their knees on the ground and ask Jamie Welton if it's okay to ask who he is then. Jamie answers thoughtfully. Jamie Welton winkingly replies, taking off his hood, that he is a dark mage, one who tried to destroy the gods and has not backed down from his intentions to this day. Jamie Welton says with a smile, Azamat and Rise are only required to do one thing, watch over Janice's church and gather information. Azamat and Rise obediently bowed, and before Jamie Welton clasped his hand to his chest and replied, obey. Jamie has something else to say to them. Jamie Welton is given the task of tracking down a type associated with human trafficking and bringing him to Jamie. He has to testify. Rise and Azamat understand. Azamat and Rise bowed obediently to Jamie Welton, clasping his hand to his chest and drawing back his other hand. They stood like that for a while. Rise lifted his head and directed his gaze in front of him, red pupils staring intently. There was no one else in the place where Jamie Welton was standing. He abruptly disappeared. Azamat and Rise breathed a sigh of relief, lifting their heads up. They were glad he was gone. Azamat and Rise froze in place, silently looking at each other. Azamat and Rise took a quick step to leave. Azamat cautioned Rise to go. Rise approvingly replied that one should definitely follow Jamie Welton's orders. Black flies in the air, squeaks in frustration, and looks down. Black flies next to Jamie. He replies to Black, it's going to be okay. He has tightened the knot of obedience on them. They will not be able to disobey Jamie's orders. Jamie Welton looks at Black, who has laid down on his shoulder and closed his eyes. Jamie pronounced that in that case, his father would solve the human trafficking problem himself. Black bites the inside of Jamie's cheek, beeping longingly. Jamie replies irritably. He can't close his eyes to what is happening. These lands will later become his. Someone is running swiftly across the ground. On their feet are white socks and short boots. Jamie Welton, without noticing the movement from outside, calmly walks forward and says aloud that today they will return home, and tomorrow. He doesn't have time to finish. Suddenly, a man slams into Jamie Welton's back with force. Jamie fearfully turns his gaze to the side. Jamie Welton is standing at an intersection, with a man sitting on the ground in front of him. The man is perplexed, thinking something has bumped into him. Jamie Welton is annoyed and infuriated by what happened. He furrowed his brow and looks angrily at the man, pointing at him. Jamie Welton angrily asks the boy who is sitting on the ground in front of him why he has eyes. The child. The boy frightenedly freezes. The boy shouted angrily and unhappily at Jamie Welton, pointing his finger that he was, after all, a child himself. Jamie Welton turned to the side and said thoughtfully, that's right, he's 9 years old. Next to Jamie, a boy stared at him disgruntled and angry. Jamie Welton puts his head down. He tells the boy he forgives him this time, but asks him to watch his step from now on. Jamie Welton turns around and walks away from the boy, who sits silently on the ground. The boy angrily tells Jamie Welton how he can pretend to be an adult when he himself does not have a single gray hair. Jamie Welton heard what the boy said. He stopped abruptly, his eyes rounded. Jamie Welton stopped and wondered what he had said. The boy behind Jamie's back stands perplexed and stares at him. Jamie Welton turns to the boy. The boy stands still, angrily, looking at him with aggression. Jamie Welton tensely looks up, wondering if Black did this because he was mocking his color. Jamie Welton tensely yells out how dare he even stop the master even then. Where did he pick up bad habits from? Pulling his hair. Jamie Welton stares intently, releasing magical energy. He demands the little boy watch his words if he doesn't want to be punished. The boy fearfully rushes away from Jamie Welton, squinting his eyes and apologizing. Black, being on top of Jamie Welton's head in the form of hair, squeaks with warm feelings. Jamie irritably asks if he's satisfied now. Jamie Welton hurries Black along, suggesting that he should go home sooner. Black sits on the floor, lowering his wings and eye guiltily. His gaze looks sideways downward. He squeaks longingly. Jamie is furious, sitting on the bed and telling Black that he knows exactly what he's done wrong. If he does it again, he won't get off easy. Black squeaks. Black stands on the floor, on which a red-patterned rug is spread out. Black looks up sharply at Jamie Welton and squeaks. Black raises his arrow tail upward. Jamie Welton asks Black in surprise where he learned such a thing. Jamie Welton drops quickly onto the bed, face down on the pillow. Jamie is dressed in white pajamas. The bed is made up with white linens. Jamie Welton is having a hard time. He has expended more energy than he expected. Jamie Welton has rolled over onto his back, lying on the bed, looking up and saying thoughtfully that he is going to be very busy in the future anyway. At least Jamie managed to live a quiet, measured life after reincarnation. Who would have thought that in this life, a god would appear in Jamie Welton's lands? And Jamie's most hated one at that. It's Janus's god. The designation has a cross in front, with 2 moons crossed at the back of the crust, from which sharp elements emerge. Jamie Welton continues to lie on the bed covered with a white sheet. Jamie, lying down abruptly, clenches his hand into a fist and slams his fist on the bed. He ponders that Janus can try all she wants, no matter how many followers he already has. Jamie lies on the bed covered with a white sheet, eyes closed, one hand on his head, bending it at the elbow. Jamie Welton opened his eyes, staring intently in front of him. His eyes burned with a bright pink light. Half of his face is hidden by the hand Jamie has placed on top of his head. Jamie is sure he'll get to everyone. A brick wall with wooden elements. Next to the wall is a torch with fire coming from it and burning particles spreading in the space. Someone notices the absence and says, "Where is the elder?" Azamat, formerly Jens, is standing against the wall, and opposite him is a man of sturdy build. The man asks Azamat in surprise, "Jens, are you alive?" Azamat doesn't respond to the question and asks the man where the older man is. The man looks at Azamat fearfully and tensely replies that Hani said that he would personally send Azamat and Rise to the other world, and how Azamat survived. Assuming he fell into the hands of the type who can't even manage mana properly. Azamat swiftly points his hand with force towards the man who is standing across from him. The man gritted his teeth at the momentary unexpected blow, squinting his eyes. Tears came to the man's eyes. Azamat slammed into the wall with force. Cracks appeared on the wall. Azamat told the man, calling him Pep, that he would not repeat himself. Pep thinks, what extraordinary power, that something might have happened to Azamat. But there's a bigger problem. Pep froze, tensely looking ahead at the different things of the criminal organization. He wondered. He hadn't heard anything from the members of the organization. If they were to learn of Jance's return, there would be an immediate commotion. Pep thinks it looks like the members of the organization are all affected. He doesn't know what to do. Pep tensely looks at Azamat, raises his hands in front of him, stopping his assertive actions. Pep says that first of all, he doesn't know where the older man went either. Abruptly Rise appears, previously called Philip. He asks Pep if it's true. Pep stands tensely against the wall, frozen in place. Azamat stands in front of him. He looks menacingly at Pep and says, "Oh, Boss Philip." Rise looks at Pep intently and calmly awaits a response. He doesn't look away and menacingly asks him again if it's true. Rise has light purple hair that hangs down to his shoulders. The collar of his shirt points upward. Pep, stammering, feeling confused with a smile, replies to Rise that of course the other guys will tell them exactly the same thing. Pep opens his eyes wide and looks at Rise intently. Pep has short, dark purple hair. Rise frowns his eyebrows and looks thoughtfully to the side. It annoys him to do the boss's bidding. They need the boss in charge. The boss is reported on everything that happens in the city, so there's a good chance he knows something about the church. Rise looks at Pep angrily, wrinkling his forehead and furrowing his brow. Rise's pupils burning red. He carefully focused his gaze without looking away, and mouthed to Pep that then where he thinks the man in charge might be. Pep froze in place, tense and startled, his mouth slightly ajar. He looks at Azamat forward carefully and thinks, hesitating, this time he needs to answer them properly. Otherwise his head will be separated. Pep resolutely spreads his legs wide and spreads his arms out to his sides, clenching them into fists. Across from him, Azamat stands close. Pep pronounces, "Since the boss likes booze and girls, we can check out the bars that are associated with them." Rise stands off to the side. Azamat listens to Pep, turns his head to Rise and looks thoughtfully. Azamat pronounces that it makes sense. Rise looks back at Azamat and replies to him that they will then go to the bars to find the man in charge. Azamat and Rise slowly walk away from Pep to look for the man in charge. Pep is left standing behind them, head down and looking down intensely and fearfully thinking, "Phew, it's gone." He didn't have time to finish, interrupting his speech. Instantly, with a swift, sharp movement, Azamat delivers a fist punch to Pep's head. Pep was not expecting it. He stares perplexed and opens his mouth wide at the blow. Pep is thrown backwards by the blow. His body, arms and legs are in free flight. Pep falls to the ground and lies unconscious from Azamat's blow. Azamat stands next to Pep. He looks at him calmly and says that the master has ordered to bring an accomplice to him. Pep will come over. Azamat thinks about it. But where to leave Pep? Maybe tied up in the forest. Azamat stands still with his muscular strong arms down. His powerful shoulders and body are encased in a blue t-shirt. His face has a scar across his eye, from forehead to cheek. Because of the scar, his eyes are closed. Pep lies unconscious on the ground. Azamat and Rise are standing over him. Rise swings his foot at the lying Pep. Rise replies to Azamat that it's not a bad idea to leave Pep in the woods. He suggests throwing him into the warehouse at Rize's house. Azamat listens intently. Rise turns around to leave and tells Azamat to go faster. They have already lost a lot of time. Azamat throws Pep on his shoulder and follows Rise. Azamat holds Pep with his hand. He answers him, "Okay." Someone's hand slowly opens the wooden door, holding it open with neat, thin fingers. He sees something happen in the room and watches fearfully. On the floor, on the carpet, lie the lifeless bodies of people, assuming different poses. Pools of blood can be seen everywhere near them. From around the corner, he sees a lifeless hand lying in a pool of blood. He slowly, cautiously walks down the stairs between the arms of the lifeless bodies. Blood drips everywhere on the floor. He is wearing brown pants, white socks, and dark boots. He pronounced, wondering what happened here. There are pools of blood everywhere in the house, and lifeless bodies lying around. In the room, on the floor, on the stairs, assuming different poses. The boy walks further down the hallway from the entrance and looks around. He asks what happened. The boy freezes in place, feeling tense and frightened. He stares forward in concentration. The boy wrinkles his forehead and locks his lips tightly together. He wonders if everyone is dead. A red scarf is tied around the boy's neck. His burgundy hair is gathered in a ponytail at the back. The boy looks down thoughtfully. He wrinkles his forehead, his closed lips drooping. The boy tensed and worried. He thought he was going to get it again for not closing yesterday's cut. But now there seemed to be no one to beat him. A Band-Aid is stuck on the boy's cheek. The boy realizes that he needs to run away before the other members of the organization question him. He turns around abruptly and runs swiftly away towards the open door to the exit. There are lifeless human bodies lying on the floor, blood stained all around. Jamie Welton rises from the bed and yawns, not yet opening his eyes. It looked like he was really tired, waking up so late. Sunlight from the window burst into the room and fell on the snow-white bed where Jamie was. Jamie Welton lifted his head, directing his gaze upward. He said quietly, "And tonight." Jamie's disheveled sea-wave-colored hair fell over his face, covering his eyes, his temples. The collar of his white pajama shirt pointed upward. Jamie Welton pulled his head down. He closed his eyes and sighed. Jamie said heavily he wouldn't be able to avoid it. Jamie Welton changed his clothes and walks quietly down the long hallway. On the second floor, on his shoulder sits Black. The hallway has a white floor, a gold-patterned fence. The white wall has stucco used on it. Lights hung out. Red curtains are hung on the windows. Jamie Welton stopped in the hallway and spoke thoughtfully, turning to Black. As his father senses Black's presence, Jamie briefly cancels his summoning. Black squeaks and flies off Jamie's shoulder to the side. Jamie Welton stands in front of the doors at the entrance to the dining room. He wishes his father and mother good morning. Jamie observes the table set with cutlery and candles. Father Argenot and Sister Sarah are seated at the table. Large chandeliers hang above the table. At the table sits Argenot Welton. He has his arms crossed in front of him, resting them on the table. Argenot is wearing a dark uniform with different elements on his chest and shoulders. In front is an element with a green stone. Arjano squints his eyes and asks with a smile if Jamie got a good night's sleep. Sister Sarah shouts happily to Jamie, calling her brother that Sarah had a very good night's sleep. Jamie stands at the door, looks ahead at his father and sister and utters surprised that Mom isn't here. Before he can finish the sentence, there is a flutter of hair behind the wall. Suddenly, Jamie Sheehy's mom, Belle Welton, appears abruptly from the side. She spreads her arms wide to Jamie and shouts that Mommy is here. Jamie startled and tensed up at the sudden appearance of Mommy. His eyes rounded and he cried out fearfully. Jamie Welton turned to see his mother, She's Belle Welton, looking at her with a piercing gaze and confused, wondering where she hid. He hadn't noticed. She's Belle Welton asks in surprise if that's true. Jamie Welton tensely averts his eyes to the side and thinks that he actually noticed She's Belle Welton's mom. He opens his mouth slightly and freezes in place. Jamie's mom, She's Belle Welton, continues to stare at him. Belle puts her hand on Jamie's head, stroking it. She happily asks, squeezing her eyes shut, that their Jamie was very surprised. She's Belle Welton is wearing a blue dress with ruddy patterns. Jamie replies that he was more excited than scared. She's Belle Welton, from her overflowing surge of feelings, embarrassed and joyful, said, "Gosh, why is Jamie so good?" She crossed her fingers in front of her and squinted her eyes. The locks of blonde hair hung down in waves in front of her. Jamie Welton tensed at what he was hearing and raised his hands in front of him, gesturing to try to reassure his mother. Jamie squinted his eyes and said to She's Belle, "Mama, let's have a poke." Before he could finish the sentence, it was interrupted. She's Belle's mom and sister Sarah pressed in on Jamie from both sides. With overwhelming feelings, they crossed their fingers and uttered, "How adorable Jamie is. Let me give you another hug." Jamie grudgingly closed his lips and closed his eyes. He wished someone would take them away. The Welton family sat down at the table. Arjano, She's Belle, Jamie, and Sarah. There was cutlery on the table in front of everyone, with food placed in a plate. In the middle of the table is a stand for lamps and glasses. She's Belle tells Sarah to start eating. Jamie sits at the table and watches in surprise as, across from him at the table, She's Belle's mom attacks Sarah with a hug. They have their eyes closed in embarrassment as they open their mouths happily. She's Belle calls Sarah her sweet baby. Jamie pensively stands still and stares intently ahead. He is confused at the thought. He too wants to rub her cheeks. Babies have very soft cheeks. Jamie presses his lips together tightly, pulling them down, frowning his forehead. Jamie abruptly realizes why the hell he's even thinking about this. He bangs his head and hands on the table in an abrupt motion, his face pointed downward. Sarah is watching him tensely and anxiously. Jamie is too used to a life of serenity. A white tablecloth is set on the breakfast table. It is neatly laid out with a knife and spoon, and a white glass on a stem with a dark stripe across the top. On a plate on a foot with a dark border lies a red and white mass. It's pronounced, "It's tomorrow." Jamie holds Sarah in his arms, one arm wrapped around the bottom under her legs, the other supporting her from above by her back. Jamie and Sarah stare ahead perplexed, not sure what the conversation is about. Jamie asks, "What happens tomorrow?" Argonaut looks guiltily at Jamie and asks if he hasn't told him. He freezes in place and stares intently ahead. Arjano's sea-wave-colored hair is gathered in a ponytail, disheveled bangs falling over his face. She's Belle frowned her forehead unhappily, feeling guilty, and closed her eyes. She had completely forgotten, overly excited about her little boy. She turned her head sharply to the side. She's Belle's blonde hair hung down in wavy curls. Jamie wondered if she was talking about the day she'd seen the whole body breathing technique. Given Mom's temperament, she was holding back hard. Jamie holds Sarah in his arms and anxiously makes a short sound. Sarah looks at him perplexed. Jamie has his head down thoughtfully and guiltily. He looks sideways downward with his eyebrows raised and his mouth ajar. He is feeling anxious and tense from what he heard from She's Belle. He apologizes to She's Belle for making her worry. She's Belle stares at Jamie with her eyes wide open. She utters back that Mommy is fine when she knows that her son is fine. But if Jamie keeps doing this kind of stuff... She's Belle paused. Mommy will just collapse in the hallway somewhere and start crying because she's so upset. She's Belle closes her eyes, opens her mouth, and presses herself against the wall. Jamie looks at his mom and, feeling anxious, promises, "Something like this won't happen again." Jamie stands exhaustedly by the table, leaning forward slightly. He asks, "So what's going to happen tomorrow?" Mama She's Belle grinningly replies, pushing her chair away from the table, that tomorrow they will go to the ball. Argino sits silently at the table and listens. a grand ball thrown by the counties of Simon and Welton. Most of the aristocrats from the east of the Kingdom of Seldom are expected to attend. Count Argino of Welton is the representative of the county of Welton. Bell stands in front of the table and explains to Jamie and Sarah that they didn't take Jamie and Sarah before. But they are old enough now. Bell is burning with anticipation. Jamie and Sarah listen in surprise with their mouths ajar. So Jamie's precious free time will disappear. Welton Manor has fallen into the darkness of night. There are still some lights in the windows. The street lamps were lit in the street outside the manor. A huge moon from the sky illuminates the ground. Jamie Welton stands in the middle of his room on a red-patterned rug. He is dressed in a dark, long cloak. Jamie Welton calls out to Black thoughtfully and quietly. He is in anticipation of departing the manor once again. Jamie Welton climbs out of the window, resting his arms at his sides. He places his booted foot on the windowsill. Shorts are visible from beneath his raincoat. Jamie's gaze is focused and forward. From Jamie's back, Black's wings spread out. Black makes a long squeak. On the night street, a looming shadow can be seen between the houses. The street is quiet. No one is out. No streetlights are lit. Doors are closed. Jamie Welton walks slowly and quietly along the tiles of the street. He takes small steps. On his feet are brown lace-up boots. The wooden door to the room slowly opens. No one can be seen behind it. Just the dark night street. The wooden door has an iron lock on it with a round handle. It is paneled across with an iron plate. Azamat stands at the table, resting his hands on the table. His arms are wrapped in bandages from wrist to elbow. He raises his head perplexed when he sees Jamie Welton and says, "Master, you have come. Rise." Hearing this, rises abruptly from his chair, resting his hands on the table. Jamie Welton walks into the room, pulling the hood off his head with both hands. He asks what's up with the errand. Jamie looks intently at Azamat and Rise, waiting for an answer from them. Jamie's hair covers part of his face. Rise is tense and anxious, looking at Jamie Welton with pitying eyes. He wrinkles his forehead, frozen in place. Rise apologetically tells him that they haven't been able to find out anything about Janice's church yet, but the church is about to rebuild. He paused. Jamie Welton listens intently to Rise, looking ahead. He thought about it. Even Rival's leadership would have a hard time getting the information out in a day. Jamie Welton understands and wonders what about the second assignment. Rise reports to Jamie Welton that he is here. Sitting on the floor on his knees is Pep. His mouth is tightly bandaged, his hands tied behind his back. Pep wrinkles his forehead, looking tensely at Jamie. He tries to speak, but short sounds are heard. Pep scrutinizes Jamie Welton without looking away, feeling anxious and tense. His forehead wrinkles, his eyes widen. He thinks, what the hell? His hair. Has the Welton family guessed everything? Rise tells Jamie Welton that this is one of Rival's executives. He knew that Hani was trying to send them to the other side of the world. Jamie Welton, Rise and Azamat look down at Pep menacingly. Pep would make the perfect informant then. Azamat turns toward Jamie Welton, looks at him perplexed, and says that Pep doesn't know anything. Jamie stands between Azamat and Rise, looks at Pep and calmly says that he will check it out for himself. Jamie Welton stands still and stares intently at Pep, frowning his forehead. Jamie's hair covers part of his face. He orders Azamat and Rise to remove the gag. Jamie intends to question Pep to get information. Rise and Azamat remove the blindfold from Pep's mouth. The bandage leaves small marks on Pep's face. Pep opens his mouth and pulls his tongue out, freeing himself from the tight bandage. Drool runs down his chin from his mouth. Pep kneels on the floor with his hands tied behind his back. He yells loudly to Jamie Welton to save him. He really had nothing to do with it, but if they let him live, he'll get it all out. Pep is tense and frightened, rounding his eyes. Jamie Welton sharply asks Pep what he's trembling about. Pep looks at Jamie fearfully and anxiously. His eyes are rounded and look up intently. He listens to what Jamie is telling him and freezes in place. Jamie Welton calmly tells Pep that he never thought of sending him to the other side of the world. Pep only has one errand to run. Jamie stands in front of Pep, directing streams of energy in his direction. Pep feels a tremendous amount of sinister energy. Pep shouts loudly, opening his mouth wide, that he will do whatever Jamie Welton tells him to do. If he needs to find the boss, he will do it, so he needs to be spared. Pep lowers his head in a scream, wrinkling his forehead and squeezing his eyes tightly shut, tears spurting from them. Jamie Welton thinks unhappily that Pep is too noisy. He pronounced that only one thing was required of Pep. Pep is bent over the floor, sitting on his knees. His hands are tied behind his back. He doesn't understand why he can't utter a word. Jamie Welton reaches out his hand lightly to Pep's head. Pep's head, whose hair is a dark maroon color, is tilted downward. Jamie Welton's head is tilted slightly downward. He is watching Pep carefully and calmly. Around Jamie Welton, ominous streams of dark red-colored energy emanate and wriggle in the air, directed at Pep's body. Jamie Welton leans over Pep. A bright light emanates from his hand above Pep's head. Streams of energy move through the air. Jamie orders Pep to go to the Count and report on the affairs of his organization. Rise and Azamat watch what is happening. Pep slowly gets up from the floor, his arms hanging loosely down. Under the influence of Jamie Welton, Pep's gaze is downward, his mouth is ajar, and drool is running down his chin. He is ready to follow Jamie Welton's orders. Rise and Azamat freeze in place and silently watch Pep leave the room, heading outside through the open door. Pep moves slowly, his body tilted slightly downward, his arms hanging loosely along his body. Jamie Welton pronounces that there is no need to sympathize with Pep. His organization won't go after him anyway, because the Count won't just let it go. Jamie watches Pep leave the room. Black sits on his shoulder. Jamie Welton stands in front of Rise and Azamat and notifies them that they need to leave town and hide somewhere. Rise and Azamat look at Jamie intently, standing straight, and reply that they are obeying. Black is on Jamie Welton's shoulder. He instantly turns toward Jamie Welton, close to his ear, and looks at him with a big yellow eye. Black touches Jamie Welton's face with his paw, waiting for his reaction. Jamie Welton shifts his gaze to the side, stands still, and thoughtfully tells Rise and Azamat that they didn't ask for a reason today. Black sits on Jamie's shoulder, looking at him, touching his face with his paw. Rise and Azamat pronounce that their master's orders are unconditional, they just have to follow them. Instantly, the two of them obediently bowed their heads to Jamie Welton, opening their mouths and closing their eyes tightly. Rise froze with his head lowered in front of Jamie Welton. He shifted his gaze upward, looking down at Jamie. He pronounced that he seemed to understand why Jamie Welton had told them that. He assesses the situation well. Jamie Welton stands in front of Rise and Azamat after hearing what they said. He replies that Rise has the right idea. Jamie knows that his father will destroy Rival from the root. In the process, no one will ever remember the two missing people. Jamie Welton turns away from Rise and Azamat. He calmly tells them that he will be gone for a few days and needs to lay low until then. Jamie closes his eyes. Rise and Azamat convincingly agree. Jamie Welton puts his hood over his head and walks outside from the house he was in and strides confidently away. It is deep night outside. The lights in the houses and on the street lamps are off. On the ground, the shadows of the houses glow from the light of the moon. Abruptly, Rise runs out of the house Jamie Welton came out of and stops abruptly in the street by the door. He calls out loudly to Jamie Welton, shouting hesitantly, "Master!" Rise clenches his fists and spreads his legs wide. Jamie heard Rise yell. Jamie Welton stops and freezes in place, not turning toward Rise. He asks him what's wrong. Sitting on Jamie's shoulder is Black, who also heard the scream and turns his gaze towards Rise. Rise yells loudly to Jamie Welton, feeling the tension and anxiety of who they have turned into. They know they are already lifeless bodies and have accepted the irreversibility of that fact. They don't really want to go back either. Rise is satisfied with his power. However, Rise asks Jamie Welton what kind of creature he is. He needs to know. Rise grabs himself firmly by the white shirt on his chest and pulls himself down. From the force with which he grabs himself, the shirt crumples, leaving creases from his fingers. Jamie Welton stands in the middle of the street, turns toward Rise and asks what exactly he's interested in. Rise freezes in place, holds his chest and replies that their powers are twice as powerful as they were when they were alive. Rise asks Jamie Welton if it's possible that they've turned into high-class undead. Jamie froze in surprise, eyes wide at the question asked. Sitting on his shoulder is Black, who looks at Jamie fearfully, peering out from behind his hood. Jamie Welton laughed loud and long. Rise sees Jamie Welton's reaction, biting his lip, apologizes and stammering asks. Jamie didn't like the question. Rise lets go of the hand he used to grab the shirt on his chest. Jamie Welton answers Rise with a smile, denying it. He explains that it's just that the question is so funny, that's why he laughed. When asked if Rise has become a true undead, Jamie replies that he has yet to encounter such adaptability. Rise freezes in place with his head down low. He stares perplexedly in front of him and answers Jamie Welton with a thank you. Rise spread his legs wide and grabbed his shirt over his chest with both hands, clenching it tightly into a fist. Jamie Welton squints his eyes, smiles, and replies that this is the first time he's encountered such a thing in his long life. The hair under the hood covers part of Jamie's face. Black sits on his shoulder and peers out from behind the hood at Jamie, watching perplexed. Usually the undead are in vehement denial of their new identity and look like monsters who've lost their minds. But these guys, Rise and Azamat, are the exact opposite. The undead skin is purple in color. They have multiple scars on their bodies, and their skin is damaged in places. Jamie Welton thinks he might have gotten some nuggets. Rise turns his head back in surprise and looks at Azamat with big eyes. Azamat stares back perplexed. Azamat and Rise have their mouths ajar at the information they have received. Jamie Welton looks at Rise and Azamat and says that they are just zombies. Their appearance hasn't changed a bit since they were sent to the other world, with physical strength many times that of a human. Rise and Azamat stand at a distance. Rise looks down wistfully and with disappointment from Jamie Welton's said words, eyes downcast, mouth slightly ajar. He utters what is clear to him: they're just zombies. Rise has a hard time realizing this. He is saddened. Jamie Welton turns around, walking away from Rise and Azamat with a smile, saying that who knows, based on the effort they put in, maybe they will become high-class zombies. Flying next to Jamie is Black, who is watching him in surprise. Rise and Azamat have heard from Jamie Welton what kind of zombies they can become. They are overwhelmed with feelings of joy and admiration. Rise stares forward in amazement, opening his mouth and eyes wide. He lifts his arms up in the air. From behind, Azamat has his mouth ajar. Jamie Welton alerted Rise and Azamat that he would go then, reminding them to hide well. He turned around and walked away from them. Rise and Azamat wished Jamie a happy journey. They stand still and look after Jamie. Above Jamie Alton's head, Black flies over and beeps at him. Jamie looks thoughtfully at Rise and Azamat in the distance. He tells Black that they're not pathetic, but interesting. They remind him of that guy from the past. Jamie Welton draws Black's attention to the fact that they are running late and that they need to go home soon. It is deep night over the Welton estate. In the Welton Manor, there is a light on in almost every window on every floor. That night, Earl Welton has turned the place upside down. The leadership of Rival, a large criminal organization entrenched in haze, had filed charges against its internal parts. The Earl had to postpone his trip to deal with it. So the Welton family, only 3 of them, will travel to the largest trading town of Reagan in the east. Jamie Welton sits quietly in the carriage, looking ahead thoughtfully. He believes that they would have made quick work of the teleporter. However, compared to times past, surely things have improved here. Across from Jamie Welton sits She's Belle and Sarah Welton. She's Belle cuddled Sarah, who had fallen asleep with a toy in her hands, snuggled up against her. Jamie Welton reflected as he sat in the carriage. Compared to the period of legends, progress is in his face. However, Jamie doesn't know how many years have passed since he was sent to the other world. Jamie leaned on the back of the chair, closing his eyes. The history books describe the events that happened after he was sent to the other world. And demons occupied the lands, and the Demon King descended to Earth. They wrought battle and destruction, with fires blazing all around. Surely this is a peaceful time without such incidents. However, Jamie Welton could be the very creature to disturb the reigning, all-around calm. Jamie crossed his legs and leaned his arms on the chair. He closed his eyes thoughtfully. Stupid 12 gods that they couldn't even unite in this long time. Compared to last time, now Diablo Wolfir would easily be able to overthrow them. Countless living beings will die, but that is no longer his concern. Jamie Welton releases a sinister energy into space. It spreads over Sarah Welton, who is leaning against her mother, She's Belle Welton, and sleeping a deep sleep. Sarah cradles a toy in her arms. She sniffles loudly. Jamie Welton stares thoughtfully ahead, frozen in place. An ominous, dark red-colored energy emanates from his body. It moves chaotically through space. Jamie Welton hopes he succeeds this time. Jamie Welton sits in the carriage chair across from his mom, She's Belle, and sister Sarah. He leans back in the chair, closing his eyes. He begins to emit mana around him, spreading it out, filling the space with glowing particles. Sarah Welton leaned on her mother, She's Belle Welton, sleeping soundly. She has her mouth ajar, making sniffling noises, saliva dripping from her mouth down her chin. In her hands, Sarah holds a toy, cradling it tightly in her arms. Jamie Welton is on her way to Simon County with her mother She's Belle Welton and sister Sarah Welton. In a carriage, they arrive at the entrance, through a passage in the stone wall that encloses the entire county grounds. This evening ends without incident. The town is saturated with the traffic of horse-drawn carriages. They move under the arch of the stone wall. At the top of the stone wall is a wooden crossing. Behind the arch you can see wood-framed houses. There are trees planted around the houses. The town is densely built up with houses densely adjacent to each other. There are narrow streets between the houses. The houses are red tile, with various additions, turrets, and extras. The lots are surrounded by green grass and trees. In town, on the tiled street stood tents with various goods. Vegetables, baked goods, wine, textiles. Everything neatly laid out in front of the tents in crates, on tables, racks with colorful awnings. In the city among the residential houses with red tile roofs built stone-gray two-story building and a huge cathedral. The cathedral is decorated with stained glass windows and mosaics on the mirrors. The facade is lined with turrets above the floor-length windows. Jamie Welton rides in a white, gold-adorned carriage and admires the city they are passing through. He peers out of the window with his hands on the door, and without looking away, he says, "Reagan is incredible." Sheesh Belle Welton squints her eyes and asks Jamie with interest, "Is he impressed?" She explains, "Reagan is the best trading city in the kingdom. There aren't many centers on the entire mainland that have that much money rolling in." Jamie replies, "It really is incredible. It is because of this city that the kingdom of Seldom is thriving." Jamie Welton thoughtfully observes the sights of the town of Reagan as they pass by in the carriage. Jamie looks out of the window with her hands on the door. The Welton family is almost there. They drive down a narrow street, pulling into a square with a fountain, benches, and trees. Around it are densely lined houses. The city's roadway is paved with light-colored tiles with clearly lined curbs. Jamie Welton squints his eyes contentedly. He sits across from Sheesh Belle Welton and utters that his heart is beating so fast because he is about to see Earl Simon. Sheesh Belle is perplexed and listens intently to Jamie. Sheesh Belle Welton abruptly wraps her arms around Jamie Welton, enclosing him in a hug with the words, "That her son is so cute, worried." She is overwhelmed with feelings of love and tenderness from what Jamie said. Jamie looks up pitifully, wondering what this is all for. Sheesh Belle. Welton closes her eyes, asking Jamie Welton quietly with interest that Jamie dreams of becoming a wizard, and that's why she trembles so much at the thought of Earl Simon. She tilts her head down slightly. Jamie Welton instantly rolled his eyes upward, feeling displeased. Jamie's mouth was ajar, drool dripping down his chin. Jamie freezes in place and longingly answers Sheesh Belle Welton's mom's question. Yes. Sheesh Belle Welton tells Jamie Welton that Count Simon is great, as he is a 7th grade archmage, while the same age as his daddy Argino. The two of them are powerful aristocrats in the East, and the Earl is also a feudal lord of Reagan. Sheesh Belle Welton continues to tell Jamie about Count Simon. The Earl's magic fully justifies his nickname, the Red Lotus Mage, and, they say, can take thousands of lives. The lotus flower is a delicate pink color. Jamie Welton sits in the carriage between his sister Sarah Welton and his mother Sheesh Belle Welton. Jamie turns her head to her mother and quietly asks about Earl Simon. What's he like? Sister looks slightly behind Jamie's back. Sheesh Belle Welton freezes in place and thinks about Jamie Welton's question. Jamie watches her mother's face carefully, waiting for an answer. She squints her eyes, trying to remember which Earl Simon is and to pick out the words. Sheesh Belle Welton answers Jamie with interest, looking at him carefully that Earl Simon is spectacular, with blood-colored hair. Jamie hears this and tenses, perplexed as to how this can be. Jamie Welton has his head down and his gaze downward, pondering. He pondered that this was not what he was interested in the 7th grade Red Lotus Mage. Jamie pressed his lips together tightly, pulling the corners of his lips down and furrowed his brow. Earl Simon's power to take many lives was what interested Jamie. Jamie was curious as to what made such a difficult case possible. Jamie would like to have a conversation with Earl Simon. The Welton family pulls up to the location. Jamie Welton pensively reflects. He wishes he could have had a longer talk with Marquis Rinmol. Jamie worries about how to start a dialogue with Earl Simon. Sheesh Belle Welton slowly steps onto the footplate of the carriage, stepping out of it. Sheesh Belle Welton steps out of the carriage, resting one foot on the footstool, supporting her dress with one hand, the other lightly holding onto the side of the carriage with the other. She calmly mouthed to the children, Jamie and Sarah, to follow her. They were getting out. Jamie Welton was the last one out of the carriage. He quickly lowered himself to the ground, looking down thoughtfully and pronounced back to his mom, Sheesh Belle Welton, okay. Jamie is dressed in a red and black suit with shorts. On his feet are knee-length socks and tall dark shoes. A man in a suit and glasses approached Sheesh Belle Welton. He leaned his hand on his chest and clarified to her, "She is the Earl of Welton's consort after all." Sheesh Belle looks at the man and says in a calm voice that is correct. The man shows the castle to the Welton family who has just arrived. Their carriage stands at the entrance of the huge 4-story building. Near the front of the castle, people walk in pairs in an open tiled area. There are green plantings all around. The room in the castle is decorated in white and gold colors. On the floor is a white carpet with colored elements on the edges. A double-wide bed with an abundance of golden decorative elements. A golden canopy hangs over the bed. Through the white room is the entrance to the next room with green curtains on the windows. The doors to the room are open, and there is a light on in the room. A chandelier on the ceiling with green hanging elements. The chandelier's plafonds curve in a tulip shape. The Welton family has entered the white room. Jamie walks further into the room. There are more people in it. The Weltons can stay here throughout the ball, as well as call the servants if there are any problems. Belle Welton turns to Jamie in high spirits and tells her that Earl Simon has taken care of them. Her golden eyes look at Jamie intently. Jamie squints with a smile of approval. The door to the other room opens. A man in a dark suit calls out to Jamie Welton and invites him to pass into the room. Jamie freezes in front of the door. There is a reason for this at this age. Jamie doesn't want to think about living in the same room as his parents. Belle Welton turned toward Jamie's room and warned, laying out her things and coming right back. Her long hair fluttering in the air from the movement, Jamie shouts approvingly from the room. A short time later in her room, Belle Welton is changed into a yellow dress with ruffles on the hem, waistband, and sleeves. She sits in front of the mirror being groomed by two servants. They compliment her on her hair and appearance. Belle Welton sits unmoving with her back straightened. She stares forward in surprise. Her lips are painted a soft red color, pearl earrings on her ears. Her golden long hair is shiny and has gold chains woven into it. Jamie Welton froze in place, standing unmoving and gazing admiringly at Mama Belle Welton. His mouth is ajar, his eyes scrutinizing his mom. He said thoughtfully and embarrassed, "Mom is very beautiful." Jamie Welton stands next to Mama Belle Welton unmoving. Belle turns to Jamie and embarrassedly replies that she is beautiful, even in the eyes of her little boy. Around her, servants stand around her and fix her hair. Jamie replies approvingly. Belle Welton crossed her fingers in front of her, blooming and moved by the words she heard. She closes her eyes and says, embarrassed, how pleased she is to hear such a thing. Jamie stands beside her and listens. Belle Welton turns to Jamie Welton and says admiringly that their Jamie is also charming today. She stretches out her arms, wanting to hug Jamie as soon as possible. The maids warn her to be careful, her makeup might smudge. Belle Welton turns around and looks disappointed at the maids. She asks if a tight hug can't be given once. The maid replies that you can't. The dress will get wrinkled. Jamie Welton breathes a sigh of relief. He was swept through avoiding the hug. The young lady is also ready. Sarah Welton makes a disgruntled face and walks forward. Her hair is braided with bows at the sides. She is wearing a lush red and white dress decorated with beads and bows. On her feet are red shoes with ribbons. She holds up the dress with her hands. Belle Welton admired the way Sarah Welton looked. She crossed her fingers in front of her and said, "Her daughter is very cute." Jamie turned around and said in surprise, "Sarah is cute? She's like a doll." Sarah Welton was touched by the compliments, happy and embarrassed, and smilingly asks her brother if she is cute. Sarah Welton glowed and raised her hands in front of her face, spreading her palms apart. Jamie Welton walked over to Sarah Welton, leaned closer and replied with a smile that she was very cute, but she's probably uncomfortable, so she's going to have to be a little bit patient. Sarah froze in place and responds approvingly to Jamie. Jamie Welton is asked to get changed soon. Belle, Jamie and Sarah Welton hurry to the ball down the large and long corridor of the castle. The hallway is flanked by massive columns on each side. A ceiling in the form of glazed arches rises above the corridor. In a large hall, people are gathered. Some people stand talking among themselves, others stand and watch. The rest sit at tables. The hall has a light-colored tile floor, blue walls, and columns on the sides. Tables with food and candles, furnished with large chairs. Earl Simon's estate, the reception hall. Belle covers her mouth in surprise, looking at the furnishings. Sarah is surprised and has her mouth ajar. Jamie locks his lips together and wonders if aristocrats always dress so exquisitely for banquets. Jamie Welton marveled, pondering that Earl Simon had a taste for such pretentiousness. Belle Welton observes Jamie and pronounces that Jamie still has time to be surprised. The Welton family sat down at the table. Sarah's mouth is ajar as she considers the setting. The women present at the ball rapturously observe Belle Welton and pronounce that they haven't seen the mistress in a long time, and she is still just as beautiful. They look at the quality of her dress, believing her to be the true mistress of Welton County. The woman shows a coat woven from their cotton. She prepared it for Belle for the winter. Belle thanks them for their care. Jamie grudgingly reflects that the woman is trying to curry favor with the Welton family. Jamie has met similar ones before. Long ago, in a time of legends not even recorded, there were men who sucked up to the gods without a word. A multitude of men whose hands reached closer to the gods, seeking the light that came from them. Jamie Welton feels the strain of hearing such a thing at the ball. He closes his eyes, turns away, and lowers his head, and broodingly reasons that it is disgusting. Mama Belle Welton even deals well with such things. In the center of the large hall, a man in a black suit appeared on stage. He spoke loudly, drawing the attention of the guests to see if they could hear him. There are guests sitting at tables all around the room, some standing around chatting or moving around the room. A man in a black suit stands on the stage. He loudly greets all the honored guests invited to the Simon family ball. The man introduces himself to the guests. He is Rael Ben-Hur, in charge of the administration of the Reagan region. The reception hall is full of invited guests, strolling and relaxing as they wait for the festivities to begin. A blue carpet is laid out from the entrance of the hall and runs the length of the hall. 10 tables are decorated and arranged in exactly 2 lines. Real Benner voiced to the invited guests that the banquet would soon begin. He asks everyone to remain in their seats. Real Benner is a blonde-haired man, wearing a white shirt with the collar up, a puffy tie tied in the front. Rael Ben-Hur waves his hand, stopping his arm in the air, palm up. He asks to greet Count Simon, who will be arriving any minute now. A white glove is worn on his hand. It rests tightly on Real Ben-Hur's fingers. A man with bright red hair appears. Long hair falls over his face, down his cheeks, between his ears. It is Count Simon. He looks around carefully, focusing his gaze forward. His eyes are bright. Count Simon walks slowly, unhurriedly, up the stairs to the stage. On Count Simon's feet are black boots with white soles. Count Simon walks toward the stage to greet the guests invited to the ball. Jamie Welton stands frozen in place and directs his gaze at Count Simon, and does not look away. Jamie is tense, anxious, and surprised. He opens his eyes wide, his lips tightly closed. Jamie stands unmoving with his hands down. Count Simon walked up to the stage and stopped in place. He said in a calm tone to the guests invited to the ball that he hadn't seen everyone for a long time. Count Simon's red hair ran chaotically down his face. His uniform has white fur on top of it. Jamie Welton stares with admiration at Count Simon without taking his eyes off of him. His eyes are wide open and his lips are closed. Jamie is tense and anxious. Jamie Welton is pensive. He is thinking about Earl Simon. Earl Simon greets all the invited guests, wishing them to be sure to have fun. Count Simon's hair falls chaotically over his face, with a braid braided on one side. A white fur hangs over his shoulder. Jamie Welton is surprised that Earl Simon has a 7th grade class. The reception hall is in one part, with decorated banquet tables, with a grand piano and a platform for dancing in the second part. Earl Simon leaves the stage after the speech is made. Jamie Welton thinks that Count Simon is forcefully similar to, or even higher than the Marquis of Rinmol. Jamie Welton sits pensively in a chair, leaning back and resting his hands on the chair seat. He stares in front of him, his eyes fixed on one point. He is thinking about Count Simon. He is the mage of the Red Lotus. Pausing for a moment, Jamie Welton thinks that Count Simon, the Red Lotus mage, exceeds all expectations. That's very interesting. Jamie gazes thoughtfully and with interest in front of him, curling his lips in a smile. His eyes are burning. At the table where the Welton family is seated, Earl Simon and his wife suddenly walk up. He sharply told Belle Welton that they haven't seen each other for a long time, and she is even more beautiful than last year. Belle jumps up from her chair in fright. Belle Welton rises from her chair, bows to Earl Simon, and stares at him intently, pronouncing that he is flattering her. She is very pleased that Earl Simon is in good health. Belle holds the dress on both sides with her hands. Count Simon turns his head, shifting his gaze downward. He watches with interest and asks Belle Welton if Earl Welton is coming this time. Belle replies that he will be coming tonight as he has had trouble on his lands. Earl Simon understands and asks Belle Welton, is this her son? He points to Jamie Welton sitting at the table. Jamie listens intently and looks at Earl Simon. Belle Welton stands by the table. Belle Welton replies to Earl Simon that it is Jamie Welton. Jamie looks thoughtfully ahead at Earl Simon. Jamie froze in place, not averting his gaze. He has his mouth slightly ajar, sitting silently at the table. Belle Welton answers Earl Simon that this young lady is Sarah Welton, her daughter. Sarah froze on the spot in embarrassment, staring unmovingly ahead at Earl Simon. Her eyes opened wide, her lips tightly pressed together. Belle Welton reminded the children to say hello to Earl Simon. Jamie covered his eyes, bowed with a hand to his chest, and introduced himself. The firstborn of the Welton family, Jamie Welton. Sarah stands next to him, says hello, and introduces herself as Sarah. Earl Simon's consort looks at Sarah and Jamie Welton with surprise and admiration. She freezes in place and pronounces that the babies are so beautiful. Shy's Belle Welton thanked her, remarking that they were very clever. Jamie Welton froze and stared at Earl Simon and his wife, who grinned at Shays Belle Welton, saying it was obvious. Earl Simon stands unmoving, putting one hand behind his back. Count Simon is silent for a while, looking down calmly and carefully. His bright eyes watch without looking away. Earl Simon's red hair falls over his face, scattered chaotically in front of his eyes. Jamie Welton rather raises his eyes upward, lips tightly locked together with a smile. Jamie watches as Earl Simon scrutinizes him sparingly. Jamie doesn't avert his eyes and looks at Earl Simon calmly. Jamie Welton ponders that Earl Simon can stare at him all he wants. Jamie clenches his fingers into a fist of his downcast hand with force. Streams of energy begin to spread from his hand to the sides. Count Simon watches Jamie Welton with interest. A slight smile appears on Count Simon's face. Count Simon's red hair falls over his face. Count Simon stands frozen in place, looking thoughtfully in front of him. Count Simon asks Jamie Welton with interest, "So this is Jamie." Count Simon's bright eyes stare intently without looking away. Earl Simon's red hair falls over his face, a pigtail tucked behind his ear. Jamie Welton responds approvingly to Earl Simon. His eyes are wide open and looking up intently. He opens his mouth wide in response. Jamie Welton watches Count Simon with interest, enjoying their dialogue. Count Simon smiles and looks intently at Jamie Welton. Count Simon pronounces to him that they will see him a little later. Jamie Welton looks at Rafe Simon with interest and responds approvingly. Count Simon turns around and calmly walks away from Jamie Welton. Rafe Simon squints his eyes with a satisfied look. Jamie Welton freezes in place and watches intently as Earl Simon walks away from the scene of the conversation. Jamie Welton has frozen in place and stands thoughtfully still. His eyes light up, watching Earl Simon with interest. He presses his lips together tightly. Jamie reflects that Earl Simon is definitely exceeding his expectations. He looks forward to their conversation. In the reception hall, where all the guests invited to the ball have gathered, Earl Simon, with his wife and 2 children, steps away from the table of 7 Welton. She's Belle Welton wished Earl Simon's wife a pleasant evening, to which she replies to make herself at home. Earl Simon walks away from the Welton family table. Behind them comes a boy with red hair, wearing a plaid jacket with a white shirt. A gold brooch with red stones is fastened around his neck. He gave a displeased look, frowned his eyebrows, and silently turned away. The boy repeated mentally, remembering Jamie Welton. Jamie Welton stares thoughtfully ahead and froze in place. Jamie asks when his father is coming. She's Belle. Welton replies that it will probably be late at night. Earl Simon's family is seated at a separate table. Earl Simon sits across from them, with his wife in front of him and his sons at his sides. They are talking about something among themselves. Candles are burning on the table. Plates are arranged. One of the sons asks his father, Count Simon, how the son of the Welton family is doing. Count Simon asks a counter-question as to why he is interested in a 10-year-old boy. Count Simon's second son pays no attention to the conversation and brings a handkerchief to his mouth. Earl Simon's son looks at his father with interest and answers him. Even though the son of the Welton family is still young, he will lead the Welton family in the future. Since they are from the same generation, there is no harm in getting to know him better. Count Simon silently pondered while looking away. Red hair falls loosely on Count Simon's face. His son is trying to show leadership skills by harassing the offspring of aristocrats. Count Simon looks thoughtfully in his son's direction, narrowing his eyes. He raises his hand slightly above the table. Count Simon's son tries to gain his acceptance, but all to no avail. However, Count Simon is able to nudge him in the right direction. Count Simon tells his son that he is a smart kid. The son looks at his father in confusion, not averting his gaze, accepting his praise, frozen in place. The son asks his father if he has anything else to say to him besides that. At a separate table sits Count Simon's family. Count Simon is silent for a while, pausing. Then he asks the servants to bring a drink for an aperitif. Count Simon is looked at attentively and silently by his son. On the hand of Count Simon's son, which is lying quietly on the table, suddenly puts his mother Countess's hand. She lightly squeezes his fingers. The Countess turned her head to her son, keeping her hand on his arm, and said with awe that she hopes they will get along. They have a long friendship with the Welton family. The son turned his head thoughtfully toward his mother and listens in silence. The son smiles at the Countess, replies approvingly that, of course, mother, and asks her not to worry. He stares intently at his mother, squinting his eyes slightly. The Countess smiles happily and warmly at her son, squinting her eyes. She smilingly responds approvingly to him, laughing. That's good. On her head, her golden hair is gathered in a bundle. Around her neck is a small piece of bead jewelry. The Countess waves her hand with a smile and beckons the servants to bring drinks here. She turned her back toward the servants. Her son watches her attentively, silently, without averting his gaze. For a while, he froze, looking away. Count Simon's son reflects on the conversation he had with the Countess. He mentally apologizes to his mother, but he has other plans in mind. He stares thoughtfully in front of him, staring at one point, tense and displeased. Earl Simon's son is staring intently, looking in the direction of Jamie Welton, who is sitting at the Welton family table across the table. He has not the slightest intention of getting close to Jamie Welton. Earl Simon's son is feeling aggressive towards him. Count Simon's son imagines himself standing over Jamie Welton, who is kneeling on the floor and resting his hands on the floor, bleeding. He contemplates how Jamie Welton will obediently kneel before him. The son of Earl Simon continues to ponder Jamie Welton's obedient service to him because his thoughts were interrupted by a hand that came down sharply on his shoulder. Without turning his head, he shifted his gaze to the hand on his shoulder. Earl Simon is leaning over his son and pronounces, "This is his son." He looks at him with a smile, keeping his hand on his shoulder and lifting his index finger forward. The son looks at Count Simon in embarrassment, mouth ajar. Count Simon's son ponders that this is how he will honor his father's approval. He sits at the table with an acerbic smile, realizing the outcome of his intentions. Behind him sits a brother who watches him closely without turning his head. The other brother watches intently, directing his gaze to the side and frowning his eyebrows. He smiles thoughtfully. He has short red hair, bangs covering part of his face along with his eye. Above his ears, his hair is pinned back with a hair clip. In the reception hall, the guests invited to the ball are socializing among themselves, scrutinizing the surroundings and sitting at tables. Guests stand everywhere, next to the fountain, next to the winding staircase from the second floor. Belle Welton stands across from Jamie Welton and tells him demandingly that he should make lots of new friends. Jamie Welton listens to her intently, responding approvingly. Behind Belle, Sarah looks out, responding in surprise. Jamie Welton remains standing where he is, raising his hand and waving to his mom, Belle Welton. He stands half sideways and looks after the departing Belle Welton, who is rapidly heading in the other direction. Jamie Welton stands half sideways, watching the departing Belle Welton intently. Jamie ponders the word friends. He'd rather enjoy some time alone since his mother has given him the opportunity. Jamie Welton tries to find a quiet and deserted place within the castle grounds. Jamie stands in the garden on a tiled path, looking around. All around him is landscaped grounds, a pond with clear water filled with fish. Jamie Welton looks around, surveying the grounds of Earl Simon's castle. He observes a fence planted with flowers stands a wooden building against a backdrop of densely planted lem. Around the building are potted flowers and carts. Jamie Welton explores the grounds of Earl Simon's castle, behind an iron fence with lanterns on posts. In front of the fence is a small fountain. Behind the fence is a tall stone gazebo with columns. In the center of the gazebo are chairs and a table. Jamie Welton looks around in wonder as he walks along the path past a long bed of tulips. He reasoned that the walkway and Earl Simon not only had a talent for magic, but also for commerce. He has developed his abilities to the highest level. Jamie Welton reasons aloud that he's looking forward to their conversation with Earl Simon. Suddenly, from the back, Jamie dispenses a question about who he's looking forward to talking to. Jamie doesn't turn his head back, shifting his gaze to the side. Jamie Welton instantly spreads the fingers of his hands, lowered down. He begins to release streams of energy, a blue glow beginning to spread through the air. Jamie tenses his arm in anticipation of striking. Jamie Welton instantly waves his arm in front of him, holding the glowing, magical energy stream in his hand to strike, drawing it aside. Jamie's arm is bent at the elbow in front of his face. The other arm is brought down sideways. Jamie Welton's magical energy flow was directed forward. He began a swift movement towards the girl who had asked the question. The girl looks at Jamie fearfully, expecting a punch to the neck. She gritted her teeth, rounding her eyes. Jamie Welton makes a short sound. He stares focusedly ahead, not averting his gaze. He opens his mouth slightly. Jamie holds his hand out in front of him, directing a stream of energy towards the girl. The glow from the stream spreads around Jamie. Jamie Welton bends his arm at the elbow. extending his fingers upward and finishing directing the flow of energy. He looks intently at the girl who is standing across from him. He remains silent, pressing his lips together tightly. The girl stands frozen in place. Frozen by the fright she has experienced thanks to Jamie Welton. Drops of sweat drip down from her face, dripping from her chin. She has her mouth ajar, recovering her breath and making short sounds. The girl yells loudly at Jamie Welton, mouth wide open. How dare he threaten her out of the blue? She opened her eyes wide with tears protruding. The girl's raised her hands to her chest and clenched them into fists. Jamie Welton calmly asks the girl, well, who suddenly spoke behind his back. The girl looks at Jamie angrily, gritting her teeth. She furrows her eyebrows and utters, "What tactlessness towards the lady." Jamie Welton considers himself lucky that he didn't impale the lady. He looks at the girl with a calm gaze and asks who she is and how she snuck up behind him. He stands there confidently, not expressing any emotion. The girl's eyes rounded up happily, fiery in color. She started asking a lot of questions to Jamie Welton. Is she? Is he wondering who she is? To tell or not? The girl is so frightened that now she has absolutely no desire to speak. Jamie Welton doesn't notice anything around him. He stares intently at the girl without averting his gaze. He is annoyed that she managed to conceal her presence. His manner of speech is also annoying. Jamie replies to the girl that he is not in the mood to play with her right now. Jamie Welton is not in the mood to play these games with the girl right now. He instantly released an arrow of magical energy again. With its sharp end, it swiftly flew forward, cutting space and changing shape. The arrow of magical energy released from Jamie Welton's hands swiftly flew downwards and hit the ground very close to the girl's feet. The arrow shattered the ground, small cracks emanating from where it hit the ground. The girl lowered her eyes down, watching the impact into the ground near her feet. Her eyes rounded, her eyebrows raised upwards. She could feel the tension and fear. She froze in place. The girl's bangs fall over her eyes. The girl looks down thoughtfully, frozen in place. Near her feet, a crack in the ground from Jamie Welton's magical strike has been left, smoke billowing from it. It's a Class 2 magical air bullet. Jamie Welton seriously tells the girl that if her resistance to magic is low, he will impale her like a rag doll. A little thing like her will go to the other world instantly. Jamie holds up a finger with smoke coming from it. The girl's froze in place. Without making any movement, she looks at Jamie Welton in surprise, feeling anxious and tense. He ponders what's wrong with him and whether he meant it just now. Her eyes are rounded. Jamie Welton does not take his gaze off the girl. He stares intently. Jamie's hand is raised slightly up, next to his face, lifting a finger up. Jamie asks the girl, clarifying that apparently she still doesn't want to answer him. The girl begins to cry, squeezing her eyes tightly shut in fright. She screams loudly, opening her mouth wide. No, no. She really wants to tell him everything. He has to wait. The girl, stopping Jamie, heads swiftly in his direction, stretching out her arms. Jamie Welton stands still, waiting intently for her response. He holds his finger in the air and says to her, "Hurry up or he will shoot." The girl stands fearfully across from him and answers loudly, stammering and repeating, "She's Ashwi Balyu." Jamie Welton interjects, "Balyu? The Viscount Balyu family?" Ashwi Balyu loudly replies to Jamie that yes, she is the second daughter of the Viscount Balyu family, and she is a summoner. Ashwi puts her head down, squinting her eyes. Jamie clarified, "A summoner?" Spirit summoner was a term applied to mages who made a mystical contract with the spirits of nature. There aren't many summoners, even on the continent. They are treated as outstanding talents who can receive a baronial title for existence. And this little girl is a spirit summoner, thought Jamie Welton. The wind spirit. She used it to approach him stealthily. In the days of the dawn of the country, not even a spirit would have been able to hide its presence from Jamie. It was surprising, though. Jamie and Ashwi were about the same age, but she had already made contact with the spirit. Training to get in touch with nature is done after the age of 10, but this girl is a genius born with a predisposition to nature. If you train hard, you can even make contact with the king himself. Ashwi Balyu asks Jamie Welton, calling out to him. He's found out who she is, and now he has to tell him about himself, who he is to use such dangerous magic. Jamie Welton looks at Ashwi Balyu with interest and straining, says with a sneer that she is the one for him. Upon hearing the answer, she regrets her question. She seems to be the kind of person who can't live without trouble. Ashwi Balyu stands still and looks at Jamie Welton intently. When she hears his response, she says, "Yes, is there anyone else here but him?" Despite Jamie's threats, she wants to hear a full answer from him. Jamie Welton introduced himself, giving his name. He is the heir to Welton County. Jamie is pleased to meet Ashvi Balue. Jamie stares intently at Ashvi and calmly tells him about himself. Jamie's hair falls over his face, strands laying down without covering his eyes. More information about the Bal family. Viscount Bala is a loyal vassal of the Earl of Welton. Ashwi Balue looks questioningly and dazedly at Jamie Welton. Her eyes rounded, she opened her mouth and froze in place. Count Argino of Welton freezes over the bloodied man who is kneeling with his hands tied. Argino pronounced that he was tiring of him. He turned a blind eye to his shenanigans because he believed he had a positive influence on his lands. The man coughs loudly, expectorating the blood that has accumulated in his mouth. Blood streams down his lips, falling to the floor. The man's head is down, eyes wide open, tears dripping from his eyes. The man is tense and fearful. Count Argino Welton feels anger and aggressively asks the man, how dare he engage in human trafficking in his domain? Argino brings his foot to the man's chin. Streams of blood drip from his chin. His mouth is ajar. Count Argino Welton lifts with his foot the head of the man, who sits kneeling on the floor. The man makes short, muffled noises. Argino tells the man that this is the act of a man out of his mind, or headed for the other world. Count Argino Welton freezes in place and stares the man down intently. He is feeling aggression and anger. Argino addresses the man. So he has decided to go to the other world. Then he will grant his wish. Argino's eyes are intense. Count Argino Welton holds the man's head with his foot, lifting it by the chin. The man kneels on the floor, his hands tied behind his back. He is in incredible fear. Tears rolling down his cheek from his eyes, blood dripping from his mouth, his body shaking. Count Argino Welton abruptly turns around in the other direction to leave the room. Argino's long hair is twisted into a ponytail. He instructs his subordinates in a calm tone to hang this man from the gallows. Count Argino Welton leaves the room where the man remains. At the exit of the room, next to the tall ajar door, are two men who stand frozen in place and loudly reply to Argino that they are being obeyed. Count Argino Welton walks down the hallway from the room from the open door he came out of. A tired look stares ahead. He has given instructions to prepare a carriage. He leaves immediately. Behind Argino stands his subordinate in uniform and loudly replies, "Aye." Count Argino Welton leaves his estate. A black carriage pulled by black horses pulls out of a tall iron gate onto a dirt road. Cone-shaped shrubs are planted along the road on the estate up to the gate. It is dark outside. Under a tree sit men chained together. Tomorrow they face punishment from the decree of Earl Argino Welton. The man in front looks down wistfully, tears protruding in his eyes. At the back, the man behind sobs loudly, mentioning his boss. Above, a man in a black cloak with a hood pulled over his head sits on a tree branch. He turns sharply, surveying the grizzled men below, and curses unhappily. Amidst the foliage of the lush bushes of the trees, he is nowhere to be seen. A man in a tree wearing a black cloak reasons that rival has been defeated, instructing him to prepare for Plan B. Among the branches of the tree, he extends his hand, holding a small, cracked blue ball in the air between his fingers. The grounds of Earl Simon's estate. A narrow body of water runs throughout the grounds, which is filled with a fountain. Across the pond are bridges to which there are various paths, stone, wooden. The territory is greened. Jamie Welton is walking along the paving stone path towards the bridge to the beginning of the reservoir. He is followed slowly by Ashvi Balue. They walk past a small pond filled with fish. The landscaped area is lined with stone paths. Jamie Welton walks ahead. He is disgruntled, his eyebrows drawn together, his forehead furrowed, his lips tightly pressed together. His mind is jumbled by the fact that Ashvi Balue is following him. Ashvi trails behind, silently looking at Jamie, perplexed. Jamie Welton abruptly turns back and loudly shouts in irritation to Ashvi Balue why she is following him. Jamie is furious, furrowing his brow and lowering his eyebrows. Ashwi stops and stares intently at Jamie. Jamie Welton stares intently at Ashwi Balue, standing half-turned. He tells her warningly that the fact that her father is his father's vassal has nothing to do with them. Jamie drew his eyebrows together sadly, furrowing his brow. Ashwi Balue has her head down, looking down in front of her in embarrassment. She quietly utters that she's still a lord after all. Growlingly, she continued to speak, so Jamie would stop talking to her formally. Tears came to Ashwi's eyes. Jamie Welton says menacingly and warningly that he's gone. And before he can say anything to stop her from chasing after him, Ashwi Balue abruptly and firmly grabs his hand by the wrist. Jamie Welton starts to move and didn't see it coming. Jamie Welton quickly starts to move forward, but Ashwi Balue's hand holds his arm by the wrist. She stands still, tears coming to her eyes. Jamie rolls his eyes unhappily and says irritably, "There." Jamie Welton turns his face sharply toward Ashwi Balu and stares at her intently. His eyes and pupils are dilated. His eyebrows are drawn together and his forehead is furrowed. Jamie asks Ashvi irritably what the hell she's picking on him for. Ashvi Balu on emotion starts yelling to Jamie Welton because it's the first time she's met her age and she just wants to be friends. Ashvi bent her arms at the elbows, tensed her fists, and pressed them against her chest. She squeezed her eyes tightly shut where tears had come out. Jamie Welton froze in place. She stares intently at Ashwi Balu and is at a loss to befriend her. Those words shot through him like lightning. He opened his eyes wide, raised his eyebrows upward. Jamie Welton and Ashvi Balu stood across from each other. Jamie silently put his head down, frozen in place. He tensely ponders the fact that he hadn't thought of that. Ashwi covers her face with her hands from the emotion she is experiencing. Jamie Welton looks questioningly at Ashwi Balu with his mouth ajar. He is tense and anxious, wondering why friends are needed. Aren't they a burden? Jamie is frozen in place. Ashwi Balu stands across the room and looks at Jamie. Jamie Welton ponders that for such a little girl, it must be important. He closed his eyes, lowering his eyebrows, feeling the tension. He opened his mouth, gritted his teeth. Jamie froze in place, trying to understand Ashwi Balu's intentions. Ashwi Balu stared intently at Jamie Welton. Her eyes are wide open, her lips are tightly closed, the corners of her mouth are pulled down frustratedly. She is embarrassed and uncomfortable. Jamie doesn't understand what this has to do with him. Jamie Welton turns around irritably, closes his eyes, puts his hands in his pockets, and intends to walk away. He tells Ashwi Bala to look for someone else. He doesn't need companionship. Ashvi shouts loudly to Jamie, stopping him. Ashwi Balu yelled loudly to Jamie Welton for being so cruel. She was overcome with emotion and bitterly raised her hands in front of her, bending at the elbows and clenching her fists. Her mouth opened wide in a scream, her eyes squeezed tightly shut. Tears came to her eyes. Jamie Welton reflected that it sounded friendly. Friends, affection, you lose your open mind because of them. Jamie walks alone down a tiled path through the garden area of Earl Simon's castle. Jamie Welton has stopped on the garden path in front of the tall iron gates at the entrance to the front of Earl Simon's castle. He stares thoughtfully ahead and ponders what if he had been spared such emotions from the beginning. He would not have suffered such a defeat in a past life. Jamie Welton stares thoughtfully ahead. He pressed his lips tightly together. He was immersed in memories from a past life that had brought him a series of unpleasant consequences. Jamie Welton has his head down silently. He stares intently at one point with tension and irritation. Jamie ponders. The damn little thing is causing unsolicited memories to surface. From outside, someone called out loudly to Jamie Welton. Jamie Welton heard. From suddenly his eyes widened. He stares in front of him, not realizing who interrupted his thoughts. He opened his mouth and froze in place. 3 people have appeared. In the front is a guy with red hair who stands confidently in place with his hands in his pockets. He looks at Jamie Welton with interest. Behind him stand 2 guys, propping their hands to their sides. Jamie Welton turns his head toward the 3 guys who have appeared. He looks at them thoughtfully and ponders. Blood-red hair. Looks like the son of Earl Simon. Jamie froze in place and stares intently, pressing his lips together. Jamie Welton looks intently at Earl Simon's son and calmly asks what is needed. Earl Simon's son has heard the way Jamie has addressed him and asks him perplexed, "What?" He looks intently at Jamie. A guy with a short potty haircut, wearing a suit and tie, stands behind Count Simon's son. He raises his hand in front of him, wrinkling his forehead and narrowing his eyes, and asks with a sneer, "Why does this little brat talk to the older men like that?" The other guy with the short, stylized haircut in the suit opens his mouth wide, raises his hand and points his index finger forward, loudly addressing Jamie Welton. At least he knows who's in front of him. Earl Simon's eldest son. The heir to the family is Alf. Alf lifted his head proudly, pressing his lips tightly together and closing his eyes. He is pleased with the way he has been introduced and enjoys his high position. Jamie Welton dazedly pondered. It had gotten too noisy. Jamie Welton asked to create silence, accompanied by a gesture. He raised his hand, his index finger bringing it to his mouth. Jamie gritted his teeth contentedly, squinting his eyes slightly, looking intently at Alf and his company. The 2 guys who came along with Alf are tense and anxious. They don't understand what's going on. One of them has closed his eyes, furrowed his brow and opened his mouth slightly. The other is tensely staring in front of him, not realizing what is happening to him. The two guys who came in with Alf try to say the words, but they can't. They feel anxious and tense, opening their mouths in panic. Tears protrude in their eyes. Alf watches them questioningly. Alf raises his hand, pointing a bent index finger at the two boys. He feels anxious and fearful as he stares intently at Jamie Welton and asks him, has he cast a silence spell on them now? Jamie Welton closed his eyes contentedly and mockingly said to Alf that he knows magic. He's a chimpanzee compared to those monkeys. Jamie raised his hand in front of him, his index finger waving upwards, catching Alf's attention. Alf irritably yells at Jamie Welton, "What's with the sass? Isn't he aware that Alf is actually the eldest?" Jamie calmly replies that let's not talk about that, and he should get to the point before Jamie does the same to him. Jamie Welton waves his hand in front of him, pointing his index finger to the side, showing Alf that he is ready to get down to business. Alf froze in place, wary of Jamie's hand, tense and afraid. Count Simon's son Alf begins to defiantly cough. He presents his hand to his mouth, clenching it slightly into a fist. He coughs with his eyes closed and his mouth ajar. Alf feels tension and fear. Alf spreads his arms apart, with his palms facing upwards. He tenses, and with a mocking squint of his eyes tells Jamie Welton that he didn't come for an argument, just to talk. Calling Jamie Jr. points out that he's cool, using the magic of silence. Jamie Welton grudgingly says back to Alf that he's talking nonsense, and he's not interested in listening to him. Jamie sends Alf off to go where he was going. Jamie ponders who Alf is calling Jr. here. Jamie holds his hand up in the air. Alf is displeased with Jamie Welton's response. He yells loudly and angrily, stammering if he knows who he is. Alf raises his hand in front of him. Jamie Welton looks at him and calmly says he is the son of Earl Simon. Who else? Alf stares at Jamie Welton intently, feeling the tension. He utters perplexed, so he's aware he's Earl Welton's son. That's why Alf wanted to talk. Jamie Welton ponders silently. He almost sighs. Alf stands in front of Jamie Welton, spreading his hands apart and saying that he was embarrassed that Jamie suddenly spoke informally, hence the misunderstanding. Jamie ponders. If he hadn't shown his powers, he would have used the Force. Alf says with a smirk that he will be the top of the Eastern aristocracy in the future, asking Jamie Welton if it wouldn't be better to be friends now. Alf stares intently at Jamie, waiting for an answer. Jamie Welton looks at Alf intently, having listened to everything he has to say. He wonders if Alf is going around hinting that Jamie will be his subordinate. All he knows how to do is talk, Jamie Welton ponders, chuckling, and why he has to listen to this pathetic babble. He firmly pronounces that he refuses. He's not interested in playing alpha, not wanting to know anything about it, sending her away since the case is over. Alf hears Jamie Welton's reply and gets angry. He yells menacingly, which means Jamie refuses his offer. Alf warns Jamie Welton that he will regret it yet. Alf furrows his brow, lowering his eyebrows down angrily. Alf brings it to Jamie Welton's attention that he should now look at this and compare it to his own pathetic charms. Alf momentarily releases the magical glowing orb from his hands, which is inside 2 arcs on a short base. Alf warns Jamie Welton that from now on he will tiptoe in front of it and treat it with the respect it deserves. Alf looks at Jamie confidently, smiling broadly. He holds up an orb in his hand, magical streams of energy emanating from it. Alf stretches his arm forward, pointing the wand with the orb at Jamie Welton. Streams of energy emanate from the wand and hover around. Alf stands confidently in place and watches Jamie. Jamie stares silently at the wand, frozen in surprise. Jamie Welton grinned as he watched Alf threaten him with the magic wand. He gritted his teeth in a grin, head down slightly, the corners of his mouth lifted upward. Jamie froze in place, watching Alf. Jamie Welton smiles caustically through clenched teeth. He looks carefully at Alf, who points the rod at him and utters what he means from the beginning. Alf intended a show of brute force for Jamie. Alf furrows his brow, lowering his eyebrows. He looks at Jamie Welton intently with anger and a sense of his own superiority of power. He utters that he wanted to use magic but changed his mind. He is more comfortable following his own methods. Jamie Welton hears Alf's words and watches him thoughtfully. His eyes stare calmly ahead, scrutinizing him. Jamie locks his lips tightly together and reasons that it's disgusting, so petty and already so much hypocrisy. Alf asks Jamie Welton thoughtfully if it bothers him that the adults won't stay away. Introducing at the same time the kin on both sides. She's Belle Welton, Earl Simon, and his consort the Countess. Alf points his staff in the direction of Jamie Welton. Jamie calmly raises his hand and explains to Alf that if a commotion rises, he's the one in trouble. Around Alf, the guys kneel around him, making short noises. Alf smiles evasively, feeling his power and integrity. He stares intently at Jamie Welton, furrowing his brow slightly and ulceratingly says, in answer to Jamie's question, that he could care less. Alf explains to Jamie Welton that because of this, no one will know what's really going on here. Alf holds in his palm a glowing magic ball that emits streams of magical energy. Alf slammed his foot into the ground sharply and forcefully. Dust sprays rose up from under his feet and traveled in different directions. Alf kicked his foot against the ground, and the splashes of magical energy began to spread from him further in different directions in a circle. At the epicenter of the magical energy flows stands Alf. Next to him on his knees with his hands on the ground are two of his buddies. Jamie Welton watches the magic that Alf has applied. The magic dome covered the radius they were in from above. Jamie Welton asks Alf what this artifact of illusion magic is. He seems to have a knack for magic. Alf taunts Jamie Welton, pointing out to him that he will soon be weak and crawling at his feet. He opens his mouth wide, baring his teeth. His gaze stared intently at Jamie Welton, eyebrows lowered, forehead furrowed. Alf menacingly shifted his gaze sideways to his two buddies. He loudly instructs them that the two of them shouldn't sit back either. Alf's eyebrows are lowered, and his forehead is furrowed. Alf is feeling anger and rage. Alf's two buddies stare perplexedly in front of him. They sigh loudly, streams of magical energy moving around their necks and heads. Jamie Welton, Alf, and his two buddies stand under the magical dome. Alf angrily tells Jamie that he thought he was going to the other side of the world out of boredom. Alf thinks Jamie is crazy and hasn't realized yet that he should have run back to Welton with his tail between his legs. Jamie Welton stands still and stares thoughtfully away, ignoring Alf's exclamations. He thinks Alf has a great artifact. Alf tries to shout to Jamie, addressing him that Jamie is deaf and won't leave him like that. Jamie Welton turns his head sharply toward Alf and his buddies. He stares focusedly ahead, a slight smirk present on his face. Jamie Welton says calmly, turning to Alf, which is interesting. Being under the magical dome, Alf is aggressively concentrating on Jamie Welton, trying to figure out what he is interested in. Alf began to say, without finishing, that since Jamie had not yet realized the situation, from today onwards, their family is the Welton family. Jamie Welton instantly used magic, voicing, "Pain!" Magical streams of energy directed towards Alf and his buddies. They froze in place and stare puzzledly forward at Jamie Welton with their mouths ajar. Jamie Welton ominously asks Alf and his buddies not to turn off the artifact. Blood begins to pour from Alf and his buddies' eyes, nose, and mouth. It drips down their faces, staining their clothes. They open their mouths fearfully and stare intently at Jamie Welton. Jamie Welton has warned them that otherwise their ugly faces, shaking in pain, will become public knowledge. Jamie smiles and lightly lifts his hand, index finger pointing upwards. Jamie Welton smiles and stands still, watching as Alf and his buddies fall to the ground, kneeling and cradling their arms. Blood drips from their faces onto the ground. Alf and the two guys are lying on the ground trying to regain consciousness. One of the guys pleads longingly for his brother to save him. Alf is on his knees, resting his arms on the ground. The other guy is lying on his side, uttering a long sentence that sounds like his head is about to explode. Count Simon's son Alf rests his hands on the ground. The magic Jamie Welton used makes him vomit. White liquid spurts down onto the ground, getting on his hands. He makes short sounds from the vomit coming out of him. Alf rests his hands on the ground. His face is pointed downward. Alf vomits again, the white liquid from his mouth dripping down. Alf makes short noises, coughs out. Teardrops run down from his face. Drops of blood are visible on his face. Alf says angrily that he's going to kill Jamie Welton, and he won't let him get away with it. He ponders how this could have happened. He doesn't have enough strength. Jamie Welton, 4th grade. Alf looks down perplexed, tears dripping from his eyes. Alf ponders, he is only 2nd class. How could this happen? Why on earth did this happen? Alf froze in place, looking puzzled at the ground. He is angry, tears dripping from his eyes. Alf's mouth is ajar. Alf ponders. Wasn't Jamie Welton just a kid from a knight's family? After all, the Welton family is only famous for their swordsmanship skills. From where did Jamie acquire such magical abilities? A talent that Alf doesn't have. Alf rests his hands on the ground while kneeling. His head is lowered down parallel to the ground. He stares intently at the ground, tears dripping from his eyes, running down his nose. Alf feels anger and hatred towards Jamie Welton. Alf rests his hands on the ground on his knees. He slowly tries to stand up, propping himself up on the tips of his toes, spreading his arms out to the sides. Alf walks slowly towards the castle, shoving his hands in his pockets. He has his head down slightly, pitching his body forward. He looks down thoughtfully and says out loud with resentment that he will never forgive Jamie Welton. Alf won't just let it go. He stares intently in front of him with anger and aggression. Drool runs down his chin from his mouth. Alf ponders. This talent of Jamie Welton's, it needs to be put to death, so he won't be able to use magic anymore. Alf and the two boys walk slowly down a long hallway on the second floor of the castle. The two boys walk forward. Alf follows behind them. The floor of the corridor is lined with red carpeting, an open hallway that overlooks the lower floor. The guy with the stacked haircut looks away and asks his brother, hesitating, "Surely everything will be all right, after all stealing a magical item." The guy with the potty haircut makes a short sound thoughtfully. They are experiencing anxiety and fear. Alf responds to his buddies about what could go wrong. He aggressively tells him to shut up and follow him. Alf stares ahead at his buddies with aggression and anger. He furrows his brow and lowers his eyebrows. Alf and the two guys stand side by side. Suddenly, someone called Alf's name, calling his brother. Alf turns sharply and stares intently ahead. His gaze is angry. He furrowed his brow and brought his eyebrows together. The boys turned at the voice too, to see who it was. A red-haired boy peeks out from around the corner, squinting his eyes contentedly and raising a hand in front of him in greeting to his brother. He smiles with his mouth slightly open. His hair falls over his face, covering one half of it. Alf freezes in place and menacingly asks Lennon what he's doing here. Alf stares at him intently, waiting for an answer, and furrows his brow. The two guys stand behind Alf and half look at Lennon. Lennon stands across from him. Lennon responds to Alf by calling him his own brother. He is sad to ask what he is doing here. Lennon looks intently at Alf with one eye. The other eye is covered by blood-red-colored hair. Above his ear, his hair is pinned back with invisible hairpins. Lennon smiles wryly and says, "Can he stay away when his favorite brother is hurt?" Lennon looks at Alf carefully and reaches forward. In his open palm is a gold-colored brooch with a red stone inside. Alf freezes in place and stares intently at Lennon's hand in which the brooch lies. He keeps his eyes on it. Alf stammeringly asks Lennon where he got such a dangerous item. Alf is tense and anxious. Lennon squints his eyes and smilingly replies to Alf, "Does it matter?" Lennon suggests that Alf do away with the Welton boy. He holds out an artifact to Alf and suggests he take it. Alf freezes in place, stares intently at the artifact and remains silent. Alf smiles evilly and stares intently at the artifact in Lennon's hand. He pronounces that really, what the hell does it matter where Lennon got it from? The important thing is to beat the brat to death. Alf feels a thirst for revenge and aggression. Deep in the night, Count Argino Welton's carriage pulls up to the gate for passage to the larger grounds of Simon's castle. They drive over a bridge past shrubs cut in patterns. There are stone turrets on the sides of the bridge. Count Argino. Welton's carriage comes to a stop. Count Argino. Welton's carriage door is opened by an usher. Argino looks out of the carriage at the carriage in front of him. At the carriage, he is met by Count Simon. They look at each other. Count Simon smiles happily, squinting his eyes. He tells Count Argino Welton in a friendly manner that it has been a long time since they have seen each other. Count Simon extends his hand to Count Argino Welton to say hello. Count Simon is wearing a cape with symbols and fur on his shoulder. Count Argino Welton squints his eyes, arching his eyebrows, and mockingly tells Count Simon that, wow, the Count came out to greet him in person, continuing to joke in a wide smile that tomorrow the sun will rise in the west. Count Argino Welton and Count Simon stand across from each other, holding hands in greeting. Earl Welton asks Earl Simon how he is doing, to which he replies that there is no reason for them to go badly, first suggesting that Earl Welton come inside. In the room of Earl Simon's castle, the lights are on. The room is in dark colors. The base of the ceiling is lined with light-colored patterned tiles. Against the wall is a tall cabinet filled with books. A few lamps on the ceiling with different numbers of plafonds illuminate the room. In the room, the Earl of Welton and opposite Earl Simon sit in chairs at an empty wide table. The Earl of Welton spreads his arms out in front of him and asks if today's banquet ended safely. Earl Simon replies that it was, as always. Earl Simon's eyelids are slightly lowered and his eyes squinted. He calmly tells Earl Welton without emotion that he has seen his son. Count Simon's blood-red hair falls over his face, covering it partially. Count Argino Welton has heard what Count Simon said of his son, and looks at him with interest, asking if it is true and how he is to him. The Earl of Welton froze in place, waiting for an answer. Earl Welton's hair was tucked into a ponytail, bangs falling over his face. Count Simon slightly leaned his body forward, resting his hand on his knee. He pronounced how cleverly Earl Welton had oriented himself, quickly hiding the nature of a loving father. Earl Welton replies warmly, grinning that children are the meaning of his life. Earl Simon pronounces that he envies Earl Welton's strength of feeling. Count Argento Welton looks at Count Simon perplexed, not knowing what he means. He asks him what has changed since their last meeting. Count Simon hesitates, shifting his gaze to the side. He opened his mouth slightly, pushing the corners of his mouth down. Count Simon is silent for a while, holding the pause, not realizing how best to answer Count Argento Welton to his question. Count Simon begins to speak, spreading his arms to the sides, showing his emotions. He pronounces, more importantly, Count Argento Welton's son is truly amazing. No, it is more accurate to say he is stunning. A smile appeared on Count Simon's face. Count Argento Welton listens to Count Simon attentively, focusing his gaze and frowning his eyebrows. Count Welton sits silently, not understanding what Count Simon is talking about. Count Argento Welton clamped his eyes tightly shut, lowering his face down. He furrowed his brow, lowering his eyebrows. Count Welton is feeling tense and displeased. He doesn't like that Count Simon is going around and around. Count Argento Welton, with a smile on his face, locking eyes, asks Count Simon if the Count thinks his son is capable. Earl Welton wants to know Earl Simon's opinion by bluntly asking him a question about Jamie Welton. Count Simon pensively puts his head down slightly and looks forward, smiling evasively. He replies to Count Argento Welton, "Capable? What nonsense." Count Simon's hair falls over his face, partially covering it. Count Simon replies that he thinks Jamie Welton, son of Count Argento Welton, is the best man he has ever seen. No, there is no man in history stronger than he. That is Earl Simon's judgment of Jamie Welton. Count Argento Welton crossed his fingers of his hands in front of him. With a smile, Earl Simon speaks in the words of the Marquis of Rinmol. Count Simon listens to Count Welton thoughtfully, rests his face on his hand, and asks, "Did Rinmol personally meet Jamie?" Count Argento Welton puts his palms together, the thin fingers of his hands lightly touching each other. He said that he had known about Jamie's abilities for a long time, but he had not realized that Jamie was so good. That's why he called out to the Marquis. Count Argento Welton has his head down, looking thoughtfully in front of him. He pronounces that if Jamie has an innate talent for magic, he can become a sorcerer and use his gift to benefit himself in the world. Count Simon listens intently to the words of Count Argento Welton and says with a sneer in response, "For an archmage to become a mentor, simply unbelievable." Count Argento Welton grinned back and replied that the Marquis had refused. Count Simon squints his eyes slightly, looks at Count Argento Welton and says with a smile that he understands, "This child is an extraordinary genius. He will develop his own abilities and rise to the legendary 9th grade." Count Simon turned his hand, making a gesture with his fingers. He pronounces that he is actually jealous of Jamie's innate talent, more outstanding than his. But on the other hand, he wants to see what a mage with skills honed to perfection can do. Count Argento Welton raised his head abruptly and looks at Count Simon perplexed. He feels tense and anxious, resting his large hands on the back of his chair. He pitched his body forward slightly and spoke questioningly in a loud voice. "Count!" Count Simon slowly reached forward, opening his palm and spreading his thin fingers apart. He tries to explain to Count Argento of Welton, straining to utter that they humans are too weak-willed. Count Simon tells Count Argento Welton that humans have created incredible civilizations, but it is only their vision. The mages are too weak compared to the dragons and high elves. In these civilizations, humans have to fight for their existence. Count Simon goes on to tell Count Argento Welton that their world only holds on because of swordsmen like him, Count Argento Welton. Count Argento Welton is one of the 5 swordmasters of the kingdom. Count Simon smirks, lifting the corners of his mouth upwards and questioningly says, "What if a 9th grade mage appears?" Taking a short pause, he looks at Count Argento Welton carefully, keeping his eyes fixed on him. Count Argento Welton listens to Count Simon intently. He has lowered his eyes thoughtfully and is looking down. Lips tightly closed, he is analyzing the information Count Simon is feeding. Count Welton is experiencing tension. Count Simon slightly pitches his body forward. He says with a smile that even the dragons at the top of the magic world wouldn't dare to let a 9th grade mage out of their sight. Count Welton said thoughtfully, "Count." Count Simon looks ahead thoughtfully. He calmly tells Count Argento Welton that he very much wants the race of humans to begin to dominate this world. Blood-red hair falls over his face, covering it partially. Count Argento Welton stares intently at Count Simon. He feels tense as he listens to the Earl's speech. Count Welton calmly utters, voicing his observation that Count Simon is too vain. Count Simon seriously pronounces that being vain is not a bad thing, pointing out to Count Argento Welton that he is more aware than anyone of this erased and forgotten history of their lands. Count Simon stares intently at Count Welton. Count Arjuna Welton cast his eyes downward thoughtfully. A history consigned to oblivion, a secret known only to a small number of people on the continent. It is an event that happened about 10,000 years ago that caused the entire history of to disappear. However, the gods have not shared this secret with humans. Count Simon believes that humanity needs a force that can resist them. Count Arjuna Welton mentally ponders with his eyes closed tightly and his lips pressed together. To prevent human civilization and history from disappearing again, Count Arjuna Welton has raised his head and is looking intently at Count Simon. They sit silently across from each other. Count Simon pronounces to Count Arjuna Welton that he can go to rest. It is very late. It is deep night outside the window. The moon brightly illuminates the space, being behind the clouds. There is still a light burning in the room, with bright red flowers on the window. Count Arjuna Welton answers Earl Simon, reminding him to remember to get some rest. They will see each other tomorrow. In the study that Earl Simon and Welton were in, the light remains on, the door shut tightly after leaving. Deep into the night, in the dedicated chambers of Earl Simon's castle, Jamie Welton sleeps. On a large bed covered with a white sheet and colored pillows, Jamie lies covered with a blanket. Next to the bed is a bedside table with a lamp emitting a dim light. Jamie Welton is asleep on the bed, lying on his back with his mouth slightly open. Standing over his bed is his father, Earl Arjuna Welton, looking at Jamie thoughtfully. He reflects that his child is a genius with great expectations. Count Arjuna Welton is frozen in place, looking at Jamie Welton thoughtfully, without averting his gaze, with his head down. He reflects that as a parent, he is worried about his incredible innate abilities. Count Arjuna Welton looks at Jamie Welton and reflects that, to him, he's nothing but a sweet and adorable son. He watches Jamie sleeping soundly in the bed. Jamie lies face up, lips slightly ajar. Count Arjuna Welton stands beside the bed of the sleeping Jamie Welton with his hands down. He reflects, addressing Jamie, that his father will do his best, so he should just grow up to be a good boy. A new day has dawned. Count Simon's castle is lit up by the bright sun. The castle stands surrounded by a body of clear blue water. On the other side of the castle you can see high hills. In front of the castle facade is a huge green garden, cut in the shape of a labyrinth. In the castle, a ball continues in the reception hall, where those present socialize among themselves, observe the surroundings, and sit at the tables. Beside a small circular stage are round tables decorated and set with drinks and food. Jamie Welton sits in a chair, leaning on the back of the chair and throwing his head back. He ponders why his father was so wary last night. He's curious, but with his current abilities, he's unable to apply the mind control skill. Suddenly, Ashwi Balu appears next to Jamie Welton, shouting loudly to him. She opened her eyes wide, watching Jamie intently. Ashwi pitched her body forward slightly, trying to shout to Jamie. Jamie Welton turns his head grudgingly and coldly towards Ashwi Balu, who is standing next to him. He shifted his gaze to her, opened his mouth slightly and said, "What didn't he tell her yesterday that he didn't care about her?" Ashwi Balu replies loudly and cheerfully to Jamie Welton that she does care about him. She laughs, opening her mouth wide. Her eyes wide open, she stares intently at Jamie. She has bows tied in her hair. She is wearing a white dress. Ashwi Balu turns her head to the side, raises her hands to her mouth, tensing her fingers and shouts loudly, beckoning to her sister. Shwi has closed her eyes in embarrassment. Jamie Welton watches Ashwi Balu and reacts to her yelling to someone. Jamie Welton is tense and displeased when he hears Ashwi Balu shouting. He looks up and wonders if Ashwi Balu is calling out for someone else. Jamie Welton lowered his eyebrows, furrowed his brow, and opened his mouth slightly. Jamie Welton stands up abruptly and grudgingly says he's leaving. He doesn't want to get any closer to them. Ashvi asks Jamie where he's going since their families are close. He could just say hello. Jamie replies that it's inconsiderate. Viscount Balu's eldest daughter, Rebecca Balu, walks up, and with her hands clasped in front of her on her chest, says to Ashwi Balu that she should not forget to be polite. He is the Earl's son, and she allows herself to be rude. Jamie Welton turns his head sharply upon hearing Rebecca Balu's head. His gaze scrutinizes Rebecca. Ashwi Balu pronounces that Jamie asked to speak to him like that. Rebecca misfires, calling her name sharply. Jamie Welton thoughtfully pronounces Wyam. He froze in place and stares intently at Rebecca Balu, his eyes rounded. Ashvi Balu pronounces what it is, has fallen in love with her sister at first sight. Of course, because she's too beautiful. Jamie Welton froze in place and stares intently at Rebecca Balu, keeping his eyes wide open. He is puzzled as to how she came to be here. Jamie says quietly and thoughtfully, "Jane." His mouth is slightly ajar. Jane is the woman he has loved all his life, who sacrificed herself to the gods for him. The reason Diablo Wolfir had become an emotionless monster. And she reappeared before him. Jane has long blue hair. Jamie Welton froze in place, staring intently at Rebecca Ballou. He clenches his hands into fists. Behind him stands Ashley Ballou. A man appears abruptly from the side, looking at Jamie Welton with a steady gaze. It is Alf, abruptly appearing in front of Jamie Welton. He said angrily, "There he is." He furrowed his brow, lowering his eyebrows with anger and a sense of vengeance. He gritted his teeth, opened his mouth slightly, and stares intently behind Jamie, holding the magic ball in his hand. Alf uttered, "Jamie Welton." He holds the magic ball in his hand, clutching it tightly with his fingers. The magic ball shimmers with different colors of the rainbow. Alf is determined to get revenge on Jamie Welton and is willing to do anything. Alf utters, "You are a lifeless body." He stares intently at Jamie Welton, who froze in place when he saw Rebecca Ballou in front of him. Jamie has clenched fists balled down. Standing behind Jamie's back is Ashley Ballou. Jamie Welton froze in place and stares intently at Rebecca Ballou, keeping his eyes on her. Jamie's eyes are wide open. He opens his mouth slightly and speaks softly. "Jane." Jamie is shocked at what is happening. Rebecca Ballou froze in place, opened her eyes wide and quietly questioned. "Yes?" She's feeling tense and anxious. Rebecca Ballou stares intently at Jamie Welton, keeping her eyes on him. Jamie Welton and Rebecca Ballou are frozen in place, staring intently at each other. They keep their eyes on each other, a sense of excitement and tension filling them. Ashley Ballou looks at them from the side and says perplexedly, "What? He really has a crush on her sister." Alf stands back and watches Jamie Welton. He stares intently, feeling a sense of vengeance. He says angrily with a smile on his face, "Found." Tension hangs in the air from Alf's attitude is aggressive. Alf wrinkles his forehead, frowning his eyebrows. He stares intently at Jamie Welton. A feeling of hatred and aggression has gripped him. His face tenses up. He intends to deliver a crushing blow to Jamie Welton and take revenge. Alf angrily utters, "Henceforth, Jamie Welton should call him Senior." Alf stretches his arm forward, holding the artifact that Lennon handed him. Alf smiles evilly. A fiery stream of energy fills the space for a powerful strike. Jamie Welton doesn't notice Alf and stares intently ahead at Rebecca Ballou. Ashley Ballou notices Alf, who directs a fiery stream of energy at Jamie. She grits her teeth, eyes wide open and looking away. Rebecca Ballou shouts loudly, "Ashvi!" She swiftly heads in her direction to save her from the blow that Alf intends to deliver. Rebecca's eyes open wide with fright, tears welling up in her eyes. Alf says angrily, "Stay out of the way!" Alf freezes in place and stares fearfully forward, seeing the powerful force the artifact emits. He holds it in his raised hand. Alf ponders fearfully, "It can't be." All around, fire particles hover in the air. Alf ponders. The Phantom Phoenix is a 6th-grade fire magic created by Alf's father. He doesn't understand how it could be stopped by a brat like Jamie Welton. Rebecca Ballou pulls her sister Ashley Ballou aside, hugging her tightly. Alf is frozen in place and doesn't understand how Jamie Welton was able to stop 6th-grade fire magic. He stares at him intently. Alf feels tense and angry. He has his mouth ajar in bewilderment. Jamie Welton has frozen in place and is staring intently at Alf. He keeps his eyes on him, silently watching him. Jamie's lips are tightly closed and the corners of his mouth are pulled down. He is tense and displeased. Jamie Welton instantly points his hand forward, releasing magical energy towards the Alpha. He loudly utters, "Go to the other side of the world!" Jamie is feeling tense and aggressive. He stares intently at Alf. Alf frightenedly lowers his head and looks fearfully at his shoulder. He utters questioningly, "What?" The magic that Jamie Welton channeled into him begins to spread through his body in the form of an icy stream, beginning to encompass Alf's body. Alf fearfully raises his hands in front of him, turning his eyes to the side and watching as the icy wave encompasses his body, covering his face and traveling up his head. He opened his mouth, not realizing what he should do next. A wave of ice begins to cover Alf's face, covering his eye and spreading up his body. Alf watches this fearfully. He begins to scream loudly and terrifyingly in fear. A prolonged scream begins to build up. Jamie Welton is frozen in place and watches intently as an icy wave encompasses Alf to destroy. His pupils burn bright pink, eyes wide open. His face is tense. Particles of magic spread through the air. Jamie Welton stares intently at Alf, watching the icy wave engulf him. He opened his mouth slightly. A hand appears in front of Jamie's face and begins to cover his eyes. A calm voice utters, "Jamie, that's enough." Behind Jamie's back is his father, Earl Argino Welton, who holds him tightly by the shoulder with his other hand covering his face. Count Welton stares seriously ahead. Jamie's mouth ajar, eyes wide open, he utters, "Father." Count Argento Welton says to Jamie in a calm voice, reassuring him, "That's it. It's all right." Count Welton's hand begins to cover Jamie's eyes. Jamie, through his fingers, looks forward, silently watching. Count Argento Welton says in a calm voice, "It's okay." Rebecca Ballew hugs her sister Ashwi Ballew tightly, pulling her close to her. They watch fearfully, eyes wide and mouths ajar. Count Argento Welton's hand covers Jamie Welton's face. Through his long fingers, Jamie stopped looking forward and channeling his magic. He slowly closed his eyes, feeling the power and words of Count Welton working on him. In the middle of the reception hall stands Count Argento Welton, holding Jamie, who is unconscious, in his arms. He has dropped to one knee and is looking at Earl Simon in front of him. Count Simon stands calmly and observes the scene. Count Argento Welton looks fearfully and tensely at Jamie, who is unconscious, and holds his head with his hand. He has his mouth ajar. He ponders, words snatches appearing in his head. Jamie is indeed Alpha. Count Argento Welton remembers standing next to Count Simon. Count Welton watches apprehensively with his mouth ajar. Earl Simon looks forward unhappily. At first, Earl Welton thought it was a misunderstanding. But such a thing couldn't happen by mistake. Alf looks fearfully at his shoulder. Jamie Welton's magic spreads through his body in the form of an icy stream, starting to encompass Alf's body. Without Count Welton stopping Jamie, Alf would have gone to the other world. Earl Welton stares intently at Earl Simon. Count Simon ponders. Delightful. Even though Alf is only able to match half of the artifact's power due to his extremely low abilities, an activated phoenix would turn the ballroom into a blazing inferno of chaos. But this child eliminated Count Simon's magic in an instant. 9th grade. Perhaps it is Jamie Welton who can make his dreams come true. Off to the side, Count Simon's countess sits on the floor and holds Alf, who is unconscious, in her arms. They angrily yell at Count Simon that this child wanted to hurt their son. She asks him if he would so easily turn a blind eye to such a thing. Belle Welton stands and watches this while listening to the countess scream. She is feeling angry and tense, staring intently ahead. She aggressively mouths it to her, telling it like it is. Alf tried to attack first. Alf unleashed an argument. At that moment, Alf used an artifact, stretching his arm forward and channeling the fire magic of the Phantom Phoenix. The fire stream gains strength and is ready to deliver a crushing blow to Jamie Welton. Belle Welton continues to ponder aloud, proving to Countess Simon. Alf wanted to attack Jamie Welton with an artifact. The artifact that Alf used is lying on the floor in the middle of the reception hall. It is broken in half. Belle Welton stands in front of Countess Simon, clenching her fists angrily and proving Alf's guilt. He asks her, "Isn't that right, Countess Simon?" Countess Simon sits on the floor, holding Alf in her arms. She stares intently at Belle Welton. Countess Simon starts yelling loudly and aggressively, which Alf just slightly. She opens her mouth wide, screaming her son's innocence on emotion. Her eyes are wide open, with teardrops protruding on them. She's feeling angry and tense. Belle Welton says sadly, looking intently at Countess Simon. She utters, "Slightly? Try to finish that sentence." She furrows her eyebrows, trying to reason with Countess Simon about her son Alf's guilt. Belle Welton yells loudly and angrily at Countess Simon with anger and tension. She, however, asked her to continue. Count Argento Welton carries Jamie Welton away in his arms and turns to Belle, calling her sweetie. Stop. Belle Welton continues to angrily yell at Countess Simon, suggesting that she still needs to figure out what her precious son did. Countess Simon sits on the floor holding an unconscious Alf in her arms and bewilderedly asks, "Who? Anyone?" Countess Simon sits on the floor holding Alf's unconscious body in her arms. She stares intently at Count Simon, quietly saying, "Darling." Count Simon turns aside, looking seriously ahead and not answering anything to Countess Simon. Countess Simon sits on the floor and cradles Alf's unconscious body in her arms. She says hopefully, with tears in her eyes, that no matter how heartless he is, a father will stand up for his son. Count Simon says in a calm voice that their son has made a mistake on such a beautiful day. Countess Simon stares at Count Simon, perplexed by his words. She slightly opens her mouth, tears dripping from her eyes. Count Simon calmly, and without emotion, apologizes to Mrs. Welton for their son, Alf, doing such a thing. He stands still with his hands down. His slightly narrowed eyes look intently at Countess Welton. Belle Welton is enraged. She furrows her brow and lowers her eyebrows. Her eyes are wide open and stare intently at Count Simon. She clenches her teeth, gritting her mouth. Anger overwhelmed her. She froze in place. In the center of the reception hall, flanked by invited guests, The Welton family and the Simon family stand and stare. Earl Welton is holding Jamie in his arms. Next to him is She's Belle Welton. Opposite them is Earl Simon, and behind him on the floor is the Countess and her son. She's Belle Welton hesitated. Earl Simon had pulled himself together surprisingly quickly. After his apology, she cannot continue to express her displeasure. She's Belle Welton closed her eyes and uttered that they accept their apology and leave the ball immediately. Earl Simon shifts his gaze to Earl Welton and says in a calm tone to him to go rest as well. Earl Welton holds Jamie in his arms, looks at Earl Simon and says in response, "Yes, they will." Earl Simon stands still and speaks loudly for the invited guests, drawing their attention. He apologizes for the resulting chaos at the ball through his fault. It is over for the day. They can all retire to their chambers. The invited guests begin to leave the reception hall. Earl Simon remains standing there, watching everyone leave. Behind him, Countess Simon sits on the floor holding Alf, who is unconscious, in his arms. Count Simon stands still, seeing off the invited guests with a glance. Behind his back, Countess Simon sits on the floor and stares intently at Count Simon. He says quietly with a pause, "How could he do such a thing?" Countess Simon stares intently at Count Simon, eyes wide open. Tears have appeared in her eyes and are rolling down her cheeks. She shouted loudly to him, opening her mouth wide, that Alf was their son. She lowered her eyebrows with aggression and tension. Countess Simon emotionally uttered that their child was hurt because of that damn boy. Count Simon slightly turns his head towards Countess Simon and half sideways looks at her, demanding her to shut up. Count Simon calmly says to Countess Simon without expressing emotion, "There are too many ears here," demanding her to take the alpha and leave. Countess Simon stares intently at Count Simon, not expecting such a response from him. Deep night has descended over Count Simon's castle. The moon illuminates the space, peeking out from behind the night clouds. There is silence in the garden area around Simon's castle. There are lights on in a few of the windows of Simon's castle. Outside the window of Count Simon's castle, the moon is shining, peeking out from behind the night clouds. Countess Simon utters, "How could he do this to their son? Even if he made a mistake, they should have taken his side." Count Simon looks down at Alf with a serious face. Count Simon asks him, "Did he want to get his attention?" Alf has his head down and is sitting on his knees on the floor. He stares silently at the floor. Countess Simon is watching this with tears in her eyes. Count Simon stares down at Alf intently and menacingly. Count Simon's face is tense, feeling angry and displeased. He grits his teeth, opening his mouth slightly and interrupting the silence, demanding Alf to speak. Count Simon pronounces Alf to realize that the consequences of his actions could fundamentally change their relationship with the Eastern aristocracy and the kingdom as a whole. Alf looks fearfully at the floor, his body trembling. He is scared. Alf lifts his head up, looking intently and pitifully at Count Simon. Tears are pouring from his eyes. He bites his lip. He is very scared, his body trembling. Alf just wanted to get his father's attention. Alf started to tell his father the reason for his behavior. It was just that this guy was acting so cocky. Alf didn't realize it would go this far. Alf's body trembled. Count Simon listens to Alf carefully and warily, staring at him intently. Count Simon asks Alf in a menacing voice, "Who the hell handed him the Phantom Phoenix?" Count Simon stares intently at Simon, waiting for an answer. He furrows his brow, pulling his eyebrows down. His eyes widened. Alf has heard his father's question and stares thoughtfully in front of him. His pupils have narrowed. He is feeling anxious and tense. Tears flow from his wide-open eyes. He stammeringly tries to utter the answer. "This." He pauses. Count Simon stands over Alf, who is on the floor. He stares at him intently, giving him a serious look. He pronounces to Alf what he doesn't like to repeat, and expects him to answer. Alf looks up at his father from below, continuing to remain silent. Count Simon warningly menacingly asks Alf one last time who gave him the artifact. Alf stares intently at his father with tension and anxiety. Tears are pouring from his eyes. Pausing for a while, he replies that Lennon gave it to him. The door of Count Simon's study opens and the figure of Lennon emerges through the door. He stands in the doorway, checking with his father to see if he has called him. Lennon's hands are down and clenched into fists. From the brightly lit hallway, a shadow of light falls across the darkened study. Lennon walks slowly into Earl Simon's office and turns his gaze to his older brother Alf. He watches him sparingly with one eye, the other eye completely covered by bangs of blood-red hair. He opens his mouth slightly, making a short sound. Lennon ponders as he watches Alf, who has his head down with tears in his eyes. He considers how pathetic Alf is. He literally presented him victory on a platter and he blew it. What an asshole. And this is his older brother. Lennon stopped, having reached Earl Simon. Lennon decided he needed to pretend to be innocent first. He squeezed his eyes shut and with a smile on his face asks if his father called him. Blood-red hair covers half of his face. Lennon stands calmly in front of Count Simon with his hands down and clenched fists. Count Simon looks at Lennon and asks him, "Did he give his brother the Phantom Phoenix?" Lennon answers briefly, looking at his father. "Yes." Count Simon is displeased, and with a serious look asks Lennon, why did he give his brother such a dangerous thing? Count Simon stares at Lennon intently, squinting his eyes slightly. His mouth is ajar. Lennon thoughtfully lowered his gaze to the side and pressed his hand to his chin, pondering. He figured Alf would only play with that little guy, and he didn't want to see him lose. As a little brother, he couldn't just watch. Count Simon replies sharply to Lennon that no, he only wished to manipulate his older brother. Lennon's face changed dramatically upon hearing his father's words. His eyes widened, staring thoughtfully at one point. He opened his mouth, moving his hand away from his chin. Count Simon became angry, telling Lennon menacingly that he had no intention of helping Alf, but only wished to manipulate his older brother. Count Simon furrowed his brow, lowered his eyebrows, tensing his face and squinting his eyes. He stared intently at Lennon. Lennon has heard his father's reasoning and is tense and apprehensive. He stares thoughtfully ahead, staring at one point. He furrows his eyebrows, furrows his face, presses his lips together nervously and mentally reasons, "Father, how could he have thought of that?" Alf lifted his head, eyes wide open. He had heard his father's words about Lennon's intentions. Alf is tense and anxious. He stares thoughtfully ahead, saying his younger brother's name questioningly. Lennon. Count Simon stands in the middle of the room, calmly telling Lennon and Alf how he feels about them. Even though they have probably already guessed it, he has no interest in either of them. Lennon stands in front of Count Simon, Alf standing behind him. Count Simon stands calmly in place, not turning his head, looking away. Count Simon asks his sons, Alf and Lennon, if they want to know the reason. Count Simon intends to tell them his attitude towards them. Count Simon calmly tells them, though his blood runs in their veins, they do not possess the abilities he desires. Count Simon asks Alf and Lennon, even if they had them, do they think he is unaware of their thoughts? Count Simon stares intently in front of him, making a serious face. He is determined to convey to his sons how they can make a difference. Count Simon said menacingly if Alf and Lennon want to get his attention, instead of these silly pranks, better prove that they are of the same blood as him. Count Simon said menacingly while looking at Alf and Lennon. Alf listens intently to his father, glaring at him and clenching his fists tightly. Lennon froze in place and stares in front of him. Count Simon is about to leave the room, pulling the doorknob down to open the door. He tells Alf and Lennon afterward that he is no longer going to interfere in their affairs, but they must deal with the consequences of their actions themselves. Count Simon stops near the open door and turns his gaze sideways, saying in a calm tone that tomorrow afternoon Alf and Lennon will apologize to Jamie Welton until he forgives them. Earl Simon left the room, closing the door behind him. Alf and Lennon remained in the room. Alf stares silently ahead at Lennon. Lennon froze in place and looks away, oblivious to what had just happened in the room. Alf scratches his head nervously and ponders. Damn, he needs to face Jamie Welton again. The thought sends shivers through his body. He yells to Lennon, trying to get his attention, and asks if he's going to apologize to the jerk. Alf looks at Lennon, who pays no attention to him, and stares silently in front of him, frozen in place. He looks at Lennon perplexed, trying to figure out what's wrong with him. Was he so shocked by his father's words that he was speechless? Lennon stares intently at the one in front of him, eyes wide open, keeping his gaze to the side. He froze in place, remembering the words Earl Simon said a while ago. His father's phrase sits in his mind. Prove they are of the same blood as him. Lennon stands confidently in place, pondering Earl Simon's words from a while ago. Lennon clenches the fists of his hands downward tightly. He stares intently ahead and ponders what else his father will see. Lennon is sure to prove. Standing by the bedside of a sleeping Jamie Welton is Belle Welton. She looks up at him frustratedly with her hands down in front of her. She is silently frozen in place. She is wearing a nightgown to sleep in, with a cape hanging off her shoulders. Belle. Welton looks at Jamie Welton and says his name sadly. Jamie's head lies face up on the pillow. His mouth is slightly open, his hair falling over his face. He is wearing a white nightgown. He is covered with a blanket up to his shoulders. Belle Welton stares thoughtfully ahead, frozen in place, and contemplating the events that have transpired with Jamie. Jamie really wanted to send Alf to the other side of the world. What had happened there since their child was like that? At first, Welton thought it was childish mischief. But if the artifact had worked properly, in the events that transpired, a magical orb clutched tightly in her hand that shimmered with different colors. Alf's piercing, embittered gaze. He stares intently at Jamie Welton. A feeling of hatred and aggression has gripped him. His face tenses up. He intends to deliver a crushing blow to Jamie Welton and take revenge. A fiery stream of energy surges outwards, emanating from the Ghost Phoenix magic artifact. Sixth-grade fire magic spreads through space, filling everything with black smoke and tongues of flame. Welton reflects that she definitely can't forgive Alf, despite Earl Simon's apology. She feels incredible anger and aggression overwhelming her body. She clenches the fist of her lowered hands tightly. Welton ponders. Even if she has to borrow strength from her family, words alone are not enough. She pitched her body forward, clenching her fists tightly, feeling angry. Jamie Welton abruptly rolls over onto her side in her sleep, mooing prolongedly. Welton stands pensively with her head down, watching Jamie Welton sleep. She stares at him intently, her eyes wide open. She locks her lips tightly together and remains silent, pausing. Welton stands at Jamie Welton's bedside and dramatically covers her face with her hands from the emotions overwhelming her. She ponders what she is thinking. Jamie is asleep in the bed, lying on his side, covering himself with a blanket over his head. Welton stands still by Jamie Welton's bed, trying to deal with her overwhelmed emotions. From behind Welton, someone came close and placed a hand on her shoulder. Long fingers encircled her fragile shoulder. Standing next to Welton is Count Welton. He has his arm around her, keeping his hand on her shoulder, and looks at her anxiously, asking if she's all right. Lowers her hands from her face and looks at Earl Welton, saying with surprise, "Darling." Welton has her head down thoughtfully, her gaze lowered and looking at the bed Jamie Welton is sleeping in. She opens her mouth, pausing briefly. She is hugged tightly by Count Welton by the shoulder. Count Welton hugs Welton from behind. They stand by Jamie Welton's bed and watch him sleep. Answers why she would be out of sorts. Jamie lies on his side, snuggled up with his head under the covers. Count Welton pronounces to Welton what actions she expects him to take. He will do whatever his consort desires. Count Welton looks at thoughtfully. has closed her eyes with her head down. Welton closed her eyes, feeling the anxiety release her. She utters to him with a smile. It was as if he had stopped her before. The Earl of Welton says that he was afraid she would be more upset, and that was the only reason he had intervened. Welton keeps her eyes closed and turns her head to the side. She utters that Earl Simon has already deeply apologized. She doesn't want to sow discord between the Western and Eastern aristocracy just because of this incident. Welton and Earl Welton stand together at Jamie Welton's bedside and smile, mockingly reasoning that after all, the important thing is that that boy was properly scolded. Alf certainly looked frightened. That's enough of that. Welton and Count Welton leave the room where Jamie Welton is sleeping. They decide maybe it's time for them to go. Jamie won't be able to sleep if they are around. Jamie Welton lies on the bed, covered head to toe under the covers. Jamie Welton lies on the bed, covered with her head under the blanket. Under the blanket, Jamie's active movements began after Welton and Earl Welton left. Jamie Welton is lying on his pillow with his hand cupping his face from under the blanket. He lies on his side, looking away and reasoning that he understands their concern, for at that moment he was completely out of control. Jamie Welton sits on the bed, covering his legs with the blanket. He has his hands in his lap, crossed. Jamie sits pensively with his mouth ajar, musing and looking ahead. He thinks, however, and pauses for some time. Jamie Welton put his head down thoughtfully and closed his eyes tightly. He is gripped by anxiety and tension. He is sad because of recent events, and the memories of his past life do not let him rest now. He thinks of Jane with sadness. He thinks of her rebirth. Rebecca Ballew, whom he met at the ball, was his lover in his past life. A fragile girl, with blonde hair, holding a magic ball in the air in Jane's past. Jamie Welton sits on the bed, arms crossed and brooding. There is nothing strange about her rebirth, after all. He too was reborn after tens of thousands of years. Her reincarnation is legitimate, though. There was a brief pause in thought. Jamie Welton stares thoughtfully and intently ahead, lips tightly closed. Jamie ponders that Jane didn't recognize him. Unlike Jamie, she has no memories of her past life. He is frozen in place by the flood of thoughts. In reality, this is usually the case. Jamie Welton's case is special. Nevertheless, how come they were reborn in the same period? Jamie Welton has his head down and is looking thoughtfully before him. He pressed his lips together tightly. Irony of fate or someone's plan. Could this be the plan of the 12 gods? Instantly, Bluecoat appeared beside Jamie Welton and flew swiftly to Jamie's cheek. He squeaks longingly and looks up at him. Jamie shifts his gaze to Black without emotion. Jamie Welton turns his head to the side, closes his eyes, and says with a smile, "Yeah, that can't happen. If they knew he was reborn, they wouldn't just let it go." Black sat down on Jamie Welton's shoulder and looks at him intently. Jamie Welton squints his eyes contentedly, opens his mouth and says, "What on earth is he thinking?" Jamie sits on the bed and grabs Black in her arms. She starts stretching him with both hands out to the sides. Black looks at Jamie in surprise. Jamie Welton is sitting on the bed with his head down. He stares silently and thoughtfully at Black, who he stretches out in his arms. Jamie's lips are tightly closed. He feels anxious and tense. Jamie Welton thinks of his beloved Jane, who lies bloodied with no signs of life on her back with her arms crossed over her chest. Her eyes are tightly closed. Blood drips from her mouth. Her clothes and hair are soaked with blood. Jamie Welton silently lowered his eyes and shifted his gaze to the side. He feels sad, wistful, and anxious. His eyebrows are lowered. Jamie ponders that in the first place, he must meet her again. A man dressed in white robes and a black cloak on top stands near a wooden stand and holds a white bird in his hands. The man's head is covered with a hood. He utters that the magical society is undergoing a strong change. The white bird stands on a wooden stand. A white ribbon is tied tightly around its thin legs. The firstborn of the Earl of Welton is Jamie Welton. Age 9 years, level supposedly above 4th grade, an amazing magical genius was born. A man dressed in white and wearing a dark hood on his head stands on the ground and spreads his arms wide to his sides. He releases the birds into free flight, telling them to fly. The birds begin to soar high up, spreading their wings. Jamie Welton walks confidently forward along the path, surrounded by densely growing trees. Tall green grass grows around him. Jamie moves towards a small river with rocks lining its banks. Jamie Welton has his head lifted and is looking in front of him. He has his mouth slightly open. The wind blows at his back, developing his hair. Leaves are in the air, flying in the breeze past Jamie. Black sits on Jamie's shoulder and looks at him worriedly. Black sits on Jamie Welton's shoulder and shifts his gaze to the side, watching carefully what's around him. He begins to squeak nastily. Jamie turns his head in his direction and watches him. Jamie has his mouth ajar. Jamie Welton looks in surprise at Black, who is sitting on his shoulder. Jamie asks him thoughtfully, and how he knows what freshness is. Black nuzzles against his shoulder, narrowing his eyes and letting out a short squeak. Black sits on Jamie Welton's shoulder and begins to swear and squeak in a disgruntled and irritated long swear and squeak. Jamie Welton continues forward into the thicket of the forest and responds to Black, reassuring him. Okay, he gets it. Jamie Welton walks forward amongst the lush green trees and closes his eyes with pleasure. A smile appears on his face, and he utters how quiet and nice it is. Probably because it's the last day and many have already left. Black squeaks longingly in response. Jamie Welton walks slowly through the thicket of the forest, under tall trees that cast shadows on the ground, down the path and talks to Black that he needs to see her before he returns. Black flies next to Jamie, staring intently ahead. Jamie Welton froze in surprise. He fearfully opened his eyes wide and opened his mouth. Around him, the sounds of falling water droplets began to echo. Beside Jamie, particles of magical energy hovered in the air. Jamie Welton abruptly turns the other way, looking around carefully. He tensely looks to the side and utters what the sound is. The sudden movement to the side makes his clothes flutter in the air. Jamie Welton turns around sharply again, looking around intently for the source of the sound. He tries to figure out where it is coming from. Jamie's face is focused, his lips tightly closed. His gaze is fixed forward. Jamie Welton can't see. He must extend his mana range to search. Jamie instantly froze in place, fingers crossed, palms together, and natural to his mouth. He closed his eyes tightly, concentrating on releasing streams of mana. Directing the streams of mana, Jamie Welton found the source. He began moving towards it in the right direction, moving through the grass. The sounds of water continued to emanate. The mana flows guide him closer to the source. Jamie Welton hurries towards the source of the sound, in the direction he found, breathing deeply from the rapid movement. His mouth is wide open, trying to catch his breath. Drops of sweat drip from his face. His hair falls over Jamie's face in the motion. Jamie Welton moves with the streams of mana guiding him, and confidently says, "It's there." Jamie sees Rebecca Ballou in front of him, sitting with her back to him on the ground. In front of her, a blue-colored creature floats in the air. Jamie Welton recognizes the creature and utters enthusiastically, "Undine!" A blue-colored creature composed of water. Magical streams of energy emanate from Undine's body. Undine's hair and clothes develop in the air. She has a fishtail and long pointed ears. Undine notices the appearance of Jamie Welton and says something to Rebecca Ballou without taking her eyes off him. Rebecca listens intently to Undine, stares at her without noticing Jamie, and points her hands toward her. Rebecca Ballou sits on the ground and turns her head back. She sees Jamie Welton and, not expecting to see him, she utters, "Who God?" Behind her back in the distance is Jamie. He is standing still and calmly looking in her direction. Rebecca Ballou has risen from the ground, stands in front of Jamie Welton and says with surprise, "Young Mr. Welton." She inquires about his health. Jamie stands still and replies thoughtfully that he is fine. Jamie Welton is tense and embarrassed. He's stammering words in snippets, trying to recognize her name. His eyes rounded, he raises his hands in front of him. Jamie stares intently at Rebecca Ballou. Rebecca Ballou has lowered her head in embarrassment, pitches her body down slightly, squints her eyes, and begins to smile at the words Jamie Welton has heard. Rebecca is wearing a blue dress adorned with beads. A net and brooch is attached to her hair. She froze in place in front of Jamie Welton and imagines her name is Rebecca Ballou. She is a water elementalist. She stares intently at Jamie. Her long hair flutters in the wind. Jamie Welton looks at Rebecca intently. Jamie Welton froze in place, staring intently at Rebecca Ballou. He is overcome by memories, looking at her sadly, his eyes wide open, the glare of light playing on them. The wind is developing his hair, mussing it and flipping strands over his face. Jamie Welton pensively reflects that she is still the same water elementalist. Rebecca Ballou stands questioningly and thoughtfully, joining her hands together in front of her. Anne doesn't realize what is wrong. Eyes wide open, she looks at Jamie. "Diablo, don't ever forget me!" The promise of a past life rolls around in Jamie Welton's head. The flood of memories makes Jamie freeze in place and stare intently at one point. Rebecca Ballou addresses Jamie, calling young Mr. Welton. Rebecca Ballou tries to ask Jamie Welton why he looks sad. She stands still, looking at Jamie intently. Jamie Welton is frozen in place, staring intently ahead and silent for a while, still reeling from the memory. Rebecca Ballou stands across from Jamie Welton. Rebecca asks Jamie why he looks sad. Jamie freezes in place, staring intently ahead. They are standing among densely growing green trees. The ground is strewn with grass and flowers. Jamie Welton stares intently at Rebecca Ballou, keeping his eyes on her. He is frozen in place, lips slightly ajar. Around him, leaves from the trees are whirling. It seems as if Diablo Wolfear himself is looking forward, swept by memories of the past. Rebecca Ballou looks thoughtfully at Jamie Welton. She locks her lips tightly together, her eyes wide open, and watches intently as Jamie Welton stands there unresponsive. She thinks it looks like he's really freaked out about last night. Rebecca Ballou started forward, moving her foot across the green grass. Her long white and green dress completely covers her leg up to the foot. A foot peeks out from the AZ of the dress, wearing green shoes with a buckle. Now everything is in order. Rebecca Ballou walked over to Jamie Welton and hugged him tightly, pulling him close to her. She rested her head on his shoulder and closed her eyes with a smile. Jamie Welton froze in place, not expecting Rebecca to walk up to him. Rebecca Ballou continued to hug Jamie Welton tightly. Jamie is frozen in place and stares thoughtfully ahead, believing that these emotions he is feeling now are just relics of the past. However, it is still normal to feel something. Jamie Welton and Rebecca Ballou are sitting on the grass near a body of water. Rebecca squints her eyes and asks Jamie with interest if he feels better. Jamie crosses his legs in front of him, squints his eyes, and says in response, "Yes," thanking her for her interest. Rebecca Ballou squints her eyes and happily tells Jamie Welton with a smile that her father used to tell her, "Problems will disappear immediately if you share them with someone." Rebecca thinks that apparently that is indeed true. Jamie Welton turned his head slightly, looking intently at Rebecca Ballou. He wondered if her father was Viscount Ballou. Around Jamie Welton, small particles of glow float in the air. Rebecca Ballou smiles widely, opening her mouth, laughing and squinting her eyes in embarrassment. She says cheerfully, "Yes." She sits on the grass, propping her feet up. In her lap, Rebecca has placed her hands. She turns her head toward Jamie Welton. Rebecca Ballou sits on the grass, looking ahead at the body of water. She is sorry that she and Jamie Welton didn't get a chance to talk yesterday. However, she is happy that they were able to meet. Jamie sits next to her and replies to Rebecca that he too is happy about the chance. Rebecca Ballew turned her head towards Jamie Welton upon hearing his reply and embarrassedly gritted her teeth, smiling widely. He asked Jamie, "Really?" Jamie looks at Rebecca perplexed, presses his lips tightly together and answers, "Yes." Jamie Welton realizes that Rebecca Ballew is a completely different person, and it's even better this way. He asks her a question. He thought that the Ballet family had an ancient agreement with the wind spirit. Apparently it didn't. Rebecca replies that she wanted to make contact with it, but it didn't work out. Rebecca Ballew tells Jamie Welton the ability to find common ground with the forces of nature is very peculiar. The wind spirit appeared by itself, said that Rebecca Ballew was not suitable, and disappeared. Rebecca looked at him perplexed, sitting on her bed in the middle of the night. But one day Undine came to Rebecca Ballew, and it was fate. Undine said that they must surely make a contract. Rebecca Ballew woke up in the middle of the night, sat on the bed and looks perplexed at Undine, wrapping her arms around her head. Since the matter was serious, Rebecca Ballew should have consulted her father first, but unexpectedly she immediately agreed. Rebecca grinned, telling Jamie Welton. Jamie sits and stares thoughtfully in front of him. Jamie Welton listens to Rebecca Ballew, and suddenly the thought pops into his head that means God of Spirits knows. Jamie Welton silently ponders with his lips tightly pressed together. His eyes are wide open and stare intently at one point. Spirit King contact is unlike ordinary Spirit King contact. Spirit King contact is a contract of souls, collateralized by the lives of both parties making it. When Jane's soul was reborn into Rebecca Ballew, the Spirit King had to know about it as well. Jamie Welton responds that he understands, asking Rebecca Ballew if the Viscount was angry. Rebecca replies thoughtfully that he wasn't angry, but upset, and so is she. Rebecca and Jamie sit by a body of water on the green grass. Jamie Welton turns his head toward Rebecca Ballew and says thoughtfully that, but still, this case is special. He stares intently at Rebecca Ballew. Rebecca's head is turned toward Jamie. Her long hair flutters in the wind. Rebecca Ballew's eyes are rounded at Jamie Welton's unexpected words. She stares at him intently, making a short sound. Jamie continues that the spirit came in person and offered to make a contract. This is the first time he's heard of such a thing. Jamie Welton looks at Rebecca Ballew with his eyebrows raised and continues to speak, smiling at her, baring his teeth. He's sorry things didn't happen the way they wanted, but the spirit's choice fell on her. She needs to believe in herself. Rebecca Ballew rounded her eyes at hearing the words from Jamie Welton, raising her eyebrows and staring at him intently. She didn't expect to hear that and makes a short sound. Her mouth is ajar. She froze in place. Rebecca Ballew responded to Jamie Welton in a good way. She squinted her eyes in embarrassment and pleasure at the words she heard, and gritted her teeth, smiling broadly. Rebecca lifted her shoulders, squeezing her arms tighter against her body. Jamie Welton stood up abruptly. He squints his eyes with positive emotion and smiles at Rebecca Ballew, thanking her for today. He has to go, waving goodbye with a wave of his hand. Rebecca stares at Jamie in surprise and says, "Oh." Jamie Welton walks swiftly away from Rebecca Ballew. Rebecca looks thoughtfully at Jamie walking away, not expecting the abrupt departure. She raised her hand before she could wave back, her fingers remaining in a bent position. He didn't have time to say goodbye. Rebecca Ballew stares intently at the departing Jamie Welton. She keeps her gaze on him and says disappointedly, "Ah." Rebecca reflects that she wanted to talk more to Jamie Welton. She's sorry. Rebecca Ballew is left sitting alone on the ground. She sighs disappointedly and utters a sigh, not realizing what's wrong with her. Rebecca abruptly puts her head down, bending closer to her hands resting on her knees. She sadly creases her face with overwhelming emotion. Jamie Welton walks over with Black flying beside him, who squeaks questioningly. Jamie converses with him that he was talking to her politely. Normally kids don't communicate informally. Rebecca gives off an adult aura. It's hard for him to speak familiarly to her. Jamie Welton walks confidently into Simon's castle room. Next to him, Black flies next to him. She strides across the red-carpeted floor. Near the entrance by the black walls are armored knights holding spears in their hands. Suddenly, someone calls out loudly to Jamie Welton, trying to get his attention. Jamie Welton turns his head sharply, feeling tense. He shifts his gaze to the source of the sound and stares questioningly. Jamie has his mouth ajar. Standing in the room that Jamie Welton has entered are Alf and Lennon Simon. Alf tensely looks at Jamie, feeling the tension. His presence makes Alf hiccup. Lennon looks down thoughtfully, pressing his hand to his chin and mouth ajar. Jamie Welton stands still and stares intently at the Simon brothers. He asks them what's wrong. Alf hesitates, scratching his head, and starts to say what in general. Next to him, Lennon stands confidently, spreading his arms out to the sides, resting them at his sides. Suddenly Alf, feeling tense and anxious, speaks sharply and loudly to Jamie Welton, asking for his forgiveness. He squints his eyes forcefully, raising his eyebrows and opening his mouth wide. He pitches his body forward. Jamie Welton, feeling the strain of Alpha Simon's sharp shout, gritted his teeth and rounded his eyes, staring intently ahead. Jamie stands still and says questioningly, "What is it?" They came so suddenly. Jamie Welton abruptly realized why the Simon brothers had shown up here. He smiles, assuming a calm demeanor, and looks at them intently. Jamie asks the Simon brothers that the Earl ordered them to apologize to him, which is why they are here. Alf Simon froze in place, watching Jamie Welton intently. He keeps his eyes on him, feeling embarrassed and tense. Alf makes a short sound thoughtfully from hearing Jamie Welton's words. Jamie Welton irritably shifts his gaze to Lennon Simon, asking Alf Simon. He can understand Alf's presence, but it's to such a one with him. Alf tensely utters, "He is his little brother." Jamie stands confidently with his hand in his pocket. Jamie Welton stands still, adopting a confident stance. He asks Alf Simon why he brought him, dreading apologizing alone. Alf Simon stands silently. Lennon raises his hand and pronounces that he was the one who gave his brother the artifact. Jamie Welton stares forward with tension and anger. He furrowed his brow and lowered his eyebrows, mouth ajar. Jamie grinned, next to Jamie Welton in the air, warily looking forward. Jamie Welton smirks with tension and anger, looking forward carefully, gritting his teeth. Jamie says angrily that the couple has decided to fool him. Black tensely looks at Jamie. Jamie turns to Lennon. What's his name? Lennon Simon stands calmly in place, squinting his eyes smugly, smiles and pronounces to Jamie Welton that his name is Lennon Simon. Lennon's satisfied face is partially covered by his hair. His hands are slumped down. Jamie Welton stares intently at Lennon Simon. His pupils have dilated. They glow a bright purple light, casting a glare. Jamie Welton furrows his brow, lowering his eyebrows in tension and anger. Jamie Welton looks closely at Lennon Simon and reads his abilities. Lennon has some pretty decent abilities. Alf is no match for him. His brains seem to be in place as well. Lennon stands confidently in front of Jamie, legs spread wide. Earl Simon is indifferent to his son. He doesn't even seem to want to see him. Jamie Welton has moved closer to Lennon, staring at him with a menacing gaze. Alf, who is standing nearby feeling tense, looks at them perplexed. Lennon Simon squints his eyes smugly, and with a smile on his face tells Jamie Welton that thankfully nothing serious has happened. He asks Jamie if he accepted the apology, and if they can leave. Jamie Welton hears what Lennon Simon told him and grins through gritted teeth. Jamie looks at Lennon carefully, pondering silently, noticing that he is looking down at him. Jamie lowers his eyebrows, feeling the tension. Jamie Welton ponders, remembering the events that took place at the ball. While the Welton family and the Simon family were trying to settle the conflict, Lennon didn't even show up during last night's incident. Lennon Simon stood off to the side behind the invited guests, watching without interest in the center of the room. Lennon not only sees Jamie Welton but Alpha Simon and everyone but his father as inferior beings. Lennon Simon was looking out from behind the invited guests at what was happening in the center of the room with a smirk. Jamie Welton realizes that if nothing is done, there is a high probability that he will cause trouble later on. Jamie Welton tells Alf Simon that he should try his best to be the heir. Jamie, with a smile on his face, raises his hands and points at Alf with his index fingers. Alf shouts exasperatedly, "Why should he all of a sudden?" Jamie Welton turns his attention to Lennon Simon and asks him if that's the case. Lennon Simon stands still, tense and annoyed. He locks his lips tightly together, tensing his face, and stares thoughtfully in front of him. Jamie Welton begins to move forward from his seat, slowly taking steps around the room. Jamie Welton calmly says to Alpha and Lennon Simon, ending the discussion that one way or another, this sort of thing doesn't concern him. Jamie Welton walks over to Lennon Simon and places a hand on his shoulder. Jamie smirked menacingly, telling Lennon that if he initiated the incident, then he should suffer. Jamie Welton paused for a moment. Jamie Welton moved closer to Lennon Simon's face and said menacingly in his ear that he should be punished accordingly. Jamie Welton stares at Lennon with a serious look, releasing ominous streams of energy into the air. Lennon Simon turned his head towards Jamie Welton and said angrily, "What was he talking about?" Lennon's eyebrows are pulled down. His forehead is furrowed. He grits his teeth and stares at him perplexed, not understanding the meaning of Jamie's words. The ominous streams of energy that Jamie Welton had begun to release spread through the air at Lennon Simon. Lennon is frozen in place, looking away puzzled. He silently observes what is happening around him. Lennon Simon looks down puzzled, touching his hands. He sees darkness and doesn't realize where he is. His body stiffens as if it's chained with ice. A shiver spreads through his body. Ominous streams of energy surround his body. Instantly, Lennon Simon obediently falls to his knees on the floor. From the magic Jamie Welton is using, Lennon's body no longer obeys him. His arms hang down. Tension hangs in the air. Jamie Welton viciously utters that forgiveness is only granted once. Releasing sinister streams of energy, Jamie brings Lennon to his knees. A large, glowing magical eye has appeared in front of him, staring intently ahead. Lennon Simon kneels on the floor, bending his body downward. He stares down intently and fearfully. Tears are streaming from his eyes. Drool runs down his chin from his mouth. Lennon has his mouth ajar and makes a muffled short sound. Ominous streams of energy hover around him. Lennon Simon stares fearfully at the floor and wonders. Has he left the confines of consciousness? Or is this a hallucination? Lennon furrows his brow, his face tense. Tears are streaming from his eyes, drool dripping from his mouth, dripping from his chin. Lennon Simon continues to ponder what he has seen. He doesn't know, not exactly sure, but there is a pause, after which Lennon abruptly begins to scream and covers his ears with his hands, leaning over the floor. Alf looks at Lennon fearfully. Lennon Simon stares fearfully and tensely at the floor. He freezes in place and begins to wheeze and cough, exhaling tensely for air. Tears are streaming from Lennon's wide-open eyes. His face is tense, his eyebrows drawn together. Jamie Welton stands over Lennon Simon and speaks, the only thing he knows. There is a brief pause. Lennon lifts his head, staring forward tensely and fearfully. Tears streaming from his eye, he silently opened his mouth. Jamie Welton continued the phrase, after a short pause, that there would be no second chances. Jamie opened his mouth with a smirk, the corners of his mouth lifted. His eyes scrutinized Lennon Simon, who was on the floor. Lennon Simon has his head up, looking intently at Jamie Welton, and listening intently. His mouth is ajar, tears pouring from his wide-open eyes. Lennon's whole body is trembling. Jamie says menacingly that he must kneel down now. Lennon Simon stammeringly apologizes to Jamie Welton. Lennon has his head down, tensely and anxiously staring at the floor. Tears are streaming from his eyes. Lennon rests his hands on the floor, his whole body trembling. There are 2 horse-drawn carriages outside the main entrance to Count Simon's castle. They stand on a paved path that goes off to the side, skirting a shrub-lined green space. There are people walking around the carriages. Near the exit of Earl Simon's castle stands Jamie Welton, who is watching the 2 carriages. People are walking past the carriages. The carriages are getting ready to leave. Jamie Welton reflects with relief, home at last. Jamie Welton looks away pensively, rolling his eyes. He is tense and disgruntled, and reflects that as soon as they left the manor, and immediately the trouble started. It would have been better if he had just stayed home to receive his mother's kisses. Jamie Welton puts his head down and closes his eyes. He leans his hand against his head, feeling tense and discontent. He abruptly stops such thoughts of Mom's kisses and ponders what he's even thinking about. Toward Jamie Welton walks Earl Simon, watching him, and utters that he thinks Jamie is not in the mood. Jamie turns around at the sudden appearance of Earl Simon, freezes in place and stares at him intently. Earl Simon stops in front of Jamie Welton. He stares at him intently with his lips ajar. His pensive face expresses no emotion. Count Simon's hand is behind his back. He is wearing a uniform with a red collar and patch. On his shoulder is a cape with fur. Jamie Welton stands still, eyes squeezed shut with joy, and replies to Count Simon with a smile that it is nothing of the sort. On the contrary, he is happy at the mere thought of finally being able to rest at home. Jamie grinned. Count Simon is standing still. He calmly and smilingly looks at Jamie Welton carefully from top to bottom. Count Simon sighs in relief and tells Jamie that he's sorry. They didn't get a chance to talk longer. Jamie Welton lifted his head and stares intently at Earl Simon's face. His eyes are wide open and Jamie has a smile on his face. He replies to Earl Simon that he is sorry too, because he has waited so long for this. Count Simon suggests to Jamie Welton that if he wants, he can stay a while longer. Jamie Welton abruptly replies no. He crosses his fingers in front of him. He replies that he is very tired, so he wants to rest soon at his home estate. Jamie Welton looks at Earl Simon and squints his eyes and asks him what he knows the reason is. When he hears Jamie's question, Earl Simon looks at him intently, indignant and frustrated. His lips are tightly closed. Count Simon turns his head, calmly covers his eyes, lowering his eyebrows downward and grins. There is a slight smile on his face, his mouth ajar. Count Simon mouthing back to Jamie Welton that he understands. Count Simon and Jamie Welton turn towards the castle, looking at the front of the building. Count Simon calmly tells Jamie that Jamie has begun to be looked at in the magical community. Jamie replies to Count Simon thoughtfully that it seems to be the case. Count Simon turns his head to Jamie Welton, squints his eyes, and replies with a smile that Jamie, it turns out, knows his price perfectly well. Jamie Welton turns to look at Count Simon, listening intently. Jamie Welton looks at Earl Simon intently and replies with a smile, "Sure." Jamie raises his hand in front of him, gesturing that. Earl Simon and Jamie Welton walk down a wide path in the castle grounds. Jamie says that, by the way, his name was Lennon. Jamie punished him. Earl Simon replies that he guessed, since yesterday Lennon has been acting like a madman. Jamie Welton perplexedly turns his head to Earl Simon and anxiously asks him about punishing his son, but he is even angry. Jamie's eyes widened at Count Simon's calm demeanor. Count Simon stops and looks questioningly at Jamie Welton, turning toward him. He replies that Lennon just got what he deserved. Why should he be angry? Jamie Welton listens intently to Count Simon. Jamie Welton, feeling tense and anxious, looks at Earl Simon carefully. He ponders. Gosh, I can see why these guys are so crazy. He is disturbed by Earl Simon's indifference towards his sons. Jamie Weltona turns his head to Count Simon and says, "By the way, Lennon has a talent for magic. If he is trained, he will master the technique perfectly." Count Simon listens attentively to Jamie, turning his head toward him. They walk slowly forward. Earl Simon looks at Jamie Welton carefully and with strained seriousness answers Jamie, disagreeing with his opinion. His son Lennon's abilities are well known to him, and they are definitely unremarkable. Jamie Welton replies grudgingly that for any good to come out, he must first learn. If he practiced hard, he could reach the level of Count Simon. How many talents don't show up just because their abilities are held back? Jamie Welton angrily replies, pointing his finger at Earl Simon that it's all his fault. He ignores them, citing that they lack talent. Earl Simon stares intently at Jamie's hand and tensely grits his teeth and squints his eyes. Jamie Welton asserts to Earl Simon that Alf is perfectly ordinary, but here Lennon has hidden potential. Count Simon dresses up and looks at Jamie angrily and replies, pausing nervously, whether Jamie thinks he is incapable of recognizing talent. Count Simon scrutinizes Jamie Welton, who smiles sweetly at him, squinting his eyes. Count Simon is reasoning mentally if even he, a level 8 wielder, didn't recognize his son's ability. Where does this child get so much confidence from? Count Simon feels as if he has a great magician in front of him. Jamie Welton is a 9-year-old boy whose body was reborn as the firstborn son of the aristocrat family Diablo Wolfear, after he managed to break the barrier. Jamie Welton thoughtfully tells Count Simon that perhaps with his help he can overcome those moments that are given with difficulty. The Earl of Simon looks at Jamie in surprise at the unexpected words, saying, "How did he know that?" Suddenly, from outside, shouted Jamie Welton that it was time to go. Jamie turned his head in the direction of the voice, looking puzzled. His lips tightly pressed together, the corners of his mouth pulled down, realizing it was time to end the conversation. Earl Simon stares silently at Jamie. Jamie Welton happily turns around, running off to head home. He squints his eyes, raises his hand in farewell, and says with a smile, "That's what the little girl told him." He wishes him to gradually move in the right direction. Jamie Welton is running swiftly to be sent home. Jamie stares ahead, scooping his arms high in front of him. Count Simon watches Jamie Welton run away as a shadow falls backwards from his running body. Count Simon watches sadly as Jamie Welton removes himself to go home. His eyes are strained and stare intently ahead. Earl Simon's eyebrows are lowered. Blood-red hair falls over his face. Count Simon, after watching Jamie Welton, who had removed himself to go home for a long time, Count Simon slowly closed his eyes tightly, feeling sad and distressed. Count Simon silently stood still. Count Simon turned around on the spot and slowly started walking around the castle grounds on a wide stone-lined path under the trees, dropping shade on the ground. Count Simon calmly said that he was truly sorry. Jamie Welton moves through the woods in the middle of the deep night. The moon brightly illuminates the space. Above Jamie flies Black, who has turned around and is looking intently to the side. Jamie is wearing a long cloak, covering his head with a hood. Black turns to the side, hovering in the air. He stares intently at the spot with wide open eyes that caught his attention. Black begins to make a loud and protracted sound, warning Jamie Welton. In front of Black, active stirring has begun in the tall bushes of the wooded area. The dense leaves of the bushes cover the source of the noise. Jamie Welton shouted sharply in the direction of the bushes where the stirrings were taking place, opening his mouth wide, indicating for them to come toward him briskly. Jamie Welton is feeling irritated and angry. His forehead wrinkled, his eyebrows pulled downward. Out of the bushes towards Jamie, Welton, and Black, Rise and Azamat slowly emerge. They are anxious and tense as they stare forward with their hands down. Jamie Welton menacingly asks them why so late. Azamat and Rise stand in front of Jamie Welton, who is sitting on a rock with his hands tensely down and his legs spread wide. Rise replies to Jamie that it's because Azamat is terribly sloppy. Azamat stammering apologizes to Jamie. Jamie Welton sighs at the words Rise and Azamat said. He looks at them carefully and seriously. Jamie Welton pronounces, "Pass, they must tell what they have learned." They obediently and confidently reply, "Okay." Rise looks intently at Jamie Welton and begins to recount everything they have learned. Janice's church in Hayes has spread its influence already throughout the city. Azamat stands next to Rise and looks down thoughtfully. Rise continues to tell Jamie, "They provide food and lodging for the needy, and have earned the love of the people. And more recently, they've started running an orphanage." Jamie is not happy with what he hears. Jamie Welton and Rise continue their conversation deep in the woods at night. Jamie anxiously asks Rise when it all started. Rise puts her head down thoughtfully, shifting her gaze to the ground, and utters what seems to be after the collapse of Rival. 2 months ago, Count Welton completely wiped out the rival criminal group. Since then, Janus Church has been actively preaching their religion. On that day, Count Argino Welton was visited by Pep, who told the intentions of the rival faction and was punished. Janus Church began to help the poor and spread God's will. At first the villagers did not understand what was going on, accepting the food and looking at them perplexed. But in time, they were moved by their mercy and began to practice the Janus religion. Thus they became deeply religious, righteous people. In one way or another, the situation of the Janus religion in Hayes improved considerably. People began to come to church and worship their faith. People from all different backgrounds and professions. Rise stands still and gives Jamie Welton the information with a serious look, looking at him intently. He calmly says that right now Janus is the most respected and favored religion by the people on Hysa. Jamie Welton listens to Rise and is startled to say, "What?" Jamie Welton doesn't understand how it happened that Janus's church has become respected and loved by the people. His eyes are wide open, his eyebrows raised upward. Jamie Welton is tense and angry, trying to understand where Janus is interfering. Jamie grits his teeth and stares thoughtfully ahead, leaning his hand on his chin. Jamie's brows furrowed, eyebrows lowered angrily. Jamie Welton turns sharply toward Rise and Azamat and shouts loudly, asking them a question. Do they think battle and peace can coexist? He experiences anger and aggression. Jamie's eyes tense, eyebrows raised. Rise and Azamat, upon hearing Jamie Welton's question, freeze in place and look at each other puzzled. They are tense and anxious. Not knowing the right answer, they say questioningly to Jamie Welton, "No?" Rise has his head down thoughtfully, pondering Jamie Welton's question. He raises his head and looks at Jamie, suggesting that battle and peace might be related. Azamat stands silently by his side. Jamie Welton stands opposite and listens intently. Jamie Welton looks ahead thoughtfully after listening to Reese's answer. Jamie replies that right, that's what Janus represents. Jamie freezes in place, pondering Janus's church. Jamie has a hood over his head. Jamie Welton ponders, imagining a small, quiet town where the life of ordinary people is lived, where the religion of Janus Church has permeated. Janus represents a world built on blood and mountains of lifelessness. The battle is the moment when the divinity of this world will shine through. A peaceful, quiet town is overtaken by a wave of fire and smoke, tongues of flame emanating upwards, destroying everything in its path. Explosions erupt everywhere, the spray of explosions flying apart. Jamie Welton stares warily ahead, his face serious and focused. Jamie Welton continues to ponder. What Janus is doing now is making everyone begin to believe in Janus, bowing down before him. Jamie Welton reveals that Janus is definitely only covering up for his actions, but he's up to something himself. Rise and Azamat have to find out what it is. They reply that they have figured it out. Jamie finds out about Janus's plans in great detail. The orphanage is under the auspices of Janus's church. A boy named Ricky is approached by a man in a blue long robe. He says approvingly that he has done a good job. Ricky cheerfully replies to the teacher with a chuckle that he didn't do anything in particular. Ricky cheerfully tells the teacher that compared to when he was begging, he's like he's in heaven now. Ricky holds the broom with both hands, cradling it in his hands. The teacher listens to Ricky carefully and says his name thoughtfully. The priest, in a blue cassock with the symbol of Janus's church on his chest, touches Ricky with his hand and looking in his direction says that he has suffered a lot and that it will not happen again. Ricky smiles happily with his teeth bared and says yes. A month and a half has passed since Ricky arrived at the orphanage. This place is a ray of happiness in his life. If he hadn't gone to the orphanage, he and his little sister would have been lost on the streets by now. Ricky rushes into the room where his sister is sitting at the table. A girl with long braids running down her shoulders sits with her eyes tightly closed. Without turning her head, she lifts her head and asks, hearing a noise from the door, if it is her brother returning. A green handkerchief is tied around her neck. Ricky walks happily across the room, with rays of sunlight from the window falling on the floor. At a wooden table by the window sits Riri's sister, holding a book. Ricky answers her sister that her brother has come to visit. On the wall hangs a shelf, with various things on it. Ricky walks over to his sister Anna, who is sitting at the wooden table. Anna is blind. Anna, sensing Ricky's presence, turned her head in his direction, and said with a smile, "Ah, there he is." Upon learning of her blindness, her parents threw them out and ran away. In order to protect her little sister, she had to take on the dirtiest jobs. It was the only way they could survive. Life on the street is not easy, and the adults here are indifferent. It's a hopeless situation with no one to help. But for the first time, Ricky and his sister Anna reached out a hand. It was the hand of a grown man who was dressed in a black robe with white piping. The man's hand, spreading his fingers, slowly reached down to Ricky and sister Anna, waiting for a response. Ricky, holding his sister Anna in his arms, stares intently forward at the movement of the hand in his direction. He froze in place. His eyes opened wide, gazing up at the man, tears streaming down his cheeks. Ricky opened his mouth in surprise. Ricky sitting on his knees with his sister Anna. It was God's hand that reached out to help. That day, he and his sister had a new life. Happiness itself, a miracle favored by God. Now Ricky would also become a disciple of God and tell the whole world about him. Ricky and his sister Anna and the other children walk together through the orphanage grounds. Ricky leads Anna, holding her hand. A boy runs up to them asking Ricky and Anna if they have heard the news. Ricky asks, puzzled, "What news?" The boy tells them, telling them about Shino. God's choice fell on him. As early as next week, he is leaving for the main temple to become a priest. God's hand points at the boy. Shino obediently joined his hands in front of him and closed his eyes. Ricky listened to the information about Shino from the boy and exclaimed in surprise, "What? Shino is going to become a priest?" His eyes opened wide with surprise. Ricky shifted his gaze to the side, feeling anxious and confused. Jamie Welton soars over the night city in place, flapping wide with wings that black spread behind his back. Jamie's cloak develops in the air from the air current. Jamie contemplates the area. Jamie Welton turned his head and his gaze sideways toward Black. He tensely pronounced to him that they are almost there. They need to get down. Black's eye settles on the wing and looks intently at Jamie. Black squeaks approvingly and longingly. Jamie Welton is in the air, wary and scrutinizing from above, noticing something suspicious. He is pensive, lips tightly closed. Jamie Welton is in flight and observes an unconscious man lying on his side on the ground. He wondered what it was there. The man is wearing a red cloak, with blonde hair. On his belt is a thin sword, with various elements. Jamie Welton, being in the air, slowly descends, preparing to put his feet on the ground. The shadow of Jamie Welton falls to the ground. Jamie descends to get a closer look at the man lying unconscious. Jamie Welton lands on the ground in front of the man on the ground. He looks at him in surprise, feeling tense, his eyes wide open, Jamie mouthing what the other energy is. Black sits on Jamie's shoulder and looks out in surprise. Jamie Welton is pensive, looking at the man on the ground who is unconscious. He ponders, sensing an uncool divine power. Is it really the superior? The man's eyes are tightly closed and abrasions can be seen on his face. Examining the body of the man who lies unconscious, Jamie Welton notices a sword on his belt. Jamie looks on in surprise and wariness and ponders, no, this is a high-class cleric, a holy knight. Jamie Welton stands still, watching the unconscious man thoughtfully. He has his head down, eyes wide with surprise. Jamie Welton pensively leans his hand against his neck, not understanding why the sacred knight is lying in the street. Jamie Welton continues to stand still in front of the holy knight who is unconscious on the ground. He stands in the shadows on the narrow street and ponders. He feels like the holy knight will bother him yet. Jamie Welton ponders menacingly. Maybe he should just send the holy knight to the other side of the world. Instantly, Jamie Welton places his foot on the holy knight's head. The sacred knight's face and hands are abrasion-covered. He is unresponsive to Jamie's movements. Suddenly, with a sudden sharp movement, the sacred knight's hand wraps around Jamie Welton's leg and squeezes it with force. Jamie Welton, calmly standing next to the Holy Knight, did not expect this, not having time to remove his leg. Jamie Welton looks down fearfully at the Sacred Knight, who suddenly grabs Jamie's leg tightly. Jamie Welton pitches his body forward and shouts loudly, "Which one?" Black, who was on Jamie's shoulder from the sudden movement, falls backwards. The Holy Knight holds Jamie Welton's leg firmly and stares at him intensely while tensely uttering the word, "Ed." Out of helplessness, the Sacred Knight lifts his head slightly. Abrasions are visible on his face. Jamie Welton freezes in place and stares down at the Sacred Knight intently. Jamie keeps his gaze down, trying to figure out what he is talking about by saying the word, "Ed." Jamie Welton is feeling tense and anxious. The Holy Knight keeps his hand on Jamie Welton's leg and, lifting his head tensely, looks at Jamie and says with compassion, "Eat." Jamie Welton doesn't understand and asks menacingly, "What the eat?" The Sacred Knight keeps his hand on Jamie Welton's leg and falls face down, saying loudly and longingly, "Eat!" The strength has left the Sacred Knight. Jamie Welton froze in place, silently and intently looking down at the Sacred Knight. Jamie Welton tensely and anxiously looks down at the Sacred Knight that lies at his feet. Jamie ponders that this is crazy. Let him just go to the other world here from starvation. He gave Jamie a fright. Jamie Welton turns around and quickly walks away from the Sacred Knight. Jamie seriously calls out for Black to leave. The Holy Knight is left lying face down on the ground, his strength gone. He makes a long, drawn-out sound. It is a sunny morning. The white building of the Earl of Welton's estate is filled with sunlight. Light clouds float over the estate. The grounds are quiet and peaceful. Green trees surround the entrance to the Earl of Welton's estate. Jamie Welton sat down at the table to start breakfast. Jamie, with a satisfied face, squinting his eyes in anticipation, spreads his napkin in front of him. Suddenly, Jamie is overcome with a feeling of irritation and fury. He thinks with aggression, "What the hell?" Jamie Welton is addressed with the question of whether it is him, pronouncing further how pleased he is to meet him. Jamie Welton observes before him at the table of the Holy Knight, who waves his hand cheerfully in greeting, holding a loaf of bread firmly in his other hand. Jamie Welton is perplexed as to why this nasty man is in his house and eating with him at the same table. The Holy Knight sits surrounded by the Welton family and pronounces, laughing, that if it weren't for the Earl's mercy, he would have gone to the other side of the street. Count Argino Welton sits at the table, hand raised in front of him, palm up, accompanying the gesture with a clarification to the Holy Knight that he should not forget the soldiers who helped bring him hungry from the street. The Holy Knight sits up, happily replies, "Aren't the soldiers his men? It turns out it's all thanks to Earl Welton. The Sacred Knight is most grateful." Count Argino Welton grinned and asked, "Holy Knights often die on the street from hunger." The Sacred Knight replies that they don't often. They are human beings too. If you reach a high level, you can last longer than the average person. Jamie Welton ponders how nasty the Holy Knight is and why Mom and Dad are so nice to him. Count Argino Welton looks at the Holy Knight with interest and asks him, clarifying if he is a member of Pyro's church. The Sacred Knight is surprised at the question and replies with a smile. Yes, he honors the goddess Pyro, the goddess of mercy and punishment. Count Argino Welton squints his eyes and pronounces that at first he and his consort were very surprised. Shees Belle Welton agrees with Count Welton, turning her head toward him. The Sacred Knight looks at Shees Belle Welton perplexedly and utters, "Why then?" Shees Belle Welton turns her head to the Sacred Knight and asks him with interest if he happens to know Bishop Sepphoris. Shees Belle Welton is dressed in a yellow dress with open shoulders. There are beads woven into her long hair, which is tied back in a ponytail. The Sacred Knight turns his head sharply towards Shees Belle Welton, looking at her in surprise and asks, "Is she from Uton?" Shees Belle Welton looks at the Sacred Knight and replies with a smile that she is from the Bell family. The Sacred Knight stares intently at Shees Belle Welton after hearing about her being from the Bell family. He grits his teeth and opens his mouth with the remnants of food on it. The Sacred Knight senses the tension and bewilderment. The Sacred Knight stands up abruptly, pushing the chair behind him. Shees Belle Welton and Jamie Welton watch him in surprise, not understanding why he stands up. They stare at him silently, eyes wide and mouths ajar. The Holy Knight kneels down and bows his head before Shees Belle Welton. His clothes develop from the momentary movement. The Sacred Knight pronounces, then he has met a noble man. Those around him are perplexed by what they see. Jamie Welton stares intently ahead, not realizing what is happening. He knows that the Pyro Church is located on the Bell family's property, but could that be the only reason he would bow his head? Holy Knights bow only to their religion. Jamie Welton shouts loudly to his father, getting his attention. Count Argino Welton turns his head in his direction and looks at him perplexed with surprise, asking what's wrong, Jamie. Count Welton waits for Jamie's response. Jamie Welton looks at Count Argino Welton in confusion. Jamie utters that he has a question. Why did this man greet his mother so suddenly? Jamie irritably ponders that he'd rather go to the other world than pretend to be a 9-year-old. Count Argino Welton grinned upon hearing Jamie Welton's question and replied, "That's the thing. They are talking now, so he will tell him later when he gets a chance." The answer dumbfounded Jamie. He replies thoughtfully, "Okay." Jamie Welton tenses and grudgingly contemplates silently. Damn, and he tried so hard. And no result. Shame on him. Sarah Welton is waving her hand at Jamie at this point, telling her that her brother is cute. Jamie grins with a smirk. Jamie Welton stares thoughtfully in front of him, frozen in place. Without uttering a word, he ponders that, by the way, if the connection between Belle's family and the Pyro Church is close, another problem is brewing. Jamie Welton speculates that eventually the Church of Pyro also becomes his target for departure to the other world. The sign of the Church of Pyro is a scale growing from a peony flower. Behind the scale is an inverted crescent moon. Count Argino Welton and the Sacred Knight move to the study, where they continued their conversation. Count Welton asks the Holy Knight how he came to be here. If he is from the Church of Pyro, he has no reason to come east. Count Argino Welton tensely and menacingly looks at the Sacred Knight, furrowing his eyebrows and tensing his face. He wonders to the Sacred Knight if they want to expand their influence. The Earl of Welton waits for an answer. The Sacred Knight, hearing Earl Welton's question, abruptly started waving his hands, gesturing in denial. He's tense and frightened, rounding his eyes and creasing his mouth. He instantly utters, "No, he was chasing someone. That's why he ended up here." Count Argino Welton looks at the Holy Knight and interjects, "Chasing someone?" The Holy Knight lowers his head down and thoughtfully says, "A man who overstepped his bounds because of his experiments that humans should never do." The Holy Knight utters sharply, "The creator of chimeras." Count Argino Welton, hearing the Holy Knight's response, reacts sharply, tense and anxious, asking questions. "What? The creator of chimeras is in Heis? Who is it?" The Holy Knight listens intently to Count Argino Welton's questions. He silently bites his lower lip. The Holy Knight stares pensively down in front of him, tensing his face and feeling tense and anxious. The Sacred Knight apologizes. This information is a secret of the Pyro Church. He is not at liberty to pass it on to outsiders, but if Count Welton promises to honor his request, he will tell him. Count Welton asks, "Is he asking for cooperation?" The Holy Knight sits on the couch and raises his hand in front of him, palm up. He gestures and says to Count Argino Welton, "Yes, a master of the sword can be of invaluable assistance." The Sacred Knight looks intently at Count Welton. Count Argino Welton, upon hearing the Sacred Knight's suggestion, hesitates with his head down. He stares at the floor, pondering quietly aloud about the creator of the chimeras. The Earl of Welton stands still for a while in thought. A chimera is an artificially created living creature that combines the strengths of several beings. The creators of chimeras are generally considered sinners. The material for their core is humans. Perhaps there are those who do not use humans, but the Count has not met them. Count Argino Welton pensively ponders, replying to the Holy Knight that for his part, he is unable to help either materially or spiritually. But he cannot simply stand by, as his wife's family is closely connected to the Church of Pyro. The Holy Knight, upon hearing Count Argino Welton's reply, froze in place and stares intently at Count Welton. The Holy Knight's eyes widened with surprise, feeling embarrassed. He opened his mouth and uttered, "You." Count Argino Welton abruptly raises his head towards the Sacred Knight. Count Welton looks at him carefully and says with a smile, "I'll have to help." There is confidence and a sense of duty in his voice. The Sacred Knight jumps up from the couch, raises his hands in the air, and thanks him joyfully. Count Welton warns that it is too early to thank, wondering why the Church of Pyro is pursuing the creator of the chimeras, and why they are not turning to the state for help. The Holy Knight lowered his head thoughtfully and shifted his gaze sideways to downward. He scratches his cheek with his index finger, feeling tense. He utters that the thing is, if the state finds out, it will certainly help. The Holy Knight pauses for a moment and continues to reply that in such a case, the authority of the Church of Pyro would be noticeably shaken. The creator of the chimeras that the Church is after. The Holy Knight paused for a moment. More than 10 clerics have already suffered at his hands. The Holy Knight, telling Count Argino Welton, stares at him intently, furrowing his brow and lowering his eyebrows. He is feeling tense and anxious. Count Arjano Welton looks at the sacred knight seriously, straining his faces. He asks the sacred knight. He wants to say the creator of the chimeras uses the clerics as the core for the chimeras, thus giving them divine powers. Jamie Welton walks down a wooden walkway in an alley with arches with multiple red roses in bloom. There are burning lanterns hanging from the arches. Jamie Welton looks ahead, putting his hands in the pockets of his shorts. Jamie Welton, feeling tense with a smirk, walks forward through the flower alley. Jamie Welton silently ponders that this is how you live, and begin to look forward to tea time. He is in anticipation of the time ahead. Jamie Welton walks up to the gazebo where Shezbel Welton and Sarah Welton are already seated. Sarah shouts happily to her brother, standing on a chair and waving her arms. She's says questioningly that their Jamie has arrived, beckoning him to sit down sooner. On the table, hot tea is poured into a cup prepared for Jamie Welton, steam emanating from it. The tea set is white porcelain with gold patterns and a border around the base. On the table is a white tablecloth. Jamie Welton instantly grabs the mug of tea in his hand and brings it to his mouth for a sip. Jamie doesn't give any sign of how hot the tea is in the mug. Shezbel Welton looks at him in surprise and says, "God!" Shezbel Welton looks at Jamie Welton carefully and cares to see if her son has anything he wants to ask. He's just in such a hurry. Jamie Welton sits quietly by the table. Across from him, his sister Sarah stands on a chair. Jamie Welton abruptly puts his mug away and stares intently at Shezbel Welton, wondering why that uncle is kneeling in front of his mom. Jamie irritably ponders what kind of greeting that is for a first meeting. Shezbel. Welton answers with a smile, grinning. She knew Jamie would ask that. She asks, he wants to know what ties Mom's family and the Holy Knight together. Shezbel Welton squints her eyes. Shezbel Welton leans her elbows on the table, crosses her fingers in front of her, and looks at Jamie Welton with interest. She begins to tell him that his great-grandfather, whom he has never met, is Mama's grandfather, a benefactor of the Pyro Church. Jamie Welton listened intently to Shezbel Welton's answer, and is stunned. He opened his eyes wide, gritted his teeth, not expecting to hear such a thing. He ponders. What? Mom's family are benefactors of the Pyro Church? Shezbel Welton tells Jamie Welton that his great-grandfather is a benefactor of the Pyro Church. Jamie is taken aback by this news. He feels tense. Jamie ponders in surprise. What? Mom's family are benefactors of the Pyro Church. Shezbel Welton continues to tell Jamie Welton. A long time ago, when a valuable item was stolen from the Pyro Church, her grandfather came to the Pyro Church's aid. She's looked down wistfully and sadly. The incident happened in Forsmus Garden. Back then, the Demon King's followers tried to resurrect him using the religious relic of the Pyro Church, but ultimately failed. Jamie Welton checks in with Shezbel Welton to find out what this has to do with Belle's house. C.S. Bell Welton's grandfather went to the other side of the world when he tried to prevent the incident in question. Subsequently, the Church of Pyro proclaimed the Marquis an honorary archbishop and promised to treat the Bell family as bishops for 100 years. Jamie Welton leans back in his chair thoughtfully and looks away. Jamie thinks that Shezbel Welton looks sad. She must have had a good relationship with her grandfather. Jamie thinks back to the vows of the Church of Pyro. Amazing level of honor. Though when you consider the fact that the only relic was stolen, everything falls into place. Jamie Welton quietly reflected that it wasn't bad. He turns his head to the side and looks down thoughtfully. Jamie Welton angrily mentally ponders that Pyro's church will one day fall by his hand. Until then, he'll be more than happy to take advantage of the opportunities that have come his way. Jamie sits back in his chair, grinning and looking thoughtfully away. Suddenly, Jamie Welton's train of thought is interrupted by Shezbel Welton, who turns toward him and says his name questioningly. Jamie Welton rounded his eyes and froze in place in surprise. Jamie Welton instantly turned toward Shezbel Welton, who had called out his name. He squinted his eyes in embarrassment and said fondly, "Yes, Mother." A smile spread across Jamie's face. He crosses his fingers, resting his hands on the table. Shezbel Welton asks Jamie Welton if he would like another cup of tea. Jamie Welton warmly replies, "Of course." Jamie, Sarah, and Shezbel Welton sit in the gazebo outside at the table as they continue their tea party. At the shelter of Janus Church, lights are on in all the windows of the main two-story building. It is evening, it is dark, and no one is on the grounds. A conversation is taking place indoors, saying that their brother Shino, chosen by their father Janus, will be traveling today. A man in a blue cassock with a hood overlaid stands over everyone, waving his hand. A glow occurs above his head. He pronounces loudly to raise the cups to celebrate this momentous day. The people below look up at him, raising their heads. Shino stares intently from below with his head raised. He radiates joy and happiness with his mouth ajar with a smile. He utters, "Yay." Shino is excited about the upcoming trip and gaining a new status. Standing in the crowd of people watching are Ricky and his sister Anna. They smile happily with their mouths ajar. Ricky stares intently ahead, eyes wide open. Ricky utters, "Finally, Shino is going to the main temple." At Janice's church, a horse-drawn carriage stands outside in the darkness. A lantern is lit in front of the carriage. Shino looks out of the carriage window and says cheerfully, "Ricky, Anna, you've come." Near the carriage stand, holding hands with Ricky and Anna and looking at Shino intently, there are two other people standing next to them. Shino says happily that his departure was so sudden, he thought he wouldn't see Ricky and Anna again. Ricky replies with a smile that they were warned by the priest. Ricky soon goes to get Shino, warning him not to cry there alone. Shino sits in the carriage and squints his eyes cheerfully, saying, why would he cry? They will be joining him soon after all. Shino raises his hand and clenches his fist tightly, gesturing to show his steadfastness and intentions. A loud forward command sounded, and the carriage moved off, heading towards the main temple of Janice's church. The wooden wheels of the carriage traveled along the stone-lined road in the deep night that had fallen. The carriage touched down, heading towards the main temple of Janice Church. The movement of the carriage kicked up dust from the ground. Ricky and Anna stand still, seeing the carriage off with a glance and wishing Shino a good journey. A hooded man stands next to them. Ricky stares intently at the departing carriage in which Shino left. Ricky grits his teeth and says cheerfully, "One day he'll be a priest too." Ricky raised his hand sharply, clenching his fist tightly. He was determined. The carriage with Shino, which is heading towards the main temple of Janice's church, rides deep into the night in the dense darkness. The horses move quietly along the dirt road in the forest, approaching the walls of the building. Shino sits in the carriage next to a man in a blue cassock, wearing the sign of Janice's church on his chest. A hood is placed over the man's head. The man pronounces, addressing Shino, that they are in position. Shino looks at him in surprise and says questioningly, "Already?" The carriage comes to a halt, the movement of the carriage sending clouds of dust into the air. Shino sits in the carriage and turns his head to the window, surveying the area. He stares pensively out the window with his mouth ajar and ponders. And this is the main temple? In the darkness of the night, Shino and the man in the cassock approach the entrance of the building. There are no lights on in the windows of the building. There is peace and quiet around the building, and no outsiders. Shino pensively reflects that it doesn't seem like they've traveled very long at all. Shino turns his head, looking up at the abbot, and asks him, hesitating, "Is the main temple in front of them?" Shino feels tense and anxious. Frightened eyes stare intently at the abbot. The abbot, in a blue cassock, a hood on his head covering his face without lowering his head, says to Shino, indicating to follow him. The abbot is calm and unperturbed. The abbot turns around and follows into the building they arrived in with Shino. The abbot's floor-length robe covers his legs. Shino follows the abbot's lead, not having gotten a full answer to his questions. The abbot follows ahead without turning around. Shino turns around thoughtfully, looking around. He says, addressing the abbot, he thinks they're in the wrong place. The abbot calmly replies that everything is fine, indicating to move on. The abbot extends his hand forward. With a slight movement of his hand, the abbot pulls the closed red book down, followed by a movement. The passage opened up, with Shino and the abbot standing in front of it. The abbot stands behind Shino's back and nudges forward with his hand, directing him to descend. Shino looks forward fearfully, frozen in place. He notices with alarm that this is a dungeon. The abbot slowly makes his way down the long, tiered staircase. Shino follows him, calling out to the abbot several times, trying to get a response. Shino says that he feels uneasy and that there is some kind of mistake. The abbot and Shino go down the stairs and move down a spacious hallway past tall, wide doors, one of which is open. Shino turns to the abbot to listen. Shino walks past the open door and turns around. Shino peeks through the open door and sees a huge hand in front of him with red, swollen bumps on the brush moving towards him. Shino froze fearfully and stares intently at the hand. Shino gasps in fright and shouts loudly to the abbot. The abbot continues to walk purposefully and silently down the hallway, not responding to Shino's questions. Shino quickly catches up with him, walking away from the open door, following the abbot and stammering to tell him that there was something there and he was scared. The abbot and Shino came to the right room where the shadow of a man in a cassock was coming to meet them. The sign of Janice's church is glowing on the man's chest. The abbot utters, addressing the bishop, that he has brought him. Shino sees the bishop in front of him and, stammering questioningly, says, "Illumination falls on the bishop's body, illuminating half of his face. The bishop stands still, making a peaceful face, a slight smile on his face. Shino kneels down in front of the bishop and clenches his hands on his chest. He asks the bishop if he wasn't chosen by God. He is scared, and there is a monster there. Shino feels anxiety and fear sweep over his body. His eyes are wide open and tears are streaming down his cheeks. The bishop does not lower his head to Shino, calmly stands still, and replies to him that of course he is chosen by God. There is a slight smile on the bishop's face and his eyes are tightly closed. He stands in an office that is filled with equipment. Shino looks fearfully at the bishop, eyes wide open. Tears are streaming down his cheeks. Shino clutches his hands to his chest and asks the bishop loudly, "Then why was he brought here?" Shino feels intense fear and anxiety. The bishop looks at Shino carefully and angrily says that it's all about creating a perfect world. Bishop is insanely curious about what will come out of a pure young man like Shino. Bishop opens his eyes and feels his power and superiority. The bishop suddenly says in a calm tone, "Come in." The door slowly opened, and someone is about to enter the room where the bishop, Shino, and the abbot are from the lighted corridor, radiating an ominous energy around them. A creature entered the room, saying ominously and surprised, "Oh, good specimen." The creature, which looks like a human, reaches forward. The creature's head is raised, one eye looks up, the other eye and part of the head is covered with balloon-like veins. The creature reaches out its hand towards Shino's head and says ominously, "He'll make a great chimera." Ominous streams of energy spread around. Shino froze in place and stares at the creature. His body trembles, tears streaming down his cheeks. The town of Heis, the domain of the Earl of Welton, Belbath Street, begins a sunny, clear day. The town is densely packed with identical houses, in the middle of which stands a clock tower with a wall built around it. Jamie, Welton, and the Holy Knight are walking down the street, looking around the town of Heis. Jamie Welton tells them that they are on Belbath Street, the largest street in Heis. The Holy Knight says in surprise that this is a familiar place. The Holy Knight smilingly tells that he used to wander here in the middle of the night when he was starving. A loud laugh breaks out. Jamie Welton glances at the Sacred Knight and tensely says, "Ah yes, this is the reason why Jamie is accompanying him." At the morning tea party, when Jamie Welton calmly presented a cup of tea to his mouth while closing his eyes, Count Argino Welton asked the Holy Knight if he would like to watch the Heis and take Jamie with him. His son is incredibly smart. During the morning tea party it happened. The Holy Knight agreed to go to the Heis with Jamie Welton, replying cheerfully, "Good!" Jamie Welton questioningly froze in place upon hearing the answer. There is tea dripping from his mouth. Jamie is furious, feeling irritated. The Holy Knight follows Jamie Welton through the streets of Heis and looks down thoughtfully, presenting a hand to his chin. The 9-year-old has good stamina and memory. There's a reason the Earl told me to bring him along. Jamie looks ahead irritably. The Sacred Knight, after much deliberation, shouted sharply to Jamie, drawing his attention. Jamie instantly turns around, not expecting to be called out. He stares intently at the Sacred Knight with his mouth ajar. The Sacred Knight cheerfully utters, telling Jamie Welton thank you very much. He thanks Jamie for giving him a good look at Heis, and Jamie Welton smilingly replies that he had fun too. The Holy Knight tells Jamie Welton that since they've had their fun, they should get back. He holds out his hand to Jamie, feeling the tension. Jamie Welton looks at the hand in surprise and replies that it's unnecessary, asking permission to ask something. The Holy Knight froze in place, scratching his head tensely. He didn't expect Jamie Welton to want to ask him a question and thoughtfully says, "Of course." Jamie Welton stands in front of the Holy Knight in the middle of the street. Jamie Welton lifted his head up, directing his gaze towards the Holy Knight. Jamie froze in place, looking intently at the Holy Knight, and calmly asks what they were talking to his father about yesterday. The Holy Knight looks at Jamie Welton dumbfounded, feeling tense and anxious. He says thoughtfully, "Well?" The Holy Knight wondered what the unexpected question was. He thought Jamie was going to ask what knights do. The Holy Knight replies with a smile that they talked about Jamie turning into a real handsome man when he grows up. Jamie Welton gets angry and irritably says, "Just don't lie to him." The Holy Knight anxiously thinks, "What? Don't children love to be told that?" He tenses, squints his eyes, and smiling broadly replies to Jamie Welton, raising his hands to his chest, No, really." Jamie Welton turns around in a frenzy and walks away. He angrily says, "If you don't want to tell, then say so. Who's going to buy it anyway?" The Holy Knight trails off and replies that they were only talking about him. His daddy loves him very much. The Holy Knight squints his eyes and grits his teeth, raising his hand in front of him and flexing his fingers. He says with a chuckle, apologizing for lying, but this is adult conversation. The Holy Knight, feeling tense, adds that he can't tell. Jamie Welton froze in place, listening to the sacred knight. Jamie hesitated, shifting his gaze to the side. He thinks there's something about Hayes, which is why he's been asked to accompany the Holy Knight. But just now, the Holy Knight stands behind Jamie Welton and, raising his hands in front of him, tensely asks, hesitating, "Jamie, are you mad?" Jamie freezes in place, not paying attention, and hesitates, bringing his hand up to his chin. "What is it?" "Think." The Holy Knight tensely and fearfully looks at Jamie Welton, thinking about being angry and what to do. He says questioningly, "Jamie." Jamie Welton abruptly turns and starts to move, replying that he will show him something. The Holy Knight hears Jamie Welton's reply and looks at him questioningly, freezing in place. He asks Jamie Welton in surprise, "Oh, what?" He is seized with curiosity as to what Jamie Welton has to show. Jamie Welton pitches his body forward slightly and raises his index finger up, gesturing to get the sacred knight's attention. Jamie looks at the Holy Knight carefully and says to him with a smile, "Janus Church." A carriage pulled by 2 horses is traveling down a street in the town of Hayes. The road of the street is paved with gray tiles. The horses are quickly pulling the carriage forward. Jamie Welton and the Holy Knight are walking down the same street in Haystown. They walk down the sidewalk. The Holy Knight walks behind Jamie and asks him if Jamie is still angry. Jamie irritably replies that he's not mad, and they're already there. Ricky is standing in the street outside of Janus's church. He is holding a broom with both hands and sweeping the street from side to side. Ricky looks down at his hands thoughtfully and silently locks his lips together. A tall building looms behind him. Ricky raises his eyes wide open and stares intently ahead without averting his gaze. His attention was caught by the voices passing by. Ricky raises his eyebrows in surprise and makes a thoughtful and questioning sound. Walking past Ricky are Jamie Welton and the Holy Knight, who upon seeing Janus's church says joyfully and surprised, "So that's what she is." Ahead of him walks Jamie Welton, feeling anxious and displeased. He squeezed his eyes shut and grinned. Ricky, scrutinizing Jamie Welton sharply and loudly, says, "Ah, black hair." Ricky's eyes rounded. With one hand, Ricky holds the broom. With his other hand, he points towards Jamie Welton, pointing at him with his index finger. The Holy Knight hears Ricky's exclamation from outside and looks at him intently, asking Jamie Welton what is his friend. He looks at him. Jamie Welton, previously not paying attention to Ricky, turned his head questioningly. Jamie Welton remembered the day when he was on the street and a boy suddenly and sharply hit him in the back. Jamie Welton was disturbed with surprise. Jamie pondered, "Is this really the boy?" Jamie Welton sighed unhappily, turning his head the other way. He thinks irritably, then the change in hair color does no good. Jamie replies to the Holy Knight that he doesn't know him. The Holy Knight looks back questioningly. Jamie Welton thinks that the hair color was awkward. Ricky, seeing Jamie Welton's lack of interest, grudgingly and angrily asks what he decided to pretend he didn't know him. At that moment, a horse-drawn carriage rushes swiftly down the street. Ricky snaps out of his seat and promptly runs towards Jamie Welton. A smile appears on Ricky's face, eyes squinting. He happily tells Jamie Welton that he has changed his hair color. He barely acknowledges him. A horse-drawn carriage rushes swiftly down the street. The carriage notices Ricky running in their direction, who doesn't see the carriage approaching, and frightenedly says, "What the?" The crew abruptly begins to brake in an attempt to stop traffic. Ricky runs forward, not noticing the rapidly moving crew heading in his direction. He turns his head thoughtfully to the side, shifting his gaze back when he hears a sharp and loud scream. Ricky stares intently, frozen in place. A carriage is rushing down the road, with Ricky standing on it. The man driving the carriage notices Ricky and shouts loudly and fearfully at him, "Get out of the way!" The man's eyes rounded and his eyebrows lowered down, feeling the tension. Jamie Welton and the Holy Knight stare intently ahead, noticing the carriage moving swiftly towards Ricky. They look on anxiously, mouths ajar, eyes rounded, and feeling tension and fear. Ricky is frozen in the road, holding his broom in his hands and spreading his legs wide. He watches fearfully as a carriage with horses looms ahead of him. The horses stand up on their haunches in front of Ricky, raising their legs and swinging them in the air. The sacred knight, seeing the carriage with horses approaching on Ricky, instantly headed in his direction, moving swiftly in space. He cried out fearfully and tensely, "No!" He extended his arm toward Ricky. Ricky froze in place, standing on the road and watching the horse-drawn carriage moving, not him. His body trembling, he stared intently ahead, making an extended sound. Eyes wide open, tears streaming down his cheeks and dripping from his chin. Ricky is frozen in the road, holding his broomstick in his hands and spreading his legs wide. He watches fearfully as a carriage with horses looms ahead of him. The horses stand on their haunches in front of Ricky, raising their legs and swinging them in the air and making a loud sound. Higo-go! The sacred knight swiftly heads towards Ricky to save him. He points his hand forward and stares intently in front of him with his eyes wide open. He anxiously ponders. Here it comes. He doesn't make it in time. Ricky froze in place and watches intently as the horse-drawn carriage approaches him. He opens his mouth and thoughtfully utters that he's going to the other side of the world. Tears flowed down his cheeks, dripping from his chin. Jamie Welton watches intently as a horse-drawn carriage approaches and a holy knight heads towards Ricky for rescue. Jamie's eyes begin to shimmer with an iridescent light. He directs streams of magical energy. Jamie Welton casts the spell, Chain Area. Jamie Welton points his hands in front of him, his body slightly backward from the flow of powerful force. A projection appeared in front of Jamie's hands, from which chains were pointing in different directions. The holy knight grabbed Ricky and held him tightly against him, moving swiftly in the air. His serious gaze directed forward. Around the rapidly moving sacred knight with Ricky in his arms, magical chains are being sent in different directions in the air. The holy knight, moving swiftly in space, holds the rescued Ricky tightly in his arms. The holy knight directs his gaze to the side and stares intently at the magical chains that surrounded him. The magical chains that Jamie Welton had directed are lifting the horse-drawn carriage high into the air from all sides. They float in the air, tightly bound by the chains. On the ground, people stand up and look up with interest. Ricky froze in place from the emotion he received and tensely stares in front of him. His eyes are rounded, his mouth wide open. Tears are pouring from his eyes, drool dripping from his mouth. He stutters questioningly, saying that he is alive. Ricky quickly pounces on Jamie Welton, hugging him tightly and pulling him against him. He thanks him several times in a row, telling him, "Thank you." Jamie Welton begins to gasp from the tight hug, his body being squeezed hard. Jamie Welton is annoyed and infuriated by Ricky's long and tight hug. Jamie utters that he understands and demands that Ricky let him go. The holy knight watches Jamie Welton carefully from the side and remains silent, pondering how strong Jamie is. The holy knight watches Jamie Welton closely and silently ponders that the magic Jamie used is much stronger than the mages that were with him. The sacred knight closed his lips tightly. Such skills in a 9-year-old child, he is a genius. The sacred knight watches Jamie Welton, who continues to be hugged by Ricky. Ricky tearfully thanks Jamie. Jamie is infuriated. He irritably demands that Ricky get off. The holy knight continues to watch Jamie and reason that, in a couple decades, or maybe a few years, Jamie will reach unprecedented heights. Jamie stares at Ricky in exasperation, gritting his teeth and demanding that he back off. Jamie Welton abruptly turns to the holy knight, who is engrossed in his own thoughts. Jamie says, "Why are you standing up? Come on." The sacred knight shifts his attention to Jamie and, feeling tense, asks, "Where to?" Jamie Welton looks at the holy knight, sighing. He answers him, "Where to Janice's church." The holy knight replies with a smile, "Right." He is feeling the tension. He feels like he is boring Jamie Welton. Jamie Welton, the holy knight, and Ricky walk down the long street toward Janice's church. Ricky walks ahead and says cheerfully that he was just going there. What a coincidence. He offered to walk them. Ricky squints his eyes and turns his head back towards Jamie Welton and the holy knight. He cheerfully pronounces that here is an orphanage for kids like him who have nowhere to go. Suddenly, someone shouts out to Ricky, calling his name questioningly. Ricky sees a nun standing and looking at Ricky intently, with a nonchalant look. He put the palms of his hands together and made a welcoming gesture. The elderly nun with gray hair clarifies to Ricky, "Where did he go?" The nun is checking with Ricky to find out who these people are. She shifted her gaze to Jamie Welton and the holy knight, who are silent with serious faces standing in front of her. They look at the nun carefully after hearing the question about them. Ricky answers the nun that he almost got hit by a carriage and they saved him. They are his guardian angels. The nun fearfully asks Ricky if he hurt himself. He must have been scared. Jamie Welton and the holy knight stand behind Ricky's back. The nun addresses Jamie Welton and the holy knight, joining her palms together in front of her chest and lowering her head in a bow. She thanks them, saying thank you very much. Ricky was almost in irreparable trouble. The holy knight replies to the nun that he is not worth thanking. He, as a follower of the Church of Pyro, simply did what he had to do. The nun, in with her head down in a bow, froze, thinking sadly, Pyro. The Holy Knight utters with a smile that this guy actually did much more than that. He squints his eyes and points his finger at Jamie Welton. Jamie looks at the Holy Knight in surprise and says quietly, "TTC. You don't have to talk about that." The nun looks at Jamie Welton carefully and asks in surprise, "Is that a child?" She doesn't know who is standing in front of her. Jamie Welton looks questioningly at the nun and says that he is the son of the feudal lord of the land. Jamie Welton raises his head and stares at the nun. He calmly says that he is Jamie Welton. Jamie is surprised that the nun doesn't know who he is. He stands still, unmoving. The nun apologizes to Jamie Welton, pointing out that she should have recognized Jamie by her emerald eyes and hair. The news of the carriage incident, he's so shocked. She squinted her eyes, feeling the tension. Jamie Welton watches the nun carefully, locking her lips tightly together, intensely silent, wondering what the reaction is. If she was born in Haisa, she should have recognized him immediately. Okay, that, but the nun is also too confused. The nun looks carefully and asks the Holy Knight. He has come to them to pick up Ricky. The Holy Knight waves his hand, gesturing a denial. He replies that he heard Janice had put down roots here, so he wanted to take a look. The nun says since the Sacred Knight has a tour here, he should follow her. She asks Ricky if he will show the young master around. Ricky freezes in place and asks the nun in surprise. Jamie Welton stares at the nun incredulously and intently with his lips tightly closed. He silently ponders that she is trying to separate them from Ras. It is unlikely that the old woman can harm him, but it's better to be reassured. Standing behind Ricky's back, Jamie Welton turns to Raz, waves a hand in front of him goodbye, winks one eye and says with a smile of joy, "Well equals sign well, then they will meet at tonight's dinner with his parents." The Holy Knight Ras stares intently at Jamie Welton, who has invited him to tonight's dinner. His eyes are rounded with surprise, his mouth ajar. He freezes in place and makes a dumbfounded short sound. "Ah!" Raz waves his hand in farewell to Jamie Welton. He squints his eyes and says cheerfully with a smile, "Yes, see you later." Nun turns away from Raz and starts down the hallway without waiting for Raz to move. Ricky waves and begins to tell Jamie Welton. He waves and pronounces that this is his home here where he lives. He points in front of him with his index finger, telling him that he can see the dining room. Jamie Welton stands still and listens to Ricky, who hesitates with excitement and can't find the words. He squints at him and irritably asks Ricky to relax, demanding that he stop shaking. Ricky turns to Jamie Welton perplexed, mouth ajar and eyes rounded. Jamie Welton looks irritably at Ricky, standing still and mouthing that he doesn't put much emphasis on manners, so Ricky can act like he used to. Ricky listens intently to Jamie Welton, squints his eyes and crosses his fingers. He admires and cheerfully asks Jamie, "Really?" Jamie begins to furrow his brow and arch his eyebrows angrily and irritably yells at him not to make him repeat himself. Ricky turns around and starts moving quickly down the hallway. He yells excitedly in motion to Jamie Welton to follow him. He's going to show him everything here. Jamie stands still, irritated, watching and wondering what Ricky is so excited about. Ricky stops outside in the hallway near the door and says cheerfully that Jamie Welton has already seen the rest of the place. And this is where he lives with his little sister. He asks, really curious. Jamie stops in front of Ricky and answers, "Not one bit." Ricky abruptly opens the door with his hand to his room, shouting happily and loudly to Anna that he has brought a friend. Ricky's eyes are wide open. Jamie Welton hears what Ricky is saying and thinks irritably, "What friend?" In the room where Ricky is staying with his sister, Anna sits at an empty desk in a chair. She overhears Ricky's speech and responds to Ricky in a surprised, extended voice. "Wah!" She instantly puts her hands down to her knees to get up from the chair. Anna stands up abruptly from the chair, resting her hand on the table. She asks surprised Ricky, "Really?" The sudden movement causes Anna's neatly braided braids to rise in the air and move to the sides. Her head is lowered down. Jamie Welton freezes in place upon seeing Ricky's sister Anna. He stares at her intently without looking away. Jamie pressed his lips tightly together in tension and surprise. Jamie's face is focused, eyes intense. Ricky walks over to Anna and, holding her hands, helps her move closer to Jamie Welton. He asks Anna to say hello to Jamie, indicating to her that he's cool. Anna rises from her chair and puts her head down to say hello to Jamie and introduces herself as Anna. Jamie Welton freezes in place in the doorway and stares intently at Anna. He is tense and remains silent without uttering a word. Ricky turns toward Jamie Welton and looks at him in surprise. He asks Jamie, what is it that he is doing? Jamie Welton freezes in place, staring intently at Anna. He wonders silently what kind of adult aura is emanating from her, and what sacred power from her eyes. Anna stands in front of Jamie and a bright glow emanates above her head. Anna is God's messenger who has come down from heaven, the one who is freest to handle God's power. One part of the messenger's body emits a powerful sacred energy. Anna, it turns out, is so far blinded by the might of God's power. But when the adult power awakens in Anna, she will be able to see all the currents of the world through God's eyes. In the future, Anna has the potential to become a nasty adversary for Jamie Welton. Jamie Welton ponders while looking angrily at Anna. Jamie Welton ponders angrily, asking himself, steamroll her to the other side of the world. If he has noticed the power hidden in her, the top of the church will. It's dangerous to send her to the other world now. Jamie Welton looks away thoughtfully, feeling tense. Ricky stares intently at Jamie Welton, frozen in place. He says thoughtfully, Jamie, isn't he? Ricky pauses for a moment without speaking. Jamie Welton looks at Ricky and tensely asks him, what? Ricky, with a smirk on his face, squints his eyes and raises his hands in front of him, pointing his index fingers at Jamie Welton. Ricky says Jamie has a crush on his little sister! Jamie Welton gets angry and loudly yells to Ricky what he's carrying! Ricky says she's too young. But before he can finish his sentence, from behind Anna slaps him sharply on the head with a book. She says with a smile on her face, that's right! She wanted to ask him something. Jamie Welton watches them in surprise. Anna stands still and asks Ricky with a smile if he will help her read a passage from this book. And oh, she can't do it. Ricky lies on the floor with his hand holding the spot on his head that Anna hit and replies, yes, but why hit it with a book? Ricky and Anna sit down on the bed to read a book. Ricky opens the book and asks Anna, does she mean the part where Hines went on the road? Jamie Welton watches them and ponders whose power prevails in it, Janice's, or, either way, they'd better keep an eye on them. Jamie Welton stands back and watches Ricky read a book to Anna. Anna eagerly listens to a passage from the book as towards a tall tower that no one could find. Jamie Welton quietly walks to the door and puts his hand on the doorknob and opens the door ajar. Jamie ponders that he needs to sneak out unnoticed. Ricky turns his attention to Jamie Welton walking away and says questioningly, huh? Ricky sits on the bed and looks intently at Jamie Welton standing at the exit. Ricky asks Jamie, is he going to the restroom? Jamie Welton turns toward Ricky and calmly replies, no, he has to go now. Ricky tells Jamie Welton that he will see him out then. Ricky warns Anna that he is there and back. Ricky closes the book and starts to get out of bed. Anna turns her head to Ricky with a smile and replies to him, okay. Jamie Welton and Ricky walk down the hallway together towards the exit of their church, Janice. Ricky, with a smile on his face, asks Jamie if he is coming again. Jamie Welton doesn't answer and is silent in response. Jamie thinks, what a talkative Ricky is. Jamie Welton turns his head to Ricky and seriously asks him if he wants to be someone. Ricky looks at Jamie Welton and, not expecting such a question, he replies thoughtfully, why is Jamie asking him that? Ricky squints his eyes and raises his hand and puts his thumb up. He asks Jamie Welton, is he the one who has now shown friendly sympathy? How unexpected and pleasant. Jamie looks at Ricky unhappily and says whatever his soul desires. Ricky looks away and starts telling Jamie Welton. He thought spending time with Anna was enough for him. But when Ricky came here, he realized. Jamie Welton looks at Ricky and listens intently. Ricky continues to tell her that he wants to be chosen by Janice and become a priest. Ricky feels joy in telling his intentions. He squints his eyes, turning his head to Jamie Welton, and smiles widely, baring his teeth. Ricky freezes in place and looks down thoughtfully as he continues to tell Jamie Welton. Ricky's friend Faith has been chosen, and he's off to the main temple. Ricky is so jealous of him. Ricky thinks back to Shino, who was chosen by Janice. Jamie Welton, listening intently to Ricky, is dumbfounded by the information that Ricky's friend was taken to the main temple. Jamie shifts his gaze to the side and thoughtfully reasons, what? To the main temple? It's the whole church thing. Human trafficking, rivals, election. Is it really? Jamie Welton turns sharply toward Ricky, tensely and menacingly asking him where he was before coming here. Ricky looks fearfully at Jamie, frozen in place by the heightened tone, and surprisingly replies that he was outside. Jamie Welton stares at Ricky intently and yells menacingly, asking him where else he was before. Jamie Welton is tense and angry. His forehead is furrowed, his eyebrows are lowered and drawn together, and his eyes are wide open. Ricky stares intently at Jamie Welton, who shouts menacingly at him, asking questions. Ricky fearfully replies that he was a lowlife in rivals. Ricky doesn't understand why all of a sudden Jamie Welton is acting like this. Jamie Welton says questioningly, rival? Jamie froze in place, thinking intensely. He thought so. Janice. Jamie Welton's face relaxes and a smirk appears. Jamie Welton is beginning to realize what's going on. On a narrow street between buildings stands Ras, and across from him is a nun. Ras pronounces to the nun that he enjoyed talking to her. The nun replies to Ras that it was nice to talk to her too. It is evening, and the setting sun is faintly illuminating the space. The nun turns and half-turns and pronounces to Ras that it is time for him to return. She will escort him to the young master. Ras squints his eyes, looking in the nun's direction, and with a smile, he replies thanking her. The nun walks ahead. Ras and pensively follows, looking at her back. He silently ponders that the nun is very careful with her words, whether the local priests can be trusted. Perhaps they have something to do with that incident with the chimera. The nun and Russ have reached the corner of the street. Around the corner are Ricky and Jamie Welton. The nun asks Ricky if he has shown the young master everything. Ricky looks at the nun carefully and replies loudly, grinning, "Of course." A voice is heard saying, "Gee!" Ricky turns his head to the side and grimaces. "Hey!" He has his mouth ajar, eyes scrutinizing the source of the voice. Jamie Welton is standing next to him, not turning around or noticing. Ricky cheerfully utters, "Mr. Bishop." Walking towards them is a bishop accompanied by a knight with a hood on his head. The bishop says without emotion that during his absence they have important guests. The bishop lowers his head down. The bishop stops in front of Jamie Welton and greets the young gentleman with a calm tone. Bishop sees Ricky and greets him as well. The bishop's face expresses no emotion, his eyes tightly closed. The sign of Janice's church is affixed to his cassock. Jamie Welton introduces himself to the bishop, saying that he is pleased to meet him and his name is Jamie Welton. Jamie stares intently at the bishop and reflects thoughtfully. It makes sense to him now. Janice's church uses children. The bishop stands still, looks at Holy Knight Raz and asks him, "Who is he?" The Holy Knight Raz replies that he is Ras Armetic, a follower of Pyro. The bishop is surprised. The others around him stand silently watching. Jamie Welton pensively ponders what Janice is using the children for. It seems to have something to do with the appearance of Ras Armethicus. The bishop says he's sorry he didn't get to meet him in person. Russ replies that they had a great time. Jamie Welton has shifted his gaze to the knight behind the bishop's back and is watching him intently. Jamie hesitates, not understanding what the strange feeling is. The knight is standing in armor, a sword behind his back, and the knight has a hood over his head covering his face. Jamie Welton feels the power of the Holy Knight. The knight stands, staring forward with a concentrated gaze. He has assumed a steady stance, spreading his arms out to his sides. Ominous streams of energy emanate from the Holy Knight, but Jamie Welton is alarmed by Ras Armethic's reaction. Jamie stares silently in Ras's direction, watching him. Ras is frozen in place and is tense and anxious. He stares at a single point in front of him, his face tense. Jamie Welton ponders menacingly that something is wrong with this knight. Jamie Welton turns his head warily, looking at the bishop. Jamie Welton's focused face furrowed his brow and drew his eyebrows downward. The bishop froze in place and silently lowered his gaze downward. The bishop thought for a while, feeling tense and anxious. The muscles of his face tense, his eyebrows furrowed. He paid no attention to anyone, immersed in his own thoughts. Jamie Welton and Ras Armetic walk pensively down the street. At sunset, the sun illuminates the sky with a red-yellow glow. Jamie silently shifts his gaze to Ras, watching him. Raz has his head down and silently follows Jamie. Jamie Welton turns his head towards Ras Armetic and says in a calm voice that Ricky told him his friend was chosen, then went to the main temple, and how he envied him and was going to become a priest. Ras Armetic froze in place, and after hearing Jamie Welton's information about Ricky and his friend, he raises his head and stares forward. His face is not tense. He is thoughtfully silent with his teeth clenched and his mouth ajar. Ras Armetic says cheerfully, "That's it! Ricky's a good kid. He's going to make it." Ras Armetic squints his eyes, raises his eyebrows with joyful emotion, and bends his arms at the elbows in front of him, raising his thumb up in a gesture of approval. Jamie Welton watches Ras Armetic's reaction carefully and mentally ponders that he didn't get Jamie's hint at all. Jamie locks his lips tightly together, looking thoughtfully in Ras's direction and thinking about next steps. Jamie Welton and Ras Armetic stand in the middle of the street. Jamie turns around to Raz and asks him, "By the way, didn't his father tell him?" Russ looks at Jamie Welton questioningly, not understanding what he means, and asks him, "What exactly?" Jamie Welton says that 2 months ago Count Welton suppressed the criminal organization Rival, which was stealing and selling children. Jamie says questioningly, "Can you believe it?" Russ froze in place, dumbfounded by the information he had received. Jamie Welton goes on to tell him that, on top of that, Ricky was also in rival. Ras Armetic stares intently at the ground, feeling tense and anxious. He is dumbfounded by the information he has received and interrogates Jamie Welton. Ricky is in rival, isn't he? Jamie Welton carefully observes Ras Armetic's reaction from the information he has received from him. Jamie Welton has his mouth ajar with a smirk and mentally ponders, "It's finally come to pass," and the cherry on the cake. Jamie is about to deliver the following information. Jamie Welton started to move forward and looked at Ras Armetic, asking him, "Didn't Janice's church do charity work?" Ras Armetic froze in place, dumbfounded by Jamie's information. Ras Armetic ponders menacingly, "Indeed, how could he have forgotten?" Janice's church had never practiced charity, if they organized the orphanage to use the children. Ras Armetic tightly clenched the fist of his lowered hand. Earl Argino Welton's estate. The sun had set, leaving a still fiery light in the sky. There was no one on the estate grounds. Jamie Welton and Ras Armetic have returned to the manor before sunset. A conversation is taking place on the estate. Rival and Janice Church. Count Argino Welton and Ras Armetic are sitting in the study talking. Ras Armetic tells them that there's still a boy named Ricky living in the orphanage, who used to be part of Rival. Count Argino Welton sits and listens intently to Ras. Count Welton raises his head, looks at Ras Armetic and says, "Janice Church was having a positive effect on his domain, so he was just observing." Ras Armetic adds, "Something else. He saw a knight who came with the bishop." Ras Armetic looks at Count Argino Welton with tension and anxiety and says thoughtfully, "He could not understand." Ras Armetic freezes in place. Count Argino Welton asks after hearing this, "What is he talking about?" Ras Armetic recalls the knight who came with the bishop. He was emanating ominous streams of energy. Ras Armetic felt a powerful aura, but he could not understand whether he was a knight of the Church of Janus. Ras Armetic continued to narrate. "Disorderly and chaotic sacred power. Most likely this." Ras did not finish, pausing for a moment. Count Welton asks momentarily, "Does he really think a chimera using sacred power was standing in front of him?" Count Argino Welton abruptly pitches his body forward and resolutely says, "If this is true, then he cannot sit idly by. He will instruct the knights right away." And before he can speak, he is interrupted by Ras Armetic. Ras Armetic listens attentively to Count Argino Welton, and sharply interrupting him, thoughtfully says that they need evidence. The Count's determination makes Ras lean back slightly. His face is calm and without a show of emotion. Ras Armetic resolutely pronounces to Count Argino Welton that he will definitely get the evidence. Ras Armetic lowered his eyebrows, making a serious face. He raised his hand in front of him, clenching it into a fist, and gesturing determination. Count Argino looks carefully in Ras Armetic's direction and warns that it's dangerous to do this alone. Ras Armetic resolutely clenches his fist in front of him and utters that he is ready for anything. Count Argino Welton looks at Ras Armetic carefully, seeing his intentions. He asks him what are the chances of success. Count Argino Welton is focused and determined, frozen in anticipation of Ras Armetic's answer. Ras Armetic sits on the couch, calmly folding his hands in his lap. He looks at Count Argino Welton and answers his question. He thinks they have the upper hand. Ras is focused and serious. He is determined to get into action. Count Argino Welton waves his hand lightly in the air. His slender long fingers are joined, his thumbs slightly set aside. Count Welton pronounces to Ras Armetic that he will give him 3 men. After Count Argino Welton's hand motion, 3 men in identical uniforms instantly appeared behind Ras Armetic's back. They appeared out of nowhere and froze in place, motionlessly standing still and waiting for the command. Ras Armetic turns his head back as he sits on the couch and looks at the men who suddenly appeared behind his back. Ras feels a strain of consternation. He didn't even feel them. The 3 people behind him stand motionless, staring in front of him. In front of Ras Armetic are shadow knights whose existence is reduced to protecting the Welton house. They are professionals at their craft, so they will be of use to him. They have long swords, though they look and move more like mercenaries. Ras Armetic looks at them in surprise and asks Count Argino Welton, "Are they definitely knights?" 3 men in blue uniforms and black cloaks over their shoulders stand before him. Their faces are covered by black masks from nose to chin. Ras Armetic seriously says to Count Argino Welton that thank you in any case. He will surely reveal the knight's essence. Ras Armetic sits on the sofa. Behind his back, the 3 knights of the Welton family are standing nonchalantly. Count Argino Welton tells Ras Armetic that he is counting on him. Behind Rasarmethic's back stand the shadowy knights of the Welton family. Outside the window, Black eavesdrops on Jamie Welton's office information. Jamie Welton holds over Black's arm, releasing streams of sinister energy. Black floats in the air and looks down. Jamie scrolls through the information he's received in his head. A chimera with sacred power and a childish being used as material. Jamie Welton sits on the bed in his room and reasons that children pure as a white sheet are good for experimentation. But can God afford to do such things? Jamie viciously insults Janice. Jamie Welton fell backwards onto the bed, putting his hands under his head. He closes his eyes and pensively contemplates walking along with an unfinished experiment, apparently for good reason. Black flies over the bed and squeaks. Jamie Welton is on the bed addressing Black. Black sat down on the edge of the bed and looks at Jamie Welton intently, beeping questioningly and waiting for instructions. Black lowered his wings and laid his tail on the bed. Jamie Welton places a letter in a red-stamped envelope in front of Black. He instructs Black to head to Rise's house. Black looks at Jamie Welton carefully and squeaks approvingly, raising his wings upward. Black flies outside through the wide open windows from Jamie Welton's room. Black holds the red-stamped envelope firmly in his paws. He stares intently ahead, flapping his wings quickly and rising upward. Jamie Welton sits on the edge of the bed, looking out the open window that Black flew out of. Jamie sighs and pronounces that it's time for him to start preparing as well. The next battle will require stronger magic. There are discharges of energy in the air next to Jamie. Jamie Welton looks forward with determination. He says angrily, "Wait for it to Janice, he will become his headache." Memorizes the technique of sealing summoning and mana within the soul, allowing unhindered use of magic. It is deep in the night. Rise and Azamat are in the building of Hai's town. Azamat grudgingly asks Rise how much longer they have to stay here. Rise and Azamat are on a mission for Jamie Welton and are forced to sit in ambush. Rise stands at the window and stares thoughtfully ahead, observing the situation. Rise replies to Azamat that they are forced to sit here until they notice suspicious activity. There is no light in the room, with moonlight falling on the window. Rise continues to stand at the window, looking carefully ahead through the window to the street. Azamat sits nearby on a chair by the table and says indignantly, "You can't even see a rat in here, let alone a knight." Rise stands at the window observing the situation, and turned his head slightly towards Azamat, who is sitting on a chair and is indignant. Rise moves his eyes to the side, squinting at Azamat, and replies seriously that they are following orders. Azamat sits on a chair in the middle of the room, resting his arms at his sides. He puts his head down thoughtfully and utters, "Lifeless boredom. Nothing is happening at all." Azamat stares at the floor, not knowing what to occupy himself with. Suddenly, footsteps were heard on the wooden floor from outside. The stomping came from iron boots that moved quickly towards Azamat and Rise. The iron boots were forcefully pushing off the floor to speed up the movement. Rise heard the sudden footsteps from outside and turned his head to the side, directing his gaze half sideways. Rise listens, trying to figure out where the noise is coming from. Rise is focused and serious, his face tense. Suddenly, a knight of Janice's church appears in front of Rise and Azamat. He raises his hand up and pulls out a sword from behind his back. A hood is pulled over his head, his face covered by an iron mask. Streams of ominous, powerful energy emanate from the knight. Azamat directed his gaze at the knight, who appeared suddenly in the room. Azamat froze in place, opened his mouth and furrowed his brow. Azamat feels tense and anxious. Aloud, "Look out!" The knight of Janus Church swiftly swings his sword with a mighty force. The sword cuts through space, flying in front of Azamat. Powerful streams of sinister energy emanated from the knight. As he strikes, his body slightly thrusts forward. The sword of the knight of Janus Church flies in front of Azamat, emitting a bright light. Azamat abruptly dodges the sword, making a short sound from the movement and surprise. Azamat feels tension and fear as he watches the sword closely. Azamat and Rise freeze in place and stare intently at the knight with the sword. They feel tension and fear as they ponder what kind of sacred power it is, what kind of beast it is. Azamat gritted his teeth fearfully while catching his breath, waiting for more action from the knight. The knight of Janus's church stands still with the ball in his hands and looks at Rise and Azamat intently. The knight thoughtfully pronounces to them that they are going to the other world. Powerful streams of energy emanate from his body and sword. The knight stands still, head down and frozen for a while. A hood is thrown over the knight's head. A bright red light burns in the slit for the eyes in the mask. Powerful streams of energy move around the knight. The knight angrily and with an overflowing hatred loudly utters, "Go to the other world!" The knight spreads his legs wide, bending his body backward, looking face up, spreading his arms out to the sides and spreading his fingers. Rise instantly turns around and earnestly shouts to Azamat to leave quickly and report everything to his master. Rise tensely looks away, tensing his face and arching his eyebrows. He opens his mouth wide, shouting to Azamat. Rise assumed a stable position and stood in the middle of the room, blocking the knight's path. Rise spread his legs and arms wide. Azamat promptly ran after his master and shouted fearfully to wait for him. The knight of Janus's church froze in place and stares intently ahead. His sinister red eyes glow in his mask. The knight's head is covered by a hood. The knight has his gaze fixed forward and is ready to proceed to destruction. The knight of the Church of Janus shouted ominously loud, "Go to the other world!" The knight leaped forward, swiftly traveling through space. He swiftly swung his sword with a stream of powerful energy emanating from it. Azamat, running towards the window, quickly turned his head back to see what was happening to Reese. He is tense and afraid, his eyes rounded, his mouth ajar. Azamat watches and is puzzled by what is happening. There is a rapid movement in space again. Several rapid jolts are heard. A loud voice shouts, "Look out!" Rise runs swiftly towards Azamat and pushes him in the chest. Rise's face is tense, his teeth clenched. Azamat froze in place at the window in surprise, cocking his head to the side, lowering his eyebrows tensely and opening his mouth. With a sharp and forceful push from Risa, Azamat falls out of the window. Azamat flies backwards, spreading his arms and legs in the air. He makes a prolonged sound, feeling the impact and discomfort. Azamat falls down from the top floor. Azamat falls backwards down from the top floor after a push from Rise. Azamat is frightened and screams loudly, "Brother!" His eyes are rounded, his forehead wrinkled, and his eyebrows lowered. Azamat pulls his hand in front of him towards Rise, who remained on top of him. With a sharp movement, the knight wounds Rise in the stomach. Rise slowly stretches out. "Master." An area of darkness surrounds the house where the knight and Rise are surrounded by a spell. Bright lights and various symbols appeared on the ground and in the air. Suddenly the front door opens from the street and a man enters, placing his foot on the threshold. Dark, ominous streams of energy emanate from the man, rising upwards. He is wearing a cloak, long socks, and boots. It's Jamie Welton. He has a hood over his head. Dark, ominous streams of energy emanate from his body. Jamie Welton stops and asks with a smile, "Did he call for him?" Jamie is focused and calm while in the room. Jamie Welton looks down carefully, saying with a smile, "His servant." Jamie reaches forward with his hand palm up, his fingers spread apart. Dark, ominous streams of energy emanate from Jamie. Jamie Welton, Rise, and the Knight of the Church Janus are in the room. Rise is wounded and lying on the floor. Jamie Welton stands next to Rise across from the Knight and looks at him intently. Knight stands still as well, watching Jamie. Jamie Welton utters that from this moment on, no one will know what is going on here. After all, the barrier is pretty strong, even though Jamie has managed to use dark memories. But using 6th grade magic is still difficult for Jamie. The Dark Knight is in place, staring intently ahead at Jamie Welton. He is silent, not responding to Jamie Welton's speech. Bright red eyes glow in his helmet. A hood is pulled over his head. The iron mask is scratched. The Knight of Janus's church rushes toward Jamie Welton. He shouts furiously, "Go to the other side!" In his hand, the knight holds a sword. Jamie stands against the wall near Rise without moving and shouts loudly to the knight, "Come here!" Jamie Welton stands still and casts the spell, Gravity, using 5th grade magic. Jamie raises his hands in front of him and creates a magical ball in the air with his palms. Streams of energy spread around Jamie, filling the space. The enhanced gravity puts a lot of pressure on the target and immobilizes it. The magical streams of gravity wrap around the feet of the knight, who moves across the floor. The knight feels it, not realizing what is happening to him. The knight falls to the floor with a clatter, cradling one arm to steady his body. The knight's other hand holds his sword. Magical gravity flows around his body. The knight begins to gasp from the effects of the magic. Jamie Welton casts another spell, Touch of the Lifeless. This is the magic of summoning the departed souls that bind the victim. The knight is on the floor, resting his hands on the floor. Magical currents wrap around his arms. The knight is on the floor, kneeling. In one hand he holds a sword, the other hand is raised above the floor. Magical currents are wrapped around the knight's body. He gasps from the effects of the magic and tries to utter a word. The knight raises his hand above the floor, pointing it rapidly upwards. He says loudly and angrily, "Go to the light!" The fingers of the knight's hand are bent. The knight is trying to fight the effects of Jamie Welton's magic. Jamie Welton casts the spell, Sacrifice. This is the magic of sacrificing summoned souls, followed by a powerful explosion. Jamie Welton stares intently in front of him, spreading his arms wide apart with a magical ball formed between them. The magical currents of the sacrifice spell that Jamie Welton had applied wrap around the knight's body. The knight feels the effects of the magic, from which light emanates, and anxiously in his head a thought occurs. Warning. Danger. The magical ball of applied magic sacrifice that Jamie Welton created hangs in space. Streams of energy swirl around him, illuminating the space around him. Ominous streams of energy were being directed forward. Jamie Welton has lowered his arms and stands still. He stares intently ahead at the knight, watching the applied magic on him. Around Jamie, a haze of dark particles spreads in the air. Jamie Welton remains silent. Jamie Welton watches as the knight stands on the floor on one knee with his hands down. In one hand, the knight holds a sword. All around, a haze is spreading in the air. Around the knight's body are bloody streams of energy. The knight angrily tries to utter a word. Jamie Welton stands still, surrounded by the haze that is spreading in the air from the magic used. Jamie Welton looks at the knight carefully and says questioningly, "Expert means?" The knight tries to pronounce the word again, stopping. "Stew." The knight's hand grips the sword firmly in his hand, clenching his fist and pulling it sharply from its scabbard. Magical streams of energy spread around his hand. The knight furiously utters, "Go to the other world!" He instantly swiftly starts moving towards Jamie Welton. He swings his arm backwards, holding his sword in his hand to strike. There are bloody streams of energy around the knight. The knight swings his sword towards Jamie Welton and swiftly heads towards him. Jamie Welton stands calmly in place near the wall with his legs spread wide. He watches the knight's movement intently. Jamie pronounces that he is steadfast, but Jamie Welton angrily pronounces that it won't do him any good. Jamie crosses his arms in front of him, directing magical streams of energy from them. Jamie stares forward in concentration with a serious face. Jamie's eyes glow. Jamie Welton casts a spell. Puppet. Marionette allows you to control an enemy with soul threads. The knight, who swiftly pointed his sword towards Jamie Welton while holding it with both hands, is restrained by the magical threads of the marionette magic. The magical threads of the marionette spell bound the knight's legs, tightly wrapping around them. The knight instantly falls to his knees on the floor with force. Bloody streams of energy flow around the knight's body. The knight tensely utters a sound, gasping from the restrained body. Commands arise in the knight's mind. Pressure cannot be cancelled. No risk analysis can be done. The knight gasps, making sounds. The knight collapses to the floor. The restrained hands of the magic puppet fall in front of his face. The knight's body shakes. The knight lies on the floor, raising his head towards Jamie Welton. Knight's entire body is bound by strands of marionette magic that descend from above. Jamie Welton walks towards the knight and utters. Apparently, he doesn't understand what's going on. Jamie Welton pronounces that after the explosion, he placed soul shards in Knight's body. Jamie Welton looks contentedly at the knight, a smile appearing on his face. Ominous streams of energy emanate from Jamie Welton in space. Jamie Welton stands over the knight, ominously saying that from now on the knight's fate is beyond his control and he belongs to him. The magical threads of the marionette spell forcefully clutch the body of the knight, who lies on the floor. The knight gasps and makes sounds. Notifications appear in the knight's mind. Loss of control over his body. There is no way to undo the black magic. It is pointless to continue the battle. The knight lies on the floor, raising his head and looking forward. The knight's body is shaking. A notification appeared in the knight's head. Victory is impossible. The best outcome is escape. A magical orb appeared in the chest of the knight, who was restrained by the magical threads of the puppet spell. The orb began to spread streams of energy towards the side. Jamie Welton froze in place, staring intently at the knight in whose chest the magic orb appeared. Jamie tensed and worried. His eyes are rounded. Jamie Welton tensely thinks, self-liquidation. Jamie Welton says sharply and loudly, "No way!" Jamie swiftly heads towards the knight, clenching his hands into a fist. Around the knight, magical streams of self-destruction spread in space. Jamie Welton swiftly heads towards the knight to stop the self-liquidation. Jamie points his hand forward, casting a spell. The Hand of Darkness. Streams of magic swirl around Jamie's hand. He stares intently at his hand. Jamie Welton swiftly approaches the knight and launches his hands into his body, using the magic of the Hand of Darkness to stop the self-liquidation. The magic of the Hand of Darkness swirls around Jamie Welton's hands. The knight froze in place, waiting for the self-liquidation. The knight froze in place, waiting to self-liquidate. His red, burning eyes stare intently ahead. Jamie Welton continues to launch the magic of the Hand of Darkness into the knight's body, and realizes fearfully that there is no way to stop the self-liquidation. The knight stands on his feet waiting for the self-liquidation. Jamie Welton holds his hands to the knight's chest using the magic of the Hand of Darkness. The magical light of self-elimination from the knight's body illuminates the space around it. Jamie tries to stop it by making sounds. Jamie Welton continues to use the magic of the Hand of Darkness and viciously utters, swearing he can't dodge. Jamie tensely stares forward at the body of the knight. One hand remains on the knight's thigh, the other hand frozen in front of his chest, pointing his palm forward. Jamie Welton's hand remains in the knight's chest, which he tries to pull out, pushing the knight away from himself. Jamie stares intently ahead at his hand. A bright light illuminates the space around the knight and Jamie Welton. Smoke comes out of the knight's chest. A sharp explosion erupts from the knight's chest, throwing the knight's body backwards. The explosion illuminates the space around him with a bright light. The explosion throws Jamie Welton backwards away from the knight. Jamie's arms are freed and stretched out in front of him. A powerful explosion erupts from the knight's body that activated the self-destruct. A powerful stream of explosive force illuminates the space around and travels swiftly across the room. Nothing can be seen behind the bright light of the explosion. The house that Knight and Jamie Welton are in is illuminated by the bright light of the self-destruct explosion. The light bursts out of the windows of the house, traveling far ahead. The house is surrounded by the magic Jamie Welton used before entering the house. Jamie Welton froze in place, looking down thoughtfully. If it wasn't for Black, he would have been in danger. Used divine power to the max, and broke through the black dimension. This was something Jamie Welton certainly hadn't expected, but he still can't get away. Jamie Welton stands still, staring thoughtfully ahead. Around him, ominous streams of energy move in the air. Jamie Welton asks Black to absorb the light that illuminates the space from the knight. The bright light illuminating the room disappears. Jamie Welton watches as the knight swiftly begins to move forward, trying to escape the scene of the battle. The knight utters tensely, "Flee," without finishing the word. Jamie Welton watches as the knight runs away. He raises his hands in front of him. A magical blob of energy has formed between his palms, from which a bright light emanates. The stream of energy swirls around Jamie's hands. Jamie screams, "You can't get away!" The magical flow of energy that Jamie Welton created rushed towards the knight who was running towards the window and hit him in the back. From the sharp blow, the knight was thrown forward and let out a short sound. The knight stopped on the spot. He spread his legs and arms wide. From the effects of Jamie Welton's magic, red tentacles instantly burst out from the knight's back, holding onto the knight's back with their teeth. Streams of energy and air swirled around the knight. Jamie Welton turned his head towards the knight and watches him carefully. He has his mouth ajar and is pondering menacingly that it is a chimera. So that's what his true appearance is. Jamie considers the chimera an abomination. Jamie Welton instantly uses a spell, Chain Area. Jamie's hand is guided forward to use magic. The magical chains rapidly fly towards the chimera. Jamie Welton's eyes glow with magical light. Magical chain spell area chains rapidly heading towards the chimera and begin to wrap around its body. The chimera begins to bend from the effects of the magical chains that pull it down. The chimera raises its arms and tentacles upward. Jamie Welton froze in place, carefully watching the chimera being wrapped around by the magical chains. Jamie says calmly and nonchalantly, "Go ahead." Magical streams of energy are directed from Jamie forward towards the chimera. The magical chains wrap around the chimera's body and squeeze it. The chimera begins to gasp, making extended sounds. It thrusts its arms and tentacles forward. The magical energy flow directed by Jamie Welton rushes into the chimera's body. Jamie Welton stares forward with a serious face. His eyebrows are lowered and his forehead is furrowed. Jamie puts his palms together in front of him and ominously recites the incantation. The blast of departure to the afterlife. The blast of departure is an explosion of darkness that can tear through even the strongest armor. After the impact of the magical energy flow, the chimera fell to its knees. Its tentacles and arms are down and unmoving. The chimera's body was held down by magical chains. A notification appeared in the chimera's head. Multiple damage. The limit has been reached. No further action is possible. The chimera lifted its head up and gasped, uttering short sounds. Bloody streams of energy flowed around its body. A warning notice appeared in the chimera's head. "Activate last process." The chimera's body shook, and behind its back, a jaws of tentacles began to open. A red blob flew out of the jaws and headed downward. Jamie Welton froze in place, looking down at the chimera intently, and noticed the red blob that popped out of the chimera's body. He rounded his eyes dumbfounded when he saw it and thought, "This is it!" Jamie's lips locked tightly together. The red blob from the chimera's body jumped out the window and bounced off the wall and hit the ground with force, continuing onward. Jamie Welton watched as the blob flew out the window and gave a disgruntled cluck. Jamie Welton walks over to the window that the red blob popped out of and looks down, watching the red blob from the chimera's body run away. Jamie grudgingly utters, "Fuck you, missed it." Rise rises from the floor and stares intently at Jamie Welton. Rise, feeling tense and anxious, shouts loudly to Jamie Welton, drawing his attention. "Master!" Rise's hair and clothes are stained with blood. Rise turns his head toward the chimera, which is lying on the floor with no signs of life. He thoughtfully pronounces to Jamie Welton that this is a fine job, but he didn't get a chance to finish, and Jamie added, "Escaped." Rise hears Jamie Welton's response and is perplexed and says questioningly, "What, he's not going to chase him?" Rise ponders, straining. Is that allowed? Jamie Welton looks at Rise carefully. Jamie Welton pronounces, "Offended, of course, but it's not necessary." Rise looks down frustrated. He doesn't know what Jamie is talking about. He's missed his enemy, and he's not going to do anything about it. Wasn't it for his capture that he ordered them to keep surveillance? Rise turns his head towards Jamie Welton, and holding his hand to the wound on his stomach asks, "Sorry, but he doesn't quite understand him. Could Jamie please explain?" Jamie Welton calmly replies that it's simple. Jamie Welton looks forward carefully and calmly, and pronounces to Rise that you can't just get rid of dark mana. There are ominous streams of energy emanating from Jamie Welton and spreading through space. Jamie Welton tells Rise, remembering how he struck the knight's body with his hand, that after he punched the chimera with his hand of darkness, the dark mana spread through his body. Jamie Welton angrily utters, which means he can easily find him. In Janice's church, the bishop sits in his office behind a desk, calmly writing something down on paper. Behind him are racks of books. Above his head hangs a chandelier with candles burning. The bishop's head is down. He does not suspect anything. Suddenly a rustle is heard outside the window, and one part of the window begins to move. The bishop takes notice of this and pensively observes what the noise outside the window could be in the middle of the deep night. Around the window, magical particles spread in the air. The window has opened, and in the open part of it, part of the chimera that escaped from Jamie Welton climbs up onto the windowsill. The chimera part is red in color with a huge bulging eye. Bishop sees it and tensely ponders. What the? Bishop walked over to the window and picked up the part of the chimera. It sits in the palm of his hand and stares at him with a big bulging eye. The bishop is tense and anxious and utters, "It can't be, has he lost?" Defeated by a chimera knight with divine powers, in the house where the battle between Jamie Welton and the chimera knight took place. Outside the window it is deep night and the moon is shining in the sky, illuminating the space. Rise continues to ask Jamie Welton, "Master, but in a case like this." Rise asks Jamie Welton that they will realize that a dark mage has intervened, and then Jamie Welton's identity and whereabouts may be revealed. Rise stares intently at Jamie and feels anxious and tense. Jamie Welton turns toward Rise and looks at him intently. Jamie utters that he understands his train of thought, but they won't learn anything. Rise hears Jamie's response and asks puzzled, "What?" Jamie Welton answers Rise with a smile that his power is now very different from dark magic. There are ominous streams of energy coming from Jamie Welton. Jamie doesn't understand why black magic is now so inferior to holy magic. When it was originally created to destroy divine power, Rise tensely and fearfully looks down, watching Jamie Welton's hand. Jamie's hand is tense, fingers slightly bent and emitting magical streams of energy. Destroying sacred power is a darkness that can destroy sacred power without a trace. It is this magic that Jamie Welton utilizes. Jamie Welton stretched out his arm in front of him, directing magical energy flows in space. Jamie Welton's reasoning is that it doesn't matter what tricks they pull, because there's no way they'll be able to deal with this magic. The bishop sits at his desk, tense and angry. He has his head down, clenches his fists tightly, and ponders angrily. Who could it be? Jamie Welton pronounces, his dark magic is originally designed to destroy divine power, so he has nothing to worry about. Rise freezes in place and replies, understandable. Jamie Welton directs magic at the chimera knight's body and lifts it in the air. Jamie Welton notices Azamat's absence and asks Rise where he is. Rise replies thoughtfully that the point is this. At that moment, the front door from the street slowly opens, with no one visible behind it. Azamat instantly opens the door, abruptly and loudly starts shouting to his brother, asking if he is okay. Azamat tenses his face, wrinkling his forehead and lowering his eyebrows. His mouth is wide open, trying to shout to Rise. Azamat notices Jamie Welton in the room. He says to him cheerfully, "Master, it's good of him to come." Azamat stares at Jamie Welton intently, feeling embarrassment and joy. He smiles broadly. Azamat, feeling tense and afraid, says to Jamie Welton, he thought the knight had already slaughtered his brother, but luckily Jamie Welton figured it out. Jamie looks menacingly at Azamat and asks him what he has figured out, but where Azamat has been hanging around. Azamat tells Jamie Welton, recalling the chain of events. Azamat fell out of a window and lost consciousness. As soon as he regained consciousness, he immediately got up. Azamat scratches the back of his head with his hand, feeling tense and anxious. Jamie Welton stares at Azamat with tension and disbelief. He says angrily, sneering, "A zombie passed out." Rise stands behind Jamie Welton's back and anxiously replies, pointing a finger to indicate that he was the one who pushed it out. Jamie Welton tenses and looks at Azamat with disbelief. Jamie silently listens to Azamat's response. Azamat, feeling tense and anxious, frozen in place, says thoughtfully and longingly, "Well." Rise stands next to Jamie. Jamie Welton gives Azamat a command. "Lay down." Azamat stands on his hands and feet, lifting his torso up. Jamie sits on top of him and pronounces, "Surveillance cease." They'll figure it out quickly and can get on his tail. Observe only from afar. Rise turns his head toward Jamie Welton, listens carefully to his order and replies in a calm tone, "I obey." Rise's hair and clothes are stained with blood from the wound he received from the Chimera Knight's sword. Jamie Welton looks intently at Rise. Jamie raises his hand upward, pointing his fingers in Rise's direction. Jamie Welton utters to Rise, "And more." Jamie Welton's hand is pointed toward Rise. The fingers are slightly bent. Jamie Welton releases streams of magical energy on Rise that move around his body. Rise freezes in place and stares intently at Jamie's hand. The magical energy streams that Jamie Welton directed move next to the wound from the Chimera Knight's sword. Rise looks down in surprise and utters, "Master, you." Jamie Welton replies that he has taken action, so he will feel better. Jamie Welton stands up from Azamat's back and pronounces to him to watch Rise. Azamat stands on the floor in a hand and foot stand, keeping his body in the air. Azamat's body tenses and shakes. He hears Jamie's order and responds sharply, "I obey." Jamie Welton walks to the window, stands abruptly on the sill, and looks back at Rise and Azamat. Jamie Welton pronounces to them that he's gone and they need to be careful. Jamie commands Azamat to stand up. Azamat and Rise curtly respond. Jamie Welton jumps down from the window, held in flight by Black's wings with both hands. Jamie Welton flies rapidly downward, one leg tucked under him, the other straightening down for support. Jamie's cloak develops in the air. Outside the window, it's deep night. In Janice's church in the main building, there are lights in the windows everywhere. The bishop is in Janice's church, and due to the recent events that have occurred, he is perplexed. The bishop shouts loudly, "Impossible." The bishop is sitting at his desk. He has his head down, looking intently at the table. In front of him on the table is a small glass jar with a lid. The bishop has his hands on the table, clenching into fists. His body shaking, he utters, "Who dares?" The bishop ponders while looking at the part of the chimera that lies in the glass jar. He managed to overpower a 4-creature chimera knight with divine power. The chimera part spread out in the jar, directing its eyes to the sides. Bishop was abruptly taken aback by the thought. "Ah, really?" He thoughtfully put his head down while thinking about it. Bishop stares intently at the floor. His face is tense, his mouth ajar. The bishop ponders who it could be. The bishop ponders and wonders if it is the Earl of Welton who dares to do this. The bishop imagines the Earl of Welton moving swiftly with a sword in his hand, his other hand down and emitting magical streams of energy. The bishop ponders. Is he really? He stands pensively over the table with his head down and stares silently at the jar containing part of the chimera. The bishop sank into thought, trying to figure out who dared to destroy the chimera. The bishop took the jar in his hands, which contains part of the chimera, and looks at it, pondering, "No, if Earl Welton had intervened, there would be nothing left of the knight." The chimera part sits calmly in the jar, pointing its eyes to the sides. The bishop has his head down thoughtfully. He continues to ponder on who destroyed the chimera knight. Bishop recalls the moments of the knight's battle, and how at one point the connection with him was cut off. Blocking magic. It could only be a barrier. Bishop ponders the fact that there is a mage of such a level in the local lands. He recalls meeting Jamie Welton and the Holy Knight Ras Armethic. The bishop suggests that it could have been the young lord. The bishop sits back and ponders, waving his head negatively to the side. No matter how much of a genius Jamie Welton is, he is only at a 4th grade level. To battle a chimera, one needs at least a 5th grade level. So who could it be? Bishop ponders the need to speed up the experiment before it's too late. He tensely ponders, will the second plan also fail? Suddenly a knife appears in front of the Bishop's throat. Bishop notices it and freezes in place. Jamie Welton stands behind Bishop's back, holding the knife close to his throat. A hood is placed over Jamie's head, covering his face. Jamie pronounces to the Bishop that he may not answer. The Bishop looks away in frustration and exasperation. The Bishop feels tension and fear. He looks away, trying to see the man behind him. The Bishop's body trembles with fear. He stammeringly utters, "No." Jamie Welton holds the knife near Bishop's neck. Jamie Welton listens intently to the Bishop and asks ominously, "Yes? Then what?" Half of Jamie Welton's face is covered by his hair, his mouth ajar in a wide grin. The Bishop pronounces that he's not finished yet. Jamie Welton asks the Bishop ominously, what in his opinion has happened is normal? The Bishop replies fearfully and loudly, "No, that's not what he means. An obstacle has arisen. A couple more experiments, and they will get what they want." Jamie Welton listens intently to the Bishop and pronounces him throwing around such words, even though he doesn't even know who exactly interfered. Jamie asks the Bishop if he wants to be a test subject himself. The Bishop thoughtfully pronounces that he does. Jamie Welton pronounced to the Bishop that he would keep an eye on him. If the Earl himself interfered, it would be the end of everything. Jamie Welton instantly vanished. The Bishop remained seated at the table, looking down perplexed. The Bishop, feeling tense and afraid, abruptly opens his mouth wide and exhales from the anxiety overwhelming his body. The Bishop's face is downcast. He is trying to recover from Jamie Welton's visit to him. The Bishop speaks loudly. "Seven Knight. He's been following him." Bishop is tense and anxious. He grits his teeth in exasperation and looks down thoughtfully. There are ominous streams of energy emanating around the Bishop in space. Seven Knight is one of the 7 swords of Janus's church. He and the other 6 swords are the strongest warriors, almost at the level of the masters who protect the Archbishop. The Bishop bangs his fist on the table and says indignantly, "How dare he?" The Bishop reflects on the Archbishop, angrily saying, "Nasty old man. If the Bishop succeeds, he will take his place." The Bishop sits at the table, looking down tensely. The Bishop clenched his fists tightly, which are resting on the table. Deep night has fallen over the Earl of Welton's estate. The moon peeks out from behind the dark clouds, illuminating the ground. The lights in the Earl of Welton's estate are off except for one window on the 3rd floor. There is silence and tranquility all around. Jamie Welton is in his room. On the floor lies the chimera knight he brought from the battlefield. Jamie leans over him, resting his hands on his side and saying thoughtfully that he seems to have overdone it. Jamie Welton stares intently in front of him, frozen in place, and ponders. They have created a sacred chimera. Interesting. Jamie Welton is surprised that the chimera knight in front of him is a chimera that was created for a purpose. Jamie Welton reaches out to the chimera knight, who is lying on the floor with no signs of life. Jamie Welton utters, "Well, let's see who they put in here." The body of the chimera knight is wearing armor stained with blood. There is a huge hole on his chest. Jamie Welton scrutinizes the chimera knight, looking at what is underneath the armor. His face is stained in the chimera knight's blood from the autopsy. Jamie Welton utters with surprise, "Ha, that's how it is." Jamie Welton examines the body parts of the chimera knight. There are traces of blood on the floor from the separation of the body parts. Jamie Welton sees insect limbs, organs with immunity against fire, insect eyes, all in a human body. This combination allowed this creature to develop great speed. The core is a sphere of divine power. It's what makes a chimera a knight, but that's what they're made for. Jamie Welton took the lens in his hands and scrutinizes the chimera knight. Jamie Welton ponders as he examines the body of the chimera knight. Janus, do they want a battle? Jamie Welton is silent, not knowing what I'm creating chimeras for. The chimera knight's hand lies on the floor, his lifeless body unmoving. Blood splattered all around. Jamie Welton lowered his head down, examining the chimera knight. He is stained all over with his blood, and says thoughtfully and menacingly, "Whatever the target, it's disgusting. They haven't changed a bit. People are still just insects to them." Jamie Welton is frozen in place, staring thoughtfully before him. An ominous energy flowed around him. In Jamie Welton's mind, snippets of expressions from a past life appear. "Live Diablo, Lord Wolfear, our revenge." Jamie Welton grits his teeth. Ominous streams of energy spread around. In Jamie Welton's mind, expressions from his past life appear in snippets. He is waiting for him in hell, Diablo Wolfer. Because of their atrocities, humanity has already lost everything once. Jamie Welton stands in the center of the room, frozen in place. His clothes and body are stained with the blood of the Chimera Knight. Jamie says menacingly and forcefully he was reborn after so many thousands of years to stop them. Jamie Welton angrily utters, "Damn 12 gods! He won't let them do it a second time." Jamie Welton stares forward, focused. He furrowed his eyebrows in hatred and anger. Jamie bites his lower lip. Genesis Church. Outside the window, it is deep night. The moon illuminates the expanse of land. There is a conversation going on in the room of Genesis Church, a voice disgruntled and menacing. "Ah, how so? And in just one day?" The bishop tensely utters, "He didn't think it would be like this either, but they were able to get some of it back. He had no way out." A voice speaks out of the magic ball in front of the bishop. How else does he manage to justify himself when all their efforts are for naught? The bishop sits at his desk and looks at the magic ball in front of him. He tensely says, "I'm sorry, but who would have guessed they would be interrupted?" A voice booms out of the ball and he grins, "These are the excuses." On the other side in front of another magic ball is a man who is tapping his hand on the table unhappily. He says loudly and disgruntled, "Damn. And now what to do?" The man is dressed in a white shirt and tie. There are red growths protruding from his head. The bishop listens intently to the man from the magic ball and stares thoughtfully in front of him. With strength and determination, he utters that another one is needed. A caustic smile appears on the bishop's face and he grits his teeth. The bishop stands over the table near the magic ball and listens intently. Out of it, a man's voice speaks out loud in surprise. Is this really the child with the power of a maiden? If he provides it, he will work on it properly. The bishop, hearing the man's reply from the magic ball, hits the table sharply, clenching his hand into a fist. The bishop sharply and grudgingly replies, "Don't even think about it. They can't use a child with the power of a holy maiden to create some chimera." The bishop lowers his head and stares at the magic orb on his desk in concentration. A caustic smile appeared on his face. The bishop is determined to continue what he has started, and confidently pronounces that he has already made up his mind. The bishop picks up the child's file, which has a photograph attached to it with a paper clip. The bishop pronounces that this is Janice's faithful servant. The child's personnel file at the bottom begins to catch fire, the fire rising up the piece of paper. The bishop pronounces that this is the bearer of the blood of the Holy Maiden. The personnel file the bishop is holding belongs to Ricky. His picture is affixed to the personal file, which is engulfed by the flames of the fire and almost completely destroyed. Next to Janice's church on the street is Ricky, holding a broom firmly in his hands. He is cleaning up the road, getting everything around him in order. He is unaware of anything, quietly doing his job. Suddenly, a voice calls out loudly to Ricky. Ricky stands in place with his head down. Making a satisfied face, he squinted his eyes and pressed his lips together. His eyebrows are slightly raised, his face smooth and calm. In his hands, Ricky holds his broomstick. Ricky doesn't notice the appearance of the man. A nun appears in front of Ricky and calmly says, "There he is, Ricky." Ricky stands in front of her, holding his broom in one hand, his other hand resting at his side. He says in surprise, "Yes, nun, is something wrong?" The nun informs Ricky that everyone has been asked to gather in the prayer room. Ricky looks at her in surprise and question, eyes wide and mouth ajar. He answers the nun, "In the prayer room." "Okay, he'll be right there." Everyone gathers in the prayer room, some already seated on the pews, some still moving between them along the wide aisle, a huge room with high ceilings. Benches stand in 2 rows one after another. In front of the benches is a stage with a bollard for the performance. On one of the benches, which are occupied by the orphanage children, sits Anna and a boy. The boy shouts loudly for Ricky to come over to them. There are 2 people sitting on each of the benches. Everyone is chatting amongst themselves, turning sideways, looking ahead. Ricky looks at Ben irritably and disgruntled, furrowing his brow and lowering his eyebrows. He asks menacingly why he is with his sister. Ben quickly answers Ricky, asking him why. They told everyone to gather, so he brought her. Ricky runs up from behind the bench Ben and Anna are sitting on and puts his foot on the bench. Ricky says annoyed, and sits there sticking it to her. He was almost late because he was looking for Anna. Ben irritably moves to the side and asks Ricky not to push. Ricky sits down on the bench next to his sister Anna, stares intently ahead, frozen in place waiting for them to start, and asks, "By the way, why were they packed?" Ben replies that he doesn't know, assuming they want to elect someone. Ricky overhears Ben's conversation, perplexed, and turns his gaze to the side. Ricky opens his mouth, making a surprised face. Sitting next to Ricky was Anna. She smiled, turning her head to Ricky, and said that would be great. The bishop stands on the stage behind the podium. He begins his speech by asking those present if they are all in good health. Those sitting in the audience responded approvingly. The stage with the rostrum is covered with a blue carpet, covering the wide aisle beyond. The bishop stands behind the podium, placing the palms of his hands together in front of him. He is conveying to the children present that he has great news. Lowering his head down, the bishop pronounces that their gracious God has once again chosen the chosen one. The bishop stands silently on the stage behind the podium, spreading his arms wide apart and watching the children. In the audience, the children present begin to discuss among themselves what the bishop has said. Chosen like Shino, the chosen one. The bishop stands behind the podium, listening intently to the discussion of the children present in the hall. He grins with his head down slightly and his mouth ajar. His eyes are squinted. The bishop pronounces that they are right. The bishop standing behind the podium pronounces to the children present that Janus has once again chosen one of them. The bishop sharply directs his gaze at Ricky. Ricky froze in place, staring forward in surprise. This news has taken him aback. From behind, the children look at Ricky. The bishop stands behind the podium, coughing ominously. He rests his elbows on the podium, holding his head thoughtfully. The bishop angrily silently reasons that these fools who know nothing and wish with all their souls to become the chosen ones. Ominous thoughts continue to appear in the bishop's mind. Of course, of course. Ricky freezes in place, resting his hands on the bench. He stares intently ahead, mouth ajar. All around him, children turn around, looking at him in surprise and joy. For an orphan to be chosen is a blessing. Ricky froze in place and stares intently forward, dumbfounded by the news. His eyes widen, his mouth ajar in surprise. Anna sits next to him, turning her head toward him. The bishop ponders ominously. Yes, blessing. So rejoice even more. He leans his elbows on the podium, his head resting in his hands, closing his eyes. A wicked smile appears on the bishop's face. Ominous streams of energy emanate from all around. Bishop lowers his hands, standing behind the podium, and says to the children present, "Hush, hush. Janus wants." A slight pause ensues. The children present sit on the benches and silently await the bishop's response, looking ahead at him. The bishop pronounces that Janus wants him, Ricky. The bishop points his hand toward Ricky. Ricky freezes and stares intently at Bishop's hand. Ricky crosses his fingers in front of him. The bishop thinks ominously he's his next ingredient for the chimera. The Earl of Welton's estate. It's a bright new day. The open grounds are devoid of people, empty roads and sidewalks. A landscaped area with small, flat bodies of water. Green hills can be seen behind the Welton estate. Indoors at the Welton Manor sit Belle Welton and Jamie Welton on a couch. In Belle Welton's hands is a closed book covered with a hand on top. She pronounces that the rain is almost over. Jamie sits quietly beside her and looks out the window. He utters back, "Yes, the sun will soon appear." Belle Welton says to Jamie Welton with a smile that she loves drinking tea in overcast weather and enjoying the cozy surroundings. She asks Jamie, "Does he?" Belle Welton looks at Jamie, waiting for an answer. Jamie Welton sits on the sofa next to Belle Welton, looking down thoughtfully and tense. He tensely answers with a smile and chuckles. Jamie likes the smell of rain, and he also likes spending time with his mother. Belle Welton instantly swoops down on Jamie Welton, wrapping her arms around him. She lovingly pronounces, "Gosh, her favorite son is so sweet." Jamie, feeling tense, rolls his eyes upward with his mouth ajar and thinks he's about to break down. Outside the door where Belle Welton and Jamie Welton are, there's a sharp knock before entering, giving notice. A strong hand in a white glove is clenched into a fist and strikes the white door with yellow elements. The door opens, and in the doorway stands a man who serves the Welton family. He utters, apologizing for disturbing the mistress. The man tensely casts his eyes downward, holding his fist near the door. He is wearing a white shirt and tie. A jacket is buttoned at the top. The man stands in the doorway and pronounces that the young gentleman has guests arriving. Belle Welton turns her head in surprise towards the man, mouth ajar in surprise. Jamie Welton turns his head back and asks in surprise, "To him?" The man answers Jamie Welton. "Yes, the commoner boy said he was Jamie's friend." The man asks, "Should he chase him away?" Ricky stands in the hallway of the Welton estate. He's frozen in place, looking around. His gaze is directed upward, his mouth ajar. Jamie Welton looks at the man carefully and asks him, "Not someone from the nobility, but a commoner?" Jamie hesitates. Then it's not Rebecca and Ashy Ballew. Jamie Welton thinks in surprise, "Does he have friends?" Jamie Welton is dumbfounded at the thought of a friend coming to see him. Jamie's eyes are rounded, his gaze directed downward. He's thoughtful and pondering. "Ah, really?" Jamie Welton froze in place, not realizing who it could be. Bell Welton sits on the couch in surprise. Jamie Welton stands up from the couch and turns to the man in the doorway. He pronounces to him. He seems to know who it is. Bring him in. The man listens intently to Jamie standing still and replies, obey. Ricky walks into the room where Bell Welton and Jamie Welton are. He is tense, staring intently ahead, eyes rounded. His lips are tightly pressed together. Ricky tensely utters, stammering, hello, and apologizes. Bell Welton says with a smile. How nice to have her son's friend visit them. Nice to meet you. Offers Ricky a seat. Jamie Welton tensely looks at Ricky and ponders. I thought it was him. And what made him think they were friends? Bell Welton asks Ricky cheerfully, looking at him. What's his name? Does he live somewhere nearby? Ricky replies contentedly, squinting his eyes. His name is Ricky, and he lives in Janice's church. Jamie stands next to Bell Welton and watches tensely. Bell Welton squints her eyes happily as she listens to Ricky's answers. She replies with a smile, that's how it is, and asks Ricky how she and Jamie met. Bell Welton is wearing a blue dress with white ruffles and bows tied around her shoulders. When Ricky hears Bell Welton's question, he says, oh, I'll tell you about it. Ricky stares intently at Bell Welton. He feels joy and pleasure at the reception and interest of the Welton family. Jamie Welton heard Ricky's reply and froze in place. His gaze dropped downward, dumbfounded that Ricky was now going to tell him things that his mother should not know. Jamie's eyebrows rose, his eyes rounded. Ricky begins to tell about meeting Jamie one night. He doesn't have time to finish. Jamie Welton swiftly flies up to Ricky, pulling his hand forward, covering his mouth. Jamie is furious and tense. Ricky looks at Jamie perplexed. Jamie Welton extends his hand forward, covering Ricky's mouth so he can't utter their encounter. Jamie turns his head to Bell Welton, squints his eyes, and with a smile tensely asks his mother to go, while he and Ricky chat here. Bell Welton is embarrassed, thinking, gosh, he's embarrassing her in front of her friends. How her son has grown up. Jamie thinks, he can't be exposed. Otherwise, the next torture won't be long in coming. Tight hugs, kisses, sleeping together. Bell. Welton squints her eyes and puts her palms together, leaning them against her face, feeling happy for Jamie Welton. She says contentedly, good, good, good. Asks Jamie, and a goodbye kiss for Mom? Jamie Welton hears his mom's question, freezes, and without turning his head, shifts his gaze to Bell Welton. He is tense and unhappy about what he has to do. For Jamie, this is the toughest challenge. Jamie Welton tensely thinks, damn, is there really only one way out? Jamie Welton walks up to Bell Welton and tensely kisses her on the cheek, closing his eyes. Bell Welton has her eyes closed in embarrassment and is feeling warm feelings. Ricky froze in place and stares intently as Jamie Welton kisses Bell Welton. Ricky's eyes rounded in surprise. Ricky's mouth is ajar. Ricky's face tenses, taking on a perplexed look. Bell Welton walks towards the exit, saying warmly to Jamie Welton and Ricky, well, have fun. Jamie sits on the couch feeling tense and longingly replies, yes. Ricky bowed low and pronounced Bell Welton, goodbye. Ricky turns his head to Jamie Welton and says with an embarrassed smile, squinting his eyes, his mom loves him so much. Jamie Welton looks at Ricky unhappily and tenses. Jamie remains silent, not answering anything to Ricky. Jamie Welton looks at Ricky unhappily. He feels the tension and utters, enough. He asks Ricky, why did he come? Ricky rounds his eyes, looking at Jamie Welton and opening his mouth wide, happily says, that's right. Ricky stands still in front of Jamie Welton, squinting his eyes. Ricky tells Jamie Welton with a smile that he has been chosen, so he will be leaving soon. Ricky feels joy and pride in the words he said. Ricky tells Jamie Welton that he will be leaving soon, so he came to say goodbye to him. Jamie Welton freezes in place and looks fearfully at Ricky. Jamie is dumbfounded by the news and tensely says, what? The day is coming to an end. The sunset illuminating the sky with a bright red-orange light. The large grounds are empty, landscaped with trees and shrubs. On the grounds of the Welton Manor, someone sighed heavily as they strolled by. Raz Armethic, feeling tense and anxious, walking frustratedly through the garden on the grounds of Welton Manor. Raz Armethic has his head down and is tensely pondering. He didn't even see the shadow of the strange night. Raz Armethic looks down thoughtfully, remembering the strange night, and ponders. He had been watching the church all this time, but he didn't see anything. It was as if that strange night had fallen through the ground. Ras's lips are tightly closed. Ras Armetic was walking in the garden, and suddenly from outside he heard a loud voice. Goodbye! Ras Armetic froze in place, perplexed, rounding his eyes and looking down in front of him. He opened his mouth and said questioningly, "Eh?" Ras Armethic saw Ricky walking past him. Raz pensively ponders, "This kid." Ricky walks down the tiled walkway. You can see the joy on his face. Ricky squints his eyes and opens his mouth as he heads towards the exit of the estate grounds. Ricky walks through the grounds of the Welton Manor and notices Raz walking in the garden. Ricky turns towards him and cheerfully, loudly says, "Huh? Uncle, hello!" Ricky's eyes rounded with overwhelming emotion. Ras Armetic walked up to Ricky, putting his arm around his shoulder. Raz squinted his eyes, cheerfully and tensely saying, "Hey, just call him Big Brother." Ricky squints his eyes happily and replies with a smile on his face, "Okay, bro." Ras Armetic looks at Ricky carefully and asks him, "Have you met Jamie?" Ricky looks at Ras Armetic and cheerfully says back, "Yes, what luck!" Ricky was just about to talk to Ras. Janice elected him. Ras Armetic hears what Ricky told him and is dumbfounded. "What?" Ras Armetic stares intently at Ricky, rounding his eyes and raising his eyebrows. Ras is tense and anxious that Ricky has chosen Janice. Ricky squints his eyes tightly and opens his mouth wide. Ricky responds joyfully and loudly to Ras Armetic. "He has been elected! He is going to the main temple tomorrow!" Ricky raised his hand in front of him and clenched his fist tightly at the joyous news. Ras Armetic froze in place and stared intently in front of him. Ras Armetic tensely and angrily ponders. This is how he deceives the orphans. He is a religious man after all. So where is his conscience? How can he not put children's lives at the center of anything? Ras Armetic instantly puts his hand on Ricky's head. Ricky raised his eyes upward in surprise, looking at Ras Armetic. Ricky's mouth is tightly closed without saying a word. Ras Armetic looks at Ricky and says to him with a smile, "Wonderful! Ricky will make an excellent priest." Ras Armetic does not show Ricky his tension and anger. Ricky looks at Ras perplexed and silent. Ricky squints his eyes and happily replies, "Yes, and he will be able to help people, just like Ras Armetic." Ricky clenches his fist tightly and gestures to show his firm intentions. Ras Armetic keeps his hand on Ricky's head. Ricky walks off the grounds of the Welton estate, turning to Ras Armetic and waving goodbye. Ricky shouts to Raz, "He'll stop by again sometime." Ras Armetic stands still and waves goodbye to Ricky in return. Ras Armetic starts to move forward through the grounds of the Welton estate. Without turning his head back, he menacingly asks, "Did you hear that?" Following Ras Armetic, the Shadow Knights instantly began to move and put their heads down. Ras Armetic resolutely says to the Shadow Knights, "Tomorrow morning, they will follow the carriage with Ricky in it." Ras Armetic turned his head slightly to the side, shifting his gaze back to the Shadow Knights. Ras will show them what true punishment is. Ricky stands in the street and says loudly, "Thank you for seeing him off. When he becomes a priest, he'll come back to them." Ricky holds a bouquet of flowers in one hand, his other hand raised in front of his head. Behind Ricky's back are the abbots. Among those seeing Ricky off stands his sister Anna. Anna sadly closed her lips tightly and tears came to her eyes. She quietly put her hands down. It is hard for Anna to part with her brother Ricky, who is leaving for the main temple. Standing among the seeing off are Ben and Anna. Ben looks at Ricky and says to Anna, "Don't worry, he will look after her." Ricky stands in front of the ushers and says cheerfully, "Thank you, Ben. He's counting on him." Anna, opening her mouth wide happily, tells Ricky not to worry about her, instructing Ricky to become a great priest and come back. Tears came out on Anna's closed eyes from the overwhelming emotions. Ricky stares at Anna intently. He is overcome with sadness. Tears came to Ricky's eyes. He says with a smile, thoughtfully, "Anna." Ricky instantly pounces on Anna, pulling her tightly against him. He loudly tells her to obey the priests and nuns and remember to eat well. Tears came to Ricky's eyes from the emotions overwhelming him. Ricky holds Anna tightly to him and rests his head on her shoulder and says, "He will write letters. As soon as he becomes a priest, he will come back to her." Ricky promises. Tears drip from Ricky's eyes and fall on Anna's shoulder. Anna snuggles up to Ricky. Tears roll down her cheeks from her closed eyes. Anna grits her teeth tightly and utters to Ricky, "Yes, she will wait for him." Ricky and Anna are overcome with sad feelings, emotions overwhelming them. Ricky got into the carriage and the horses swiftly headed forward, taking Ricky to the main temple. Ras Armetic follows the carriage with Ricky and says, "Be well done, brother." The two horses in the carriage ride down the road past the buildings. Ras Armetic is standing in the street watching the carriage with Ricky passing by. He sees Ricky sitting in the window of the carriage. Ras Armetic watches him intently. Ricky sits in the carriage, looking thoughtfully ahead, excited about the trip ahead. Ras Armetic tensely and menacingly looks at the carriage with Ricky, which has swiftly rushed past him. A thoughtful gaze observes Ricky. A hood is thrown over Ras Armetic's head. His hair falls over Ross's face. Ross speaks menacingly, "Let's go." Jamie Welton, in his pajamas, sits in his room on his bed with his legs crossed and his toes in front of him. A blanket is thrown over his legs. Jamie's head is down. He sits quietly and releases magical streams of energy into space. Jamie Welton is looking away with a concentrated look, frowning his eyebrows and squinting his eyes. Jamie Welton says thoughtfully with a serious look, "Gone." Jamie Welton's hair falls over his face. He waits for the action to begin. Jamie Welton waits to leave and says, "Now." Jamie Welton grits his teeth, smiling contentedly. His gaze is directed forward. Jamie's hand came up in front of his face, linking two fingers together and directing magical streams of energy in the air. Jamie Welton utters ominously, about to see how the lurking insect is doing. Jamie Welton uses magic that begins to scan the Welton estate, showing everything in a projection. Jamie Welton says thoughtfully, "This is expected." He can trace the dark mana back to Janice's church. There are 3 conditions for creating a chimera using divine power. The first is the sacrifice used as an ingredient. The second is the creator of the chimera to be experimented on. And the last is a high-ranking priest who grants divine powers. Jamie Welton looks down thoughtfully. Speaking of which, right now there is only one high-ranking priest here. That's Bishop Janus. He is a high-ranking priest capable of granting divine powers to his victims. Bishop Janus is dressed in a blue robe, with the mark of the Church of Janus affixed to his chest. A white robe is visible from under the cassock to the floor. There is rapid movement among the green trees in the wooded area. The movements come from different directions, leaping and moving in the air. Jamie Welton ponders at this moment that the lab can be left to Ras Armethic and the Dark Knights. Ras Armethic and the Dark Knights move swiftly over the carriage in which Ricky follows to the main temple. Ras and the Knights pursue the carriage, which quickly rushes down a dirt road among the trees. Jamie Welton is in his room with Black. Jamie is adjusting the tie around his neck and holding his dark cloak. He looks intently at Black, who is floating in the air and mouthing, while he meets with the bishop. Jamie Welton puts on the dark cloak. The base of the cloak is torn and shows multiple holes. His cloak flutters in the air. Jamie Welton turns his head to the side, looking back and says checkmate with a smile. Janus Church. Deep night has fallen outside the window. Dark clouds have enveloped the sky. All the windows of the main building have lights on. Magical particles hover in the air above the building. Nearby, in the turreted building, the lights are out. In Janus's church, the bishop walks across the room toward a mirror that stands against the wall. Next to the mirror is a long cabinet of books. The bishop says decisively, "The time has come." A small, light-colored rug lies on the stone-lined floor. The bishop runs his hand into the mirror. From the mirror, magical currents move around the bishop's hand. The bishop angrily ponders. The orphan boy will take the path of a holy knight, but God won't guarantee receiving the blessing if he doesn't prove himself. Ricky stands with his back on the other side of the mirror. He has his legs spread wide with his hands down and his fists clenched. From the mirror comes a voice. "Come, my child." Bishop angrily reflects. It is time to face despair and suffering. Ricky stands with his back to the mirror, frozen in place. His hands are down, his gaze is forward, and his mouth is slightly open. A hand reaches out of the mirror and heads toward Ricky's shoulder to touch him. A glow emanates from the mirror. The bishop's hand that extends out of the mirror towards Ricky is already almost touching his shoulder. The fingers of the hand are bent and ready to grasp Ricky's shoulder, who is frozen in place, waiting for the touch. Ricky's mouth is ajar, staring intently in front of him. An angry voice breaks out. Is he referring to his despair and misery? The bishop turns his head to see the source of the voice. Ominous streams of energy are directed towards the bishop and wriggle around his body. The bishop is perplexed. Ominous streams of energy rush towards the bishop and wrap around his body, lifting him into the air. The bishop waves his arms to the sides, trying to escape from the sinister streams of energy. He begins to suffocate. The ominous streams of energy that have enveloped the bishop's body rapidly drop him to the floor, back down with force. The bishop opens his mouth wide in surprise and fright. He stretches his arms and legs out to the sides. The bishop rises from the floor. He sits on the floor feeling angry and tense. The bishop speaks menacingly. Who dares to interrupt this sacred ritual? The bishop's gaze is downward, his face tense, his teeth clenched. Jamie Welton stands in front of the bishop with his hood over his head. Jamie Welton's face is obscured, and he utters that he would not call it sacred, you bloody psychopath. Bishop sits on the floor and looks at Jamie intently, uttering, "Dark magic?" The bishop sits on the floor and menacingly pronounces to Jamie Welton, Now he sees. So was it Jamie who slew the Chimera Knight? Jamie Welton looks at the bishop carefully, smiling. Jamie releases ominous streams of energy into space. The bishop rises from the floor and pronounces Jamie Welton. He will teach him a lesson about not interfering in the acts of God. The bishop stares intently in front of him, interlocking the fingers of his hands. Magical streams of energy emanate from the bishop's hands. The bishop angrily says to Jamie Welton, "May divine justice catch up with him." The magical energy flow gains strength, traveling through space. It begins to fill the entire room. Jamie watches it. Jamie Welton stands and watches intently as the bishop performs the spell. Battle Sanctuary. The bishop drops to one knee, putting his hand out to the side. In a temple under the protection of a god, the priest's power increased greatly. Jamie Welton looks up thoughtfully, pondering. The power that the battle shrine conjured by the bishop would give would be enough to shatter stone with his bare hands. Around Jamie Welton, magical streams of energy moved. The bishop knelt down on his knee, straightening his arm in front of him, which is illuminated with magical light. His other hand holds up his arm. The bishop looks before him in concentration and utters that he has completed the ritual, so he will quickly end it all. The bishop promptly starts moving towards Jamie Welton. He runs, picking up speed, one hand thrust forward, which is illuminated by a magical light. Jamie Welton stands calmly in place, watching the bishop. Bishop swiftly runs towards Jamie Welton to deliver a crushing blow. He ominously utters that he will tear him to pieces. Bishop tenses his hand into a fist containing magical energy. Bishop's face tenses, his teeth clenched. The bishop rapidly approaches Jamie Welton. Bishop directs his hand filled with magical energy to deliver a crushing blow to Jamie Welton's head. Jamie Welton stands still, staring forward. Jamie Welton dodges a punch from Bishop. Bishop's hand, filled with magical power, swiftly flies past Jamie Welton's head. Jamie tensely and anxiously watches the hand, turning his head to the side. Bishop swiftly directing his hand filled with magical power towards Jamie Welton, quite and viciously begins to laugh. Loud laughter erupts, whereupon the bishop utters, "Go to the other world." The bishop ominously pronounces to Jamie Welton, "Go to the other world and become an ingredient for a powerful chimera." A powerful stream of magical energy flies toward Jamie Welton to deliver a crushing blow. Jamie tensely stares forward. Jamie Welton angrily utters to the bishop, "Is this the best he can do?" Jamie Welton stares intently at the bishop. He furrows his brow, lowering his eyebrows. His teeth are clenched tightly together. Ominous streams of energy emanate from Jamie Welton. Bishop hears Jamie Welton's words and asks loudly, "What?" The bishop looks at Jamie Welton intently, feeling tense and anxious. His face is tense and his teeth are clenched. The bishop freezes in place. Jamie Welton instantly uses magic and applies it towards the bishop. Ominous streams of Jamie Welton's energy are directed towards Bishop's hands and wrapped around his wrists. Bishop clenches his hands tightly into fists, beginning to move them. Bishop looks intently at his hands, which are wrapped around the sinister streams of energy emanating from Jamie Welton. Bishop is tense and fearful, furrowing his brow and lowering his eyebrows. He aggressively says, "What the?" The bishop aggressively asks Jamie Welton, how can he control dark magic in the sanctuary? Jamie Welton, with a smile of malice, interjects the bishop, "Sanctuary?" Jamie Welton raises his hand in front of him, linking two fingers together. Jamie Welton says angrily to the bishop, "Look around you." Bishop's hands are bound by Jamie Welton's sinister streams of energy. Blood splatters from his hands, flying out of his arms to the sides. Bishop screams fearfully, dropping his hands down and tensing them. The bishop hesitates, staring fearfully in front of him, stretching his arms forward. Has the darkness swallowed him? The bishop's hands bound with the sinister currents of Jamie Welton's energy. Jamie Welton stands silently in front of the bishop, staring at him. Bishop is frozen in place, staring intently at his hands, restrained by Jamie Welton's sinister streams of energy. Bishop tensed, fearfully uttering, "No, that's impossible." Bishop gritted his teeth, straining his face. The bishop is frightened and thoughtful, uttering, "It can't be." Jamie Welton squeezed his eyes shut, and opening his mouth wide with a smile, replies, "It can." Jamie Welton raised his hands in front of him, bringing his palms together sharply. Jamie Welton's ominous streams of energy wriggled the bishop's body. The bishop instantly threw his body back with force. From the swift movement, Bishop spreads his arms to the side, looking fearfully in front of him. Jamie Welton directed Bishop's body flies swiftly towards the wall. Bishop's arms and legs are pointed to the sides, moving through the air. With a powerful impact, the bishop hits the wall. His clothes from the movement develop in the air. The body of the bishop powerfully hits the wall, rapidly moving in space. From the powerful impact, the wall collapses. From the impact against the wall, the bishop begins to scream loudly. Blood spurts from his mouth. Tears come out of his eyes. The bishop, from a powerful blow against the wall, left a trace in the wall. The bishop lies exhausted against the wall with his arms down and his legs apart. Blood drips from the bishop's mouth. Jamie Welton stands in front of the bishop and releases ominous streams of energy. Jamie Welton leans over the bishop, releasing ominous streams of energy from his body. Jamie Welton looks intently at the bishop and utters, he has many questions and hopes he will give him answers. The bishop looks at Jamie Welton carefully. He's tense and anxious and answers him. Does Jamie think he will actually answer his questions? Around the bishop, ominous currents of energy move in the air. Jamie Welton has his eyes wide open and stares intently at the bishop, ominously answering him. Of course he will. Jamie Welton, answering the bishop, opens his mouth wide in a smile. The bishop looks at Jamie, puzzled. Jamie Welton instantly releases his hand forward, spreading his fingers. He casts a spell. Coercion. Magical streams of energy swirl around Jamie Welton's hand. A projection emerges beneath his hand, emitting a bright light. Jamie Welton speaks menacingly to the bishop. Time to dig into his brain. Jamie Welton stretched his arm out in front of him, directing the projection towards the bishop's head. Ominous streams of energy begin to swirl around Jamie and the bishop. The effects of the coercion magic made Bishop squirm in pain, tense and frightened. Bishop grits his teeth with force and begins to gasp, making noises. Capillaries have protruded in the bishop's eyes and tears are pouring from his eyes. He loudly begins to scream in pain. Behind a long table stands a man in a shirt and suit with red formations protruding from his head. He rests his hands on the table and pitches his body forward. Behind him, a man in a blue cassock with the sign of Janus's church stands against the wall. The man with the red formations on his head throws a glass flask at the wall, which shatters on impact. He says angrily, "Lincoln, you little piece of shit." The flask flies past the man with the blue cassock. He clenches his teeth tensely. The man with the red formations on his head lowers his head down, looking down at the table, hits the table with force with his hand, feeling angry and aggressive. He says loudly, "What the hell kept him so long? Been waiting for him for hours now." The man in the blue cassock turns around to leave and utters, turning his head toward the man at the table, that he will immediately check out what's going on. The man is wearing a hood on his head that covers part of his face. Instantly, a red blob rapidly crashes into the head of the dark-skinned man in the blue cassock. The man gritted his teeth in surprise and raised one arm in front of him. Blood spurted from his head to the sides. The man at the table with the red formations on his head stares forward in concentration, stretching his arm forward, from which the red clot flew out. He utters that his patience has run out. What had he been doing all this time besides just standing there? The man at the table with the red formations on his head raised his head up and says thoughtfully, "What is that sound?" He stares intently ahead, trying to figure out where the source of the sound is. His face is tense, his mouth ajar. The doors open abruptly and Ras Armethic and 3 dark knights rush into the room. The man at the table with red formations on his head says fearfully and tensely, "Don't tell me their hideout has been revealed." Ras Armethic and the 3 dark knights have stopped and are standing in a spacious hallway near a tall, long bookcase. They stare intently at the bookcase, pondering what might be behind it. The dark-skinned dark knight raises his index finger upward, bringing it toward the bookshelf. He fumbled for air currents among the books to find a passage hidden from prying eyes. The dark-skinned knight removes his hand from the cabinet, turns to Ras Armethic and looks at him carefully, saying, he can feel the breeze coming from the other side of the shelf. Ras Armethic listens to him calmly and attentively, replying, "There must be something behind it." Ras Armethic scrutinizes the shelf of books. His gaze stops on one of the books, which is tightly compressed by other books. He says in surprise, "Huh? Why is there not a single speck of dust on this book compared to the other books?" Ras Armethic stands in front of the bookcase and stares ahead. A hood is pulled over his head. He reaches out his hand to the book he noticed amongst the similarly identical books and gently lowers it towards him. Ras Armethic stands near the bookcase, pulling the book towards him. An entrance has opened at his side, with streams of air pulling from it. A shadowy knight with red hair stands behind Ras Armethic and says in surprise, "Secret entrance." Ras Armethic walks forward with determination. He reaches for his sword with his hand. Ras utters that he suddenly felt an ominous energy. Ras instructs the Shadow Knights that they had better stay where they are. Suddenly a chain appeared out of the darkness in front of Ras Armethic and began to move forward rapidly. The swing of the chain resounded from the darkness, from where no one could be seen who made the strike. A sharp noise came from the darkness. Ras Armethic swung his sword and thrust it out in front of him, stopping the chains from moving towards him. He holds back the blow with force, gripping the sword with both hands. Ras tenses, staring intently in front of him. Ras Armethic restrains his sword strike, holding the sword in front of his face. His sword hand begins to shake from the tremendous effort being exerted. Ras Armethic stares forward concentratedly and angrily, biting his lip beneath his black mask. Once again, there's a powerful and sharp blow towards Ras Armethic which hits the sword. Ras Armethic, holding the sword in his hand, flies backwards from the strike. His body moves in the air, his feet bouncing off the ground. Ras Armethic is thrown backwards by the powerful blow. In the air, he spreads his arms and legs. Ras holds his sword in his hand in front of him. Ras Armethic pays attention but stares forward. More strikes appear next to Ras. A shadowy red-haired knight with a mask on his face screams fearfully, "Ras!" trying to realize what is happening to him. The Shadow Knight is tense and anxious, staring intently at Ras Armethic. Eyes wide open, sword held in front of him. Ras Armethic looks down thoughtfully, tensing his face and lowering his eyebrows. He is tense and anxious, holding his sword in front of his face. Ras Armethic replies to the Shadow Knight that he is fine. He feels like they've pulled off a score. Ras Armethic observes the creature in front of him, blue skin color, burning yellow eyes, fangs protruding from its open mouth. Its entire body is assembled from scraps and stitched together. It's a chimera. The chimera's arm is wrapped in a chain with a mace attached. Build a powerful army no matter what methods you have to use. Jamie Welton is standing in front of the bishop. He realizes that this is the message the bishop has received from his god. The bishop sits on the floor and answers Jamie. Yes, that's right. Jamie Welton stands in front of the bishop, turns to the side and utters that immediately the bishop needs to go to the Earl's palace and report what he just told him. The bishop looks at Jamie intently and obediently replies, "Yes, sir." Jamie Welton froze in place, staring thoughtfully before him. He was momentarily visited by the thought that he was not finished. Jamie calmly said to the bishop, stopping him, "Wait." Jamie Welton's mouth dropped open. Jamie Welton turned to Bishop and pointed his hand towards his head, releasing magical energy. The projection hung in the air in front of Bishop's eyes. Jamie uttered, "Just in case." The bishop froze in place, staring intently at the projection. Jamie Welton pronounced to the bishop that he could go now. Jamie Welton stands still in the room, escorting the bishop with his gaze. The bishop slowly leaves the room, heading for the exit through the open door. Jamie Welton stands at the mirror near the wall and looks away, escorting the bishop out with his gaze. Jamie Welton ponders. He has intensified the brainwashing spell to keep the bishop from talking about Jamie Welton. Jamie Welton points his hand forward, extending his fingers. He directs the streams of energy in front of him and ponders thoughtfully. Now. A light appeared in front of Jamie Welton's hand, illuminating the space, streams of energy swirling around his hand. Jamie Welton thoughtfully shifts his gaze to the side, staring intently. He froze in place and spoke sharply. "Wait." Jamie Welton's head is abruptly visited by a thought, after which he wants to change his actions. Jamie Welton runs his hand across his face from one side to the other. From one side to the other, Jamie Welton's body begins to change and reincarnate into a bishop. Jamie Welton ponders what a great idea. His hand clenches tightly into a fist and hits the table with force. The man feels anger, aggression, and rage. He says loudly and angrily, displeased with the circumstances, "Damn it, 4 chimeras have already been destroyed." The chimera creator feels tension and anger, his body shaking, biting his lip. He utters, "Lincoln, what's taking so long?" He is in no position to leave the experiment unattended and get rid of them on his own. The chimera creator, feeling tense and anxious, lowered his head down and turned it to the side. The chimera creator stopped his gaze on a tall glass flask with a dense blue mist and looks at it carefully. The chimera creator stands in front of the tall glass flask, looks at it intently, and extends his hand towards it. The chimera creator says sadly, "What a pity he will have to test it so early." The glass flask is shattered, leaving the bulk of the glass with cracks in it. A thick blue liquid is spilled on the floor. The chimera creator utters, "He must take care of the intruders," angrily reasoning. "Useless pieces of trash. Where the hell is he?" The chimera creator looks closely at Ricky, who is lying unconscious on the table. The chimera maker reasons. After all, he has a core part and sacred power, much needed for the experiment. The chimera maker looks closely at Ricky, who lies unconscious on the table. Rika's eyes are closed, lips tightly shut. The chimera creator angrily reasons, "The core! He can't complete the chimera without them!" A loud voice addressing the chimera creator. Sorry for the delay. The chimera creator, feeling tense and angry, shifted his gaze to the side, trying to realize who it was. The silhouette of a man appeared in the doorway. The chimera creator turns his head sharply, shouting loudly and angrily. Lincoln, where the hell is he? He is tense, angry, and frustrated. He is annoyed at how long it took Lincoln to show up. The chimera creator lowered his eyebrows, furrowing his brow. The chimera creator fearfully asks Lincoln, What the hell happened to him? Lincoln's body is stained with blood. He lowers his head and utters, He was attacked by an intruder. It took a while to deal with him. The chimera maker asks Lincoln, Was he attacked by an intruder? Lincoln replies that he tends to think it was the same scum that destroyed the chimera knight, since he was too powerful to try and take him alive. The chimera creator lowered his head down thoughtfully. His forehead frowned, his face tense. The chimera creator uttered, Curse! He didn't expect the invaders from above to have accomplices. He can't let there be much interference in his experiment. The chimera creator shouts angrily at Lincoln, pointing his finger at him. Core! Where's the core? Lincoln, feeling tense and anxious, utters, He said there are many invaders here. Shouldn't they deal with them first? The chimera creator shouts loudly and angrily to Lincoln, opening his mouth wide. He has already sent one of his best creations to send them to the other world. Just give him the core so he can finish the job. Lincoln stands in front of the chimera creator and calmly hands him a container with a lid. Lincoln's face is stained with blood. He closes his lips tightly and ponders. One of the best creations. What kind of creature could this be? The chimera creator stares intently at the open jar in his hand, from which a jelly-like red creature with eyes is dripping out. He smilingly says contentedly, Finally, now he can complete the best part of the job. The chimera creator presses the red creature into Rika's body with his hand. It spreads apart over his hand and Rika's body. The chimera creator utters, How long has he waited for this moment? It is impossible to imagine how powerful this specimen will be. The chimera creator turns his head toward Lincoln and says to him with interest, Your guess? The chimera creator holds the creature with his hand on Ricky's body. Ominous streams of energy move around the chimera creator. Lincoln mentally ponders, For someone who is the chimera creator, this guy talks too much. Lincoln stands quietly and thoughtfully says back, He expects him to be at least stronger than the chimera knight. The chimera creator with growths on his head turns his head towards Lincoln and looks at him carefully. The chimera creator did not expect such a response from Lincoln and says thoughtfully, How boring he is saying obvious things. The chimera maker holds up a syringe filled with a thick, dark blue liquid, holding his fingers on the cylinder of the syringe and ready to push its piston to inject the substance. The chimera creator angrily utters, Time for the final syringe. The chimera creator injects the needle of the syringe containing the blue substance into the body of the red creature. The creature lies on Ricky's body and points its eyes upwards. Multiple eyes are on the creature's body, arranged chaotically. The chimera creator presses his hand into the red-eyed creature that is on Rika's body. He squeezes it with force. The chimera creator says contentedly and angrily, Oh yeah, that's it, the strongest chimera ever. The chimera creator has his head down, happily and excitedly looks at Ricky's body without taking his eyes off. Its body begins to shake in anticipation. The chimera maker laughs evilly and asks Lincoln, Isn't he excited, Lincoln? Lincoln dryly replies, Well, yes, he ponders. Crazy psychopath. Lincoln stands behind the chimera maker's back, looking in his direction, feeling anxious. The chimera creator becomes wary after hearing this, and tensely turns his gaze towards Lincoln. The chimera creator froze in place and stares at Lincoln incredulously. He could sense the tension and anger. The chimera maker frowns his forehead and keeps his gaze fixed on Lincoln. The chimera maker aggressively says to Lincoln, You are not Lincoln. Lincoln is tense and anxious. He is dumbfounded by the chimera maker's statements and replies to him, What is he saying? Of course he is. Lincoln mentally reasons, Damn, was he really supposed to show interest in his meager research? The chimera creator turns sharply towards Lincoln and stares at him intently. The chimera creator swings his hand, spreading his fingers and channeling red streams in the air. He opens his mouth wide and shouts menacingly at Lincoln, Does he think he's a fool? The chimera creator angrily shouts, Show yourself! Lincoln froze in place and stares fearfully at the red stream directed towards him by the chimera creator. The stream swiftly moves in a whirlwind through space. Lincoln warily raises his hand. There is a sudden movement in the dark, unlit room. Ras Armethic utters, separating the head that lies on the floor. That was the last one. Ras stares thoughtfully ahead. Behind his back, a shadow knight stands and calmly utters, Let's go. There is a swift movement behind Ras Armedic's back, taking the Shadow Knight with him. Ras senses the movement, puzzled, his eyes rounded, and he freezes in place. There are 2 Shadow Knights standing at the exit who also notice the movement. Ras Armedic freezes in place and, without turning his head, shifts his gaze to the side. Ras looks carefully and notices the creature's powerful blue arm, covered in swollen veins. The arm moves past Ras Armedic, heading forward. The creature holds a shadowy black-haired knight with a huge, powerful hand, and swiftly points the hand forward, slamming it against the wall. The wall cracks and splits, pieces of the wall flying off to the sides. From the powerful impact, the Shadow Knight let out a deafening wheeze. The Shadow Knight with red hair starts moving towards the creature that grabbed the Shadow Knight with black hair. The Shadow Knight yells loudly and aggressively, "Let him go!" His forehead is wrinkled, his eyebrows are pulled down, and his face is tense. Ras Armedic, being next to the creature that grabbed the Shadow Knight, instantly swung his sword and struck at the creature's body. Ras Armedic pulls his sword back after the strike, guiding his body swiftly forward. The huge chimera turned its head towards Ras Armedic. Long ears sticking out to the sides, fangs sticking out of its mouth upwards. Ras's strike left a cut on the chimera's arm, from which blood oozes. Ras ponders. This one is much stronger than the previous ones. Ras Armedic tenses and casts his gaze downward thoughtfully. His eyebrows frowned and lowered to his eyes. Ras Armedic snaps grudgingly and utters that the space here is too narrow to swing properly. Ras Armedic begins a rapid downward movement around the chimera. The chimera watches Ras Armedic and raises its powerful arms to the sides at the sudden movement. The chimera's massive body is wrapped in chains. Ras Armedic needs more room to maneuver. Ras swiftly runs towards the wall away from the chimera in order to increase the maneuvering distance. In front of Ras Armedic, a building can be seen on the wall. The chimera stands still and watches Ras Armedic's movement. Ras Armedic turns his head half-turned toward the chimera, who stands behind him. Ras looks at her carefully, focusing his gaze for further action. Ras Armedic's head is hooded, his hair falling over his face and eyes. Ras Armedic instantly uses the spell, Blade of Justice. Ras heads swiftly towards the chimera. He holds his sword with both hands and swings it. The sword emits a bright glow. Magical streams are directed towards the sides. Rapidly, Ras Armedic flies past the chimera, delivering sword strikes to his body. From the blows to his leg, arm, and chest, bright sparks emanate from the wounds on the chimera's body. The chimera opens its mouth wide in pain, and its body tilts backwards. The chimera is frozen in place. Smoke emanates from the chimera's open mouth from the blows delivered by Ras Armedic. The chimera emits a vicious growl. It stares intently in Ras Armedic's direction, dark eyes open. The chimera has recovered from the blows Ras Armedic has delivered. She focused her gaze on him, pupils blazing brightly. The chimera's mouth is ajar. The chimera tensed its face, furrowing its brow and ready to attack. Ras Armedic turned his head toward the chimera. His focused and menacing gaze stares intently at her. Ras lowered his eyebrows and closed his lips tightly, making a serious face. He noticed how the chimera quickly recovered from the blows he had delivered. The chimera approached Ras Armedicus, standing in front of his face. The chimera stares intently and angrily at Ras, its pupils burning brightly. The chimera's mouth is tightly closed, fangs sticking upward. Ras Armedic froze in place, watching the chimera approach. Ras Armedic stares at the chimera intently, focusing his gaze. His eyebrows are lowered, his mouth slightly open beneath his mask. Ras Armedic is wary and nervously ponders. No, he has been caught off guard. It's too late to dodge. Ras Armedic froze in place, pondering that this is the end. He looks fearfully at the chimera's hand that is heading in his direction. Suddenly, there was a movement from above that instantly delivered an overhead blow to the chimera's arm. Blood splattered to the sides. From the blow delivered to the chimera's arm, the chimera lifted its head up and arched. From the sharp, unbearable pain, the chimera squinted its eyes, its face tensed, and its mouth opened wide in a loud scream. She abruptly pulled her arm toward her. The 2 Shadow Knights stopped after moving swiftly. They ask Ras Armedic if he's all right. They need to retreat and regroup. Ras Armedic stands behind the backs of the Shadow Knights and looks ahead disappointed. Ras Armedic stammeringly replies, "Good, we'll take him then." Ras points to a Shadow Knight who is lying against the wall after being hit by a chimera. The Shadow Knights reply that they will leave without him. Ras Armedic utters indignantly, "What?" The 2 Shadow Knights stand still. The dark-skinned knight looked down thoughtfully. The red-haired knight stares intently at Ras Armedic. The dark-skinned knight utters, They have been ordered to escort Ras Armethic and help accomplish the mission. The Shadow Knight resolutely pronounces to Ras Armethic, "They will do nothing that gets in the way of accomplishing the mission." Ras Armethic froze in place upon hearing these words, tears welling up in his eyes. He stares intently ahead. The Shadow Knight swiftly heads forward, gaining speed towards the chimera. The enormous-sized chimera turns its body to the side, holding its other arm with one hand. Ras Armethic and the second Shadow Knight stand still and look forward. The Shadow Knight jumps up high and brings his sword behind his back, holding it above his head with both hands. He moves swiftly towards the chimera to deliver a crushing blow. The chimera lifts its head up and freezes in place. The dark-skinned Shadow Knight blocks Ras Armetic's path with his outstretched arm. He clenches his fist and utters, "They will retreat while it is occupied. Fighting this beast alone is akin to being sent to the other world." Ras Armethic stares puzzledly in front of him. The Shadow Knight stands behind Ras Armetic's back and says to him calmly, "He knows they are knights in service to the Count. Sometimes they make unpleasant decisions to achieve the best result for the glory of the Weltons." Ras Armethic listens irritably. Unquestioning obedience to their master is their raison d'être. They have given up everything that would thwart the master's will, including their own lives. Ras Armethic ponders, under orders to sacrifice themselves to save others? That doesn't make sense, does it? Ras Armethic can't let this happen. At this moment, the Shadow Knight has fallen to the floor and is holding back the chimera's strike with his saber. From the top down, a forcefully clenched fist is swiftly channeled by the chimera. The Shadow Knight shouts, "Hurry up! Get out of here!" Suddenly, cracks begin to spread along the walls and ceiling in the room, which are held back by wooden beams. The ceiling and wall elements begin to fall down to the floor from the recesses in the wall. Suddenly, cracks begin to spread from everywhere along the walls and ceiling in the room that hold up the wooden beams. Ceiling and wall elements start to fall down to the floor from the recesses in the wall. Ras Armethic stands still and stares intently ahead. He watches fearfully as rocks begin to fall down from the ceiling and walls, collapsing from the blows he received. Ras's eyes rounded, he clenched his teeth. Tension and fear gripped him. The ceiling crumbled in front of Ras Armetic and the Shadow Knight. They froze in place, watching intently. Huge chunks of stone and wooden beams lay in piles in the middle of the room. Dust emanated from them, rising upward. Ras Armethic and the Shadow Knight watch as a chimera arm suddenly pops out of the rubble of collapsed stone and wooden beams. It swiftly heads forward out of the rubble, bending its fingers with long nails. Ras Armethic and the Shadow Knight freeze in place and watch as the chimera's hand emerges from the rubble. They feel fear and indignation, not expecting to see a chimera coming out from under the rubble alive. They wrinkle their foreheads and lower their eyebrows. A chimera rises in front of Ras Armetic and the Shadow Knight, its body stained in dust and dirt from the collapsed ceiling. The chimera has its head lowered, directing its gaze downward. In her hand, the chimera holds the Shadow Knight, clutching his body tightly. The dark-skinned Shadow Knight grabs Ras Armetic by the shoulder and quickly begins to shake him, fearfully trying to convey information. "Mr. Ras, they need to escape!" Ras Armethic stares angrily in front of him and replies firmly that he can't leave them like this. The chimera squints its eyes and looks at Ras Armetic and the Shadow Knight. A satisfied smile appears on the chimera's face, and it defiantly begins to clutch the Shadow Knight in its fist. The Shadow Knight gasps, making a loud sound from the squeeze. Ras Armethic shouts loudly and aggressively to the chimera, opening his mouth wide. "Let go!" He pitches his body forward, staring intently at the chimera. Ras Armethic feels anger and hatred. His forehead is furrowed, his eyebrows lowered angrily. Ras Armethic instantly grabs his sword, wrapping his fist around the hilt and clutching it tightly. Ras Armethic begins to pull the sword from its scabbard. The sword's tip and guard are made up of sinuous elements that serve as decoration. Ras Armethic focuses his gaze on the chimera in a focused and aggressive manner. His eyes and face are strained, capillaries showing in his eyes. His forehead is furrowed, his eyebrows pulled downward. Ras has tightly closed his lips beneath his mask. Ras Armethic is determined. The dark-skinned Shadow Knight turns his head towards Ras Armethic and stares at him intently. He shouts in a puzzled manner, trying to stop Ras Armethic. "Mr. Ras." Ras Armethic calmly replies, "Don't worry." Ras Armethic lowered his head thoughtfully, directing a calm gaze downward. Ras Armethic utters, radiating a bright divine light around him. He is a member of the Church of Pyro, an admirer of the goddess of mercy and punishment, and her holy executioner. Ras Armethic has his head down, closing his eyes tightly. A bright divine light emanates around him, illuminating the space. Ras Armethic raises his sword in front of him, holding it with one hand. A stream of fire emanates from the sword. Ras Armethic lifts his gaze to the chimera, looking at it menacingly and intently. Ras Armetic's eyes are narrowed, his face unstressed. Around Ras Armetic, magical particles hover in the air. Ras Armetic says to the chimera, "Go to the other world." Ras Armethic, holding his sword with both hands, swiftly strikes the ball against the floor. From a powerful stream of divine power which is directed from the sword forward on the chimera, a bright light emanates, and Ras Armetic's clothes develop in the air. The powerful flow of divine power from Rasa Armetic's sword strike overtakes the chimera's body and strikes, rising from the floor upwards. The chimera felt her body spreading pain from the blow. She opens her mouth wide in pain. Ras Armethic speaks menacingly to the chimera. "Go to the other world." Ras swings his sword, creating a powerful stream of divine energy that traveled from the bottom to the top of the chimera's body. Swirls of air moved around. A powerful stream of divine energy forcefully rises up the chimera's body from the bottom to the top. The vortices of air are rapidly moving in space. The chimera wriggles out of unbearable pain and opens its mouth wide. Ras Armethic pondered. He couldn't even believe that he had to unleash the power of the Holy Executioner. Pyro's Holy Executioner. 7 outstanding holy knights are endowed with the special powers of Goddess Pyro, the goddess of mercy and punishment, though there are serious consequences from using this skill afterward. But as long as its effects are in effect, the knight can control colossal divine power. The Shadow Knights held the knight on their shoulders, surprised that he was alive. He thought he was finished. May evil be retaliated against. May God's infinite mercy be extended to the good. This is the fundamental teaching of Pyro, the goddess of mercy and punishment, Ras Armethic uttered, looking carefully to the side. A smile froze on his face beneath his mask. Ras Armethic silently pondered. Once the executioner's power runs out, he would be partially damaged by the damage they were supposed to receive. The 3 Shadow Knights stand back and rejoice at the rescue of their comrade. The wounded knight moves his arms and legs happily. Ras Armethic watches the 3 Shadow Knights who accompany him carefully and mentally reasons that they don't need to know about the damage that will be done to him. Ras Armethic utters to the knights, he is glad they are okay. Ras Armethic and the 3 Shadow Knights swiftly head forward. Ras Armethic runs ahead of them all. He pronounces to the Shadow Knights, "Then let's get on with it!" From the swift movement, the clothes of Ras Armethic and the knights develop in the air. The Chimera Creator instantly sends red tentacles towards Jamie Welton for a powerful strike. The Chimera Creator's tentacles rapidly move forward in the space in the room, wriggling. The Chimera Creator stands in front of Jamie Welton and swiftly points its red twisting tentacles towards Jamie Welton and tries to wrap its arms around him. Jamie Welton starts moving to dodge the tentacles. Jamie Welton crosses his arms in front of his face, lifting his feet off the ground and bending them, spreading Black's wings behind his back, and trying to dodge the Chimera Creator's tentacles. The tentacles wriggle through the air, twisting near Jamie Welton. The Chimera Creator shouts aggressively and loudly at Jamie Welton, mouth wide open. How dare he interfere with a sacred experiment? You little monster! The Chimera Creator angrily wrinkled his forehead and lowered his eyebrows. The Chimera Creator thrusts its tentacles forward. Jamie Welton floats in the air on Black's wings in front of the Chimera Creator and pronounces calmly, "So funny, because the Chimera Creator is the one who created the monster from his own body." Streams of energy move around Jamie. The Chimera Creator tenses and looks at Jamie Welton intently. The Chimera Creator points forward with its red tentacles. The Chimera Creator pronounces to Jamie that he can't understand this. This is art. The Chimera Creator speaks ominously, turning to Jamie Welton to behold his masterpiece. The Chimera Maker lowered his hand down, with his other hand covering his chest. Behind his back, his wings spread out. He stared ominously forward, gritting his teeth. Jamie Welton saw the Chimera Creator's wings and said with a sneer, "A winged chimera? What strange tastes he has." Jamie Welton squeezed his eyes shut, lowering his eyebrows in indignation and tension. The Chimera Maker furrowed his brow, lowered his eyebrows, and gritted his teeth at the response. The Chimera Maker tensed and resentfully said to Jamie Welton, "What?" "Yes. What does he know about beautiful things?" Jamie Welton interrupted him and asked, "Did he forget anything?" The Chimera Maker asks in a surprised, questioning voice. "Huh?" He doesn't know what Jamie Welton is talking about. The Chimera Maker said fearfully, "The core!" He saw a red core with eyes grabbed behind Jamie Welton's back in ominous streams of energy. Jamie Welton utters angrily, staring intently at the Chimera Creator. Jamie pronounces, "Quite an interesting toy he has." Jamie has been waiting for an opportunity to play with it. Jamie brings his hand up in front of him and clenches his fist. Jamie Welton gloats and says ominously, "Oh no, he's so clumsy." The ominous streams of energy that held the core with force contracted, crushing the core. Blood splattered from the core to the sides. The core's eyes bulged, capillaries protruding on them. The chimera creator aggressively shouted at Jamie Welton, opening his mouth wide and feeling unbearable rage at the destruction of the core. "He is a filthy little scumbag!" The chimera creator's face is tense with rage, eyes wide open. Jamie Welton is calmly in place and pronounces to the chimera creator that he must be angry right now because of the broken toy. Then in return, he will take him to an interesting place. Jamie opens the projection in front of him and points a finger at it. Jamie Welton uses a spell, the projection of which is in the form of a huge circle with various elements glowing inside. The projection is under the chimera creator's feet. Streams of air from the use of the spell move through space. The chimera creator says in surprise, "A warp spell?" He grins and ponders. Jamie Welton thinks the chimera creator can't neutralize the portal? This insignificant little thing is really getting on his nerves. The chimera creator stands still, feeling incredibly angry and aggressive. He clenches his fist with force, the veins on his hand protruding from the tension. The chimera maker angrily says to Jamie Welton, "He's going to blow the portal to smithereens!" The chimera creator reaches out in front of him and touches the magical flow of the portal. He stares at his hand in exasperation, gritting his teeth. The chimera creator's hand rests against the walls of the portal. The chimera maker is perplexed and says, "What the? Why isn't he?" The chimera creator freezes in place and stares down intently. He is tense and anxious that he has failed. He has his mouth ajar. Next to the chimera creator, ominous streams of energy move in the air. The chimera creator is overwhelmed with anger and aggression. He shouts angrily to Jamie Welton, "He's scum!" A magical portal encompasses the chimera creator's body, compressing his arms and body. The chimera creator is focused and embittered, gritting his teeth. The magical portal moved the chimera creator and Jamie Welton into the forest. Jamie Welton floats above the ground on Black's wings. The chimera creator stands on the ground in front of him, releasing tentacles from its back and lowering its wings to the sides. The chimera creator raises its head and stares intently at Jamie Welton. The chimera creator is tense and anxious, biting his lower lip, clenching his teeth. He tensely asks Jamie Welton, "Impossible. Why is the portal still intact?" Jamie Welton floats in the air and looks down at the chimera creator intently. Jamie says with a smirk to the chimera creator, "It's simple. He's too weak." Jamie Welton is calm and focused. Jamie Welton hovers in the air, flapping Black's wings behind him. Jamie extends his arm forward and points his finger at the chimera creator. Jamie Welton says with a smile, now asking to enjoy the scenery while he can. Jamie Welton looks away angrily and tensely. Around Jamie Welton, streams of energy move in the air. He utters, "For when this is over, the chimera creator will disintegrate, and afterward regenerate to become his loyal servant." The chimera maker aggressively and nervously utters, "Insolent asshole!" The chimera creator swiftly points its tentacles towards Jamie Welton. The tentacles wriggle and begin to move around Jamie Welton, who is floating in the air. Jamie Welton looks intently at the chimera creator's tentacles moving past him. Jamie Welton's eyes are wide open, and he whistled in surprise, closing his lips into a tube. Jamie's arms came up along his body, dodging the tentacles. Jamie Welton landed lightly on a thick tree branch with a flick of his wings. He put one knee on the branch. Jamie puts his head down and says to the chimera creator, he thinks the second battle should have come to a close just about now. The chimera creator stands on the ground with his legs spread wide. He stretches his arms out in front of him and clenches his fists in a satisfied response to Jamie Welton. Perhaps, but it ended in his favor, considering he sent two more of his best creatures into it. Jamie Welton froze in place. He looks down thoughtfully, lowering his eyebrows and tensing his face. Jamie Welton's mouth is ajar upon hearing the chimera creator's response. Jamie ponders, repeating the words, "Two of the best creatures?" The chimera creator angrily utters, "However, that doesn't mean he will survive to see what he is talking about." The chimera creator swiftly begins to move forward. He stares forward intently, squinting his eyes. There are tentacles wrapped around his arm. The chimera creator instantly points his arm forward, wrapped in thin tentacles. His other hand is clenched into a fist and frozen in front of his chest. It stares forward concentratingly, aiming a punch towards Jamie Welton. The instant impact from the chimera creator threw Jamie Welton upwards from the tree branch he was standing on. his hooded head slumped downward. Jamie Welton spreads Black's wings in the air. The Chimera creator stands on the ground near the broken tree with his hands down. He has his head up and is looking intently at Jamie Welton. The Chimera creator utters, "They might have been able to handle one, but against two, they don't stand a chance." Jamie Welton has his head down and looks down at the Chimera maker worriedly. He pronounces him, and he is overconfident as Jamie Welton will not look. Jamie Welton soars through the air, spreading his wings. The Chimera creator promptly leaps upwards at Jamie Welton. The Chimera creator angrily utters, "Not true! It's just that he's firmly convinced of it." The Chimera creator grits his teeth, tentacles twisting into a ball behind his back. Jamie Welton floats in the air. Jamie Welton stares intently at the Chimera creator and tensely ponders. He sees 7 different creatures combined in his body. Not a bad mix of abilities between the transplanted parts. Jamie Welton continues to ponder. But this can no longer be called a human body. It will definitely become one. Jamie Welton paused. The Chimera creator swiftly flew towards Jamie Welton, glaring at him angrily and gritting his teeth. Jamie Welton angrily finished his reflection. An excellent subordinate. He watches the Chimera creator carefully, eyes staring down maliciously, wide, teeth clenched. Ominous streams of energy swirl around Jamie Welton. Ras Armetic walks into the empty, spacious room through the wide-open doors. He walks calmly forward. In the hallway, 2 Shadow Knights approach the room. They move about silently. Currents of air move into the room. The Shadow Knight with red hair calmly says, "They seem to be in place." The Shadow Knight looks forward carefully, surveying the room. The Shadow Knight's face is wearing a mask. Red hair falls over his face. Ras Armetic moves around the room and looks forward carefully. He pronounces firmly, "They need to find the boy quickly." Ras Armetic tensely ponders mentally. He has no more than 20 minutes before his strength is gone. Ras Armetic tensely ponders mentally. They must find Ricky before the executioner's holy power runs out. Ras Armetic and the Shadow Knights move around the room where the torches are burning. They turn to the sides, looking around the room. Ras Armetic stopped near a closed door, placing his hand on the doorknob and slowly opening the door. Ras Armetic froze in place, looking thoughtfully in front of him. He feels tense and anxious, sensing movement around him. Ras Armetic turns his head to the side and shifts his gaze back intently. He is focused and trying to figure out what is going on behind his back. There is a rapid movement behind Ras Armetic's back that makes him tense up. Ras Armetic notices a rushing stream of fire moving forward towards them. Streams of air move around him. A wave of fire cuts through the space in the room, with nothing visible behind it. Ras Armetic turns around and stares intently ahead. His gaze is aggressive, eyebrows pulled downward. He opens his mouth wide and shouts loudly, "What?" Ras Armetic is tense, anxious, and perplexed, not expecting the movement. Ras Armetic shouts loudly and menacingly, "Watch out!" He leaps swiftly at the Shadow Knight, knocking him to the ground to keep him from the rapid movement of the fire stream towards them. Ras Armetic hits the Shadow Knight with force. Ras Armetic lifts his head up and freezes in place. He stares fearfully in front of him. Ras Armetic tensely considers what stands before him. His mouth is ajar without making a sound. Tension and fear engulf him. Ras Armetic ponders fearfully and perplexed. A chimera using sword-wielding techniques? Ras Armetic sees the chimera before him, a female night moth spreading her wings, her arms and legs shaped like pointed tentacles. Ras Armetic froze in place and stares intently at the chimera in front of him. Ras says fearfully, stammering, "Impossible." Next to Ras Armetic are Shadow Knights who fearfully and tensely shout, "Mr. Ras!" A Shadow Knight with red hair stands next to Ras Armetic and looks frightenedly to the side, pointing to Ras. "Look, over there!" Ras Armetic freezes in place and looks thoughtfully sideways at where the Shadow Knight is pointing. The red-haired Shadow Knight tensely utters, "There is another chimera here. A hybrid of a demonic horse and an ogre. A chimera with the body of a horse and the mighty upper body of an ogre stands in the room, its arms shackled with chains." Ras Armetic froze in place with anxiety and fear. Ras tensely pondered. These monster hybrids could handle a high-level knight alone. Ras Armetic's lips tightly closed. He stares intently ahead. Ras Armetic tensely ponders. He doesn't stand a chance. Ras Armetic remembers Ricky. In his recollection, Ricky smiles happily, mouth wide open and eyes squinting, communicating with Ras Armetic. Ras places his hand on Ricky's head. Ras Armetic tensely and sadly ponders. "Goodbye, Ricky." Ras Armetic momentarily translates his thoughts and says decisively, "Come on." He abruptly grasps his sword, gripping it by the hilt, holding the scabbard with his other hand. Ras Armetic decisively says, "Let's take the risk." Ras Armetic opens his mouth wide, shouting to the Shadow Knights, He stares forward in concentration, aggressively arching his eyebrows. Ras Armethic is full of anger and hatred. He intends to march into battle. At this moment, in another empty room, Ricky is lying on a table. His arms are lying along his body, his toes slightly downward. His legs are stretched forward. Ricky is recovering from the experience performed on him and is calm. Ricky is lying on the table and is coming to his senses after the experiment performed on him. He has his mouth ajar and lets out a heavy sigh. Ricky begins to move his head. Ricky tries to lift from the table, feeling heavy from waking up. Ricky slowly tries to get up from the table, resting his hand on the table. Around Ricky, particles of energy move in the air. He turns around on the table, trying to come to his senses from waking up. Ricky sits down on the table, resting his arms at his sides. He bends his body down, lowering his head and trying to comprehend his condition. There are particles of energy spreading around Ricky. Ricky's pupils are glowing, his gaze downcast. Ricky sits pensively on the table with his head down. He feels anxious, not understanding his condition. Ricky stares down intently, asking himself, where is he? Ricky's pupils burn brightly. Around Ricky, particles of energy move in the air. Ricky jumped off the table onto the tiled floor. Ricky's hand remains clinging to the table. Ricky looks around and tensely speculates, what is this place? Ricky questions loudly, trying to find someone. Brother? Is there anyone here? Ricky turns around, looking around the room he is in. Ricky looks anxiously in front of him and says thoughtfully, why is there no one here? Ricky stands next to a glass flask containing a liquid. Ricky freezes in place with his hands down. He stares intently at the glass flask filled with liquid. Floating in the liquid is the body of a boy with only his upper torso left. The boy's head and arms are down. Ricky froze in place, looking up fearfully and tensely, examining the boy's body that is in the glass container of water. Ricky's eyes opened wide. He says fearfully, isn't that Shino? Ricky froze in place and stares intently in front of him. Memories from the past related to Shino and Ricky pop into his mind. Ricky pensively and anxiously ponders, what did they do to Shino? Had neither Shino nor Ricky been chosen by God? Ricky put his head down carefully, looking at his hands. Ricky's hands are shaking, tears flowing from his eyes. Ricky tensely asks himself, by the call they meant that they were to be part of some creepy experiment. Ricky stares embitteredly in front of him, squinting his eyes. His eyebrows are lowered, furrowing his brow. Tears flow from Ricky's eyes in pain and frustration. He growls angrily and utters, no time to grieve. After realizing what has happened, Ricky decisively says, we have to get out of here. Ricky turns around from the glass container Shino is in. Ricky begins to move forward with a quick stride, heading towards the exit. Ricky takes a quick step to the exit and instantly grabs the doorknob with his hand. Ricky intends to open the door and leave the room where the experiments are being conducted. He gripped the iron doorknob tightly with his hand. Ricky freezes beside the closed door, holding onto the doorknob. He faces the door and says tensely and thoughtfully, Shino. The glass container Shino is in stands in the room behind Ricky's back. Ricky stands at the closed door, holding the doorknob with one hand. Tears come to Ricky's eyes, and a shiver grips his entire body. Ricky turns his head towards Shino and tensely ponders. He's sorry. He promises he will come back for him. Ricky has opened the doors of the room where Ricky was, and the glass container with Shino remains. The light from the doors illuminates a small strip of dark corridor, which Ricky runs swiftly down. Ricky ponders, Janice and Bishop, they won't get away with this. Ricky runs swiftly down the dark hallway. Ricky doesn't look around, heading confidently towards the basement exit. He runs past closed offices. All around him, currents of air move from his rapid movement. Ricky rapidly runs forward toward the basement exit. Suddenly, Ricky pays attention to the sounds, shifting his focused gaze to the side. He tensely ponders, what's that noise? Could someone be coming to rescue him? Ricky stops in the hallway at the corner, arms and legs spread wide. His hands are clenched into fists. He peers intently down the hallway and utters, the sound is coming from down there. But he is. Ricky is thoughtfully silent for a while. Ricky continues to ponder intensely. He's a little scared. Maybe he should take a different route. Ricky slowly takes steps forward, moving down the hallway. The floor of the hallway Ricky is walking down is stained with blood everywhere. Ricky reaches the end of the hallway and stops at the corner when he sees a man moving in front of him. He is startled and puzzled, not realizing who it is or what is going on. Voices are heard as he moves. He's on the right. Hold on. Ricky froze in place and stares intently ahead, seeing the man he knows. Tears came to Ricky's eyes, his eyes rounded with surprise. Ricky opened his mouth wide and cried out thoughtfully, "Dia." He paused for a moment. Ricky shouted loudly and joyfully, "Uncle!" Ricky froze in place, standing in the hallway at the corner. He watches Ross Armitage get a blow in front of him in the hallway, which he, with a shiver in his body, tries to hold back with his sword, holding it with 2 hands. Ras Armethic heard Ricky's scream and turned his attention to him. Raz squints his eyes and says with an irritated smile, "Can he stop calling him that?" Ras Armethic holds back a sword strike. The sword in his hands shakes with the impacting force. Instantly, the chimera, a hybrid of a demonic horse and an ogre, turns its head toward Rika and stares at him intently. The chimera has small, round black eyes. There is a scar along the diagonal of its white face, long ears, light white-purple hair. The chimera, a hybrid of a demonic horse and an ogre, turns around and begins a purposeful rush towards Rika. Head and gaze downcast, she waves her strong, powerful arms from side to side, wearing shackles with chains. Ras Armethic notices the sudden and swift movement of the chimera, a hybrid of demonic horse and ogre, towards Rika. Ras Armethic stares intently and tenses loudly. "Oh no, don't let him attack Ricky." The Shadow Knights began a swift movement towards Ricky to stop the chimera, the demon horse and ogre hybrid. The red-haired knight viciously focused his gaze forward, extending his arm upwards and pointing his saber forward. A chimera, a night moth, appeared in front of the 2 Shadow Knights. The Shadow Knights froze in place, staring at it intently, noticing its abrupt appearance. The chimera flies up to the Shadow Knights and spreads its arms out to the sides. Ras Armethic notices that the Shadow Knight's path is blocked by the chimera, a night moth. Ross is tense and anxious, and yells menacingly to Ricky, Hurry, Ricky! Get out of there!" Ras Armethic raised his hand in front of him and clenched his fist tightly. In front of the 2 Shadow Knights stands a chimera, a night moth. It blocks their path, exposing its tentacles with sharp teeth to the sides. The Shadow Knights hold their swords in their hands and shout loudly, "Damn! They won't make it in time!" Ricky froze in place and stares intently ahead. He feels tension and fear from the approaching danger. His eyes are rounded, with tears streaming down his cheeks and dripping from his chin. Ricky stammered, "His legs won't move." Ricky froze in place and looks up fearfully. A chimera, a hybrid of a demonic horse and an ogre, is running swiftly at Ricky. The chimera rises up on its haunches, lifting the horse's legs up, spreading its chained arms to the sides. Ras Armethic watches carefully as the chimera, demon horse and ogre hybrid, approaches him. Ras Armethic tensed, lowering his eyebrows downward. He opens his mouth wide and shouts loudly, "Ricky!" Around Ras, particles of energy move in the air. Ras Armethic swiftly heads forward, pushing himself off the ground and swinging his sword in the air. Ras Armethic stares forward with a concentrated gaze. The movement of the sword leaves glowing streaks in the air. Ras Armethic's cloak develops from the movement. Ras Armethic freezes in place and looks up intently. From the flow of spreading energy, Ras Armethic's cloak evolves. Ras watches as the chimera, a hybrid of a demonic horse and an ogre that Ras had struck, stands. At that moment, 2 Shadow Knights fight the chimera, a night moth. It instantly struck one of the Shadow Knights. The knight caught the blow with his sword and was thrown back. He shouted, "Ras, no!" The blow he received caused him to gasp for air. Ras Armethic froze in place and stared thoughtfully ahead. Tears came to his eyes. He opened his mouth and hesitated, saying Ricky's name. Streams of air and raised dust floated around Ras Armethic. Sadness and anxiety engulfed Ras. Ras Armethic froze in place and stared ahead. Dense clouds of dust and dirt have risen in front of him, behind which nothing can be seen. Ras Armethic ponders with anxiety and sadness. Did he not save him? From the shifting current of air, Ras's cloak develops. Suddenly, out of the raised dense clouds of dust and dirt, Rika's hand is stretched out. He reaches forward, fingers slightly bent. Ricky grasps for air. Streams of air and dust move around Ricky's hand. Ricky stands still. He brings his hand up to his mouth, clenched into a fist, and begins to cough into it several times. Tears roll down Ricky's cheeks. He bites his lower lip with force. Magical streams of energy spread around Ricky. Ricky freezes in place, puts his hands down, and stares intently in front of him. He tensely and fearfully utters, "Uncle?" Tears roll down Ricky's cheeks. His eyes are wide open. Magical energy streams spread around Rika. From the dense clouds of dust and dirt kicked up, the silhouette of a chimera, a hybrid of a demonic horse and an ogre, appears. It quickly gallops forward, sensing its target. Streams of air move quickly from the chimera's movement. Ras Armethic froze in place and looked down thoughtfully. He feels unease and fear as he hears the chimera running again to attack. Ras Armethic strains his face, perplexed that the chimera is alive and racing towards them. Ras Armethic gets into a fighting stance, preparing to attack. Opening his mouth wide from shouts loudly, "This isn't over! This way!" Ras Armethic's gaze is serious and menacing, staring forward with concentration. He lowered his eyebrows downward, furrowing his brow. Ricky tensely shouts to Ras Armethic, "Coming!" Ricky runs up to Ras and stretches his arms forward, falling into Ras Armethic's arms. Ras Armethic bends towards Ricky, reaching his arms forward to grab Ricky and pin him. Ras Armethic pulls Ricky tightly against him and looks away with a focused gaze. His serious gaze scrutinizes the situation around him. Ras Armethic tensely ponders. They don't have much time, he fears. Ras Armethic watches as the Shadow Knight holds back the onslaught of the chimera, the Night Moth. The Shadow Knight holds his sword in front of him, defending himself from the swift multiple blows from the chimera's sharp limbs. Ras Armethic cradles Ricky, keeping a hand on his back. Ras turns and stares ahead with a focused look. He mentally reasons. He has about 10 minutes before the power is gone. No, probably even less than that. Ras Armethic instantly grasps the hilt of his sword with his hand and pulls it out of its scabbard. Ras Armethic's hand grips the hilt of the sword with force. Ras Armethic ponders. He cannot fight and protect Ricky at the same time. Ras Armethic pulls Ricky back in front of him and, looking at him carefully, says calmly, he wants Ricky to go upstairs alone. Ricky listens intently to Ras Armethic, eyes wide open. Tears have come to his eyes. Ricky utters, "But..." Ricky tensely reasons, "Wait, if I stay here, I'll only be a mess." Ricky raises his head higher, looks intently at Ras Armethic and says, "Okay." Tears disappear in Ricky's eyes, determined to leave the room. Ras Armethic is left standing still. In front of him is a dense cloud of dust and dirt, behind which nothing can be seen. Streams of air move with the dust. Ricky turns around and rapidly begins to run towards the exit to escape the chimeras. Ricky rapidly runs forward and turns his head back to Ras Armethic as he runs. Ricky shouts loudly to him with his mouth wide open, "Uncle, he'll be waiting for him upstairs!" Tears came out in Ricky's eyes. Ras Armethic stands still, staring forward with concentration. Ras Armethic hears Rika's words, and without turning around, remaining standing with his back to him, he raises his hand up and clenches his fist tightly, gesturing back to Rika. Ras Armethic stands silently in place and has his head down thoughtfully. He's frozen in thought, staring at the floor with a calm gaze. Streams of dust and dirt move around Ras Armethic. Ras stands pensively for a while. Ras Armethic raises his head and stares intently ahead. Ras clutches his sword tightly in his downcast hand, pointing the sword forward. Ras slowly walks forward and ponders, believes he must now keep his promise. Ras Armethic points his sword in front of him and stares forward with a focused stare. A chimera, a hybrid of a demonic horse and an ogre, runs swiftly at Ras Armethic. It spreads its shackled arms out to the sides and draws back. Ras Armethic is tense and embittered. He furrows his brow, lowering his eyebrows down menacingly. His eyes are focused and scrutinizing. Ras Armethic utters decisively, "It is time to end him." Ras intends to deliver a crushing blow. At that moment, Ricky runs up the twisting stone stairs, escaping from the basement. Ricky keeps his head down and concentrates his efforts to make it to the top. Moonlight from the window falls on the stairs, casting shadows. Ricky runs up the stairs and ponders, what was that light? Ricky recalls the moment when a chimera hooves high above him below. A bright, fiery light. Tongues of flame began to spread from Ricky to the sides. Ricky ran forward swiftly. He still felt like throwing up at the thought of that thing that had suddenly appeared and protected him. Not to mention the strange aura emanating from his chest that he felt. It was the same kind of aura he had felt when he was in Rival. Ricky quickly runs forward from the basement to get outside. He sees a closed wooden door with a window ahead. Ricky shouts with joy and relief. Finally, a way out. He sees the target and heads towards it without stopping. Ricky runs swiftly down the hallways, putting his feet far forward. Ricky opens his mouth, breathing deeply, and heading for the exit with his last strength. He runs down the dark hallway without turning his head to the side and stares intently ahead. Ricky ran outside out of the building. He stops at the exit and slumps his body forward, resting his feet on his legs. Ricky tries to regain his breath, giving all of his strength to the rapid non-stop movement out of the basement. He's breathing deep and rapid. Ricky straightens up and stands still. He lifts his head up and stares intently at the starry sky. All around him, the forest is quiet and green, littered with trees. Ricky regains his breath, trying to catch his breath. Ricky lifts his head up. His eyes are wide open, streams of tears flowing from his eyes, dripping down from his chin. Ricky gritted his teeth and with anxiety and frustration pondered, was it all a lie? salvation, faith. Ricky continues to ponder, remembering his sister Anna. He hopes Anna is okay, if anything happens to her. Ricky feels tension and anxiety. In his memories, Anna smiles, turning her head to the side. Ricky has his head down. He feels tension, anxiety, and fear. Ricky furrows his brow, his face tense. Ricky stares intently at the ground with his eyes wide open. Ricky made a short sound, preparing to cry. Ricky put his head down and tilted his torso slightly. Ricky stares intently at the floor, tears streaming down his cheeks, rolling down to his chin. Ricky presses his hand to his chest and tensely contemplates. What is this? Where is such a terrifying energy coming from? Ricky freezes in place and without turning his head shifts his gaze to the sides. He tensely stares, feeling anxious and afraid. Ricky tensely ponders, but he feels as if he should be there. Ricky freezes in place, hands down. He stares intently ahead at the thickly growing green trees, gazing into them. Ricky intends to start moving forward. A feeling indicates to him that he should be there. Ricky begins to move forward, quickly starting to shift his feet. He runs across the ground, the moonlight falling on the ground, casting shadows from the trees. There are ominous streams of energy spreading around Ricky. On Ricky's feet are lace-up boots and high white socks. Ricky tensely walks forward with his hands down. He carefully looks ahead, leaving the clearing and moving into a thicket of densely growing trees. A light mist moves through the air. Moonlight falls to the ground, casting shadows. The chimera creator stands still, hands down. He stares malevolently at Jamie Welton, gritting his teeth in an evil grin. He says spitefully, "It reminds him of a fly as he runs away." The chimera creator spreads its wings upwards and let out tentacles to the sides. The chimera maker shouts loudly and aggressively, opening its mouth wide. "But good things come in small increments." The chimera maker stares intently at Jamie Welton, furrowing his brow in anger. The chimera creator releases forward towards Jamie Welton with its tentacles. The chimera creator shouts to Jamie Welton with hatred and aggression, "Go to the other world." The chimera creator releases tentacles towards Jamie Welton, who is standing on a tree branch. The tentacles wriggle around Jamie. Jamie stares at them dumbfounded. The chimera creator shouts to Jamie Welton with hatred and aggression, "He will end him on this one." The chimera creator once again points towards Jamie Welton's tentacles. They fly swiftly, cutting through space. The chimera creator aims tentacles towards Jamie Welton. They rapidly fly upwards. Jamie Welton, with a quick movement, pushes himself off the branch he was standing on and flies upwards, moving away from the tentacles. Explosions erupt in the thicket of the forest, between the hills and densely growing trees. Fire sprays rise high above the trees, flying in different directions. The fireball of the explosion illuminates the space, destroying everything in its path. Jamie Welton tensely and anxiously looks down at the chimera creator. He gritted his teeth, tensing his face. Jamie stretches his arm forward and ponders. What power? It wouldn't do him any good if it even slightly grazed him. Jamie Welton continued to ponder. But his magic should be enough. It will be enough. Jamie Welton holds a magic ball in his outstretched hand, which emits a bright light. Magical streams of energy move around the ball. Jamie Welton ponders that if it continues like this, he will emerge victorious. Magical streams of energy from Jamie Welton's balloon are directed at the chimera creator. The chimera creator grits its teeth and curses menacingly at Jamie Welton. The chimera creator begins a rapid upward movement, spreading his wings and tentacles behind his back to the sides. He looks up at Jamie Welton in a concentrated manner. Gritting his teeth, he angrily utters, "The jokes are over!" Jamie Welton froze in place and stares intently at the chimera creator without averting his gaze. His eyes wide open, Jamie silently watches the chimera creator's movements. Jamie feels tense and anxious. The chimera creator ominously says to Jamie Welton, "Go to the other world at last." The chimera creator stares at Jamie Welton ominously, gritting his teeth. He stretches his hand forward, red, small tentacles protruding from his palm and fingers. The chimera creator spread its wings, moving through the air toward Jamie Welton. He stretched his arm forward. From it, serpentine tentacles begin to wriggle out, heading towards Jamie Welton. Jamie looks at them puzzled, trying to wiggle away. The small red tentacles from the chimera creator's hand begin to converge towards each other in a tight stream, moving through the air and heading towards Jamie Welton. The tentacles move in a circle of rapidly wriggling tentacles. The chimera creator hovers in the air, spreading his wings. He stares intently ahead, eyes wide open and tense. He is tense and anxious, perplexed by what is happening. The chimera creator gritted his teeth, stretching his arm forward with tentacles. The chimera creator soared aloft, soaring through the air in the night sky. Red tentacles developed in the air. He utters puzzled and indignant, "What? Where is he? Where the hell did he hide? Jamie Welton stands on a tree branch with his back leaning against it. Jamie Welton stands on a branch, leaning his back against it, and stares thoughtfully ahead. Jamie exhales heavily, walking away from the chimera creator. Jamie raises his hand in front of him, raising 2 fingers up. Streams of energy move around him. Jamie Welton uses dark dimension magic. The chimera creator looks down puzzled, turning his head to the side. He tensely ponders, a trap. Is he really trying to contain it? The chimera creator watches the energy flow. The chimera creator shifts his gaze back, watching Jamie Welton. The chimera creator has a snide smile on his face and says, "Fool, he really thinks this is it." Streams of energy in the form of hieroglyphics move around the chimera creator in the air. The chimera creator is in midair. He stares down angrily with clenched teeth, pointing his hand downward and extending his fingers. The tentacles behind his back instantly head down towards Jamie Welton. They wriggle through the air. Jamie Welton stands on a tree branch, leaning against it, trying to hide from the chimera creator. Jamie stares at the chimera creator, who discovered him, and says, puzzled, "Damn." Jamie is feeling tense and anxious. The chimera creator is in the air with his arm down. He uses magic, a hurricane of tentacles. A projection has appeared in the air in front of his hand, burning bright red. From the projection, a powerful stream of tentacles is directed down at Jamie Welton. Jamie Welton is standing on a tree branch trying to stay upright. From the hurricane of tentacles, Jamie uses magic that dome protects him from the powerful tentacle strikes from above by the chimera's creator. Jamie Welton stands on a tree branch with his arm up in the air. He uses magic that dome protects him from the blows. Jamie looks up at the chimera creator and ponders. Simply amazing. He has managed to combine the abilities of the chimera and magic. Jamie Welton stands on a tree branch and stares intently at the chimera creator. Jamie's pupils have begun to burn with a bright magical light. His face is tense, his eyebrows lowered. Jamie says angrily, "However, that's all the chimera maker can do." The chimera maker casts a crazed look downward. He clenches his fist with one hand and slams his other hand down with force. The chimera creator utters, he's surprised that Jamie has lasted this long. "Then how about?" Jamie Welton interrupts, uttering, "What?" Jamie Welton suddenly appeared behind the chimera creator's back and spreads his wings and soars through the air. The chimera maker turns his head puzzled, shifting his gaze back to Jamie Welton, and says in surprise, "Huh?" The chimera creator hovers in the air, spreading his wings wide. He points his tentacles from his back to the sides, which fly swiftly downward. The chimera maker puts his hands out in front of his face, bending at the elbows and covering it. The chimera maker turns its head to the side, shifting its gaze to Jamie Welton, looking at him intently. The chimera creator says thoughtfully and quietly, "What?" The chimera creator doesn't realize what's happening. The chimera creator begins to move, clenching his fist behind his back with force. Behind the chimera creator remains Jamie Welton on a tree branch, looking puzzled. The chimera creator says angrily, "How could you?" He's pretty sure he saw him in front of him. Jamie Welton looks down at the chimera creator and says to him with a sneer, "Is he blind?" He couldn't recognize the clone. There are ominous streams of energy spreading around Jamie Welton. Jamie Welton points 2 fingers upwards. Dark magic of the 4th rank. Doppelganger. This is magic used to create a clone capable of partially utilizing the same abilities as the host. After eye contact, the clone disappears. The clone is no different from the host, an exact copy of it. Jamie Welton angrily tells the chimera creator that he is a fool, because he can't even estimate the strength of his opponent. Jamie Welton points his hand in front of him, spreading his fingers. Jamie's hand glows with a magical bright light. Jamie Welton uses magic, body decomposition. The chimera creator freezes in place and stares intently at his hand through clenched teeth. He says fearfully, "What?" The chimera creator's hand turns a maroon color. Jamie Welton soars through the air, flapping his wings, and replies to the chimera maker, "I mean what? It's magic. It will slowly rot and decay." The chimera maker clenches his fist tightly. His body begins to shake. His hand is covered in maroon spots. The chimera creator shouts loudly to Jamie Welton, opening his mouth wide. "Cheap trick." If he destroys it. The chimera maker feels incredibly angry and aggressive. Jamie Welton interrupts the chimera creator. This is why he has an ace up his sleeve. Jamie Welton stares intently at the chimera creator, feeling aggression and anger. He angrily casts a spell, Black Ball. Jamie Welton raises his hand in front of him. A black ball floats in the air above his palm, streams of energy around it. In front of Jamie Welton, the chimera creator floats in the air. He freezes in place and looks intently at Jamie Welton, hearing his voice, and says, "What the fuck is he talking about?" Black orbs of varying diameters appear around the Chimera Creator. A black ball has appeared from above near the Chimera Creator's wing and is emitting magical energy in waves. The black ball begins to penetrate the Chimera Creator's wing, spreading out gradually. Magical particles hover in the air. The black ball's magic begins to appear on the Chimera Creator's body. The Chimera Creator lowered his head down, clenching his teeth tightly. He begins to feel pain from the black ball's penetration. Magical particles hovered in the air. A sharp, intense pain swept over the Chimera Creator's body. He opens his mouth wide, drool dripping from it, and lets out a loud scream. Black ball magic spread across his shoulder, spreading lower down his arm. He gripped his shoulder with his hand. Tears pour from his eyes. The black orb is a spell where the pain experienced is tripled if you touch the orb. The black orb releases magical energy that travels in a circle through space. From the orb itself, the magic emanates in the form of flames. Jamie Welton floats in the air on the Chimera Creator and looks down at him. His head is covered by a hood, behind which you can't see his face. Jamie spreads Black's wings. The Chimera Creator looks down at Jamie Welton and curses angrily. Jamie Welton stares intently at the Chimera Creator, his pupils burning with magical light. Jamie answers the Chimera Creator with a smile. This is how he can still speak. Ominous streams of energy spread around Jamie Welton. Jamie Welton uses magic, gravity. The Chimera Creator begins to rise up and float in the air. His hair flutters in the air. The Chimera Creator's gaze is directed upwards, perplexed at what is happening to him. There is a sudden and powerful explosion. The spray from the explosion blows violently apart. A powerful blast wave rises upward, illuminating the space. Dust and dirt rises from the ground. The fiery stream of the explosion within erupts destructively. The Chimera Creator falls face down on the ground and lets out a prolonged sound. His red growth from his head sprawls on the ground, wings torn off behind him. Its body shakes, the fingers of its hands resting on the ground. Jamie Welton hovers in the air and looks down. Behind Jamie Welton's back, Black, whose eye is in the wing, makes a prolonged sound, catching Jamie's attention. Jamie turns his head to him and says, surprised, "Black, he's doing well and can rest." Behind Jamie Welton's back, Black makes an extended sound of joy and approval. "Re." The wings begin to disappear behind Jamie's back. Jamie stares intently at Black, turning his head in his direction. His lips are pressed tightly together. The Chimera Maker tries to get up off the ground. He rests his hands on the ground with his head down. The Chimera Maker makes a long, heavy sound and utters anxiously, "The body's inside him." The Chimera Creator's body shakes. The wings behind his back are clipped. Jamie Welton looks pityingly at the Chimera Maker and says, "This amount of pain would have sent a human to the grave by now. You should have used your body like that, diluting it with chimeras." Jamie Welton reaches up to the Chimera Creator's head and says, "He's so destroyed I'm not sure if he can be used in undead form. Well, at least his knowledge will be utilized." The Chimera Creator lowers his head and pronounces, "His servants." Jamie Welton hears a long, menacing growl. He looks to the sides, dumbfounded by the sudden appearance. His hand is outstretched toward the Chimera Creator, a bright magical glow emanating from it. Jamie Welton looks puzzled at the Chimera Maker and says in surprise, "What?" and tensely utters, "Shit!" Jamie freezes in place in surprise. The Chimera Creator rests his hands on the ground and stares intently at Jamie Welton. Jamie Welton froze in place and stares forward. He says tensely and puzzled, "So there were more chimeras." Jamie had miscalculated. 2 chimeras with tails appear in front of Jamie, looking at him intently. Behind the chimeras is their creator. Jamie Welton stares intently ahead, watching the chimeras that appeared suddenly. Jamie nervously and puzzledly utters, "Spent too much mana." Jamie grits his teeth and tensely grits his teeth, raising up 2 fingers in front of his face. Jamie Welton aggressively pronounces to the Chimera Creator, he won't get off lightly. Jamie aims a swiftly magical beam at the Chimera Creator's chest, which scrambles through his body, lashing out behind his back. The Chimera Creator tilts his head down and stares fearfully at the wound in his chest. Blood oozes from the wound, staining his clothes. He covers the wound with his hand. The Chimera Maker makes a muffled, sharp sound. Blood drips from the Chimera Maker's mouth. Jamie Welton stands still, eyes squeezed shut, and says to the Chimera Maker with a smile, opening his mouth wide, "If you'd gone straight to the other world, you'd have fewer hemorrhoids. So why don't you just die already? Be a friend, huh?" Jamie Welton turns his head in the direction of the Chimera Creator and pensively ponders. He didn't think he would be able to endure such a thing. That's how he's going to send him to the other side of the world. Jamie's pupils glow with magical light. Ricky walks through the night forest past the trees and ponders. The closer he gets, the more nauseous he starts to feel. But he feels like he has to keep going. Ricky's whole body shivers and tears come to his eyes. Ricky is feeling tense and anxious. Ricky walks through the wooded area. Behind his back there is a loud and powerful explosion, rising high up above the trees. Fire sprays fly apart. Ricky's eyes widen fearfully at the unexpected noise. Ricky abruptly turns to the side and begins to run away from the side where the massive explosion occurred. Ricky feels fear and anxiety as he stares ahead. He utters tensely, he knew it wasn't worth it. Another powerful and loud explosion erupts behind Ricky, who is running away. A wave of fire rushes out to the sides, the flow of the wave catching up with Ricky. He heard the explosion behind his back. Ricky's eyes widened with fright and stare forward, lips tightly closed. The powerful water blast throws Jamie Welton aside. Jamie flies backwards with his back, arms, and legs raised in the air. Jamie Welton hits the ground hard with a rumble. A spray of earth and dust fly to the sides from the impact. Jamie Welton is on the ground, being lifted up. Jamie feels the pain from the impact, mourning his face. Abrasions are visible on his face. Jamie lets out a heavy sigh and tensely says, "Not even mana for a shield. He won't be able to dodge this attack." Jamie Welton lies on the ground, staring ahead puzzled. Ricky walks over to the site of the explosion in the wooded area, looking closely from afar. And seeing Jamie Welton, he is surprised and tensely ponders. Jamie, what is he doing here? The Chimera creator stands still and looks at Jamie Welton intently. The Chimera creator stretches his hand forward, using magic to direct the magical flow, and angrily says, "Go to the other world already." The Chimera that is in the clearing with the Chimera creator pulls her head up, clenching her teeth tightly. Above her head, a magical orb floats in the air, emanating a bright light. The magical currents of the orb hover around it and the Chimera's head. Ricky sees the magic ball that the Chimera's creator has channeled to attack Jamie Welton. Ricky promptly begins to run towards Jamie, stretching his arm forward and yelling loudly, "No! Jamie!" Ricky's eyes are frighteningly wide open. Jamie Welton is sitting on the ground, stretching his legs out and resting his hands on the ground. He notices Ricky's appearance and looks in his direction in surprise, turning his head. Jamie Welton says questioningly and surprised, "Ricky." A magical orb created by the Chimera's creator floats in the air above the Chimera's head. The Chimera pulls its head upward, gritting its teeth. Magical light emanates from the ball, illuminating the space, magical streams of energy hovering around it. The Chimera stands in place, standing up on its hind legs. Spreading its upper limbs, it opens its mouth wide and with a powerful force, directs a magical stream of energy towards Jamie Welton. The powerful stream moves swiftly, illuminating the space. Ricky rapidly runs towards Jamie Welton. He stretches his arm forward, spreading his fingers. Ricky yells loudly and fearfully, opening his mouth wide. "Jamie!" Ricky's eyes are wide and frightened, with tears coming out. Jamie Welton sits on the ground without changing his position. He stares intently at Ricky, who is running towards him. A powerful magic blast approaches Jamie's side, illuminating the space around him. Jamie yells loudly and menacingly to Ricky, "No! Stay back!" Ricky stands in front of Jamie Welton, spreading his arms out to the sides and shielding him from the approaching blow. He stares at him intently and tensely, mouthing, "Sorry," but his body moved on its own. Jamie sits on the ground and looks at Ricky. A powerful fire blast is unleashed after colliding with Ricky's body. A stream of energy rushes out. The wave of the explosion begins to spread out to the sides, illuminating the space around, with nothing visible behind it. From the powerful blast, Jamie Welton is thrown aside. Jamie lies on the ground, resting his arms on the ground and raising his head. Blood is streaming down Jamie's face. Abrasions are visible. One eye is closed. Jamie grits his teeth in pain. His body is shaking. He looks down puzzled. Jamie Welton crawls along the ground toward Ricky, shifting his arms. He utters fearfully, "Ricky," looking up at him. Ricky is lying on the ground with no signs of life face up. His eyes are tightly closed, and there are traces of blood on his body and clothes. Jamie Welton stares intently at Ricky and anxiously utters, "Please." Jamie raises his hand in front of him, flexing his fingers. Tears come to Jamie's eyes. His body shakes in pain from the explosion. There is blood and abrasions on Jamie's face. Ricky lies on the ground, face up. There are no signs of life. Ricky's eyes are tightly closed. Blood is dripping down Ricky's face and out of his open mouth. Ricky's body has abrasions and bruises from the impact of the massive explosion. Jamie Welton bent over Ricky's immobilized body with no signs of life. Jamie opened his eyes wide and looked fearfully at Ricky. Jamie lifts his hand over Ricky, flexing his fingers. Jamie utters anxiously, "No." Jamie is gripped by anxiety and fear. Jamie Welton froze in place. He raised his hand in front of his face, spreading his fingers, and stares at her fearfully, not looking away. Tears came to Jamie's eyes. He opened his mouth and tensely contemplates. Again. Jamie Welton thinks back to himself, being in Diablo Wolfier's body. He tensely ponders. Again. Someone is out to get him. Diablo Wolfier stares intently at his hand, spreading his fingers. Tears run down his cheeks. Ominous streams of energy move around. Jamie Welton recalls himself being in Diablo Wolfier's body. Diablo Wolfier sits and stares intently at his hand. Around him lie many bloody bodies with no signs of life. In his head, it echoes ominously, repeating itself. Diablo, he must live. It echoes ominously in Diablo Wolfier's head. Everyone else has gone to the other world to save him. Diablo Wolfier feels anxious, wraps his hands around his ears and puts his head down. He grits his teeth, streams of tears rolling from his eyes and dripping down. Jamie Welton froze in place and stares intently at one point, immersed in the memories of a past life. Tears have come to his eyes. His mouth is ajar. Jamie feels anxious and confused. Jamie's face and clothes are stained with blood. Jamie Welton kneels on the ground beside Ricky. Jamie straightens his back and stares intently ahead. He feels anxiety and despair as he utters, "Please, not again." In front of Jamie lies Ricky with no signs of life. The Chimera Maker watches Jamie Welton and Ricky, standing off to the side. The Chimera Creator lifts his hand in front of him and opens his mouth wide in a smile and says loudly, "What a touching scene a mere test subject gave out." Jamie Welton pensively lowers his head and stares down intently. Jamie says angrily, feeling the tension, "Now he will finish him and his friend." Jamie Welton's body and clothes are stained with blood, and there are abrasions on his face. In Jamie Welton's mind, memories from his past life reappear. Jane with blue long hair, fixing her hair with her hand, her other hand down. She looks away with a smile and says, "Diablo, listen." In Jamie Welton's mind, memories from his past life emerge one by one. A man, a warrior, wearing a kimono and carrying a samurai sword behind his back, staring intently before him. He utters, "Lord Diablo, tell them this for me." In Jamie Welton's mind, memories from his past life appear one after another. 3 men in white robes with a blue cape are standing near each other. One of them crosses the fingers of his hands in front of him and says, "Teacher, please don't forget us." In Jamie Welton's mind, memories from his past life emerge one after another. Tears roll down the man's cheeks. He opens his mouth wide, crying out loudly, "Please don't leave them." They will not leave him even after he is sent to the other world. Jamie Welton sits on the ground next to Ricky's body, who is without signs of life. Jamie uses the spell, Primal Power, Rebellion Against the Divine. A spherical magical stream of energy surrounded Jamie and Ricky. The Chimera froze in place, turning its head and taking notice as streams of magical energy appeared around Jamie Welton and Ricky. The magical energy illuminated the space with a purple light. The Chimera tensed at what it saw. The Chimera Creator looks towards Jamie Welton and Ricky, around whom magical energy streams appeared. The Chimera Creator furrowed his brow and gritted his teeth, tensely contemplating. His aura completely changed. The Chimera Creator tensed with his hand lowered down. The Chimera Creator's hand shakes. He slowly begins to straighten his bent fingers. The Chimera Maker tenses and says anxiously, "This is bad. We need to end him." Jamie Welton is bent over Ricky's body, looking at him intently. Jamie's head is covered by a hood, behind which his face cannot be seen, who is unconscious. Around Jamie and Ricky, particles of magical energy move in the air. Jamie Welton leans over Ricky, who is lying without signs of life. Jamie turns his head to the side, looking at the Chimera Creator and tensely utters, "Wait a bit, he'll be here soon." Ominous streams of energy emanate from Jamie Welton. Jamie Welton raises his head, mouth ajar. Jamie raises his hand in front of him, flexing his fingers. He tensely utters, how could it have slipped his mind? The very first power he created. Ominous streams of energy move around Jamie. A skeletal hand instantly begins to erupt from the ground. The bony fingers of the hand are bent, the arm extending above the ground in an attempt to lean on it. Ominous streams of energy move around the skeleton's bony arm. One by one, skeletons begin to emerge outward from the ground after using Jamie Welton's magic. The heads, arms of the skeletons burst out of the ground. Ominous streams of energy move around the skeletons. The skeletons are dressed in dark hooded cloaks. The creator of the chimeras stands in place next to the chimeras. He looks on fearfully and tensely as the skeletons emerge from the ground and angrily shouts to Jamie Welton, "Who the hell is he?" The chimera maker clenches his fists with force from the tension. Jamie Welton glares ominously at the chimera creator as he stands surrounded by skeletons. Ominous streams of energy emanate from Jamie and the skeletons. Jamie ponders, an army dedicated to rebelling against the deities and confronting the 12 gods. Necromancy. The chimera maker looks intently at Jamie Welton, surrounded by an army of skeletons. The chimera creator opens his mouth wide and pronounces to Jamie, laughing loudly, "Going to send him to the other world with this feeble undead?" Jamie angrily asks, "He didn't get it?" Jamie Welton angrily pronounces to the creator of the chimeras, "They all suffered at his hands." A snide smile appeared on Jamie Welton's face. There is blood dripping all over Jamie Welton's face. Jamie Welton is determined and confident in his strength. Jamie Welton decisively says to the skeleton army, "Go ahead! Get even for all the pain he has caused!" Jamie Welton remains where he is, looking forward, extending his arm forward and pointing his finger. An army of skeletons rushing forward. The army of skeletons directed by Jamie Welton is rapidly heading towards the chimera creator and the two chimeras. The chimera creator and the two chimeras in front of him stare forward concentratedly, waiting to attack. The chimera loudly and viciously lets out a prolonged growl. It opens its mouth wide, pulling its tongue forward in sharp pain. The drool from the chimera's open mouth flies forward. The chimera is attacked from different directions by skeletons surrounding it. One of the skeletons sharply sinks its teeth into the chimera's body. Blood splatters in different directions and runs down the chimera's body from the bite site. The skeleton sinks its teeth in tightly, holding the chimera's body with its arms at its sides. The chimera, from the sharp pain, opened its mouth wide and extended its tongue forward. It swings its paw, separating the skeleton's head and arm with an instantaneous blow. The chimera, in a sharp motion, paws the head of the skeleton, which lies on the ground. Jamie Welton speaks angrily. His subordinates have been surpassed by being sent to the other world. The skeleton stands still and lifts its head up. One half of the skeleton's skull is chipped off. The skeleton has its mouth ajar. Its pupils inside are burning with a blue light. The chimera creator abruptly presses himself against a tree and stares intently at the army of skeletons. He fearfully utters, stammering, "Freeze!" The skeleton army slowly advances, moving towards the chimera creator and glaring at him. The chimera creator fearfully utters to the army of skeletons that are approaching him, "Get away from him." He doesn't have time to speak before the skeleton's hands cover his face completely with his hand, grabbing his shoulders, his body. Jamie Welton looks at the creator of the chimeras with a focused and serious look and says angrily, "This is his domain. This is where sending to the other world reaps sending to the other world." Jamie Welton extends his arm out in front of him. There are ominous streams of energy around Jamie, when Jamie Welton utters angrily, "As well as his hell." The skeleton drops the chimera creator to the ground with a sharp motion. He slams his head into the ground with force, falling backwards. The skeleton is above the chimera creator and stares at him intently. The chimera creator makes a thud, gasping as the skeleton army attacks. The chimera creator lies on the ground and abruptly raises his hand upward, grasping for air. His fingers are spread apart, his hand stained with streams of blood. The chimera creator lies on the ground with no signs of life. His arms and legs are pointing out to the sides, trails of blood on the ground. Jamie Welton stands beside the chimera creator and watches him. All around, an army of skeletons freeze in place and stare in front of them. Jamie Welton stands still beside the chimera creator, who shows no signs of life. Jamie has his head down and looks at him pensively, wondering if he has gone to the other world. Jamie closes his lips tightly. Jamie Welton stands next to the chimera creator, who is lying on the ground with no signs of life. Jamie Welton observes the chimera creator with his feet close to his body and says questioningly, "Huh." The chimera creator lies face down on the ground. His lifeless eyes are open, his entire face stained with blood drips. The chimera creator's mouth is ajar, his tongue is out, and a green patterned sphere falls out with his saliva. The sphere glistened, lying on the ground. Jamie Welton picked up the green sphere from the ground. He holds it up with his fingers in front of him and examines it in surprise. Jamie's eyes are wide open with surprise, his mouth ajar. Jamie doesn't take his eyes off the sphere and says thoughtfully, "This." Jamie Welton looks at the orb and realizes that it is the bead of life, an artifact charged with life force. a green orb covered in golden patterns across the diameter of the bead. The bead of life emits a powerful energy. Jamie Welton recalls the chimera creator during the strike to his chest. The chimera creator stood still, holding the wound with his hand and looking at it with his head down. Considering the act of how he had mutilated his body, it wouldn't just last, so he was hiding something that could help him. Jamie Welton recalls the chimera creator squirming in pain from the pain Jamie Welton inflicted on him with the black ball. Tears and drool rolled down the chimera creator's face as he endured the blow. Jamie Welton looks at the bead of life with interest, a smirk appearing on his face. Jamie holds the bead of life with his fingers in front of him and ponders. This has exceeded his expectations. He will be able to move beyond his childish body. Jamie Welton said questioningly, "Huh?" He turned his attention to the army of skeletons that are standing beside Jamie Welton. They stand calmly on their metas and silently observe. There are ominous streams of energy spreading around each skeleton. Jamie Welton turns his attention to the army of skeletons that are standing near Jamie. They stand in their places and silently observe. There are ominous streams of energy spreading around the skeletons. Jamie Welton utters, "Ah, right." Jamie Welton says tensely, "You can go back. He'll need them someday." Jamie Welton waves 2 fingers of his hand, pointing at the army of skeletons. Ominous streams of energy move around Jamie. Jamie Welton stands still. Streams of air begin to move around him. The army of skeletons disappears, leaving only a haze in its place. Around Jamie Welton, ominous streams of energy spread out to the sides. Jamie Welton stands still. Abruptly, a stream of blood erupts from his mouth and spurts forward. Jamie looks fearfully in front of him and nervously ponders. Damn. Too much energy wasted. Rebellion against the divine is still difficult for him. Jamie Welton looks up in front of him in concentration, squinting his eyes slightly and lowering his eyebrows. Jamie wipes the blood from his mouth with his hand. He bites his lip and ponders anxiously. But there's no way to lose consciousness. Jamie Welton shifts his gaze to Ricky. Ricky is lying on the ground with no signs of life. His eyes are tightly closed. Ricky's face and clothes are stained with blood. Jamie Welton says thoughtfully that he can't just let him go to the other side of the world. Jamie Welton stands over Ricky and points his hand in his direction. Jamie utters, "Instead of giving up your life like that, be his faithful servant. It's much better that way. Wouldn't it, Ricky?" Streams of energy spread around Jamie. "Oh, sinner, rise!" Jamie Welton bent over Ricky, pointing his hands in his direction. Ominous energy flows from Jamie Welton. Ricky's clothes and hair begin to flutter from the energy streams. Jamie Welton brings his hands down to Ricky's chest, lightly touching him with his fingertips. Ominous streams of energy emanate from Jamie Welton. A bright divine light emanates from Ricky, gradually beginning to illuminate the space. Jamie Welton froze in place and stares intently ahead at the light from Ricky, which begins to spread and illuminate the space. Jamie's eyes widen, his eyebrows lowered. He says in a puzzled voice, "This." Jamie Welton sits on the ground and lifts his head up to watch as Ricky's lifeless body begins to rise above the ground. Ricky's arms and legs dangle down. A bright divine light bursts out of his chest, illuminating the space around him. Jamie Welton stands still, arm raised above his head to shield himself from the bright illuminating divine light from Ricky's chest. Jamie Welton lowers his head, grits his teeth and squints one eye, the other looking down. Jamie's face screwed up unpleasantly. A divine voice breaks out, unable to comprehend what's going on. Ricky's lifeless body floats in the air, his hair and clothes fluttering in the air. A bright divine light spreads around Ricky, illuminating the space. Jamie Welton froze in place and stares intently ahead. A goddess has appeared before him, holding Ricky's lifeless body in her arms. A bright divine glow emanates from the goddess, illuminating the space. The goddess's eyes were closed. The goddess has her head down, closing her eyes. She speaks in a calm voice to Jamie Welton. "Who is he, child, to try to steal what is hers?" The plump lips are closed. In the goddess's ears are long, shimmering earrings. Jamie Welton utters puzzledly, "Pyro." Jamie Welton is tense and surprised, his lips tightly pressed together. His eyes are wide open and stares intently at Goddess Pyro. A divine, bright light from Goddess Pyro illuminates the space. Goddess Pyro holds Ricky's lifeless body in her arms. She looks down at Jamie Welton with blue eyes and asks him, "Does he know her?" A bright divine glow emanates from the Pyro goddess, illuminating the space. The plump lips are closed. It is a deep, dark night. There is a moon in the sky, willed by the night clouds. A barely audible voice is heard in which speech is not clear. There is no one near the houses at night. There is no movement. The lights are off in the windows of the house. A voice is heard, inform the Count. Bishop Lincoln is slowly moving along the city street at night, past the houses. His lost gaze is forward, blank and thoughtless. Drool drips from his ajar mouth. Bishop Lincoln utters, he must. Bishop Lincoln continues to move. His lost gaze is directed forward. He pronounces, he must tell the Earl. Bishop Lincoln ignores the movement that is taking place beside him and heads towards his face. With an instant sharp blow, the cloaked man separates Bishop Lincoln's head, which falls to the ground. The man runs away and, turning around from afar, utters, they are getting rid of Hayes. Begin justice on the heretics. Ras Armethek sits on the floor of the cellar room, resting one hand on his sword. He sighs and ponders. Phew, I've made it in time. Just a little bit more. There are bloodstains on his face and clothes. Next to Ras Armethek lies a chimera with no signs of life. Ras Armethek closes his eyes and pensively reflects. It hurts him so much that he can go to the other world. But it is lucky that no one went to the other world because... Ras Armethek's musings were interrupted by a worried voice. Mr. Ras! Towards Ras Armethek, two Shadow Knights rapidly ran towards Ras Armethek. The Shadow Knight with red hair fearfully opens his eyes wide and stares at him intently. He asks Ras Armethek loudly and worriedly, is he all right? Ras Armethek sits on the floor and looks away fearfully, turning his head. His eyes opened wide. Biting his lower lip, he sees beside him a sudden light, bright divine light. Particles of divine light spread out in space. There's a powerful jolt of divine energy flow next to Ras Armethek. Ras is thrown aside. He covers his face with his hand from the divine glow trailing him. The Shadow Knight standing nearby watches intently and fearfully. Ras Armethek looks down at his arms outstretched in front of him, frightened and perplexed. Ras opens his mouth and tensely utters, stammering, is it? B? Streams of divine energy move around Ras. A bright light illuminates the space around him. Goddess Pyro. Goddess Pyro appears, her face serious and focused, looking forward. She is wearing a white floor-length robe, a golden sash, and a white wreath on her head. Her long golden hair hovers in the air. A bright divine light emanates from her. The goddess Pyro lowers her head. A focused and serious gaze is directed downward. Goddess Pyro asks, does he know who she is? A bright divine light emanates from Goddess Pyro, illuminating the space. Golden long hair hovers in the air. Jamie Welton tensely stares at the Pyro goddess. Jamie's eyes are wide open, teeth clenched tightly in frustration. He ponders, oh shit, how did she get down? The problems with the law of causality from the illusion alone would be huge, so... Goddess Pyro, without waiting for an answer, a loud voice asks Jamie Welton, he can't hear her voice? The loud voice stuns Jamie Welton. She grasps her head irritably with both hands, feeling tense. He grits his teeth tightly. Goddess Pyro irritably says to Jamie Welton, opening her mouth wide. Answer me now. Goddess Pyro looks at Jamie, holding Ricky's lifeless body in her arms. Ricky's arms hang loosely down, eyes tightly closed. Jamie Welton looks angrily at Goddess Pyro and tenses loudly. He only knew that Ricky's sanctity belonged to her. Jamie Welton doesn't look away. Jamie Welton's face and clothes are stained with blood. Goddess Pyro asks Jamie Welton, does it turn out that realizing this, he was going to turn Ricky undead? Goddess Pyro holds Ricky in her arms, who shows no signs of life. His eyes are tightly closed. His face and clothes are stained with blood. Jamie Welton stares intently at the Pyro goddess and says desperately, he just didn't want Ricky to be sent to the other side of the world. Jamie stands surrounded by bright divine light. Jamie is feeling tense and anxious. The goddess Pyro, upon hearing Jamie Welton's response, grins menacingly and says angrily to Jamie, so according to him, being undead means being alive? That is an act of disrespect for the undead. Goddess Pyro glares angrily at Jamie, leaning over him. Goddess Pyro angrily says to Jamie Welton, how can he not realize the value of life? The loudly deafening voice of Goddess Pyro makes Jamie grit his teeth, gritting his face. There are particles of divine energy moving around Jamie Welton. Jamie Welton mentally angrily scolds Goddess Pyro upon hearing her words. He opens his mouth wide and angrily shouts to Bugna Pyro, one of those who belittle life. It's all your fault. Jamie's eyes stare intently at Goddess Pyro, lowering her eyebrows downward. Jamie Welton says angrily, after sacrificing all of humanity, how dare she? Goddess Pyro froze in place and looks at Jamie Welton in surprise upon hearing his words. She tensely utters, what? Goddess Pyro has lowered her head and looks at Ricky in frightened bewilderment. Ricky lies in her arms, showing no signs of life. The pyro goddess guiltily utters, No, her. Jamie Welton watches the pyro goddess and wonders, what's the reaction? Goddess Pyro pronounces, Either way, this child will become her apostle. If you turn Ricky into the undead, she won't forgive Jamie Welton. Jamie Welton looks at Goddess Pyro in surprise upon hearing her words and interjects, Apostle. Apostle. Those who are closest to the gods. Goddess Pyro towers over Ricky, lips tightly locked together. Her empty eyes are pointed downward. A bright divine light emanates from Goddess Pyro. Rika's eyes are tightly closed. Existence alone places the apostle in the status of a pop, and they possess power enough for the title of the strongest holy knight, the perfect priest. Palms tightly closed, fingers pointing upward and reaching for the divine bright light. Jamie Welton stares thoughtfully ahead after hearing the words of Goddess Pyro and tensely ponders. He knew Ricky had divinity, but to elevate him to an apostle. Apparently that's the reason the pyro goddess was able to come down. Jamie Welton gritted his teeth and a snide smile appeared on his face. Jamie says with interest, Things are shaping up to be a lot more fun than he expected. There are ominous streams of energy moving around Jamie Welton. Jamie Welton stands on the ground and looks up at the pyro goddess. Jamie Welton asks her, He is so sorry, how can he make it up to her? Goddess Pyro looks at Jamie Welton carefully and asks in surprise, Sorry? Jamie Welton rather squeezed his eyes shut, a smile appearing on his face, baring his teeth. He pronounced to the pyro goddess, The darkness is already taking over Ricky. Half of Ricky has become undead. Around Jamie is a bright divine light coming from the pyro goddess. Goddess Pyro angrily yells at Jamie Welton upon hearing his words. Does he even realize what he's done? Goddess Pyro stares intently at Jamie, frowning her eyebrows. Her voice is loud and strained, showing her displeasure. Jamie Welton instantly covers his ears with his hands from the loud, deafening voice of Goddess Pyro. Jamie put his head down, feeling uncomfortable. Jamie Welton tensely ponders, Damn, what the dumbass? The pyro goddess stares at Jamie Welton in a focused and menacing manner. Her eyebrows are drawn together. Her forehead is furrowed. Goddess Pyro is tense and aggressive, angrily asking Jamie Welton, Does he crave a send-off to the other world? Jamie Welton looks menacingly at the pyro goddess, lowering his eyebrows and frowning his forehead. Jamie replies confidently, Well, if that were the case, things would take a bad turn. After all, by sending Jamie Welton to the other side of the world, she will destroy Ricky as well. The pyro goddess stares intently at Jamie Welton with her eyes rounded, her forehead furrowed and her eyebrows lowered. She's feeling tense and aggressive. Goddess Pyro grits her teeth and asks Jamie menacingly, Does he think such pathetic threats will help? Jamie Welton answers the pyro goddess with a smile. There can only be one apostle. If she misses him, she'll have to spend a lot of time looking for a new one. Jamie looks at the pyro goddess carefully, lowering her eyebrows. Jamie Welton continues to say to Goddess Pyro, Forgetting about the time wasted, though, it is far more important that having an apostle guarantees the unrestricted appearance of the gods here. Right? From what Bogina hears, Pyro tensely and angrily looks down. Jamie Welton calmly says to Goddess Pyro, like he said, he has no desire to send Ricky to the other world. Ricky is his friend. He shifts his gaze to Ricky, who is lying in Goddess Pyro's arms, showing no signs of life. The pyro goddess looks at Jamie Welton carefully and says regretfully, What a vicious man he is, making up a good story to save his miserable life. Jamie Welton looks at the pyro goddess, listening intently. Jamie Welton asks the pyro goddess, looking at her intently, But why did she make him her apostle? Now there is no such reason for which an apostle is vital. After all, the world exists, as the 12 gods planned, peacefully. Jamie Welton goes on to say, The system they worked on together, right? Goddess Pyro has her head down, biting her lower lip, and asks Jamie, And how much does he know? Goddess Pyro holds Ricky in her arms. Jamie Welton raises his hand up, extending his fingers. He directs his gaze to the pyro goddess and says, The holiest of the 12 gods, whose love reaches absolutely everyone. So overwhelmed by this feeling that she has been given the power to exterminate evil. Jamie Welton stares intently at the pyro goddess. His eyes are wide open, pupils glowing with a violet light, eyebrows raised. Jamie Welton says to the pyro goddess with a smile on his face, Perhaps she has been banished? Goddess Pyro looks at Jamie Welton. She feels tense and angry after hearing what Jamie said. She furrows her eyebrows and says menacingly to Jamie Welton, Ah, him. The pyro goddess's lips are tightly closed. Jamie Welton looks at the pyro goddess carefully, a smile appearing on his face. Jamie mentally reasons, This argument is over. She cannot lie, for lying goes against holiness, so she must remain silent. Jamie Welton pronounces to the pyro goddess, Diablo Wolfer. Diablo Wolfer is a black-haired man with bright violet burning eyes. Long drop earrings hang from his ears. His focused gaze is directed to the side, using magic. Goddess Pyro has her head down and asks Jamie Welton how does he know this name. Goddess Pyro made a sad and pitiful face. She furrowed her brow and tightly closed her lips. A bright divine light emanates from her. Jamie Welton looks at Goddess Pyro and says with a smile on his face, he is the legacy of this man. Jamie Welton pulls his hand out from under his cloak and puts it to his chest. Jamie Welton in a past life was Diablo Wolfer. The Goddess Pyro tensely and confusedly says, impossible, Wolfer, he was. Diablo Wolfer lies without signs of life. His clothes are soaked in blood. Around Diablo Wolfer moves a silver chain with sharp elements. Goddess Pyro is frozen in place and stares intently at Jamie Welton with her eyebrows furrowed and her mouth ajar. Goddess Pyro is feeling tense and anxious. She mentally ponders irritably. Damn, why now? Jamie Welton looks at Goddess Pyro carefully, lowering his eyebrows. Jamie is full of determination and seriousness. He stretches his hand out in front of him, spreading his fingers, and asks Goddess Pyro, how about a handshake? The Goddess Pyro instantly began to fly upward, leaving behind a fiery, bright, divine light. She utters one last word to Jamie Welton to come to her in Afton. They will judge everything in detail. Jamie watches as Ricky floats in the air. Ricky is slowly lowered to the ground, unconscious. Streams of divine energy move around him. His arms are spread out to the sides, his feet one by one sinking to the ground. Ricky's eyes are tightly closed, his mouth ajar. Jamie Welton watches Ricky carefully from the sidelines. If this goes well, he will have a very useful tool. Ricky is completely down on the ground. Around him, a stream of bright divine light has been extinguished. Ricky lies on the ground and slowly opens his eyes. Ricky's green dilated pupils look upward. Ricky's mouth is ajar. There is a trickle of blood on his face. Ricky is trying to regain consciousness after a long absence. There are particles of energy moving around Ricky. Ricky slowly opens his eyes. His vision is cloudy, not yet restored. Above him, Ricky sees Jamie Welton. Ricky says in surprise, "Huh? Jamie?" Jamie tensely stares at Ricky, lips tightly pressed together and eyes squinted. Ricky, frightened and tensely, pronounces Jamie Welton, opening his mouth wide. Is he okay? Is he in pain? He's bleeding. What's wrong with his eyes? Why are they purple? Ricky has some strange sensations in his body. Jamie straightens up, puzzled by the questions. Jamie Welton looks thoughtfully at Ricky, who is showering Jamie with questions about his condition. Jamie opens his mouth and says, even in this condition, he's worried about someone else first, not himself, when he's an apostle of the goddess, and undead at the same time, you know. Jamie Welton muses wistfully about Ricky, who has come to his senses. It's deep night. A full moon shines in the night sky, illuminating the space. Stars studded the sky with light night clouds. Jamie Welton stands and looks intently at Ricky, explaining to him what is happening. He made him this way with his dark magic. Jamie mentally ponders. Sure, Ricky will hate him after this. Ricky sits on the ground and listens to Jamie. Ricky stares intently at Jamie Welton with his eyebrows raised. Ricky replies to Jamie Welton. All clear. Ricky's face is stained with blood drips. Around Ricky, particles of divine energy move in the air. Jamie Welton is furious, indignantly saying, That's it? Jamie furrows his eyebrows, looking at Ricky, gritting his teeth. Ricky replies to Jamie, Uh-huh. Just because he's a dark mage doesn't mean he has to be evil, right? I mean, he's a great friend. Jamie Welton looks down thoughtfully and says to Ricky, Jamie knew, but he sent Ricky to a dangerous place anyway, and even tried to send his sister to the other side of the world. There are ominous streams of energy moving around Jamie. Jamie Welton gives Ricky a hand to get him up off the ground. Ricky slowly stands up, holding onto Jamie's hand with one hand and squinting his eyes, saying, But he saved him, and he didn't hurt Anna, did he? So he's a good guy. Jamie Welton nervously and irritably yells at Ricky, opening his mouth wide. Huh, hey simpleton. Jamie Welton is furious. At that moment, a faint divine light begins to emanate from Ricky's hands, particles of it traveling to the sides. Jamie Welton freezes in place and stares intently at Ricky. Jamie stares at Ricky in surprise, mouth ajar and tensely musing, the incurable wounds on his body going away. Ricky holds Jamie's hand, streams of divine energy moving around him. Ricky says with genuine joy he thought it would work, so he tried it. It does indeed work. Ricky holds Jamie Welton's fingers with his own and looks intently at Jamie's hand. Divine streams of energy are moving around. Ricky suddenly turns his head to the side and stares confused. Ricky utters, "Oh my God, Brother Russ is coming this way." Jamie Welton is stunned at the news of Russ's imminent appearance and says back, "Got it." Then he has to go. Jamie Welton turns abruptly to Ricky and tensely utters, "By the way, what they were just talking about." Jamie is feeling anxious and worried. Ricky cheerfully replies to Jamie Welton, "Does he really seem that stupid?" Ricky remains seated on the ground, holding his hand in front of him, palm up, from which Jamie removes his hand, walking away. Ricky squints his eyes happily, and with a smile on his face says to Jamie Welton, "See you later, Jamie." Janice's branch of the church in haze. It's a bright sunny day, a clear sky with light clouds floating across it. There are several buildings on the grounds of Janus Church. The main building with a turret in the middle. Around it stand small two-story buildings. The Earl of Argeno Welton stands before the Earl of Argeno Welton to represent Janus Church and pronounces, bowing, "They are the judges associated with Janus Church. I apologize, but, owing to certain circumstances, are unable to give their names." Count Argeno Welton looks intently at the judge of Janus Church and asks him, "What are the judges doing here?" Count Argeno. Welton squints his eyes slightly, straining his face. There are particles of energy moving around Count Welton. Church Judge Janus looks at Count Argeno Welton and replies, "Under the orders of the higher-ups, they have come to hunt down the heretics." The judge of the Church of Janus's head is covered by a hood, hiding his face. On his chest is the sign of the Church of Janus. The judge of the Church of Janus extends his hand in front of him to Count Argeno Welton, clutching tightly in it a clear glass jar containing the core for the creation of the chimera, and utters, "Having done their best, they have come across this." Count Argeno Welton stares, puzzled. Church Judge Janus pronounces to Count Argeno Welton, "Father Lincoln turned out to be a heretic, and after he confessed." There is a brief pause. Father Lincoln stands before the people, who look at him indignantly, puzzled and alarmed. Ras Armetic overhears the conversation of the judge of the church. Janus, irritated and menacingly, reflects. He has been executed and is being used as a scapegoat. Ras Armetic stares ahead carefully, lowering his eyebrows. He senses the tension and irritation. Ras Armetic continues to mentally reflect. This was an important matter, kept top secret in the church, so they investigated. Ras Armetic shouts sharply and indignantly with his mouth wide open. "What nonsense!" Count Argeno Welton stands with his back to Ras Armetic and, hearing his shout, calmly says, "Enough." Ras Armetic froze in place. His gaze is downcast. Ras feels strained and powerless. He pressed his lips tightly together. Count Argeno Welton, smiling wryly, feeling anger and indignant at the permissiveness of it all, says, "He should praise their courage, or perhaps it is better to sympathize." Around Count Argeno, Welton's neck is fixed a gold brooch with a green stone in the middle. Count Argeno stares intently at the judge of Janus Church. He is feeling tense, angry, and aggressive. Count Argeno Welton says angrily, "They dared to send someone to the other world in his domain. Do you wish to share his fate?" Count Argeno stares intently at the judge of Janus Church. He is tense, angry, and aggressive. Count Argeno Welton angrily utters, "Have you had enough of living?" The Count angrily grits his teeth, straining his face. In front of Count Argeno Welton, the judge of the Church Janus falls abruptly to the floor. He is on his knees, resting his hands on the floor in front of him. Lowering his head down, Church Judge Janus utters, stammering, "They just punished the sinners in the church." Count Argeno Welton looks at Judge Janus of the church intently, having listened to him. Count Welton replies menacingly to the judge of Janus Church. "He is the judge in these lands. No one dares harm the people in Heist without his permission." The judge of Janus Church is on his knees, resting his elbows and raising his crossed fingers of his hands upward. They lean them against her head that's lowered down, and stammering she says, "Duke, please listen." The Earl of Welton interrupts him thoughtfully. "Janus Church." The Earl of Argento Welton looks down at the judge of Janus Church with disdain. His face is tense, his lips tightly closed. Count Welton is silent and thoughtful for a moment. Count Welton is tense, angry, and displeased with what is happening. Earl Welton continued angrily, overstepping his bounds. Judge Janus Church is on his knees, head down, fingers crossed, body shaking. He thinks fearfully. The Earl of Welton will send him to the other world at this rate. But he can't back down. The judge of Janus Church raises his head to Count Argeno Welton and sharply says to him, "The Duke is too presumptuous. It would be unwise of him to stand with his back to Janus Church." The judge of Janus Church uncrosses his arms and spreads his hand in front of his chest. Count Argeno Welton separates the hand of the judge of Janus Church with a sharp swing of his sword. Judge Janice Church screams loudly in momentary unbearable pain. The Earl of Welton stands still and stares in front of him, drawing his sword swing aside. Earl Welton utters, "Next will be his right arm, and after that his head. If he wants to stay with his head on his shoulders, he should get the hell out of Heis." Church Judge Janice shivers in pain and thinks, "That's not at all what that girl said." Ras Armethic looks puzzled and tense at what is happening and mentally ponders. Really the Duke? He didn't say a word about the chimeras. How skillfully he diverted attention, showing this servant his true place. Ras Armethic opened his mouth in surprise. Ras Armethic mentally pondered, if things continued like this, then they would definitely have the upper hand. Ras Armethic joyfully, hopefully stares intently at Janice, the judge of the church. Ras feels anxious and worried. Judge Janice Church stares intently forward, straightening up. A hood is placed over his head, covering his face. A shiver of fear runs through Judge Janice Church's entire body. He anxiously and nervously ponders, "No!" Judge Janice Church tilts his head sharply to the floor, resting the fingers of one hand on the floor, his body trembling with fear. He utters, "He apologizes. Their church will pay compensation, so he asks them to forgive this oversight this time." The judge of the church, Janice, is in a bow before Count Argino Welton with his head down. With a smile, he mentally ponders. He is obliged to remember that Heis is an opportunity to expand the eastern lands, and nervously utters, "Please come to your senses." Count Argino Welton begins to move forward past the magistrate of Janice Church. He stares ahead without turning his head in his direction. Count Welton utters seriously, he will not change his mind. The judge of Janice Church sits on the floor with his head down. Count Argino Welton walks past the judge of Janice Church. He clenches his fist tightly, full of determination and strength. Count Argino Welton utters seriously, therefore, he will sever all ties with Janice Church. Count Welton stares thoughtfully ahead. Count Argino Welton quickly walks away. Ras Armethic remains standing where he is, looking at Count Welton. He mentally ponders, is this how the Duke does business? On the floor, the judge of Janice Church kneels on the floor with his head down. Judge Janice Church has his head down, sitting on his knees. He is tense, anxious, and frustrated, saying, he's going to leave. Judge Janice Church Judge's cloak is soaked with blood on the side of the arm that Earl Argino Welton separated. Ras Armethic closed his eyes contentedly and peacefully. A joyful smile appeared on his face. Ras Armethic mentally reasoned, he almost felt sorry for these creatures. Ras put his head down, sinking into his thoughts. After that, Janice Church paid a huge compensation and disappeared from the lands. It was a sunny, clear day. A disgruntled voice is heard in the small two-story house. Why so suddenly? And a guest appeared for Ricky and Anna. Anna froze in place, staring intently ahead. Her eyes are rounded with surprise and surprise. She opened her mouth and asked, "Who is that Appa?" Ricky angrily rolled his eyes with experienced rage and gritted his teeth with force. He is experiencing irritation. Towards Ricky and Anna, Ras Armatic is swiftly heading towards them. Ras Armatic utters, "Greetings again. He is the sacred marshal of the Pyro Church, Ras Armatic." He waves his arms wide in front of him, his clothes developing from his rapid movement. Ras Armethic pronounces joyfully to Anne, "She will become the symbol of the Church of Pyro, as the apostle of the goddess." Ricky and Anna stand with their backs to each other and hold hands. Ricky looks away pensively and puzzled. Ras Armethic tells Anna, "And one day she will wake up a saint, Lady Anna. When that happens, she will begin to observe the world through her holy eyes. Anna is wearing a holy robe. Her golden green eyes stare forward, interlocking her fingers in front of her." Ras Armethic has his head down thoughtfully and his eyes closed. He calmly tells Anna about the Church of Pyro. Afton will do his best to welcome her. Ricky enthusiastically and animatedly interrupts Ras Armatic. "Is it true?" Ricky, joyfully, genuinely happy for his sister Anna, pronounces, "Anna, my sister, she is." Ricky holds Anna's hand tightly with both hands. He looks down. Tears from overwhelming feelings appear in his eyes. Ras Armethic answers Ricky, "Yes, she will soon be able to open her eyes." She stands still, her back to the window. She has her hands joined in front of her. Ricky instantly grabs Ras Armethic's hand upon hearing that she will soon be able to see. Ricky instantly runs up to Anna and wraps his arms around her neck, enclosing her in a hug. Ricky enthusiastically, genuinely happy for her, utters, "This is awesome, Anna. Really, really." Anna is thrown back slightly by Ricky's impetuous onslaught. The simultaneous appearance of an apostle and a saint is a sign of trouble to come. Ras Armethic closed his eyes, lowered his head down slightly, and put his hand to his chest. He says joyfully and peacefully, "O goddess, if misfortunes come, let him protect these two." Ras Armethic is overwhelmed with faith, holy mission, and peacefulness. Ricky and Anna stand before him, holding hands. And just like that, these two are under the full protection of the Church of Pyro. And he, Jamie Welton, Diablo Wolfier, will face the test of fate. Jamie Welton walks hurriedly down the boardwalk in the flower garden. The movement makes his clothes flutter in the air. Jamie ponders. The 12 gods are now divided into factions. This most likely prompted Janus to create holy knights out of chimeras. Jamie Welton suggests that the Pyro goddess was isolated to some extent. If Jamie wants to be convinced of this, a trip to Afton is in order. Jamie Welton reached the gates in front of the entrance of the Afton Manor gazebo. He froze in front of them, looking ahead. Jamie Welton pensively ponders, well, the iron gates are decorated with various patterns. On the sides, flowers curled upwards on the stone wall. Jamie Welton put his head down and closed his eyes tensely, feeling anxious before walking behind the gate to the gazebo. Jamie clenched his fist tightly in front of him, gesturing to show determination and mentally tuning in. Let's get started. He can do it, Diablo Wolfier. Jamie Welton instantly bursts into the gazebo and loudly says with tenderness and warmth, "Mommy!" Jamie squeezed his eyes shut, expressing embarrassment, immense love, and happiness. He clenched his palms tightly and raised his hands in front of him. She's Belle Welton and Sarah Welton are at the table and froze with surprise, looking at Jamie Welton. She's Belle opened her eyes wide with her mouth ajar and raised her hand. Sarah is startled out of her dazed eyes, mouth ajar, standing beside her mother. Jamie Welton snuggles up to She's Belle Welton, squeezes his eyes shut, and says with warmth and love, "Ma'am." She's Belle. And Sarah's eyes open wide in surprise, and mouths ajar, looking at Jamie's behavior. She's Belle asks, "Gosh, what's wrong with him?" Jamie Welton cheerfully replies, "He is so enjoying having tea with her and Sarah." She's Belle Welton replies embarrassed, "Him and Sarah too." Abruptly, She's Belle changes her face and asks suspiciously, "But you usually find it boring, don't you?" Jamie Welton straightens up upon hearing She's Belle Welton's question, raises his hand in front of him and answers her, stammering, "Not once." Jamie tries not to show tension and thinks anxiously, has she guessed? She's Belle Welton squeezes her eyes shut, smiling happily. She says curiously to Jamie Welton, Does he need something from her?" Jamie tensely sighs and tensely mentally reasons, "We need to try harder next time." Jamie Welton, She's Belle. Welton are sitting at the table. Sarah is standing next to She's Belle. Jamie looks at She's Belle and says thoughtfully, "He's just in a good mood." She's Belle and Sarah smile happily, grinning at Jamie. She's Belle Welton looks at Jamie Welton and says with interest, "Say what you wanted already. Ona will listen." Jamie looks on joyfully, palms joined together. "Really?" She's Belle replies cheerfully to Jamie, "Of course." Jamie Welton squeezes his eyes shut, clenches his fists joyfully and raises them in front of him. Jamie pronounces She's Belle Welton. Since that's the case, he'd like to visit her homeland, Afton. She's Belle asks in surprise, "Why is he interested in Afton all of a sudden?" Jamie Welton squeezes his eyes shut and says excitedly, opening his mouth wide, "He's heard there's a mountain there with these huge water bubbles." Jamie clenches his fists, raising them up. Jamie tensely thinks, "Want to go to the other side of the world." She's Belle Welton squeezes her eyes shut and says with a smile, "How about that? Goodness, now she wants to see his sweet demeanor." Jamie Welton stares dumbfounded at She's Belle Welton, frozen in place, and utters tensely, "Huh?" She's Belle Welton squeezes her eyes shut and says to Jamie Welton embarrassedly, "No? Then there's nothing you can do about it. You'll go some other time." She's Belle put her palms together and lifted her side. Jamie Welton hears the answer and tensely and anxiously utters, "Wait!" Jamie Welton mentally reasoned resolutely and confidently. He never backed down in the face of any difficulty. The great dark mage Diablo Wolfier. Jamie Welton squints his eyes and stares intently to the side. He says thoughtfully, "He." Jamie Welton stares playfully at She's Belle Welton, squinting his eyes. Jamie pronounces to She's Belle Welton, "He loves her, mommy." Jamie gestures with his fingers together in a heart shape, showing his warmth, love, and tenderness. She's Belle Welton squints her eyes and joins her palms together with happiness. She says, "Oh, she has no choice but to agree to her favorite son's request." Jamie puts his head under the table in shame and thinks, "He is a great dark mage." She's Belle Welton utters, Ah, now that I think about it, she wanted to go there next week. Jamie drops his hands and head down on the table in annoyance and tenses. Oh wow, got it, she already is. Wow, Afton, can't wait. Wow. Jamie Welton tenses and says with annoyance, why is she making him do this? Pyro, he'll finish her off as soon as he's useless. Jamie put his hands down, hunched over. A wry smile appeared on his face. Suddenly Raz Armethic appeared and cheerfully said with a smile loudly, Huh? Jamie, what are the fates here? Ras Armitic winks with one eye and looks at Jamie Welton with the other. Behind Ras is the white building of the street. Ras Armetic and Jamie stand in the garden on the tile path. Jamie Welton looks at Ras Armetic standing in front of him. He was with his mom and Sarah. Ras Armethic listens intently and asks in surprise, why so sad then? Jamie Welton tensely and unhappily rolls his eyes, turns his head and says to Ras Armetic, something has happened. Jamie tensely and angrily mentally muses to Ras Armetic, stupid dog Pyro, get a load of this. Ras Armetic squeezes his eyes shut happily and says with a smile on his face, he doesn't know what it is, but I'm sure things will get better soon. Raz raising his thumbs up in front of him. Jamie Welton tensely thinks, should he send him to the other side of the world? Jamie Welton stands in front of Ras Armetic tense and disgruntled and says, yeah fine, but what's he doing, buddy? Ras Armethic looks intently at Jamie and replies, he had something to discuss with the Duke. Jamie Welton froze in place, looking at Ras Armethic in surprise. He opens his eyes wide, eyebrows raised, mouth ajar, and asks, with Daddy? Ras Armetic answers Jamie. Yes, he told him he was heading back. Ras Armetic looks at Jamie Welton carefully and says, he had a feeling that Jamie should have heard it from him. Jamie replies in surprise, what? And mentally ponders, maybe it's about divine revelation from Pyro. Ras Armetic grabs Jamie Welton by the shoulders and utters, Ricky and Anna are going with him. Jamie looks at Ras Armetic intently, feeling tense, replies thoughtfully, there you go. Jamie thinks, that's obvious, no? He's an apostle. She's a saint. Ras Armethic holds Jamie Welton by the shoulders and says cheerfully, well, goodbyes don't last forever, Jamie. Jamie Welton looks at Ras Armetic, lifting his head, tense and annoyed, utters a questioning, huh? Ras Armetic closes his eyes and says, lowering his head, Ricky and Anna will never forget Jamie. He doesn't know when they'll see each other again. But, wouldn't it be nice to see them as adults? Ras Armetic holds Jamie Welton by the shoulders. Jamie Welton looks at Ras Armethic, who is holding him by the shoulders. Jamie is infuriated. He is feeling irritated and tense. Jamie silently ponders with his mouth ajar. What is Ras Armetic trying to say? With a sudden movement, Ras Armethic pulls Jamie Welton tightly against him, enclosing him in his arms. Jamie Welton lifts his hands in surprise, flexing his fingers, his eyes wide open, his eyebrows raised. Ras Armetic pulls Jamie Welton tightly against him, enclosing him in his arms. They stand embraced for a while. Jamie Welton rests his head on Ras Armetic's shoulder, tense and resentful. He looks questioningly in front of him. Ras Armetic pulls Jamie Welton tightly against him, enclosing him in his arms. Ras Armethic closes his eyes and says with a smile and warmth, he wishes their friendship would never end. He asks Jamie not to be sad or sorrowful. This is not the end. Ras Armethic turns around and walks away from Jamie Welton. He turns his head to Jamie, squinting his eyes, and with a smile on his face, he says cheerfully, well, he'll be seeing him often. Jamie Welton stands frozen in place and stares after Russ, tense and indignant. Jamie Welton looks after Ras Armetic, waving goodbye. Jamie Welton feels tension and resentment. Jamie grits his teeth in a smile and mentally ruminates angrily. Pyro, control your offspring, will you? She's Belle Welton and Count Arjano Welton sit in chairs next to each other near the table. The lights in the room are dimmed, shadows falling on the floor and walls from the light coming from the window. The Earl of Welton utters he does not understand what his father-in-law is up to. The Earl of Welton asks that Jamie be brought here. She's Belle Welton says anxiously, she doesn't think even her late mother would have succeeded. Count Arjano Welton replies thoughtfully, does he really just want to see him? Count Arjano Welton raises his gaze to Shies Belle Welton and anxiously says, they are leaving as early as tomorrow. But is everything in order? Shies Belle closes her eyes with trepidation and embarrassment and asks, what could possibly go wrong? Shies Belle Welton rests her head on Earl Welton's shoulder and utters, they will be accompanied by Earl Welton's finest order of knights. Earl Welton tensely utters, no doubt he has full confidence in the order. But really, he would like to. Shies Belle Welton's head is lowered, a pensive look directed downward. She says in embarrassment. Who would dare threaten them? After all, her husband is the Earl of Welton himself. Earl Welton froze upon hearing Sheesbel's words and opened his mouth. Earl Welton embarrassedly closed his eyes and dignifiedly began to cough. Count Welton feels his importance and power. Sheesbel's head rests on Earl Welton's shoulder. She covered her eyes embarrassedly, feeling love and tenderness. Sheesbel Welton continued to say to Earl Arjuna Welton, yes, and besides, Razar Methik will be with them. Oh, she was very surprised by the fact that he was a holy marshal. Razar Methik bowed his head, resting on one knee. Sheesbel Welton continues to speak. They don't leave Afton most of the time after all. The Earl of Welton stares tensely before him, mentally pondering. This is how seriously the Church of Pyro has taken this incident. He pronounces, he is worried about Jamie. Count Argino of Welton begins to recall the events that happened to Jamie Welton. Jamie is sitting on the bed with his eyes tightly closed and his legs crossed in front of him. Streams of energy emanate from his chest. The Earl of Welton pronounces, their son's powers are developed beyond his years. If, like last time, he can't suppress his emotions and they break out, then... The Earl of Welton pauses for a moment. Earl Welton recalls the events that happened to Jamie Welton. Jamie points his hand forward, releasing streams of energy. Earl Welton continued to speak after a short pause. Not sure if the leader of the order could stop him. Count Welton recalls Jamie directing magic at Alpha Simon, which began to spread upwards through his body. Sheesbel Welton put her palms together in front of her, closed her eyes and says to Earl Welton, she doesn't think they need to worry. Does he know what happened today? Earl Welton turned his head in surprise and looks at Sheesbel. Jamie Welton stares playfully at Sheesbel. Welton squints his eyes slightly. He gestured his heart-shaped fingers together in front of him, showing Sheesbel his warmth, love, and tenderness. Sheesbel Welton squinted her eyes in embarrassment, remembering Jamie's behavior at the tea party, and saying to Earl Welton, that's exactly what happened. Earl Welton squints his eyes with a smile on his face and replies, wish I could see it with my own eyes. Sheesbel Welton holds Earl Welton's hand and presses it to her face. She has covered her eyes, feeling tenderness and warmth. Sheesbel utters, everyone makes mistakes one way or another, but she has faith in their little boy. Count Argino Welton and Sheesbel Welton hold hands. Count Welton utters, how good it was that they met before they left. Sheesbel replies, she is glad of it too. Earl Welton's strong hand, covered with calluses and abrasions. In the starry night sky, deep in the night, there is a rapid upward movement. A dark body is moving at high speed. Streams of white and purple-colored air swirl around the dark body. Jamie Welton is floating in the air in the night sky. He raises his hand up joyfully, clenching his fist. Jamie squints his eye and says, finally! Black hovers next to Jamie and looks at him intently. Bright streams of energy emanate from Jamie's feet. Jamie Welton thinks, it took longer to absorb because I had to grind the beat of life into powder. But the action was much better than he thought it would be. All thanks to his hard work. Jamie Welton turns his head to Black and says to him with a smile, lucky Blackie. Reaching the 6th rank is only a matter of time now. Black stares intently at Jamie Welton and says confidently, scree! Jamie Welton thinks back to his past life in Diablo Wolfer's body. He has a long way to go to get back to his old self, but now he can easily handle someone of the same caliber as that professor. Jamie Welton soars through the air deep in the night over a forested area. There is a path and wooden buildings between densely planted trees below. Bright streams of energy emanate from Jamie's feet, particles of energy hovering in the air. Jamie Welton stands indoors on the wooden floor and stares intently ahead. In front of him, Rise and Azamat kneel in a bow. Azamat says in a loud voice, Master! Rise picks up and utters, you have returned. Jamie Welton stands and looks at Rise and Azamat. Jamie's head is covered by a hood, hiding his face. Jamie utters, he is going to Afton. He's far away, so he'll be gone for a while. Rise and Azamat listen intently. Rise says fearfully, Afton is on the northern border, right? It will take about a month to get there and back alone. Azamat tenses up and loudly shouts, you mean they'll have to hump with axes? Rise and Azamat disguise themselves as lumberjacks. Jamie Welton stares at Rise and Azamat with tension and irritation. Jamie's eyebrows lowered, his face tense. Jamie Welton asks Rise and Azamat menacingly, what, is there a problem? Rise and Azamat look at each other tensely and say, no, not really, as he pleases, Master. Jamie Welton pronounces, don't worry, they'll go with him this time. Rise and Azamat stand across from Jamie and listen intently. Jamie Welton raises his hand up in front of him. A bright purple glow has appeared above it. illuminating the space. Jamie looks forward and says, he remembered something he'd forgotten a long time ago. All around Jamie are ominous streams of energy. There are ominous currents of energy moving around Jamie Welton, Rise and Azamat. Rise and Azamat watch thoughtfully and tensely. Azamat restlessly asks Jamie Welton, "What is that scary thing?" Rise and Azamat freeze in place, lifting their heads up and looking at the ominous streams of energy moving through space. Rise anxiously and tensely asks Jamie Welton, "Master, what is that thing?" Jamie Welton waves his hand in the air, interlocking his fingers and pointing his thumb to the side. Ominous streams of energy move around. Jamie Welton answers Rise's question, "What?" His undead vault. Jamie Welton turns his head toward Rise and Azamat and points his index finger at them. Jamie says seriously, simply put, their new home. Ominous streams of energy move around Jamie. Rise tensely looks anxiously in front of him and utters, "Home?" Jamie Welton looks irritably in Rise's direction. Azamat tensely and anxiously says, "I don't really want to live in such a scary place." Rise and Azamat stand next to Jamie Welton. Jamie Welton turns his gaze toward Azamat and, with his mouth hanging open, says tensely and irritably, "No one has objected yet." Ominous streams of energy move around. Jamie Welton lifts his feet and pushes Azamat forward with a sharp movement, saying in parallel, "Stop talking and march inside." Azamat looks fearfully at Jamie and says, "As you command." Rise follows Azamat and smiles tensely. Jamie Welton stands still and watches as Rise and Azamat walk forward into a vault of dense blob of energy. They make their way inside, disappearing gradually from sight. Ominous streams of energy move around. Jamie Welton looks ahead, watching Rise and Azamat, and mentally ponders, "These two are very entertaining. It's funny how their emotions are so clearly expressed. They will be very useful if you raise them well." Rise and Azamat are in the thick of the energy, floating in space. Azamat says contentedly, "Master called this a vault, so he didn't expect much. But it's not so bad here, is it? It's a lot more spacious than he expected." Rise and Azamat have returned from the vault and are standing in front of Jamie Welton. Rise pronounces Jamie. While they were in there, it felt like they were being filled with something from inside. Jamie Welton replies, "That's right. That's the primary power." Jamie Welton explains to Rise and Azamat, "Rebellion against the divine." Jamie visualized that moment when he is sitting on his knees next to Ricky's body, which was without signs of life to create undead from it. This place was created from his power alone. The undead involved in the rebellion against the gods absorb this power and are strengthened by it. Rise and Azamat stare ahead puzzled, lips tightly pressed together. Ominous streams of energy move around them. Rise asks Jamie Welton thoughtfully, looking up at him, "Doesn't this make him, the master, feel too heavy?" Jamie Welton looks at Rise irritably and asks, "Does it make him worry?" "There are particles of energy moving around." Rise bows to Jamie Welton and utters, "He was wrong about the master," asking him to forgive him. Jamie replies, "It's okay. If it was a burden, he wouldn't have shown it." Azamat interrupts sharply, "Since it is, couldn't he have made them stronger at a time?" Azamat continues to say, "It's much better than it looked, but it's full of bones, and—" Azamat doesn't have time to finish speaking, and Rise sharply covers his mouth with his hand. Rise grits his teeth tightly, feeling tense and irritated. Jamie Welton stands still, squinting his eyes. He is silent for a while and then says with a smile, "Go to the other side of the world." Jamie Welton is furious. He is feeling irritated and displeased with what is happening. It is a clear day. Sunlight breaks through to the ground. On the grounds of the Earl of Welton's estate, a horse-drawn carriage stands before the entrance to the bridge. Beside the carriage are people standing and preparing for the upcoming trip. Jamie Welton is feeling annoyed and displeased without showing it on his face. He looks in front of him and stammeringly says, opening his mouth wide, "Daddy?" There are particles of energy moving around Jamie. Count Argino Welton holds Jamie with two outstretched arms, lifting him above him. Count Welton squints his eyes contentedly, smiling. Jamie Welton spreads his arms out to the sides in the air. Jamie thinks irritably, "He's not his toy." Count Argino Welton holds Jamie above him with both hands. Count Welton lifts his head to look at Jamie intently and says with a smile thoughtfully, giving instructions, he must protect his mother, sister, and friend. Jamie Welton is in the air at the outstretched arms of Count Argino Welton. Jamie is feeling annoyed and displeased with what is happening. Count Welton asks Jamie, "You can count on him, right?" Jamie replies, "Of course." Count Argino Welton pulls Jamie tightly against him, enclosing him in a hug. Count Welton closes his eyes, feeling joy and tenderness towards Jamie. Count Welton pronounces, "Good, come back safe and sound." Count Argento Welton pulls Jamie tightly against him, enclosing him in a hug. Jamie Welton rests his head on Earl Welton's shoulder, looks away wistfully and sadly, lowering his eyebrows and says, "Okay." Two flags develop in the wind while on a long flagpole. In front flies a dark maroon flag with the image of the Church of Pyro, scales in flower with an inverted crescent moon. Behind it hangs a white flag with the image of a stag and a sword. A black-haired man with a beard stands in place, leaning on his cane and speaking loudly, mouth wide open. The Order of Fear, he is Jack O'Brien. They are about to move out, so now he will tell their plan. The man is wearing a uniform with a blue brooch around his neck. Anna and Ricky are sitting in the carriage. Anna turns her head to the side and pronounces, she so wished little brother Raz would come with them. Ricky closes his eyes, folds his hands behind his head and replies, well, it's not like he's the one who volunteered to chaperone. Jamie Welton sits in the carriage across from Ricky and Anna, resting his hand on the armrest by the window and closing his eyes. Jamie mentally ponders, so they want to take the safe route, even though it will take a little longer. Next to Jamie Welton, across from Ricky and Anna, sits Sheesbelle Welton with Sarah Welton. Sheesbelle has her eyes closed and says in a calm tone, as soon as Sarah gets in the carriage, she falls asleep immediately. Sarah lies on Sheesbelle's lap, drooling in her sleep. A loud voice says, well, it's time to go. The horse-drawn carriage moved from its seat and quickly began to move forward. On the grounds of the Welton estate, Count Argento Welton and other people remained standing on the bridge, seeing off the carriage with a glance. Raz Armethic rides on horseback, holding the reins tightly. His clothes flutter in the wind from the movement. Raz turns toward Jack O'Brien and speaks. He will guard the rear. Jack O'Brien rides up on his horse and replies, yes, sir, Raz. Next to the carriage, opposite the window, rides Raz Armethic on horseback. Raz Armethic's face is satisfied, his smile is strained, his eyes squinted. Jamie Welton sits in the carriage and half looks at Raz Armethic with a wary gaze. Jamie Welton is tensely mentally pondering. Pyro, I wonder what she's up to. Since nothing happens after mentioning Diablo Wolfir's name, that means this woman hasn't told the other gods anything. Jamie looks away thoughtfully. A thought crossed Jamie Welton's mind, or she just couldn't. Jamie Welton looks forward animatedly. The thought cheered and pleased him. A smile appeared on Jamie's face. He straightens up and sits calmly in his seat. Jamie Welton continues to mentally reflect. Whatever it is, a lot will change once he gets back. The carriage with the Welton family, Ricky and Anna, move swiftly forward in a forested thicket on a dirt road. Sarah Welton lies face down on Sheesbelle Welton in a drowsy state, crossing her arms under her head. She begins to awaken, tossing and turning and mooing sleepily. Suddenly, Ricky's voice comes out, greeting Sarah. Ha! Hello! Sarah Welton raises her head, eyes wide with surprise, and stares intently at the face of Ricky, who has abruptly leaned in quite close to her. Ricky squeezes his eyes shut and says cheerfully, she's Sarah, isn't she? And he's Ricky. Ricky opens his eyes wide and intently stares at Sarah Welton, sighing heavily. Sarah is frozen in place, staring intently at Ricky's face. Sarah is feeling anxious and afraid. Tears have appeared in her wide-open eyes. Sarah's eyes wide open with fright, with tears coming out loudly, and anxiously screams, whoa! A sudden movement and noise starts in the carriage. Tense and harsh voices are heard. What is Sarah doing? Calm down, Jamie. It's not fair. 2 days later, on the road on the way to Afton, the carriage moves swiftly through rocky terrain. Mountains covered in green trees rise up, going high into the clouds. The gloomy weather has caught up. A sharp and intense rain falls on the ground. In the carriage, Jamie Welton, Sheesbelle Welton, and Sarah Welton are sleeping peacefully. Jamie leans back in his chair. Sarah is asleep on her side, covered with a plaid, resting her head on Sheesbelle's lap with her arms stretched out in front of her. Sheesbelle leans back against the back of the chair. Ricky sits next to Anna and stares pensively sideways out the window, lips pressed tightly together. Ricky has his hands down, quietly watching the road. He leans back against the back of his chair. Particles of energy hovered around Ricky. Suddenly, Ross Armetic appeared outside the window riding a horse. Ricky sees Ross, opens his eyes wide and says, brah. Ross Armetic looks at Ricky with a smile on his face and says, he can see they are tired. Outside the window, an intense rain is pouring down. Jamie Welton has his head down and pensively ponders, how much sleep did he get? Jamie Welton is concerned, looking down intently, squinting his eyes slightly. Jamie has his mouth ajar, trying to come to his senses. Ricky sits across from Jamie Welton. He is turned towards the window, holding his hands on the frame. Ricky turns his eyes toward Jamie and says with a smile, "About 2 hours. And pretty hard." Jamie Welton turns his head toward Ricky and looks at him intently after hearing the sudden answer. Razarmethic is swiftly riding his horse on horseback opposite the carriage window. His head is pointed forward. Turning his eyes towards the window, he says with a smile, "Sitting in a carriage must be terribly boring, right? Would you like an interesting story?" Razarmethic says with interest, talking about the story he wants to tell. There is a legend about the Mayateli Mountains here. High rocky mountains of different levels rise above the ground, going high into the sky. There is a light fog all around. Jamie Welton tensely turns his head. That doesn't sound very exciting. Ricky interrupts, Yeah, tell me about it. Razarmethic, knew you'd want to hear it. Ricky says, Anna likes stories like that, but she's not awake yet. Razarmethic replies, Listen carefully, then you can tell it to her. Long ago, when dragons soared through the skies and elves roamed the forests, the Mayateli Mountains were originally a single rock. Razarmethic holds the reins tightly, turning his head toward Ricky. Razarmethic continues the story. But one peaceful day, 2 winged lizards found themselves here. Jamie turns his gaze sharply to the side, eyes wide, lips pressed tightly together and tensely pondering. Dragons? An angry black dragon, its wings spread out in an upward flight. They are mangled. On its head are horns pointing forward. The dragon's evil grin and gaze point downward, a slender tail with several branches. And the magnanimous blue dragon, Maitreya. The dragon's wings in flight point to the sides, mangled at the edges. The horns on the head of the dragon, Maitreya, point to the sides, whiskers drooping downward. There was a man, a wizard, who loved Maitreya. But they were not meant to be together. The dragons, sick of watching all this, sent a black man to send the sorceress to the other world. In the midst of that fierce battle, the rocks split apart and a raging torrent rushed through the valley. After it was over, of course, the black man was banished, but the man Maitreya went to the other world. After losing him, Maitreya hid herself deep within the mountains, where, as legends say, she remains to this day. Anna wakes up, turns her head towards the window where Razarmethic is, and raises her hand and says, They say it started raining heavily after that, right? Ricky froze dumbfounded on the spot, eyes wide open and letting one hand go from the window frame. Razarmethic rides up on his horse near the window and lets go one hand from the reins and says, That's right. Apparently she's heard this story before. That's why minstrels call the rains here dragon rains. A minstrel was a singer, musician, and poet in medieval times. Jamie Welton looks away thoughtfully, raising a hand to his chin. Jamie mentally ponders. Legend, this could be a true story. However, dragons were considered mystical creatures even back then. Jamie Welton turned thoughtfully toward Razarmethic, froze in place, and said in a calm voice with his mouth ajar, Listen, isn't this story true? Jamie paused before he could finish the sentence. Suddenly, lightning flashes from the sky, cutting the space with a bright charge. There was a strike to the carriage, which is traveling on a dirt road of rocky terrain. The horses in the carriage are thrown upwards by the sharp impact. In the carriage, those sitting in their seats are jolted by the sudden impact. They looked frightened in front of them and around, trying to understand what had happened. Anna hits her head, wrapping her arms around it. She screams loudly, Yeah! Belle Welton clutches Sarah Welton tightly to her. Belle is tense and scared. Closing her eyes, she says to Sarah, Shh. It's okay. Sarah puts her arms around Belle's neck and asks, Yes, Jamie? Jamie Welton sits back in his chair, showing calmness and lack of fear. He looks at Sarah Welton and says with a smile on his face, Sure, it's just raining. Jamie tensely and anxiously thinks, Huh? What an unpleasantly ominous feeling. The horse-drawn carriage moves swiftly forward along the dirt road of the wooded area. Rain drips intensely from the sky. The carriage passes under a dry, lifeless tree that no longer has any leaves on it. Instantly, a lightning strike strikes the dry, lifeless tree, which has no leaves on it. The lightning strikes the trunk of the tree, and a crack spreads along the trunk along the beginning. A carriage carrying the Welton family, Ricky and Anna, passes under this tree. The white carriage rushes forward. The coachman driving it raises his head up and watches fearfully as a huge, thick tree trunk from the top of the tree heads down towards the carriage. The coachman frightenedly says, Ah! Instantly, the huge, thick tree trunk catches up with the carriage. The tree breaks in half from the impact. The carriage and horses are lifted off the ground by the powerful impact of the tree. The coachman is thrown from the carriage. The horses are frightened and flail their legs in the air. From the powerful impact of the tree hitting the carriage begins to overturn. Inside the carriage, Sheesbell Welton hits the walls of the carriage, clutches Sarah Welton tightly to her, and screams frightened, "Yeah!" Ricky shouts loudly, Anna, look out!" Suddenly, from a powerful impact, the carriage flips in the air and out falls Sheesbell Welton, clutching Sarah Welton tightly to her. Sheesbell looks fearfully in front of her, at the carriage she has fallen out of. Jamie Welton notices the fall of Sheesbell Welton and Sarah Welton from the carriage. Jamie looks at them fearfully and anxiously, eyes wide open, and screams, "Mommy! Sarah! Jamie Welton is experiencing fear and worry!" Sheesbell Welton holds Sarah Welton tightly to her while in flight. She looks at Jamie Welton and shouts loudly in fear to him, "Jamie! Sarah! Get her first! Sheesbell is in fear!" Tears have appeared in her wide-open eyes. Jamie Welton climbs half out of the carriage window, half in motion. He holds onto the window frame with one hand, his other arm stretched forward, channeling streams of magic. Jamie looks tensely at Sheesbell Welton and shouts to her, "He will save her too!" Jamie Welton uses magic, creating a channel. The carriage is on the edge of a cliff. A projection in the form of a magic circle has appeared in front of it. Sheesbell Welton falls down the cliff. Streams of magic, channeled by Jamie, wrap around Sheesbell Welton and Sarah. Jamie Welton freezes in place and stares intently down at Sheesbell Welton, who is being enveloped by the magical streams of energy. Jamie is tense, his face focused. Jamie bites his lower lip and thinks, he did it. The magical streams of energy that Jamie Welton had channeled to Sheesbell Welton and Sarah to save them lift them in the air, wrapping around their bodies. From the ground, Ras Armethic and the coachman watch them closely, frozen in place. Jamie Welton peers out of the carriage, holding onto the edge with one hand, a bright magical light emanating from two fingers of his other hand. Jamie tensely stares ahead and ponders, gritting his teeth. What just happened? The rain continues to fall intensely. Jamie Welton froze in place, taking his hand sharply away from the carriage. The fingers of his hand are bent, wary of the weight of his arm. Jamie Welton doesn't realize what's happening. Particles of energy move around his hand. Abruptly, Jamie Welton snaps downward. Jamie Welton tensely and fearfully turns his head, his gaze shifting back. Jamie's hand tenses, the fingers of which are slightly bent. Jamie's clothes are developing in the air. Belle Welton looks down fearfully at Jamie Welton, who has just snapped and is falling. She screams loudly and fearfully, "Jamie!" Belle Welton is anxious and scared. Tears have come out in her wide-open eyes. Jamie Welton falls down and looks towards Sheesbell Welton in motion. Jamie yells loudly, "It's okay!" He has the magic of flight. Jamie Welton is feeling tense and anxious. His arm is bent in front of his chest, streams of energy emanating from it. Jamie Welton falls backwards down the cliff. Jamie's eyes open wide with fright. He says in a daze, "Huh? Can't use it?" Jamie feels fear and confusion. He grits his teeth tightly, stretching his arm forward. Jamie Welton promptly falls backwards and tensely ponders. This is mana burning. Mana burning is a high-level magic that causes mana to completely disappear in a certain area, rendering the mage useless. A voice booms in space. "Who is he?" Jamie Welton promptly drops down, hears it, and stares puzzled before him, eyes wide open. Jamie Welton doesn't understand where the voice is coming from or whose it is. The voice of space breaks out again, asking Jamie Welton a question. Is he a dragon? It is the voice of a girl who is frozen in place. Her mouth is slightly ajar. On her chest hangs a pendant with a large drop-shaped stone. Jamie Welton promptly falls backwards. His hair flutters in the current of air. Jamie Welton looks up fearfully and tensely, mouth ajar, and mentally ponders the girl's question. Huh, a dragon? Jamie Welton slumped downwards, rapidly moving as a glowing and flowing stream of energy. His movement was like a liquid chaotically splashing in different directions, with no Jamie Welton visible behind it. Sheesbell Welton runs sharply to the edge of the cliff, trying to pull herself forward. She screams loudly and fearfully, "Jamie!" Two hands are around her waist and try to hold her down. The others run towards her to pull her away from the cliff. Sheesbell Welton, with her mouth wide open, screams loudly from the cliff, "Let go! Her son is in there! He's there!" Sheesbell feels panic, despair, and anxiety. Her frightened eyes are wide open, tears streaming from them. She is held from behind, asking her to calm down. Sheesbell Welton froze in place, watching intently as streams of divine energy begin to stir around her. They light up the space. Sheesbell tensely bit down on her lower lip, streams of tears flowing from her eyes. Sheesbell Welton turns her head towards Rika. She feels anxious and desperate, utters, "Ricky." Ricky looks bitterly at Sheesbell Welton and utters, "Sorry, He just wanted to help her, that's it. Streams of energy move through the air. Anna is holding Sarah Welton in her arms. Anna's eyes are closed, her mouth tensely ajar. Sarah looks forward fearfully, tears welling up in her eyes as she clings to Anna and utters tensely and anxiously, "Mommy." Rain begins to drip from the sky. Anna holds Sarah Welton in her arms. Anna's eyes are tightly closed. She cradles her head against Sarah's. Sarah looks down hard, her eyelids half closed. Tears have come to her eyes. Sarah opens her mouth. Energy particles move around her. Ras Armethic suddenly appears and bends down on one knee in front of She's-Belle Welton. Ras utters, "My lady, this may seem like an attempt at reassurance, but it seems Jamie is fine." She's-Belle Welton replies, "Sir Ras." She's-Belle Welton freezes in place and stares intently at Ras Armethic hopefully. There are tears in her wide-open eyes. Ras Armethic utters, "This is only an optimistic outlook," but he knows how strong Jamie is. Ras Armethic raises his head and looks intently at She's-Belle Welton. Ras continues to speak. "The streams can be very dangerous, but once Jamie's magic returns, he'll get out of there just fine." Ras Armethic straightens up, says to She's-Belle Welton with determination and confidence, "But he'll still go down. It won't be difficult for him to return in one piece." Ras Armethic clenches his fist tightly in front of him, showing his strength and determination. Ricky looks at Ras Armethic, feeling anxious and fearful for him. He clenches his fist tightly and says with tears in his eyes, "Brother!" Jack O'Brien tensely pronounces to Ras Armethic, "These currents are very dangerous even for him." Ras Armethic stands before She's-Belle Welton, clenching his fists tightly. Ras speaks, "3 hours, my lady. He will be back in exactly 3 hours." She's-Belle Welton pronounces, "It will be dangerous even with the power of a holy marshal." She's-Belle Welton froze in place, directed her gaze downward, lowering her head. She furrowed her brow, pondering aloud. But even knowing this, she would ask him. There are particles of energy moving around She's-Belle Welton. She's-Belle Welton looks hopefully at Rasa Armethicus, tears coming to her eyes. She's-Belle utters, "Please come back with her dear Jamie." She's-Belle Welton holds out her hand to Ras Armetica. Ras Armetic holds She's-Belle Welton's hand with his hand and directs his head towards her to kiss her hand. Ras Armethic closes his eyes and says decisively and confidently, "There is, my lady. It shall be done." Down the gorge, underground, there is little light. Everything is in muted colors. The cave ahead goes far into the depths. There is an underground river running on the way into the cave, and there are blocks of stone and piles of rocks everywhere. Sharply sharpened rocks hang down from the top. Jamie Welton came to his senses, thoughtfully and tensely directing his gaze downward with his head lowered. Jamie Welton had his mouth ajar, trying to figure out what was going on. Jamie's face tensed. There are particles of energy moving around him. Jamie Welton is in the air, his arms spread out to the sides and shackled in magical chains that emit a glow. Jamie Welton's legs are hanging down, his head is down. Jamie tenses and anxiously ponders, where is he? Jamie Welton lifts his head slightly, looking around. He tensely and anxiously ponders, what's going on? Who is it? Jamie Welton lifts his magically chained hands, trying to move them, flexing his fingers. There is a disgruntled voice addressed to Jamie Welton, finally awake. Jamie raised his head, froze, and stared ahead. His eyes are rounded. He is tense and surprised, mouth slightly ajar. In front of Jamie Welton, who is hanging on the magical chains, stands a girl. She is wearing a white short dress, high-waisted sandals. Her long hair is braided into a braid. Horns are twisted upward from her head. She asks Jamie grudgingly, "Is he a dragon?" Jamie Welton hangs from magical chains in the air, from which bright lights and streams of energy emanate. Jamie tensely says, "Does he look like one?" The girl stands across from Jamie, looks at him, and answers, "No." The girl stares intently at Jamie Welton with her eyebrows lowered, and her hands at her sides. She says to Jamie in a serious tone, it wasn't until she saw him that she realized he was a long way off. But that doesn't mean anything. Jamie Welton stares at the girl across from him, puzzled, tense, and anxious. Jamie's eyes are rounded, her face tense. Jamie mentally reasons. Now he sensed a kind of hostility. Jamie Welton hangs in the air on magical chains. The girl stands opposite, looks at Jamie carefully and says, "How does he, an ordinary human, have such potential? And the shape of his mana, its use is very reminiscent of dragons." Jamie Welton tenses and wonders. Does his body's breath sound like a dragon's? Jamie recalls his being in the room, sitting on the bed and crossing his legs. A flame of mana emanates from his chest, spreading in streams through space. The girl stands across from Jamie Welton and utters, "Human mana breaths are terrible." They are stupid and weak, so they are unable to imitate dragons. Jamie is infuriated. Imitate? Weak? Those damn brats would be walking on thin ice being around him. Jamie Welton hangs in the air on magical chains and pitches his body and head forward, glaring angrily and aggressively at the girl. He grits his teeth and utters, "It's her fault he's stuck here, so answer me. Why the hell would she want to do that?" The girl looks at Jamie Welton intently with her face lifted and her eyebrows lowered. She asks him puzzled, but he's different. Is he from the elf tribe? No, even the higher elves don't compare to dragons. The girl irritatedly and angrily says to Jamie Welton, "Huh, just look at him. How dare he have the guts to remain arrogant while being chained up?" The girl grits her teeth and looks at Jamie carefully, frowning her eyebrows. Jamie Welton says aggressively, "Oh no, it would be better to ask why on earth she is so oppressive and arrogant. Mistook an innocent man for a dragon and kidnapped him." The girl steps toward Jamie and utters, "Kidnapped?" Jamie Welton pronounces to the girl, "A sudden downpour, lightning striking near the carriage." Jamie remembers when their carriage was traveling down a dirt road on rocky terrain. A sudden lightning strike that sent the carriage flying above the ground. Jamie Welton goes on to tell the girl, and finally, the mana burning. This is far from being a mere fluke. Jamie recalls promptly falling backwards down a cliff without the ability to use the magic of flight. The girl turns her back to Jamie Welton, closes her eyes, moves her hand aside, and says, "Well, you have to admit, he's right. She only wanted to drag him here to see for herself." Jamie hangs from the magical chains and shouts indignantly, "What?" Jamie Welton hangs from the magical chains, shackled arms pointing out to the sides. Jamie feels anger and irritation, pitches his body forward, mouth wide open, yells to the girl. Because of her antics, his sister is with his mom. Jamie is thoughtfully silent. Jamie Welton, dumbfounded by the thought, froze in place. He mentally pondered, "Wait, why is he so angry?" His eyes rounded, his mouth slightly open. Jamie pondered his state of mind, not understanding his reaction. Jamie Welton hangs on the magical chains and says disgruntled to the girl, "Hell, I don't care." Still doesn't know in his heart who she is. The girl stands in front of Jamie, resting her arms at her side, and turns her head thoughtfully in his direction. Jamie Welton hangs on the magical chains, turns his head to the side and looks at the girl with interest. Jamie says, "Okay, he won't bother her with stupid questions. Just please take off the shackles." Jamie is feeling tense and annoyed. The girl stands in front of Jamie Welton, looks at him and says, No, he looks very funny in that position." Jamie Welton hangs from the magical chains and irritatedly utters back, "And why is that?" Jamie Welton hangs from the magical chains, feeling irritated and angry, aggressively loudly yells back, "What?" The girl replies with a smile. And now this expression is even funnier, so it is almost reluctant to release. Jamie Welton tensely mentally ponders. Her character, because of which she likes to make fun of people, must be. Jamie thinks about it for a moment and utters, "The blue dragon of Maitreya. That's her, right?" The girl looks at Jamie Welton thoughtfully. Blue dragons are the gentlest of all. They are especially kind to humans. It's comparable to human sympathy for cats or dogs. If instead he had met a red or black dragon, which are known for their cruelty, or a famously cunning dragon. Jamie Welton mentally ponders. It turns out he's just really lucky. Jamie hangs from the magical chains, frozen, and stares intently at the dragon Maitreya. Jamie utters, "Why did she kidnap him if she mistook him for a dragon?" Dragon Maitreya stands still and says angrily, "Well, to send him to the other world." Dragon Maitreya's eyes are blackened, pupils burning blue. Her face tensed, showing aggression and anger. She raised her hand in front of her, spreading her long nails. Jamie Welton hangs from the magical chains, squinting his eyes and smiling tensely. Jamie mentally ponders, "What's with all this bloodlust?" Jamie asks the dragon Maitreya, "You'll let go now, won't you?" The dragon Maitreya decisively answers, "No." Jamie Welton is hanging from magical chains. He feels the tension and confusion of the dragon Maitreya's answer. He remains silent for a while, staring in front of him. Jamie Welton says anxiously, "But why?" The dragon Maitreya stands in front of Jamie Welton, eyes closed and signing with her arms at her side. She smugly utters, "Because she can afford to do it." Jamie Welton indignantly utters, "What do you mean? What?" The dragon Maitreya looks at Jamie Welton intently. She utters, imagining herself as a blue dragon. If she uses him as an ingredient, she will get to make a masterwork Sparta, an artificial life form created with dragon power. Jamie Welton stares at the dragon Maitreya, feeling tense and anxious. Jamie tensely mentally ponders. A master? Would it be beyond that? If Jamie had such a valuable specimen then? Jamie abruptly stopped his musings. Jamie Welton thoughtfully mentally ponders. No, wait. What is he even thinking about? Being on the cusp of being sent to the other side of the world. Jamie Welton put his head down in frustration, pressing his lips tightly together and closing his eyes. Jamie Welton hangs from the magical chains, propping his legs up at the knees. He asks with an embarrassed smile, "But Nuna, why does she want to send dragons to the other world?" The dragon Maitreya replies warily. "Why would she want such treatment? And it's none of his business." Jamie Welton looks down intently at the dragon Maitreya while in the magical chains and pitches his body forward. Jamie Welton says in a calm tone with a smile, "Maybe it's because of her love for the human." Dragon Maitreya extended her hand forward, bending her fingers palm downward. The hand hangs in the air. A bright white light emanates from it, illuminating the space around it. Blue streams of energy moved around the hand. Instantly, Jamie Welton falls to the ground, freeing himself from the magical chains on his hands and sighing heavily. He rests his hands on the ground with his head down. The Maitreya dragon stands in place in front of Jamie Welton and watches him. Dragon Maitreya tenses and looks at Jamie Welton in a puzzled manner, pointing the fingers of her hands at him, from which a magical light emanates. She utters menacingly, "If he blabs something like that again, he will find himself neither alive nor lifeless." Jamie Welton raises his head thoughtfully and tensely looks at the dragon Maitreya with his eyebrows lowered, mentally pondering. "I knew it." Jamie Welton asks the dragon Maitreya, "The others of her race didn't accept him, did they?" Jamie Welton goes on to say, "And she betrayed her race to save his life, yes?" Dragon Maitreya feels irritation and tension from Jamie Welton's words. She grits her teeth and utters, "So what?" Dragon Maitreya aggressively and irritated shouts to Jamie Welton, "What does he even understand?" She stands in front of Jamie Welton. Under their feet in a circle, magical streams begin to swirl, rising up and lighting up the space. The magical streams of energy swirl Jamie Welton. He cries out loudly in fright. She had no intention of ruining him or turning him into a Spartoi, did she? Things would have been much simpler if she had used brainwashing magic. But she didn't. A magical stream of energy swirls Jamie Welton, splashing to the sides in droplets. Jamie's head sinks gradually inward. He closed his eyes and cries out loudly in fright, "She's kind! So much so, I can't even believe she's a dragon!" The dragon Maitreya recalls the image of a man, dark-haired, hair falling over his face. He lowers his head and with a smile on his face, he calmly says, "She is kind. So kind you can't even believe she's a dragon." The dragon Maitreya froze in place, her head lowered. She tensed her facial muscles, looking down thoughtfully, feeling anxious, bitter, and regretful. Dragon Maitreya gritted her teeth as she heard Jamie Welton's words that plunged her into memories. Dragon Maitreya raised her hand in front of her, pointing 2 fingers upwards, magical light emanating from them. She tensely looks at Jamie Welton and utters, "This is his last chance. There will be no other." The dragon Maitreya stands in front of Jamie Welton and watches him. Jamie is on the ground, resting 2 hands on the ground and tilting his head down. A stream is pouring out of his mouth. Jamie tensely thinks, "She's serious. She should hold her tongue." The dragon Maitreya stands in place above Jamie Welton, head tilted down and looking at him intently. She crosses her arms at her chest and says to Jamie thoughtfully, "He is a very strange man, just like him." Jamie Welton lifts himself up, wiping his mouth sharply from the stream that has spilled out of his mouth. Jamie tensely and unhappily looks at the dragon Maitreya, feeling annoyed, and asks her, "Him?" He doesn't understand who she is talking about. Dragon Maitreya explains to Jamie Welton, "The guy from the legends, passed down by you humans. The image of the guy is in the penumbra. He is wearing a long cloak with wide arms, a light-colored shirt and pants secured with a belt. On his feet are long boots, above the knees. Over a stone gorge, with jagged shoaled edges. At the bottom of the gorge, a dense blue fog trailing a stream moves through the air. Because of the dense blue fog, it is impossible to see what is below. Above the fog-covered gorge stands Ras Armatic. He has his arms down along his body, his head is pensively lowered, his gaze directed down at the ground. Ras Armatic ponders anxiously. The rain never stops. It is raining sharply and intensely. Ras Armatic is frozen in place above a gorge that is covered in dense fog. There is an intense, sharp rain coming down from the sky. Ras Armatic has his head down thoughtfully and anxiously, directing his gaze to the ground. Ras tensely thinks, "Jamie, where is he?" At the bottom of the gorge, where no sunlight reaches, There are blocks of stone in the shadows. Around them, particles of energy are moving. The dragon of Maitreya begins to tell. It was 700 years ago. His name was Ganon. He was a dark wizard. Jamie Welton tensely says, "A dark wizard?" Dragon Maitreya says, sadly, "I know it's rather odd that a creature of holy magic, a dragon, would fall in love with someone like that." Jamie replies thoughtfully, "Well, yes, a little. It's really surprising." The dragon of Maitreya utters, "He chose to use dark magic to learn the truth of this world. Being human but a masterful sorcerer, he managed to reach the 9th rank." Jamie Welton froze dumbfounded and thought, "What? 9th rank?" Jamie Welton says to the dragon Maitreya in surprise, "Wait a minute. In millennia, no human has ever managed to do that." Dragon Maitreya stands back, crossing her arms over her chest. She freezes in place, saddened, and says bitterly, "Now." Dragon Maitreya answers Jamie Welton. She will tell him why. Ganon began searching for answers long before he met her. She joined him, and after overcoming many obstacles through time, they fell in love. They had a good time together. The dragon Maitreya and Ganon stand side by side. Ganon closed his eyes with tenderness and warmth, a smile on his face. Dragon Maitreya squints her eyes, smiles, bares her teeth, and holds her hands in front of her, from which a faint flame emanates. Dragon Maitreya and Ganon stand side by side. The dragon holds his hands in front of him, from which a faint flame emanates. This continued until the Dragon Lord gave the order. Their happiness and love split, through no fault of their own. A male dragon with golden hair covering half of his face stares angrily in front of him with golden eyes and says, "Ganon, he is an evil that must be destroyed." On the man's forehead is a small and medium-sized horn rising upward. The dragon Maitreya continues to narrate. All the dragons obeyed and began trying to send her beloved to the other side. The Dragon Lord spread his wings, standing above the gorge. The other dragons circle over Ganon and Dragon Maitreya. Dragon Maitreya and Ganon have escaped, but their powers are not limitless either. Dragon Maitreya pronounces to Ganon, "Ganon, go. Not even the dragons will be able to get him there. You don't have to worry about her. She won't go to the other world no matter how much they punish her." It was a ruin with a strong restriction forbidding more than one creature from entering. Ganon took refuge there. The dragon Maitreya stands still. Grieving and saddened, she covers her face with her hands. Ganon walks away from her. From this day forward, Maitreya is banished for 1,000 years. Such a period of time is nothing to a dragon. However, after a little over a decade, Ganon comes for her. He has already comprehended the truth of the world. Dragon Maitreya is shackled with magical red chains, pensive and saddened. A loud voice booms out, "Maitreya!" Ganon stands beside Maitreya, shouting in exasperation. How dare she continue to watch this? Are you definitely the beings at the pinnacle of magic, the strongest of all current beings? Maitreya is shackled in magical chains, staring down, detachedly. The Dragon Lord and the other dragon stand and watch intently as Ganon tries to convey the truth to Maitreya. The Dragon Lord utters, "He is mad." The other dragon replies, "This is a truth beyond the comprehension of the human mind." The dragon Maitreya continues to tell. Ganon saved her. They hid in this huge mountain to escape from pursuit. Maitreya reincarnated into a dragon and flies swiftly over the ground, spreading her wings wide. And then, Jamie Welton tensely pronounces, "Ganon has gone to the other world." Jamie Welton stares intently at Maitreya, pressing his lips together tightly. Jamie Welton feels pity and sympathy, tensely standing still. Maitreya lowers her head, directs her eyes thoughtfully to the ground, and says sadly, she thought it would be better. He would be calmer. Maitreya experiences longing, sadness, and heartache as she remembers Ganon. Maitreya has lowered her head thoughtfully, her saddened gaze lowered to the ground. Maitreya forcefully bites her lower lip with her teeth, feeling bitter and despairing. Maitreya's hair falls in waves on her shoulders. She tensely utters, "But—" Maitreya continued to speak. Her brethren began to erase everything that had anything to do with Ganon, all records of him, and even sent people who had met him to the other world. The memory of Ganon is being shattered into tiny particles. Jamie Welton froze in place, feeling tense and anxious. He stares thoughtfully before him, furrowed brow, tightly pressed lips together, and mentally ponders. The truth that was meant to be hidden. Is this really it? Maitreya stares intently ahead at Jamie Welton. Her mouth is slightly open, sharp little fangs sticking out. Her pupils are burning a light blue color. Maitreya replies decisively, therefore to protect the remaining memory of Ganon. It will remain here. A bright light from above falls on a small green hill. On it stands a wooden cross, reinforced from below with stones. The cross is secured at the top with a rope. A small piece of jewelry hangs from one part of the cross, emitting a purple light. Jamie Welton stares thoughtfully in front of her. She stands frozen in place and mentally tenses, so the dragons really did it. Now it makes sense why nothing about Jamie's past life has been preserved. After realizing his rebirth, the first thing Jamie did was to look for anything related to him, Diablo Wolfir. Jamie Welton sits in his armchair, studying the book and thinks, "You can forget about the records. There is nothing in them at all. No folktales or folktales." Jamie Welton thoughtfully lowered his head, compressed his lips, and tensely mentally ponders. It all makes no sense. It was as if someone had deliberately erased all traces of his existence. They had carefully erased all mention of Ganon as well, just as they had done to him. The 12 gods, no, the dragon god Brahman and his kin did it. Ganon is a sorcerer who has raised his level of magic to the 9th level to find the truth of this world. He has come this far, and for what? Ganon remained only in the memories of Maitre. Jamie Welton looks at Maitre carefully. Jamie asks her, "Could this be where Ganon's tomb is?" Jamie's eyelids are slightly lowered. Jamie's incredulous gaze is focused. Around him, particles of energy move in the air. Maitre looks at Jamie Welton carefully, surprised by his question, and in a calm, thoughtful tone, he says, "Why?" Maitre doesn't understand what Jamie needs Ganon's tomb for. She froze in place, not averting her gaze. Jamie Welton looks down thoughtfully and tensely. Jamie pronounces Maitre. As a man associated with magic, he would like to salute him. Around Jamie, particles of energy move in the air. Maitre froze in place and stares intently at Jamie Welton after the words he said. Maitre pressed her lips tightly together, keeping silent for a while. Her long blue hair flutters in the air. Maitre tells Jamie Welton to follow her. Maitre walks forward and leads Jamie behind her. They come to a brightly lit green clearing with a tree with a cross under it. Maitre pronounces, "This is the place. This is where Ganon sleeps." Jamie Welton freezes in place and stares dumbfoundedly ahead. His gaze is focused and attentive. Jamie Welton feels tension, anxiety, and wonder. He mentally ponders, feeling confused. "Is this it?" Jamie Welton mentally says, feeling confused. His bracelet. On a wooden cross hangs a bracelet with a bright purple stone that emits a brilliant light. The sun's rays fall down on the clearing. Absolute immunization, a perfect cell. One of the 3 divine mechanisms created by Diablo Wolfir to oppose the 12 gods. An artifact endowed with the ability to ward off all diseases and curses. Jamie didn't think he'd find it here. Jamie Welton froze in place, confused and bewildered. Jamie mentally pondered, so this is why Ganon sought the truth of this world. He learned of Diablo Wolfir's existence by wearing it. Jamie Welton looks thoughtfully at Maitre, feeling anxious and confused. Jamie Welton mentally tenses up. If he asks Maitre to return the bracelet, she'll send him to the other world, right? Maitre walks over to the cross under which Ganon sleeps and utters, "Ganon, she's here." Maitre crossed her fingers, bringing her hands to her chest. She lowered her head down and closed her eyes tightly, experiencing sorrow and spiritual closeness. Jamie Welton looks closely at the bracelet that hangs on the cross and asks Maitre, "What is this bracelet?" Maitre replies, "It is endowed with great power and belongs to Ganon. This thing has saved his life countless times." Jamie Welton stares forward intently, his eyebrows lowered. Jamie is tense. Jamie mentally ponders after hearing Maitre's answer. MDA, she even knows what it is. A treasure filled with purification and protection magic. Jamie Welton turns his head to the side, squints his eyes, and says with a smile, "Is that all that's left of Ganon?" Maitre looks at Jamie Welton carefully, pressing her lips together tightly. She thinks about what he said. Maitre stares intently at Jamie Welton, feeling tense, confused, and bewildered. Maitre tenses her facial muscles and angrily asks Jamie Welton, "Why such a question?" Not realizing what Jamie needs, Jamie Welton is confused, squinting his eyes and raising his hand in front of him. He utters with a shy smile, "No reason. Just wondering." Ganon had realized the truth, she said, and Jamie wondered if there was any record of it. Maitre says thoughtfully and sadly to Jamie Welton, "Ganon has a diary." Maitre casts her gaze downward, standing still. Maitre's mouth is slightly ajar. Maitre feels sadness, sorrow, and grief for Ganon. Jamie Welton embarrassedly asks Maitre, "Diary? May I see it?" Jamie squints his eyes and smiles. Maitre crosses her arms across her chest, turns her head to the side, and closes her eyes and says she doesn't feel like doing him that favor. Jamie Welton lowers his head and says hopefully to Maya Trey, "Then please tell him." Around Jamie Welton, particles of energy move in the air. Jamie Welton stands still, waiting for Maya Trey's response. Jamie Welton stands still and looks intently at Maya Trey. He utters, "She knows, doesn't she? He is about the truth of this world." Maya Trey stands thoughtfully and tensely in front of Jamie with her head down. Her detached gaze is directed downward. Maya Trey raises her gaze to Jamie Welton. Maya Trey says to Jamie irritably and aggressively, "This is getting out of line. This is not something that should be made known to someone like Jamie." Jamie replies, "She's wrong." Jamie Welton goes on to tell Maya Trey, in his search for the truth, Ganon risked his life for the sake of humanity. Even though he failed, Maya Trey protected his legacy. Jamie Welton points to the cross with the bracelet. Jamie Welton pitches his body forward, menacing and assertive. Then why should it be left as a museum piece? Surely Ganon wanted it to be passed down to the next generations and used to carry out Ganon's will. Maya Trey turns his head and looks at Jamie Welton incredulously, with a frown on his brow and a squint in his eyes. Maya Trey pronounces Jamie. He, the child, is bright. But he's wrong about one thing. She doesn't need any souvenirs. Maya Trey pronounces to Jamie Welton with warmth and longing, because she remembers every little thing about him. In her reminiscence, a happy Maya Trey stands next to Ganon. Maya Trey crosses her palms in front of her, letting out a light glow. Jamie Welton stands still with his head down. His eyes stare absent-mindedly in front of him. Jamie is immersed in his memories, seeing Jane standing there with her back to him and saying, "Don't forget about her, Diablo." Jamie Welton says thoughtfully, "He doesn't quite understand yet." Maya Trey turns his back to Jamie and walks away, saying, "Yep, because he's still young." Jamie Welton starts to move forward and pronounces loudly to Maya Trey, "Wait!" Ganon's diary appears, blue cover with gold inlays on the corners and spine. The front of the cover features a Star of David. Ganon's diary is inside magical chains that move around it. Maya Trey shifts his gaze to the side without turning his head and says, "He convinced her, so she will show it, but doubts there will be any use. There's nothing written in it." Jamie Welton stands behind Maya Trey's back and looks puzzled at the diary. Jamie Welton reaches out for Ganon's diary, trying to run his hands between the magical chains. Jamie Welton asks Maya Trey, "Is that a seal?" Maya Trey answers, "That's right. It might be difficult for an ordinary person to remove it." Maya Trey turns her back to Jamie Welton and says, "Follow her. She will send him back from where?" Suddenly, Maya Trey shifts her gaze to Jamie, who interrupts her. "Just a second." An ominous energy moves around Jamie and Maya Trey. Jamie Welton turns his head to the side, shifting his gaze back. He looks carefully and intently and says to Maya Trey, "Whatever she sees now, don't be frightened." Ominous streams of energy begin to move in around Jamie Welton. Maya Trey looks puzzled at Jamie Welton, reacting to his words. What? She is tense, anxious, and perplexed to see the ominous streams of energy around Jamie. Her lips are tightly closed, her eyes rounded. Maya Trey tenses and puzzles mentally as she watches Jamie Welton. Dark Mage. Jamie Welton stands in front of Ganon's journal, channeling sinister streams of energy from which a bright light emanates. Maya Trey stares intently ahead. She tensely and anxiously mentally ponders as she watches Jamie Welton. Stop, what is this sinister power? He's on a completely different level. His mana wasn't that strong either. Jamie Welton has his head down and is staring intently at Ganon's journal. Jamie utters thoughtfully, "He has broken the seal." Around Jamie Welton, magical streams of energy from Ganon's diary begin to move. Jamie Welton holds Ganon's diary in his hands, revealing it. Magical currents of magical energy begin to spread upwards from Ganon's diary, illuminating the space. Maya Trey looks up in surprise and scrutinizes the magical light. Ganon's diary records, March 16th, the 22nd year of the ancestral lunar calendar. He encountered a blue dragon. She called him Dirty, because of his dark magic. The dark dragon stands on Ganon, staring at him intently. March 30th, the 22nd year of the ancestral lunar calendar. He doesn't know how it happened. They started exploring this world together. Thanks to Maya Trey, their journey turned out to be fun. She's definitely a dragon, right? April 26th, the 22nd year of the ancestral lunar calendar. Riding Maya Trey, he arrived at the place indicated on the map. The lands where man cannot set foot. That is why it occurred to him to call it the corrupted land. December 24th, the 23rd year of the ancestral lunar calendar. The Dragon Lord has given orders to his kin to send him to the other world. He can handle it. He's more afraid for Maya Trey. Because she betrayed her own kind for him. He wants to let her go, but he can't. He loves her. March 8th, the 41st year of the ancestral lunar calendar. What was the battle he fought in? The date is embossed on his tombstone. Ganon stands beside the tombstone, looking at it intently. 65,966 years ago. A stone tombstone among the trees with the date embossed on it. Ganon scrutinizes to whom it belongs. An intense, sharp rain falls from the sky. The 1st of May, the 41st year of the lunar calendar. They settled in some mountain. It's safe here. They can hide from pursuit for a while. Afterward, they will head north to Garmin. Ganon and Mayatre lie on the grass, clinging tightly to each other, in the place written at the bottom of his tombstone. Though this land no longer exists. Ganon cradles Mayatre tightly against him and stares thoughtfully ahead. He is determined to continue on his journey in search of answers. Jamie Welton stares intently at the pages of Ganon's journal. His gaze is focused, his face tense, his lips tightly closed. Jamie thinks, there must be something there. From the open pages of the diary comes a magical light, traveling in streams. Mayatre stares ahead, standing behind Jamie Welton's back. Her eyes are wide open, streams of tears running down her cheeks. Mayatre holds her hands clasped to her chest and says pitifully, Ganon, Ganon! Oh, my love! Jamie Welton lifts his head up, thoughtfully directing his gaze forward. Jamie holds Ganon's journal in his hands and mentally ponders. Jamie thinks he knows what tombstone Ganon was writing about. In front of Jamie, magical streams of energy emanate from the diary. Jamie Welton is immersed in memories. Before the final battle begins, he, Diablo Wolfir, must pour out his sorrows of the past and hopes of the future here to strengthen his resolve. Diablo Wolfir guides his hand to the tombstone. Jamie Welton reflects. He wrote this 65,966 years before Ganon's time, and 700 years later, he was born. 66,666 years have passed since then. Jamie Welton gets down on one knee and holds out Ganon's book to Mayatre with both hands. Jamie mentally ponders, but where is this Garmin? In front of Jamie, Mayatre sits on her knees with her hands covering her face, weeping and grieving for Ganon. Jamie Welton looks down pensively and mentally strains to think. Jamie has declared victory and left it at that. And he doesn't remember writing about Garmin anywhere. Did someone find the tombstone before Ganon did? Jamie Welton froze in place. He pressed his lips together, spreading them in a slight smile. Jamie Welton happily and quite mentally ponders. How wonderful. Particles of magical energy move around Jamie. Jamie Welton turns his head back and looks intently at the bracelet that hangs from Ganon's cross. Jamie Welton mentally ponders. With just one perfect cage, he was able to learn the hidden truth about the 12 gods. Jamie Welton mentally continues to ponder. May he have learned the truth about the enslavement of mankind by 12 gods 60,000 years ago. Gather. The people obediently extend their hands toward Janus's church. Diablo Wolfir in the body of Jamie Welton reflects. He came down to earth in this form to destroy the 12 gods. Humanity will one day be free again. Jamie Welton looks away thoughtfully. Mayatre looks warmly at Ganon's journal, tears streaming down her cheeks. Mayatre is sad and happy at the same time, she says with embarrassment. He said he loved her, even though he never said it in person. It also made him so mad when she clung to him. Jamie Welton lowered his head down, closed his eyes, and said with a smile, You realized it, remember? Ganon will always live in your heart. Mayatre froze in place, looking at Jamie and listening to him intently. Mayatre froze in place, eyes wide open. There are tears in her eyes. She holds Ganon's journal tightly to her chest with her arms crossed. Jamie utters, Always, as long as she remembers him. Behind Mayatre's back, Ganon's spirit rests peacefully against her back. Mayatre has lowered her head in embarrassment, her gaze directed downward, tears rolling down her cheeks. She holds Ganon's journal in her hands. Mayatre says sadly to Jamie Welton, He can say nice things too, even as a brat. Jamie Welton puts his head down, closes his eyes tightly, and says tensely to Mayatre with a smile, He's not a brat. Jamie Welton sighs. Around him, particles of magical energy move in the air. Mayatre lowers her head, closes her eyes sadly, and rests her nose on Ganon's journal. Tears roll down her cheeks. Mayatre says sadly, Wouldn't it be wonderful if it were possible to go back to those times? Jamie Welton lowers his head, closes his eyes, and says with a smile, Such thoughts cross everyone's mind. He ponders tensely, though he's too far gone to think about it. Jamie reaches out a hand toward Mayatre's head. Maya Trey raises her head sharply. Jamie Welton extends a relaxed hand toward Maya Trey, slender fingers downward. In a move, Maya Trey abruptly intercepts Jamie's hand and grips it firmly. Maya Trey pronounces Jamie to Welton thoughtfully. But Maya Trey looks at Jamie Welton carefully and thoughtfully, frowning his forehead. Maya Trey asks Jamie Welton, his black mana, what is it? Is he really a dark mage? Maya Trey tries to figure out who Jamie Welton is. Jamie Welton is confused, closes his eyes and says cheerfully, yes, it's just normal dark magic. Maya Trey stares at Jamie and says, cut the crap. Do you think she didn't try to use dark magic to break the seal? Jamie Welton is dumbfounded from hearing this and opens his eyes wide and tensely asks Maya Trey, what? She has dealt with such a thing. Maya Trey stares at Jamie with a look of annoyance and replies, are you crazy? Maya Trey closes her eyes contentedly, balling her hand into a fist, and embarrassedly says, she brought someone who is into it. Jamie Welton looks at Maya Trey carefully, tense and anxious, and asks, did she kidnap them? Maya Trey tells Jamie their views were quite similar, and if he didn't want to go to the other world, he had to go after her. So he was very cooperative. This is usually called a threatened kidnapping. The man in the cassock begged not to destroy. Maya Trey goes on to tell Jamie Welton, but no matter how hard they tried, they couldn't break the seal. That was until Jamie Welton showed up with his mana. Ganon's diary continued to remain closed. Maya Trey thoughtfully continues to tell Jamie Welton, I hate to admit it, but it is true. The power he sought was not of this world. Jamie Welton and Ganon are similar in dark magic and their abilities. Jamie Welton tensed mentally. It didn't look like he could stand by. Then, Jamie stares forward concentratingly and says to Maya Trey, okay, he'll tell her the truth. He is the mage who grants Ganon's wishes. Maya Trey continues, all of Ganon's inheritance is here. How can someone who has never met him fulfill his wish? Jamie replies, even though they haven't had to communicate directly, they still managed to find out. They have the same goal in mind. Jamie Welton stands over Maya Trey, who is sitting on the ground with her hands on her knees, and says, so he's not exaggerating when he says he's granting his wish. Jamie clarifies by asking, Maya Trey? Maya Trey continues to sit on the ground, looking away and staring intently at the rocks. She asks Jamie Welton thoughtfully without turning to him. Then, is he going to fight the 12 gods too? Jamie Welton stands frozen in place, eyes wide, dumbfounded by Maya Trey's words, and says tensely, did Ganon mention something like that? Maya Trey answers Jamie, no, but with the help of the diary she was able to find out. Maya Trey puts her hands down, holding Ganon's diary under her arm. Maya Trey tells Jamie Welton, Ganon was angry at the 12 gods and hated the dragons for cooperating with the former. If one pursues the same goal, he's in for it at the end. Jamie Welton sharply interrupts Maya Trey, saying confidently and menacingly, Maya Trey is right! He's going to defy the 12 gods! Jamie Welton looks at Maya Trey carefully, resolutely and firmly clenching his fist at his chest. Maya Trey replies to Jamie Welton, that's impossible. She too hates the 12 gods and dragons, and soon he will be able to gain power comparable to a dragon's again. Maya Trey clutches Ganon's journal tightly in her hands, lowering her head to it. Maya Trey wrapped both hands around Ganon's journal in front of her. Maya Trey stands frozen in place, contemplating Jamie Welton's wish fulfillment. She pronounces to Jamie Welton, warning him, but there are not one but 12 beings with similar powers. Maya Trey holds Ganon's journal in front of her, clenches her teeth, tenses her face nervously, and says, please, live like a simple man, for your own good. Maya Trey earnestly pronounces to Jamie Welton, give up. Jamie Welton froze in place, stares intently at Maya Trey. He thoughtfully mumbled at Maya Trey's words, and calmly began to tell her, a long time ago, there was a man who defied the 12 gods. He had many followers, but they all either went to the other world or betrayed him. Diablo Wolfir was surrounded by bloody, lifeless bodies. At the end, he lost to the 12 gods and was sealed in the realm of eternity. Diablo Wolfir was rapidly flying downward into infinity. His clothes fluttered in space from the motion. Small illuminating particles flew down with him. Diablo Wolfir was rapidly falling downwards. Tears protruded from his eyes. Diablo Wolfir utters, he will return, no matter what it takes, even if the opportunity presents itself in the distant future. But even in that moment, he didn't give up. Jamie Welton froze in place, looking thoughtfully at Maya Trey. Jamie Welton's pupils burned with a purple light. He utters decisively and menacingly, this is why he cannot back down. Around Jamie Welton, particles of energy move. Maya Trey is frozen in place, looking puzzled and scrutinizing Jamie Welton with tension and anxiety. Her forehead is furrowed, her eyebrows raised. Hearing Jamie Welton's words, she says thoughtfully to him. Jamie Welton pronounces to Maitre. Ganon and someone from longer ago, superior to him, and even those born after his acquittal to the other world. Their desires will continue until the 12 gods are destroyed. Maitre silently turns his back to Jamie Welton after his words. Maitre turns her head half sideways to him, looking at Jamie intently, and in a calm tone says follow her. Maitre walks over to Ganon's cross, holding the purple bracelet in front of her in the palms of her hands. Maitre stares thoughtfully at the bracelet and says to Jamie Welton, if this is it, I'm sure Ganon won't mind. Maitre reaches out and places the bracelet in Jamie Welton's open palm. Jamie Welton asks Maitre in surprise, can we really have it? Maitre replies seriously, hurry up before you change your mind. Jamie Welton stretches his hand forward, putting on the bracelet that Maitre gave him. A bright purple light emanates from the stone in the bracelet. Jamie Welton says contentedly and embarrassed, he will be very careful with it. Jamie Welton stretches his hand out in front of him, flexing his relaxed fingers. A bright purple light emanates from the stone in the bracelet. Jamie Welton ponders in surprise. Come on. He's greeting him? That's right. It's been a while since they've seen each other. Maitre stands firmly in place and says firmly to Jamie Welton, if this moment comes, she will help him with all her strength. Maitre stares intently at Jamie Welton, resting one hand on his side. Jamie Welton says to Maitre cheerfully, with a smile, squinting his eyes quite a bit, thank you, Maitre. Jamie adjusts the bracelet on his other arm with one hand and mentally ponders, the promise of a dragon is certainly a fine result. With a sharp movement of her foot, Maitre pushes Jamie Welton into the opening portal. She utters seriously, now get out. Jamie asks in surprise with a smile, what, so fast? Maitre replies, yep, be careful and all that. After sending Jamie Welton into the portal, Maitre freezes in place. She tries to calm herself, closes her eyes, opens her mouth, and peacefully holds the magical weightless flower in the palms of her hands in front of her. Maitre stands in a landscaped clearing with a tree near Ganon's cross. The sun's bright light streams from above into the clearing. Around Maitre, magical currents move in the air. She says thoughtfully, yes, Ganon. His dream continues to exist. Ras Armethic stands still, descending into the gorge. He lifts his head up and says observantly, ugh, it looks like rain. Above Ras Armetic's head, the sun peeks out and a blue sky with clouds appears. Suddenly, Jamie Welton interrupts Ras Armetic's thoughts about the weather and says, what a meeting. What have you been up to? Jamie Welton floats in the air. A wide smile appears on his face. Magical particles of energy move around. Ras Armethic looks up dumbfounded, raising his head at Jamie Welton. He says thoughtfully and in surprise several times, Jamie? On D. Racem floats in the air. Jamie Welton with a smile on his face. Magical streams of energy descend from his feet. Jamie Welton, while in the air, descends to Ras Armethic and extends his hand. Jamie Welton calmly says, let's go back. Ras Armetic hesitantly takes Jamie Welton's hand, lightly touching his fingers. Swiftly, Sheezbel Welton flies over to Jamie Welton, knocking him to the ground and enclosing him in her tight embrace. Sheezbel shouts loudly, joyfully and longingly, Jamie! Jamie Welton spreads his relaxed arms out to the sides in surprise. Ricky and Anna watch Jamie Welton joyfully. Ricky's eyes are rounded, tears welling up in them. With his mouth wide open, Ricky says, he knew Jamie would come back. Tears welled up in Anna's eyes, and she said, Jamie's brother, what a relief. The Shadow Knights stand in front of Ras Armethic, clapping him, watching him intently. Jack O'Brien bows low to Ras and says, they are forever in his debt. Accept their gratitude, Sir Ras. Ras replies, no, he really hasn't done anything. Ras Armethic looks at the shadowy knights of the Welton family carefully with a smile on his face. He is feeling tense and confused. Ras utters, nothing really, and mentally ponders while exhaling deeply. He even used the power of the Saint Marshal. The Empire of Seldom is the county of Pierre Nesman, a densely built stone city with a tall clock tower. Wide streets stretch along the low houses. Lined light-colored streets are lined with people walking between the houses. In the light-colored corridor of a brick building, there are people standing. Some are moving around the corridor, and some are standing, talking among themselves. The voices of conversations are heard. In the corridor near the wooden door with patterns between the columns is a table with flowers in a vase. Behind the door in the office there is a loud sound, after which a girl with pink hair and a uniform falls backwards, frightened. The uniformed guy next to her tensely deflects from surprise. There are white rats walking on the stone floor. The girl with 2 pink braids crosses her palms over her chest in frustration. Tears well up in her wide-open eyes. There are voices all around. Why isn't she holding it properly? Now catch it. Don't let it go. You can't let it get in here. An aggressive voice shouts, "Venna, you fool!" Venna begins to tensely and guiltily apologize. Sorry. Annoyed loud voices erupt. Ah! The rat ate the zombie drug. Don't let it bite you. Ah, his nose, his nose. Venna stands in the middle of the room next to the things, jars, and furniture lying on the floor. She sighs sadly, looks at the floor, rests her head on the mop and says, well, how much longer does she have to do this kind of nonsense? Venna froze in place. She opened her eyes wide with surprise, raised her eyebrows, and stares down intently. A disgruntled voice is heard. Venna overhears the conversation and hears, I wonder when that dumbass is going to disappear. There are 2 students standing near the table. The girl utters, she is shaken just by the mere sight of them. And why is the headmaster defending that dopey girl? The guy across the table supports the conversation and says, well, against her background they seem to be geniuses. The girl answers the guy, agreeing. He's right. She starts laughing. Venna, standing with her back to them, froze in place, eyes wide open. She tensely and frustratedly thinks, how rude of them. She can hear everything. A voice breaks out. Hey, trash! A blonde-haired girl walks up to Venna, throws sheets of paper in front of her, and says grudgingly, if you're done, bring everything on the list. They need to rerun the experiment because of her. Venna dumbfoundedly froze in place. Venna lowered her head, tensely looking down. Tears came to her eyes. Venna crosses her fingers of her hands in front of her and shakes. She utters, what? Why? The girl answers her. Isn't it her fault what happened? Venna turns around to leave the room and utters with resentment. Okay, she understands. Venna clenches her fist tightly with her arms stretched out along her body. She feels tension, resentment, and anger at what has happened. The guy and girl remain in place, escorting Venna with their gaze. They laugh loudly and say, did he see her face? That thing can't even say anything. She's no better than a lab rat. Venna slowly walks away from them. Venna has her head down, looking frustratedly at her hand, in which she clutches the piece of paper tightly. Streams of tears flow from Venna's eyes continuously. She feels resentment, anger, frustratedly saying, ah well, why is she always like this? Count Pierre's estate. A 3-story huge mansion stands on spacious grounds. Trees are planted in an even row around the perimeter of the grounds. There are lanterns along the paths. On the territory decorated with flowers and shrubs are fountains. Count Pierre is sitting at the head of a huge table with his hands on it. The table is set with various dishes. Count Pierre looks at the guests present at the table and says cheerfully, thank you for the journey. Count Pierre is a full man in uniform with blonde hair and a mustache. He squints his eyes and says contentedly, the chef has tried very hard to please with his dishes. Please enjoy it to the fullest and relax as you please. Raz, Armetic, and Ricky open their eyes wide and stare at the dishes. Ricky says enthusiastically, whoa! Raz keeps the conversation going. Such deliciousness, in his life he could only dream of it. Anna utters contentedly, bro, that smell is divine. She's Belle Welton looks at Count Pierre and says with a smile, thank you for taking such care. Count Pierre replies, nothing. He is only worried that such a thing would not be up to the standards of the daughter of the great Belle family. She's Belle Welton replies cheerfully, oh dear, that's more than enough. Count Pierre utters contentedly, he is pleased to hear it. The nighttime streets of Count Pierre Nesmond are quiet, not a soul in sight. The lights are out in the windows. Jamie Welton turns his head thoughtfully, standing in the night-empty street among the houses. He mentally ponders, there's nothing to see here. Maybe we should go back. If it's anywhere near here, I'm sure Ricky won't bother him. A little earlier. Jamie Welton puts his hood over his head and walks away. Behind him stands Ricky and opens his eyes wide with surprise. Ricky asks with interest, where is he going? Come on, tell me. Come on. Jamie Welton doesn't respond to the questions. Jamie raises his hand up with the bracelet on it, looking at Black, who has appeared in the air almost invisible. Jamie utters, okay. You want to enjoy a nice walk too, huh? Black squeaks approvingly. Jamie Welton's hand is frozen in midair. A bracelet is attached to his wrist. The bracelet consists of a braided base and purple stones attached to it. Attention is drawn to the bracelet, and they say, see it? Behind the wall, 2 men in uniforms with hooded cloaks on top look out. A man with a long nose and a scarred cheek scrutinizes Jamie Welton and says, that bracelet. Yes, it's an artifact. The man with the long nose says, "What a marvelous object. It shouldn't be in the possession of some punk." The man with the scar on his cheek says with a smile, "Isn't he a nobleman? I'm sure his parents gave him the bracelet without suspecting anything." The man with the long nose turns his head sharply and says with concentration and curiosity, "Do you think the headmaster will like it? He might even reward them." A snide smile appears on the man's face. He says confidently, "Yes, it's settled." Jamie Welton walks slowly through the nighttime town of Pierre Nesmond's county. A translucent black flies above Jamie, scrutinizes him in flight, and squeaks. Jamie stares thoughtfully ahead, realizing what Black is talking about, and utters, "Why?" Jamie Welton walks down the night street past houses. Jamie Welton says to Black without turning around, "Oh, I see. They're being chased by two men." Jamie Welton is followed by two men who have been watching him. A translucent black flies next to Jamie Welton and beeps questioningly. Jamie Welton looks in front of him with no emotion and says to Black, "What are you talking about?" He doesn't care at all why they came. Jamie Welton's face changes instantly. He turns his gaze to the side, straining his eyes and forehead. A snide smile appears on Jamie's face, and he says angrily to Black, but with their help, he'll get rid of his boredom. Jamie Welton and Black have climbed to the roof of the building and watch from above as the two men who were chasing them down below stand still and talk irritably amongst themselves. "Damn, I bet he went this way. At this rate, they're going to miss him." Jamie Welton and the translucent Black are standing on the roof of a building. Jamie, in an elevated mood, says ominously, "Okay, let's have some fun." Jamie raises his hand to the side and snaps two fingers. Suddenly there is a sound, and a small light emanates from the ground around the corner of the building below. A man with a long nose turns his head to the side in surprise, looking at the corner of the building, furrowing his brow and opening his mouth in surprise. The men abruptly jump up from their seats and say loudly, "This way! The guy is here! Now stop!" Jamie Welton rubs his palms together contentedly, looks ahead with a furrowed brow and says, "Come on, go on. Maybe we should have a trial." Suddenly a dark portal appears behind Jamie Welton's back, with red streams of energy traveling along the edges. Two arms extend out of the portal towards Jamie. Jamie freezes fearfully and stares in front of him. The hands from the portal reach forward behind Jamie Welton's back. A pink tail appears. Jamie feels tension and fear from the sudden appearance of the portal. Jamie turns his head, directing his gaze to the hands from the portal. A voice breaks out, "I'm sorry!" The man who is following Jamie Welton looks tensely around the corner, scrutinizing what is behind him. The man furrows his brow, mouth ajar. He says thoughtfully and surprised, The two men in trench coats who had been following Jamie Welton froze in front of the dark corner and stare intently ahead. One of them says irritably and grudgingly, "TZ, what a creep, got away." There is no one around the corner between the buildings. Jamie Welton and Venna have moved from the portal into the building room. Jamie Welton stands in front of the portal, which remains open, and pushes Venna forward. Venna promptly falls to the stone floor. Jamie Welton stares intently at Venna, pointing his hand forward, from which magical streams of energy emanate. Jamie says angrily, furrowing his brow, "How dare she? He doesn't know who she is, but she doesn't have long to live." Jamie Welton stands and watches Venna, who is sitting on the floor. Venna is on her knees, resting one hand on the stone floor, the other clenched steelingly into a fist. Venna shouts loudly and fearfully to Jamie, "Wait, please listen!" Jamie Welton stands in front of Venna and directs magical energy streams at her. He angrily says to her, not burning with desire. Venna sits on the floor on her knees, resting her hands on the floor, and stares intently at Jamie. Magical streams of energy move around Venna, wrapping around her body. The sinister energy begins to affect her. Venna wraps her arms around her head in sharp pain, tears welling up in her eyes. She screams loudly, "Kia!" Jamie Welton is frozen in place inside the building and stares intently at Venna. Jamie Welton's eyes opened wide with surprise. Jamie is puzzled and tense, mentally pondering. Dark magic. Jamie Welton watches Venna, who's sitting on the floor. The impact against the wall, after being affected by Jamie Welton's magic, left a huge dent in the wall, cracks spreading apart. Venna put her head down, sighing heavily. Jamie Welton stands in front of Venna, looking at her intently. Magical streams of energy move in front of Jamie, intersecting with each other. Jamie pronounces, "She wields dark magic. Okay, tell me what that surprise attack was." Venna sits on the floor after hitting the wall. She has her head down, streams of tears running down her cheeks. She says quietly and frustratedly, "He's too cruel." Jamie Welton, hearing this, says in surprise, "What?" Wenna has closed her eyes, tears streaming down her cheeks. She instantly raises her hand, running it down her cheek. Wenna says frustratedly, even too much. She was only trying to save him. There would be trouble if he fell into the dark mage's clutches. That's why she wanted to help. Jamie Welton rolls her eyes grudgingly and irritatedly, mouth ajar. Jamie Welton thinks back to the men who were chasing him and tensely ponders. So wait, are these two also sorcerers? Wenna sighs loudly. Wenna sits on the floor with her hands down. She squints her eyes, tears streaming out of her eyes with resentment and grief. She says, and blamed. What did she do to deserve such an attitude? She hasn't done anything. She just wants some respect. Ven is overcome with resentment and frustration. She starts screaming loudly with emotion. Why? Why does everyone hate her? Why? Why? Jamie Welton stares intently at Venna's reaction and says irritably, yeah, he gets it. He gets it. Shut up already. Wenna says in despair, this world is so cruel that it doesn't recognize any kindness. It would be better if she just left. Wenna holds the hanging knot with shaky hands. Jamie Welton aggressively says that she's already stopped this whole circus. Jamie Welton asks, is she from the same school as those guys? Is that why she saved him? By using the warp gate she stole from the school. Wenna answers, yes. His departure to the other world won't be easy if those two catch him. Wenna tensely looks at Jamie and says, even if he is a child, it would be sad if he were experimented on. But now she's confused as to whether he's really as old as Jamie looks. Jamie Welton puts a finger up and says to Wenna with a smile, sad? Oh, don't be ridiculous. She's a dark mage. That's just a guess. But Jamie Welton looks at Wenna intently, gesturing for her to pay attention to his words. Jamie Welton says menacingly, hasn't she had to take part in violent research or something similar? Wenna stares dazedly in front of her, rounding her eyes. Tears are streaming down her cheeks. She opens her mouth thoughtfully. Jamie Welton stands over Wenna and looks at her intently. Jamie says to her with a smile, waiting for an answer. And just because she saved him, she asks to see her as someone who stands on the side of justice? Wenna froze in place. She stares puzzled and tense in front of her. Her eyes are rounded and filled with tears. She stammered out Jamie's answer to the question. No, she didn't want to become a dark mage. Jamie Welton leans over Wenna, who is sitting on the floor. Jamie looks at her intently, reaching up to her head and resting his index finger on her forehead. He pronounces, don't bother making excuses. She's as much scum as they are. Jamie Welton rests his index finger on Wenna's forehead. Wenna's dazed and frightened eyes open wide, staring intently at Jamie, and she utters, stammering, no, she's not like that. She doesn't like condemning living creatures to torment. Wenna tenses and utters to Jamie Welton in despair. Can she even imagine how much pain she's in, looking at what's happening? Each time, smearing her hands in blood. It feels like cutting her heart out of her chest. Jamie Welton turns her back to Wenna, getting ready to leave. Jamie pronounces her, ah, she gets it. Listen carefully. Wenna sits on the stone floor in despair, head down and not answering Jamie Welton. Jamie Welton pronounces to Wenna, he doesn't care about this. Wenna freezes in place, dumbfounded at hearing the words from Jamie. Her eyes are wide open, streams of tears running down her cheeks, dripping down her chin. Venna's mouth is pensively ajar. Wenna stands up abruptly from the floor, clenching her fists down along her body slightly bent. She looks down and says to Jamie Welton, that's it, right? If so, goodbye. Jamie Welton turns his back and walks away. Wenna starts forward and bumps her head sharply. Her arms are up in the air. From the impact, Venna's body is pulled back, eyes wide open, teeth clenched. Wenna utters surprised and perplexed, gah! Wenna is on her knees on the floor, resting her hands on the floor. Her body is shaking. Her head is down. There is a magical glow around Wenna in an even streak. Wenna utters, what now? Jamie turns to her and asks, what do you mean, what? It's a wall. Vienna is kneeling on the floor with her hands resting on the floor. She has raised her head and is looking puzzled in front of her. A magical glow has appeared in front of Wenna. An invisible wall. Wenna mentally ponders. A magical wall. Jamie Welton stands still, watching Wenna behind the invisible wall. A snide smile appears on Jamie Welton's face. He says gloatingly to Wenna, he has many more questions. Particles of magical energy move around Jamie. Jamie Welton says sadly, and where is she in such a hurry to escape to? Wenna sits on the floor, fingers crossed, raising her arms at her chest. Wenna's body is shaking. Tears have come to her eyes. Wenna looks at Jamie and tensely utters, please have mercy. In a tiled office with a carpet on the floor, two men stand in the office talking to each other. A representative man in a suit and trench coat pulls his hands back and says, "Tombs, pies. Have you seen Vienna?" The man opposite replies, "Oh, haven't seen it." The headmaster is Garb, a man with long gray hair gathered in a ponytail at the back. Garb turns around, turning his head to the side and directing his gaze back. He says thoughtfully, laughing, "And where could she have gone?" There's not much time left until completion. At that moment, there is a harsh and irritated voice outside the window of a building with the lights in the windows turned off. What is this nonsense? Outside the window, it is deep night. Night clouds have covered the sky. Jamie Welton looks at Venna and asks her, "And these are the ones she's loyal to, right? To people like them?" Venna sits on the floor on her knees, tearfully uttering, "He wouldn't understand at all. No matter how evil they are, she's spent the pain of 10 years with them." Jamie Welton stares intently at Venna. His pupils burn with a violet light. Ominous streams of energy move around Jamie. Jamie says menacingly, "There is no other way. He will proceed with the tried and tested methods." Wenna is frozen in place, staring intently ahead. Her pupils reflect Jamie Welton's hand as it approaches her. Venna's eyes are wide open, streams of Jamie's sinister energy moving around her. Venna fearfully utters, "Black mana?" Venna stares intently at Jamie Welton's hand. Venna says fearfully, "Nonsense, how is that possible?" Jamie Welton replies, "There is no peculiar discomfort or soul-destroying feeling spoiling life from such black magic." Jamie Welton reaches out his hand with streams of sinister energy toward Venna's head. Venna lifts her head up, looking at Jamie's hand. Venna relaxes, thinking, how could black mana awaken such blissful sensations? Jamie Welton stands over Venna, holding his hand near Venna's head and channeling ominous streams of energy. Jamie utters, "If you change your mind, let him know." She understands, doesn't she? If anything goes wrong, her brain will turn to mush. Venna froze in place, feeling the ominous currents of energy affecting her. She calmly and relaxedly says to Jamie Welton, "This black mana, how did he manage it?" Jamie holds his hand up to Wenna's head and utters, "What?" Jamie holds his hand up to Wenna's head, directing ominous streams of energy at her. His hand is tense and focused. At that moment, Venna abruptly wraps her hand around Jamie's wrist and utters, "She wants to understand." Jamie Welton instantly pulls his hand away from Venna's hand, clenching his fingers. Jamie feels annoyed and displeased. He pronounces to Venus, "What is she doing? Does she think he'll let her go if she acts like this? If she doesn't want to be left without the ability to think, then." Venna stares intently at Jamie Welton. Her eyes are wide open, streams of tears rolling down her cheeks. Venna crosses her fingers and says loudly, interrupting, "Please take her as an apprentice." Jamie Welton looks at Wenna, puzzled after the words she said. Jamie feels displeased and annoyed by Venna's request. He froze in place, furrowed his eyebrows, angrily and with a surprised expression. "Huh?" Venna sits on the floor, head down obediently. Venna crosses her fingers, holding her arms against her chest. She hopefully utters to Jamie Welton, "Please take her." Jamie Welton looks intently at Venna and abruptly interrupts her. "No." Instantly, Venna grabs Jamie Welton's cloak with her hand, pulling it to her side. All around, particles of magical energy move in the air. Jamie Welton notices Venna abruptly grabbing his cloak. Venna, with a sharp movement, wraps her arms around Jamie Welton's torso, pulling him against her. Jamie Welton pulls his arms out to the sides from Wenna's abrupt movement, his body being pushed backwards. Jamie says, perplexed, "What is she doing?" Wenna hugs Jamie Welton tightly, tears flowing from her eyes. Wenna cries out pitifully, "Please." Her parents went to the other world 10 years ago because of a catastrophe, so she had to become a dark mage. There was no other choice. Wenna recounts with horror. The experiments in which living creatures are sacrificed were horrible. The guys judged her for her pity and treated her like scum. Insignificant Venna. Stupid girl. Wenna continues to narrate, but even after that didn't have the guts to run away. She knows she's a snot and a hypocrite, but help end it all now. She really wants to end it. Jamie Welton listens intently to Venna. Venna sits on the floor and stares intently at Jamie Welton. Jamie tilts his head looking at Venna. He tensely and irritably says to Venna, trying to figure out, "So, what does this have to do with learning from him?" Venna stares intently at Jamie Welton, eyes wide open. Tears have come to her eyes. Venna says hopefully to Jamie, "His dark mana. She was not created by sacrifice. She needs that kind of power." Jamie Welton stares intently at Venna. His lips are tightly closed, his face relaxed. Jamie Welton contemplates rather mentally. She was not created by sacrifice. Yes, sometimes the purest darkness can sprout into existence. Jamie Welton swiftly lowers herself to Venna, uttering above her ear, "She is wrong." And more importantly, Venna sits on the floor, frozen in place, staring intently ahead. Her eyes are wide open, her hair fluttering behind her from the air current. Jamie keeps talking. He's not burning with desire. Jamie Welton keeps his hand on Venna's forehead. Venna stares intently upward at Jamie's hand. Streams of tears flow from her wide-open eyes. She utters pitifully, "Please take me. Please." Jamie Welton stands on the roof of the tallest building in the city, the Chapel Tower, on a dark night, and stares out in front of her. Streams of wind move around, fluttering Jamie's clothes. Jamie says thoughtfully, "Apprentice." Jamie Welton recalls moments from Diablo Wolfier's past life. Diablo Wolfier's apprentice is a blonde-haired girl, wearing a white shirt with a smile on her face. The phrase in Jamie Welton's head is, "Teacher, take a look." The phrases in his head continue. "She got it first! She has created a new magic!" In front of Diablo Wolfier, a blonde-haired girl shows a piece of paper with images, holding it up with two hands. She has a joyful smile on her face. The phrases in her head continue. "Please fight us!" Moments of a past life appear in Jamie Welton's mind, showing a red-haired girl. She is screaming loudly, opening her mouth wide. The phrases in his head continue to play. "Teacher, teacher, please, go to the other world in our place." A red-haired girl stands in front of Diablo Wolfier, pointing a knife at him. Droplets of blood splattered in different directions. Jamie Welton froze in place, remembering moments of Diablo Wolfier's past life. Jamie pondered thoughtfully. According to Venna's memories, her school has over 20 students, and Principal Garb's specialty is curses. Jamie Welton stands on the roof of the chapel on a dark night with her head down, hidden in her hood. Jamie says thoughtfully, "And now, while he's been gone, I wonder how much has accumulated. It's time for a peek, isn't it?" The girl's head dips into the water, releasing air bubbles upwards. Her face is tense, veins protruding, her skin color taking on a lifeless look. Tears protrude from her open eyes, staring upward. She gasps for breath, begging for help. Two guys stand in front of a large container of liquid in which the girl's head is placed. They stare and discuss. Isn't it beautiful? They are usually begging to be sent to the other side of the world. Does the reversal of the curse affect her speech as well? Two guys talk to each other while in an office with various containers filled with various liquids and creatures. Huh? He doesn't have any more body parts left? Well, they've been doing a lot of experiments lately. Jamie Welton listening to the conversations around him, especially since they'll have a lot of new test subjects pretty soon. Sounds like they're going to have some great experiments. Jamie thinks, they've got a lot of nerve doing dark magic within the walls of the academy. Jamie Welton listens to the students talk. Experimenting on people is so cool. Everything else pales in comparison when you watch the speed and quality of the results. What's he talking about? He's doing it for laughs. No. Beside Jamie Welton in the hallway, the gleeful laughter of students erupts. Jamie Welton looks down thoughtfully, presses his lips tightly together, and tensely ponders. Now he realizes how low dark magic has fallen. Jamie Welton thinks back to Diablo Wolfier's past life and ponders. In the past, he sacrificed countless lives to defy the 12 gods, and so he has no right to judge them. Jamie Welton continues to ponder. However, what was dark magic designed for? If one doesn't delve too deep, it's obvious, to destroy the gods. A bloody knife, around which energy streams move, tears a sharp part of the image. Diablo Wolfier has abandoned his humanity and borne all sins. Diablo Wolfier lowered his head down, closing his eyes and tightly closing his lips, on his head tightly wrapped around his thorns. Around Diablo is blood and streams of energy. Jamie Welton is in the hallway of the school, staring pensively in front of him. There are ominous streams of energy emanating from Jamie. Jamie is tensely reasoning. If you want to sacrifice lives, you must be prepared for such a fate. Jamie Welton is on the school grounds with Black. There is an ominous energy flowing from Jamie. Jamie says, "Now there's something else that needs to be done." Black looks at Jamie and makes a questioning sound. Jamie Welton looks away from Black and says, "If the seeds he sowed have sprouted and turned into monsters, then I guess that's what he needs to do. He should reap them himself." Black flies next to Jamie and squeaks questioningly. In the academy, the students move freely, talking amongst themselves and spending time together. The first floor of the academy has a red carpet on the stone floor of the corridor. The second floor passage is wooden, with a wooden railing. Venna stands in place in the academy corridor, crossed her fingers of hands at her chest, closed her eyes and says worriedly and tensely, "And where did he go? We need to find him and get him out." There are particles of energy moving around Vina. Suddenly a hand grabs one of Vena's braids, clutching the braid tightly in a fist and pulls it towards her. Vena cries out frightened at the sharp, unpleasant pain. "Kia!" Vena did not expect to see a man grabbing her tightly and viciously. Vienna cries out fearfully, "Hilla!" One eye of Vena squints, the other eye looks at Hilla. Tears of pain have appeared on Vena's face. Hilla looks at her angrily and says, "Where the hell has she been that she can barely walk?" Hilla clutches the scythe tightly and pulls it towards her. Hilla holds Venu's scythe and says, "She's fast enough for a throwback. So did you do it?" Vena pulls her hands back, trying to break free of Hilla's grip, and tensely utters, "Sorry, she forgot." Hilla looks at Wena angrily and hatefully, frowning her forehead, gritting her teeth, tensing her face. Hilla clutches Vienna's braid tightly and pulls it sharply over herself. Hilla grins and says, "So you say you forgot, that's how." Hilla grips Vena's braid tightly with her fist, pulls it to her and looks intently into Vena's face. Hilla says angrily, "Hasn't she been a little too relaxed lately? Huh, Wena?" Vena tensely looks at Hilla. In the academy room, Hilla strikes Vena once again. In the academy room, the lights are dimmed. No one can be seen. The light falls on the floor in shadows. Vena makes a loud sound from Hilla's sharp and unexpected blow. "Kaya!" Hilla is standing in the academy room above Vena. The room is filled with wooden barrels and mesh grills on the walls. Hilla utters, "Does he look like a clown?" Vena sits on the floor with her hands resting on her arms and says perplexed, "Why would he do that?" Hilla spreads his fingers from which streams of energy emanate. Hilla looks at Vena angrily and hatefully, clenches her teeth in a snide smile and says, "Well, at least once you have to crush such a pathetic little bug to behave properly." Vena sits on the floor and stares intently at Hilla. Vena's eyes rounded fearfully, pupils dilated, eyebrows lowered. Vena's body is shaking with fear. Wena anxiously utters, "Stop it! Forgive her, Hilla." Hilla angrily and hatefully utters, "Shouldn't you get rid of the trash that harmed him?" Hilla stretches her fingers upward, tensing them, releasing sinister streams of energy, and uses the pain trial spell. Hilla stands over Vena, directing sinister streams of energy in her direction. Vena is on her knees, resting her elbows on the floor, crossing her fingers and saying pitifully, "Please forgive her. This is the last time. She will never forget her words again." Vena lies on the floor with her head down. Vena's eyes are closed. Tears have appeared on them. Vena's body is shaking with fear. Vena utters pitifully, "Please." Hilla's ominous streams are heading towards Vena. Suddenly, a voice is heard. "What's wrong with you, huh?" Vena lies on the floor with her head down. Vena's tear-stained eyes open abruptly wide upon hearing the voice. Hilla's ominous streams of energy are directed towards Vena. Vena froze in place, staring at the floor. Suddenly, Jamie Welton appears in front of Vena. He stands confidently in place, looking forward. Behind Jamie's back, Vena is on the floor, kneeling and resting her elbows on the floor with her fingers crossed. A surprised question rings out. "How did he get here?" Jamie Welton stands still and says in a calm voice, "Vena." Jamie Welton stares in front of him, feeling confident and empowered. Particles of magical energy move around Jamie. Jamie Welton turns his head to Vena, standing with his back to her, and calmly asks her, "Is she seriously afraid of someone like him?" Wena freezes in place, looking dumbfounded at Jamie and hesitating anxiously says, "But she is." Jamie Welton looks at Wena carefully. Jamie Welton's pupils burn a bright purple color. For a while, Jamie watches Vena. From Jamie Welton, ominous streams of energy move through space. Jamie Welton speaks seriously and menacingly to Vena. "Stand up." Wena freezes in place, looking forward frightened and dumbfounded. Wena's eyes rounded, pupils dilated. Tears came to her eyes. She silently gritted her teeth. Jamie Welton's head turned toward Wena. Jamie menacingly and seriously asks Vena, "And how much longer is she going to put up with this?" Jamie is not happy with what is happening. Particles of magical energy move around Jamie. Vena slams her hands sharply into the floor, spreading her fingers. A dent is left in the floor under her hands, cracks spreading across the floor. Wena hesitantly and thoughtfully says, answering Jamie's question, She doesn't know." Hilla grits her teeth in a snide smile and says, pointing her finger at Jamie Welton, "He doesn't know who he is, but he's clearly not smart." "No, that's even better. I didn't think Vena would bring a stranger here. Him, he'll send to the other world afterwards." Jamie Welton menacingly and seriously says to Vena, "Vena, choose." Wena froze in place. staring thoughtfully in front of her. Tears run down her cheeks, dripping down from her chin. Venna hesitantly utters, "She didn't." Hilla stares forward, focused and aggressively. His eyes are wide open, forehead furrowed, eyebrows lowered. Hilla opens his mouth wide and shouts loudly and angrily, pitching his body forward, "Go to the other world!" Instantly, Hilla thrusts his hand forward, applying a swift and powerful stream of sinister energy towards Jamie Welton and Venna. Jamie Welton stands still, watching the approaching stream of sinister energy. Venna hesitantly utters, "She doesn't want to." She then stands up abruptly, clenching her fists, shouting angrily and hatefully, "There is not the slightest desire to be part of a society that has room for people like him." A powerful release of energy emanates from Venna. Venna says confidently and loudly, "She will change." Jamie Welton looks away puzzled and stares intently, watching Venna's reaction. Jamie Welton has his mouth ajar and mentally tenses up. "Is that it?" Venna shouts confidently, "She doesn't want to live like this anymore." Hilla is frozen in place by Venna's unexpected reaction. He feels tense and perplexed. Hilla opens his mouth wide and shouts loudly, "What did she just do?" Venna turned her head, looking at her hand. She says joyfully and tensely, "Huh?" Magical fiery streams of magical energy emanated from Venna. Venna opened her eyes wide, a smile appearing on her face from the unexpected abilities in her body. Hilla stares at Venna angrily and intently, tensing her face and furrowing her brow. Hilla utters, "I don't care. He doesn't know what just happened, but she should be prepared for what will be done to her if she so much as lays a finger on him." Jamie Welton stands still, looking intently at Hilla. Jamie says seriously to Venna, "Venna, she has made the first move." Hilla stands in front of Jamie, stretching her arm forward, spreading her fingers with ominous streams of energy emanating from them. Jamie Welton stares at Hilla in a focused and aggressive manner. Jamie lowers his eyebrows, tensing his facial muscles. Jamie raises his hand in front of him, linking two fingers together. From Jamie Welton emanates ominous streams of energy forward. Hilla froze in place, looking puzzled and frightened at his hand. Hilla's eyes rounded. He clenched his teeth, feeling tense and anxious. Hilla utters, "What?" The streams of energy from Hilla's hand fade and begin to disappear. Jamie Welton turns his head to Venna, looks at her carefully and says seriously, "The first step is the hardest, but the second one won't be anymore." Ominous streams of energy move around Jamie Welton. Hilla looks fearfully and tensely at Jamie Welton. Hilla's eyes are wide open, face tense, forehead furrowed, lowering his eyebrows. He shouts loudly to Jamie, "Stop! Who is he? What's that strange mana he's got?" Jamie Welton stands still, staring calmly and focused forward. Jamie's lips are slightly ajar. Ominous streams of energy emanate from Jamie Welton, traveling through space. Jamie casts a spell, Erasure. Vienna sits on the floor, frozen in place and staring intently ahead. Her eyes are wide open, her teeth clenched. Venna has her palms crossed over her chest, clasping her hands together. She took a thoughtful deep breath, watching Jamie's ominous streams of energy. Academy Headmaster Garb abruptly stops dead in his tracks as he stands at his desk, resting his hands on his arms and directing his gaze in front of him. He says cheerfully, "At last." Garb's wide desk is littered with maps, open books, and folded textbooks. Principal Garb froze in place and stares intently ahead, feeling joy and anticipation of future changes, a smile appearing on his face. Principal Garb speaks thoughtfully, "Venna, the Valkyrie has awakened." Director Garb recalls Vienna, frightened, standing with a bloody knife in her hands. Garb tensely pronounces, "The situational conditions necessary for personality control are too excessive," and so he feared she would never wake up. Director Garb is in his office, dark night outside the window. In his hands, Garb holds a rod with a wicker smooth top. Principal Garb says curiously, so he doesn't need to be in this boring place now either. Valkyrie's power is now his. In the academy room, Venna sits on the floor on her knees, joining the palms of her hands in front of her at her chest. Jamie Welton turns around to her and looks at her intently. Jamie Welton says calmly, "Venna." Venna sits on the floor, kneeling in front of Jamie Welton, joining the palms of her hands in front of her at her chest. Venna squeezes her eyes tightly shut, feeling tense and anxious. Venna says pitifully and guiltily, "Forgive her." Jamie Welton watches Venna, feeling annoyed and stressed by Venna's behavior. Jamie rolled his eyes and opened his mouth. Jamie Welton utters surprised. "And why is someone so timid of Valkyrie?" A Valkyrie is a high-ranking angel known as a battle angel. Their immense power is enough to battle the gods. However, this led to their extinction. Fortunately, they managed to avoid extinction and hid in places beyond the reach of the 12 gods. Jamie Welton mentally pondered. This must be the work of that garb. To make her easier to handle, he suppressed her personality for a long time. Venna says fearfully and anxiously, "What's his look? What has she done wrong?" Jamie Welton carefully observes Wenna, who is standing in front of him. Jamie tensely thinks, the Valkyries are a race of terribly unruly creatures. This must have been done so that she could be easily restrained upon awakening. Venna looks at Jamie, watching his reaction carefully. She says to Jamie anxiously and puzzled, "She doesn't understand what's wrong, but I'm sorry." Jamie turns his head sharply toward Venna and says irritably, "He doesn't like it." Venna anxiously turns her head to the side. Venna utters, "Red alert!" They must have realized he's an intruder. Jamie Welton looks at Venna and replies, "He has the name Jamie. Either way, he's not the one they caught." Venna turns around and stares dumbfounded in front of her, eyes wide with surprise. She says in surprise, "Huh?" A voice booms out loud. "A mission for everyone. Bring Venu to him. Permission to do some minor damage." Venna, dumbfounded and worriedly, lifts her head up, listening to Principal Garb's loud voice. Venna tensely utters, "Principal, what is he for?" Jamie Welton stands nearby, looking ahead and pensively pondering. He knew it. The students of the academy abruptly begin a quick movement from their seats, heading out to find Wenna in order to bring Wenna to Principal Garb. The students move around the corridor. One of the disciples indicates the movement by pointing his hand to the side. A student with dark curly hair that falls over his face opens his mouth wide and yells loudly, trying to alert the others. He heard something. A student stands still in the academy hallway, eyes rounded. Jamie Welton asks Venna seriously, "So, what is she going to do now?" Venna froze in place, her eyes downcast, remembering all the difficulties of being at the academy. Tears, resentment, forgiveness, and disappointment. He said thoughtfully, "She." Venna cries out sharply and loudly, opening her mouth wide. She is different now. Tears have come to her wide-open eyes from the emotions overtaking her. She feels tension, hatred, and anger. Fiery streams of energy emanate from Venna. Jamie Welton turns his head slightly, directing his gaze to Wenna, and calmly says, "Yes, that's right." Jamie Welton is focused and calm, not making any unnecessary movements. Around Jamie, particles of energy move in the air. In the academy room, particles of energy begin to hover in the air. Magical streams of energy move, swirling from bottom to top before entering the room. Bright light emanates from the magical energy streams. Jamie Welton and Venna stand in the academy room, looking forward. The magical energy streams that Jamie Welton is channeling swirl in the air, heading forward. Venna utters a surprised expression. "Wow!" Jamie Welton extends his hand in front of him, directing magical streams of energy from his fingers. Jamie turns his head towards Venna, shifting his gaze to her, and calmly says, "He told you, didn't he?" Jamie Welton says seriously to Venna, "The second step won't be as difficult." Jamie Welton stands confidently in place and stares forward with a focused gaze, directing magical energy flows. An apprentice appears from around the corner, running swiftly forward. Jamie Welton and Venna stand together in the academy room. Across from them, the academy students have appeared and want to deliver Venna to Principal Garb. Angry voices of the students are heard. "She dares to resist? Get over here now! Wenna!" Opposite Jamie Welton and Wenna stands a student with dark curly hair. He opens his mouth wide and starts shouting loudly and angrily, "V!" He is interrupted by a magical ball that surrounds the apprentice's head. An ominous energy moves around. Jamie Welton stares forward in concentration, tense and surprised. He utters, "TZ, she's been brainwashed." Venna interjects, puzzled. "Brainwashed?" Jamie Welton raises 2 fingers up, from which a magical light emanates. Suddenly, the 2 students promptly fall down. Jamie Welton and Venna watch this happen. Jamie makes no reaction. Venna stares ahead, puzzled. There are ominous streams of energy emanating around the 2 falling students. Jamie Welton utters, pointing to the curly-haired student, "She has no will of her own." Perhaps long ago, she was the principal's errand girl. A girl with no signs of life, blood dripping from her eyes, red-black streams coming from her ears. Wenna, hearing Jamie Welton's words, lowered her head and looked down thoughtfully. She froze in place, puzzled by this information, and utters, frustratedly stammering, "Means." Venna is immersed in thought. Venna utters, reasoning, "That's right. The way they treated her was ordered by the headmaster." Headmaster Garb is contentedly, with a gloating smile focused forward, crossing his fingers of his hands near his chin. One by one, the students of the academy begin to use spells and direct them towards Venna. The student crosses his arms at his chest. A projection appears in front of him. The disciples recite, "Curse of stiffness, the curse of migraine, curse of vomiting." One by one, the academy students begin to use the spells and point them towards Venna. A student crosses his fingers of his hands in front of him. A projection appears in front of him. The disciples utter, "Sneeze curse." Jamie Welton instantly uses the spell, returning curses. The students in front of him who are using the curses to attack Venu begin to sneeze loudly, vomiting on the floor, their bodies shaking with discomfort. Jamie Welton turns his head to the side, directing his gaze back at Venu. Jamie says to Venna in a serious and focused voice, "Pull yourself together." Venna is behind Jamie's back, sitting on the floor on her knees, folding her arms in front of her and lowering her head worriedly. Jamie Welton stands confidently and looks forward. Behind Jamie Welton's back, Wenna sits on the floor on her knees, clasping her hands to her chest. She has her head down, thoughtfully and uncertainly saying to Jamie, "But she is so." Venna lowered her head, directing an embittered gaze in front of her. Her eyes rounded, tears welling up in them. Wenna gritted her teeth tensely, lowered her eyebrows menacingly, and uttered, "Angry!" She had to endure all this for so long without realizing anything. Jamie Welton turns his head toward Wenna, shifting his gaze back. Jamie says with a smile, "Really?" Then, Jamie Welton mentally tenses up. Her true nature is slowly beginning to show. Jamie Welton stretches his leg forward and pushes Venna forward with a sharp movement, saying sadly to her, "Go and fight!" Venna looks forward in surprise and puzzlement, opening her eyes wide and saying, "Gah!" With a sharp movement of his foot, Jamie Welton directs Venna forward towards the academy students who are frozen in place, waiting to attack Venna. Venna fearfully and puzzledly utters, "Wait!" Venna turns her head towards Jamie Welton during her swift movement. Her eyes are wide open. Tears have appeared on them. Venna tensely and anxiously utters to Jamie, opening her mouth wide, she doesn't know. Venna doesn't know how to fight. Venna stopped in front of an academy student who has his legs spread wide, both hands raised and his index finger pointing upwards, from which a bright magical light emanates. Venna half-turned around in a puzzled manner. The academy student in front of whom Venna is standing raises his hands up. Ominous streams of energy move around him. The disciple angrily gritted his teeth while opening his mouth. His aggressive and malicious gaze is directed at Venna. Venna froze in place in front of the academy disciple who intends to direct magical energy streams at her. She looks at him in a puzzled and frightened manner with her eyes wide open. Tears have appeared in her eyes. Her mouth is slightly ajar. The academy disciple stares angrily forward, extending his arm in front of him, holding it with his other hand. From the arm, the student directs sinister streams of energy, which Venna begins to dodge, arching her body backwards. Venna arches her body backward, dodging the magical strike by the ominous stream of energy that is rapidly traveling above her. Venna looks up in surprise intensely and utters, "Did she manage to dodge?" Behind Venna's back, as she dodges one blow aimed in her direction, the next academy student extends his arm forward using projection and utters loudly in an angry voice, "Toothache curse." Venna notices the academy student in motion, directing the toothache curse at her. She turns her head in his direction and looks at him fearfully and tensely, eyes wide open. Venna utters, "N." In a move, Venna abruptly wraps her two hands around the academy student's arm around her wrist, squeezing it tightly. The hand of the student who channeled the toothache curse is stretched forward, fingers tense and pointed to the sides, bending slightly. Venna throws aside the academy student who channeled the toothache curse with a sharp movement. Her arms stretched forward, releasing the arm around her. Venna squinted her eyes, lowered her head, and shouts loudly, "No!" The academy disciple who was directing the toothache curse at Venna swiftly flies forward from Venna, who threw him away. His body instantly powerfully hit the obstacle with his back. His body weakened from the impact, his head slumped downwards. Venna's eyes opened wide in surprise, not expecting himself to have such abilities. Venna stares forward intently, feeling tense and anxious. She opens her mouth wide and says in joyful surprise, "Huh?" Jamie Welton directs streams of sinister energy forward, from which a bright purple light emanates. Jamie turns her head towards Venna and shouts loudly to her, "This is her power, Venna. Believe in yourself and fight." The next academy students who are about to strike Venna stand aside. One of them extends a finger and angrily says, "Thinks one brute force is enough? Will she still remain nothing but a pathetic Venna?" Venna froze in place and looks puzzled at the academy student who points his finger in her direction and directs the blindness curse at her. Around Venna, fiery streams of energy move in space. Venna abruptly snaps out of her seat and begins to rush forward. Her feet forcefully push off the floor, picking up speed. Venna tensely and anxiously ponders, not realizing what is happening to her. Her body is going where she wants it to go. The two academy students froze in place, raising their heads and watching Venna intently. Venna took a light and sharp leap upwards, flying over their heads. They discuss amongst themselves. When is she? What? Defend yourself. Venna tensed and wondered, as if it didn't belong to her at all. Venna lands on the floor, heading resolutely forward with her head down. Falling past her are the Academy students whom she struck momentarily. Jamie Welton stands still, turning her head towards the remaining unhurt Academy students, looking at them intently. Jamie Welton is calm and focused. He utters, "That part is done with. What are you guys going to do?" Jamie Welton stands confidently and looks at the remaining students of the Academy. There are ominous streams of energy moving around Jamie. He says, "It looks like you finally realized the difference in power. It's not just newbies like them here, is it?" Jamie Welton stands still, emitting ominous streams of energy from himself in different directions. His face is covered by a hood. He says seriously, "Well, that's not the point." He has long since agreed to harvest all the crops he has sown. Jamie calls out to Black. Above the Academy, students who were left untouched by Venna in the air hovered Black, spreading his wings and making a loud sound. Eek! The Academy students lifted their heads up, tensing and glaring angrily at Black, clenching their teeth. Jamie Welton stands still, squinting his eyes contentedly and smiling widely. Jamie raises his hands in front of him and asks Black, "Is he done tagging all the newcomers?" There are particles of energy moving around Jamie. Black is in the air with his eye down and looking at the projection appearing in front of him. Black's tail is bent, and the arrow on the end is heading towards the projection. The projection in front of Black as a target glows brightly with purple light. The students of the Academy stand puzzled on the spot. The same projection as the one in front of Black has appeared on their chests. They look down questioningly, not understanding what's going on, gritted teeth, hands raised in front of them. Jamie Welton stared forward with a concentrated look. Jamie's eyes narrowed, teeth clenched, a wicked smile on his face. Jamie's eyes burn with a bright purple light. Jamie puts his palms together around his chin and says, "Since that's the case, let's start the reaping." Jamie Welton casts a spell. Violet Riot. From top to bottom, magical streaks begin to crumble, piercing the space and the students. The students begin to cover their heads with their hands in panic, screaming in panic at the pain. Jamie Welton stands in the middle of the room with Venna. Jamie observes what happened after the spell was used. All around Jamie and Venna lie the bloody bodies of students with no signs of life. Jamie Welton does not turn his head towards Venna and stares calmly ahead. His head is covered by a hood covering his face. Venna freezes in place and looks at Jamie puzzled, saying thoughtfully, Her eyes are wide open. Suddenly a voice is heard, menacingly saying, "What is this? All his children have been sent to the other world." In the room of the Academy where Jamie Welton and Venna are located, a sharp blow with force with a wand is heard against the floor. The rod is blue in color with an iron tip. In the room of the Academy where Jamie Welton and Venna are, the headmaster of the Garb School appears. In his hands, he clutches the rod tightly. Headmaster Garb stares forward concentratedly and utters quite, "It's a pleasure to meet you. He is the owner of this place, Garb." Principal Garb stands in front of Jamie Welton and says contentedly, squinting his eyes, "Judging by his skills, his looks are deceiving, aren't they? Or does he have some sort of chronic illness?" Jamie Welton replies, "What if that's true?" Principal Garb squints his eyes and says thoughtfully with a smile, I see. So that's the role." Principal Garb's long gray hair is pulled back into a ponytail and tied with a blue bow. He holds a staff in front of him. Jamie Welton looks at Principal Garb carefully. Jamie Welton's eyebrows are furrowed, and a snide smile appears on his face. Jamie tensely mentally ponders, "A role?" There are particles of energy moving around Jamie. Principal Garb looks at Jamie Welton and says to him, "Since he's so powerful, how about working for him?" Jamie Welton listens intently to Principal Garb and answers him, "What can he offer him?" Principal Garb looks at Jamie Welton intently, squinting his eyes slightly. His face is tense and his forehead is furrowed. Principal Garb replies to Jamie Welton, "Well, he has a plan. If he succeeds in it, then..." Director Garb goes on to say, "It wouldn't be hard to destroy an entire nation." Jamie Welton says thoughtfully, "Really?" Jamie shifts his gaze to Venna, who is standing behind him. Venna is frozen in place, staring ahead puzzled. Jamie Welton looks closely at Director Garb and asks him, "Does he have any special methods?" Jamie Welton feels tension and disdain for Director Garb. There are particles of energy moving around Jamie. Principal Garb stands in front of Jamie Welton and Vienna, surrounded by the bloody, lifeless bodies of the Academy students. Principal Garb says disgruntledly, addressing Jamie. He's greedy enough, and they haven't even had a chance to shake hands. Jamie Welton tensely looks at Principal Garb, frowning his forehead. Jamie mentally ponders irritably. This is all for the sake of a nation. Jamie Welton says back to Principal Garb, nah, he's not interested. Principal Garb looks at Jamie Welton carefully. A snide smile has appeared on his face. His face is tense. Principal Garb utters with a smirk, what a pity. Director Garb shows calmness and dislike. Wenna opens her mouth wide and shouts loudly to Director Garb, Director! Why did you order them all to bring her to him? Wenna's eyes are wide open and tears have appeared in her eyes. She is feeling angry and confused. Director Garb responds admiringly to Wenna. Oh, she's incredible. She has an inconceivable amount of life force. Venna looks forward anxiously. She crosses her fingers in front of her chest. Around Venna are fiery streams of energy. She utters, Director? Director Garb has closed his eyes, lowering his head down. He utters to Venna, Right, she wants to know, right? Director Garb thoughtfully continues to say, All right, Venna, there are particles of energy moving around Principal Garb. Principal Garb angrily utters to Venna. He wanted to collect the fruits of his endeavors after her awakening. Venna froze in place, staring dumbfoundedly ahead. Her eyes rounded with tension and anxiety, her fingers crossed in front of her chest. Principal Garb tells Wenna, Does she have any idea how many problems he had when she fell on his shoulders? Principal Garb remembers Venna as a child. He carries her in his arms on the school grounds. Wenna is unconscious. Principal Garb looks at Wenna in his arms in exasperation. Principal Garb tells Wenna it took a lot of effort to suppress her true nature, and how she will awaken in the form she wished to see her in. Principal Garb stands in the middle of the school premises, surrounded by the bloody, lifeless bodies of the school's students. Principal Garb has lowered his hands, holding his staff in his hands, and says loudly, He created this school for her personally. Wenna listens to Principal Garb and stares at him sparingly. She says to him pitifully, resentfully, every time they bullied her, he came to comfort her. Venna tensely lowers her eyebrows. Streams of fiery energy moved around her. Venna lowered her head frustratedly, streams of tears pouring down her cheeks. Streams of fiery energy move around her. Venna says thoughtfully, but now that he remembers it, he never stopped them. Principal Garb turns his head, pitching forward and looking intently at Venna. He says to her with a smile, and once she was stripped of her essence, shivering with fear and hiding in corners, he was beyond happy. Venna sits on the floor on her knees with her hands down. Her head is lowered down. Venna, sinking into her thoughts, utters a few times, Ah. Streams of fiery energy begin to move rapidly around Venna, lifting her hair and clothes in the air. Director Garb, watching Venna, waves his hand, pointing it forward, palm up. Director Garb utters, and now she has just awakened from the anger he has nurtured in her for the past 10 years. Venna sits on the floor on her knees with her hands and head down. Venna is silently frozen in place. Around Venna, fiery and ominous streams of energy begin to move in the air, rising upwards. Principal Garb utters in a puzzled manner, Huh. Venna raises her head, her detached gaze directed upwards. Tears have appeared in her slightly ajar eyes. Currents of air develop her hair. Venna opens her mouth and relaxedly utters, Ah. Venna does not show any emotion. Venna falls to the floor without strength. Venna's relaxed body lies unconscious on the floor. Her legs are slightly tucked up, her hands lying together in front of her face. Around Venna, particles of energy move in the air. Venna's mouth is ajar. Jamie Welton looks at Principal Garb. Jamie's head is hooded, covering her face. Jamie Welton utters, So that's how it really was. Behind Jamie Welton's back, an unconscious Ven lies on the floor. Jamie Welton looks intently at Principal Garb. A smile appears on Jamie's face. Jamie asks with interest in Director Garb, But now what? He just erased all the anger directed at him. Principal Garb answers Jamie Welton incredulously and tensely, Bullshit. You can't get rid of something like that easily. Principal Garb furrows his brow in bewilderment and tension. Jamie Welton gloatingly replies, No. Jamie Welton looks ahead gloatingly and replies to Principal Garb, He has no idea how easy it is. A smile appears on Jamie's face. Jamie feels his power and superiority. There are particles of energy moving around Jamie. Jamie Welton looks at Principal Garb calmly and relaxed and says, Ah, yes, it might seem impossible to him, because no matter how hard he tries, he's still just a pathetic piece of shit who hasn't reached the 7th rank, right? Principal Garb, after hearing the words from Jamie Welton, shouts loudly, insulting Jamie. With raging anger and aggression, he strains his face, narrowing his eyes and lowering his eyebrows, channeling his strength into shouting. Fiery discharges of energy emanated from Principal Garb. Dark Magician Garb couldn't reach the 7th rank. If anyone brought it up in any way, Director Garb would immediately deal with them. Principal Garb is frustrated and saddened, looking forward at the ajar doors. Having held the title of Master of Curses, having risen to the top in the study of the dark arts, a wall has appeared in front of him, leaving him stuck at rank 6. Principal Garb is kneeling, staring intently at the bright light from the ajar doors. Principal Garb, after hearing the words from Jamie Welton, shouts loudly, "How are you?" With raging anger and aggression, strains his face, narrowing his eyes and lowering his eyebrows, channeling his strength into screaming. Fiery discharges of energy emanate from Principal Garb. Principal Garb instantly strikes his staff with force, gripping it tightly with his hand, clenching his fist. The principal nervously and angrily shouts to Jamie Welton, "His suffering will last forever." Principal Garb intends to throw a punch at Jamie Welton. Principal Garb points his hand forward, holding the rod in it. The rod begins to burn with a bright fiery light, fiery streams of energy moving through the air from it. Principal Garb says angrily, and despair will not leave him. Principal Garb directs a spell at Jamie Welton. Burning Snake Hydra. A fiery snake begins to coil around Jamie, coiling around his body and squeezing him tightly. Ominous fiery streams of energy move around. Jamie is puzzled and surprised. Principal Garb looks down thoughtfully, tensing his facial muscles. He is in a large, spacious room in shades of green with columns. Around Director Garb are containers in multicolored shades, various glowing elements. Principal Garb sits in the spacious room on a chair with his hands on the table and his head down thoughtfully. There is a long green table with various colored containers spread out on it. In front of Principal Garb, a creature stands at the table and speaks. "Dean." In front of Principal Garb stands a creature with various images of eyes arranged chaotically across its body. The creature speaks thoughtfully to Director Garb, directing its gaze at him. This time they need new test subjects for the new drug. The creature thoughtfully and calmly replies to Director Garb, "Thank you very much." Director Garb looks closely at the creature standing before him and says thoughtfully, "Interesting." He crosses his arms, resting his elbows on the desk. Director Garb wraps both hands around his staff and slams it to the floor in a sharp motion. Director Garb lowered his head in concentration and squinted his eyes. Streams of ominous energy spread around Principal Garb. Jamie Welton looks at Principal Garb with a concentrated gaze. A caustic smile appears on his face. Jamie Welton pronounces to Principal Garb, "And he is cruel. It must be like the savage pain of having his skull cracked open." Principal Garbu furrows his brow, lowers his eyebrows, and stares menacingly and intently at Jamie Welton. Principal Garb holds his staff in front of him and answers Jamie Welton. Despite his appearance, he is a master of curses. Jamie Welton opens his eyes wide and stares intently at Principal Garb. Jamie Welton raises his hand above him, focusing an ominous stream of energy under his palm. Jamie says angrily, "So be it," but he shouldn't let his guard down. Director Garb stands focused, head down, immersed in his thoughts and feeling his power. He wraps both hands around the staff that stands on the floor. All around Principal Garb is pitch blackness. Principal Garb says to Jamie Welton, "Pretty funny and very interesting. Who would have thought he would fall victim to mental magic? More. Show him more." Principal Garb stands surrounded by ominous streams of energy. Jamie Welton responds ominously to Principal Garb. Well, how could he not? Principal Garb freezes in place, lifts his head up, and watches as a bright glowing eye opens above his head out of the darkness. A blinding light emanates from the pupil. Director Garb looks down intently, squinting his eyes slightly. He says thoughtfully, He has a gloating smile on his face. Streams of sinister energy emanate from Principal Garb's hand, and a projection in the form of a target appeared on his hand. Principal Garb froze in place. He lowered his head thoughtfully and calmly, leaning his forehead against the staff. Director Garb squinted his eyes and closed his lips tightly, tensing his facial muscles, trying to focus without reacting to outside stimuli. Jamie Welton watches Director Garb closely. Jamie Welton mentally ponders, "I wonder if he is trying to show by his actions that he can influence his own mind. His skills are impressive, but they are completely useless." Jamie Welton instantly raises his hand, pointing his index finger upwards. Jamie looks forward, ominous streams of energy rapidly starting to move. Jamie Welton casts a spell, the Curse of the Dark Spear. Principal Garb stands centered in place with both hands clasping the staff in front of him. Toward Principal Garb, Jamie Welton's sinister streams of energy are swiftly channeled to strike. Principal Garb's cloak develops from the movement. Principal Garb stands focused in place, waiting for the ominous streams of energy directed by Jamie Welton to approach. Director Garb calmly and angrily utters, "This is enough." In front of his face, Principal Garb holds up his wand. Suddenly, the ominous streams of energy that were rushing towards Principal Garb change their trajectory and instantly pierce through Jamie Welton's body. A spray of blood erupted from his back, his body falling backwards. Jamie Welton hangs onto the ominous streams of energy piercing his body and sighs heavily. Jamie looks up puzzled and anxious, his gaze frozen on one point. Jamie tensely ponders, a counter curse. That's hard enough dark magic. Jamie Welton's arms relax and hang loosely down along his body, dropping down sharply. Jamie Welton's fingers are slightly bent, not moving. Particles of magical energy move around Jamie Welton's hand. Principal Garb stands in front of Jamie Welton, looking at him intently, bringing his hand up to Jamie's chin. Principal Garb utters, "And he's holding up pretty well." However, he managed to get out of the abyss Jamie created quite easily. Principal Garb looks at Jamie Welton, feeling his strength and confidence. Principal Garb angrily and arrogantly says to Jamie Welton with a smile on his face, gritting his teeth, and now he will completely destroy his mind. Principal Garb's staff begins to release fiery, ominous streams of energy that begin to spread through space. Principal Garb points the rod towards Jamie Welton and utters, "The aesthetics of slowness." Jamie Welton stands still with his gaze downward. Jamie's gaze is detached and languid. Jamie Welton's mouth is ajar, streams of blood flowing from it. There are particles of magical energy moving around Jamie. Principal Garb stares at Jamie Welton with an embittered look. His eyebrows are furrowed and his teeth are clenched. Principal Garb utters, "From now on, he will live an eternity in a single instant. 1 second will become 1/10 of a second, then 100th, and after that, 1,000th. What kind of experience will a person have? An increase in all the powers of perception. Being in a state where it seems to him that nothing will ever end. Will he be able to cope with even 1 second that lasts indefinitely?" Director Garb points a rod of fiery streams of energy towards Jamie Welton. He grins evilly as he says, "This is the best thing that was ever created by him. There may have been a gulf between ranks before, but—" Jamie Welton interrupts Garb and says angrily, "But what, huh?" Jamie Welton stares forward intently, his pupils burning with a purple light. In front of Jamie's face, Principal Garb holds up a rod with streams of fiery energy. Principal Garb stares forward dumbfounded, not understanding how this could have happened. His forehead is furrowed, his eyebrows lowered. He is tense and perplexed. Principal Garb utters, "Hey? How?" Jamie Welton swiftly points his hand forward. Jamie Welton swiftly moves towards Director Garb and knocks him down, his hand resting on his face. Principal Garb stretches his arms forward in surprise, unable to fight back or realize what is happening. Jamie Welton turns his head to the side and stares intently, mouth ajar. Jamie Welton's face is tense, eyebrows furrowed and lowered. Jamie, being in motion, casts a spell. Explosion. Jamie Welton instantly created a projection in front of him, which threw Principal Garb backwards with a powerful blow. Principal Garb moves swiftly, moving away from Jamie. Jamie stands in front of the projection, waving his arm. Director Garb is swiftly moved backwards by Jamie Welton's powerful blow. He opens his mouth wide and utters a loud thud, choking on blood. Blood spurts from his mouth, discharges of energy traveling around him. Jamie Welton extends his hand out in front of him, flexing his fingers. A bright fiery light emerges from his palm, sending discharges of energy into space. Jamie Welton says in a focused and menacing voice, "Hopefully it's strong enough." Principal Garb, in a swift motion from the blow delivered by Jamie Welton, lifts his head up, opening his mouth wide and shouting tensely and perplexed, How was he able to break his curse?" Principal Garb's face is stained in blood. Jamie Welton pronounces to Principal Garb, "Well, he's made up his mind now, hasn't he?" Jamie uses spells, Magic Arrow, Stone Crusher, Stone Wall, Chain Whip, Spark Bomb. Jamie glares menacingly at Principal Garb. A powerful stream of magic along with ominous streams of energy rush forward. Jamie Welton voiced spells are sent towards Principal Garb for a powerful strike. Principal Garb lies on the floor with his arms and legs stretched out straight. Beneath him is a huge dent in the floor from the powerful strike. Principal Garb lies unmoving. Jamie Welton walks over to him and watches him closely. Principal Garb lies motionless on the floor, exhausted. His gaze is upward, his eyes slightly ajar. There are drops of blood running down his face, abrasions from the blow. Director Garb utters exhaustedly, "How did he free himself from the aesthetics of slowness?" Jamie Welton points to his hand and utters angrily, "He has an artifact of absolute immunity." Director Garb lies on the floor, unmoving. Director Garb shifts his gaze to Jamie Welton's hand to see the artifact. Jamie Welton bends his hand in front of him, flexing his fingers slightly and turning his hand to reveal the artifact. The stone of the bracelet glows brightly on his wrist. Jamie Welton says gloatingly, "Perfect cage." Director Garb stares intently at the artifact on Jamie Welton's hand, feeling tense, anxious, and frightened. Principal Garb says thoughtfully and gravely, "Absolute immunity. How could something like that even exist?" Jamie Welton lowers his head down and looks at Principal Garb intently. A smile appears on his face. Jamie Welton calmly and confidently says to Director Garb, "The world has never been known for logic." Principal Garb lies motionless on the floor on the rubble of the floor. There are multiple abrasions on his face, blood dripping from his mouth. Principal Garb looks up and says wistfully, "Damn, he was the ruler of this world." Jamie Welton kicks Principal Garb in the chest with a sharp kick and says menacingly, "This is stupid." Principal Garb lies on the floor and from the momentary pain his body rises slightly, making a loud noise. Jamie Welton stands over Principal Garb with his head down. He stares at him with an embittered look and says, "Did he really think he would go to the other side of the world just like that? Well, no." Jamie Welton stands on Director Garbom, resting his foot against his side. Jamie Welton speaks, "The door of rebellion against the divine." Given the sins committed out of his own greed, being the one who sowed the seeds, Jamie is destined to reap them. Jamie Welton continues to speak angrily to Principal Garb. He will continue to exist as a sinner, unable to live normally or go to the other world. The gates open, sinister streams of energy surge forward into infinity. Jamie Welton continues to angrily tell Director Garb, though every moment he will have a savage urge to give up the ends. Principal Garb's bloody arm is encircled momentarily by magical chains, wrapping around his wrist. Jamie Welton continues to angrily tell Principal Garb, he will become a creature unable to go to the other world. Principal Garb's bloody leg is encircled momentarily by magical chains, wrapping around several times. Jamie Welton continues to angrily tell Principal Garb, he has the fate of becoming his servant, who will follow his every order. Around Principal Garb's neck, magical chains are wrapped around his neck momentarily. He looks away fearfully and tensely. Jamie Welton stands over Principal Garb in the middle of an empty room of the academy. A soul emerges from Principal Garb's body lying on the floor, bound neck and arm by magical chains that pull it to the side. Principal Garb lies on the floor and stares intently at the soul emerging from his body. Principal Garb shifts his gaze to the side. He feels anxious, fearful, and confused. Principal Garb tensely utters, "His soul." Principal Garb's soul has lowered its head with sadness and sorrow and looks down at Principal Garb's body. Drool drips from the soul's open mouth and drips down its chin. A faint light emanates from the soul. Particles of energy move through the air. Jamie Welton angrily utters, "Serve him forever." Principal Garb looks fearfully at Jamie Welton. Tears are streaming from his eyes. Principal Garb tensely and anxiously ponders, "No, he can't die like this. At least let his soul rest in peace." Jamie Welton looks at Principal Garb with a focused look and says menacingly, "His name from now on." There is a brief pause. Jamie Welton raised his hand in front of him, pointing 2 fingers upwards and releasing ominous streams of energy. Jamie Welton, after a brief pause, utters, "Nebro, from now and forever." Principal Gaber's soul walks away from Principal Gaber's body, and Jamie Welton, who remains behind her. Soul frustratedly puts her head down and looks down. Principal Garb, now referred to as Nebro, tensely and anxiously cries out, "No!" She watches his soul leave behind the ajar doors. The soul stares thoughtfully ahead. Jamie Welton's ominous streams of energy move through space. In the academy room stand Jamie Welton and Nebro, who stands nearby on a large crack in the floor. Away from them on the floor lies Venna unconscious. Nebro is wearing a cloak, with a long hood pulled over his head. Venna lies on the floor and slowly begins to come to her senses. Her eyes are slightly ajar. Venna directs her gaze upwards, not realizing what is going on around her. She says in a puzzled and confused manner, "Huh?" Venna has raised herself to her knees, resting her hands on the floor. She looks ahead at Jamie Welton and Nebro, shouting loudly and tensely, "Dean?" Jamie Welton stands still, unresponsive. Nebro stands next to him. Jamie Welton looks at Nebro calmly and carefully and says, "Since he is his servant, introduce yourself properly." Jamie opens his mouth slightly. Around Jamie Welton, particles of magical energy move in the air. Nebro stands in front of Jamie Welton, and an ominous voice booms out, "Greetings to the greatest. His name is Nebro. He's the first lich he has created." A skeleton stands in front of Jamie Welton, wearing a cloak with a hood. Jamie Welton turns his head to Venna and asks her, "How is she feeling?" Remember, these are the words of the man who gave her 10 years of hell. Venna freezes in place and stares intently ahead. Standing next to Jamie is Nebro. Venna lowers her head thoughtfully, directing her gaze downward. Venna is silent for a while, after which she answers Jamie Welton. She doesn't know. Wenna experiences emptiness, confusion, and confusion after waking up. Jamie Welton looks at Wenna and asks her, what will she do now? Wenna stands across from Jamie and says thoughtfully, to be honest, she has no idea. Behind Jamie's back, Nebro abruptly disappeared. Wenna rounded her eyes, crossed her fingers of her hands in front of her, tensely and pitifully shouting to Jamie Welton, please take her as your apprentice. Jamie Welton abruptly interrupts her and replies seriously, no. Wenna looks at Jamie Welton carefully. Tears have come to her eyes. She lowers her eyebrows, opens her eyes wide. Wenna feels tense, desperate, and depressed. She shouts loudly to Jamie Welton, huh? But why? Jamie Welton turns his head, looks intently at Venna, and calmly answers her, because she is a Valkyrie. Particles of magical energy move around Jamie Welton. Jamie feels regret. Jamie Welton tells Wenna, Valkyries are an ancient race of angels. Jamie Welton recalls his past life in the body of Diablo Wolfer. Diablo Wolfer stands still and has his head up thoughtfully, gazing intently. Jamie Welton continues to tell Venna about the Valkyries. They are brave, never backing down, and they fight to prove a point. Sadly, the race was once extinct. Diablo Wolfer stands before a dragon. Above him, a girl hovers in the air. Jamie Welton looks down and says, but he can't imagine how their blood has survived to this day. Jamie Welton suggested that Venna might be the last of her kind. Venna cries out desperately and indignantly to Jamie Welton from her overwhelming emotions. And how is her ancestry preventing her from becoming his apprentice? Wenna clamped her eyes tightly shut, on which tears protruded. Jamie Welton calmly looks at Venna, answering, that fact. Jamie Welton calmly replies, that Valkyries cannot use magic. Venna dumbfoundedly froze in place after hearing Jamie's words, her eyes rounded, her eyebrows raised. Venna stares intently ahead. Jamie Welton turns his back to Venna and says tensely, it won't do any good if he takes it upon himself to train her. Venna stands behind Jamie's back, looking out and utters devastated, huh? Really? Really? A white carriage pulled by 2 horses moves swiftly through the woods on a dirt road. Around the carriage, in front and behind, move riders, accompanying the carriage on its journey. It is sunny, clear weather. In the carriage, Anna and Sarah Welton are doting and squinting their eyes at the carriage in front of them. Sarah says admiringly and joyfully, wow, that's so cute. It's pink. Vi, Anna interjects joyfully, excitedly. Really? It can touch? Sarah Welton and Anna look ahead, sighing enthusiastically. In front of them in the carriage, a squirrel stands on the back of the seat, eyes bulging and looking fearfully at Sarah and Anna. Her body shaking with fear, she stammered out, Master! Jamie Welton watches with a smile on her face as Anna and Sarah Welton stretch the squirrel, grimacing. The squirrel tensely and irritably utters, be thankful he knows how to use dark magic. Otherwise there would be no chance at all. Anna and Sarah Welton stretch the squirrel in different directions. The squirrel is puzzled and tensely rounded his eyes, finding himself puzzled by what is happening. The squirrel utters to Jamie Welton, sir, please save her. Jamie Welton sits at the window, resting his head on his arm. He has closed his eyes peacefully and quietly, not reacting to the squirrel's request. Jamie Welton says contentedly with a smile on his face, what beautiful weather. The carriage moves swiftly through the wooded area on a dirt road. There are sudden and loud movements and noises in the carriage. A squirrel shouts loudly and pitifully to Jamie Welton, Master! The carriage pulls into Afton's father territory. At the Bell family home near the large window, She's-Belle Welton runs up to her daddy and clings tightly to his chest. She joyfully utters, Daddy. Daddy stretches his arms forward, closes his eyes, and says with warmth, it's been 9 years, She's-Belle Welton presses her face against Papa's chest. Tears have appeared in her closed eyes. She says regretfully, Daddy, she's so sorry. She feels so stupid for not being able to visit him in all this time. Daddy She's-Belle Welton lowered his head, closed his eyes warmly, and with a smile on his face says, it's okay. Now she's here, he's glad. She's-Belle snuggles up to Papa. Daddy is a blonde-haired man with a mustache and a small beard. Jamie Welton and Sarah Welton stand off to the side and watch She's-Belle Welton meet her daddy. Jamie watches intently with a smile on his face. Sarah stares perplexed and tense, eyes wide open with tears protruding. Jamie Welton looks down, a smile frozen on his face. She tensed and anxiously mentally pondered. Still he didn't understand. Jamie immersed himself in his thoughts, distracted from what was going on around him. Jamie Welton is immersed in his memories. Images from what has happened to him since his rebirth appear in his mind. Jamie is a little boy being stroked on the head. She lowered her head in embarrassment and squeezed her eyes shut. Jamie Welton is immersed in memories. Images from what happened to him after the rebirth appear in his mind. Jamie in the arms of Belle Welton and Sarah. Even after rebirth, these so-called emotions seem useless. Jamie Welton is immersed in memories. Images of what happened to him after his rebirth appear in his mind. Rebecca Ballou hugs Jamie tightly, pulling him close to her. She closed her eyes warmly. Jamie Welton is immersed in memories. Images from what happened to him after the rebirth appear in his mind. Dragon Maitre holding Ganon's journal, streams of tears flowing down her cheeks with longing and sadness, remembering Ganon. Jamie Welton is immersed in memories. Images from what happened to him after his rebirth appear in his mind. Jamie Welton is not happy. Ricky spread his arms wide, standing over Jamie and covering him from a powerful punch. Jamie Welton froze in place, staring intently at the clasped hands of Belle Welton and her father. Jamie was not pleased with himself. Sheez's father says warmly, "Wipe away the tears. It's all right now." Sheez replies, "She's really sorry." Jamie Welton recalls his past life in the body of Diablo Wolfir, who suffered defeat. He had to wait an eternity for revenge. He still thinks emotions are unnecessary. They drive people to madness. Sarah Welton looks worriedly and fearfully at Belle Welton. Her eyes are rounded, tears have come to her eyes. Sarah tensely cries out, "Mommy, don't cry!" Jamie Welton watches perplexed. Father Sias says puzzled, "Is that her daughter?" Sarah Welton looked up, tears welling up in her wide-open eyes. Sarah lowered her eyebrows angrily. She shouted fearfully and angrily at Belle Welton's father, "Grandpa is bad! She made Mommy cry!" Belle Welton tensely and anxiously looks at Sarah Welton, who is worried and frightened, screaming at her grandfather. She tries to calm her down by saying to her, "Sarah, it's not like that. It's not his fault." Belle Welton's father froze in place and looks away dumbfounded upon hearing Sarah Welton's words. A smile appears on his face. He tenses and utters. He never thought he would hear such a thing from his granddaughter. Sarah stands in front of Belle Welton, looking at her fearfully, tears welling up in her wide-open eyes. She says something concernedly to Sheez. Jamie tenses and wonders. Yes, he really doesn't understand human emotions. Sheez's father, Belle Welton, stands next to Jamie Welton, turns her head to him and tensely says, "Hey?" She seems to hate him now. Jamie turns to him and utters, "Sarah will come around soon enough. She's pretty kind." Sheesh. Belle Welton's father looks at Jamie Welton carefully and says with a smile, "And he is Jamie, is he?" He was looking forward to meeting him. Jamie squints his eyes and replies with a smile. He was looking forward to seeing him too. Belle Welton's father looks at Jamie Welton and says, "Oh, at least he doesn't hate him." Jamie closes his eyes, spreads his arms out to his sides, and says, "Well, you didn't give him a reason to. He is, after all, his grandfather." Jamie Welton's grandfather instantly grabs Jamie in his arms and holds him close. He is happy, squinting his eyes joyfully, and says to Jamie, "Ah, grandson, he is so happy to finally meet him." Jamie is tense. Jamie Welton, in his grandfather's arms, says, "Yes, him too. He's so happy." Jamie tensely and irritably thinks, what to expect from Belle's family? They're all so pissy. Outside the window, it's a deep, dark night. There's a full moon in the sky, illuminating the expanse of land, the light falling on the trees. The sky is studded with stars with night clouds. A conversation is taking place in Belle's house. Jamie is really an amazing boy. Indoors at Belle's house, tea is being drunk at the table, placing the cup on a saucer. A conversation takes place, discussing Jamie Welton's abilities. Despite his strength being at a 4th grade level, he has managed to catch a glimpse of the power he possesses. In the living room, Belle Welton's father sits on the red couch at the table, cross-legged and with his hands on his knees. He pronounces, "Soon the kid will be at the center of the world, and he's not even about their kingdom right now." She understands what that means, doesn't she? Belle Welton sits across from her father, looking down thoughtfully and sadly. She pronounces, yes, she and her husband are perfectly aware of everything. Father pronounces, exceptional talents will arouse the self-interest of the people around him. Father Belle Welton says firmly, as long as she and the Earl of Welton are together, they will be able to stop them, but their abilities will not last forever. Jamie Welton stands confidently surrounded by shadows, envious and watching him. Belle Welton utters, "So he gives them this thing?" Her father answers her, "Yes, even though she may not be able to stop everything that could happen. However, he is sure she will definitely be useful." Father looks at Shees carefully. Sheesbelle Welton lowered her pensive gaze down, staring intently at one point after her father's words. Shees says with care and warmth she is relieved at the thought of being able to protect her son. Sheesbelle Welton anxiously and worriedly utters to her father, but she's worried about the Earl. Shees asks her father, heard that the Earl crossed Janice's church, right? Shees recalls the Earl of Argeno Welton. Father stares at Sheesbelle Welton intently, tensing his facial muscles with anger, crossing his arms in front of him. He says thoughtfully and menacingly, "These monsters with warped morals. They get away with nothing and no one." Sheesbelle Welton sits across from her father in the living room. There are mugs of tea on the table in front of them. Shees asks her father, "Is it that serious?" Father crosses his arms in front of him and answers, "Yes, Pyro's church was in danger because of them." Father Sheesbelle Welton has lowered his head and thoughtfully directs his gaze downward, staring at one point. Father tensely continues to ponder. It seems that Janice's church is trying to finally destroy their patrons. Suddenly, sharp and wide into the dark room, a door opens. A white door with gold inlays and carved patterns. Light-colored baseboards are inset below the ceiling, with patterns pointing downward. The walls are decorated in dark colors. Jamie Welton stands still and stares intently ahead. Jamie feels annoyed and angry, biting his lip tensely. Jamie irritably kneads his hands, crossing his fingers. Jamie says thoughtfully, Jamie Welton is furious and irritated as he watches Venna sleeping soundly with her arms spread apart. Venna snores, mouth ajar in her sleep, sticking her tongue out. Jamie Welton releases a stream of energy towards Venna. Jamie Welton squeezed his eyes shut irritably and disgruntled, head down. Jamie crossed his fingers tightly in front of him, directing a magical energy stream towards Venna. Venna finding herself in the dense magical flow and screaming fearfully. Jamie Welton stands beside the bed, clenching his fists irritably and angrily and saying sadly, "Didn't he tell her not to assume her true form, Wenna stands on her hands and knees on the bed with her head down and sighing heavily. Wenna looks at Jamie Welton tensely and anxiously. Streams of tears pour from her wide-open eyes. Wenna says pitifully, "But can he even imagine how unpleasant it is to be in transformation?" Jamie Welton says angrily and irritably to Wenna, "What will she do if she gets caught?" Jamie furrows his brow and lowers his eyebrows, staring intently at Ven. Jamie points his index finger at Venna. Venna says pitifully, "Well," disgruntled voices erupt, "that lousy girl is using dark magic. Who would have thought she'd be hiding by turning into a rat?" Jamie says, "He had nothing to do with it." Wenna screams, frightened, "Teacher!" Venna is bound tightly with a rope. Images of people standing on the precipice of a high mountain watch intently as one of them throws tightly bound Venna down the precipice. Venna has her eyes wide open, perplexed and dumbfounded by what is happening. Wenna is standing at the base of the cross, tied tightly to it from her feet to her chest. Venna has her eyes wide open, frightened and tense as she watches the flames of the fire rising upward in front of her. Venna shouted loudly, "Teacher!" Venna froze in place from what she had just seen in her head, dropping her hands down. Her eyes are rounded, staring intently ahead, lips tightly closed and downward. Venna is feeling anxious, fearful, and bewildered. Jamie Welton stands in the middle of the room feeling annoyed and tense. Jamie looks toward Venna and says through clenched teeth, "What is it? Turn back now." Outside the window it is a deep, dark night. Wenna hears Jamie Welton's threatening words and lowers her head and says sadly, "Okay." Tears have come to Wenna's eyes. She feels the tension and distress of not being able to be in a human body. Jamie Welton stands by the table and notices a pendant on it, with a clear stone in the shape of a drop. Jamie reaches out to it, touching the gaytan. Jamie says in surprise, "What is it?" Next to the pendant on the table is a Ven squirrel. Jamie Welton froze in place, lowered his head, and stares thoughtfully at the pendant H that lies on the table. Jamie opens his mouth slightly and utters, Jamie doesn't understand where this pendant came from or what it is. Jamie Welton is standing by the table, holding the pendant in one hand by the gaytan. Jamie is furious, turns his head irritably towards Squirrel Venna, who is on his shoulder, and says angrily, "She didn't hear the question, huh?" Squirrel Venna wraps both hands around his head and says to Jamie Welton angrily and indignantly, "Stop hitting her on the head! She'll be brainless at this rate." Tears came to Venna's wide-open white eyes. A bump appeared on her head. Jamie Welton looked tensely and irritably at Squirrel Venna and said angrily, "Does she even have any?" Jamie furrows his eyebrows, lowering them and gritting his teeth tightly, feeling tense and furious at Venna's behavior. Jamie Welton holds the pendant in his hand, showing it to the Squirrel Vienna, and tensely says, "Sure, this thing is an artifact, but what an effect it has." Jamie pensively ponders. Honestly, he wonders about it himself. Jamie Welton froze in place, staring dumbfoundedly ahead, eyes wide and eyebrows raised. Jamie Welton tensely and anxiously ponders, an incredible amount of energy. Jamie anxiously senses. Jamie Welton instantly rushes out of the room and swiftly heads forward. Jamie stares intently in front of him, tense and anxiously utters, "Intent to send to the other world. It's coming from where Mom is now." Jamie Welton runs swiftly down the hallway in his pajamas and house slippers. He moves his feet quickly, taking wide strides. Jamie stares focusedly ahead, tensely and anxiously pondering. A stealth attack? Jamie Welton stares forward intently, tense and anxiously pondering. Jamie tensely ponders, "No! We must hurry!" Jamie rushes forward, a bright magical light emanating from his body. Jamie Welton moves swiftly, and with a sharp jump tries to land downwards. A bright magical light emanates from Jamie Welton's body. Jamie focuses his feet downward, clenching his fists tightly and gritting his teeth. Jamie Welton stares forward concentrically with aggression and anger. Jamie has his lips tightly pressed together, his eyebrows tense and menacingly lowered, and he thinks, here he comes. A bright magical light emanates from Jamie Welton's body. Jamie Welton stares intently at the man who has his back to him. Jamie tensely and anxiously ponders, only this man is too strong. He won't be able to defeat him. In front of Jamie is a dark-haired man with a huge, powerful sword. Jamie Welton tensely and anxiously ponders as he assesses the strength of the man in front of him. In that case, we'll grab his mom and take his legs away. Jamie starts forward swiftly, pointing his hand in front of him, with streams of energy emanating from it. The dark-haired man that Jamie Welton is heading towards notices the movement in his direction and turns his head slightly. The man's mouth is ajar. There are particles of magical energy moving around him. Father Sheesbell Welton sits on the couch and notices Jamie Welton's swift movement towards the man. Father Shees stares intently to the side, perplexed by what is happening, mouth ajar and frozen in place. Jamie Welton promptly runs towards the man who is standing in the middle of the room. The man stands still, noticing Jamie and waiting for him to approach. Magical streams of energy emanate from Jamie Welton to the sides. Jamie Welton approaches the man and stretches his arms out in front of him, directing a powerful stream of magical energy forward. Jamie Welton casts spells, mixed magic. Wiping discharge. The bright light from the magical strike illuminates the space. Jamie Welton stares forward in concentration, frowning his eyebrows downward and biting his lower lip. Jamie directs the magical energy streams forward and tensely ponders. So, okay, take a chance and save his mom. The man instantly extends his hand forward, pointing it towards Jamie Welton. The man's fingers are slightly bent and tense. During the swift movement of the man's hand, Jamie has no time to react. The man's hand grabs Jamie Welton's clothes in a sudden movement. Jamie opens his eyes wide at the man's sudden movement, feeling anxious and confused. Jamie tensely ponders. Not a bad trick. The man looks at Jamie Welton carefully and thoughtfully, grabbing him firmly by his clothes and lifting him up in front of him. Jamie Welton wraps his arms around the man's hand, irritated and tensely contemplating. Damn it. Jamie Welton, who is held tightly in front of him by the man, looks down at him angrily and tensely, squinting one eye. Jamie Welton's body begins to shake. He irritably and nervously utters, "Let him go." The man holds Jamie Welton tightly by his clothes. Jamie Welton tenses and anxiously thinks, he has no choice, even if he has to use dark magic. Jamie grips the man's arm tightly and lets out ominous streams of energy. Suddenly there is a voice. "Jamie!" Jamie turns his head to the side and says in surprise, "Mom?" "M." Jamie sees his mother and grandfather standing off to the side, staring at them dumbfounded, eyes wide and frozen in place. Jamie Welton utters surprised, "Mom?" Standing off to the side are Sheesbell Welton and her father. Their eyes are rounded at what is happening, mouths ajar, hands down. They watch anxiously and tensely, frozen in place. C.S. Bell Welton's father stands still. After what he has seen, he squints his eyes and opens his mouth wide in amazement. He happily and enthusiastically says, "Wow." His grandson's abilities are truly astounding. "Sheesbell Welton is sitting on the couch with Jamie Welton," she says in a frenzy, sharply pointing his head downward. "It seems that the future of their family will be so dazzling that you can't open your eyes." Jamie pronounces guiltily, "Thank you." Sheesbell Welton is furious, yelling menacingly at Jamie Welton. How did he get it into his head to do such a thing to someone he doesn't even know? What did she teach him? She's frowned irritably, lowering her eyebrows. Jamie Welton says guiltily, "She's got it all wrong." Sheesbell Welton uses a sharp hand to guide Jamie's body downward and says menacingly, "What did she get wrong?" Does she make such a bad teacher? Jamie replies, I apologize. Jamie Welton guiltily and frustratedly says, he's a total disappointment. The man Jamie Welton was trying to hit says, please stop, She's. She provoked this situation herself. She's Belle Welton looks closely at the man, eyes wide open, and says in surprise, what do you mean, Sir Beryl? She's furrowed her eyebrows in bewilderment and opened her mouth, not understanding what he meant. Jamie Welton has his head down, feeling annoyed and angry. Jamie thinks, this is really unfair. The man utters, and he said, he heard, the successor of the Welton family has exceptional abilities. So he decided to give him a test. The man Jamie Welton tried to attack is Beryl Onyx, nicknamed the Storm Swordsman, one of the 5 swordsmen of the Seldom Empire, a black-haired man with a cross-shaped scar on his cheek. She's Belle Welton sits on the red living room couch, looking puzzled and pensive at Beryl Onyx with her eyes wide open and her mouth ajar. She hesitantly utters, what are you talking about? She doesn't quite understand. Beryl Onyx stands in front of She's Belle Welton with her arms down along her body. Beryl looks at She's carefully and tries to explain to her. He slightly showed his presence to this child, adding a note of hostility. She's Belle Welton stares at Beryl Onyx intently, rounding her eyes and frowning her eyebrows. She yells at him loudly and angrily, Sir Beryl! She's feels annoyed, angry, and indignant at his words. Marquis Bell tensely with a smile says, She's, calm down. It's not like he was really threatening anyone. Marquis waved his hand, raising his outstretched fingers upwards. Marquis squinted his eyes, furrowing his brow. She's Belle Welton looks menacingly and irritably at Beryl Onyx, furrowing her eyebrows and saying, if you do this to her son again, she will not let it go. Jamie Welton sits next to him and watches She's reaction in surprise. Beryl Onyx, after what She's Belle Welton said to him, casts his eyes down thoughtfully, feeling tense, awkward, and confused. He regretfully utters to She's Belle Welton, I apologize. She's Belle Welton places her hand on Jamie Welton's shoulder and utters, I'm sorry, Jamie. Mommy got it wrong. Jamie says tensely and irritably, it's okay. No one knew because he only directed that energy at him. Jamie Welton ponders Beryl was able to perfectly target a specific person and make his presence known. How powerful the creature must be to not be affected by the wiping discharge. Must be terrifyingly powerful. Jamie Welton looks at Beryl Onyx, points his index finger at him and asks, is he a swordmaster? Beryl tensely answers Jamie. That's right. Next to Jamie sits She's Belle Welton, irritably closing her eyes. In the living room of Belle's house, Marquis Bell sits on the couch with Beryl Onyx and pronounces, it looks like their Jamie has a diamond eye. His name is Beryl Onyx. Sitting across from them on the couch are She's Belle Welton and Jamie Welton. Marquis Bell introduces Beryl Onyx. He is a master swordsman, nicknamed the Swordsman of the Storm. Beryl Onyx sits on a couch, staring calmly ahead with his arms crossed over his chest. His lips tightly closed. Beryl Onyx shows no emotion. The Seldom Empire is famous for its 5 swordmasters. Since none of them have fought each other, it's hard to determine the strongest. But everyone believes that Swordmaster Terex, known as the Royal Sword, is the most powerful. Following him is Earl Welton, and in third place is Beryl Onyx. Beryl Onyx sits on a chair, pensive gaze directed downward, lips tightly closed. He has his arms crossed over his chest. On the back of the couch, Beryl has placed his huge and powerful sword. Jamie Welton rises from the couch opposite Beryl Onyx and bows low, clasping his hand to his chest, his other hand drawn back. Jamie Welton lowers his head and says respectfully, honored to meet him. He is Jamie Welton. Swordmaster Beryl Onyx looks intently at Jamie Welton, who stands before him in a bow. Beryl is tensely silent, not answering Jamie Welton. His eyebrows are furrowed, his facial muscles tense. Jamie Welton stands in a bow before Beryl Onyx. She's Belle Welton stands up abruptly, slamming his hands on the table with force, shouting aggressively and irritably to Beryl, opening his mouth wide. Sir Beryl, what are you going to do? Beryl Onyx sits on the couch across from She's Belle Welton and Jamie Welton. Beryl Onyx raises her head and shifts her gaze to She's Belle Welton, calmly and thoughtfully answering her. Teach him how to wield a sword. Jamie Welton is in a bow to Beryl Onyx. His head is lowered down. After Beryl Onyx's words are spoken, Jamie stares dumbfoundedly at the floor with his eyes rounded. Jamie mentally muses thoughtfully and surprised, with a sword. In the living room of Belle's house, Marquis Bell sits on a couch with Beryl Onyx. Across from them sit She's Belle Welton and Jamie Welton on the couch. She's pronounces to Beryl, did she not hear that? Jamie is learning magic. Beryl Onyx looks confidently and carefully at She's Belle Welton and pronounces to her, he knows. But beyond that, he thinks Jamie will excel in this area of combat as well. Beryl straightens up, sitting on the couch. Beryl Onyx pronounces, since he has Earl Welton's blood running through his veins. The Earl of Welton straightens up, looking forward with a concentrated look, frowning his eyebrows, bending one arm behind his back. The Earl of Welton is serious and determined. The Marquis of Bell sits on the couch, stares forward carefully and focused, and pronounces, he would agree with him, for if the Master of the Sword says it, it is so. But Jamie's talent for magic is simply unheard of. Beryl Onyx sits on the couch next to Marquis Bell, closed his eyes thoughtfully, and answers Marquis. Yes, he knows that Jamie is someone who can become a rank 9 mage. Believe me, I've heard of such a thing more than once. The source of the rumors is Marquis Rinmol, who met Jamie Welton at the Welton Manor. Marquis Rinmol pronounces, Jamie will continue to improve his skills, even if it's just by breathing. Beryl Onyx sits on the couch in the living room, looking intently at Sheesbell Welton. Beryl Onyx took a cup of tea in his hand and held it in front of him. Beryl freezes in place and calmly says, but the sword is a different story. Beryl Onyx continues to say to Sheesbell Welton, this art will be difficult to master if you miss the right moment. Jamie Welton has lowered his head thoughtfully and stares at the floor, tensely contemplating, sword. Jamie Welton tensely mentally ponders, it would be nice to know how to use it, but regaining his strength comes first. Jamie Welton introduces Diablo Wolfir. To return to his former form, he needs his powers. Jamie Welton looks at Beryl Onyx carefully and says to him with a smile, right now he wants to focus on magic. Jamie raises his hand and begins scratching his head, feeling confused and uncomfortable. Beryl Onyx slowly places the white cup of tea on the white saucer, alternately releasing his fingers from the handle of the cup. The cup is tilted slightly, the unfinished tea spilling over from one side to the other. A spoon rests on the saucer. Beryl Onyx abruptly removes his hand behind his cloak, covering the cloak with his other hand and holding it up. One of Beryl's legs is thrown over the other. Beryl closes his eyes thoughtfully and says in a calm tone, really? Well, he gets it. It is a deep, dark night. A large, full moon illuminates the expanse of land. Stars are sprinkled in the sky. The grounds of Bell's estate are silent. In front of the entrance to the castle, a body of water arcs along the entire building. There is a fountain in the garden and landscape flower beds all around. Jamie Welton walks at night on a wide, tiled road. Jamie is dressed in his pajamas. He mentally ponders. He supposes that's why the Bell family garden is so magnificent. It's well managed. Squirrel Ven tensely and fearfully stands on the table with tears in her eyes and asks, has he met the Swordmaster? Is he here to take her away? What is it to be, Master? Jamie says irritably as he walks away from her. Just go to bed. Jamie Welton is in the garden and is relieved with a smile as he says, closing his eyes and lowering his head, it's quite nice here. And more importantly, it's quiet. Jamie Welton feels the tension of what is happening to him on this day. Jamie Welton thinks back to the first time he met Beryl Onyx. He felt like there was a huge wall in front of him. He was lucky enough to recover his breathing technique and the orb of life. He also regained his perfect element. Jamie Welton stares intently and thoughtfully at his bracelet on his arm. Jamie flexes his hand, clenching his fist tightly. Jamie tensely ponders, but it's not enough. Soon he will begin to tread on the ground. Rank 7. At this rank, a person is called an archmage. It cannot be achieved by skill training alone. When a magical item mastered by the mage himself reaches its limit, the door leading to the path of the archmage is opened. This is called admission to magic. Jamie Welton tensely ponders. Achieving this was quite easy for him, given the knowledge from his past life. However, Jamie thinks about it and slowly walks down the road towards a body of water with grass growing on its banks. Jamie Welton tensely ponders. He won't be able to overpower those unpleasant individuals by acting in the same way. It was because of those strategies that he failed. Jamie stands beside a body of water, looking at his reflection, and seeing Diablo Wolfir in it. Jamie Welton sits down on the grass near the pond, stretching out his legs and putting his head down. Jamie looks down pensively and thinks intensely, and he realizes all this very well. That's why he needs to become even stronger. Jamie Welton sits on the grass, looking down thoughtfully and feeling anxious. Jamie thinks of Beryl Onyx and mentally ponders, but what do he and his mother have in common? In that moment, Beryl Onyx is so put out. Jamie Welton is sitting by a body of water, stretching his legs out on the grass. In front of him, there is a sudden movement of water between the rocks in the body of water. Jamie Welton notices it and stares ahead puzzled and says, huh? Suddenly, a creature bursts out of the water, towering high above the body of water. The huge fish-headed creature opens its mouth wide, revealing sharp teeth. The water rushes upward in a rushing stream. Jamie Welton starts to fall backwards, startled. The stream of water from the creature's sudden appearance is directed towards Jamie Welton. Jamie looks forward fearfully, sitting on the ground. Jamie utters loudly and tensely, "Shield!" The shield rapidly dome around Jamie, stopping the flow of water. Jamie Welton instantly extends his hand upward, clenching it tightly into a fist. Magical streams of energy rapidly emerge from Jamie Welton's hand, traveling through space. Jamie feels confident in his power. Jamie Welton stares forward with his teeth clenched angrily, his forehead furrowed and his eyebrows lowered sadly. Jamie Welton's eyes are squinted. Jamie says angrily, "How dare he disturb his rest?" Streams of energy move around Jamie. Jamie Welton sits on the ground and looks up at the creature. Jamie Welton has a magical shield around him, protecting him from the creature's attack. The creature rises above the water, spreading its tentacles and opening its mouth wide, revealing sharp teeth. Jamie Welton sits on the ground with his legs outstretched and his hand pointing upward. Jamie has his head up, staring upward tensely and puzzled. There is a magical shield around Jamie Welton, protecting him from the creature's attack. Jamie Welton sits on the ground, pointing his hand upwards. Jamie stares upward tensely and puzzled, watching. Around Jamie Welton is a magical shield protecting him from the creature's attack. There is a swift movement above Jamie. Jamie Welton sits on the ground with his head up and watches as a man rushes up above him. The white-clothed man points his sword upwards and strikes the creature with a sharp motion. Blood splatters to the sides. Jamie Welton sits on the ground with his head up and watches the man above him swiftly upward strike the creature. Jamie's face and clothes are stained with the creature's blood. Jamie tenses and puzzles, thinking, "Is it?" The foot of the man who has suddenly appeared in front of Jamie Welton abruptly steps on the bloody creature, which has been struck down and is lying motionless. The toe of the man's boot points upward, the foot pressing the creature's body down hard. In front of Jamie Welton is a man stepping a foot on a bloody, lifeless creature. The man is wearing a white shirt, dark pants, and long boots. He rests the bloody sword on his shoulder and asks with a smile, "Is he okay?" The man with white hair, ponytailed at the side, squinted his eyes and said with a smile, "I heard that they had important guests from the Welton house, but due to busyness, I couldn't meet them properly." Jamie Welton tensely and sadly looks at the man in front of him and mentally reflects, he destroyed such a huge monster in a second. Even though his strength doesn't compare to Barrel's power, but he's still not a miss. The man in front of Jamie Welton squints his eyes and says with a smile, "I apologize for the late introduction. His name is Sable, and he holds the position of Marquis Bell's aide." Sable tucks his sword away in the scabbard in front of him. Jamie Welton sits on the ground with his legs stretched forward and frozen in place. Jamie stares intently at Sable and mentally ponders in puzzlement. Such a strong sidekick? Jamie Welton's face is stained in the monster's blood. Sable stands in front of Jamie Welton, squints his eyes, and says with a smile of joy, "There is no need to fear him." He swears he is his grandfather's faithful servant, young Mr. Jamie. Sable's white hair is tucked back, one strand in the front secured with a barrette. Jamie Welton sits on the ground, puzzled and looking at Sable. Jamie asks him, does he know his name? Sable stands in front of Jamie Welton and answers with a smile. He is the Marquis's assistant, after all. There are traces of blood and pieces of the monster's body scattered around on the ground. Jamie Welton sits on the ground, turning his head to the side, looking at the pieces of the monster's body. Jamie asks Sable, puzzled. In that case, maybe he can explain to him why such a huge monster appeared here. Sable, hearing Jamie Welton's question, says tensely and embarrassedly, squinting his eyes and smiling broadly, "Well, it's a hobby of the Marquis." Sable stands in front of Jamie Welton, holding his sword in his hands, leaning it against his shoulder. Jamie Welton, hearing Sable's reply, tense and irritated, looks at Sable. He pauses for a moment and says, "What?" Jamie sits on the ground, frowning his forehead, sadly lowering his eyebrows, waiting for an answer from Sable. Marquis Bell sits in the manor's study on a red-paneled chair and stares intently ahead. Marquis Bell tensely and thoughtfully asks, waiting with interest for an answer, "So, any progress?" Sable stands in front of Marquis Bell, holding his sword and leaning his sword against his shoulder. Sable, hearing the question, squints his eyes and answers Marquis with a smile. He found a supposedly group of demons, but unfortunately missed them. Marquis Bell sits at his desk with his head turned downward. He utters, To think that the followers of the Demon King would show up again. Sable stands in front of the desk and replies, "There are still rumors that they are on the borders of their territories." Sable continues to tell Marquis Bell. But he pauses thoughtfully, pausing for a moment. A busy city street is lined with people. They stand in groups, chatting amongst themselves, the rest of the people quietly passing by. After a short pause, Sable continued to tell Marquis Bell, "The only place where mass departures to the other world have occurred is Afton. There are bloody footprints on the map of Afton, showing mountains, forests, and settlements." Marquis Bell sits in a chair at his desk, crossing his fingers and resting his hands on the armrest. Marquis Bell casts his gaze downward, irritated, and says thoughtfully, "Well, I didn't think this would happen. They seem to be back. About half a century ago, well, or more, Marquis Bell's father had sent the Demon King to the other world. He tried to make them pay for their actions with their lives. The symbol of the Demon King is snapped in half with a sharp movement." Sable stands in place, straightened, putting one hand behind his back. His other hand holds his sword with his fingers and leans it against his shoulder. Sable stands silently in front of Marquis Bell, having heard the story from him. Sable's eyes are squinted, lips closed in a slight smile. Marquis Bell stares at Sable with a focused and serious look, frowning his forehead and lowering his eyebrows. Marquis Bell yells loudly and menacingly, feeling aggression and anger at the events taking place in Afton. "Sable." Sable stands in front of Marquis Bell, calmly reacting to his shouting and menacing tone. Sable holds his sword in his hands, leaning it against his shoulder. Sable squints his eyes, responding calmly and placatingly with a smile. "Listening, Marquis." Marquis Bell, with a sharp movement, violently and angrily slams his fist on the map that lies on his desk. From the strong blow, the card bounced above the table. The Marquis angrily utters, "The demons will be wiped out again by the hands of the Bell family." Sable listens carefully to what Marquis is saying. Sable lowers his head slightly, squints his eyes, and says to Marquis with a smile on his face, he awaits further orders. Sable holds the sword in his hands, leaning it against his shoulder. Marquis Bell sits in his office at his desk with a lit floor lamp above him. The Marquis pronounces to Sable, "Let's stop here for now." Sable stands in front of the Marquis' desk and replies, "In that case, he will go." Sable continues to stand in front of Marquis Bell's desk with his legs spread confidently. Sable continues to say to Marquis, I completely forgot. Marquis, couldn't tell you this before, but today he met young Mr. Jamie on his way here." Marquis Bell looks at Sable carefully, focusing his attention on his words. The Marquis crosses his fingers, resting his elbows on the table, and asks Sable, "Who did he meet? Where has he seen him at this late hour?" Sable stands across from Marquis Bell, squints his eyes, and replies with a smile, "Pfft, he was attacked by a big lake monster." Sable raised his hands, clenched his fists. Marquis Bell froze in place and stares intently at Sable while talking about the water monster. The doors to Jamie Welton's room close tightly. Tall white doors with a clear highlighted pattern and recesses decorated with gold elements and gold handles. Light falls toward the doors, giving shadows to the walls. Suddenly, with a sudden sharp movement, Bell Welton opens the doors wide with both hands. She rushes swiftly into Jamie's room, staring focusedly ahead, shouting loudly and tensely, "Jamie!" Sheez's eyes are wide open, her eyebrows furrowed. Jamie turns her head dumbfounded at Sheez and says in surprise, "Mom?" Bell Welton promptly runs up to Jamie Welton, grabbing his hands. Sheez looks at Jamie fearfully and tensely and asks, "Is he okay? Not hurt anywhere?" Bell Welton stands in the room beside Jamie Welton. Jamie grudgingly utters, Sable saved him. He's fine." At this moment, Marcus Bell and Sable appeared in the doorway. They squint their eyes and watch with a satisfied look. Bell Welton tensely lowers her head and says to Jamie Welton, "She was so worried. If he goes out alone again, he'll get it." Marquis Bell turns her head towards Sable with a satisfied look and watches him. Jamie Welton stands in front of Bell Welton tensely and irritatedly says, "Okay." Sheez glares at Jamie, clenching her fists in fury, and replies to Jamie, "Don't answer her like that!" Marquis Bell squints his eyes, frowns his eyebrows, and says anxiously and tensely, though he thought he told the men not to let anyone on the grounds. He believes they made a mistake. He is very sorry. Bell Welton yells aggressively at Marquis Bell. "Is he still doing this monster collecting nonsense? Didn't he and his mom talk about how dangerous it is all the time?" Marquis tensely interrupts her. "Sable, come in and greet everyone." Sable enters the room and bows to everyone, lowering his head forward and leaning his hand on his chest respectfully. Sable squints his eyes and says with a smile, "He is honored to meet them. His name is Sable." She's Belle. Welton looks at Sable with delighted surprise, opening his eyes wide and saying, She's Belle. I heard he saved her, Jamie. She is very grateful. Thank you very much. She's Belle extends her hand towards Sable. Sable lightly takes She's Belle Welton's hand by the fingers. Sable squints his eyes and says to Shies with a smile, I'm sure he would do just fine on his own. He was lucky to see his abilities with his own eyes. In the middle of the room, She's Belle Welton stands across from Sable, conversing with him. Standing next to them is Marquis Belle. Jamie Welton watches them, tensely mentally pondering, and he is a decent enough man. Strong and savvy. Jamie Welton watches Sable, remembering their first meeting after the huge monster battle. Jamie tensely ponders. A very different aura emanates from him today. Suddenly, Jamie's thoughts are interrupted by an aggressive voice. Jamie. She's Belle Welton abruptly starts pushing Jamie Welton downward in the back. She's aggressively and menacingly shouts to Jamie. He thought she was done talking to him already? Jamie utters, Isn't she? Feeling irritated and disgruntled. Marquis Belle. I think my grandson is going to get an upset stomach before he has a chance to eat anything. Oh, come on, She's. You want to go with him, huh? In Afton, people walk along the streets between the tall stone houses. There's an alley of trees between the sidewalks. Jamie Welton walks down the street of Afton wearing a dark cloak, hood over his dark-colored head. Jamie watches carefully, turning his head to the side and utters, Barely made it out of there. But why isn't there a soul in the street? Jamie Welton stops a woman in a long dress with a cape over her shoulders and a hat on her head. Jamie pronounces to her, Excuse me. How do I get to the Church of Pyro? A woman passing by said in surprise, Huh. The woman turns to Jamie Welton, squinting her eyes and feeling anxious and tense. She says, You need to go in that direction. The woman extends her index finger, pointing her in the other direction away from herself. Jamie Welton looks at the woman in front of him carefully and incredulously, pointing the way to the Church of Pyro. Jamie squints his eyes slightly, furrows his brow and lowers his eyebrows. Jamie is in anticipation of asking another question. The woman turns her back to Jamie Welton and lowers her head and walks away, saying tiredly, Have a nice day. Jamie Welton looks at the woman carefully and says, Excuse me, just a moment. Suddenly, from somewhere there are frightened and terrifying screams. Departure to the other world. Demon, demon. Jamie Welton turns his head sharply to the side, looks puzzled and tensely ponders. A trip to the other side? A demon? Jamie Welton watches as people, the citizens of the town of Afton, pile up to the side. The townspeople are frozen in place, staring intently ahead. Outside, in the open area near the houses, a crime has taken place. Jamie Welton breaks through the pandemonium of people, catching them with his shoulder. Jamie lowers his head down, squinting one eye and looking away. Jamie says loudly and menacingly, Excuse me! Let me through! Jamie Welton watches as a blonde-haired man lies on the ground, wearing armor. The man with no signs of life lies motionless on his back. There are blood spatters scattered on the ground, clothing, and on the man's face. There are 2 guards heading in the direction of where the man with no signs of life is. They are dressed in uniforms with a cross on their chests, iron helmets on their heads. The guards run and shout loudly to the people around them. Please stand back! Everyone move aside! The guards stand near a man who is lying bloodied on the ground. Jamie Welton watches carefully as the guards discuss among themselves. Another lifeless body without a heart? And which one is this already? He will report it to the Marquis. Good. The people in the square begin to discuss amongst themselves. Thinks it's the work of a demon. How awful. He's uncomfortable even walking down the street. Jamie Welton thinks tensely. Hearts are commonly used in rituals to summon demons. Jamie Welton ponders. No wonder the adults in the house are uncomfortable. They probably think he hasn't noticed anything, though. Jamie recalls walking down the hallway. Marquis Belle, She's Belle Welton, and Sable tensely discussing something. Jamie Welton recalls Sable's gaze being directed at him. Sable stands still without turning his head, slightly squinting his eyes, watching Jamie Welton intently and with interest. Sable opened his mouth. Jamie Welton, walking past the window with a book in his hands, turned his head towards Sable, tensely and anxiously focusing his gaze to the side. Jamie opened his mouth thoughtfully, watching the conversation going on in the room. Jamie Welton pondered. Their goal was most likely revenge for the Portsmouth incident, or more specifically, revenge on Belle's family. Jamie Welton lowered his head down, locking his lips tightly together and directing a thoughtful gaze forward. Jamie Welton froze in place, pondering the place of Belle's family. A sudden thought struck him, after which Jamie raised his index finger upward and said sharply, Jamie's head is lowered thoughtfully downward. Jamie Welton froze in place, tensing. He directed his thoughtful gaze forward and mentally pondered. That means that the Church of Pero is also on alert. No wonder we haven't heard from them. Jamie Welton remembers Ras Armethic, Ricky and Sarah bidding him farewell as they head through the stone gate. Ras Armethic says with a smile on his face, "He'll be in touch, Jamie. Sarah, good luck." Ricky runs off happily. Jamie Welton froze in place, closed his eyes, and pronounces, "Looks like he needs to step in again. Seriously." Jamie raises his hands in front of him, interlocking his fingers together, and utters, "Invisibility," within which a bright glow occurs. Jamie Welton uses the next spell, Flight. Instantly, with a swift movement, Jamie Welton lifts himself off the ground and flies upwards. Streams of magical energy move around Jamie Welton's body. Jamie Welton flew to a tall branching tree and stood on the branch. Jamie Welton utters, "Is this here?" Jamie looks ahead carefully and sees a huge area in front of him, with buildings standing densely on it. Jamie Welton freezes in place and stares intently ahead. Jamie's eyes are wide open and his lips are tightly closed. Jamie Welton is puzzled and tense, thoughtfully observing what is happening on the property below. Under the branches of a tree, Ras Armethic and the white-robed ministers of Pyro's church walk along a road tiled in a large pattern. The men walk in rows of two in a long line, walking forward in a concentrated manner. Jamie Welton sees the minister of the Pyro church below. The man's short blonde hair is tucked behind his ears, and his robes are white with a gold collar and tassels on his chest. Jamie senses an incredible holy energy in him. Jamie Welton watches from the tree as church ministers Pyro and Ras Armethic stop in place. Jamie tensely ponders. The Archbishop. Jamie has heard there are only 3 of them, an incredibly powerful force. Does that give you the creeps? Jamie Welton is in the tree, watching the Archbishop and Ras Armethic closely. They're having a lively discussion. Jamie Welton, because of his remote location, does not understand the dialogue between Ras Armethic and the Archbishop. Jamie Welton stands on a thick tree branch with his back against the trunk. Jamie turns his head to the side and mentally reasons, "It's Raz." What are they talking about? Jamie tries to understand the dialogue between Ras Armethic and the Archbishop. Suddenly, the Archbishop looks away, having heard a sound. The Archbishop turns his head thoughtfully and warily with his mouth ajar and says, perplexed, The Archbishop doesn't realize where the sound came from. The Archbishop stands still and raises his head up sharply, examining the branches of the tree. The Archbishop tries to realize where the sound came from. Ras Armethic notices the Archbishop looking up and asks, "What is it?" The Archbishop lowers his head and turns to Ras Armethic and says, "Nothing. Probably some kind of squirrel." Ras Armethic looks at the Archbishop in surprise and puzzlement and says to him, "The Marquis is expecting him." The Archbishop, after Ras Armethic's words, calmly and peacefully closes his eyes and says, "Well, let's hurry. And by the way, it's been a long time since he's seen the young miss." The Archbishop stands still and ponders. Jamie Welton sits on a tree branch, feeling irritated and angry. Jamie nervously ponders, and where did he get such good instincts from? Jamie grits his teeth tightly and directs an angry and aggressive look downward. Jamie Welton directs his gaze downward, pressing his lips together tightly. He pensively and tensely contemplates as he sits on a tree branch. Is he going to the Marquis family? That's even better. Now that there are no strong men here, Jamie can sneak in. Jamie Welton has a wide view of the Church of Pero in front of him, a huge area filled with various passages, arches, and staircases. The church building itself has a high dome, with turrets on the sides of the building. In the spacious hall of the church are several rows of benches where Ricky and Anna are sitting. On the edges of the hall are huge square columns. The room is lit from the ceiling by sunlight. There is no one else in the room but them. Anna sits on the bench behind Ricky, head down, and says to Ricky thoughtfully, "Appa, what is it?" Ricky sits on the bench with his hands down and thoughtfully directs his gaze forward. Ricky presses his lip tightly together, then reacts to the question. "Huh?" Suddenly, Ricky starts laughing loudly and gleefully, covering his mouth with his fist. Ricky squeezes his eyes shut, lowering his head slightly. Anna sits on the bench behind Ricky, folding her arms in front of her on her legs, and silently lowering her head. Anna, not expecting to hear Ricky's loud and gushing laughter, asks him thoughtfully, "Did something good happen?" Anna raises her head, her eyes tightly closed. Anna's face is calm, the glare of sunlight falling on her head. Ricky slowly gets up from the bench, resting his hand on the back of the bench in front. Without turning his head toward Anna, Ricky mumbles to her, "Yes, he supposes so." Anna warily turns her head toward Ricky, feeling tense. Ricky tensely stands up from the bench, turning his head slightly towards Anna. Ricky squints his eyes and with a satisfied and happy look, with a smile on his face, says to Anna, "Anna, rest for now. He'll be back soon." Ricky sighed. Ricky headed for the exit, opening the tall, dense doors wide. A bright light emanated from the doors, illuminating the space. Anna, who remained seated, calmly said, "This is her territory. There is nowhere to hide." Ricky runs forward swiftly, moving his arms in a sweeping motion. Ricky looks carefully ahead, smiling loudly and saying, "Jamie!" Ricky feels the joy and excitement of seeing Jamie Welton appear within the walls of Pyro Church. Jamie Welton entered the church grounds feeling tense and anxious. Jamie thoughtfully surveys the church, carefully directing his gaze forward. His lips are tightly pressed together. Off to the side of Jamie, a man stands near the altar. Jamie Welton stares intently at the altar of the Church of Pyro. Jamie tensely ponders. He senses something coming from there. Is it some sort of sanctuary? A place where God is praised? Inside the altar, Jamie observes the sacred streams. Jamie Welton stands still, looking thoughtfully away, turning away from the altar of the Church of Pyro, and mentally ponders. In that case, Jamie, who used magic, is invisible. He raises his hands in front of him, interlocking the fingers of his hands. Jamie Welton stands still near the altar of the Church of Pyro and feels movement behind him. Someone's hand comes up, suddenly approaching Jamie Welton's shoulder, relaxedly guiding his fingers. Jamie Welton abruptly tenses and opens his mouth, shifts his gaze back, feeling someone's hand coming closer to touch him. Jamie Welton feels anxious and worried, trying to figure out who it is. Jamie Welton turns sharply, instantly raising his hand, spreading his fingers to use magic. Magical particles begin to hover in the air. Jamie Welton points his head to the side and speaks menacingly. "Who is that?" Ricky tenses and anxiously with a smile says to Jamie Welton, Ricky raises his hand in front of him, gesturing for Jamie Welton to stop and reassure him. Ricky looks at Jamie, standing beside him. Jamie Welton turns towards Ricky and looks at him puzzled. Jamie raises his hand in front of him and freezes in place with surprise. Jamie Welton tensely and worriedly opens his eyes and says to Ricky, "You?" Ricky stands in front of Jamie Welton, tensely closed his eyes and says with a wide smile, "He wanted to scare him, but it's really not easy." Out of embarrassment, Ricky raises his hand and holds his head from behind. Jamie Welton tensely and irritably looks at Ricky, focusing his gaze and frowning his eyebrows. Jamie pronounces to Ricky, pointing his hand at him and extending his index finger forward. "Ricky, you." Jamie didn't have time to finish his sentence. Instantly, Ricky runs up to Jamie Welton and covers his mouth with his hand. Ricky squints his eyes and says with a wide grin, "Shh, he's not supposed to get caught, right?" Jamie Welton furrowed his eyebrows irritably, looking at Ricky and trying to say something. Ricky squinted one eye, the other looking intently at Jamie. He extends his index finger in front of his mouth and says with a smile, "Follow him. He knows a place." Jamie utters, "When he said he knows a place." Jamie Welton stands in the middle of the room across from Ricky and says irritably, "Did he mean the Archbishop's office?" Ricky props his arms to his side and replies to Jamie, "He's a nice man, so he probably wouldn't mind." Jamie Welton stands in the Archbishop's room across from Ricky, looks at him carefully, and asks, trying to figure out, will he tell him what happened? How did he manage to appear behind his back without revealing himself in any way? Ricky stands across from Jamie Welton, looking at him tensely, and asks, "Huh? Did he not come here because he missed him? Isn't he happy to see him at all?" Jamie shouts irritably and angrily, "Answer his question?" Ricky utters to Jamie Welton, answering his question, "It's simple. This territory is under the jurisdiction of the goddess Pyro. Even though he has not yet reached the full power of an apostle, but here he is gradually approaching it." Ricky thoughtfully raises his head, directing his gaze upwards, leaning his index finger to his chin and saying, Maybe it would be more accurate to say that this place enhances his abilities." Jamie Welton thinks, "What? Has he become omnipotent in church?" Jamie Welton stands still, thoughtfully shifts his gaze to the side, and mentally strains to think. He doesn't feel any lifeless power from it at all. Jamie didn't expect the apostle's powers to grow so much in him. Jamie Welton ponders, believes he's now in control of some powerful tricks. Ricky cheerfully pronounces, "He's just in time. The goddess is looking for him." Ricky drops to a knee and says, he will now deliver a message from her. Jamie Welton says to Ricky in a puzzled voice, "What? Wait!" Instantly, powerful divine streams of light begin to emanate from Ricky, who is kneeling with his head down and fingers crossed in front of him. Jamie raises his hands, covering his face. The powerful divine light begins to illuminate the space around them, traveling through the air. Ricky directs a pensive gaze downward, pupils glowing brightly. Divine particles of energy move around Ricky. Jamie Welton stares puzzled and intently at Ricky, from whom powerful divine streams of light are emanating, illuminating the space around him. Jamie tensely thinks, this is quite different from last time. Ricky is floating in the air, emitting powerful divine light. Ricky, dressed in white with gold elements on his suit, has his hands down, clenching his fists. Jamie Welton thinks, part of her unity is right here. Ricky floats in the air, emitting a powerful divine light from his body. Particles of divine energy move around him. Ricky tensely utters, a hideous demonic energy awakens. Jamie Welton froze in place upon hearing Ricky's words. Jamie Welton is puzzled, tense, and anxious as he stares forward with a detached gaze, lips tightly closed. Jamie is perplexed, not understanding what Ricky is talking about. Ricky floats in the air, looking at Jamie Welton and extending his arm forward, channeling streams of divine energy. Ricky explains to Jamie, the dark forest. That's where it's going to start. We need to stop it before it spreads any further. Ricky floats in the air in front of Jamie Welton and continues to say, if it isn't stopped in time, her area here will fall. Jamie hears Ricky's words, tensely and menacingly shouting towards Ricky, frowning his forehead. Hey! Ricky hovers in the air above Jamie Welton, head down and looking at Jamie Welton carefully. He must go into the dark forest, hoping not to lose anyone or anything along the way. Around Ricky, particles of divine energy move. Jamie Welton stands across from Ricky and silently watches him. Ricky has lowered himself to the floor in his previous form. His arms are down, his body relaxed. Ricky's head is pointing upwards and powerful sacred energy flows out of it. Ricky is sitting relaxed on the white couch in the Archbishop's office. Ricky's arms are down. His head rests on the back of the couch, and a stream of drool flows out of his ajar mouth. Ricky tensely and anxiously utters, he's finally feeling better. Jamie Welton stands across from the couch where Ricky sits, watching him. Jamie furrows his eyebrows and irritably asks Ricky, what was that? How dare she have the nerve to demand something and walk right out? Ricky sits on the couch, coming to his senses. Ricky squints his eyes in embarrassment, raises his index finger to his cheek and grits his teeth and says to Jamie Welton with a smile, please forgive her. Goddess is not in the best shape right now. Ricky explains to Jamie Welton while looking at him. When she had to go down during their last encounter, it did far more damage to her than expected. Jamie listens irritably to Ricky, looking at him tensely. Jamie Welton stands across from Ricky, looking at him intently, and says, anyway, why did she ask for his help? There are a bunch of worshippers in the church. Jamie tensely ponders. He never thought God would ask a man for help. Ricky sits on the couch, looking intently at Jamie Welton. He points his index finger at Jamie and says, it's simple. He's the only one who can do it. The goddess said that he, as that man's successor, is given to understand. Jamie Welton stands in the Archbishop's room across from the couch where Ricky is sitting and asks him, could there be more to it? Ricky looks at Jamie Welton with his legs spread on the couch and answers, she's not connected to him right now. Jamie Welton turns his back to Ricky, frowns his eyebrows, closes his eyes and says disgruntled, how selfish. Ricky sits on the couch straightening his back and looks at Jamie in surprise and asks him, is he leaving? Jamie Welton walks over to the open window, stops beside it and says to Ricky without turning to him, he needs to leave before the owner of the room returns. Ricky silently follows Jamie. Jamie Welton, standing by the open window, turns abruptly to Ricky, looks at him thoughtfully and says, see you later. Jamie Welton is tense and disturbed from what happened recently in the Archbishop's room. Instantly, Jamie Welton flies upwards, leaving streams of magical energy moving away from him. Ricky walks over to the open window, holding up his hand and watching intently as Jamie Welton swiftly moves away from him. Ricky stands near the open window in the Archbishop's room. Ricky's head is lifted up. He squints his eyes, grits his teeth in a smile, tense and anxious, saying, goddess, his friend will be fine, won't he? Bell Manor. The glazed dome of the building is illuminated by bright sunlight amongst tall, thickly growing green trees. The sky is clear with light white clouds. The estate building is dark-colored with tall windows. Jamie Welton landed abruptly after a flight on the balcony of Bell Manor. The tiled balcony has a red carpet with yellow stripes on the sides. Jamie Welton has returned from his conversation with the goddess Pyro. Jamie Welton walks across the room, lowering the hood from his head. Jamie squints his eyes and says with a satisfied smile, well, he doesn't think he's too late. Suddenly, Jamie is interrupted by a serious voice. Assumes he was going somewhere, right? Jamie Welton turns his head sharply toward the voice that asked the question addressed to him. Jamie stares dumbfounded, trying to figure out who it is, furrowing his eyebrows and opening his mouth in surprise at the appearance of someone in the room. Jamie Welton watches near the door to Sable's balcony. Sable heads in his direction, propping one arm to his side, the other hand holding his sword on his shoulder. Sable squints his eyes and turns to Jamie with a smile. Jamie Welton turns around to Sable, feeling tense and anxious. He says confusedly, just a minute. Just thought I'd take a walk. Jamie shifts his gaze to the side. Sable stands across from Jamie and listens intently. Jamie Welton stands still, tense and annoyed at Sable's abrupt appearance in his room. Jamie continues to look away. Sable stands across from Jamie and looks at Jamie intently. Jamie Welton stands in front of Sable, feeling tense and irritated by his presence. Jamie turns his head in the other direction and shifts his gaze there. Jamie utters, "He doesn't feel well somehow. What's wrong?" Sable stands in the room across from Jamie Welton with his arms at his side and answers him. An important guest is coming today. It's the Archbishop of the Church of Pyro, Mr. Saphira. Jamie stands and listens intently to Sable. Sable stands across from Jamie Welton, squints his eyes and says to Jamie Welton with a smile, "Mrs. Shees was looking for him." Jamie Welton feels tension and embarrassment as he replies with a smile, "Amazing man." Jamie Welton looks intently at Sable, feeling tension and irritation. Jamie furrows his eyebrows and says with a smile, "As expected." Sable, hearing Jamie Welton's words, is surprised and asks, "What?" Jamie Welton and Sable, while on the red carpet spread out on the floor of the room, continue their conversation. Jamie replies, "Nothing." "But Sable, where has Sir Onyx gone? Can't see him anywhere." Sable pronounces, "No idea either." Sable walks behind Jamie Welton, squints his eyes and says with a smile, "Young Mr. Jamie." Jamie turns his head sharply toward Sable, looks at him intently upon hearing his address and replies, "Yes." Sable seriously pronounces to Jamie Welton, "He better not be interested in that man." Jamie asks in surprise, "Why is that?" Sable squints his eyes, grits his teeth in a smile, and replies, "He says it's for his own good." Sable pronounces Jamie to Welton, "He hopes he is well rested. He will pick him up when Mr. Saphira arrives." Jamie Welton froze in place and tensely stares at Sable with his lips tightly pressed together and his eyebrows furrowed. Sable instantly turns his back to Jamie Welton, standing motionless and staring thoughtfully ahead. Sable calmly pronounces to him, "Ah, right. If you're going out for a walk, don't go in the direction of Marine Forest." Sable turns his head slightly to the side and directs a sly and focused gaze at Jamie Welton. A caustic smile appears on Sable's face. Sable pronounces Jamie Welton in a serious tone, "An extremely dangerous place." A deep, dark night has fallen upon the land. In the sky, languid night clouds drift through. Grass and moss-covered stone hills rise into the terrain. Twisted trees and shrubs sprouted between them. The deep darkness of night has sunk into the land. A light mist moves over the ground among the trees. Green thick grass grows on the ground among the scattered thick trees. The trees drop their shade on the ground. There is silence and tranquility all around. On the ground is a maroon egg-shaped scale-covered object. There are thin, flexible tentacles wrapped around it, extending out to the side. The human's feet are very close to the object, positioned next to the tentacles. Standing next to the egg-shaped object are two men in dark cloaks. One of them has a hood over his head. The man who stands closer to the object lowers his head and says with a smile, "Stay there a little longer, child. Soon, he will be able to get out of there." The man feels elation and joy. He lowered his head down, gazing intently at the egg-shaped object containing the child. The man opens his mouth wide and says with a smile, "The day of his awakening." The man slowly and carefully placed his hand on the burgundy egg-shaped object the child is in. Inside the egg are the blood branches of the vessels that nourish the child. There is a sharp jolt from the egg. The man speaks menacingly as he continues his speech. "Will be the moment when they complete their call. The egg contains an embryo in the developmental stage. The embryo floats in the red liquid inside. Veins protrude along its body. Red eyes open." In the room, Sheesbelle Welton and Sarah Welton are sitting at a table on the couch, with Jamie Welton sitting across from them in a chair. Jamie turns to Shees. "Mom?" Shees replies, "Yes, son." Jamie continues to ask, "Can he ask her something?" Sarah Welton cheerfully replies to Jamie, "Ask her." Sheesbelle. Welton squints her eyes and says with a smile, "Sure, anything." Jamie Welton tensely looks at Sheesbelle Welton and Sarah Welton. Jamie Welton asks Sheesbelle Welton, "What's her connection to Uncle Onyx?" She's Belle Welton, after Jamie's question without uttering a word, froze in place, mouth slightly open, head lowered thoughtfully. Jamie Welton sits across from She's Belle Welton, looking at her carefully, watching her reaction. After a long silence from She's Belle Welton, Jamie thoughtfully interjects her. Or can't she tell? She's Belle Welton, after Jamie Welton's repeated question, calmly closes her eyes, lowers her head slightly, and answers him with a smile. No, not at all. She's trying to find the words thoughtfully, adds, where to start. She's Belle. Welton begins to tell Jamie Welton, answering his question. She was 7. She's a little girl with long blonde hair, stares forward, surprised and enthralled, eyes rounded and mouth open. She's Belle Welton saw a dark-haired boy in front of her, looking thoughtfully and sadly sideways at her. This boy, Earl Onyx pressed his lips tightly together, squinting his eyes slightly. She's pronounces, when they first met. On a sunny, clear afternoon, a conversation is taking place outside the tall window in the room of Belle's manor. A surprised voice pronounces to Earl Onyx, who is there. "No, well, look at him, Earl. He's grown so big." Earl Onyx freezes in place, looking anxiously to the side, and says thoughtfully, "Aha." Next to him stands a dark-haired man, his father, who says with a smile, "Is it because of his daily sword training that he is not used to being in society?" Earl Onyx's father closes his eyes and says disappointedly, he's worried that he hasn't been able to find a good teacher for him. The Marquis of Belle sits across from him and says sadly, "God, shouldn't we help him with his search?" Earl Onyx's father replies to Marquis Belle, he would be most grateful if he could find someone. Suddenly, a small childlike hand firmly grasps the fabric of the garment and pulls it towards itself, clenching it into a fist. Earl Onyx turns his head to the side, feeling tense and uncomfortable at the unexpected grip on his sleeve. Earl peers questioningly as She's Belle Welton holds onto his sleeve and looks up at him. She's Belle Welton cheerfully and enthusiastically raises her head, stares intently at Earl Onyx, eyes wide open, and says with a smile, "There are a lot of butterflies out there." Earl tensely and puzzled answers her. "Huh? What?" Marquis Belle squinted his eyes, and with a smile on his face, he happily pronounces to Earl Onyx, "Looks like his little girl is interested in him, Earl." Earl Onyx's father tensely shifts his gaze to Earl and says, "And that's right. Go take her for a walk." Earl Onyx tensely and anxiously shifts his gaze sideways to She's Belle Welton, mouth ajar and eyebrows furrowed. Without turning her head, Earl replies to her father, "Ah, all right." Earl's long hair develops in the air. She's Belle Welton reaches her hand up, plucking a round, large red apple from a tree branch. She holds it firmly in her fingers, pulling it down. A green strap is attached to She's Belle Welton's outstretched hand, tightly around her wrist. She's Belle Welton stands on the branch of a large, thick tree. She's squints her eyes happily, lowers her head, and says with a smile, "Look at that!" She's holds an apple in one hand, her other arm stretched out to the side for balance. Earl Onyx is standing on the ground below with his head up, watching intently as She's Belle stands on a tree branch. Earl opens his mouth wide and calls out to her in a loud, menacing voice, "She's!" Earl tensed up and rounded his eyes fearfully and tensely. She's Belle Welton stands on the tree branch with her head down. She carefully wide open her eyes, looking down on Earl Onyx from above. She's answers Earl with a smile. "Huh?" She's makes a prolonged sound, eh? Earl Onyx fearfully and tensely shouts to She's Belle Welton, "Watch out!" Suddenly, She's foot, which is wearing white high shoes, slips off the branch, and She's begins to fall backwards before she can hold on. She's Belle Welton is in the tree and begins to fall backwards, lifting one leg up, arms flailing in the air. She screams loudly in surprise, "Ouch!" Earl Onyx stands on the ground watching She's and shouts fearfully, "She's!" She's Belle Welton falls from the tree down onto Earl Onyx. She's arms are stretched forward, the apple falling out of them. There are leaves from the tree left in She's hair. Earl lies on his back, spreading his arms out to the sides and sighing heavily with fright. She's Belle Welton lifts She's off the ground, opening her mouth wide with joy and enthusiasm. What fun! She's eyes are wide open, her face covered in abrasions from falling out of a tree. Earl Onyx tensely and irritably asks, "What?" She's Belle Welton stands near the tree, leaning on it with one hand. She's joyfully and enthusiastically shouts to Earl Onyx, "Let's do it again!" Earl Onyx looks at She's with a focused and menacing look of tension and anger and utters, "No." She's Belle Welton cheerfully and animatedly says to Earl Onyx, coaxing him up the tree, "Come on!" Earl Onyx tensely and irritably replies to She's, "You can't, please." She's and Earl stand under the trees in the garden. Earl Onyx instantly breaks a large red apple into 2 pieces. Earl Onyx's hands are wrapped in bandages up to his fingers. leaving his fingers free and bare. Beryl holds the shoestring apple slices tightly in his hands. Beryl Onyx holds out the half apple in his hand to She's Belle Welton and says to her, "Hold it." His arms are bandaged from elbow to finger. She's Belle Welton sits across from him, looking at him intently and confused, saying with a smile, "How nice." She's Belle Welton stands beside a table on which a pile of red apples rests. She's rests her hands on the table and enthusiastically says to Beryl Onyx, "Do that again for her." Beryl tensely replies, "Where did she manage to get so many apples?" Near the red apples that lie on the table in a common pile, a conversation between She's Belle Welton and Beryl Onyx takes place. Beryl's tense sigh at the request to break the apple again, and She's delight at this. Wow. Day after day, the change of day and night, when the full moon and sky studded with stars changes to a clear sunny day with white clouds. She's Belle Welton confidently says to Beryl Onyx, "Okay, she's made up her mind." She's Belle Welton confidently and decisively pronounces, "She will learn the art of the sword." She's clenches the wooden sword tightly in her fist. Beryl Onyx, hearing She's Belle Welton's words and demonstration, is surprised to say, "What?" She's Belle Welton stands in front of Beryl Onyx, clenching her hand tightly into a fist and holding the wooden sword in her other hand. She squints her eyes and says with an embarrassed smile, "He will be her mentor from this day forward." Beryl Onyx sighs heavily. She's Belle Welton, holding the wooden sword in her hands, strikes the bushes with a sharp motion, sending leaves flying off to the sides. She's squinted her eyes contentedly and embarrassedly and gritted her teeth in a smile. She's Belle Welton looks at Beryl Onyx with embarrassment and asks cheerfully, "How does he like her skills?" Beryl tensely and unhappily looks at She's and utters, "Oh, don't even get me started. She has no talent." She's says in surprise, "What?" and laughs loudly. 3 years later, in the study, a man's hand strikes the desk near the open book sharply with force, joining tense fingers together and resting on the desk. The man shouts irritably and angrily, "Him!" The man is not happy with what is happening. In the study, Marquis Bell stands up abruptly from the desk, pushing back his chair. The Marquis rests his hands on the desk, and with his head down, he says angrily, "He was told to stay away from the gold mine. He has repeatedly said it's too dangerous." Beryl Onyx's father stands across from the Marquis of Bell, looking at him intently, tense and desperate. He pronounces to Marquis Bell, he had no other choice. He could not tarnish their family's honor. Marquis Bell abruptly interrupts Father Beryl Onyx, shouting loudly and angrily in his direction with his mouth wide open. If they lose their family, there is no point in honor. While shouting, Marcus stares forward with a focused frown on his eyebrows. Beryl Onyx froze in place, lowering his head thoughtfully and feeling anxious and worried. Beryl bites his lower lip hard and remains silent. She's Belle Welton stands beside him and looks at him pitifully with regret and says, "Everything will be all right." But suddenly Beryl Onyx is urgently called out. "Young master! The head of the family!" Beryl runs swiftly across the room towards the bed and cries out in a loud, frightened voice, "Father!" On the bed lies Beryl Onyx's father, bloodied, with his hands joined on his chest. Beryl Onyx cries out fearfully and anxiously, "Father! Please get up, father!" On the bed, wearing a white shirt, lies Beryl Onyx's father. His mouth is ajar, blood dripping down his cheek onto the pillow. His clothes and everything around him is stained with blood. After the head of the family committed suicide, the Onyxes fell. Beryl Onyx stands near a stone monument with a cross in the cemetery under which Beryl's father is buried. Beryl looks sadly at the monument with his hands down. Beryl Onyx stands still, looking sadly at the monument where his father is buried. Marquis Bell comes up behind him, looking at Beryl with regret and pity, touching his shoulder with her hand. The Marquis utters, "Beryl, from now on, be with your family." She's Belle Welton stares forward, eyes wide with tears. She's feeling bitter and regretful, bites her lower lip, mournfully saying, "Oh no." She's hand was taken by Marquis Bell's. Beryl Onyx froze in place, head down and mouth pensively ajar. His detached and lost gaze is directed downward. His hair falls over his face, covering his eyes and temple. Beryl is confused and overwhelmed by what is happening. The Marquis of Bell holds tightly to She's Belle Welton's hand, trying to support her. The Marquis's scuffed, abrasion-covered hands encircle She's delicate little hand. Marquis Bell says thoughtfully to She's, "It's all right, She's." About a year later, Beryl Onyx is in a winter forest. Snow is falling in flakes on the ground and on the trees, forming drifts. Beryl Onyx is practicing intently, swinging his sword in the air, putting effort into making heavy sounds loudly. Not far away from Beryl Onyx, under a tree, Sheesbell Welton sits on the ground. She has her legs stretched out in front of her, bending slightly at the knee. Shees has folded her arms in front of her, looking wistfully at the ground. All around are flakes of snow falling from the sky. 2 years later. Not far from Beryl Onyx, Sheesbell Welton sits on the ground under a tree. She has her legs stretched out in front of her, arms crossed in front of her, gazing wistfully at the ground. Beryl practiced making various sounds. Hop! Ha! Beryl has become obsessed with practicing his sword art in the name of revenge. Beryl Onyx stretches his hand forward, spreading his fingers. His other hand is wrapped back and holds his sword tightly. Beryl stares forward in concentration, frowning his eyebrows. Beryl Onyx continues his training in the same place he always did. Outside, it is getting evening and the sun has set, lightly illuminating the sky. There is no one near the tree where Sheesbell Welton used to sit. The autumn forest has turned yellow. The leaves have fallen from the trees. Beryl Onyx stretches his arm forward during the practice, and without turning his head, shifts his gaze to the direction where Sheesbell Welton used to sit. Beryl Onyx stares pensively with his mouth twisted to the side. Beryl Onyx freezes in place with his hands down. He stares forward, perplexed and thoughtful, saying, Shees? Beryl Onyx doesn't realize where Sheesbell Welton has gone. She was no longer in place under the tree. So 4 years passed. Evening has come. A large full moon rises in the sky amongst the studded stars and night clouds, illuminating the sky and the expanse of earth. In the bright stone castle, a bright light burns in every window on every floor. In the castle where light is burning everywhere, there is lively communication. The noise of conversations among themselves is heard everywhere. Women in lavish festive dresses, decorated with bows and ruffles, are in the hall with tables laden with food and drink. Sheesbell Welton stands opposite a tall man in the middle of the room of guests. The man stares intently at Shees, letting saliva out of his mouth, and says, You seem to be alone. How about taking a walk with him? Shees tensely replies, Thanks, she's fine as she is. Beryl Onyx is standing near the door, his back to the hall with the guests present. Beryl listens irritably to the conversations from the hall, biting his lip. Wow, what a beauty. Good luck, Tommy. The men in the audience are watching Sheesbell Welton with admiration. Beryl Onyx froze in place at the words heard from the audience about Sheesbell Welton. Beryl tensed and angrily bulged his eyes, staring down intently. His face tensed, veins protruding on his cheekbones. Beryl says angrily, How dare you? Beryl Onyx stands over the man who is lying on his back on the floor. Beryl presses his foot into his chest, lowers his head with his hands in his pockets, and utters, Shut up. Nearby, 2 more men lie motionless on the floor. There are drops of blood everywhere on the floor. Beryl Onyx stares down at the man he has knocked to the floor in anger and hatefully says, If I separate their tongues, they won't be able to fool around with Shees anymore. Beryl's gaze is focused and aggressive. The man, whom Beryl Onyx has knocked to the floor and is kicking forcefully in the chest, lies on his back and looks up at Beryl fearfully. The man's body is shaking with fear. Tears are streaming from his eyes and his teeth are clenched tightly. There are abrasions all over the man's face. Sheesbell Welton suddenly appears. She tensely and anxiously shouts to Beryl Onyx, opening her mouth wide, Oraboni, which means addressing the older brother in a formal setting. Sheesbell rounds her eyes, staring intently at Beryl. Beryl Onyx is standing on a night street with buildings standing around him. Beryl tensely and anxiously turns his head and directs his gaze towards Sheesbell Welton with his mouth ajar. Beryl Onyx says thoughtfully and quietly, Shees. Sheesbell Welton stands in front of Beryl Onyx, raising her head and directing a worried look at him. Shees crosses her palms over her chest, anxiously and fearfully saying to Beryl, Oraboni? Shees pondered. He was not at all the man she knew. On a clear day, a carriage pulled by 2 horses moves in Afton. The carriage moves slowly along the tiled road. There are locals everywhere, socializing, going about their business. His name is Arjuna Welton. He has recently become the head of the family. He wants to rely on her advice, Marquis. Arjuna Welton is a young guy wearing a dark uniform and black short gloves. Arjuna straightened up, standing still and clasping his lowered hands at his feet. Sheesbell Welton sat on the red couch. At Arjuna Welton's greeting, Shees squints her eyes and replies with a smile. Sheesbell. She's honored to meet the head of the Welton family. Please make yourselves comfortable. She's Belle Welton sits across from Argina Welton. She squints her eyes in embarrassment and contentedly, locking her lips together and spreading them in a welcoming smile. She's hair is adorned with a golden chain. She's wearing a dress with the sleeves down, exposing her shoulders. Argina Welton sits across from She's Belle Welton. He is tense, embarrassed, and awkward. Count Argina Welton frowned his eyebrows down, lowering them, his eyes squinting slightly. He closed his lips tightly together, nudging his lower lip. In the living room near the table, Argina Welton, Marquis Belle, and She's Belle Welton are seated on red couches. The Marquis pronounces, "The Earl of Welton is quite famous for his sword skills. It is rumored that he will soon become the next master." Earl Welton looks at Marquis Belle with a concentrated look and says seriously, "Those are exaggerations." He is too busy trying to learn the family's weapon technique. The Marquis replies with a smile. No one here doubts that he will become a master swordsman. Count Welton tensely and embarrassedly stares forward, slightly squinting his eyes, frowning his forehead, and lowering his eyebrows sadly. Earl Welton opens his mouth wide and utters, "Come on," the Earl of Welton says thoughtfully, pausing. Him. In front of the Earl of Welton sits She's Belle Welton. She squints her eyes confusedly and contentedly, pursing her lips and stretching them out in a welcoming smile. She's Belle Welton is radiant with happiness and joy as she looks at Earl Welton. Earl Welton sits across from She's Belle Welton and abruptly drops his head face down on the table with force. The Earl of Welton embarrassedly utters, "He is honored." She's Belle Welton watches Earl Welton intently and sighs tensely. There is a quick movement in the wide, spacious hallway of Belle Manor. Along the entire corridor is a red carpet with light-colored stripes along the edges. A formidable and nervous voice thunders down the hallway. "She's..."
Beryl Onyx follows She's Belle Welton, who is moving swiftly down the hallway. Beryl anxiously utters, "She's, let's talk." She's closes her eyes and replies menacingly, "They have nothing to talk about."
Beryl Onyx at Belle Manor angrily and irritated. "She's going to meet that creep again, isn't she?" She's Belle Welton replies to Beryl unhappily. "He's the head of the Welton family. Don't you dare talk about him like that." Beryl Onyx stands in the room of Belle Manor, anxiously and confusedly looking at She's Belle Welton, frozen in place. Beryl Onyx utters thoughtfully, "She doesn't like him?" And yet she had only ever looked at him before. She's Belle Welton walks down the corridor, turns her head to the side and says irritably, "The man she treated like a brother didn't behave like that. He doesn't listen to her anymore and he's trying to tie her down." Beryl Onyx froze in place, staring intently at She's Belle Welton, who walks away from him with no desire to talk. Beryl says confused and anxiously, "Please, enough already. Beryl stops, pausing for a moment. Beryl Onyx abruptly grabs She's Belle Welton's hands, squeezing them with force. Beryl stares intently at She's and loudly rages, "Does she even know how he is?" She's stares dumbfounded at Beryl, eyes wide open. Beryl Onyx gripped She's Belle Welton's hands tightly, trying to say something to her. She's Belle froze in place in front of Beryl. Suddenly, Beryl Onyx was grabbed by Count Welton's wrist, trying to stop him. Count Argina Welton angrily and irritatedly shouted with his mouth wide open, "What on earth is he doing?" Count Argino. Welton furrowed his eyebrows, lowering them down, squinting his eyes angrily, staring intently at Beryl Onyx. Beryl Onyx, after Count Argino Welton tries to stop him, turns sharply towards him, tensing his facial muscles with a tense and angry stare. Beryl Onyx shouts aggressively and angrily, "Go away!" Count Argino Welton stares at Beryl Onyx with a focused look, lowering his eyebrow and clenching his teeth. Count Argino Welton pitches his body forward, feeling angry and annoyed. Count Welton utters, "Can't afford it." Count Argino Welton squeezes Beryl Onyx's wrist with force, trying to relax his hands. Beryl Onyx's hand relaxes, releasing She's Belle Welton's hands. She's Belle freezes in place in front of Beryl Onyx. Beryl Onyx instantly begins to shout loudly, aggressively, and angrily at Count Argino Welton, insulting him. Beryl Onyx pitches his body forward, opens his mouth wide, and angrily lowers his eyebrows, glaring intently at Count Welton. Count Argino Welton holds Beryl Onyx's wrist firmly. Count Welton demandingly utters to Beryl, "Apologize to Miss She's right away." She's Belle Welton froze in place, looking forward frightened and upset, tears appearing in her eyes. Beryl Onyx grits his teeth tightly, mouth ajar, and looks towards Count Argino Welton. Beryl Onyx feels irritation, anger, and hatred towards Count Argino Welton. The muscles of Beryl Onyx's face are tense. Beryl Onyx angrily says to Count Argino Welton, "Welton, he challenges him to a duel." Count Argino Welton grits his teeth, aggressively lowers his eyebrows, tensely and angrily looks at Beryl Onyx, perplexed by his words. Sheesbel Welton froze in place upon hearing Beryl Onyx's words. Sheesbel had her mouth ajar, staring forward detachedly. Tears came to her eyes. Sheesbel Welton lowered her hands down, feeling anxious and confused. Count Argino Welton stands in front of Beryl Onyx in the middle of the corridor, confidently holding him tightly by the wrist. Count Argino Welton looks at Beryl. Beryl Onyx has his head down, bending forward slightly. Count Argino Welton froze in place, looking at Beryl Onyx in a focused and menacing manner. Count Argino Welton frowned, lowering his eyebrows down and squinting his eyes. Count Welton confidently and angrily says to Beryl Onyx, "Challenge accepted." Bell Manor stands in the rays of the setting sun. A fiery sunset dazzles the sky, setting behind the hills. The hills stand behind Bell Manor, towering high above the ground. A surprised voice breaks out. Is this what happened? Sheesbel Welton has come into the Marquis Bell's study, stands before him and loudly strains, "Father, please calm this couple down." She's opened her eyes wide, staring intently at Marquis, frowning her forehead. She's is worried and tense. Marquis Bell is across from Sheesbel Welton at the desk, frozen in place, looking down thoughtfully and tensely pondering with his mouth ajar. He doesn't want to lie, Shees. But he was thinking of passing her off as Beryl. Marquis Bell sits at his desk, head down, and both hands on the table. Sheesbel Welton stands across the desk and says to the Marquis tensely, "No way. He's an Oraboni she's known for quite some time." Sheesbel Welton continues to speak. "And well, believe me, Beryl is either a sword-wielding demon or a man who was only following her to see if she was seeing another man." She's lowered her head frustratedly and crossed her fingers in front of her. Marquis Bell sits at the desk in his office, looking intently at Sheesbel Welton, who is disturbed by the events that have transpired. Marquis Bell says thoughtfully and calmly, "He just loves her." Sheesbel Welton instantly places her hands on Marquis Bell's desk, standing across from him. Sheesbel Welton rests her toes on her hands and pronounces to Marquis Bell, feeling anxious and tense, "That's not true at all." Sheesbel Welton rests her hands on Marquis Bell's desk, standing across from him. Sheesbel Welton's hands begin to shake from the feelings of frustration and sadness overwhelming her. Tears from her eyes drip onto the table next to her hand. Sheesbel Welton anxiously and disappointedly says to Marquis Bell, "That kindness and care of Beryl's past. They are gone." Sheesbel Welton slightly lowered her head, clenched her teeth tightly, mouth ajar. Streams of tears rolled down her cheeks. Marquis Bell sits pensively at his desk, head down, and stares intently in front of him. Marquis Bell pauses and tensely says to Sheesbel Welton, "Shees, does she happen to know about the Earl of Welton?" Sheesbel Welton stands in front of the Marquis Bell's desk, leaning back with her hands. Ona lifts her head and says confusedly, "Pardon me?" The Marquis rises from his chair and replies, "Not the point." He realized what she wanted to talk about, so asks her to leave. Sears walked out, slamming the door. Father remained standing by the table, contemplating what had happened. Father Sears went to the window and looked out at the bright, blinding sun and apologized to Onyx. During the night, heavy rain had fallen on the land, making it almost impossible to see anything. After the duel, Beryl lay on the ground right in the pouring rain. Standing there with his sword drawn, Welton cheerfully said that he had won. Sears, who saw all this, cried out in horror. She asked if he was all right. When she saw Sears, Beryl smiled. Without getting up, he tried to tell her that he was fine. In Beryl's mind, memories surfaced of hugging Sears and telling her that he was much stronger than she thought. There was nothing to worry about. Raindrops dripped down Beryla's body and face, hiding the lone tear rolling from his eyes. He continued to lie on the ground. Morning came. The bright sun illuminated the castle. There was no reminder of yesterday's bad weather. Father Sears was sitting at his desk in his study when he received word that Sir Beryl had left in the middle of the night. He thought it was best for everyone. 3 years passed. Sears, pregnant, was nestled in a chair in front of a huge wedding portrait of her and Welton. Her peace was disturbed when the door opened and she was called by name. Welton entered. He said she ought to know about it. It was about Sir Beryl. He had become a master swordsman. Thinking, Welton looked at Sears carefully. He said there was something else. Welton said he was thinking that Beryl wanted revenge on the 3 families that caused the Onyxes to go bankrupt. She was dumbfounded. She was shocked and greatly saddened by this news. Hugging her rounded belly, Sears said that she too had something she wanted to share with him. Worry overcame Welton. He asked what else had happened. He was already prepared for anything. Sears said she had been thinking for a long time. His wife cheerfully said that they should name the baby Jamie. He replied that Jamie Welton was a beautiful name. But what would happen if a girl was born? Sears replied that then it would be Sarah. Welton replied that Sarah Welton sounds great. He likes it. Sears and Welton had 2 children. Their mom was telling them about how they met. Sears' son inquired about the past. She asked her son if he was really interested in her past. The boy confirmed that he was, mentally regretting that the story was so long. Listening to the story, Jamie thought about how he hadn't realized that Welton had been able to overcome such a strong man. Sarah noticed that Jamie had a strange look on his face. Sears' story was interrupted. A man entered to announce that Archbishop Sapphira had arrived. The Archbishop was in the company of Sears' father when she came out and greeted him. Smiling, the Archbishop called Sears a tomboy. Sears was embarrassed. She said she shouldn't bring that up when they hadn't seen each other for so long. The Archbishop laughed and asked if she thought toddler was a good word. Father Sears smiled. He said that this little one is already a mother of 2 children. The children joined them. The boy said his name was Jamie Welton. Meeting the Archbishop is an honor for him. The girl introduced herself as Sarah Welton. Sears gave Sarah a hug. The Archbishop asked how the children were doing. They should come more often. The Archbishop said that Apostle had told him a lot about Jamie. He has heard that the 2 of them are best friends. The Archbishop's attendant told Jamie that the Apostle had asked him to tell him that he wished to see him soon. Jamie's eyes twinkled slyly. He said yes, of course. He thought to himself that they had seen each other before. The girl standing with them offered to walk them out. But Father Sears said that unfortunately they would go there later. He'd like to speak to the Archbishop. The Archbishop, blessing Sears, said he prayed that the blessing of the goddess would come upon them and their children. Sears thanked and said goodbye. Hugging Jamie, Sears wondered what they should do next. Suddenly remembering, Sears said that Jamie had talked about wanting to go to the place where the big drop of water was. The son asked his mother the forest of Myrine. What kind of place is that? The helper told him not to go there, but looking suspiciously at Jamie, Sears asked about how he knew about the place. He didn't happen to go anywhere. The boy laughed and said of course not. Sears asked about why Sable told him about it. He replied that Sable had only wanted to warn him. Sears looked angrily at her son and said that she had repeatedly told him not to go anywhere without her knowledge. He may be a good wizard, but he's still a child. Obediently nodding his head, Jamie agreed with his mother. Sears said that, since that's the case, the forest of Myrine is that way. She pointed in the direction with her hand. He looked in the direction Sears was pointing him. Jamie said that this forest looked ordinary, and it doesn't look dangerous at all. His mother told him that it was one of the forbidden areas in the whole world. One of them is the great forest of Ariajada, which is outside this forest. Simply put, Myrine is part of Ariajad. Worried, Sears asked her son if he understood her. Jamie thought to himself that the odds were high that this was the same dark forest that Pyro had spoken of. With another angry glance at her son, Sears told him in a tone that would not be tolerated, so that he would remember not to go there. Jamie said aloud that of course he would do as she said. He thought to himself that he would go there. It was dark night. The forest looked like an ominous place in total darkness. 2 cloaked figures moved in the darkness. One of the travelers exclaimed that this was indeed the place. One of the travelers was Jamie. He wasn't scared at all. He was smiling. Looking at the impenetrable thickets of the dark forest, Jamie said that this place had a truly terrible aura. Red glowing lights surrounded them on all sides. While in the forest, Jamie tried to use the chain lightning and explosion techniques, but it didn't work well. Jamie was disappointed. At that time, someone was watching him from the top of a tree. Jamie was surprised that this was a forest where black magic couldn't be used. Suddenly, Jamie's companion shouted his name. Something from behind was approaching him. The companion tried to protect Jamie from the huge creature attacking them from behind. He heard his companion say enough of counting crows with her mouth hanging open. Looking at his companion, Jamie angrily questioned what she had just said. The companion had managed to destroy the creature. She looked at Jamie in bewilderment. The companion questioned what the master had said. Smirking, Jamie said it didn't matter. The boy asked Benna about her failure to use black magic as well. The girl confirmed it. But she said she felt better than ever. Her body feels like a feather. She can feel the flow of power going through her. It feels like floating in the air. Satisfied, Jamie said that in that case, that's good. He thought it was okay since she is one of the Forest Valkyrie tribe. She, like the elves, is fueled by the energy of this place. Clarifying, Benna asked how he had gotten here. Jamie replied that he had already told her that. Her concern was, it was at the request of that goddess. Jamie confirmed her words. Benna asked about what they needed to do. After thinking about it, Jamie said that they needed to move to a different place for starters. He tried to use his magic to take off. They needed to be somewhere else. The forest prevented them from fully utilizing the magic that Jamie had. Thanks to Jamie's magic, a vortex rose up around them. Benna screamed in terror. There was no way he could take off. Jamie was angry. He tried again. Suddenly, Jamie took off with great speed. He thought it was all the forest's fault. If he fell to the ground at this speed, he might crash. Also suddenly, Jamie found himself on the ground, in a green clearing. He didn't even quite realize how it had happened. Next to him was a slightly wrinkled Benna. She wondered if they were really alive. After looking around, Benna asked where they were. Jamie said they needed to look around. Benna and Jamie found themselves near a huge gate. Jamie said they were in the ruins. The companions saw that there were inscriptions on the gate. Jamie tried to read it. He started reading the inscription. It said, "Leave or enter." Standing in front of the gate, Jamie wondered what to do next. There was no hurry. The huge gate swung open in front of Jamie. Bright sunlight poured in. A surprised Benna saw the door open. Jamie said he didn't know who created it, but it looked interesting. Looking at what was inside, Jamie thought he didn't expect to find symbols used in his past life. Night had fallen. The full moon had risen in the sky, casting its light all around. A man walking along the wall suddenly smelled blood. Suddenly, a man with a torch called out to him. He reported that they had found someone lying unconscious. The man lying on the ground was missing his heart. The men speculated that it must have been the work of demons. Standing over the lifeless body, the man gave the order to inform Sable. Looking over the breathless body, the man thought it was very strange. From the looks of it, he had died about 4 hours ago. The man remembered what the patrol pattern looked like, as well as the path the soldiers take during the guard change. The man couldn't understand how this man could have been overlooked. He'd never been reported. Looking at the patrol chart, the man thought that, as much as he didn't want to point a finger at anyone, he should check the patrol schedule of the area. Suddenly, the man realized that someone had attacked him from behind and tried to take his life. It was a hooded man who crept up from behind and attacked the unsuspecting man. The hooded man had appropriated the man's heart. He smiled evilly. He thought that no matter how much they searched, they wouldn't be able to catch him. Suddenly, the hooded man heard someone approaching him from behind. The hooded man heard the person behind him say that they had finally met. The approaching man said that he was in a rather awkward position because of him. Without looking back, the hooded man smirked. He inquired about the man who happened to be the head counselor. Suddenly, the hooded man felt a punch being thrown at him. He realized he was being attacked. The hooded man turned around at his attacker and cursed. He glared angrily at the man standing in front of him. Sheathing his sword, the man said that bodies infected with demonic energy shouldn't get off easily. The hooded man's face twisted with rage. He yelled for the man to stop. Jamie was approached by Benna. She inquired if he was okay. Jamie replied that he was. He was using a technique, healing with the beat of life. Jamie thought he might actually be dead. A flustered Benna said that she had thoughts in her head that their song had been sung. Jamie was in agreement with her. After calming down, Jamie revealed that there were giant armored soldiers equipped with anti-magic. Also, Jamie continued, there were automatic speed traps everywhere. Continuing the story, Jamie added that there were hordes of battle scorpions with no end to them. It wasn't very pleasant. They stood in front of a large door. Jamie said that this was finally it. Benna asked about what it said. Looking closer, Jamie read the inscription placed on the door. The place where it slumbers. The doors in front of them swung open and a bright, blinding light emerged from it. With astonishment, Benna stared at the swinging doors. She wondered what the inscription could possibly mean. She was eerily curious as to what could be sleeping in there. It was not at all clear to her. They saw a huge, angry bear come out of the door toward them. On his neck was a red collar with sharp spikes. As Jamie looked at the bear, he was surprised. He couldn't understand what the bear had to do with it. Benna was looking at the bear with delight. Looking at the bear that came out, Benna shouted with delight that it was very cute. The girl yelled for Master to see how big the teddy bear was. Worried, Jamie realized that Benna didn't understand the danger she was in. He yelled for her to be careful. At the same second, the bear stomped his foot, causing the ground to shake and rocks to fly in all directions. From the bear's paw, Benna and Jamie couldn't keep their balance and flew off to the side. The bear shouted menacingly that they had the guts to come here. He looked intimidating. Shocked, Jamie was amazed that the bear understood human language. Looking at him, Jamie wondered if the bear knew who he was. Taking a huge boulder in his paw, the bear growled for Jamie not to pretend. Swinging it around, the bear yelled at Jamie that he was the one who didn't know. Jamie barely had time to shout out the spell. Barrier. Thanks to the barrier technique, an energy dome formed around Jamie, saving him from the flying stone. A powerful blow struck Jamie's protective dome, shattering it. A powerful blow struck Jamie, shattering his protective dome and reaching its target. Witnessing it all, Benna rushed to help. Her master was lying on the ground amidst a pile of rubble, showing no signs of life. The master was alive but could hardly move. Almost all of his ribs were broken, he thought. Running up to the teacher, Benna helped him up. She asked about whether he was all right. Jamie thought it could have been much worse without the beat of life. Looking at Jamie, the bear said that he had nullified that power. Now he had no way to resist anything. Looking questioningly at the bear, Jamie asked about how he managed to block his black mana. The bear got angry again and swung around. He shouted menacingly that it was none of his business. The girl clenched her fists. She thought she could do it. She would definitely be able to defend the master. Gathering all her strength, Benna struck the bear. She couldn't let the master be destroyed. Looking at Benna trying to protect him, Jamie asked what it was for, why. The hooded man stood in front of the counselor, the chief counselor to him, that he had overstepped his bounds and ruined everything. After all, he had told him to leave the soldiers alone. He replied to the counselor that this swordmaster had slipped away again. There was nothing to fear. The chief counselor, smiling, said that apparently he hadn't had enough punishment. The hooded man looked at the chief counselor in horror, expecting punishment. The counselor-in-chief said he wasn't interested in the swordmaster. The hooded man fell to his knees in front of him. Holding the sword in his hands, the counselor smiled. He said the most important thing from such foul demonic parasites was obedience. The chief counselor thought to himself that everything should go according to plan. At this time, Benna's battle with the bear continued. She was fiercely defending her master. Slightly wrinkled, Benna was worried if her master was all right. She heard him shouting to her that she was doing well. Suddenly, a 6-color torrential rain fell on those present. The bear looked at it suspiciously and swatted it away with ease. The huge bear and Jamie and Benna stood looking at each other in bewilderment. Benna was smiling happily, and Jamie didn't understand what had happened. Bear said it was all because of their waving left and right. He asked about why they wouldn't just give up. Jamie asked the bear if he really wanted them to just circle back. Benna yelled that he was just attacking them out of the blue. The bear said they had left a disgusting object in his woods. Since they had committed a crime, they should be punished. Puzzled, Jamie said it was their first time here. The bear replied that this was a lie. That dark force protecting the demon egg is definitely Jamie's. Confused, Jamie didn't understand what Bear was talking about. He was surprised that there was a demonic egg in this forest. Bear clenched his fists with force. He shouted for them to stop lying. He would kill all of the demon's followers. Looking threateningly at Jamie, Bear said he was about to destroy him. The boy said he came here to get rid of the thing at the request of the Pero goddess. The bear already had his huge paw in place for a crushing blow. The bear stopped and asked if he was sure he wasn't lying to him. Jamie swore with everything he had. About to leave, Jamie said that if he didn't believe him, he could follow him and see for himself. Bear said it was okay. This forest is part of the goddess's territory. If he lied and defamed her name, he would be punished immediately by heaven. Looking at Jamie incomprehensibly, Bear said that he didn't feel any divine presence emanating from him, and his power, which he had to suppress, was definitely not holy. He explained that he wasn't following her. They had only made a deal. The goddess told him to go to the dark forest and prevent the awakening of that hideous dark magic. Jamie said that the goddess had told him that he would understand why it had pleased her to send him and not one of her followers. It was worth it, just to be here. Bear hesitated for a moment. He said that was hard to believe, and there was no denying the fact. Unable to bear it, Benna interrupted him. She asked him to tell them about the demon egg and the power protecting it. Bear began the story. He said that the egg appeared about a month ago. He went at once to get rid of it, but a dark force was protecting him. The bear told how it was an incredibly dark, deep, and powerful force. Bear told how he clenched his fist to deliver a crushing blow. With a forceful swing, Bear delivered a mighty blow to the egg. But to Bear's surprise, his blow did not destroy the egg. It did not cause it any damage at all. Bear said that no matter what he did, he couldn't break through the barrier, so he had to block the energy around him from the start. Jamie asked him how he did it, since he couldn't feel any divine power from him. Bear replied that it was thanks to an artifact that looked like ruins. Jamie realized that those ruins were the artifact. A surprised Benna said that the whole place must be expensive, but Jamie didn't let her finish, covering her mouth with his hand. He asked Bear how he knew the ancient language, and for what purpose the artifact was needed. Bear replied that he had no idea. All he knows is that this place was created about 600 years ago. After thinking for a while, Jamie asked permission to ask one more question. He asked about why Bear was still restricting this dark power. Bear looked at Jamie perplexed. He didn't understand the question asked. The boy said that Bear had blocked the power protecting the egg. In that case, he should have broken the egg on the spot. Surprised, Jamie clarified why on earth he was storing that black mana in an unusable state. Confused, Bear said that, to be fair, the egg was still intact. Jamie wondered why, what was keeping him from getting rid of it. Bear explained that in order to block the dark force with the artifact, the caster must be in the ruins. Bear added that he hadn't met anyone yet who could help destroy the egg. Jamie was taken aback by such an admission. Bear said that his name was Tiburon and she was a pathetic human. The girl laughed. She said he's a bear cub with lots of ideas but no plans to accomplish them. Tiburon is a plush toy with a long tongue just talking about how pathetic and insignificant everyone is. Suddenly, Jamie asked Tiburon if he could feel Benna's power. Looking carefully at Benna, Tiburon assumed she had the life force of the Valkyries. Jamie replied that she didn't. Something else. something similar to his. He said that Benna was blocked as well, and he doesn't understand why. Perhaps this power is similar to the one that protects the egg. But Tiburon replied that it is something else. The power he blocked is exactly the same as Jamie's, but not Benna's. Thinking about it, Jamie thought that only an origin should have his black magic. Deciding there was no other way, Jamie asked Tiburon to remove the power restriction and let them out. He would go and see it for himself. The bear looked at Jamie and Benna incredulously, deciding what to do. Smiling, Benna told him to trust them. If Master was able to use his power, he could handle the egg in seconds. Bear was still hesitant, but Benna reminded him that the goddess had sent them. Tiburon, after a little thought, agreed. He removed the blockage of their power. Overjoyed, Jamie noted with pleasure that his power had returned to him. He stomped forcefully on the ground and began to unwind. His body was full of power. Using his power, Jamie began to release dark magic that instantly surrounded them all. Tiburon looked at Jamie in shock, not understanding what was happening. Benna was completely bewildered as well. Releasing the powerful energy, Jamie clenched his fists. He said that no one dared to mess with him. Jamie kept increasing the power of the released energy. He smiled predatorily. Tiburon looked at Jamie in horror. He screamed at him that he didn't realize what he was doing. Jamie's body swirled in the light of energy. He felt superior. Smiling, Jamie said he was going to take control now. Suddenly, Jamie felt the strongest, unexpected blow land on him. He was being attacked by Tiburon. He was screaming that Jamie was a fucking bastard who didn't know what he was doing. Glaring, Jamie told Tiburon to slow down. Spreading his paws to strike, Tiburon said that if he didn't stop, there would be nothing left of the ruins. A worried Benna said the master was bleeding. He said he was fine. Jamie thought to himself that a mental barrier wasn't a bad thing, but it wouldn't stop him. The bear was surprised to notice that his connection to the ruins had been lost. He wondered if it was Jamie's doing. He was surprised that it had happened so quickly. Grinning, Jamie replied that he had appointed him as his master's assistant. Unfortunately for him, his master isn't the only one who is good with artifacts. For a rank 3, all of this is an easy job. Folding his arms across his chest, Jamie smiled. He said that he couldn't just leave alone an item that blocked his powers, though you couldn't call that a real restriction. Bear stared at Jamie perplexed. Jamie wondered how he was able to block his power in the first place, a power capable of absorbing holy energy. The guy reasoned that it was utter nonsense. He'd used some kind of trick, reduced the mana accumulation level, tilted the original coordinate of space, activation obstacle, to produce a specifically mutated active energy field affected, due to indeterminate dispersion. In any case, a fact is a fact. Smirking, Jamie said that's why there's no need to pursue him. Smirking, Jamie remarked that Tiburon couldn't leave the ruins even if he wanted to. Tiburon looked at Jamie dumbfounded. He hadn't expected this to be possible. Tiburon reprimanded himself and Jamie laughed. At this time, the castle was turbulent. Word had come in that 9 lifeless bodies had been found overnight. Father Sears was very puzzled. He asked the guards who arrived what the hell was going on. He asked whose work it was. He didn't understand what was beginning to happen around him. Suddenly, Father Sears remembered Sable. He wondered what was wrong with him. Looking menacingly at the soldiers, he asked where the inspector was. He was told that Sable had not been seen since last night. He was not delighted at this news. It was morning, and the city was flooded with bright sunlight, warming the waking citizens with its warmth. The chief counselor was at the very top of the roof, looking out over the surroundings. Everyone was expecting that they should be arriving in the city soon. The chief counselor was expecting them to arrive. Father Sears said they were to receive a summons from the superintendent. The superintendent is the head of the spiritual area. He was told that the holy orderlies had already been dispatched. They are likely to arrive tomorrow at noon. The archbishop warned that they will also be visited by one of the gentlemen. Father Sears said the priest has made a difficult decision. Father Sears asked if Afton was being well looked after. The chief counselor assured him that of course it was, because it was their sacred land. The chief counselor thought to himself that by the time they arrived, it would all be over. The chief advisor looked at his sword glistening in the sun and smiled, absorbed in his thoughts. An unusual aura surrounded Jamie and Benna. Benna was puzzled. She said she was speechless. Looking at the aura, Benna was amazed. Jamie chuckled that it was his energy. Jamie wondered what the black mana that belonged to him had forgotten here. Benna wondered what the symbols meant. Doubting, Jamie began to read. Dead stretched out, hands up, seawater. He continued reading. Moonlight, a single starlight shines in the undulating sea, the only light in the dark sea. Finally, Jamie began to remember. Now he could read it all. The great dark sea, the shining starlight. Next it said, the dead man stretches his hand over the wave of the sea. The next inscription read, the only moonlight in the dark sky. As Jamie continued to decipher it read, an old man raising his hand and sinking into the darkness. He kept remembering, devouring even the darkness. A beast hungry for everything. Pensive, Jamie remembered that this book had once been his study guide. He remembered the words, where he'd been promised a distant future. A very distant future. Puzzled, Jamie said that this grimoire was part of his existence. He didn't understand how he could have forgotten it. Upon thinking about it, Jamie realized that it was confirmed. His memories were incomplete. He remembered the rebellion against divinity quite casually. It seemed strange to him that he had no discomfort from the holes in his memory. Benna looked at Jamie in surprise. She asked him if he realized anything. Jamie confirmed her words. Suddenly, Jamie held out an unusual ring to Benny. It surprised her a lot. Staring at her hand in surprise, Benna was dumbfounded that Jamie had given her the ring. He explained that it was an artifact he had picked up in the ruins. She would need to fill it with mana to use it later. The girl was ecstatic. She shouted that it was miraculous and she loved it. Jamie thought to himself, let her take it and keep watching. Peering at the aura, Jamie said he'd be a while. Screaming furiously, he told it to go back to its owner. Jamie put his hands on the aura, using his magic power. Suddenly, they heard someone approaching them. It was a person with an aggressive attitude. The stranger shouted that he didn't understand what the hell was going on here. The guy yelled to Benna to be careful. They were being attacked. She grabbed her weapon, ready to defend her master to her last breath. Grabbing her weapon, Benna attacked the stranger who had disrupted their plans. The battle was fierce, all around draped in light from the colliding energies. Benna stood, clutching her weapon. She was ready to continue defending her master no matter what. Turning around, Jamie felt the presence of holy power. He wondered if she belonged to the Church of Genus. In front of them stood a girl with a sword on her shoulder. Smiling, she said he had a good sense. Smirking, Jamie asked about what the Genus Church was forgetting in a place like this. He wondered if she'd come to destroy the egg or to protect it. The stranger looked at the egg in surprise and said it was very interesting. Looking at Bennu, the stranger asked what she was doing here. Looking at the girl, the stranger said she had pink hair and a hammer in her hands. Smirking, the stranger said Benna managed to put together a combo. What she hates the most is such braids and weapons. Attacking Benna, the stranger shouted that this was why she would finish her off first. She managed to repel the stranger's attack. She wasn't going to give up. Smirking, the stranger said that Benna was good. She didn't expect her to resist so much. Not taking his eyes off his mission, Jamie watched the battle with his side vision. He shouted to Benna to be careful. Benna fought on, fending off the stranger's attacks, which were getting more and more fierce. As she attacked, the stranger laughed at Benna. She was saying that there wasn't much she could do. Swinging the hammer, Benna shouted at the stranger to shut up. As she swung the hammer at Benna, the stranger laughed. She said it was weak. Bringing her hand up for another punch, Benna yelled that she wasn't done yet. Reflecting Benna's attack, the stranger said that was just fine then. Strengthening her strength for another attack, the stranger said for Benna to try and pull it off. The stranger managed to get around Benna from behind and delivered a crushing blow. The blow was the most powerful. The stranger put all her power into the attack. The stranger managed to get Bennu. She wounded her. Droplets of blood flew in all directions. Screaming loudly, Jamie thought that maybe a small blow would be enough. But if he stopped and helped her, he would save her. Hearing Jamie's scream, Benna told the master not to move. Wounded and exhausted, Benna looked at Jamie. She said she still had the strength to fight. The stranger taunted Benna. She asked if she was in pain. She wondered if Benna was going to fight in that condition. Grinning, Benna said that she had no other option. She must follow the master's decree. The stranger grinned, calling Benna a good slave. She said that kids like her need to act sometimes. Benna grinned. She said she knew that. Sometimes she only got that way with the older ones. The stranger was infuriated by her words. She swung her sword furiously, intending to attack Benna. Defending herself, Benna cast a spell, the Curse of Reversing Feelings spell. She hurriedly finished the spell. The stranger sensed the use of black magic. The stranger felt the effects of the magic. Her hands became unruly. Benna rushed to strike the stranger while she was under the effect of the magic. A flustered Benna noticed that the curse had stopped working. This was her last chance. The stranger screamed at Benna that she was a petty brat and lunged at her. Swinging around, the stranger delivered a powerful, crushing blow with her sword. After yelling that Benna was a brat, the stranger threw herself into the attack, intending to destroy Benna. A fierce battle began between Benna and the stranger. No one was going to back down. Suddenly, a powerful explosion rang out, blowing everything in its path. Lumps of earth flew in all directions. All life was destroyed around the blast site. Charred trees were standing, blazing with the remnants of flames. Benna, thrown by the blast wave, lay on the ground, unable to move. She felt her strength leave her. She thought about what it was now. Even though Benna had almost no strength left, she thought about the fact that she needed to get up and defend the master. Forcefully unclenching her eyes, Benna wanted to get up. She saw the stranger, who was outraged that the bloody sorceress had dared to scratch her. The stranger said, would massacre the bastard she was so protective of in a matter of seconds, and would do it right in front of her. Jamie, grinning, looked at the stranger. He wondered if she was confident in her abilities. Looking at the stranger, Jamie said he hadn't done anything yet. He cast a spell, Leviathan devour her, and used his magic. In the next instant, the stranger's body began to disintegrate, her energy leaking out through the wounds that formed. It was black magic. Gluttony, turning anything and everything into food and then devouring it afterward. Jamie thought he didn't like this holy power of hers, but he would devour it all. The stranger's body was slowly disintegrating. She screamed at Jamie that he was a damn parasite. Gathering her strength, Benna called out to the master in a weak voice. He replied that she had done well. Thanks to her, he had managed to straighten out the egg. Calming Benna down, Jamie said that she didn't have to worry anymore. Benna smiled and said that she was very glad. The dark magic turned into a huge, toothy parasite consuming everything around it. The stranger's body became huge. She said she wanted to be gentle with him since he had such a cute face. Watching this, Jamie thought she knew it. She is no ordinary priest at all. Getting angry, the stranger released a stream of strongest divine energy. Using the technique Shrine, the stranger transformed, becoming stronger. The guy thought that the atmosphere was heating up. This girl has more holy power than Bishop. Also, she's a battle-ready girl. There will be quite a lot of trouble from her. The stranger said that the magic he used, even though it was a simple copy, but with it, he managed to absorb her completely. She shouted that he was also a black sorcerer, and he must be destroyed. The stranger clutched her sword, intending to crush and destroy him. Swinging the sword around, the stranger shouted that she had to finish him off. Jamie's eyes lit up with a magical purple light. He said that if that was the case, he had no way out. He used the spell Unholy Gate, and a huge gate appeared in front of him. Jamie grinned and said he would have to introduce her to someone. He shouted for Nebro to appear. The gate swung open. Huge eyes, glowing with a violet light, appeared from there. From the bowels of the gate came a voice that asked if the master had called out to him. A 6th-rank Nebro Lich emerged from the gate. The stranger screamed furiously about how dare he summon the undead. She was furious that he dared to do so right in front of her nose. The stranger delivered a powerful energy strike, sending clods of earth flying in all directions. A fierce fight began. The opponents wanted to destroy each other. The unfamiliar man stood and looked at what appeared before him with astonishment. He was shocked by what he saw in front of him. The egg had become huge. The stranger said he was sure he would have missed the hearts that had been sacrificed. Jamie walked up behind him and asked if he liked all that dark energy. Crouching down, Jamie asked the suddenly appearing stranger who he was. The stranger was carrying Bennu in his arms. Jamie asked him about him being the demon follower Damon. Damon asked Jamie who he was and what had happened to the Guardian. Jamie replied that he didn't need to know that. He needs to finish what he started. With a shout of "will be done," Jamie threw a powerful, deadly punch. Damon, who hadn't expected the attack, wheezed and fell to the ground. Lying on the ground, he was still trying to say something. He whispered, "My child." The egg grew larger and larger, feeding on the energy given to it. The bodies lying on the ground showed no signs of life. The egg was drawing energy from them. The egg grew in size. It fed on the energy of the sacrifices it made. Another man appeared at the same time, staring at the scene in bewilderment. Jamie shouted at him to step back. A powerful energy wave from the egg threw Raiz backwards. Raiz sat up and looked around dumbfounded. He wondered what the hell was going on. The tentacles extending from the egg held the man's body tightly, taking what little life energy he had left. Raiz looked questioningly at Jamie. Jamie said it was inevitable. He should have enough life force now. Looking at the egg increasing in size, Jamie said that the demon would appear soon. Bright energy flashes could be seen all over the surface of the egg. At this time, a battle between the priest girl and Nebro was taking place. The girl was screaming for him to die. Looking at her with empty eye sockets, Nebro grinned. He said how silly it was to wish death on the dead. The girl priest looked at Nebro with hatred. She screamed that she would destroy that damn skeleton. The girl priestess noticed that changes were beginning to happen to the egg. She figured the Lord wouldn't like it if things didn't go according to plan. The entire surface of the egg was covered in bright red smoke. A bright flame erupted in the center. Nebro and the girl priest looked questioningly at what was happening to the egg. Smiling contentedly, Nebro felt a familiar energy approaching. The girl priestess grinned. She said finally the bastard showed up. Nebro shouted for the master to stay back. This monster could suppress even perdition itself. The girl priest looked at Nebro with fury. She said that if she was destined to give up her spirit here, it would be for a reason. Attacking Nebro, the girl priest promised to take his sinful ass with her. Trying to defend himself from the priestess's blow, Nebro shouted to the Lord to try to save himself. At this time, the Church of Genis and Father Seer's castle were also turbulent. The apostle sensed the danger. The saint, looking at the apostle, asked what was wrong. The apostle replied that the end would soon come to everyone. Looking thoughtfully before him, the apostle said that if they did nothing, they would all perish. The saint tried to ask what he meant, but they were interrupted by a man who entered. He said they had to leave immediately. The girl pulled the hand of the stubborn Anna. She said they had to go. The girl explained that if they stayed here, they would be a burden. The soldiers guarding the area went to see if anyone was outside. One of the soldiers shouted that something terrible was happening in the forest of Myrine. The other replied that he could see it too. Father Sears shouted to get the troops ready. He menacingly ordered everyone to move and as fast as possible. A panting Sears ran into the room. She looked very anxious. Father tried to calm Sears down. He said that she should not worry. Let her take the children and leave. Without letting her father finish, Sears yelled that Jamie was missing. Sears' father was dumbfounded by the news. He looked at his daughter carefully, trying to figure out what to do next. There were tears in Sears' eyes. She said that she suspected that Jamie had gone to the Marina forest. At this time, the egg was coming more and more to life. The flashes on its surface grew larger and larger. Jamie looked at the egg thoughtfully. He said that's why he hates demons, a species that terrifies weaklings and despises them. There was something in the egg that harmed all living things with its very being. Standing next to Jamie were Rise and Damon, who was holding Bennu in his arms. Rise said that the Lord needed to be rescued. Damon didn't understand what was going on here at all. Jamie thought that even the dead were missing a tooth from fright. Troubled by doubt, Jamie thought that if it got completely free, even he, without a perfect cage, would be in a tight spot. Rise had said that if they didn't get out, they might die here. With a glance at Bennu, Jamie ordered her to be picked up and carried as far away as possible. Someplace where the demonic energy wouldn't reach her, and she would be safe. Suddenly, Jamie heard a voice asking if he could do it alone. Creepy red eyes peered out of the cracked egg. The creature said it wouldn't be as interesting if he gave up so easily. Releasing himself from the egg, the demon said that, as expected, it was incredibly annoying to appear on the surface like that. A terrifying demon with huge fangs and terrifying claws emerged from the egg. Its eyes burned with a bright red light. Jamie looked at the demon with horror and called it the noble demon. The demon was puzzled that this man knew something about them. He said that since he was so knowledgeable, he would eat him a little later. Looking at Jamie with superiority, the demon said his name is Rivetta. He is the Baron of the Great Devil's domain. Jamie thought, if this demon is a Baron, it means that he has at least a master rank. Standing in front of Jamie, the demon told him not to be scared. Just let him understand. Demon explained that once he had already appeared, there would be no turning back. Jamie used a technique. Absolute invulnerability. Perfect cage, using the bracelet to do so. He told Demon that it was very nice of him to tell him something like that. To himself, he thought to himself, that was better. Damon smirked when he saw the bracelet Jamie was using. He said it was a very interesting piece of jewelry. If he gave it to him, he would die quickly and painlessly. Grinning, Jamie said he didn't look like a crazy person to do something like that. Smirking, Demon said that in that case he had no choice. Adopting a threatening pose, Demon said that now he would see how long Jamie could hold out. Using magic, Jamie flew high into the night sky. Demon watched him. At the same time, the Guardian, smiling, was watching from afar. He said, "What a shame." The Guardian saw a pillar of red energy from the destroyed egg. He realized that it was the weakest of the 5 nobles, the Baron. Upon reflection, the Guardian said that to humans, this might seem like a disaster. At this time, there was panic in the city. People were rushing through the streets, begging the Great One for mercy and courage. Watching all that was happening, the Guardian thought that it was worth leaving someone to defend his home anyway. At that time, Jamie's servant ran as far through the forest as he could, carrying Benna in his arms. Benna asked if the servant was sure Jamie was alive. The servant replied that if he was alive, the master was alive too. Benna finally came to her senses and asked what had happened, why they were here. The servant told him that the boss had ordered him to take Benna and run away. The demon had awakened. Benna became enraged. She demanded to be released immediately. Releasing herself from the servant's hands, Benna looked at the place they had left. Looking at the pillar of demonic energy and flashes of fire, Benna asked thoughtfully if that meant the master was there. The servant replied that the boss would be fighting that monster now. She said that she must help the master. The servant replied that if she went there, she would only be in the way. The girl replied that if she died, she would buy some time. The servant objected that Benna was in such a state now that she had no chance. Suddenly, there was a great rumbling sound. A huge hammer fell directly on the ground next to Benna. There was an explosion. Benna thought that the summoning of the undead had been cancelled, and it just so happened that the explosion happened at the same time. She figured something was wrong. Benna remembered the talk about when she would disappear, that she should be stomped out like a bug. Anxious, Benna thought of the master and decided she had to help by all means. Anxious, Benna thought of her master who needed help. She would definitely have to go to him. She discerned something that fell with a clatter in front of her. It was a huge hammer. Suddenly, Benna heard a voice calling her a young Valkyrie of strong, pure blood. The voice came from the hammer. It said that although she was immature, It would let her use it. She would need to memorize the feeling. The hammer glowed with a bright, blinding light. He said its name was Filion, a hammer forged by a legendary blacksmith to serve your queen. He wished her to do her best. As he took off, Jamie realized he had run out of strength even to fly. Jamie realized that he had lost too much blood. If he had a little more strength from the beat of life, he would feel much better. He figured that if he managed to summon Blackie, he would buy himself some time to use higher rank magic. The boy reasoned that if he didn't manage to do something about it, he might die. Thinking about it, Jamie imagined his lifeless body sprawled on the ground. Suddenly, Jamie heard someone call him pathetic. Surprised, he saw Tiburon and asked how he had gotten here. The bear replied that he navigated the terrain he had spent about 600 years in perfectly. Hugging Jamie with his huge paws, Tiburon said that he didn't even think the guy would stay and fight the demon alone. He knew he had a noble heart, worthy of the one the goddess had chosen. The lad tried to object that it wasn't like that at all. But Tiburon interrupted him, saying that it was. Tiburon saw from the side of his eye that an enraged demon was approaching them. Swinging around to deliver a deadly blow, the demon shouted to Tiburon to let him finish his meal. The demon delivered a mighty blow to Tiburon and injured his arm. Blood spurted from the wounds. The demon grinned. He said that he had just tried to take his arm away from him. For a creature in the surface world, he is quite strong. Tiburon looked furiously at the demon. He said that he was absolutely right. But that wasn't all. Striking a deadly blow, Tiburon said that he was also very fast. The demon was crushed. He hadn't expected this creature to be able to inflict such damage on him. Pointing at the glowing circle, Tiburon said that, moreover, he was not alone here. Benna was rapidly approaching them. With tremendous strength, she dealt a deadly blow to the demon. Tiburon and Benna attacked Demon together, delivering crushing blows. Landing near Jamie, Benna cheerfully said that she had come back to help. Jamie noticed that Benna's hair had changed. Smiling, Benna asked if he agreed that her hair was cool. Jamie replied that it wasn't what he meant. Tiburon interrupted them, saying that it wasn't a good time to talk. With fury, Tiburon carried on the demon's attack, reminding Jamie and Bennett that they weren't done. Striking a deadly blow, Demon smirked. He said that Tiburon was right, this wasn't over. Demon had reached his goal. He gave the strongest deadly blow to Tiburon. At that time, Father Sears and his men were moving through the forest. One of them said that they couldn't advance further because of the demon's power. The writer asked Father Sears why they didn't wait for reinforcements from the Pyro Church to get their blessing. Father Sears thought about what to answer his men. He needed to find his grandson. Father Sears thought that only the Order of Fear was still holding out. He remembered Sears crying and thought that if they delayed any longer, it could be very dangerous. Suddenly, Sears' father felt the strongest gust of wind directed in their direction. There was a piece of paper circling in the air above them. Catching the sheet that the wind had brought, Marcus realized that it was a letter addressed to him. At this time, an extremely strong energy flow was sweeping across the road. The girl priest was speeding down the road, moving away from the place where the demon had awakened. Looking up, she saw the demonic energy spreading over the forest and thought it was disgusting. The girl priest continued to run through the forest, cursing to herself about that damn demonic energy. Smiling, the girl priest thought that she had summoned that horned devil anyway. The girl thought her work was done. She hoped the boss wouldn't punish her. The girl priest tried to quickly get as far away from here as possible, but was struck down by a blow. At this time, the battle with the demon continued. He was delivering crushing blows. Tiburon lay exhausted on the ground, crushed by the demon's deadly blow. Not far from Tiburon, Benna lay with her eyes closed, defeated by the demon. A demonic laughter rang out. Smirking Demon said that they had, in truth, surprised him. He didn't have any idea that he would have to wear himself out fighting in this world. Looking at Jamie, Demon asked what this spell was and what its name was. He can feel the power coming from it, capable of destruction. Jamie replies that it is the Road to Perdition. The Road to Perdition is a dark magic that releases all the energy absorbed by the Leviathan at once. It has the power to cause large-scale destruction. Using the spell, Jamie thought it was the last hope Benna and Bear had given him. Smirking, the demon said that he too could have died, and it wouldn't go that way for him. Demon said that since Jamie was about to deliver a powerful blow to him, it was time for him to say his last words, if any. Jamie replied that it was time for him to finish him off, to hell with the last words. Suddenly, Jamie felt a strong gust of wind. He was very surprised. A man who had suddenly appeared, swift as the wind, gave a deadly blow to the demon. It was Beryl. He appeared just in time to save Jamie. Marcus read the letter he had caught. It was from Beryl Onyx. He asked not to let anyone into the forest as it would cause unnecessary casualties. He promised to take care of Demon. At the same time, unexpected events were unfolding in the Church of Pyro. The Archbishop, upon seeing the person who entered, said that he had a premonition. But he wasn't expecting guests at all. The guardian smiled. He asked if the apostle had already left. Bowing his head, the archbishop said that if he honored the goddess, he should leave this room. Smirking, the guardian asked that if he didn't honor the goddess, he could stay. Glaring at the guardian, the archbishop said that in that case he would have to take action. Sheathing his sword, the guardian grinned. He asked if he really believed he could stand up to Genesis' first sword. The archbishop looked at the guardian dumbfounded. He was shocked at what was happening. The guardian raised his sharp sword and said, "Let eternal peace be engraved on the tip of his sword." Smiling, the guardian said that great loss awaits the goddess today, and afterward, annihilation. At this time, Marcus's men continued to move through the forest in search of Jamie. The apostle saw that the archbishop was not alone. He was shocked to see that the guardian was with him with a naked sword. Apostle called out to the archbishop. He didn't know what to do in such a situation. Meanwhile, in the forest of Miranech, the battle between the demon and Beryl Onyx continued. With his huge sword, Beryl was literally cutting the ground, leaving deep potholes. Watching Beryl, he thought he didn't have time to keep track. Such quick strikes with such a strangely large sword, and this still combined with a terrifying level of strength. Could this be what wind power looked like? Looking back at Jamie, Beryl asked why he was here. The guy smiled and said he was just curious because everyone kept telling him not to come here. A surprised Beryl said that he had seen everything. Jamie replied that he didn't think he'd meet a demon here. After thinking about it, Beryl told Jamie not to worry. Everyone has some secrets they don't want to talk about. Thinking about it, Jamie thought about how much Beryl had time to see. That could have been a problem. He wondered why Sir Onyx was here. That was not what he had heard. Beryl replied that he took this assignment because he was perfectly suited for it. Beryl was approached by Tiburon. He asked who he was. Tiburon thought that Beryl looked very strong. He replied that his name is Beryl Onyx. He is one of the truth seekers of this world. The man said that he had come here to retrieve an item entrusted to the land at the request of Isis. Bear clarified if he meant the border. After a moment's thought, Beryl said that he would like to request that the gates of Gremia be opened. Jamie didn't understand what he was talking about. He was thinking about the truth of the world, the border, and what Gremia was. Tiburon said he couldn't do that for now. At the moment, he is not responsible for them. Bear looked at Jamie, asking for confirmation. Jamie asked in surprise. He meant the ruins. A bright stream of light illuminated the ruins. Everything around them glowed and sparkled. Carrying Bennu on his shoulder, Beryl said, with all these demons, he didn't think Jamie would contact Gremia as well. Bear rubbed his huge fists together. "It's time to get started," he said. Tiburon held out his fist to Jamie and asked him to hand over the power. Jamie was shocked at the request. Bear looked at Jamie with disbelief. There was clearly something wrong here. Touching Bear's huge fist, Jamie wondered why. Tiburon and Jamie's fists made contact and lightning ran between them, illuminating everything around them. Bear said he was about to open it. Jamie and Beryl stared ahead at what was opening in front of them. A dazed Jamie was amazed at what he saw. There was no way he had expected this. He felt that this place was unusual, and it had a connection to him. The boy heard a voice that said, "Welcome, wielder of black mana." Jamie realized that this was the same thought that prevented the power grab. Surprised, Jamie said he knew it was more than just a normal defense. He asked if he was the creator of Gremia. The man replied that Jamie was right. His name was Armaeon. He was a brilliant artifact creator, a 9th-rank wizard, which was very rare for that time. The guy said he was being conceited. In that case, then he is the frontier or something like that. Armaeon replied that even though he may be close to Isis, he is not a frontier. He revealed that at the request of the dragon Gram, he is only guarding his sword. Looking at the boy carefully, Armaeon went on to tell him that Gremia was not just a place designed to watch over Gram. It was created for the benefit of the one he was waiting for. Looking at Armaeon, Jamie tried to guess who he meant. Armaeon replied that he was waiting for a black mana wielder who possessed the power to destroy the 12 gods. He is waiting for someone who can handle such power. The boy asked Armaeon how he knew the ancient language and other trivia that should have been forgotten long ago. Dumbfounded Jamie thought that even Ganon didn't know about the power that could kill the gods. He told Armaeon that if his answer did not satisfy him, he would destroy him. Armaeon replied that in this world that creature had left traces. He had learned an ancient language as he followed those marks. A surprised Jamie was dumbfounded by his answer. He asked if there were any traces of Diablo Wolfer in this world. The boy asked if he had gotten the name of the creature right. Armaeon replied that he'd never been able to recognize it, though he had searched all his life. Apparently, the person who inherited his mana is Jamie. He held out his hand and said that in that case, he could give it to him. Astonished, Jamie realized that it was an incredible amount of energy. Even the life bead was completely filled with it. A small cube hovered over Armaeon's palm, surrounded by energy. He said that Gremia was an artifact capable of changing its shape. It is an object with unlimited possibilities. Its appearance and purpose can be determined by the will of the owner. Armion said that being helpless before the truth, he created it by putting everything he had into it. He went on to say that he had been waiting for this day. He handed Jamie the cube and said he was putting all power in his hands. A dumbfounded Jamie said he didn't realize it was such an incredible artifact. He thought it was on par with the 3 divine tools he had created. Though no, it was even better than that. Huge clouds opened over the city and a torrential rain began to fall. A man quickly ran along the thresholds of the church, trying to protect himself from the rain. Once inside, the man shouted loudly. He was shocked at what he saw there. Inside was the archbishop. His body was battered and his head was down. The archbishop was unconscious. The man approached the archbishop and said that he needed help as soon as possible. The archbishop looked up and recognized Sir Race. The archbishop said there was no point. Another sacred power is interfering with his healing. The archbishop said he was fine. He asked Sir Ras to protect the apostle and the saint. Sir Reese asked the apostle if it was the Church of Genus. The archbishop shouted for him to move faster towards them. Tears spurted from Sir Ras's eyes. He said he could not leave him here. The archbishop said he understood his feelings, but he must honor his request. After blessing Sir Rasa, the archbishop once again asked that he go to the defense of the apostle and the saint. Tears were streaming down Sir Rasa's face. He promised the archbishop that he would avenge him. Covering his eyes, the archbishop told Sir Race not to go for revenge. The archbishop said that his first priority should be to protect the apostle and the saint. Saying goodbye, the archbishop told Sir Ras that it was time for him to leave. There was no time to lose. At this time in the forest, Beryl asked Jamie if he was okay. Jamie replied that he felt a little discomfort, but he was fine. He asked Beryl if he got everything he came here for. The man replied that his mission was accomplished. Tiburon inquired what had happened to Gremia. Bear asked Jamie about knowing if he knew that he had returned a little later than they had. Bear revealed that his connection to Gremia was now completely severed. He asked what had happened there. Jamie replied that he had met Armaean's spirit matter and he had given him Gremia. He opened his palm and showed it to Beryl and Tiburon. Looking at the Gramib in Jamie's hands, Beryl said that the item was far more valuable than the gram. Bear was shocked that Armion gave the Gramib to Jamie. Jamie said it was his idea. The moment Gram was taken, he gave him all the power. He was dumbfounded by such news. He couldn't believe that Gremia was given to Jamie. Guy said he could see for himself and touched Tiburon's face. Feeling the energy, Tiburon asked, "Is that healing?" Jamie replied that it wasn't. It's more like something similar. He thinks it's happening because of Gremia. Byril said it's time for Jamie to go home. They're probably already looking for him. He said that he is sure that Sears is having a fit. Jamie replied that he had already forgotten about his mother. Suddenly, Jamie had a thought. He had a terrible thought about Ricky. Turning around, Beryl asked him again what was wrong, what he was thinking about. A worried Jamie said that he realized now that the apostle of the goddess was in danger. After hearing the boy's words, Beryl asked if Jamie was referring to his friend when he said apostle of goddess. An agitated Jamie shouted that they don't care about that right now. They urgently needed to go there. Byril, to quell resistance, grabbed Jamie by his cloak and threw it over his shoulder. He wondered exactly where Jamie was going. Hanging on his shoulder, Jamie said they needed to go southeast of Afton. A bright pillar of light blasted the ground. Beryl, with Jamie on his shoulder, flew up into the sky. Tiburon, looking up into the sky at the receding energy trail, said they didn't even say goodbye. Benna, lying on the ground, said she would definitely save the master. Tiburon said it was time for him to go home. At this time, Marcus and his soldiers were still in the forest. Marcus was told that a patrol had reported that the source of the demonic energy had disappeared. Marcus was pleased with this news. He said that it was a great job. Suddenly, people came running towards Marcus's army. They shouted that they had bad news. Marcus was told that groups of demons had appeared in the territory. They were attacking everyone indiscriminately. He was shocked at such news. A worried Marcus was told that the knights left behind were able to stop them, but rumor has it that there were creatures masquerading as locals and soldiers. He was told of a woman who shouted that he would be here soon and urged them to give him their hearts. He thought lamentably that he should not have underestimated these demons. It was also reported to Marcus that the archbishop had been destroyed. The rider standing next to Marcus shouted that this could not be. The knights added that based on eyewitness testimony, Sir Sable was there at that moment. The guardian stood smirking. He said that Sir Ras alone would not be able to stop him. Sheathing his sword, Sir Ras thought, he had not expected them to be this strong. The apostle and saint stood in the pouring rain and huddled together. They asked Ras if he was all right. He answered them not to worry. Everything was fine. Clasping the sword in his hand, Sir Ras asked Sable about how long they had been planning this. Looking at Rhys, the guardian grinned. He said they hadn't expected this themselves. Approaching Ras, Sable said that they didn't expect the opportunity to get rid of apostle and goddess to be served on a platter. Smirking, the guardian drew his sword to deliver a crushing blow to Ras. The guardian attacked Ras tried to fend off the attack, for it was his duty to protect the apostle and the saint. Sable's attack was successful. He wounded Ras in the shoulder. Blood splattered in all directions. Seeing all this, the apostle and saint cried out in horror. They were afraid that the guardian would destroy Ras. Ras shouted to the apostle and saint to stand there and not to come any closer. He couldn't understand what was happening. He thought about what he was sure he had dodged, but he was wounded again. In the pouring rain, rivulets of blood-stained blood were spreading across the ground. Sable told Ras there was no stopping him. Clasping the wound with his hand, Ras asked Sable if he was a master swordsman. Sable grinned. He said he was surprised that it had only come to Ras's attention now. Grinning, Sable told him that his power is the alteration of causality. If he hits him, Sable will get hurt. He can also delay him taking damage after he wounds him, meaning he will feel the pain after a time. The apostle, listening to Sable, thought this was nonsense. I can't believe there is a power that can deny logic. Smiling victoriously, he said that there are a lot of monsters in this world. Starting to get angry, Sable attacked Rasa again, delivering another devastating blow. Grinning, Sable said that unfortunately for them, he considered himself to be one of the highest-ranked monsters. He attacked Sir Ras, intending to finally destroy him. The apostle screamed in horror and rushed towards Sir Ras. He wanted to do something to help. Sable looked at the wounded Sir Ras with satisfaction as he waited for him to finally die. Suddenly, a bright beam of divine energy flew out from Ras. He wasn't going to give up. With all his strength, Sir Ras released a huge stream of energy, repelling Sable's attack. A huge ball of energy was formed, exploding all around. Lumps of earth flew in all directions. The dumbfounded Sable said that he didn't expect Genesis' first blade to be able to repel him. Smiling, Sable wondered what his holy power was. Sir Ras flew into the air, about to strike back at Sable. Sir Ras shouted furiously for Sable to ask his god that. Ras released a huge pillar of divine energy, dealing a crushing blow to Sable. Sable said that his father hated being asked questions. Attacking Ras, Sable said he would rather split his body in two than waste time asking questions. The two blades converged in a crushing battle. Neither opponent was going to retreat. Attacking Ras, Sable said that he had already spoken about how he couldn't stop him. Sir Sable used the change of causality to crush Ras. Ras smiled. He said that he might not be able to handle him. Suddenly Sable, who was completely not expecting it, received a deadly blow. Sir Ras's eyes glowed with bright flames. Lightning bolts of divine energy were flying around. Struck by the powerful blow, Sable fell to the ground and wheezed. Ras said that Sable was only a pathetic human who couldn't resist the god power. The punishment of canceling the change of causality came to him. In the event that a causality that cannot be dealt with fails, damage is returned to the one using the ability. Sir Ras looked at the defeated Sable, who continued to stand on all fours, and wheezed. Smirking, Sable said that waking up at a time like this was too trivial. Rising up, Sable said that the divine power was magnificent. It revitalized Sir Ras and nullified his own abilities. Sir Ras shouted at Sable to shut up. He used the justice technique to strike. While fending off Ra's blow, he said that the true goddess had not descended. Sir Ras and Sable clashed in a fierce battle. The two energies opposed each other. After thinking for a moment, Sable said that if the true goddess ignored them, then they were just as insignificant humans. He threw a crushing blow at Sir Ras. Ras tried to defend himself. Sir Ras's sword was broken. He looked at the wreckage in confusion. The deadly battle continued. Ras attempted to use the cancel change of causality. The brutal battle continued. Sable and Ras fought with their last strength. Apostle watched the battle, ready to rush to Ras's aid at any moment. Gathering his strength, Sable prepared for a crushing attack. He said that this time he would not be able to put up a protective block. Looking at Ras, the apostle cried out in horror. He was afraid that Ras would be defeated. Ras tried to use the techniques, severe pain and lightning fusion. At that moment, Apostle saw a huge pillar of purple energy collapse to the ground. Jamie flew up to them. He shouted to Ricky to attack with all his might. Apostle saw Jamie attack Sable and gave him a devastating blow. With a scream, Ras rushed at Sable and attacked him. His divine energy was flying in all directions. Clenching his fist, Ras delivered a powerful blow to Sable. He hoped to finally crush him. The agitated Apostle, who was watching the battle, rushed to run to Sir Ras. He ran to Ricky to see if he was all right, and to help him if he could. As fast as he could, Apostle ran up to Jamie and Ras. He asked if they were all right. Byral, Jamie, Sir Ras, and Apostle were standing in the pouring rain. Jamie asked Apostle what was going on. He said that he thought things were going badly, so he intervened. Ras revealed that it was all the fault of that bastard Sable. He'd been working for the Church of Genus all this time. Byral interjected about whether it was the same Sable who had been Marquis's assistant. A dumbfounded Jamie couldn't believe that the man could have been Marquis's assistant. He said that it hadn't occurred to him, even after using magic, what that line was. In thought, Byral looked at Jamie carefully. He thought, really. During the battle, Byral had put his hand out under the beam to protect the boy. Thinking about it, Sable decided he was out of luck. He was already aiming for the kid's neck. He realized that Beryl had noticed it. Sable said he was sure that the title of Swordmaster didn't just happen. The apostle looked puzzled. He couldn't understand how this happened. Ross yelled at Sable that he was a bastard. Laughing, Sable replied that altering causality can be used for more than just harming someone. He said that this time, unfortunately, he had to pay dearly. Tugging on his injured arm, Beryl yelled for everyone to move away. He would deal with him. Standing in front of Beryl, Sable grinned, he said wearily. Without a second hand, Beryl's reactions were no longer the same. Preparing to attack, Sable wondered if Beryl could handle him in this condition. Clasping his sword with his healthy hand, Beryl said he didn't care. The wind would leave him in pieces. At this time, thunder erupted in the sky. A huge bolt of lightning streaked across the sky. Jamie, Raz, Apostle, and Saint watched Beryl and Sable's battle from the cliff top. Worried, Jamie thought about the fact that if it wasn't for Beryl Onyx, they would all be dead. Raz asked Jamie if Baelil could handle it. Jamie replied that he didn't know. The only thing left to do is watch. Watching the battle, Jamie said that no one could interfere with the Swordmasters anyway. The two strongest energies came together in a deadly battle. A green-blue glow lit up the entire area. Sir Ras asked about how such an incredible ability like changing causality could exist. The boy replied that Sir Beryl must have learned something about the physical form of changing causality. But for him to resist such a thing would not be easy. He said that if Sable could use this ability as both defense and offense, then it had infinite potential for use in battle. As Jamie watched the battle, he thought that he probably wouldn't be able to sit still and watch. Sable asked Beryl about whether he really thought that if he was a swordmaster, he had any chance at all. Without hesitation, Beryl rushed to attack Sable. He threw a powerful punch intending to crush him. But Sable was ahead of Beryl. He stabbed him in the leg. Blood spurted from the wound. Grinning, Sable said that unfortunately for Beryl, they had a huge gap in experience. Delivering crushing blows, Sable said that you might not be able to tell from him, but he wasn't that young. Ras, who had been watching the fierce fight, shouted to Beryl, asking if he was okay. Looking up at Jamie, Ras, Apostle, and Saint there, Sable smiled. Heading in their direction, he called out that it was now their turn. A flustered Jamie, who had been watching Sable, realized with horror that he was walking towards them, putting his hands out in front of him. Apostle said he would stop him. Apostle created a protective dome of divine energy to stop Sable. The formidable Sable, who approached standing on the rock, smirked. He realized that Apostle had used the goddess barrier. Hovering over those standing on the rock, Sable said that hadn't the Apostle forgotten that he wasn't the only one with access to God. Smirking, Sable said that such a pathetic barrier was useless against his father's power. Using the strongest sanctuary technique, Sable bared his sword, intending to attack. Smiling, Sable said that everything should follow according to Father's will. Pointing his sword at those on the cliff, Sable delivered a powerful energy strike. From the impact, the protective dome flashed with dazzling light. Apostle held back the protective dome with all his remaining strength. Sable attacked. He realized in horror that large cracks had gone down the protective dome. As he continued his deadly attack, Sable grinned. He said that it was pointless for the young Apostle to resist. Raz cried out in horror. He realized that the Apostle's defense was weakening. At Ra's screams, Sable struck a powerful, crushing blow, shattering the Apostle's defenses. A torrential rain fell from the sky. The entire sky was covered in clouds. The exhausted, wounded Beryl lay on the ground in the pouring rain. Thinking about his life being cut short, Beryl remembered Sears. He mentally asked for her forgiveness. Beryl hoped that he had at least managed to protect Sears' son. Suddenly, Beryl heard Jamie ask if it was his mother he was remembering. Beryl stood up. He bewilderedly realized that he felt much better. Gathering his strength, Jamie used Gramia. He explained to Beryl that it was a kind of healing magic. Beryl promised that he would keep his secret. He told Jamie that not only must he not perish himself, but he must save Raz, Apostle, and Saint. Looking at Sable's angry face, Beryl said that otherwise there would only be a wet spot left of them. He swiftly ran up to Sable and gave him a deadly sword strike. Sable was shocked. He couldn't understand how Beryl was alive. Laughing, Beryl said he didn't know how it happened. Grinning, Beryl said that if Sable wanted to know, he should ask Jamie. Looking at Jamie in horror, Sable was shocked that the kid had such powers. The kid, using Gremia, landed a powerful blow on the dazed Sable. He attacked Sable. The powerful energy illuminated the surroundings with purple light. A huge energy pillar was released, dealing crushing damage to Sable. Sable tried to defend himself. He said that such tricks wouldn't work on him. Sable couldn't understand what this power was. Attacking, Jamie said not to underestimate him. This power is designed to destroy him. A shocked Sable realized that his divine power was dissipating. A massive energy blast erupted, shattering Sable's defenses. Bright sunlight pierced through the dense storm clouds. The exhausted Beryl lay on the ground with his eyes closed. Barely regaining consciousness, the Apostle stood up and asked what had happened. Raz, cradling the frightened Saint, inquired about where Jamie was now. Sable was hurt but smiling. He said he was incredibly glad he could end it now. He hovered over the lying Jamie, intending to destroy him. When they saw what was happening, Ras and Apostle rushed to Jamie's aid. Jamie lay motionless. He felt he could not move at all. In front of him, Jamie could see Sable's twisted face. Sable, saying goodbye to Jamie, had raised his hand to deliver a crushing blow. The boy came to his senses and realized he was currently in bed. Standing beside Jamie's bed were Sears and Sarah. They were overjoyed to see him come to his senses. Hugging her son, Sears promised that if he ran away again, she would destroy him. Sarah said that she would do the same. The son apologized to his mother. He tried to remember what had happened there. He remembered how the amulet from his neck had pulled upward, dragging his body with it. Pensive, Jamie remembered how the amulet had once been given to him. The man who had given him the amulet had said that one day the moment would come, and this artifact would serve him well. He was amazed. He couldn't believe that this thing from that old man could do anything. His mother reprimanded Jamie for being just like his father. Sarah chided her mother. Hiding under the blanket, Jamie thought about what interesting things this amulet could do. He asked his mother about seeing his necklace. He couldn't remember where it was. Holding the amulet in his hands, Sears asked if it was what he was looking for. Looking at the amulet, Jamie thought about the fact that there was no longer a blue glow. She told Jamie that the amulet was a gift from his grandmother. The boy said that he had heard about Granny being gone before he was born. Sears told him that his grandmother could predict the future. This was the southern region of Bryan, a desert that was more than 10,000 kilometers away from Afton. Sable was trekking through the desert. He thought about what kind of light it was. He was thrown from the northern region to the southern region. Sable remembered seeing some girl. She told him to stop hurting her child. He was shocked to hear a woman's voice. He didn't realize what was going on. The girl told Sable to disappear far away and pushed him away from Jamie. Trying to fight back, Sable shouted in rage that who was she and how dare she do such a thing. Looking at Sable, the girl said that no matter how much power he had, there was no escaping this fate. She had already been paid for. Seeing the gates of the castle, Sable thought that this was a territory he should get away from as soon as possible. Suddenly he heard a voice saying he was glad to see him. From the dais, several armed men looked up at Sable. Looking up at the men standing on top of him, Sable recognized one of them as Blazer. Blazer was the high priest and captain of the Knights of the Church of the Sun God Ra. He inquired as to why a busy man like Sable had decided to come here. Sheathing his sword, Blazer advised Sable not to withhold the truth from him. In exchange for the truth, Blazer promised that his demise would be quick and painless. Sable let out a curse. He realized that he hadn't left in time, and now he was going to be in trouble. At this time, the funeral of Archbishop Saphira was taking place. Those present said that he was good-natured and polite to everyone. A big star floated down from heaven today. A promise was made at the funeral that whoever did this would not be forgiven. Looking at Archbishop Sephiroth, Jamie wondered if he could turn him undead. Smiling, Jamie thought about the fact that he wasn't who he used to be after all. Jamie headed towards the attendees of the Archbishop's funeral. Apostle approached Jamie and said that Pyro wanted to see him. Slamming the door shut tightly, Apostle said that no light can be let in from here. It's the law. Apostle beckoned Jamie to come with him. Jamie asked what had become of Sable. Apostle and Jamie walked down the stairs. Apostle said that Sable had disappeared along with the glow from his necklace. He asked about whether it was an artifact. Jamie replied that he hadn't fully figured it out himself. All he knows is that he inherited it from his grandmother. Looking at Jamie, the Apostle said that they have arrived. They are in the Sanctuary of Inception. The boy asked about if she would show up for a couple minutes and then disappear like last time. Apostle replied that he was asked to show some respect. She is coming. Jamie is going to have a one-on-one with her. Pyro appeared in front of Jamie. She said she would like to start by saying thank you. A surprised Jamie was a little taken aback. He hadn't expected this turn of events. Pyro said that she thanked him for allowing her to strike Zenith. She asked him to give her some of his power. He asked about whether she wanted him to be blown apart and die here. The goddess hesitated. She said she must not have been paying much attention. She had completely forgotten that humans were such flawed creatures. After a moment's thought, Pyro said that Jamie should be proud. After all, he is a man recognized by God. The boy could hardly contain himself. He thought about how her speeches were making him sick. At this time, a huge scandal was raging at the Genus Church Center. Genus was shouting that he didn't understand how they let the plan fail. Sir Creon was also missing, and he had a sword from the church treasury. The man stood with his head down. He said he had nothing to say. They searched every corner of Afton's territory. The soldier said that except for Kanna's lifeless body, they couldn't find any trace of him. Genus thought that things were very bad. The battlefield spiral shows that if they start the war without Sir Creon, they will lose a lot of time. The battlefield spiral is a divine object that helps reduce casualties by triggering all sorts of stimulation. He said that it seems like the political pressure from contracting with demons is only getting worse. Trying to explain, Janice added that they should have started the war right away to take control of the situation. But now there was no other choice. They would have to wait for his return. He ordered them to find Creon and bring him back at any cost. He said they must do it no matter what, whatever it took. At this time, Archbishop Sephiroth's funeral continued. Everyone was saying goodbye to him. Sears was crying. Her father and children tried to comfort her. Everyone felt sorry for the Archbishop. Unable to calm down, Sears continued to sob. She said she found it hard to believe it. Goddess asked Jamie if he had really gotten Diablo Wolfer in the mountains. He replied that yes, he had nothing to add since it was by accident. She inquired if he was really asking her to believe that nonsense. Jamie confirmed that he did. After thinking about it, Pyro replied that it wasn't the most important thing right now. There was something more important. Looking at Pyro, Jamie said that this time he would ask her a question. He said that he knew that his spiritual teacher, Diablo, was her nemesis. He asked what had become of him. Jamie wondered if the other gods knew about his transmigration into this boy's body. Pyro said thoughtfully that she honestly had no idea. He was sealed in the realm of eternity, in the primordial darkness. Pyro went on to say that even the gods had no control over that space. Jamie wondered if he couldn't escape. She replied that it was impossible. They had no idea that they would leave him where he could escape from. Jamie thought he was lucky. He realized they didn't know anything. They didn't know that Diablo Wolfer had died and been reborn. Pyro looked at Jamie's hand and said she hadn't seen the bracelet on his arm in a long time. The goddess thought to herself that it was unbelievable. He had reappeared in this world. He was causing quite a bit of trouble. Jamie said he was also looking for the remaining 2 objects. Trying not to give himself away, Jamie knew that he needed the enduring alienation almighty object. Also, Jamie needed the object, Killer of the Gods, God Killer. The goddess thought, let him do what he wants. She'll pretend she knows nothing of his plans. He asked if she had been banished. Pyro said that he kind of didn't mock her with that question, so she would answer him. The goddess revealed that Genis had made an alliance with Lilia and Brahmin. In addition, Pyro said, Orion had co-opted Hulan. Tandarus and Arbalado had formed an alliance. Jillian and Oblivion have also teamed up. She revealed that only Ra, the Flame Emperor, and she were left on their own. A dumbfounded Jamie was stunned by the information he received. He had not expected that the Sun God was alone. The goddess said that the Flame Emperor has always been a loner, and Ra rules more as an absolute god than a loner. He replied that he didn't think that she should worry about being alone. Upon reflection, Pyro said that it's all because of the bastard Genis. That thing thinks he's the Sun God's hunting dog, and he thinks Ra abandoned him. And according to Genis, she was to blame for what happened. Pyro went on to say that he planned to steal her power and rebel against Ra. Pyro was enraged. How dare this pathetic puppy overstep his bounds? Suddenly, Jamie noticed that Pyro's hair had turned black. He asked about the fact that that's why she needed his power, even though he's a black mage. A sly Pyro said that his black mana is primordial. It is pure, unlike the evil power of these wretched creatures. He thought that she had despised such power in the past. Out loud, he said, aka Diablo Wolfer's successor. Trying to convince, Pyro said that didn't stop him from cooperating with her, one of the 12 gods. She touched him and said that he had appeared before her, speaking of his name. Jamie replied that they couldn't fully believe each other. Smiling, Pyro said that apparently they had to earn each other's trust. Pressing his hand to his head, to where Pyro was touching, Jamie was asked how that was possible. The goddess told him to look at his palm. Jamie took off his glove. Jamie's hand was branded. Pyro said he received her promise symbol. The goddess said, "He is the sword that watches over the justice of the goddess, and let the holy servants witness their homage to the newly elected saint." Guy replied that he looked forward to working with them. A saint is someone chosen by God who has received a mark on his body. Because of this, he or she begins to be addressed as a bishop. Although such people have no power in the world, but they are not influenced by any influences as they are untouchable. Apologizing, Jamie said that he apologized for being late. Genis's bastards got in his way. With their help in a time of danger, he was able to protect sacred territory. Sears didn't understand why the danger. The apostle said he would visit him another time. Smiling, Jamie decided that he had become a bishop and could choose where to live rather than sit in just any church. His mother was shocked at what had happened. She said that even though he was a Welton who had joined Pyro's church, she couldn't believe he was a saint. Sarah impatiently began to ask her mother what saint meant. Suddenly, Marcus came up behind her. He promised Sarah that he would tell her who a saint was. But Marcus was interrupted by a knight who entered. He reported that Sir Beryl had regained consciousness. Sighing, Sears said she had to go and see him. Marcus inquired if anything would happen to her. Sighing, Sears said that everything was fine. She should thank him since he had kept her baby boy safe. Jamie said that he was thinking of going with her, too. The two of them, Sears and Jamie, went to visit Beryl in his room. They knocked on the door. Beryl, with his wounds bandaged, was sitting up in bed. He saw Sears come in to see him. Looking warmly at Beryl, Sears was pensive. A kaleidoscope of memories swirled in her head. She sat across from Beryl's bed. They were talking, reminiscing about the past. Without distraction, Jamie looked at Sears and Beryl and listened to everything they talked about. They reminisced about the distant times when they were children. Things had been different then. Listening carefully, Jamie thought that he really didn't know anything about emotions. The boy said he was glad. He didn't think Beryl's hand could ever grow back. Beryl asked what kind of nonsense he was spouting in the injured man's face. Grinning, Jamie cheerfully replied that he was still a baby after all. Looking straight into Jamie's eyes, Beryl thanked him profusely. The boy replied that there was nothing to thank him for. He asked what Beryl wanted to talk to him about. Puzzled, Beryl asked what Jamie knew about Frontier. He replied that it was a suspicious organization hunting for the truth of the world. Looking at him carefully, Beryl suggested that Jamie come with him. There is a 9th-rank wizard in Frontier who can train him. The boy asked about the fact that this wizard was probably not human. Beryl confirmed his assumption. He said that with his help, Jamie would be able to develop his talent. He asked Jamie what he thought about it. After thinking about it, Jamie decided that he couldn't believe that he was asking to learn magic from someone who was more disgusting than he was. What a stupid thing to say. The boy replied that he could manage without him. Beryl replied that this wizard is a 9th-grade wizard. He didn't understand why Jamie was refusing. Still trying to convince, Beryl said it was such a chance to learn from a great being who could single-handedly change the whole world. But Jamie replied that 9th grade was cool, but he didn't think he was that powerful. A surprised Beryl asked what Jamie had said. Smiling, Jamie said that he didn't think this wizard was that much stronger than him. Embarrassed, Jamie said thanks for the offer anyway. As the opportunity arises, we can meet up and have some fun, and he's also curious about his leader, Isis. Puzzled by Jamie's words, Beryl didn't expect such a response from the kid. Smiling, Beryl said that let him come to his place and they'll have fun. And Isis, he is awesome. Beryl promised to introduce him to Jamie. A dark night descended on the city. A huge moon hung in the sky. Lights burned in the windows of the castle. In Jamie's room, Benna was sobbing. She was saying that it was too much, that he had gone without her. It was a grave mistake. He tried to say that he hadn't left her, but Benna cried menacingly that he had already forgotten about her. With her paws at his sides, Benna demanded that he honestly admit that he had forgotten about her. The boy said of course he hadn't. He thought to himself that if she was so angry, it meant she'd managed to make a full recovery. He thought that the scarf around her neck that made her feel mana was most likely an artifact obtained from him. The girl had told him that he had no idea how long it had taken her to waddle all the way here. Jamie looked at her carefully and asked if she could fly. He was sure she was fully awakened. Suddenly, the scarf around Benna's neck lit up with a bright light. She hadn't expected it herself. Hammer Fillion appeared in front of Jamie and Benna. He said it would be better if he explained. Fillion revealed that her blood had temporarily awakened that time to save Jamie. It happened as a result of Benna's strong desire and his help. Hammer said that Jamie had Benna to thank. If not for them, the demons would have destroyed him. He looked at Fillion's hammer and couldn't understand what it was doing to him. Touching the hammer, he wondered if he was possessed by a spirit. Why did the hammer suddenly become so disembodied on its own? Fillion said he wasn't some third-rate spirit. The hammer continued to broadcast in Jamie's hands. Benna tried to interrupt his conversation. She clarified with the hammer that she wasn't the only one hearing his voice. The boy realized that the quacking sound was coming from the weapon, but he couldn't hear it. Fillion told Benna not to cry. Sighing, Jamie said that last night's awakening was temporary. If she wanted to awaken fully, she needed to practice. Fillion said that Jamie was an evil bastard. The girl told Jamie that she had also managed to find a secret base of Valkyrie survivors. She was shocked by this news. She couldn't believe that there was a place where Valkyries existed. Tiburon had told her about this place. He said it was in the deepest part of the great forest of Ariajad. Excitedly, Benna held a ring in her paws. It was the spring where time flows. Jamie said it would be very difficult to go there now. Even swordmasters can have a hard time in the great forest. Jamie said that he needs to train. After all the events that happened, time ran much faster for Jamie. To protect Ricky and Anna's identities, as well as the fact that they are being trained by priests, they moved into the Great Pyro Order. And there were many important changes in the Welton family as well. Sarah asked about why Mom was crying again. The Welton family went on their journey as well. Marcus, seeing Jamie, opened his arms and asked to come over to him. Raz went with Ricky and his sister to the Great Order. Sir Irak of the Pyro Church, who was in charge of the Welton family, joined them. A fortnight had passed since that moment. The carriage was approaching the gate. At last, they returned to Hayes. Welton was happy to see his wife and daughter. They threw themselves into his arms. Not seeing Jamie with them, Welton inquired about his son's whereabouts. Jamie was walking a little behind. He told his father that he too had arrived home. Looking at his son, Welton was very surprised. Jamie had changed a lot during this time. Looking at his father, Jamie wondered if he had grown up during this time. As night fell on the town, Sarah climbed into bed with her parents. During that time, Jamie was with Beryl. He asked him about what the sword meant to him. The boy said he wanted to know what a sword meant to a swordmaster. Beryl asked if he knew that he was called a demon in the past. He revealed that to him the sword was his self-reflection. Only after repeated regrets and self-exploration did he realize that he wasn't just swinging the sword, he was taking out his hatred. Only then could he become a master swordsman. Jamie understood his answer. The goddess asked Jamie if he wanted to know about the forgotten story. Jamie asked to tell it. Looking at Jamie, Pyro said that she didn't think she still could. He replied that it meant sometime in the future. Pyro replied that there was a key word. Pensive. Pyro revealed that once the keyword is spoken, all the gods will know the situation, and no one will be able to prevent what must happen from happening. If someone hears the secret, the gods will know at once, and when that happens, the hardliners will send an enslavement squad to destroy him. He asked if it could be, for example, the dragon god Brahman. Pyro replied that his children, that is, the dragons, would come in motion. The goddess said that this is what they did to Ganon. Would he, in his present state, be able to resist at least one god? Lying in bed, Jamie thought back to his conversation with Pyro. He realized that what he had resorted to in the past was not going to work. The guy thought that his past actions didn't have even the slightest chance of winning. He realized that now he needed to act in a completely different way. Welton was in the middle of training the soldiers when Jamie came to him there. He was surprised to see his son. He said it was rare to see him on the training ground. Jamie told his father that he had a serious conversation to have with him. His father said he was listening to him carefully. Jamie was a little confused. After gathering his courage, Jamie confidently said that he would like to learn sword training. At this time, Marquis stood by Tina's portrait. He remembered her saying that she hated strength. She said that all of her family members had died because of that senseless power. He asked Tina to join him, promised to become her family. He said he could protect her so she wouldn't have to use that power again. Marquis said it was clear to him. He couldn't understand that prediction. Marquis said the mercenary who saved him every time he needed him. His personal assistant. There was no way for her to say he was a traitor. There was no need for her to risk what was left of her life. He remembered holding out the amulet Tina had said he would know immediately when there was someone to give this to. He remembered taking the amulet and asking why it was necessary to be responsible for what would happen in the distant future. Then Tina told him not to cry. It was the first time she was proud of her power. If he didn't hold on to it, Tina put the amulet in his hand. She asked him to trust her and watch over that child that would continue their bloodline. She asked to keep it from becoming a disaster for this world. A dark night descended the county of Welton in the Empire of Seldom. Lights burned in the windows of the castle. Iraq Tedri said that it was a great honor for him to meet the swordmaster. Argeno thanked Iraq for the journey. He expressed regret at the passing of Archbishop Sefer, master of the Sword of the Heistlands. Argeno Welton said he could not have thought that the genus church would involve the demonic clan. The clergyman of the Pyro Church, Iraq Tedri, thanked for the concern. He said their church will not forget the help of the Count. Argeno said that if his hands weren't tied, he would be attacking the genus church right now. With them was the daughter of the noble Bell family, Earl Welton's wife, Sears Bell Welton. She was disturbed by her husband's words. He promised that these rascals would pay for getting his family involved in all this. Iraq replied that their church would support him in any way possible. Argeno thanked Iraq for his responsiveness. Iraq replied that this is what their service is all about. Saying goodbye to the Weltons, Iraq said it was time for him to leave. As he saw Iraq off, Argero sat in thought. He was thinking of his son. Sears' words brought Argeno out of his reverie. She asked him what he was thinking about. Argeno replied that he was thinking about Jamie, who would have thought that he would become a saint of the Pyro Church, although they allowed him to work without being affiliated with the church. Looking at him guiltily, Sears said it was her fault. She should have kept a better eye on him. Argeno replied that it wasn't her fault. He said that she couldn't stop a 9-year-old 6th grade mage. He's just worried about what's going on. Right now, Pyro's church is on the verge of a war with Genus. It is very dangerous to become a new saint at a time like this. Smiling Sears said that he really worried about the battle consuming their boy. She revealed that before he left the house, his father told her that he was probably chosen because of the war. Jamie could have run for Ricky's sake. Sighing, Argeno said that, to be honest, but he was more afraid for her. Sears admitted that she is actually very scared. She's afraid that something terrible could happen to Jamie. Trying to reassure Sears, he promised to bring him back. Sears cried. She said it still scares her. But even though she was scared, she had to believe in him. Wiping her tears, Sears revealed that her mom told her to believe in him until the very end. But she's still worried. Looking confidently at his wife, Argeno told Sears to rely on her husband. No one will harm their child. Not even God would dare. Jamie declared to his father that he wanted to learn swordsmanship. His father couldn't believe his ears. He questioned Jamie to see if he had gotten it right. Standing in front of his father, Jamie held a sword in his hands. He asked him to teach him the family sword techniques. A dumbfounded Arjano clarified, "What about learning magic?" Jamie replied that he would study both. His father asked if he would learn swordsmanship for self-defense, but Jamie replied that he would not. Looking confidently at his father, Jamie said that he wanted to fully master the family sword techniques. Looking at his son carefully, he decided how he should proceed. He turned away and tried to walk away from Jamie. He said he wasn't taking the sword seriously. Jamie ran after his father, trying to convince him that it wasn't true. Walking away from his son, Arjano said that their sword techniques couldn't be learned at the same time as magic. Looking at Jamie, Arjano said menacingly that swordsmanship had to be taken seriously. His father said that Jamie doesn't have that attitude. He just wouldn't be able to learn it. Jamie countered that he sincerely wanted to. Grabbing the practice sword, Arjano said that then let him show that determination. He pointed the wooden sword at Jamie, telling his son to prove his desire. The boy stood and looked at the training sword pointed at him. His father said he would not use the aura. After thinking for a moment, Arjano allowed Jamie to use whatever he wanted and take the blows of his sword. The son clarified if he could use magic in that case. His father replied that Jamie could use magic, sword, anything. If he could block at least one of his blows, he would take up his studies. The students surrounded Jamie and began to taunt him. Payan replied that he could actually hear all their taunts. Getting angry, he thought that he didn't expect anything else from his father. Looking at his father, Jamie thought that his skill level was comparable to Sable's, if not higher. But he couldn't feel his energy, which made it even scarier. His father asked if he was ready. Jamie thought he would break the wooden sword. Since he doesn't use his aura, it's possible. As he prepared himself, Arjano said that in that case, let him try to hold on and rush to attack. Jamie used magic, summoning Blackie to break his father's sword. The magic attack flew towards Arjano and dealt an energy strike. Arjano carried himself to attack Jamie. He needed to make sure his son was serious. The magical energy flew at Arjano but was unable to stop him and do damage. The boy was dumbfounded that it didn't work. Approaching, Arjano said that the sword wasn't that simple. As he prepared to strike, Arjano warned Jamie that it would hurt. After receiving a punch in the arm, Jamie replied that he was talking about being serious. Jamie and Arjano confronted each other. The fight was serious, each wanting to prove a point. Suddenly, Arjano realized that Jamie had managed to damage his sword. He was dumbfounded. Attacking, Jamie decided that he couldn't stop there. He must prove to his father that he was serious. The boy realized that this was the only way to prove to his father that he was determined. He tried to throw a punch, but his father stopped him. He intercepted Jamie's arm. Looking at his son in surprise, Arjano asked where he learned this magic. Looking confidently at his father, Jamie replied that it was magic he had created himself. Pensive, Arjano remembered being told that this child didn't need a teacher. Now he understood those words. Trying to change his mind, Arjano told Jamie that he already had an incredible talent for magic. Does he still want to learn swordsmanship? Without a shadow of a doubt, Jamie replied that he had underestimated that knowledge. He didn't care about training to be cool. Looking confidently at his father, Jamie said that swordsmanship was necessary for his future. His father interjected about what kind of future Jamie had in mind. Jamie replied that his father had probably already guessed it himself. He revealed that he had realized a lot after his encounter with the demon. Magic alone was not enough. He needed to become stronger to be ready to face whatever fate had in store for him. Looking his father straight in the eye, Jamie said he understood that too. A surprised Arjano looked at his son dumbfounded. Jamie said that even though he was young, he was no longer a child. He shouted loudly and confidently that he was determined and would not back down. The father let go of his son's hand. He believed in his determination and that he would not back down. As he left, Arjano told Jamie that classes start here at 6 in the morning. And overjoyed Jamie was overjoyed. He had managed to convince his father that he needed this knowledge. It was a bright, sunny day. A carriage was approaching the Welton's castle. The passenger in the carriage was looking out the window with curiosity at the view. There was a beautiful girl riding in the carriage. She was thinking about meeting young Mr. Welton as soon as possible. At this time, Jamie was in his room, with the sun shining brightly through the windows. Jamie was watching a peacefully sleeping Benna as she dressed for practice. Putting on his gloves, Jamie said he couldn't believe having to mess around with this. Looking at a peacefully slumbering Benna, Jamie thought about dragging her in and waking her up. Thinking about it, Jamie imagined how Sarah would sob when she didn't find her squirrel. He decided that he'd rather let her keep sleeping. He thought that today was the day to repay last night anyway, so he touched Benna. Sarah and Benna continued to sleep peacefully. Energy was spreading across the squirrel's body. It was 6 o'clock in the morning. Jamie had arrived for training but was here alone for the time being. While he waited for his father, he thought about how interesting his training was going to be. He wasn't going to start learning secret techniques right away. He might be the youngest patriarch of the family, but it would still be difficult for him to learn something without knowing the basics. Clutching his training sword tightly, Jamie convinced himself that everything was great. Heading towards the training mock-ups, Jamie thought to himself that he was sure he would succeed with the sword in no time. Thinking about it, Jamie decided that the body's physical abilities were crystal clear. The blood of a famous swordsman family in his veins. So also the power of the beat of life. He was sure he would manage to surprise his father today. The boy saw the knight who said that he would be training him from today. It was the vice-captain of the Knightly Order of Fear, Hamilton Leonardo. A distraught Jamie was shocked that his training would not be done by his father. Hamilton thought that Jamie was acting like a child. How, just starting to comprehend the sword, could he think of training with the swordmaster himself? For now, he would take care of it. Jamie sadly noted that Leonardo didn't look cheerful. He asked why Hamilton didn't have a wooden sword. The knight replied that he wouldn't need it today. Grinning, Hamilton said that today he would have to run around the training field. A surprised Jamie asked what he was running for if he had come to learn how to wield a sword. Hamilton yelled for him to shut his mouth. The knight menacingly shouted that to Jamie's new recruit, he was no longer a master but an instructor. A shocked Jamie realized that he would now have to obey Hamilton. The knight said that Jamie must now answer only, "That's right." Glaring menacingly in Jamie's direction, Hamilton clarified if he was clear. The boy quietly replied. Hamilton yelled menacingly about whether that was all he could do. Barely able to contain himself, Jamie shouted back very loudly to Hamilton's satisfaction. Hamilton smiled and corrected his glasses and said that everything was just fine now. Jamie thought about where the glasses had come from. He gave the order for Jamie to start. There was nothing left for the guy to do but obey. It was 9 in the morning and Jamie was still continuing to run around the training ground. Watching Jamie from the window, Argino thought. He knew that was how he knew Hamilton was the best in training. Sears joined Argino. She said that Hamilton was being very strict. He replied that he has to be if he doesn't want to tarnish the Welton name. Except it's not strict yet. It's just the beginning. When Jamie starts to grasp the sword, he's not going to let him get away with it, even though he's his son. Sears asked him to be gentle. Argino replied that his father was never gentle with him. Therefore, Jamie can handle it too since he is their son. Leaning over to Sears, Argino said that he had forgotten to break the news to her. Upon remembering, Argino told Sears that Viscount Valley's family would arrive tomorrow. She was dumbfounded and cried out that she should have been warned in advance. Exhaling a breath, Argino smiled. "There's still a whole day to go," he said. "Oh, and Viscount Valley is his named brother. He decided that they would prepare a gala reception." Sears hurriedly left. She said that's why they need to prepare even better. "It's time for her to go get ready, and she doesn't even know where to start," Argino called out to her. She quickly left, and Argino was left alone before he could even say anything. He thought that only Jamie would be worse. He'd have to go easy on him if his mom asked him again. It was already 11 in the morning. The sun was shining brightly over the city, lighting up the city streets. Jamie was still continuing to train under Hamilton's command. Hamilton thought, looking at Jamie, that it was impressive. So much stamina at 9 years old. A dumbfounded Jamie was surprised himself. He thought about the fact that he was ready, if anything went wrong, to use mana or holy energy. But for now, he was only running because of his physical strength. Argino told Hamilton that he was of course disappointed in Jamie's choice to do magic, but he would help him in any way he could. Looking at Jamie, Hamilton thought that it looked like the young gentleman was talented in more than just magic. The knight gave Jamie orders that he could stop. The engrossed Jamie was so surprised that he didn't even immediately hear Hamilton's order. Hamilton grabbed Jamie's shoulder to stop him. He didn't hear the command. As Hamilton stopped Jamie, he noticed that his eyes flashed with a purple light. He was shocked by what he saw and didn't even know how to react. Finally, Jamie stopped. He looked so much like his usual self now. Barely alive, Jamie asked Hamilton if that was it for today. They were done. Still looking at Jamie in surprise, Hamilton replied that they were done for the day. An exhausted Jamie looked very tired. He said that it was very good that he could rest. A moment later, Jamie fell straight to the ground, face down. Hamilton looked at him thoughtfully. Hamilton, remembering Jamie's unusual eye color, thought he didn't even know what to write in this report. Outside, evening was already approaching. The sunset was visible outside the window, shining its last rays through the windows of Jamie's room. The boy was lying on the bed. He came to his senses and tried to realize where he was. Realizing he was in his room, Jamie guessed he had passed out at practice. Standing beside his bed is Sarah. He asked her about when she came in and why she was crying. As she continued to cry, Sarah said that she thought about him being gone. Comforting Sarah, Jamie told her not to worry, he was fine. Suddenly, Jamie heard Bennu saying that it had been an incredible ordeal, now wanting to rest. He grinned. He relayed to Benna that it had been much harder for him, so let him suffer a little more. Jamie told Sarah that she needed to play with a squirrel to calm down. At that time, Arginault entered the room. He smiled, happy that everything was okay. The children turned around at the sound of footsteps and saw their father enter. The father told Sarah that she was a big smartass for peeping on her brother. To escort her out of the room, he told her what Nanny had baked cookies for her. The little girl, joyfully grabbing a squirrel, ran to Nanny's room to try the cookies. The father told Jamie that he didn't expect Jamie to be able to move after such exertion. Jamie said he was fine. He thought to himself that it was impossible not to say thank you to the bead of life. The life bead is an artifact that stores life force. It helps you recover and grow physically. A puzzled Arjano asked if Jamie was surprised to see Hamilton on the court. Jamie replied that he had thought about his father teaching him himself. His father replied that he still had a lot to learn before he could begin training with a swordmaster. Jamie countered that he was his son. Looking at Jamie proudly, Arjano said that he was an incredible son. Ono asked what had happened after all. Jamie replied that he was definitely running, but from a certain point on, he couldn't remember anything. Hamilton reported to Arjano that Jamie had held on for 5 hours and 17 minutes. That was much longer than expected. He said he was amazed at Jamie's incredible stamina and remarkable fortitude. Smiling, Arjano told Jamie not to worry. He had passed the test. The boy was very happy that he was able to pass the test. He didn't even believe it right away. Looking at Jamie, Arjano thought about the fact that at his age, his record was 3 hours and 36 minutes. His father cheerfully told Jamie that starting tomorrow, he would start practicing with the sword. The boy was glad that he wouldn't have to run anymore. Arjano said that it was no longer necessary. His father said he would have to run at least an hour a day to maintain his stamina. This news did not make Jamie happy. Seeing this, Arjano said that if he didn't want to, then this conversation was not happening. Jamie shouted that of course he would run. He said that for a while Jamie would be training with Hamilton. If he slacked off, it would backfire on him in the future. A disgruntled Jamie wasn't thrilled at the thought of having to face the stout, bespectacled man again. He said that Hamilton had been very scary last time. His father said that if he could take it, he would teach him the Welton family's blade-wielding style. After calming down, Jamie was excited that he would be able to learn the art of blade-wielding. His father said it won't be easy, but he believes Jamie can do it. He would be waiting for him. The next day, there was a new training field. Hamilton wondered if Jamie wasn't happy that he was the instructor. After all, there was an opportunity to learn from the master swordsman himself, and he had to train with him. Jamie replied that he wasn't. Hamilton replied that he couldn't tell by the look on his face. Jamie thought he must have overdone it last night. Last night, high above Welton County, Gremia had been deployed. An entire training field had been created. Benna asked Jamie in amazement if he was serious about learning it. Jamie replied that he wasn't kidding. Glancing at Benna, Jamie asked if she remembered what he had told her. Jamie told Benna that this world was about to turn upside down, and they would be at the center of it all. He explained that he would have to confront the 12 gods. He would have to be strong enough. Benna confidently told Jamie that she would try her best. The boy replied that if she agreed, this training would be hell. In that case, she should go along with him and prove that she was ready. Thinking about it, Jamie realized that he should have held back a little so as not to give himself away. Smiling, Hamilton said that yesterday's workout had been tiring, but he wasn't going to make the training any easier. He held out the practice sword to Jamie. The training began. Looking at Jamie passionately, Hamilton began to explain that basic sword strokes are divided into stabbing and slashing. He taught that of the cutting ones there were: front lunge, uppercut, left and right cuts, diagonal cuts, and so on. Looking at what Hamilton was showing, Jamie thought it was much more complicated than he had realized. Continuing his instruction, Hamilton told Jamie about the types of stabbing strokes. He asked what Jamie thought of his trainer's demonstration. Jamie replied that it was cool. Hamilton thought that at this rate he would get Jamie to run. Guy asked Hamilton about his legs. Puzzled, Hamilton queried about what was wrong with his feet. Jamie said that all of Hamilton's steps smoothly combine all the movements. The way he uses his muscles effectively is also amazing. Even though Hamilton used a small part of it, his destructive power increased. The knight looked at Jamie in surprise. Jamie didn't understand what surprised the coach in his words. He realized that he had heard that all movement began with the feet 60,000 years ago. Hamilton said, thinking about it, that was a surprisingly good answer. He said that in any case, today's workout was pretty simple. Smirking, Hamilton told Jamie that what he had said, he needed to repeat 1,000 times. Jamie was extremely dumbfounded. The boy diligently followed all of Hamilton's orders. The coach was watching him from the sidelines. Looking at Jamie, Hamilton thought about the fact that he was going to coach for a year, but 3 months would be enough. Hamilton called Jamie's name, but Jamie, engrossed in his workout, didn't even notice it. Stepping closer, Hamilton said he was leaving him. He needed to finish his punches before he returned. Finally, Jamie stopped. He thought about finally being able to catch his breath. It's okay, but his look is too intimidating. Taking up his practice sword, Jamie thought it was fun anyway. Despite being tired, Jamie continued practicing sword strokes hard. As he practiced, Jamie thought about how the more he swung the sword, the more ideas he had on how to combine it with his magic. As he continued to practice, Jamie began to realize that he needed to add aggression. Also, he needed more mindfulness during his strikes. Jamie thought about the fact that to achieve mastery, he needed a little hard work and more determination. This is all in the distant future. However, it could lead him to a new battlefield. Turning to Chernish, Jamie asked about whether he had written everything down. Chernish demonstrated that he had everything written down. Jamie said that was the end of it then. Suddenly, Jamie heard the approaching footsteps of a stranger. He realized that the person approaching was coming right towards the training ground. This flow of life force is a bit strange. It's most likely an intruder. Using the teleporter, Jamie was next to the stranger in a flash. Jamie shouted that no one dares to invade the Welton County manor, and swung his practice sword. The stranger turned out to be a girl who screamed in terror, defending herself from Jamie. A surprised Jamie was shocked when he realized it was a girl in front of him. She said that he had scared her a lot. He asked about her being a wind spirit. The girl said she thought about going to the other world. If she is able to contact spirits in this world, then she is at least a mid-level summoner. Apparently, she wasn't just fooling around last time. The girl replied excitedly, which meant he recognized her after all. She said that she had practiced and summoned a high-level spirit. The girl said that the spirit she was able to summon was called Ripid, the high-level wind spirit Ripid, known as the spirit that supports the king of spirits, Sylphid. Jamie asked what Ripid had said. The girl replied that he didn't say anything, just watched her and then disappeared. She'd been able to summon Sylph ever since. Thinking about it, Jamie decided that he was wrong to think that she was just a child. The girl said her sister was even more amazing. Her sister could already summon a high-level spirit. Jamie was amazed at what he learned. She laughed, saying that she knew she would surprise him. Her dad was also very surprised. He couldn't even get a word out. Looking at the girl, Jamie thought it was amazing to have such abilities at her age. So, she is as talented as he is. The reason for her talent is because she is a reborn. Spirit King Elkin cared a lot about the soul of his summoner, this girl. Suddenly, the girl screamed and covered her ears. Jamie was frightened and asked what was wrong with her. The girl was terrified. She said that she had forgotten her father's injunction to tell it. Jamie breathed a sigh of relief. She had frightened him with her scream. He thought something was wrong with her. In the living room of Welton Manor, a serious conversation was taking place. Arjanoy asked about news from the Genus Church. Viscount Valley said that the Genus Church would soon make its move. Arjano replied that either they stop spreading their religion or the end of the world. A pensive Viscount Valley continued to drink tea. He pondered over Arjano's words. Arjanoy inquired about the fact that the leader of the group of 7 knights was still missing. Viscount confirmed that he was. Victorine said that according to information from Tigris, he still hasn't returned to the main temple of the Genus Church. Tigris is a secret intelligence organization, as well as a business partner from the Eastern nobility. He assumed that something might have happened there. That's why he's still missing. Arjano thoughtfully replied that nothing could happen to the monster. Beryl was definitely not an opponent of his level. He didn't know what would happen if he were in his place. Welton said that they would declare war on him as soon as he returned. Jamie told Viscount that he apologized for the late greeting. Viscount said it was fine. He started asking him about his training. The Weltons and Vale sat at the holiday table. Viscount advised Jamie to do his best, since there were high expectations for him. Jamie smiled and thanked the Viscount for his kind words. A girl sitting at the table greeted him cheerfully. Rebecca sat with her head down. Rebecca said a discreet hello to Jamie. She was clearly trying to avoid socializing with him. She lowered her head to avoid meeting Jamie's gaze. Jamie was surprised by Rebecca's behavior. He didn't understand why she was acting this way. Looking at Rebecca, Jamie thought about the fact that she was a little strange. Looking at Rebecca, Jamie thought that this was their first meeting since the ball. He didn't understand what could have happened. He suspected that she was avoiding him. During practice, Hamilton asked Jamie if he had followed his order to rest. He asked if Jamie had completed 1,000 sword swings yesterday. Jamie replied that he had done them all. The knight, with disbelief in his voice, asked for a demonstration of the skills he had learned. The boy took the practice sword and began to demonstrate what he had learned yesterday. Using the practice sword, he showed Hamilton all the practiced blows. Watching Jamie, Hamilton was amazed. He thought that Jamie was doing everything just perfectly. He didn't understand how the guy was able to achieve such a result in just one day. Jamie asked Hamilton about whether he had done everything right. Hamilton replied that Jamie had done well. The coach said that Jamie could now start learning the steps. He explained that it was the technique of the previous head of the family. It had been created by Jamie's grandfather, Cheryl Welton, a world-recognized master swordsman. The GR Knight said that Cheryl taught the knights of the family a movement technique that helped their family in the future. This technique is called the 100 Cs. Showing the steps, Hamilton said that this is the flow of the 100 seas. A dumbfounded Jamie was amazed when he saw what it looked like. He thought it could not be replicated. Knight Hamilton, seeing Jamie's reaction, said he must be interested. He told Jamie to watch carefully and began to show him how to perform it correctly. It was a technique, hundreds of seas. Jamie watched him carefully. He was dumbfounded watching Hamilton, trying to figure out how to repeat it correctly. Watching Hamilton, Jamie thought, mana responds to every movement. Mana fills the entire space every time he moves. For 4 hours now, Jamie had been trying to repeat what Hamilton had shown him. He hadn't been able to do it. Jamie couldn't figure out what he was doing wrong. Over and over again, Jamie tried to repeat everything exactly as Hamilton had done. He frustratedly told Hamilton that his mana wasn't responding. Grinning, Hamilton replied that all of Welton's knights were able to learn the technique. Apparently, he would be the first who couldn't. Pensive, Jamie thought about the fact that he was pissed off at this cocky trainer. This was the first time in his 2 lives that he had been so fixated on something. The mana used for martial arts was different from that used in magic. He knew that, but he hoped it wouldn't be a hindrance. Suddenly, Jamie felt a drop of water fall on his face. Rebecca was approaching Jamie, trying to remain inconspicuous. He noticed her presence, but was surprised that she had come here. Surprised, Jamie called out to Rebecca. He said he'd noticed her presence a long time ago. Rebecca chuckled and peeked out from around the corner she was trying to hide behind. The boy stood up and happily drank the water from his palms. They sat on the bench and chatted. He thanked her for the refreshing water. The girl sat with her head down again. Jamie couldn't understand why she was acting so strangely. Leaning over, Jamie asked Rebecca to tell him what she was hiding. He didn't understand why she was having a hard time saying it. Embarrassed, Rebecca replied that she keeps thinking about him all the time. Every time she sees him, her heart starts beating harder. Jamie assumed it was because of that conversation. She'd become interested in him because of Zane's soul. The guy decided to change the subject. He asked if she really knew how to summon a high-level spirit. Rebecca replied that it was true, but not for long at all. She mentioned that she had heard that he had started training with the sword. He seems very unsure of his movements. Rebecca said she heard that from Enderon. She can communicate with him without being summoned. Enderon is a high-level spirit that serves the Water Spirit King. Rebecca told her that the spirits know nothing of human techniques. They are able to sense natural flows, such as when your left hand moves with your right foot. Enderon says it moves as if through force. A surprised Jamie pondered Rebecca's words. She might be saying the right thing. She told Jamie to try to trust his body to the current, to follow the wind and the water, and he would succeed. Thinking about it, Jamie realized that it was very easy to trust the current. Was he just making things more complicated than they needed to be? Realizing what he needed to do, Jamie stood up and hurried towards the practice field. Rebecca called out to him, but Jamie couldn't hear her anymore. He needed to test his hunch. Arriving at the training site, Jamie thought he had finally figured out how to proceed. The beleaguered boy realized that this was different from magic. He can't control his mana. He thought he needed to trust the natural flow and let his mana control him. He immediately felt lightness, as if he were dancing on the surface of the sea. Jamie spun around using the technique of 100 seas. He was getting good at it now. As he practiced, Jamie thought about adding some magic. After thinking about it, Jamie decided to add some more magic. He needed to concentrate on his mana. He was truly a talent. However, there were many such talents all over the world. A huge ball of energy formed around Jamie, increasing with every movement he made. At this very moment, Rebecca was approaching the practicing Jamie. Smiling, Jamie, pleased with his success, increased the power even more. He was so engrossed in his workout that he was oblivious to his surroundings. A huge energy wave formed around his body. The power of Jamie's energy became enormous. The spiral of energy flow soared higher and higher. Rebecca, who was approaching, covered her face with her hands to protect herself from Jamie's energy. Rebecca had to work hard to get close to Jamie. A huge water wolf howled above Rebecca's head. Everything was raging around it. The girl screamed to get Jamie's attention. He had to be stopped. Everything around them was covered in a veil of dust. The ground was crumbling and rocks were flying in all directions. Finally, when he heard Rebecca, Jamie stopped and looked around. He saw that he was standing at the bottom of a deep crater. He realized he had overreached. With shouts, Arjuna was rapidly approaching Jamie. He figured someone had attacked his son. As he approached his son, Arjuna asked if he was okay. Jamie replied that he seemed to be. Arjuna thought that someone had trespassed here. He didn't understand who would dare do such a thing. At that moment, Viscount Valley ran toward Rebecca. He was afraid that something had happened to her. Hugging his daughter, Viscount Valley asked if she was all right. Rebecca looked frightened. Looking at Jamie, Arjuna asked about where the intruder had gone. After blushing, Jamie said that he was the one who had done it. He said he'd used 100 Cs and overdone it. A dumbfounded Arjuna was shocked by his son's confession. He queried once more about how he had done it. He thought about the fact that the training field was made of a special material that could withstand the effects of the aura. It was simply impossible for 100 Cs to have such a devastating effect. Jamie told him that he had tried combining 100 Cs with magic. And this is what happened. Jamie apologized for the destruction. Argino thought about it and decided that it was 100 Cs perfected. Even he couldn't perfect it any further. He looked at his son in amazement, thinking that being able to guess to combine it with magic to add the ability to attack is all because he is a mage. Looking at his son, Argino realized that it was all because Jamie had chosen the path of both magic and sword. Hamilton approached the Weltons. He said that after today, he had nothing more to teach Jamie. Hamilton asked Argino to teach his son the technique of the dimension-separating sword. The dimension-splitting sword is a secret technique of the Welton family, by which the practitioner is able to divide space on a certain level. The technique is so powerful that the user is forbidden to use it without getting a firm foundation. Jamie was amazed, for he had only just begun to learn the basics. Hamilton replied that only 2 or 3 of the assigned knights could learn the technique. He said that Hamilton had told him that all of the assigned knights were taught to use the 100 Cs. Argino explained that if they are unable to master the 100 Cs, the knights leave the order on their own. Looking sullenly at Hamilton, Jamie thought that wasn't what he was saying at all. Dumbfounded, Jamie realized now why it felt like a hard thing to do. Hamilton cheerfully said that their order was truly magnificent. His father reflected that in a time when the world was unstable, he wondered if it was just a coincidence that such a talented child had come along. He decided it was worth putting useless worries aside for a while. He told Jamie that he had done marvelously well. He would start training his son from tomorrow. Jamie was excited that his father would finally start training with him himself. Hamilton's yell brought Jamie to his senses. He had already forgotten that Hamilton was still his coach. Hamilton said that he was not well versed in the technique of training the dimension-separating sword, but he would still unequivocally be harsh. Jamie replied that there was nothing wrong with that. Hamilton praised him for his wonderful attitude. Putting a beret on Jamie, Hamilton said it was a gift. It was a sign that he'd completed his training with admirable results. The knight said he was already anticipating what a great knight Jamie would become. Jamie thanked Hamilton for everything he had taught him. Smiling, Hamilton said that he too had learned a lot from young Master Jamie. Not wanting to come down, Jamie stood on the balcony and watched what was going on below. He thought about the fact that even though his father would probably want him to focus his attention on learning, Jamie couldn't believe that his father was so late in notifying him of such an event. The boy thought that at first it might seem like a banquet to celebrate the arrival of Viscount Valley. He realized that, in fact, this meeting had a very different purpose. Argino told the attendees that their business had not been very good lately. Men from the Temple of Genus had attacked his wife's hometown, Afton, and put his family in danger. He said the nefarious deeds of the Temple of Genus would not stop there, and there would be a battle afterward. It would be a great battle that would span the continent from edge to edge. Argino introduced the mage to the Lord Regent of Crimson Lothus, Simon Richer. Welton said that Count Simon had taken an oath that he would fight on their side against the Church of Genus. He said the nobles of the East will always be part of that battle, and today's banquet would be the cornerstone of this future. Looking at what was going on, Jamie realized that the true purpose was for a meeting to be held to prepare for the war with the Genus Temple. Seeing Rebecca's sister, Jamie asked why she was walking alone, without her sister. Ash asked why he addressed Rebecca as Miss, but didn't do it for her. Jamie replied that it was because they hadn't yet decided if there would be informal communication between them. She asked about the fact that it was because Rebecca was acting like an adult, and she was acting like a child. The boy asked in surprise if she was really jealous of her sister. The girl got angry. She said she didn't say such a thing. Besides, she knows that her sister likes Jamie. Seeing the confusion on Jamie's face, Ash laughed. She was sure she was right. Trying to get rid of her, Jamie replied that he didn't like Rebecca. He figured he was a dark mage reborn after many years. There was no way he could like a girl. Ash clarified if it was true that Rebecca wasn't his type. Jamie confirmed it. She said it was a relief. Looking askance at Ash, Jamie thought they were both kind of weird. He wondered where Rebecca was. Guessing what was going on, Jamie thought about what she'd said, that she'd felt abruptly unwell. He thought that he couldn't have guessed that he would be using holy energy. He knocked on Rebecca's room. She allowed him to enter. Rebecca was in bed. Rebecca was very surprised that Jamie came to see her. She didn't expect to see him. Looking at Rebecca, Jamie realized that she was not sick. She was just in love. Worried, Jamie said that he had heard about it from Ash. He asked how Rebecca was feeling. She replied that she was feeling better. He asked for permission to hold her hand. He thought she looked a lot like Zane as she tried to comfort him. Confused, Rebecca asked why he wanted to hold her hand. Jamie replied that she seemed to have a high fever. If he did that, she should feel better. Rebecca thanked him. The girl confessed that she missed him. She thought about him all the time and never realized why. He caught himself thinking that he too was more worried about her than the others. But that's all he can say. He can't bring back those feelings of the past. He's not capable of things like love. And that's the sad part. Sighing, Jamie thought that he absolutely had to talk to Rebecca. Letting go of her hand, Jamie said that they wouldn't bother to meet for a long time. He didn't know when they would meet the next time. The guy said he won't forget about her. He promised that he won't forget her no matter how many years pass. After promising that he would always remember her, Jamie said he shouldn't get stuck in the present. Rebecca asked if she could write him letters. Jamie replied that of course she could. She smiled through her tears and said that Jamie should write back to her. Jamie promised to answer her letters. The next day, the Weltons saw the Vale family off on their return trip. Argino asked them to be careful on the road. Ash waved to Jamie and said they would see each other again. Jamie replied that of course they would. Rebecca said that they would meet in the future. She promised to write to him. The carriage with the Vale family left the Welton house. They set off on their return journey. The Waltons stood and watched the carriage leave. Jamie waved goodbye. Cirrus smiled and said that Jamie was very popular. Argino said he had no idea when Jamie had managed to bewitch 2 of Viscount Vale's daughters at once. Jamie, embarrassed, replied that he hadn't done anything. The father said that even though they had to postpone classes for the day, he could now attend to his son. He told his son to get ready for what was ahead of him. 4 months had passed since then. It was night, lit by a full moon. The rider, chewing the bread, said it was too dry. It would be nice if he had some milk. The rider asked the man standing in front of him if he was really a mountain bandit. The man angrily shouted that he was a petty brat. How dare he do this to his subordinates? After promising that he would regret it, the bandit bare his sword and rushed forward to attack. The cloaked rider snapped his fingers, using spatial magic, soul extraction. A moment later, magical pentagrams formed around the mountain bandit. The mountain bandit screamed. His entire body flashed with blue flames. The cloaked man said that he had wasted his time here. He should hurry up and hurriedly left. The hooded man smiled. He said that he was already very excited. It was the 7th elder of the Seldom Kingdom's magic world. He promised that he would now meet with Jamie Welton. At this time, in the Welton family arena, Argeno continued to train his son. He was showing Jamie the secret technique of the separating dimension sword. The boy swung the sword and the whole space suddenly split into 2. He was fascinated. He realized that this was their family's secret technique. The father looked at his son dumbfounded. He thought that wielding a dagger was a skill, a difficult one, more for starting than mastering. It took him 2 years to master the basics. Jamie, on the other hand, mastered it all in 4 months. A surprised Argeno said he admired how Jamie had grown, and he had nothing more to teach him. A dumbfounded Jamie looked at his father in surprise. He said that he had just started learning after all. His father explained that a dagger is a blade that can cut through space. If he is able to perform this technique, then he has mastered the basic skills. After that, all that is left is to discover new horizons. If he has mastered the base, then he can cut space. And the higher the level, the larger the size of the cut. Instead of an initiation ceremony, the Weltons take a course to learn how to master the dagger. That is the fancy sword technique of their family. Jamie thought that if he mastered this technique, he would be able to cut intangible objects. There was no such thing in his past life. On this day, Argeno was still training Jamie in the arena when they were interrupted. A man came to inform them that they had a guest arriving. Argeno was surprised. He wasn't expecting anyone. The servant said that the 7th elder of the magical world had visited them. Jamie thought that as soon as he was old enough to go to another dimension, they immediately complained. The 7th elder was the genius before him. He asked his father if he could take him to meet him. He wants to meet the elder. Argeno looked menacingly at his son, and Jamie realized that his father seemed to be against it. The 7th elder was in the living room looking around. He thought that a great noble family was indeed different from others. He wondered how much it was all worth. Looking around, the 7th elder thought that every artifact here was a masterpiece. The 7th elder remembered that when he was escorted out, he was told to be more cautious. Earl Welton adores his son, and if anything happens, his head will fly off his shoulders. The elder thought the old man had scared him for no reason. Everyone in the world knows that Earl Welton is incredibly calm. The door swung open and Argeno appeared on the threshold. He was not happy about the unexpected guest. He said his name was Argeno Welton. He did not look friendly at all. The elder said he was glad to meet him. He is a representative of the magical world, 7th Elder Siegfried. Siegfried was originally a slave, but a wizard recognized his abilities and took him under his wing. At the age of 15, he was promoted to the 6th rank. At 20, 7th, and thus became the youngest elder. And at 30, he had almost reached the 8th rank. He was the most talented in the magical dimension. But all of that was before Jamie came along. However, he still had power to be reckoned with. Arjano inquired about the purpose of his visit. The elder replied that he was here to welcome the newly gifted. Had he warned him in advance, Arjano would not have allowed him to come. Welton said that meant they were aware of it. He said that even though he has no influence in their community, he is well aware of what this place is all about. The magical world is divided into 3 pillars. The Imperialists, led by the king's teacher, the first elder Ofen Ginger, the nobles, obeyed by the second elder, a wealthy nobleman, Marquis Linmer. Peers follow Luke Pretzel, the 5th commoner elder. Because they are in power, the magical world has long been vying for great influence. This political game, packed with dirty tricks. The talented Jamie, with his position in society, will simply be thrown there to be torn apart. Looking furiously at Siegfried, Argano asked if they dared to think of taking his son to such a place. Raising his hands conciliatingly, Siegfried replied that he understood. There are no normal people in his world. However, they wouldn't be able to control someone so talented. Those who try to gain an advantage by calculating every move would not allow themselves to take such a risk. Looking at Welton's stern gaze, Siegfried realized that he wouldn't be able to convince him with just words. He said that if he had a son, he wouldn't want to send him to their dimension either, except that they had an immeasurable amount of knowledge. The elder talked about the crown of omniscience. The crown of omniscience is a key part of the magical world, encompassing all knowledge and transmitting it to its wearer. The chance to wear the crown of omniscience comes only once in a lifetime to a great wizard. Siegfried figured that Welton was a father, so he would not hinder the development of his son's potential. Argano thoughtfully replied that he would ask Jamie. Upon hearing about the crown of omniscience, Jamie shouted excitedly that he wanted to go there. He knew it was the compendium of all the knowledge in the world. He could surely get information about the lost parts of history. Jamie wondered if it was possible that he was there for a reason. Suddenly Siegfried oohed and held his head. He said he didn't even realize that a small child could be so unfriendly. The boy said it would be better for both of them if they talked in comfort. He thought Siegfried was disgustingly attractive. Looking at Siegfried, Jamie thought he was worthy of being called a genius. A surprised Jamie saw 2 cores in his lungs and heart. He thought he already had 3 cores. Don't tell me he's going to create another one. He realized that Siegfried's body specialized in recognizing magic. It was an ability that could be transferred from a past life to a new one. Smiling, Siegfried said that Jamie would burn a hole in him. Jamie replied that he was apologizing. It was just that Siegfried was much more surprising than he had expected. The elder replied that he couldn't imagine hearing praise about someone he considered a genius. Grinning, Jamie asked if he really believed the rumor. Surprised, Siegfried thought it was strange. He thought it was just an exaggeration. Jamie Welton is really good. Jamie's body is saturated with mana. Could it be that Marquis Linmer's breathing technique has advanced him so much? He certainly felt a little ashamed that he had to lie to Earl Welton. He knew there was no chance of the old mages leaving the 9-ranked mage alone. And if the mages could lure this child to themselves when Jamie became a 9th-ranked mage in the future, the other 2 opposing forces won't be able to oppose him. That will be interesting to watch. He asked Jamie if he was afraid of the magical world. Those cruel adults won't leave him alone. Jamie replied that if they came looking for him, he would meet them accordingly. Siegfried was very surprised at that answer. The boy said that if the deal was good, he would accept it. He said, would the magical world really feed off of a child? Fake laughing, Siegfried realized that it would not be easy at all. Benna was surprised to hear about the magical world. Jamie said she would go with him. They were leaving tomorrow, so she needed to pack her things in advance. The girl replied that if she meant that place, those sacred lands are imbued with light mana. What should she do since she is a dark mage? Jamie said that she can't even use 2nd-level magic. What kind of dark mage is she? A frustrated Benna asked when they would be back. Jamie replied that there was no definite date yet. Had she already missed Sarah's loveliness? Annoyed, Benna said that wasn't what she'd meant at all. Smiling, Jamie said not to worry. He would make sure she didn't even have time to think about it. While they're on the road, he'll double the amount of training. Benna snickered. She said she didn't want to go. Before leaving, Argino handed his son a sword whose name was Scud. Jamie realized it was a magic sword. The father told his son to come back safe and sound. It's okay if he gets a little hurt, but he'll get stronger. The important thing is that he comes back. Walking her brother out, Sarah said she would lend him Channy. Jamie said he would always think of her being by his side. An excited Sears rushed over to Jamie and hugged him as she said goodbye. She was afraid for him. She asked Jamie to come back safe and sound, and to be sure to write when you arrived. Jamie promised her. As she hugged Jamie, Sears said she would miss him because they wouldn't see each other for 2 weeks. Jamie was surprised, for he was sure it would be at least 2 years. His sister asked what was going on here. She didn't want to break up with her brother. Her father told her not to worry. It's only for 2 weeks. Jamie now understood why she let him go so easily. It was time to leave. Jamie headed for the exit, his family seeing him off. On the way, Jamie asked Siegfried if they were going straight to the magical world. The elder replied that he had somewhere to go before that. He thought Jamie would like that place too. A surprised Jamie asked where they were going. Siegfried replied that they were going to the city of Mana Stones, Saint Germain. A large fair dedicated to them should be opening soon. The boy knew that Saint Germain was a city of Mana Stones with the largest mine in the entire kingdom. Smiling, Siegfried said he could breathe out a sigh of relief. He was glad that Jamie liked the idea. He called him to come with him. Finally, Siegfried and Jamie set off on the long journey to Saint Germain. They kept on their way to Saint Germain and had already reached the Kelton mountain range. Siegfried, who was walking with Jamie, said that he kept thinking about his sword. He asked if Jamie would use it for self-defense. The boy replied that he knew how to use the sword. Siegfried was amazed that Jamie was using both magic and the sword at the same time. He asked if that would cause one side to lack something. Confident, Jamie replied that he was gradually getting stronger, so there was nothing to worry about. Siegfried didn't believe him. The boy said he was looking forward to getting there, as he had heard that this place was a center of power in the south. But the place was somehow deserted. Siegfried replied that this is where a vital route for the south passes through. The mineral deposits here feed 6 estates. They are called the Union of Stone. Sendermat, where the mine of magical crystals is located, is considered especially influential. Smiling, Siegfried cheerfully asked if he could tell him something interesting about the mountain ranges of Kelton. 1,000 years ago, there was a volcano here that was constantly erupting. Its lava was destroying settlements, but it was impossible to resist it. One day, an unknown magician appeared. He traveled alone to the volcano. The next day, the volcano stopped erupting. Its huge crater was sealed. The magician who sealed the crater disappeared without a trace, leaving behind only a few words. The mage said that when the sleeping monster woke up, the natural disaster would strike again. A surprised Jamie said that a monster in a volcano was absurd. Siegfried laughed. He said that the magical society recognizes the story as true to a certain extent. At this time, an armed archer was watching Jamie and Siegfried as they walked. Suddenly, sharp arrows flew toward the travelers. Seeing the arrows, Siegfried shouted that it was danger. They had to save themselves. As they were fleeing from the arrows, Jamie realized that someone would ambush them. Suddenly, Jamie and Siegfried heard someone shouting threateningly to them from above. The armed men were standing on a rock. The bandit shouted to Siegfried that he had come to avenge his brother. He promised to capture and finish him off. A surprised Jamie asked if he knew the man. Siegfried pretended not to remember who it was. He thought Jamie was annoying him. Now that he had the chance, he should check him out. He pretended to moan that it was very troublesome. He asked Jamie if he could help him. The boy thought about why he should be the one to clean up what the 7th elder had done. Grinning, Siegfried told Jamie that there might be a use for the sword. Folding his arms, he asked please. Jamie realized that he wanted to see what he could do. Annoyed, Jamie decided to try to do things without straining. He didn't want to reveal his abilities ahead of time. It was unnecessary to waste his time using the sky-dividing sword against this group. The bandits laughed that it was very low of Siegfried to cover himself with a child. Getting ready to attack, the bandit shouted to Jamie not to take offense at him after sending him to the other world. Grinning, Jamie prepared to fend off the attack of the attacking bandit. He wasn't going to back down. He unsheathed his sword. The whole place lit up with energy from his mana. He was ready to attack. The dazed Siegfried, watching Jamie, was amazed that the guy instantly took control of the environment. He watched as Jamie's mana raged more and more. An armed bandit was approaching him. The guy was using the transformation technique, White Ocean, to fight. Jamie's eyes were burning. His whole body was surrounded by energy mana. He used a pressure technique and threw a punch. In the next instant, the slain bandit was lying on the ground. As he fell, the bandit screamed, shocked that some kid was able to repel his attack so easily. Getting up, the bandit swore at Jamie. He thought he was going to take this kid down easy. The bandit told Jamie that he was going to give in to him, but now he would have to destroy him. As the battle continued, Jamie used the swordsmanship of the Welton family. He applied the first move, the curved cut, and threw a punch. The second move he used was the lightning bolt. This strike scattered all the bandits in different directions. Satisfied, Jamie stood looking at the defeated enemies who were lying on the ground. Turning to Siegfried, Jamie asked if he still had doubts. The elder thought Jamie was the ultimate swordsman. He is also cold-blooded. No one will be able to resist him for another 10 years. He told Jamie he didn't suspect him of anything. That was truly amazing. Looking at him calmly, Jamie told Siegfried not to pour honey in his ears. He knows he was going to be tested. He said they are past that topic. They need to move on. Siegfried stopped him. He suggested that Jamie take whatever they could carry. In gang terminology, this is called baiting. Finally, Jamie and Siegfried reached Sendermaint, a city of magical crystals. The elder said it was an unfamiliar place, but an attractive one. He very much hoped that the item he was looking for had already arrived. Jamie clarified how far away the shop they needed was. Siegfried replied that it was right there, smiling. Siegfried said that it looked a little decrepit. He invited Jamie in. He said he didn't understand why he was so surprised by something like this. Siegfried said when he was still a slave, he used to sleep near the pig waste. Jamie was coughing. He thought his lungs were rotting from the inside because of that dust, and he couldn't feel anyone's presence. Perhaps this place is abandoned. A voice came from behind the door, yelling about why the annoying brat was here again. Jamie was shocked. He thought he could swear he hadn't sensed anyone's presence until that moment. The elder entered and said that he had been warned of his appearance. He asked if the thing he'd asked about had arrived. Jamie saw only a hat sticking out from behind the counter. The hat replied that nothing had arrived yet. Surprised, Jamie guessed that the hat was a magician, but he couldn't see him. He decided to try another way. He flew higher and peered behind the counter. The little man behind the counter shouted that flying magic was forbidden in his shop. A surprised Jamie looked questioningly at the man behind the counter. He assumed it was a midget. He felt his shield shattering. The boy was shocked. He cried out from getting hit on the head with the staff. It was completely unexpected. The man in the hat said that this artifact blocks magic. It can dispel even rank 5 magic, so his shield was nothing to him. Hearing about this artifact blocking magic, Jamie was amazed. He thought that it was hard to believe that such a national treasure belonged to some owner of a crumbling shop. The elder said that since she couldn't get the right thing, he would come back later. The shopkeeper stopped him. She said the item was there, only it would arrive in 2 days. The shopkeeper said she couldn't give it to him for nothing. Siegfried replied that he was sure she would give it to him when she found it. He was puzzled. Entering the conversation, Jamie said that meant there was a certain condition. The landlady replied that he was a bright kid. She told him to bring her the heart of a ghost sheep from a secret auction to be held the day after tomorrow. She promised to give him as much money as he needed. The ghost sheep dwells in the shadows and only appears during the full moon. It belongs to a rare class of materials in alchemy. The mistress said that if he would get her the heart of the sheep, she would sell him that thing for nothing. Siegfried replied that she had better keep her promise. They left. Jamie asked what the thing he was looking for was. Siegfried replied that it was a secret. Jamie asked then to at least tell him who this grandmother was. It's Miss Curiel. Everyone knows her as a great alchemist. Plus, she's a great entrepreneur with many branches all over the world. All these businesses are connected by a web of space-warping tunnels. A surprised Jamie was shocked that she has space-warping tunnels all over the world. Siegfried replied that since she's an octogenarian mage who is not related to any country, she can move wherever and whenever she wants. The boy was amazed that she was so amazing. They approached the house, and Siegfried said that this was where they would stay for the night. Jamie replied that at least it looked acceptable. Jamie had his doubts. He asked if they would take 2 rooms. The elder replied that it would be better to save money and use 1 room. It was deep night. In the dark alley of Cendremont, hooded men were discussing the secret auction that would open its doors in 2 days in the basement of the Lydia Museum. One man asked another if he was sure the item would be on display. The second man replied that the list of items is under strictest prohibition, but most likely yes. The hooded man asked if they would be able to awaken it if they got their hands on the ingredient. The other said he couldn't even think this book would lead them here. It was all God's will. The hooded man said not to let them get overexcited. They don't need to be reckless. They have to get the ingredient, no matter what it takes, even if it means sacrificing their lives. It's all for the sake of their common goal. Jamie decided to sneak out of the house where he and Siegfried were staying for the night. It was already deep into the night. Jamie wandered around the city at night looking for a secluded place. Stepping back to a safe place, Jamie said that Benna could come out. Benna shouted excitedly that she was finally free. He told her to cast a wind spell on him. They need to hide in Gremia until tomorrow. Benna was disappointed to have to do this again. They must not get caught by Siegfried. Benna looked around admiringly. She was impressed by all these magical pebbles. Suddenly, Jamie saw people carrying the stones. He said that they were only transporting these stones in the open because the stones were low grade. The girl inquired about how they were transporting high-grade stones. Jamie replied that he didn't know. They probably transport them with more secrecy. They'd probably hide them so no one would know, or move them somewhere dark and remote. Suddenly, Jamie felt something happening to him. He felt an unusual glow. Suddenly, Jamie saw that the bracelet on his arm shone brightly, spreading light in all directions. He thought this reaction was amazing. Surprised, Jamie wondered what the bracelet might be reacting to. Something must be in the neighborhood. Just across the street from him, men were carrying a crate. He realized it was something in that crate. He estimated that it contained at least 3 sealing spells, even maybe more than 6 if there was a lot of valuable stuff in the box. The bracelet had reacted so vigorously. even after passing so many barriers. Jamie guessed that the box might contain one of the 3 greatest weapons. One of the men carrying the crate said that there must be an awesome thing in that crate if it was that heavy. Another man said that it looked like it was going to be auctioned off in a secret auction. Jamie was eavesdropping around the corner at the time. The guy figured he shouldn't have cared, so he stayed out of it and planned to just watch. But now he needed the money. Miss Curiel was sitting by the window looking at a photograph. She said she missed him more than usual today. In the picture was her son Finn, with a harmonica hanging around his neck. She remembered him fondly. Miss Curiel recalled her son comforting her. He told her not to cry. Every time she played that harmonica, he would be by her side. Finn said she would always be able to hear her. Miss Curiel sobbed and said that no matter what she did, she couldn't save him. She hoped to make things right. To do that, she needed the heart of a ghostly sheep. Suddenly, Miss Curiel saw through the glass ball that the little boy who came with Siegfried was standing near the door. She opened Jamie's door and asked what had brought him so late to see her. The boy smiled and said he just wanted to borrow some money from her. Miss Curiel was extremely stunned at such an unexpected request. She asked him how much. Jamie smiled stupidly and said exactly as much as he could borrow. Angry, Miss Curiel chased Jamie away. He said he had no one else to borrow money from but her. Wasn't she going to go to the shadow world? Miss Curiel wondered how he knew. He smiled and squinted his eyes. He figured most people didn't know that, but he did. He said, "Isn't the heart of a ghost sheep one of the ingredients you need to enter the shadow world? The shadow world is a world that is not on any world map, and only a small number of people know about it. The complete opposite of the material world. This place is ruled by a queen of spirits. Her name is Venus. You can only go there if you get permission from her." The boy tells Miss Curiel that it is not a place that can be accessed by simply gathering the right ingredients. However, he knows a way to make it happen. Miss Curiel wondered why he thought she would trust him. The boy revealed that he would be able to use a spirit contract. A spirit contract is a risky contract in which the one who makes it uses their soul as leverage. It binds them even after death. Knowing full well that this is utter madness, Jamie couldn't do otherwise, but he was already desperate. The old woman was holding on to her son's harmonica. She was desperate too. She asked him what his terms were. After thinking for a while, Jamie said a deposit was required. Right after the contract was fulfilled. He told her to bring the contract. 2 days later, people gathered in the basement of the Lydium Museum waiting for the auction to begin. The elder told Jamie to try to hide his identity as much as possible. Even though this mask allows you to hide your mana, you still need to be careful. Jamie replied that it was not in his plans to be caught. The boy smelled the scent of the forest. He assumed it was an elf. Siegfried asked him what was wrong. He replied that he was just imagining it. Siegfried said that doesn't make sense. They had better go inside. Upstairs, there were people standing on the podium watching what was going on in the hall. They took their seats. Siegfried was glad that Miss Curiel had booked them pretty good seats. Jamie was in agreement with him. Suddenly, Jamie noticed that the man who had recently passed them was sitting in front of them. He realized that he could no longer smell the forest. He wondered who was next to the man, perhaps a companion. The man who was conducting the auction greeted everyone present. He introduced the first item. When the cage of goods was opened, it turned out to be elven slaves. The bidding started at the sum of 100,000. The price of the slaves rose quickly. 400,000 was offered, then 1,000,000. Siegfried and Jamie watched the bidding closely. The price was rising at the speed of light. Jamie looked at Siegfried and thought he was having a hard time because he had been a slave in the past. The elven slaves were sold for 3,000,000 gold pieces. Jamie noticed that the man sitting in front of him was comforting the other man. Jamie realized that they were having a hard time too. It seemed they were really elves. The auction continued. And now the organizers introduced the main event of their event. The heart of a ghostly sheep was presented in a chest. A satisfied Siegfried said that it was finally on display. He prepared himself for the bidding. The organizer suggested bidding as high as the hearts of those present wished. The prices for the ghost sheep's heart skyrocketed. Jamie told Siegfried that he should bid too. Siegfried replied for Jamie to be patient. He held up a sign and offered 1,000,000,000 for the ghost sheep's heart. Annoyed, Jamie thought that amount would be enough to rule Hayes' territory for a year. Siegfried's price was not outbid by anyone. The ghost sheep's heart was sold for 1,000,000,000 gold. The auction organizers said that it felt like a storm had passed by. The next item was as valuable as the previous one. He presented the almighty stone to everyone's attention. Jamie didn't understand why he was hearing that name here. This stone possessed truly great energy. It would even be enough to sustain an area like the sacred domain for 10 years. Jamie was shocked that this was the only use that had been found for this stone. The auction organizer asked who would take this energy stone. The masked girl immediately offered 8,000,000,000 for it. Everyone was shocked that the girl named such a high price right after the bidding started. No one wanted to interrupt her. The stone was sold. Hiding under her mask, Benna rejoiced. She was sure that the Lord would praise her because she had done well. A surprised Siegfried said that she was an incredibly rich lady who had bought the stone for 8 billion. Jamie agreed with him. He thought she'd just poured 8 years of Hayes' management down the drain. The elder decided they'd had enough. Time to go get their acquisitions. The organizer was bringing out a new item, a relic found at the foot of a volcano in the Kelton Mountains. Siegfried and Jamie left the auction. Suddenly, Jamie sensed that an ancient language had just appeared on this relic. It said, "Sleep here, never to wake up." An alarm sounded. Siegfried told Jamie to hide behind it. Dumbfounded, Jamie wondered what could have happened that the alarm was even sounded. He heard the head auctioneer being told that something horrifying had happened. Someone had stolen all the merchandise. At this time, there was an elf on the street who was outraged. He shouted that he didn't understand how his people had gotten into the auction as goods. Another elf tried to calm him down, saying that Alex had gone to find those slaves. One of the elves said he understood his feelings perfectly, but it was much more important to meet Mr. Han now. They need to get away before the auction people notice something and start looking for them. Enraged, Jamie yelled that how dare they steal his property. Enraged, Siegfried and Jamie rushed to attack the elves. They were not going to let their purchases go. The elves were talking among themselves, not expecting to be discovered so quickly. Threatening, Jamie told the elves to return what they had stolen, before he destroyed them. The elves bared their daggers and prepared to repel the attack. They were not going to surrender. It became clear to the elder that the elves did not want to settle the matter amicably. He began to move his hands to use magic against the elves. Suddenly, the elf girl saw that from Siegfried's magic, her daggers curled in a spiral. With a shout for Angie to move away, the elf rushed to attack Jamie and Siegfried. The elf shouted that all those bastards at the auction were just creatures. The elf threw a punch. Defending himself, Siegfried stood, taking on the green energy of the elf's strike. He smirked and folded his arms, releasing magic energy against the elf's energy. With magic, Siegfried created a protective screen that reflected the elven energy. The elves were dumbfounded. Their energy, reflected from Siegfried's protective screen, came back and rained down on them. One elf shouted to Siegfried that he dare not use such tricks and attacked him again. He released energy lightning bolts, destroying everything in his path. Rock fragments flew in all directions. Aja stood there, watching in horror. She heard someone yelling at her to look up. Using his magic, Siegfried prepared to retaliate with a crushing blow. Siegfried's magical energy surrounded Edge and bound her hand and foot. She was overrun. The elf shouted furiously for them to stop this immediately. Drawing his sword to strike, Jamie said it was much weaker than he had expected. Jamie swung his sword and delivered a crushing blow, intending to destroy the elf. The elf grunted and flew off to the side. He couldn't resist Jamie. Still trying to fight back, the elf swore. He didn't have the strength for this battle. Suddenly, Jamie was possessed by a deadly feeling. He screamed that how dare these lowlifes take what belonged to him. Attacking, Jamie and Siegfried took turns hitting all the elves. They were going to destroy them. The last elf collapsed to the ground with a clatter, his eyes filled with terror. Looking at the defeated elves, Siegfried told them to go to the other world. Suddenly, everyone heard a voice that marveled all around. The man had a staff with golden orbs. The elf lying on the ground saw Jamie and Siegfried's magic dissipate. The man said that he was already starting to worry because they were running late. Something bad could have happened. The elves shouted joyfully that they were saved. Jamie and Siegfried were dumbfounded by this turn of events. The boy wondered who this man was. He dispelled their magic very easily. The elder said that just by looking at him, you could tell that he was at the master rank level. He asked Jamie about whether they could overpower him or if they were at a disadvantage. Jamie didn't understand why Siegfried was asking this of him. He replied that there was no need for them to fight. All they want is to get back what is theirs. Siegfried replied that they have no reason to catch them. They asked Han if they could come to an agreement. He replied that he was pleased that there was no worry that they might be caught. Han asked what they wanted. After thinking for a while, Siegfried said they would back off if they gave them the heart of the phantom sheep. After all, he had bought it. Jamie prompted that they also wanted the almighty stone. A surprised Siegfried asked Jamie what the stone had to do with it. They hadn't bought it. Jamie said he would explain later. The elves, after conferring a bit, decided to return the items to them. The elf told Jamie that they had spared him before. Jamie grinned, saying, "Really what?" Han told them that it wasn't that they didn't trust them, but just in case, they would check something out. Jamie opened the chest. Siegfried, surprised, told Jamie that his hair was changing color. The boy felt his magic dissolve, but there was no movement in the mana. His hair turned an emerald color. Han shouted joyfully that he knew who he was. He was Jamie Welton. Earl told him about him. Siegfried asked if he knew the man. Jamie replied that he had never met him in his life. The boy asked Han if he knew Mr. Onyx. He repeated the question again, asking if he knew Mr. Onyx. Han thought he would let this impertinence pass his ears. He is more talented, and therefore should be more lenient. After a moment's thought, Han replied to Jamie that he and Beryl Onyx were the defenders of the frontier. With a suspicious glint in his eye, Siegfried asked again about boundary defenders. He blocked Jamie and told him that they were in danger and for him to hide behind him. Jamie was puzzled. He did not understand what could have changed so drastically. Explaining, Siegfried told him that they were from a protest group that wanted to take over the Kingdom of Harmony on the Western continent. The leaders of this protesting group are called Frontier Defenders. A surprised Jamie wondered about Harmony. He had heard that there had been a rebellion because of corruption in that kingdom. The defenders of this rebellion are the defenders of the frontier. Han offered to leave here and talk elsewhere before the situation started to get annoying. Not trusting, Siegfried demanded that they explain the situation in as much detail as possible. In the meantime, the head auctioneer was yelling at the guard. He was asking how this could have happened in the first place. Why didn't he catch the offenders? He was yelling at the guard for talking about being a martial arts expert. He has no idea how much they had to pay for him. The guard replied that now was the time to fulfill the contract. He promised that he would definitely fulfill all the terms of the contract. At that time, Jamie and Siegfried, as well as the elves, teleported away from those places. Han said that it was amazing. Teleportation of that level and without a magic circle. He was told to stop talking nonsense. Grinning, Siegfried asked what brought the rebels to Seldom, if they were going to do the same thing here as they had done in Harmony. After some thought, Han replied that they were not rebels at all. They are fighting for freedom. They came to Seldom to get something. He said that an executive like Beryl would not harm his homeland. A surprised Jamie asked why they were here. Han thought Jamie was still clueless with him. He tried to let it go. The elf behind Han said he was in charge of the case. Iris is watching them, so he can tell them. The elf showed the magic cube and said that this is the item they came for. Long ago, there lived a monster under the Kelton volcano that was sealed by the defenders of the frontier. This cube is the key needed to release Vehemos. Parent was aware of the first one, the Blackie, to help maintain the machinery. The second is the Jormungand, which is designed to control the oceans. And the third is the Vechimos, an outstanding beast. All of them were created by Diablo in order to fight the 12 gods. A dumbfounded Jamie was surprised that Vechimos had survived. He was sure he had been destroyed in the battle against the 12 gods. He reflected that this all seemed very strange. Traces of him are showing up here and there in Seldom. It must be for a reason. There are too many coincidences. There's something wrong here. Han asked if that was enough information. They could be on their way. Siegfried confirmed. With a smile, Han said they would see each other sometime next time. The guard followed the trail. He said that's where the dirty thieves were. The guard appeared suddenly. With a glance at Siegfried, the guard said he was 1-2. The first to be numbered was Han, as one was 47. Han shouted what those numbers were and who he even was. Attacking Khan, the guard shouted that this was his skill level. A fierce, deadly fight between Han and the guard began. Waving his huge fists, the guard said his name was Darius. His level is 201. His nickname is Supreme Lord of Darkness. The elf rushed towards Darius with a fierce shout, intending to deliver a crushing blow. With a slight movement of his hand, Darius repelled the elf's attack. He said his level was 055, and he didn't belong here. The rest of the elves rushed at Darius, intent on protecting Braha. Grabbing them by the heads and slamming them against each other, Darius commented that they were 073 and 049. They had no business being here either. The embattled Han was on his knees, the elves, lurching, lying on the ground not far from him. He realized that they had been found by the organizers of the auction they had robbed. Gathering to defend himself, Han prepared his staff to attack. He said it was his turn now. Smiling, Han attacked Darius with his staff. He was going to blow him to smithereens. He delivered a mighty blow. His energy cracked the ground beneath his feet. Darius felt Han's crushing blow and stepped aside. Then, Han used a status change. Empathy. This skill allows you to damage your opponent at the expense of their own attacks. Raising his staff high above his head, Han said that it was time to end things. Retreating slightly, Darius tried to defend himself from Han's powerful crushing blow. Han's energy turned into a huge ball of fire, crushing everything around him. Watching the battle, Jamie couldn't believe what he was seeing. He wondered how many other frontier defenders were so strong. Stopping, Han wondered if his strike had reached its intended target. Suddenly, Darius felt the readings change drastically to 171. He asked what this ability was that allowed him to alter reality. It's quite a useful skill, but compared to Creon, so-so. With a smirk, Han said that nothing had changed. He wasn't going to give up. Looking at them, Darius said for them to just give him the stolen goods and go to the other world peacefully. Elder interrupted him, saying that he and Jamie were just customers and so they would just leave. Darius said he was against it. Siegfried said then they would be obedient. Jamie thought this was his chance to repay the frontier protector. Warning, Siegfried told Jamie to be vigilant about this man. Darius is the wielder of the invisible Iron Fist. He's been an underground fighting champion for 10 whole years, and, if rumors were to be believed, he had defeated 2 sword masters. Grinning, Jamie thought that a martial arts master was interesting. A flustered Han told Jamie that he'd better stay out of it and stay out of it. Jamie replied that he disagreed. Pulling out a magic cube, Jamie told them to leave it to him. He used Gremia's lightning bolt. This Gremia is his artifact that allows him to rebuild the world, and she's going to help him now. The guard thought that the guy created this space to control the world around him. He used a skill called space recognition. It allows you to detect anything and determine its location. Attacking, Darius decided that the first thing to do was to destroy the mage. Siegfried gathered all his strength, looking at everything that was going on, and prepared to repel the attack. Darius landed not far from Jamie and Siegfried, smashing the surrounding area with his huge fists. He smashed everything and shouted furiously that this rat was going to pay for everything. Defending himself, Han used a skill called Heavenly War Spear, a 100-fold hit. Hundreds of energy arrows flew at Darius. He was shocked that despite the powerful strike, Darius was right in front of him. The Elder used spatio-temporal coordination control. This ability could utilize spatio-temporal magic without using spells. He shouted to Darius to stay away from him, or else he would regret it. Darius was hit by a huge blow through space and flew off to the side. Prepared, Jamie used Graham's transformation. He created a 5-layer wall. With his huge fists, Darius struck, destroying the space around him. Suddenly he noticed that the space had changed again. He continued to smash everything. Attacking, Siegfried threw deadly blows at Darius, trying to stop him. He used the destructive spell Omega Exposure, which compacts the space around the designated area. Darius's head erupted in bright red flames, energy lightning bolts surrounding his body. A surprised Siegfried guessed that Darius was using his aura as armor to protect himself. At this time, Jamie, transforming Gremia, thought he needed to participate as well. The guy used Gremia's transformation technique, Deep Void. Annoyed, Darius thought that the guy controlling the space was starting to bore him. He lunged at Jamie and shouted that he preferred not to destroy children. Bringing up a huge fist to strike, Darius shouted to Jamie that he would make an exception for him. The deadly blow came down on Jamie. An explosion rang out, tearing through space. Simultaneously, Siegfried and Han shouted to Jamie, trying to figure out what had happened to him. A dazed Darius was shocked. He couldn't understand how this could be. Jamie replied that he didn't seem to expect it at all. Looking up at Darius from below, Jamie said that if Darius was really a martial artist, it was reckless to let his guard down. Attacking, Jamie used Almighty, an artifact that reduced all damage to 0, one of Diablo's 3 divine weapons. Embracing the sword, he said that he would now deliver a powerful sword strike. For this, Jamie used the space-splitting sword, the version of the sword that was omnipotent. He used the first movement of the Welton family style, the rounded cut. The dumbfounded Darius was shocked that this guy knew how to use this style of sword-wielding. Looking at Darius, Jamie said that it was weak. We need to do it again. The guy was using the Welton style, an alternate version of the White Sea. Defending himself, Darius used a save move to fend off Jamie's attack. He grabbed Jamie's sword, preventing him from delivering a crushing blow, and said the battle was over. A surprised Jamie, watching Darius hold his sword, was shocked. He didn't understand how this was possible. Dumbfounded, Jamie was horrified. He realized that Darius had deactivated Gremia with his bare hands. He was a monster. Siegfried and Han were already running and screaming to Jamie's aid. They wanted to save him from Darius. Smirking, Darius told Jamie that he didn't even think they would meet like this. Smiling, Darius said it was a pleasure to meet Jamie Welton. He's a friend of Turbal, Jamie's grandfather. A stunned Jamie looked at Darius in surprise. He was dumbfounded to hear such news. Looking at the boy, Darius told him that about 10 years ago, he had first met his grandfather at Lang's bar. It was a place where the strongest fighters, martial arts masters, gathered. Darius had come to the bar that day. Turbal Welton was also there at the same time. They immediately recognized each other's skill level without a word. And from then on, they met every day and fought to win. Even so, there was one technique Turbal had never used. Darius asked him to show him this technique. Turbal replied that perhaps Darius was right. He thought he could trust him with it. Darius wondered why entrust it to him. His grandson would be born very soon, and this technique was created solely for him. He asked that Darius watch carefully, and in due course pass it on to Jamie. It is an unusual completed technique called creation. Looking carefully at Jamie, Darius decided to show him the technique now. Ons demonstrated the technique of creation. Jamie, Siegfried, and Han were watching him. Jamie was dumbfounded as he realized that Darius had shifted space. As he finished, Darius said that even imitating this technique is very difficult. No one in the world knows about the existence of this technique. But Turbal reached the master level with its help. Jamie was surprised that his grandfather was a Grand Master. Grand Master is the final level of mastery a martial artist can achieve. The Church of the Sun has a mantle called the Sword of the Sun. Seldom's spatial sword is very similar to it. After thinking for a while, Darius said that as far as he knew, no human had ever been able to pull off these artifacts before. He asked if Jamie understood what he was saying. Jamie honestly answered that he didn't yet. The boy said that if he continued on the path of the sword, he would sooner or later step into the territory of his grandfather's knowledge. Smiling, Darius said well said. He would wait for their next meeting to see what Jamie had accomplished. A dumbfounded Han wondered if that was it. He wondered if Darius was here to capture them. Siegfried yelled for Han not to open his mouth when he shouldn't. Grinning, Darius said he would let it pass. After all, he had managed to see Cherbal's grandson. He waved and told them they would see each other again. A disappointed Siegfried told Han that because of him the image of the defenders of the frontier was now ruined. While Siegfried and Han were arguing, Jamie thought about what he was sure they were saying about the possibility of unleashing Veamos. He decided that now that Siegfried and Han's attention was focused on something so useless, he would take advantage of the situation. Jamie decided to heal the elf. The boy bent down and using magic set about healing the elf. A surprised Han saw Jamie healing the elf and thanked him for it. The guy replied that there was no need to thank him for it. But if he really thanked him, let him bring him to Veamos. The elf thought that of course not, but said aloud that there was no problem. The elf wondered why he answered that way, but said out loud that Jamie could go with them. Pretending to, Jamie replied that he was very glad. To himself he thought about the fact that he would be meeting Veamos soon. The elf girl asked the other elf if he had heard from Alex. He replied that he had completely forgotten about him. Will get in touch with him right away. Taking a magic ball, the elf got in touch. A voice from the orb asked why they had gotten in touch so late. The elf explained that something unforeseen had come up. They had discovered the elves they were trying to sell. Suddenly, a voice from the balloon said it would call back. The voice yelled for someone to let them go. Jamie recognized the voice from the balloon. It belonged to Benna. A few hours earlier, Benna had come out of the basement where the auction was being held. She looked around for the gentleman, but didn't find him. She figured he had abandoned her again. Suddenly, there was a voice asking for help. A surprised Benna realized that someone was screaming. She heard Filion say that it was an elf screaming. Hammer was surprised that the Valkyrie couldn't smell the elf. She realized that if it was an elf screaming, it was definitely one that had been sold at the auction. Horrified, Benna thought that they must be mistreated. She asked Filion to support her to save the elves. Hammer agreed. At the moment, Benna stood in front of the cloaked man and demanded that he let the elves go. The man standing across from her said that he should be the one to speak. He asked her about where she had taken the elves. Suddenly, the man felt drops of water fall on his face. He was very surprised by this. A huge dog appeared behind the hooded man, its saliva dripping on his face. Looking at the huge dog, Benna asked what the little puppy was doing. She fearfully suggested that this doggy might be biting someone. Looks like we'll have to get back to training him again. The hooded man wanted to stop her. He yelled that it was dangerous, hitting the dog's head with all her might with the hammer. Benna yelled for him to sit. The girl heard Filion say that it wasn't a dog. Benna asked again about whether it could be a man nearby. The hooded man was shocked that she had turned Cerberus off with one punch. He didn't understand who this girl was or why she was talking to the hammer. She stood between the columns in front of the heavy iron doors. Behind the bars, she saw the auction elves. She wondered if the door was locked. The hooded man asked her to move over. He said a sealing spell had been applied here. Calming down, Benna realized that the hooded man was not her enemy. Suddenly, they heard someone asking about who was here. The man, seeing Benna and the boy, shouted for Bane to deliver the intruders to him. Drawing his sword, he rushed toward Benna and the hooded man standing next to her. Bane charged at Benna. She thought the man was too strong for the two of them. As he attacked, Bane smirked. He told them that they were weaklings compared to him. Enraged, Bane wished them to go to the other world. Benna realized in horror that he was getting very close. Suddenly, there was a massive explosion, crushing the Bane who was running at them. It was Jamie. He asked Benna if she still couldn't defeat little brats like Bane. An overjoyed Benna saw that they had been saved by her master. She screamed with joy. Calming her down, Jamie said he would take care of everything. Let him take the elves and leave. Benna didn't want to leave him, but Jamie repeated to just leave. Putting the elf on her shoulders and turning away resentfully, she said she understood. The man looked at the emerald-haired mage and guessed it was Welton. Jamie asked if he knew him. Jamie grinned and said he'd reward him because he was a quick study. Jamie's eyes lit up with a bright purple light. He laughed. Grinning, Jamie said he would honor him for being filled with Leviathan elements. The elf girl who was with Jamie was surprised to see Benna leading the other elves. Overjoyed, Benna guessed that this girl was one of them. Smiling, she said that everything would be fine. The elf girl thanked Benna. She asked what she could repay her with. Benna replied that nothing was needed. The girl asked what the Valkyrie had left here. Benna wondered what she knew about who the Valkyries were. The elf girl said she would recognize that red hair. Benna looked at her in surprise. The elf, surprised, said about it being amazing. The princess is alive. Benna looked at the elf questioningly. She didn't understand why she was called a princess. The elf said she thought about the princess being dead when she went missing 10 years ago. She called Bennu with her, offering to bring her back to her homeland. Hearing this, Jamie told the elf to stop. He said that Benna is his subordinate. She dare not steal her from under his nose. The elf replied that this issue affects the entire race. The elf said that some human has no right to get in the way of that. Han yelled for both of them to stop. They could not delay the mission any longer. He ordered Braha and Alex to take the elves to their hideout. Dispatching, Jamie told Benna to head to their lodge. She agreed. Sighing, Braha handed Benna the orb and told her to take this with her. If Benna wanted to see her family, she should contact them with the orb. The elves left. A surprised Benna was dumbfounded. She looked at the sphere and thought about the fact that she didn't even know she had a family. Jamie, Siegfried, and the elves were at the top of the crater of the sealed volcano. After thinking about it, Jamie decided that he missed Vehemos. The elf was holding the cube that was supposed to free him. Finally, he and Vehemos would meet. The magical cube glowed, a bright glow reflected off of it. The next instant, a huge column of energy flew out of the volcano's mouth. A voice sounded, asking who had decided to awaken it. Vehemos said that his business was finished. Who would wake him up after all? The elves looked at Vehemos and didn't understand why he was so small. Vehemos wondered if it was the big day. The surprised Khan said they had come to ask for help, according to a contract made with their ancestors. Vehemos called them pathetic fools who woke him up and don't know anything themselves. They were supposed to wake him up in 66,666 years on the most important day. Didn't Shiora warn them? Jamie said he and Vehemos hadn't seen each other in a long time. Smiling, Jamie looked at Vehemos and said that he was back. Overjoyed, Vehemos thought that the Lord might look different, but he wouldn't mistake that energy for anyone else. He looked faithfully into Jamie's eyes. Jamie thought to himself that Vehemos was very cute. An annoyed Han told Jamie to let the calf go. He needs to talk to him. Jamie told Vehemos that he can't get caught, so he has to play along with him. Treating Jamie like a child, Siegfried asked if they could go already since he had seen everything. Jamie told Vehemos that he would be back when night fell. Smiling, Vehemos thought that the Lord would just have to do it. Night had fallen. The full moon illuminated the forest and everything around it. She felt Vehemos awaken. A long-haired girl bouncing off the ground was moving through the forest. The long-haired girl told Jamie that everything happened just as he said it would. Smiling smugly, Jamie knew he was right originally. At this time, Benna was at home thinking about Braha's words. She didn't know what the right thing for her to do was. She thought about the fact that she had a master. He had rescued her from that hellish school of scum. But at the same time, she couldn't help but think about her family. Her musings were interrupted by Jamie walking in. She hid the orb she was holding. The girl exclaimed joyfully that they would be leaving St. Germain tomorrow. Jamie confirmed her hunch. He told her that from now on, Benna was not to follow him anymore. The girl was shocked by his words. When upset, Benna asked what the reason was. She decided that it was because she was weak. She assumed that she was ballast. Benna had tears coming to her eyes. She thought she had disappointed the master. Sighing, Jamie told her to head east. He would be sure to create a place for her to return to. But for now, she must travel and gain the power of the Valkyries. A surprised Benna was dumbfounded. Jamie asked her if she could contact the defenders of the frontier. She showed Jamie the sphere. Jamie replied that she needed to rest now. He was already out the door, but Benna continued to thank him for everything. Smiling, Jamie knew he was doing the right thing. Benna needed to see her family. Benna's tears were pouring down. She vowed that she would definitely get stronger. He was anxious to head back to the volcano, where Vehemos was waiting for him. When he got there, Jamie asked him how long he had been waiting for him. Vehemos was very happy to see the Lord. Smiling, Jamie asked if Vehemos would still address him disrespectfully like that. An embarrassed Vehemos said that the master was right and melted into a tortilla. Jamie asked what happened. He thought that Vehemos was acting the same way he had been acting. After thinking for a while, Vehemos told how it was. He said that Diablo Wolfir disappeared after the final battle. While disappearing, Diablo said that he would surely return and he should not follow him. A few days later, the demon sensed that his presence had simply vanished. The wise serpent Jormungan said that Diablo would return. They should hide from the gaze of the 12 gods and wait for him. He hid at the bottom of the volcano, waiting for his master. But he still missed him too much. But one day an elven woman came and said she would put him to sleep and free him from his grief. But in return, he must promise to help the defenders of the frontier in the future. After he fell asleep that day, he shrank. Even his speech changed. Jamie asked about what had happened to Jormungand. Confused, Vehemos said he didn't know, but he was sure he was all right. He knows bad things about Blackie, though. Smiling, Jamie asked Vehemos if they were close and let Chernish out. Chernish and Vehemos were very happy to see each other. They hugged each other happily. Stopping them, Jamie said that he had a mission for Vehemos. He needs to follow the protector of the frontier and find out who Isis is. Vehemos cheerfully said he was ready for the mission. Jamie had one more request. Vehemos was surprised by a request and not an order. Along with them will go Benna. She is his subordinate and friend. He asked him to keep an eye on her. Vehemos smiled that this was a new girlfriend. He promised that everything would be fine. After thinking about it, Jamie decided that she should become stronger. Then he could trust her in the war that was about to rage. It was a place called Art Magna. The question was asked if they had managed to get it. Siegfried and Kirill were sitting at the table. Siegfried showed her the box containing the heart of a ghostly sheep. She rejoiced that he had succeeded. The old woman showed her what he had asked of her. She said about the payment. The elder replied that he would use the check she gave him last time. Kirill said as long as there were no future problems with the goods, she didn't care. Seeing what Siegfried wanted, Jamie recognized it as a fragment of Aeon. Siegfried was surprised that Jamie knew what it was. The Ion fragment is a fragment of a meteorite that crashed into the continent hundreds of years ago. It contains infinite mana. It has the ability to harvest it from flora and fauna and make it 2,000 times stronger. A surprised Jamie asked what Siegfried had it for, but Siegfried replied that it was a secret. As she was being escorted out, Kirill told Siegfried that she still had business with Jamie, so he should leave. A dumbfounded Siegfried asked in surprise what other business, but Jamie replied that it was a secret. She yelled at Siegfried to get out as soon as possible. Siegfried left. Walking to the door, Kirill said she was ready. Jamie should take her to the shadow world. They stood across from each other. A magical pillar for the transition to the shadow world unfolded in front of them. Kirill said that the preparations were complete. After thinking for a moment, Jamie replied that if Kirill was ready, he would begin the transition. He used reverse magic, the reverse side of the world. He said the reverse of light, a different world from our world of blackness. Guy turned to the queen ruling from the shadows. He asked her for permission to open the door to her world. A portal opened in front of Jamie and Kirill to go to the world of shadows. The old woman, excited, moved toward the entrance to the dark world, but Jamie stopped her. He said he got something for free, so he would return the money he borrowed from her. The guy explained that when the check is returned, the contract with the spirit is cancelled, and it will no longer have risks. She will only be able to pass after he gets permission. Kirill, with a disappointed sigh, said he could have told her that earlier. She stood in front of the entrance to the shadow world, waiting to be able to enter. The queen of the shadow world appeared at the entrance. She said, looking at Jamie, that she knew this energy and power. Looking at Jamie, the shadow queen said she realized what he had returned. Jamie is Diablo Wolfir. Once upon a time, Venus traveled the world. In human form, she met Diablo, the sworn enemy of the 12 gods. She was very surprised at what a rare man he was. A hero in the flesh. She found it entertaining. However, in the end, he lost the 4th Great War, and all his comrades died. Venus escaped the attention of the 12 gods and took him into her world. She allowed him to command a portion of the shadow world. Diablo perfected a new source of power. This is how Black Mana was born. Eventually, Venus heard that he died at the hands of the 12 gods. She asked, looking at Jamie, what was up with that pretty face? Sighing, Jamie revealed that he wasn't killed. He had been sealed up. When he awakened, however, he was in this body. Venus said that she was very curious as to what would happen this time. Looking at Venus, Jamie said that someone wants to get in here. He would like to get permission for that person. Turning back to Kirill, he explained that all she needed to do was walk in a straight line. She was very excited to finally be able to enter. Entering the shadow world, Kirill told Jamie that she had left something in the shop for him. It was a special artifact. Kirill said that outside of Avalon, he could really use it. The old woman told him that it was a special staff that was created from the magical stone of the Fountain of Tarinka. The Fountain of Tarinka is one of the 6 forbidden places in the world. The central fountain has a huge amount of mana. No one can approach it because of the endlessly moving vortex and the deadly poisonous waters of the lake. The boy knew that this staff looked very valuable. He asked Kirill why she was giving it to him. She told him that she had a son named Finn. He was about the same age as Jamie, and now thanks to him, she would be able to see her son again. Kirill stepped into the ghostly world. A frustrated Jamie knew that what she would see on the other side would only be an illusion of the deceased. He realized that this hell would be Kirill's eternal resting place. Finally, Jamie opened the door and stepped out of the shop. He had done everything he had promised. Siegfried was waiting for him outside. Jamie said he was relieved and they could go on their way. The elder said it was time to say goodbye to Saint Germain. Jamie asked if they would now go to the magical world. Siegfried replied that they would, for that was their destination. As they walked, Siegfried suggested that Jamie tell a few stories along the way. like the one about the Almighty or the Valkyrie princess. Jamie didn't expect Siegfried to bring up those topics. 2 weeks passed on the road. Finally, they reached the magical world. Looking at the city, Jamie thought it was much more amazing than he expected. Siegfried had said that the first king had built this city. As Jamie looked at the city, he wondered if the city itself created the magic circle. Siegfried asked what he was talking about. An airplane was flying over the city. It was discussing the topic of the best potion of the generation, Apophis X. A surprised Jamie, walking down the city street, said that the magical technology of this world is marvelous. Siegfried replied that they are as good as those in the Magic Kingdom. The elder needed to go to the store. He suggested that Jamie take a walk around the neighborhood for now. He told Jamie that it would be very bad if he got lost. So he will give him something. It is a magic map for lost people. The elder left to go about his business, and Jamie went for a walk through the streets of the town. At that moment, a Phoenix Academy student, Anna Meyer, was running down the street. She was angry because she was late. She had to get something before the entrance ceremony. Anna ran and thought about the fact that today was the entrance ceremony. Siegfried and the headmaster must be present. She intended to show them the new spells she had learned. She hoped to meet Siegfried and show what she could do. He should praise her abilities. Not very hopeful, Anna still expected Siegfried to say that he had underestimated her abilities and offer to be his apprentice. She could already imagine how happy she would be to accept his offer. Anna's attention was drawn to Jamie, who was walking. She thought that the child was all alone. Perhaps he was a new student at the academy. She remembered how she, at first, was often lost in this city. Jamie looked at our train. He thought it would be very convenient to have such a thing in Hayes. At that moment, Anna came up to him and, touching his shoulder, called out to him. Irritated, Jamie half turned and looked at the one who had disturbed him. The girl jerked her hand away from Jamie. A mute question lingered in her eyes. A disgruntled Jamie turned around and asked rather unfriendly what she wanted from him. The startled Anna was shocked. She couldn't understand what that chilling energy was. She thought she had made a mistake, for she had a child in front of her. Irritated, Jamie said that if she didn't need anything, he was out of here. Recovering, Anna stopped him. She asked if he was a new student at Phoenix Academy. A surprised Jamie asked which academy she was referring to. But Anna grabbed his hand and said there was no time for fooling around. The entrance ceremony would begin soon. Before he knew it, the girl was dragging him behind her. He didn't resist. There was nothing for him to do anyway. They arrived at the academy doors. Jamie was surprised that such a goofy girl was studying here. It was a very prestigious school in the magical world, the Phoenix Academy. Anna dragged Jamie to the hall. She said it was Amel's hall. This is where the ceremony would be held. Satisfied with herself, Anna asked if he liked it here. Jamie thought he was getting a little tired of it. She happily congratulated Jamie on his enrollment. Jamie replied that he was not a student. Suddenly, Anna remembered that she had completely forgotten about her assignment. Without listening to Jamie, Anna ran away. Jamie was angry about what had happened. He thought it was time for him to meet the seventh elder again, and decided that he had to get out of here. Suddenly, someone yelled at Jamie about what he was doing here. It was Leon Simon, the second son of Earl Simon. Leon said he knew him. He is Jamie Welton. Jamie was dumbfounded. He didn't remember this guy. A surprised Leon Simon was stunned that Jamie Welton didn't remember him. He remembered having nightmares for a long time after the incident. But his father had taken it upon himself to educate Leon. He promised to train him to use magic. After Leon began the training, he felt much better. During the training, his father praised him for his progress. He said that Leon could now go to the academy. An annoyed Jamie, looking at Leon, asked who he was. The boy replied that he was Leon Simon. Finally, Jamie remembered Simon. He realized that he was the brash boy. It was Jamie who told Earl Simon that Leon should be trained in magic. The boy is already rank 3, that's not bad. The angry Simon said defiantly that he really hoped Jamie didn't come here to study. At this moment, Siegfried appeared in the academy. He was very surprised to see Jamie here. When he saw Siegfried, Anna rushed to meet him with a shout. She couldn't miss her chance. A disgruntled Siegfried saw Anna running towards him. He had no desire to meet her. He took Jamie by the shoulders and tried to leave quickly, saying that everyone was waiting for him. Jamie asked him if the girl was his ward. Siegfried shook his head in the negative. But as much as Anna was in a hurry, she didn't catch up with Siegfried in time. He was already gone. The girl was very upset that she couldn't catch up with Siegfried and talk to him. An angry Leon called Jamie a crazy scumbag. Anna asked if he meant the boy who had been with Siegfried. Simon was surprised that Anna knew him. That's Jamie Welton, an absolute monster. They call him the most talented in the history of mankind. Laughing, Anna couldn't believe it was Jamie Welton, who she had also heard of. Looking at Leon, she asked if it was really Jamie Welton. At this time, Siegfried and Jamie were already very far away from Anna and Leon. It was the central tower of the magical world, the main meeting room. There were people sitting around the table discussing the possibility of the upcoming meeting. Fourth Elder Raymond Flores Sean of the noble dynasty was in the hall. He said that he was looking forward to this meeting. After all, he is the genius of the continent. Third Elder Serpent Gerald, a loyalist, said that Raymond is overreacting. He's sure the guy will disappoint them. The sixth Elder, Adelhart Vivian, an equal, grinned. She told Serpent that he seemed afraid of being outclassed by a 10-year-old boy. Fifth Elder Luke Frezel, the head of equals, asked why Adelhart would say that. Adelhart replied that she said nothing of the sort. Serpent was angry with her. The elder told her to stop arguing. They cannot welcome a guest in such an environment. Second Elder Marlinmel, the head of the noble faction, said he was coming. At this time, Jamie was walking up the stairs to the meeting that Siegfried had organized. He entered the hall and said hello. He said his name was Jamie Welton and he was the first son of the Welton family. When the elders saw him, they were shocked that he was the 6th rank. Marlinmel thought about how Jamie had changed a lot since the last time they met. The guy thought that, as expected, this meeting was with the elders, all of them several levels above him. He noticed that there was an elder in the room who was a level below him. This elder is also a rank 6 elder. He's not evolving because of his insecurity. Linmel waved at Jamie and said that it had been a long time since they had seen each other. In that time, he has become noticeably stronger. Jamie replied that it was all due to the breathing technique he had shown him. A surprised Linmel said that he had heard that Jamie was studying sword-wielding. He said that Jamie would definitely succeed. Jamie thanked him for his support. Serpent Gerald asked about whether mages can get involved. He thinks that's what simpletons who can only use their bodies say. An angry Jamie told him to watch his words. His father is the kind of man who evolves physically. Serpent tried to justify that he didn't mean that at all. Jamie laughed, saying that he didn't understand a lot of complicated words. The third elder got angry. Everyone around him laughed at him. The elder told Jamie to ignore him. He probably meant well. It was Ofen Ginger. He was the king's teacher and is one of the kingdom's great mages. Elder Ofen Ginger is known as the Heavenly Wizard. He was so nicknamed because of his ability to control the weather. He thanked Jamie for accepting the invitation and said he was glad to welcome him to their world. Siegfried grinned and said that Jamie was a mage of the 6th rank. It's rude to call him a young wizard. Embarrassed, Ofen apologized. He admitted that he was wrong to address Jamie that way. He told Jamie that if he could, he would immediately facilitate him with a research facility. Laughing, the elder said that he who does not work does not eat. This is a strict rule that must be followed in the magical world, and it was no exception for anyone. Eager to hear the answer, he asked Jamie's opinion on the matter. The elder asked Jamie if he could be part of the magical world. After this meeting, Jamie and Siegfried walked through the busy streets of the city and discussed the reception. A disgruntled Siegfried said that, as he expected, it was too much. He asked for Jamie's opinion. The elder had said at the meeting that the academy always needed talented people. He asked Siegfried if he was right. The elder said that he would like Jamie to try out as a temporary professor. Siegfried and Jamie were shocked. Offen said that since no one objects, everyone agrees. Principal Siegfried will help him. An angry Siegfried thought he should go and tell those creeps everything. Jamie stopped him by saying it was okay. The 7th elder told him that he was the headmaster of the academy. If Jamie needed help, he could always go to him. A surprised Jamie laughed that he was the principal who was forgetting the entrance ceremony. Siegfried replied that he had an excuse for that. Pensive, Jamie remembered that he had promised himself that he would never take someone on as a student again. Unfortunately, he remembered the time before his rebirth. Back then, many years ago, he had a group of children he taught magic to. How happy those children were who were able to repeat after him. He praised the children who did well. But there was one girl who couldn't complete the task. It was late at night. The full moon lit up the whole place. But even though it was late, the lights were on in the house. The girl was still awake. She tried again and again to repeat the task. The girl thought that she knew she would never succeed. Suddenly the girl realized that someone was watching her. It was the teacher. The teacher explained that she was in too much of a hurry. He suggested that she try to do things slowly. Next, the girl proudly told the teacher that now she could do it too. The teacher rejoiced with the children. He praised the girl, picked her up in his arms, and spun her around. Upset by the memory, Jamie thought about the fact that eventually these children had to see him leave them. Looking at the children running past, Jamie thought that he would have to teach the children again. He reassured himself that it was only for 1 month. No need to overthink it. Even though it was already nighttime in the girls' dormitory of Phoenix Academy was awake. The girl sitting across from Anna was reprimanding her. She didn't understand how Anna couldn't recognize Sir Jamie. He had emerald-colored eyes. Anna excused herself, saying she didn't know how it had happened. Embarrassed, Anna talked about how she had picked him up and pulled him with her. A surprised Anna asked why she called Jamie Sir since he was their age. The girl replied that she was asking such a question because she didn't know anything. Sir Jamie is a star. He is the genius of all times. He is a saint of the goddess Pyro, the only son of the Welton family. Embarrassed, Anna said she didn't even know. I guess she'll take the class after all. Anna's girlfriend said she heard that Evan's grades have improved. It's all because of taking supplements. Anna wondered if this was the same student who was afraid of expulsion because of the lack of improvement. Anna's girlfriend said she bought the supplements for herself too, even willing to share a bottle with her. Doubting, Anna replied that she was fine as she was. The girlfriend replied that this was why she didn't like model students. The girlfriend suggested that Anna go to the cafeteria, but Anna declined, citing that she needed to study. Phoenix Academy is an educational institution for magicians created by Amelie Festus, a great wizard who helped found the kingdom of Seldom. This academy is considered to be the most famous in the magical world, with a history of several centuries. The best academy that graduates thousands of wizards worth their name. The next day, Jamie met with the vice principal, Javelin Cutter. He said he was glad to meet Jamie. Cutter said he was honored to accompany someone as famous as Welton. A little embarrassed, Jamie replied that it was mutual. He was happy to meet Cutter too. He went to his first class for the purpose of introducing himself to his students. Upon entering the classroom, Jamie introduced himself. He said that he was a temporary professor. Laughing, Jamie asked his students to take care of him. Just like that, the youngest professor appeared. The students were very surprised that Jamie Welton, the genius of the Welton family, would be teaching the class. Cutter told Jamie that he would take him to the counseling office first. They sat in the counseling office. Cutter explained that they assign students to classes based on their skills. Students are divided specifically not by age, but by ability. There are 3 schools: junior high, middle school, and high school. These, in turn, are divided into classes: Alpha, Beta, and Gamma. Professor Jamie will be teaching the Alpha class in the elementary school. He has offered to choose the subject he will teach. It would be great if Jamie opted for a challenging subject. Looking at the lists of subjects, Jamie thought that the one he was most sure of was black magic. But you can't teach that kind of thing. Thinking about it, Jamie decided that one of the subjects on the list would suit him. In his past life, before he learned black magic, he had been called the Limitless Wizard. Jamie decided on his choice. A dumbfounded Cutter marveled at Jamie's unusual choice. He was excited. Cutter said it was time for a meeting. He would get Professor Silver. Looking around, Jamie thought that for a building that was 500 years old, the offices didn't look too bad. Jamie's privacy was interrupted. A girl peeked into the counseling office. It was Sophia, a professor at Phoenix Academy. Other people peered out from behind her, wanting to get a closer look at Jamie. As they circled around Jamie, they began to ask him if it was true that he hadn't backed down in front of the demon himself. Another man said he knew of his friendship with his apprentice to the goddess Pyro. Sophia said his emerald hair was as beautiful as they say it is. Everyone started asking Jamie for his autograph. Jamie was angry and didn't understand why they were acting like this. Cutter walked into the office with Silver. Cutter told Silver that they were here. Jamie is here. Silver clarified exactly where. Jamie could not be seen because of the crowd surrounding him on all sides. People taunted Jamie by pointing a finger down. Professor Silver tried to dismiss them, asking why they were acting like that. A surprised Silver told Jamie that the professors got very excited. This is because he's quite famous. Jamie is talked about as a genius in the field of magic of the holy goddess Pyro. He is also the favorite son of the Welton family. At this time, the Alpha class gathered in the elementary school building. 16-year-old Finn Bartik, turning to Anna, asked about her studying all night again. The girl replied that she would definitely be moving on to middle school this time. Finn replied that he'd be moving there this year too, no matter what. Suddenly, Anna noticed that he was drinking a refill too. She said that Becky was taking hers too. At this time, Leon Simon was moving towards them with a disgruntled face. This guy was sure that there wasn't a single person here who could beat him. He was going to quickly show off his abilities and leap over the class. Calling out and calling Leon red-haired, Anna said that they had seen each other last time. Leon really didn't like that kind of treatment. Smiling sincerely, the girl asked Leon what his name was. She wanted to get to know him. He said his name was Leon Simon. Anna asked him if he was the son of the Simons. Satisfied with himself, Leon thought they were jealous of him, since he was different from them from birth. He would be in high school before they could even blink. A delighted Anna said that meant he was Count Simon's son. She suggested he ask him anything he didn't know. Leon was surprised. Silver entered the classroom and greeted the boys, asking how they were doing. He said he wanted to introduce someone and invited the person into the classroom. Jamie Welton walked into the classroom. All the students stared at him with all eyes. A dumbfounded Leon Simon was shocked. He didn't understand what Jamie was doing here. The students murmured. Staring at Jamie's emerald hair, they guessed who he was. Smiling, Simon told the students that this was their new professor. His name is Jamie Welton. The students were dumbfounded. Some were overjoyed. Leon Simon was furious. The students made a lot of noise. Everyone tried to question and scrutinize Jamie. Calling for order, Simon tried to quiet the students. He told them to quiet down immediately. Suddenly, Jamie put his finger to his mouth and told the boys to quiet down. A wave of magical energy began to form around Jamie and spread around the classroom. He said that they were running amok in the hallowed academy right in front of the esteemed professor. This is no way for an alpha class to behave. The angry Leon Simon was shocked. He didn't understand what Jamie Welton was doing here. Jamie said they disappointed him on the first day, but he would give them a chance to improve and offered to guess the subject he would have them teach. Someone suggested that the subject was stoichology. Another said it was understanding and analyzing the history of magic. Jamie smiled, saying he was surprised such a useless subject existed. A hand went up Anna's arm. She wanted to make a suggestion. The girl said that the professor, a 6th-rank mage, would not teach a normal subject. There are lessons such as understanding multifaceted properties and magic circles, but they only learn about energy in middle school, so this is magic circles. Looking at her, Jamie recognized Anna. He realized that this was the girl he ran into on the day of the initiation ceremony. He figured she didn't have much mana, but she's in the alpha class. Smiling, Jamie confirmed that she was right. Her analytical skills are top-notch. Anna was glad she had hit the mark. A disgruntled Leon Simon was angry. The one. Jamie acknowledged Anna. He thought about who she was. Professor Silvers said that was the end of the meeting. He wished them to study hard. After class, a tired Jamie sat in the teacher's lounge and sighed heavily. He looked at the lesson schedule for tomorrow. He had been told that he would be with the previous teacher for the first class. Looking at the rosters, Jamie read that the person teaching the discipline on magic circles was Keniak Azier, a mage of the 5th rank who had written quite a few articles. Suddenly, Jamie realized that this professor was a disciple of Serpent Gerald. Sophia came up to Jamie and warned him to be careful around Keniak. She told him in confidence that Keniak had an inferiority complex. Several professors had already fallen for it. Grinning, the boy said he knew what she meant. He thanked her for the warning. Professor Sophia asked Jamie for her autograph. She thought that, as expected, celebrities were different from them. Suddenly, Keniak walked in and was outraged about handing out autographs right in the teacher's lounge. Embarrassed, Sophia tried to justify that it wasn't what he thought it was. Keniak replied that she could go. Jamie greeted Keniak. The professor said in an unfriendly manner that he had heard that he had learned to wield a sword in his 10 years. It must be wonderful to be so talented. However, he shouldn't relax. With a twinkle in his eye, Keniak said that Jamie shouldn't expect him to treat him well. A surprised Jamie replied to Keniak that that was exactly what he wanted. The next morning, Jamie walked to class with Professor Keniak. A girl ran into the classroom and yelled for everyone to sit down. The professor, a ghost, was approaching. The door swung open and the professor along with Jamie walked into the classroom. Keniak said that if Hamill called him that one more time, he'd be reprimanded. Jamie chuckled quietly behind his back. Sarcastically, Keniak said that the great Jamie Welton would be temporarily teaching their class, magic circles. The professor said that teaching is not an easy job even for geniuses, so today he's going to test them all. Sheets flew to the students. Kiriel mentioned that today they would learn how to cast 6-star magic. Smiling, Jamie wondered if Keniak had prepared well for the lesson. He wanted to see how good he was. The professor explained that the magic circles often used had a formula. 6-star circles usually use the sun or moon and the stars. The stars are the universe, the sun is the world, and the moon is the night of the world. The professor said they could circle them and bring the galaxy together. That would make a centralized magic circle. As the lesson continued, he said that the symbol would change depending on the magic they wanted to use. The placement of the symbol would affect the power of the magic. The students listened to the fact that once they set the symbol in a place, they cannot change it. Therefore, one must think carefully about where to place it. There is no definite way to place symbols effectively. This topic is being studied. A dumbfounded Jamie asked in surprise, wondering if he didn't already know. Keniak, irritated, asked what he wanted to add. Jamie replied that they could just draw lines. A disgruntled Keniak was outraged. Jamie told them to watch and showed them how to do it. He explained that he just drew the lines and showed them where to place the sun and moon. An annoyed Keniak said that the shape of his magic circle had fallen apart. You can't erase lines drawn by mana. Doesn't he know the basics? The boy replied that he would just as easily erase those lines as he drew them. It's simple. Next, Jamie used the technique of separating the key elements of the magic circle. He suggested putting the symbols where they want to go. After that, the lines need to be erased. Then they can be combined. If you do it the way he showed, you don't have to draw the circle from scratch. You only need to set the location of the symbol. This technique is called layering. The students were surprised. It was the first time they had seen a circle drawn in this way. Looking at it in surprise, Anna was shocked. She thought it was impossible. He had destroyed the basics of magic circles. A dumbfounded Keniac, looking at Jamie's circle, thought that this discovery would shock the public. Thinking about it, the professor then something else would become possible. He completed the magic circle. After Keniac's manipulation, the magic circle became three-dimensional. The students were delighted. Looking at it, Jamie thought that Keniac had modified the spell as soon as he saw the layering. He realized that Keniac was a genius himself. Satisfied with himself, Keniac told Jamie that it was a little early for him, but the boy stepped up and made his changes to the magic circle. The students watched Jamie's actions with their mouths open in amazement. This guy had managed to make the magic circle become a symbol for another circle. Looking at the children, Jamie told them that if space allowed, it could be expanded to infinity. It was a voluminous, super-complex magic circle. This was what Diablo Wolfier's infinite magic was called. Grinning, Jamie asked what Professor Keniac had to say about it. Looking at it, Keniac thought he hadn't seen anything like it. He wondered who he was. The guy said it was just a small demonstration so the boys could master layering. He told them that before the next lesson, they needed to learn how to break down the components of two-star magic circles. A dumbfounded Leon Simon thought Jamie had lost his mind. Something so impressive is not just a demonstration. Looking at the students, Jamie guessed that they still couldn't figure out how he did it. He saw the look in Anna's eyes and realized that at least one person wanted to try it. The students were talking vigorously about the lesson that had taken place. They were fascinated by what they had seen. Grunting with eagerness, Leon Simon concentrated to repeat Jamie's magic circle. His deskmate asked Leon if he had succeeded in layering. Leon ignored the question. He thought he was barely making it. In the meantime, he watched Anna's attempts. He couldn't figure out what she was doing. Leon thought she was trying to create a complex magic circle by skipping layering. He approached Anna from behind to peek over her shoulder and examine what she was doing. A distraught Anna, screaming that she was failing, abruptly uncurled and punched Leon, who had come up behind her. She yelled for Professor Jamie to wait. She had a duty to know. Leon walked away holding his chin. A surprised Leon Simon was dumbfounded. He was shocked that Anna had just ignored him. In the junior high hallway, Silver greeted Jamie and Keniac. He asked them how their first class had gone, whether everything had gone well. Professor Keniac said that the class had gone great. Jamie was surprised that a professor could speak well of people. Smiling, Silver laughed in surprise. He said it was the first time he had ever heard Keniac give compliments. Not wanting to continue the conversation, Keniac said he had to go right away. Silver tried to stop him, saying that he was obligated to attend the meeting today. Looking at that, Jamie wondered if it wasn't like Keniac had an inferiority complex. Besides, he had a good lesson. Jamie was pulled out of his musings by a shout from Anna, who ran after him. She told him that she was trying to make a circle like the one he'd shown her, but she couldn't get them to fit together. They tried to explain that the moon from one circle collides with the moon from the other circle. That's why it doesn't work. Anna said that it works. You have to erase one and make the circles match. The girl shouted with joy that she had finally succeeded. She was ecstatic. Standing off to the side, Jamie and Leon watched Anna's manipulations carefully. She had figured it out. Anna's magic circle broke apart. She sighed disappointedly. Anna was almost there. A surprised Leon Simon ran up to Anna. He asked what she had just done. An annoyed Leon yelled at Anna about how she had managed to do it, how she was able to do it. Grinning, Anna said that she had just repeated everything the professor had shown her in class. A surprised Simon was shocked at her saying that she just repeated. He couldn't believe that there was someone better than him. Looking at the girl, Jamie thought it wasn't perfect, but she had actually managed to copy a voluminous, super complex magic circle. There was no way that no one had recognized her talent yet. He needed to talk to Siegfried. He knocked gently on the headmaster's office. He was going to talk to Siegfried. With a smile, Siegfried invited Jamie in. He was curious about the purpose of the young gentleman's visit. Seeing the fragment of the ion in Siegfried's hands, Jamie asked what he was going to do with it. Siegfried replied that he was just experimenting. The more unusual the material, the more difficult it is to work with. The director asked Jamie about the purpose of his visit. Jamie replied that he had something to show him first. The boy created a magic circle and said that the same circle was demonstrated in today's lesson. The principal was surprised at how he managed to do it. Jamie replied that he didn't come to brag about his abilities. He said that Anna Meyer, without knowing all the theoretical details, was able to repeat the demonstration. The elder was surprised that just by seeing it once, the girl was able to repeat it. Jamie said she had great potential. He asked why he wasn't training her. Sighing, Siegfried replied that she is really perceptive, but she has no talent for magic at all. He advised her to self-actualize in the faculty of magic researchers. But Anna wishes to become a magician, so she is looking for someone who can help her become a supreme sorceress. Everyone refuses to train her. After all, she has neither the talent nor the ability to succeed. Jamie realizes that she has been chasing Siegfried to accept her as an apprentice. The Mage Society is the core of Seldam's power. They are not willing to invest time and money in an apprentice whose future is unknown. Sighing, Jamie said he understood and thanked him for his time. Looking at Jamie walking away, Siegfried suddenly called out to him. He had an idea. He asked Jamie to come back. He has something else to tell him. The elder told Jamie that if he was so worried, he could take on Anna's training himself. A teacher and student of close age is not a bad idea, but Jamie told him to forget about it. Annoyed, Jamie stood against the wall. His thoughts were scattering in different directions. He thought about the fact that he had already been thrust into the teaching profession. Taking on a mentee was definitely overkill. Unfortunately, Jamie remembered the day he'd lost all his mentees to the 12 gods. In his past life, he had decided that he would finish this battle on his own. Back in his past life, Jamie had decided not to trust anyone or allow anyone near him. He figured he wasn't going to repeat the mistakes of the past. Anna is a smart kid. She will be able to choose the right path on her own. The guy decided not to think about it anymore. He made a decision that it didn't concern him. A week later, there was a practice on the practice field. The teacher told them that he would now be assessing the amount of their mana. The professor said that it turned out that a lot of students from the beta class had gotten stronger. Now he wondered what the alpha class could do. The guy told Anna that it was probably about Ivan. Anna guessed that this was the guy who took last place last year. The classmate told her that Ivan was now leading the beta class. Anna was surprised. The teacher called for Leon Simon to come out first. Leon walked out onto the practice field. Creating an energy bow, Leon took aim at the target and struck. Simon's strike was very powerful. The discharge flew towards the training doll. The scoreboard showed a power of 2,199. The professor thought that this power was enough to destroy the puppet, the students murmured. They were surprised that he could get away with 2,000. Anna thought that she had never seen such figures. Looking back at Anna, Leon thought that now he would see what this silly girl could do. The professor said they should change the training doll now. Anna's classmate went to the field. He told her to look at what he can do. He's been pretty good lately. The guy said he also drank an apophis this morning. Now he's going to surprise everyone. A black patch appeared on Finn's eyes. He prepared an energy bow and fired. Finn's eyes lit up. He put all his energy into the shot. He needed to prove he was better. A surprised Anna looked dumbfounded. She didn't understand what had happened to Finn's eyes. The powerful energy arrow flew straight into the practice target. Its reading was 860. The professor said that Finn's score had become 700 points higher. If he did his best, he could transfer to middle school. Finn was thrilled that he was able to raise his score. His classmates praised and supported him. Doubtingly, Anna thought that maybe she had imagined the change in Finn's eyes. The professor summoned Anna to the training field to test her mana. Creating an energy arrow, Anna focused and prepared to fire. The thoughts in Anna's head were running chaotically. She was worried about what she would do if her stats didn't improve. Anna figured she had worked hard, and there must be a change. Exhaling, Anna decided that it was imperative to believe in herself. Putting in all her effort, the girl shot. Anna's score totaled 247 points. Anna realized that the score was the same as last year. Looking from the side, Leon Simon carefully watched Anna's actions. He saw her score. At this time in the teacher's lounge, Professor Javelin asked Jamie if his class was over for the day. Javelin complimented Jamie and said he was glad he was joining their staff. Putting his hand on Jamie's shoulder, Javelin told him to reach out if he needed anything. Suddenly, Javelin, apologizing, said he had to leave. He's being summoned by the third elder. Jamie thought the third elder was an old man with a bad temper. The professor said the superintendent had questions at today's meeting. Not far away, Jamie saw a boy who was trying hard to repeat the magic circle, but he was failing. Jamie laughed. He recognized the boy as Ivan from beta class and thought about how bad he looked. Ivan must be too stressed about his studies. If there's no talent, it's better to give up. Sighing, Jamie thought that he couldn't influence it. He decided that it was none of his business. At that time, there was a knock on the superintendent's office. It was Javelin. The door swung open and Professor Kenyak suddenly appeared on the threshold. Javelin looked at him questioningly, but Kenyak tried to leave quickly. He wanted to inquire about what Kenyak was doing here, but he silently walked away. The professor thought to himself that he didn't understand what was on Kenyak's mind. Since they are teachers here, everyone should try to get along with each other. The professor was holding a stack of papers with bookmarks sticking out of them. The professor didn't notice when one sheet of paper accidentally fell out of the stack. A picture of Anna that had fallen out of the stack of papers slowly dropped to the floor. The students were standing in the hallway discussing the test. A distraught Anna stood huddled against a column. A frustrated Anna was distressed. She realized that each of the students had become stronger. Everyone but her. She thought about how out of her skin she was, but it didn't help her at all. Maybe she really should have had that drink Finn was offering. Walking down the hallway, Jamie noticed a distraught Anna huddled against the wall. He figured he shouldn't pay attention to Anna. He should just walk past. But Jamie couldn't just walk by. He approached Anna and asked about what was bothering her. The girl told him that there was a mana assessment today, and her score hadn't changed from last year. She only scored 247 points. Looking at Anna, Jamie thought that was a very low score. I guess she really has no talent for magic. The girl started talking fervently about how she still wouldn't give up. She promised that she would become a great sorceress and restore her family's honor. Looking carefully at Anna, Jamie thought that she was very serious. Thinking about it, Jamie remembered that he had promised not to take apprentices, because the past might come back again. But he felt sorry for the girl. He decided it was still worth a second try. As he left, Jamie told Anna that if her determination was more than just words, she should stop by his office tomorrow. The sun was shining brightly. Jamie stood in front of a blue magic tower flooded with sunlight. Stepping inside, Jamie realized that Marquis Lin-Mel's research lab was on the top floor. Unexpectedly, Jamie was greeted by people and asked what he was doing here. Jamie replied that he needed to meet the Tower Master. The girl laughed. She said that the Master was not a person to be seen easily. Getting angry, Jamie said to just tell him that Welton was here to see him. The girl escorted Jamie to the Marquis' office. Jamie thanked her. Upon entering the Tower Master's office, Jamie was amazed at what he saw inside. In the huge study with tall windows, books were everywhere. They were stacked on the desk and even lying on the floor. Suddenly, Jamie heard a voice asking what he thought of the mess in the study. He thought he couldn't figure out where the voice was coming from. It sounds like the Master is controlling the whole room with his mana. Jamie said that even that was the beauty of it. Dissipating, the voice inquired where he had heard the phrase. Suddenly, the Master looked out from somewhere above. He asked Jamie about why he had come. The boy said that it looked like the Master was busy exploring. Lin-Mel replied that even if he was, he would always have time to see him. Jamie thought the Master was just pretending to be friendly. The table was littered with open books and crumpled paper. Jamie asked what the magical tomes were about. Lin-Mel replied that he was studying military magic. He was interested in long-range magic that would destroy the followers of Janus, the god of war. Sighing, Lin-Mel said that as expected, it wasn't that easy. Thinking about it, Jamie guessed that once this magic was completed, the battle with the Church of Janus would begin. The professor asked why on earth Jamie wanted to see him. Jamie thought for a moment. He told Lin-Mel that he wanted to teach Anna Meyer his breathing technique. Lin-Mel was very surprised. The professor replied that he understood why Jamie was asking for it, but he couldn't hand over his secret technique to someone who would be a rank 5 mage at best. Smiling, Jamie asked if his opinion would change if he promised to make her a high sorceress. The professor replied that it was too impertinent of him. The theory of magic is not a class for every person. The Master recognizes Jamie's talent, but he's still a 6th-rate mage. Smiling, Jamie told Lin-Mel that the magic theory has already been completed, but he wasn't satisfied with it yet, so he decided to create another one, an alternative one. The guy thought that a super-complex magic circle would not be enough. It wouldn't be enough to defeat the 12 gods. A different kind of power would be needed. The professor was shocked by what he heard from Jamie. He said that creating the second magic theory was beyond the power of even dragons. Looking at Jamie, Lin-Mel thought that this kid was capable of a lot of things. The Master said that if Jamie was so confident, he had a suggestion. He offered Jamie a fight. He promised to give him the breathing technique if he could satisfy him. Smiling, Jamie drew his sword. He was willing to accept such terms. Smiling, Lin-Mel suggested that Jamie attack him first. Grinning, the boy wondered if the Master would regret his decision later. He prepared for the attack. He had to prove to Lin-Mel that he was worthy. Attacking, Jamie used the transformed skill of the Weltons, the White Ocean. He rushed towards Lin-Mel and prepared to deliver a powerful strike. The professor was dumbfounded. He thought about the fact that Jamie had instantly appeared in front of him. He put up a defense in front of him to repel Jamie's attack. Smirking, he said that he couldn't penetrate his shield with that. Thinking for a moment, Jamie amplified the power of the strike. He used a skill, the Hand of Destruction. In a moment, Lin-Mel's shield was shattered. Debris from his defense flew in all directions. The barrier had been breached. The dazed Lin-Mel was shocked. He realized that Jamie had been able to anticipate his actions. After rebuilding a new defense, Lin-Mel told Jamie that he was pretty good. A surprised Jamie was taken aback. He didn't expect Lin-Mel to recover so quickly. He summoned Blackie to help him in the illusory world. Energy lightning bolts appeared around Jamie. The power of his strikes was increasing. The guy used the instant effect technique to deliver a devastating blow. It's a melee magic using cloning and teleportation. Next, Jamie used the skills: Plasma Slash, Aeroblast, and Lightning. Flames rained down on Lin-Mel from all sides, destroying his defenses. Using the skill, Magma Blade, Jamie delivered a devastating blow. There was an explosion. The professor was dumbfounded and noticed that his super-strong shield had cracked. Jamie swung his sword to deliver a devastating blow to Lin-Mel's shield. Lightning fast, he unleashed a powerful, crushing blow on Lin-Mel's defense. The boy stood and looked at the cloud of dust rising from where the master stood. He thought about the fact that he had used 4 clones at once. His mana had been depleted. In the midst of the dust cloud, Lin-Mel stood there and smiled. He said that Jamie's punches were tingling slightly. Grinning, the Marquis said that his collar was still fine. Jamie replied that the master had failed to protect part of his cloak. The professor looked puzzled at his cloak, which had a huge hole gaping on it. He said that because he was in a hurry, he had made a mistake. Jamie thought to himself that wasn't enough for the master. With a grin, Lin-Mel told Jamie that he was a little upset that he had hit him. Now it was Jamie's turn to defend himself. Sighing, Jamie thought about the fact that he would have to get Lin-Mel beyond Avalon. Holding the sword out in front of him, Jamie said he was already full of anticipation. Upon seeing Jamie's artifact, Lin-Mel was shocked. He said he didn't realize Jamie had it, that Grandma refused to even sell it to him. The professor remarked that Jamie did have a lot of good stuff. Jamie thought the master was stingy. A huge energy ball from Lin-Mel flew towards Jamie. Marquis created a powerful destructive energy vortex that headed towards Jamie. The professor kept increasing the power of the vortex by spinning it with his staff. Looking around, Jamie guessed that Lin-Mel was using the wind skill. He was using the staff he received from Kiriel to defend himself. While defending himself from Lin-Mel's destructive whirlwind, Jamie grinned and said that it was very refreshing. He guessed that this staff contained the powers of not only our world, but also the underworld. He thought it was marvelous. Defending himself, Jamie bifurcated into clones once again. He thought to himself that this magic wasn't so bad. But he'd like to see something better, and to do that, he'd have to provoke the professor. Marcus laughed. He asked Jamie about the fact that he hoped it would work a second time. Lin-Mel increased the power. He told Jamie that it wouldn't work this time. Getting ready, Jamie threw a punch, trying to break down Lin-Mel's defenses and get to him. The professor guessed that Jamie was trying to see his unique magic. Grinning, Jamie said that he would be very happy if Lin-Mel would show it to him. Smiling, the professor said that if he was so interested, he would see her soon. Grinning, Lin-Mel said, the epiphany he received was like lightning striking in all directions, like hail crashing to the ground or lava erupting. It's not like those phenomena at all. However, once he was caught, it would be hard to escape. A huge, powerful stream of energy flew toward Jamie. Jamie crossed his sword and staff to defend himself. Puzzled, Jamie stood there, unable to understand why nothing was happening. Suddenly, Jamie realized that the whole world around him had turned upside down. Cognitive dissonance is the unique magic of the great wizard Lin-Mel. The powerful, unique magic of the great wizard Lin-Mel descended upon Jamie. He tried to defend himself from the professor's attack by creating a protective dome. The boy thought that this magic looked like a disaster. However, it was a mind-penetrating magic. If one is not a master of the mind world, he would be confused without understanding anything. The problem is that in his current state, he won't be able to handle this magic. And if he can't free himself from it, then he needs to find Lin-Mel's mana, which is the root of it all. The guy used a technique, the 100 Seas technique. He decided that he needed to absorb it the other way around. He decided that he needed to absorb every bit of this magic. Jamie used Leviathan to absorb all the magic, every last bit of it. Watching Jamie, Lin-Mel thought about how Jamie could and did look calm. He knew that there was a storm raging inside of him. He watched Jamie and knew that when the opponent is stronger, it is impossible to free yourself from the magic that has taken over the mind. Jamie thought about not being able to use dark mana. The professor decided it was time to stop the bullying. In fact, even he was afraid of his dad. Thinking, Jamie swung his sword and staff, breaking the obsession. He had to get out of here. He had managed to break the magic holding his consciousness after all. He swung his sword, destroying the obsession. He was able to redirect Lin-Mel's magic. Seeing what Jamie was doing, Lin-Mel was shocked. He was sure that Jamie wouldn't be able to do it. The magic was ruined. Lin-Mel said that he caught him off guard this time too. He couldn't have guessed that Jamie was capable of redirecting his magic. A surprised Lin-Mel looked at Jamie questioningly. He couldn't understand how he had managed to do it. Jamie's sword was glowing with Lin-Mel's own energy. The master was puzzled. The dumbfounded Lin-Mel looked at Jamie's sword and couldn't believe that this could happen. Smiling, Jamie said that he decided to absorb mana to free himself from the illusion. But then Lin-Mel's power began to be absorbed as well. Looking at Jamie in surprise, Lin-Mel asked about whether it was just a coincidence. The boy grinned to himself. He knew it wasn't a coincidence, but if he told the truth, no one would believe it. He realized that Lin-Mel's magic had assimilated with his own sword. Smiling, Jamie thought that perhaps he had found his new magic. He asked the Marquis what he would say about it. Lin-Mel replied that it was quite enough. The professor allowed Jamie to teach Anna his breathing technique. At this time, Lin-Mel and Keniak discussed Jamie. Lin-Mel asked for Keniak's opinion. Keniak said he was amazed. Professor Keniak said that Jamie uses both magic and sword harmoniously. He is completely different from the sword wizards he has met. Plus, he wants to do it with his magic. But even great wizards can't pull something like that off. Professor Linmel replied that he was sure of Jamie's inexplicable genius. Keniak said that's not why he said that. After thinking for a moment, Keniak explained that Jamie is magically gifted enough to fight a great wizard. Excellent with a sword. Among other things, Jamie has been chosen by the goddess Pyro. Was it possible for one person to have so many powers? He wasn't sure if Jamie Welton was just a normal kid. It was more like he was an artificially created superhuman. Marquis Linmel interrupted Raymond. He said that you should be careful how you express yourself. The walls have ears. They decided that they would just observe the unusual Jamie Welton for now. They thought they would see how this boy could change the world. Someone pounded forcefully on Jamie's door with a fist. The knocker demanded that Jamie come out. Leon Simon was banging on the door. Jamie came up behind him and grinning asked what Leon wanted. Looking angrily at Leon, Jamie asked why he had decided to stop by so late to see him. An apprentice, Leon revealed that Anna had bragged that Jamie might take her on as an apprentice. He came over to ask about whether it was true. Angry, Jamie flicked Leon in the back of the head. He asked why Simon was allowing himself to familiarize himself with the professor. Leon angrily realized that it was true. Pensive, Jamie replied that it wasn't certain yet. He hadn't made up his mind yet. A frustrated Leon Simon shouted that he wanted to be Jamie Welton's student then too. Grinning, Jamie said that now he understood why Leon had come to him so late. He asked if Count Simon knew about it. Leon replied that he didn't yet. Thinking about it, Jamie replied that people would think badly when they found out that he was learning magic from him, and not his father. He doesn't need someone who doesn't think ahead. Getting angry, he told Leon Simon to get out of here immediately. Annoyed, Jamie got angry. He saw that Leon Simon was standing there and was not going to leave. He furiously yelled at Leon to get out of here immediately. Suddenly, Jamie's anger faded away. He realized that Simon was crying. Jamie was shocked. A distraught Leon Simon stood in front of Jamie Welton, tears streaming down his cheeks. Through his tears, Leon Simon explained that he didn't want Anna to beat him. He asked Jamie again to take him on as an apprentice. A surprised Jamie was dumbfounded. He asked Leon if he had booked his apprentice spot. Looking at Simon, Jamie thought that Leon was not bad for his age, and perfect for following orders. He told Leon that he would think about his request, but to do so, Leon would have to get the Count's consent. Trying to explain, Jamie replied that he was just showing respect to Leon's first teacher. Simon was overjoyed. He thanked Jamie. Left alone, Jamie thought that Simon was being cheeky. He could be kicked out for such ungrateful behavior. In Count Simon's research lab, a conversation between Leon and his father was taking place. The Count asked his son why he wanted to see him so suddenly. Leon hesitated. He didn't know how to start the conversation. Finally, he admitted that he wanted to become Jamie's apprentice. Count Simon was shocked by such a confession from his son. He looked at Leon with surprise. Confused, Leon said that he had already talked to Jamie and asked him to take him as an apprentice. Looking at the Earl's dumbfounded face, Leon wondered if that sounded too rude. Looking at his son, the Count thought that he didn't expect this brat to lower the bar for the sake of learning magic. The Count realized that Leon had grown up. The Count said he was giving his permission. But Leon must in no way dishonor Simon County. At this time, an unusual meeting was taking place in the alley of the magical world. A hooded man stood in front of the boy who had fallen to his knees in front of him. He said that the professor had high hopes for Apophis X. Silver was on his knees begging for more. At least one bottle. He begged to be given at least one bottle. His eyes were insane. The cloaked man said that then his veins would burst and his heart would fail. The cloaked man laughed evilly. He said did he really still want to drink that stuff? Silver continued to nag and stretched his hands towards the vial. With a predatory smirk, the guy said he did a pretty good job spreading it around to the students. The hooded man was about to almost hold out the vial of Apophis X into Silver's shaking hands. Forcefully squeezing and crushing the vial, the hooded man angrily said that it was now trash and useless. Evilly smirking, the guy said that no one could know that a scum like him was a teacher. Apparently, the magical world had already started to rot. At that moment, another person approached. His face was hidden by the shadow of his hood. He asked if it was really necessary to destroy him so brutally. Smirking, the guy said that he had always been aware of her methods. The guy snidely asked if he really felt sorry for him. But the hooded man interrupted her, saying enough was enough. The hooded man said goodbye, saying he was leaving. He said to call him when there was someone else to kill. He said he'd leave the cleanup to him. The hooded stranger looked at the guy leaving and thought he was an obscene bastard. Extending his hand forward, the hooded stranger released magic to remove the traces of the crime. The next day came. All the teachers were gathering for a meeting in the teacher's lounge. The door slowly opened and Jamie walked into the office and said hello. The professors turned to Jamie to see if he had seen Professor Silver by any chance. Jamie guessed that something had happened. It was explained to him that Silver wasn't at his desk and couldn't be reached. Jamie thought that didn't sound like the professor. After thinking about it, Javelin suggested that he go and look for him. He couldn't have vanished. Professor Sophia was asked to look after the Alpha class today. She agreed to do so. The girl said that she would be relieved if Silvera went looking for Javelin. Listening to the conversation, Jamie thought it wasn't that important. At that moment, Anna and Leon came running over to Jamie. Anna asked if it was true that Simon would also be his apprentice. Folding his arms across his chest, Leon said that he was allowed. Sitting at the table, Jamie said that the couple seemed to be missing something. Anna and Leon gave Jamie a friendly look. Sighing, Jamie replied that they weren't his students yet. Anna and Leon looked at Jamie questioningly, trying to figure out what that meant. He explained that he would test them, have them come to him after class. If she failed, it was over. The couple, promising to try harder, withdrew. Jamie immersed himself in studying today's lesson. At that moment, Keniak suddenly came up from behind and turned to Jamie. Jamie yelled that he had scared him. He asked why Keniak had appeared behind his back so suddenly. Keniak asked if it was true that Jamie wanted to take Anna Meyer on as an apprentice. Jamie's doubts crept in. He couldn't understand what Keniak wanted. He thought he hadn't sensed his presence at all. Jamie cautiously replied that he was thinking about it for now. The professor leaned over Jamie and menacingly told him to leave her alone. He doesn't want to see Jamie ruin such great potential. The kid didn't understand what any of this meant. As he left, Keniak told Jamie to heed his words. Sophia finished her lesson. She told the boys to go back to their rooms safely. A puzzled Anna noticed that Finn didn't look well. He replied that he was fine as long as he drank it. The girl said she'd better stop since it was the fourth bottle. Finn angrily replied that it was none of her business. Looking at Finn, Leon wondered what was wrong with him. Anna wanted to tell him, but Leon interrupted her, saying he didn't care, turned around and headed for the exit. Anna yelled for him to wait for her. She screamed for Leon to wait for her. She had said she would go with him after all. Anna didn't understand why Leon was leaving. Simon sighed heavily. He wondered what he had to wait for her for. They are rivals, after all. The guy used the flight skill to get out of here quickly. Looking at Leon flying away, Anna didn't understand why he was reacting to her like that. Full of determination, Anna said that there was no way she would lose to Leon. She used the acceleration skill to quickly catch up with Leon. At this time, Finn was still sitting there, clutching another bottle in his hands. Taking a drink, Finn thought it was very refreshing. He felt better as soon as he drank the Apophis X. He decided that now he just needed to meet Ivan. Ivan and Finn walked ahead with the two girls moving behind them. Finn said they couldn't pass up such a rare chance. Ivan told Finn that he had no idea how lucky he was. After all, he had included him in his ranks. Surprised, Finn thought that Ivan was very arrogant. Out loud, he thanked him. He thought that he would have to put up with Ivan's arrogance. After all, he would soon be able to transfer to middle school. The boy was sure that using Apophis X would help him. The whole group of them walked up to the house where they were already waiting. As they got closer, Ivan showed the guards his VIP invitation. They were allowed inside. A surprised Finn guessed that they had come to the place where Apophis X was being created. They were greeted by a man who identified himself as the manager of Trinity's research group. Looking at the children, the man introduced himself. He said his name was Ishtar. At this time, an argument was going on between Anna and Leon in Professor Jamie's house. The girl told Leon that she had asked him to wait, and he took off on his own. Leon replied that he wanted nothing to do with her because they were rivals. Suddenly, books came crashing down on Anna and Leon's heads. They were dumbfounded. While they were rubbing their bruises, Jamie said that he didn't care what kind of relationship they were in. They dare not swear right in front of the professor. Asking for attention, Jamie told Anna and Leon about the body-breathing technique. Leon said it was the first time he had heard of the technique. Jamie explained that it was a breathing technique created by the Marquis of Linmel. He explained that this technique is simple, so they should master it by the end of the day. The children were shocked. They didn't understand how they could learn the technique of a great magician in just 24 hours. Jamie grinned and said that his students should be able to do it. If they weren't sure of their abilities, let them leave. Scared, Anna shouted that she could do it. She would try hard and she would succeed. Not about to give in, Leon hesitantly said that he too would try to master until tonight. Smiling, Jamie replied that was great. He pulled out the staff and Gemnia. Using the staff and Gemnia, Jamie created a special space. Suddenly, a book flew into Anna's hands. Leon received the book on the top of his head again. Suddenly, Leon and Anna found themselves in an unfamiliar space. Jamie told them that it was a small space he had created. Time flows twice as slowly here. He told them that Grimia can take any form, and outside Avalon is responsible for space and time. He himself was surprised that he had managed to combine the two. He thought they were very useful things. Unsure of his choice, Jamie thought about his students. Leon is a guy with talent and magic, but with a lack of insight and patience. And Anna, a girl born to be a great explorer of magic, but with no talent for it. He struck a comfortable pose and said that the test was beginning. He wondered what they were capable of. At this time in Trinity's research lab, Ivan, Finn, and the two girls were following Ishtar. Not really upset, Ivan said it was a shame that Professor Silver wouldn't be able to attend. Ishtar grinned and said that in that case, Ivan would have to try to memorize everything and pass it on to Silver. A surprised Finn asked about Ivan being here often. Ivan replied that Professor Silver appreciated him very much. Suddenly, Finn felt goosebumps run through his body again. Ivan shouted at him to go faster. He told Finn to hurry. At last they would be able to rub it in the faces of the freaks who looked down on them. Ishtar grinned and said they were right. With the help of Apophis X, they could become the strongest mages ever. The whole procession came to a room whose walls were filled to the top with flasks and bottles. Smiling, Ishtar told the attendants that he would now show them a special concoction. He held up a vial and smiling said that this was Apophis X, a unique development. Ivan looked at the vial in Ishtar's hands as if mesmerized. He said it was magnificent. Grinning, Ishtar told him that this elixir had a mana absorption rate and concentration twice as fast as Apophis X. Ivan marveled at the fact that it was as much as twice as much. Smiling, Ishtar said that this elixir was still in the experimental stage due to minor side effects. Doubting, Finn asked if Apophis X happened to have any side effects. Ishtar's eyes lit up with an unkind fire. Looking directly at Finn, he asked about something that might have happened to him. The boy replied that he felt a little dizzy and weak in his body. Ishtar said it was the same thing as muscle pain. He said that when they take Apophis X, the amount of mana ingested causes their core to expand. It takes a large amount of energy to maintain the expanded core. They might feel fatigued temporarily, but it will pass once their body adapts. Finn, overjoyed, thought that Anna was worrying for nothing. Smirking, Ishtar said that since they were here, why not give them a little gift? This is Apophis XC. It's a nutritional supplement based on the drug. It will help them regain their strength. After the tour, Ivan, Finn, and the girls packed up to leave. Ishtar walked them out and said goodbye. He smoked a pipe by the door. Looking after those leaving, he thought they were fucking kids. He thought about how he couldn't believe he was bowing down to such assholes. A hooded man appeared in front of Ishtar. He told Ishtar not to dare smoke indoors. Grinning, Ishtar asked about the fact that he was being tried to provoke him. The hooded man said that he dare not complain, getting money for nothing. Looking straight into her eyes, Ishtar said that he came here for the smell of blood, not money. Turning to Mary, Ishtar said he was tired of these childish games. He said that he was really hoping that something interesting would happen soon. Mary thought he was good, but he only does what he wants to do. 8 hours later, Anna was still cramming for the assignment Jamie had given out. They had read that you have to break the mana into small particles and inhale it through your skin. Then you have to distribute the nucleus in several places on the body to increase the absorption rate. The girl thought she had it all figured out. One must break the mana into smaller particles. She could feel the mana filling her body. She understood the essence of this technique. At this time, Leon Simon was getting angry that he couldn't understand what he had to do. Grinning, Jamie brought Leon some toffees and offered to eat them. Leon thought that Jamie had described everything on purpose, in such complicated words. He sat back in his chair and thought about the fact that Anna must have figured it out by now. Worried, Leon thought about the fact that Anna was better at these things than he was. He decided that he had Simon blood in him. Inferiority and jealousy didn't matter. The boy decided that he would use all sorts of methods to become more powerful. He wanted to surpass Anna with his own strength. Watching Leon and Anna curiously, Jamie thought that he didn't know that Leon would dive headfirst into the maelstrom, so he had decided to find his own way. Watching Anna, Jamie saw that she had figured out how to use the technique. He realized that Anna was one step ahead because of her intelligence, but she wouldn't be able to withstand the pressure of absorbed mana because of her weak core. The point was to see if she could endure the pain provoked by the distribution of the core throughout her body. Leon, on the other hand, would have a hard time understanding even the concept of the breathing technique. However, by learning it, he would be able to increase his mana amount. He adjusted the method to suit each of them, but that was all he would help them with. The rest was up to them. 12 hours later, Anna felt like her heart would burst from so much mana. She didn't understand how the core could be split in such a state. The exhausted Anna wished she could give up. She wasn't sure if her body could take it. She remembered how the Meyer family was reviled. It was said that the head of the family was only a fourth-rank mage. Their family was considered insignificant. Anna knew this was the only way to restore the family's honor. Watching the test, Jamie thought that Anna looked tired. He knew that the only way to become a supreme mage was to constantly challenge his core. Leon, too, was beginning to crush mana into particles. He should have pushed himself harder. Going through the test, Anna held on with her last strength. She wasn't going to give up. It was now 21 hours and 26 minutes, and Leon was still trying to figure out the technique. When 24 hours had passed, Jamie said that time was up. Suddenly, Leon and Anna found themselves in front of Jamie. He said that 24 hours had passed. That meant that the trial had come to an end. Grinning, the guy looked carefully at Anna Meyer and Leon Simon. He told the upset kids that they both failed the entrance test. They tried to justify themselves by saying that they tried, but they didn't have enough time. Grinning, Jamie looked at them and said that increasing the time of the test wouldn't change anything. Embarrassed, Leon faltered. He wanted to find an argument to justify himself. Satisfied with himself, Jamie smiled. He thought it was time to stop teasing them. Smiling, Jamie said that actually they both passed the test. They were dumbfounded. The test was to observe them. Therefore, they could consider themselves his students. A satisfied Anna hugged Leon joyfully. She said that they had finally succeeded. An annoyed Leon told Anna to stop hugging him. The girl didn't understand why he was angry. Grinning, Jamie watched them. Let them enjoy themselves while they can, he thought. After all, they would soon know the real hell. At that time in Trinity's lab, the professor asked about the status of the Apophis X experiment. Mary told him that the students had shown serious side effects from taking Apophis X. They won't last long. They should find better experiment materials. The professor asked Mary about the possibility of eliminating the side effects. Keniak intervened and said that he and the doctor were researching that, but there was no progress as such. The professor said that a product should be arriving soon. They need to get it to the doctor. The professor said it was poisoned by them. He wished to wait for good news. An irritated Mary said that they should hurry and bring Anna. They must not waste any time. The professor replied that Anna was very attentive. Getting close to her is harder than it looks. Glancing at Keniak, Mary said that she really hoped that because of some feelings, he wasn't going to ruin their whole case. Smirking, Mary said that she had completely forgotten about the fact that it was out of Keniak's character. She was sure that Keniak wasn't wasting his time. He walked away, immersed in his own thoughts. Professor Keniak held up Anna Meyer's personnel file. He scrutinized everything written there. At the same time, Anna woke up and couldn't orient herself where she was. Sitting up on the bed, Anna began to reminisce about how yesterday ended. She remembered that Jamie had said it was very late. He had offered to spend the night at his house and then move out for school in the morning. Finally waking up, Anna finally realized that she was in Professor Jamie's room. The girl looked fearfully at her watch. She realized to her horror that she was categorically late for class. When Anna came out of the room, she saw Leon. He grinned and said that she was finally up. He told Anna that she snored like an old broad. Anna looked at the guy stunned. Satisfied with himself, Leon continued to laugh at Anna, but suddenly got a slap on the wrist. Jamie told Leon to stop making things up. Anna realized that Leon was lying. Tired of hearing all this, Jamie told them to stop fighting and take this. The pendants appeared in Anna and Leon's hands. They asked what they were. Looking at them, Jamie explained that this pendant meant that they had become his students. With a wink, Jamie told them not to lose the pendant. The boys thanked him. Grinning, Jamie said, since the pendants have an identical design, they could say it was a couple's item. A disgruntled Leon indignantly shouted that no one would date a babe like that. Anna was outraged that he called her that. The guy said he was leaving. Anna shouted after him that she hated him too. The girl indignantly asked Leon why he was leaving alone again. Jamie laughed and thought they looked like they were having fun. Running over, Anna collapsed onto her desk and exhaled, saying she had made it. Finn said she was a little late today. She wanted to explain. But she was interrupted by a girl who was attracted to Anna's pendant. The girl said the pendant was very beautiful. She asked about where she got it from. Smiling broadly, Anna said that it was a gift from Professor Jamie. It was a sign that she was his student. The other students perked up at the news that Anna was Jamie's student. They were dumbfounded. A girl pulled Anna by the pendant, asking to be shown closer. Anna didn't expect such a reaction. From all sides, students were asking to see the pendant. Anna asked to be careful not to hurt her neck. Looking at this madness, Leon thought it was not a good idea to show his. Finn thought it was no surprise that Anna was a student of the professor himself. She's incredibly smart, after all. The teacher looked into the classroom and asked the boys not to make too much noise. The teacher said that Professor Silver wouldn't be in today, so let them study on their own. Anna thought that Silver was sick. She asked Finn if he was feeling better. Finn replied that he had been told that it was normal as Apophis X was expanding the core. The girl was dumbfounded. She said that there was no drug that could do that. She said he'd better stop drinking it. It might not be safe. A disgruntled Finn became furious and yelled at Anna to shut up immediately. He angrily yelled that he had been on the bottom for 6 whole years. Why was she trying to stop him when there was finally some improvement? Not expecting such a reaction, Anna tried to calm him down by saying that she didn't mean it. But Finn pulled away, saying he didn't want to hear from her. The girl stared after Finn in bewilderment. She didn't understand what was wrong with him or what was going on. An angry Finn stood at the window, staring out at the street. He was still reeling from his fight with Anna. Finn thought about how that damn Anna was simply jealous that he had improvements. And it didn't matter that she'd become Professor Jamie's student. Standing at the window, Finn felt himself getting sick again. Professor Sophia approached Finn and asked if he was okay. Looking at Finn's face, Professor Sophia said that he looked very pale. Pensive, Sophia was puzzled that the effects of Apophis X had begun to wear off so quickly. Finn revealed that he'd gotten into an argument with a friend over a drink that she thought was suspicious. She interjected about who his friend was. Finn said her name was Anna Meyer. Pretending to be Sophia asked about the drink he was referring to. She asked about Apophis X. Finn asked in surprise if she had heard of it. Professor Sophia replied that she knew a lot about the drink. She revealed that she would be giving a lecture on its capabilities at Trinity Labs. She suggested that Finn, along with Anna, join them. Professor Sophia said she would be waiting. She handed Finn a flask with a drink in it. She told him to drink it and study hard. Sophia thought these test subjects won't last long. If students kept dying, the principal would investigate. She left. Finn, saying they would see each other tomorrow, hurried back to the classroom. Thinking about it, Sophia decided that she should successfully complete the experiment before it happened. For the sake of a world where people without magical abilities would not be looked upon as trash. The doctor conducting the experiment on the rats said that this drug would soon be completed. The doctor was sure that this drug would turn the world upside down. The next day at the Phoenix Academy, classes continued for the students. A frustrated Anna was worried that she never got to talk to Finn. She wondered how she could reconcile with him. Unexpectedly, Finn approached Anna on his own. He apologized for yelling at her yesterday. She was very relieved that Finn was no longer angry with her. She told him not to worry. Smiling, Finn told Anna that Professor Sophia had invited him to a special lecture today. He offered the girls to keep him company. Anna was confused since she had a class with Professor Jamie today. The girl thought Finn would be very upset if she declined. She promised him she would go. Anna thought it wouldn't be a big deal if they went for a while. The girl decided that she would listen for a bit and then leave. A satisfied Finn said thank you. He said he was sure Anna would like her too. At that time, Professor Sophia came into Trinity's lab. She met with Mary. Mary inquired if it was true that Sophia had invited Anna today. Smiling, Sophia replied that it was true. Anna should come here today. An annoyed Mary told Keniak that he was the one who should have brought the girl here a long time ago, because she was the material for experiments. Keniak tried to say that the side effects were still there. She replied that the current Apophis was closest to perfect. This time they sent them high-quality wards. Thanks to this, the doctor was able to compensate for the shortcomings. The girl tried to convince Keniak that now they would be able to show their success to the whole world, and it was an honor for them. At that moment, Anna and Finn were approaching the lab. Keniak told Mary that Anna had become Professor Jamie's student. He suspected that fact would bring them additional risks. They would have to be more careful. Doubtingly, Keniak would suggest that Mary leave Anna out of it so as not to take any risks. He offered to report the matter to the doctor. Glaring furiously at Keniak, Mary replied that she was against it. It was too late to stop. A disgruntled Mary said that the side effects would show up a week after taking the drug. There won't be a problem if they find a solution before then. Looking at Mary, Keniak thought she was crazy. The risks were too great. He figured that greedy people who try to achieve incredible results with drugs would eventually become addicted to them and die off. However, Anna Mai was reaching for knowledge and would always ask again if she didn't understand something in today's lesson. She always asked for additional explanations and sincerely thanked for the help. Returning late at night, Keniak saw that someone was still studying on the playground. It was Anna Meyer, who did not want to give up and practiced until she was exhausted. Keniak was annoyed by these thoughts. He couldn't help but think about Anna. He felt sorry for the girl. Thinking about it, Mary thought that Keniak seemed suspicious. There was no need to trust him. She said Ishtar needed to be on his guard. He would probably have to come out of the shadows. Ishtar was glad. He said that he knew he would definitely come in handy too. At the same time, Jamie came to the principal's office and knocked on the door. He wanted to know the reason for the summons. He asked for permission to enter. Siegfried said he was glad Jamie had come. The boy asked directly about the reason for the call. Siegfried started from afar, but Jamie interrupted him, saying that he had a lesson to teach his charges, so he had no time for idle talk. Folding his arms on his chest, Siegfried asked Jamie in surprise about the accepted students. The boy replied that it was Anna and Leon. Puzzled, Siegfried said that he himself had guided him to this path. But he couldn't believe that Jamie had actually done it. He called the guy cocky, arrogant, and also a terrible cheapskate. Jamie wondered if that was all Siegfried had to say. Siegfried revealed that there was actually something he wanted to ask the guy. He put Javelin and Ivan's personal files on the table. Siegfried revealed that the truth is that Javelin is in charge of the school, and he's not privy to everything that's going on. But this time, he can't help but intervene personally. The principal said that before Professor Silver went missing, he often met with the underperforming students in the beta class. He showed Jamie the vial. and said that the students who were on the verge of expulsion began to perform well after drinking this. Also, these students were absent from class today. Jamie was shocked that Anna's friend was taking it. The principal said that his intervention would be too conspicuous, so he wanted to ask Jamie about it. Welton had a bad feeling about it. Suddenly, Jamie noticed that his brooch signaled. It was connected to Anna and Leon's pendants. Without listening to Siegfried to the end, he shouted that he had to go right away. The guy hurried away. He gave those pendants to Anna and Leon to notify him when they got into trouble. He used teleporting to get there faster. Jamie really hoped it wasn't anything serious in there. Moments before, in Trinity's small lab, Sophia had been giving a lecture to Finn and Anna. She was telling them that they had been working hard for 3 years to change magical society. Sophia told them that they were working to give those born without talent and hope to the alienated a chance. Listening to Sophia, Anna thought she was extraordinary. At this time, Finn began to feel unwell. Poor Finn was getting worse. He was shaking and large drops of sweat were dripping down his face. Despite this, Sophia continued her lecture. She talked about how a mage's limit was set at birth. She was already shouting about how those born talented achieve the greatest success. But those who don't have it aren't given a chance. In bewilderment, Anna listened to the fact that all her life such people are looked down upon because of their lack of ability to magic. Such is the harsh reality. Suddenly, Anna noticed that Finn was feeling quite ill. He could barely hold himself up. A frightened Anna shouted to Sophia, interrupting her lecture, that something was wrong with Finn. He fell to the floor, unable to even sit up. But Sophia paid no attention to them. She persisted with her lecture. The moment Sophia started talking about the drug she had produced, Anna ran up to Finn, trying to help. Looking directly at Anna with an unkind look, Sophia said that this extraordinary drug was called Apophis. Not realizing what was happening, Anna was shocked. She tried to get Professor Sophia's attention. Not paying attention to anything, Sophia continued to tell about the drug. She promised that thanks to it, a person was able to become a supreme magician by expanding his core, even if he wasn't born with magical abilities. The girl tried to say it was crazy. It's incredibly dangerous. Brother Finn is in a very bad way. Interrupting her, Sophia asked what she thought if they could avoid such an outcome. She thought it was impossible. If you got something, you have to pay. A frustrated Anna was taken aback. She realized this was crossing the line, but she didn't know what she should do. Finn was already unconscious. Anna wondered what would happen if someone else could pay the price. If another non-human being could survive in such dangerous conditions. A hunch struck her. She wondered if it had anything to do with the gods. No church would dare to do that. But Sophia shut her mouth. She replied that Anna was wrong. It's amazing that she could think of such a thing. Anna is right and smart. Looking directly into Anna's eyes, Sophia continued to hold her and shut her mouth. She said that others clearly underestimate her because of her lack of talent. It makes her as a professor very sad. She said she doesn't need to live her life that way now. All she needs to do is take the drug. Increasingly pressured, Sophia tried to convince Anna that only Apophis could save her. Suddenly, someone yelled for Sophia to stop. She distracted herself and looked in the direction of the person who had interrupted her. It was Professor Keniak. He told Mary to let her go immediately. She shouted that Keniak had become an obstacle in her way after all. Mary, using the reverse skill, struck at Professor Keniak. He managed to fend off Mary's attack. He stopped the deadly blow. He told Mary that she wouldn't be able to defeat him, so she better stop. At that moment, Anna shouted loudly to warn Professor Keniak of the danger from behind. Another man crept up and attacked the professor from behind. Not expecting a trick, Keniak received a deadly stab in the back. The sneaking man said contentedly that he had finally waited. Terrified at what she saw, Anna screamed, but Mary did not hold her tightly, preventing her from freeing herself. The stricken professor groaned in pain. He hadn't expected to be attacked from behind. Smirking, Ishtar told him that he had waited a very long time for this, and now the professor just had to entertain him. A completely exhausted Finn was still lying on the floor, unable to even get up. When he got up, he saw that the manager was standing with a sword in his hands. Grinning, Ishtar called Finn defective, and it was perfect that he would soon be gone. Heading towards the boy, Ishtar thought about getting rid of the boy too. Surprised, Ishtar noticed that the boy had gathered the last of his strength and was able to get up from the floor. Trying to protect his student, Keniak shouted to Ishtar that he was his opponent. No need to touch the child. Lamenting his recklessness, the professor said not to turn his back. Grinning at the exhausted Keniak, Ishtar delivered another blow to his face. Reveling in her power, Ishtar walked up to the professor and kicked him hard, sending him to the far corner. Smirking, Ishtar promised to fulfill Keniak's wish and send him to the other world first. Tears filled Anna's eyes as she watched the professor being bullied. But there was nothing she could do. Mary held her tightly. Finally getting angry, Mary slammed Anna's face against the table. She was furious at not being allowed to finish her sentence. Mary decided to finish what she had started and asked Anna to be a good girl and to drink a drug that would give her new abilities. Angry Mary tried to convince the girl that by taking the drug she would be happy. No one would look down on her anymore. Suddenly Jamie appeared, who was very angry that someone dared to touch his student. Looking down at Mary, he warned her to be ready for any consequences. Dumbfounded Mary did not understand how Jamie Welton could be here. A furious Jamie yelled that it was none of her business, so she should shut up. A furious Jamie threw a punch at Mary that sent her flying to the other side of the room. Walking over to a frightened Anna, Jamie wanted to send her to Gremnia so she could rest there. Finn tried to stop him. Looking at the barely alive boy, Jamie decided that he could use a rest too. Pleased with himself, Ishtar laughed at Mary. He didn't understand how she could have been beaten up by some boy. Angry Jamie looked on and thought that he couldn't just let it go. Ishtar's attack had been intended to be a deadly blow that would knock Jamie out in a heartbeat. The grinning Ishtar came closer and closer to the boy as he attacked. Jamie's magical defenses in front of him fended off Ishtar's attacks. The delighted Ishtar showed his tongue, certain that the boy was frightened and running away. Annoyed by this insolence, Jamie told Ishtar that he was calling him a boy in vain. Smiling and using his staff beyond Avalon, Jamie summoned Risa. A voice came out asking why the Lord had summoned him. Smirking, the boy asked him to deal with the brat. Following the order, Risa rushed to attack the stunned Ishtar. Smirking Ishtar couldn't understand why Risa would obey this boy. It was unclear what his level was then. Infuriated, Risa shouted that no one dared to insult his master without consequences. Ishtar shrieked as he received a powerful crushing blow and flew off in the opposite direction. Looking at the crumpled Ishtar, Risa recognized those red eyes. It was a feature of the bloodthirsty barbarians of the race on the western continent of Prishi. Smirking, Risa asked if he would also be bloodthirsty when he became undead. Ishtar was shocked by his words. Not wanting to give up, he prepared to attack and tried to deliver a crushing blow. At this time, coughing and grunting, Mary tried to pull herself together. The angry girl prepared to attack Jamie, calling him a filthy cub. Promising to send the boy to the other side of the world, Mary prepared to deliver a stabbing blow. Jamie smirked, noting that with her pathetic powers she couldn't destroy him. Mary became even more furious, out of control with anger. Suddenly she felt that she couldn't move at all. She couldn't understand what was happening. Smirking, Jamie told her to be a good girl and not to move. Touching Mary's head, Jamie promised her that when she woke up, she would be his six. Turning his attention back to the fight, Jamie ordered Risa not to take Ishtar's head. A surprised Risa guessed that Jamie planned to keep Ishtar alive. He wondered if it was because he would still have a use for him. Ishtar was shocked when he heard that. Grinning, Jamie asked that Risa raise him as best he could. Accepting the order, Risa obeyed Jamie. He would do whatever was required of him. Trying to resist, Ishtar yelled for Risa not to dare touch him. Feeling himself being pulled in, Ishtar begged Jamie to let him go. Not looking at Mary sitting on the floor, Jamie turned back to the door. He said it looked like he had a new slave. Thinking about it, Jamie decided it was time to deal with the girl on the floor. Keniak interrupted him with a question about what the door was. Jamie was annoyed that he had forgotten all about the professor. After thinking about it, Jamie decided it would be better to erase the professor's memory and send him to Gremnia to rest. Keniak tried to stop him. Looking at Mary, the boy called her a servant and demanded that she listen to him carefully. Uncomplainingly complying with the order, Mary inquired why the Lord had summoned her. Jamie demanded her to reveal her identity. The girl told him that her name was Mary Valentine, and she was the manager of Trinity Labs. Jamie thought that's what he knew about Sophia being an assumed name. She said they were pushing to make magic available to everyone. Ordered to infiltrate the academy and with Apophis to bridge the magical gap between humans. Surprised, Jamie realized there was a high-ranking mage involved, but they hadn't solved the problem of side effects. That must be their main goal. The girl tried to tell what she knew, but something kept her from speaking. Screaming, Mary couldn't say another word. The boy guessed it was a limitation. Using the perfect shell, Jamie thought they had the wrong guy. The perfect shell is one of the 3 divine items that can neutralize all painful conditions and curses, erasing all limitations. Looking at the girl, Jamie was annoyed that he had wasted a lot of mana on this. As he continued his questioning, he demanded an answer as to how to get rid of the side effects. Mary told him that they had teamed up with demons. Thinking about it, Jamie decided that a higher-class demon might be involved. He tried to find out the demon's name. Mary told him it was the demon King of Greed. A dumbfounded Jamie realized that he had never heard of such a thing. It had been a long time, and he might be a fake demonic king. Assuming the intervention of the Church of Genus, he demanded all the participants. She said Ishtar got rid of all the performers and Keniak the researcher. Jamie demanded to know who was in charge. Mary told him that it was the doctor who was fully dedicated to the development of Apophis, and that the professor gave the orders. The girl said that they were only allowed to contact them through the sphere, so she didn't know their real identities. Realizing that the orb was an artifact that could be used to avoid surveillance, Jamie guessed that someone from high society was involved. Releasing Mary, he ordered her to behave as usual and to notify him when she was contacted. He guessed that the rest would have to come from someone else. At this time, Anna, Finn, and Keniak were in Gremia. Once free from Gremia, Anna ran up to Jamie and asked if he was okay. Looking at Finn, who was barely alive, Jamie realized he needed help anyway. Healing Fionn. Jamie knew that this guy would never be a mage again because his core was destroyed. Looking at Keniak, he decided that he needed to talk to him first, and Anna and her friend could rest in the room. Without resisting, Anna and Finn left to get out of Jamie's way. Keniak looked at Jamie and said that he was surprised at the truly magnificent artifacts he possessed. Interrupting him, the boy said he didn't have time to brag about them. Looking at Keniak, Jamie was going to interrogate him and find out the truth. He told him that he knew from Mary about his help in researching Apophis, but he was interested in the controllers. Keniak said he knew nothing about the professor, but that he and the doctor had been doing research together. The professor didn't give out any information. Jamie didn't understand why, since he wasn't wearing a restraint. When he touched the professor's head, Jamie promised to get the information from his memory himself. But Keniak said he couldn't do it. Jamie tried to get all the information out of the professor's memory. Despite his efforts, he couldn't do it, so he pushed harder. When he pulled the skin off the professor's head, a dazed Jamie realized that Keniak was a homunculus. Jamie thought about the third elder being in charge of the project and the lousy chip he'd put in his mind. Jamie guessed that Serpent Gerald, an idiot with an inferiority complex and a grudge against people with talent, might well be behind it. A dumbfounded Keniak couldn't understand how Jamie had managed to look into his memories. Trying to explain that it was obvious, Jamie was silent about using dark magic to extinguish those memories. Looking at him, Jamie explained that he was a homunculus, and the personalities of those like him always resembled their creators, so it wasn't hard to guess. The unfortunate Keniak begged to be destroyed because even though he wasn't human, there was no excuse for the atrocities he'd committed. Releasing him, Jamie said that there was no point in killing him now that he didn't have to obey the third elder. Smiling, the boy explained that it was payment for saving his student. He would decide on his punishment after he had dealt with the third elder. Dazed Keniak shouted that Jamie couldn't do it alone because he had someone else. Meanwhile, the third elder continued to research the drug. He was getting annoyed because he couldn't get the results he wanted. The third elder was angry that there was no news from Ishtar or Mary. Plus, someone had destroyed the chip he'd put in Keniak. It pissed him off that the magical society was practically under his feet, but some asshole had gotten in the way. Looking at the drug, he decided it was too early to give up. He decided that as long as everything was under control, there was nothing to worry about. As long as he had Apophis, dealing with some little guy wouldn't be a problem. He grinned, thinking that he could finally control the whole magical world. After all that had happened, Jamie went to the headmaster's office to tell him everything. He told Siegfried and asked for his help and maybe someone else to join him. After thinking about it, Siegfried replied that since the professor's identity was not known for sure, he couldn't trust anyone. The third elder might not be the end of the matter. After thinking about it, Jamie decided that Siegfried could be trusted, because he was always with him away from the magical world. He realized that he couldn't trust anyone in the royal faction that had a third elder. Also, the peers also had a motive, and their goals were similar. After thinking about it, he decided that Linmil could be trusted, but demons were good at pretending, and he couldn't relax, so they'd have to handle it on their own. After he had sent Jamie to rest, Siegfried promised to find a way to deal with the third elder himself. Jamie was walking down the hallway to his home when he was suddenly called out. Javelin wondered why he was still here. Jamie explained that there was something he needed to discuss with the headmaster. Javelin smiled and explained that if it was about the lectures, he could talk to him. The professor asked if Jamie had seen Professor Sophia. He shook his head and answered that he didn't know anything, because she had left earlier. Jamie noticed that Javelin was always on good terms with his teachers, and his position as vice principal allowed him to interfere in the academy's affairs. He wouldn't arouse suspicion even if he saw the third elder, the head of the education department. Deciding what to check, Jamie stopped him and asked him a question. He wondered if Professor Silver had contacted him. Javelin smiled and told him that he had talked to Silver today. He was going to quit because of his health problems. Jamie grinned and said he hadn't expected him to be so close. A surprised Javelin didn't understand the question. Jamie said that Sophia was in her room, or should he call her Mary? Looking straight into his eyes, Jamie said no more pretending. He knows who the professor is. The angry Javelin was dumbfounded, not expecting some boy to not be easily fooled. Taking his true form, Javelin told Jamie that he had cracked him up. With a smirk, Javelin used space-isolating magic. His eyes blazed with red flames. Javelin was interested in Jamie's reaction to his magic. Looking into the professor's burning eyes, he guessed that he had made a pact with a demon. Javelin said he was careful and didn't expect to get caught. The surprised professor noticed that despite his doubts, Jamie was very perceptive. He saw the ring on Javelin's finger. Suddenly there was a voice rebuking Javelin for not being able to do anything normally. In the next moment, there was a powerful and destructive explosion. Surprised, Jamie didn't expect the third elder to show up quickly. The infuriated elder angrily promised to teach the boy obedience. Using the White Ocean skill, Jamie shouted to try it if he could. Using the Welton's technique, he decided to deal with Javelin first. Suddenly, Jamie felt like he had no control over his body and couldn't use mana. His legs and arms were bound with magical ropes. Satisfied with himself, the third elder shouted to the boy that he was caught. He was telling Jamie that he was now out of control of his mana. They had prepared for this outcome. Grinning, the third elder promised the boy that this was his end. Geniuses like him always act recklessly. The next moment, a deafening explosion rang out, demolishing everything in its path. Siegfried suddenly appeared and shouted threateningly that they dare not do such a thing under his nose. Preparing to strike, he stood there directing his energy at Javelin and the third elder. The third elder and Javelin crossed their fingers and snidely remarked that they had been waiting for him to appear since he did not change. A dazed Siegfried found himself surrounded by magic directed at him from two directions. A shocked Jamie saw the magical ropes holding him down and couldn't understand what it was. Keniak realized that what was happening now had been planned by the demons from the beginning, and he was too late to realize it. Without looking at Anna, he apologized for the terrible mistake he had made. Calming him, Anna said that he had saved them when he found out. She was sure he would be able to redeem himself and move on with his life. Keniak grinned wryly, hoping it wasn't too late to make things right. He went to Jamie's aid, promising to do his best. Keniak told Anna that she was incredibly smart, and it was a shame she had been born with so little mana. All this time he was worried about what would happen to her if she gave up. He really wanted to be a good teacher and impart knowledge to his students. But because of his creator's influence, he was always irritable. Because he was a serpent homunculus, he couldn't be kinder or more patient. But that was an empty excuse, because he had the opportunity to change. Thanking Anna for not giving up, Keniak said Jamie was an incredible mage. Only fools would not realize that he would be at the top of the magical world. She was extremely lucky to be apprenticed to such a great man. Only with Jamie will she be able to reach her full potential, so she should listen to him and follow her dreams to the end. Barely holding back her tears, Anna promised the professor that she would never give up. Keniak hoped that her upcoming journey would be full of glory. He would love to see her become a great sorceress. Meanwhile, Siegfried stood surrounded by magic spells preventing him from using mana and didn't understand what those bastards were up to. A smirking serpent was telling the headmaster that it was useless for him to resist. Realizing that all attempts were futile, Siegfried tried to determine what it was. To the stunned headmaster, Javelin told him that it was a sealing spell that they had struggled to find in a mystical land in the Far East. Even the first and second elders would not be able to break it easily. The headmaster promised retribution for their misdeeds, but the third elder only laughed. Siegfried asked Jamie what was wrong with him. The boy said that the white pearl was dissipating his mana, and he wasn't sure he could do it quickly. Interrupting, the serpent told Siegfried it was time to rest. Glaring furiously at his enemies, the headmaster swore on his soul that he would finish them off when he got out. Javelin decided he could relax now that the worst was over. Jamie asked what he would do when the seventh elder was free. A furious Javelin reminded him that he was in the wrong position. Smiling, the guy guessed that he wanted to reach the 7th rank with the help of Apophis. Glaring furiously, Serpent promised to strip Jamie of his tongue. The third elder and Javelin were deciding what to do next. They would save the remaining sealing spells for the other elders if they interfered. They didn't know what to do with Jamie. Keeping or destroying him was too dangerous. If the Welton and Bell families interfere, their plans could be ruined. It was probably best to erase his memories, so he wouldn't have to face his powerful family. Looking at Javelin, Jamie assumed that the third elder's goal was to push him over his limit. Those who messed with the demon didn't care about equality. The demon they contracted with only wants quality victims. The cores will expand, and these people with magical abilities will become them. Suddenly, Jamie was pierced by a hunch that they wanted to revive the Demon King. A surprised Javelin noticed that the guy is very smart. He is constantly watching him. The Church of Genus made his task even easier to accomplish. He put his hand on Jamie's head and promised that he would soon fall asleep. Suddenly, the boy's eyes flashed and he said that they had failed to isolate his magic. Dumbfounded Javelin couldn't figure out what kind of power the guy had. Smirking, the guy used the Leviathan. In the same second, the huge monster swallowed the professor. Shaking it off, Jamie said he shouldn't have gotten so close. The shocked third elder guessed that the guy had been a dark mage all along. Satisfied, Jamie promised to finish him off as soon as he told him everything. Laughing, Serpent said that now he knew what it was. He'd decided that Jamie wasn't a genius, but a boy who'd sold his soul to the devil for magical powers. And he wasn't capable of much more than that. Serpent grinned, thinking that perhaps Siegfried was also a dark mage who had sold his soul to the devil. Jamie was annoyed by his chatter. With a wave of his staff, he used a spell called Dead Man's Soul. It was a dark magic that destroyed the soul and paralyzed the body. Jamie grinned and offered to show the third elder what the magic sword could do. The enraged Serpent promised to wipe him out. Grinning, the boy offered to try to touch it. He was already beginning to doubt that Serpent was a 6th-rank mage. The stunned third elder looked at Jamie in horror and couldn't understand how he did it. The enraged third elder promised to send Jamie to the other world. Serpent used radiation particle magic, attenuation, scattering fusion. Grinning, the guy said he can't see the difference between dust and this little thing. Using oxidation light magic, the third elder shouted angrily at Jamie. To defend himself, the guy used the white ocean skill and put up an energy shield. Jamie grinned and said that the elder wouldn't be able to finish him off with that. He used the 8th movement of the Welton family's swordsmanship art. The angry third elder continued to threaten Jamie with violence. Jamie grinned and was surprised that Serpent didn't know what this technique was. Using the Dead Soul shockwave skill, Jamie delivered a powerful, crushing blow. The guy used the dark magic Leviathan to absorb the professor. The third elder shouted that he couldn't let it end like this. Smirking, Jamie promised to completely swallow his rotting body. The dumbfounded boy saw that suddenly the third elder's body was transformed. He injected Apophis directly into his neck, increasing his power as much as possible. Dazed, Jamie realized that Serpent had become stronger by taking Apophis. He said that the unfinished drug was perfect for a weakling like him. He realized that the elder had not reached the 7th rank, but he had clearly passed the 6th. Clenching his huge fists, Serpent promised to destroy Jamie. Grinning, the boy promised to do the same to him. There would be no mercy. Using black magic, Jamie summoned his loyal soldiers to his aid. A few moments before, there was an encounter in the hallway of the Phoenix Academy. A professor was walking down the corridor of the academy intending to go home. Suddenly, something incredible began to happen near him. From a hole in the wall, half a body appeared. The professor looked at the strange creature in horror and could not understand what it was. Suddenly, the creature threw itself at the professor and attacked him with fury. Digging into his body with its huge tentacles, it begged for Professor Hivan's forgiveness. The creature was Professor Javelin's body. He didn't think Jamie Welton was a dark magician. He'd make an excellent test subject. Thinking it was worth going, and surprising the guy, Javelin felt himself being attacked from behind. Kiniak crept up and guessed who was the counterpart supplying the demon blood all along. He felt the demonic energy. An enraged Javelin promised to send them all to the other world. As Kiniak prepared to attack, he promised that Javelin would be the first of the two of them to go. At the same time, Jamie's soldiers appeared. They took the positions he had indicated. The armed undead army obeyed the commands and prepared for battle. An army of skeletons appeared in front of the shocked Serpent, ready to attack him. Serpent shouted that these skeletons were worthless and began to deliver crushing blows. Skulls flew in all directions, blown off by the third elder's blows. Grinning Serpent shouted for the bone bastards to attack and see his new power. He promised to wipe them all out. Giving out commands to take up positions, the skeleton army was led by Azath. Jamie was surprised that he had managed to train them so well. Bending his knee, Azat asked why the Lord had called him. Surprised, Jamie asked what he was doing. Azat told him that Nebro had shown him how to run an army. Jamie was shocked because he was sure that this lich had no intelligence. Dumbfounded, Jamie thought that it shouldn't be like that. He had definitely robbed him of his intelligence. Could he have awakened somehow or something? Jamie decided he should go there more often. In the meantime, Serpent was destroying an army of skeletons by using magic that shattered objects into particles. Jamie decided that this was not a good opponent for his undead. At this rate, his entire army would fall. He shouted to Azath to go back with the soldiers. Grinning, Serpent asked if they didn't like his greeting. The third elder looked at Jamie with burning eyes and laughed. He was sure the boy had used up all his mana and was worthless. Irritated, Jamie noticed that he was really annoyed by his idiotic magic. He promised to show him the true magic of decay and used a darkness spell. The pissed-off Serpent promised he wouldn't let the little bugger live. The scud spell Jamie used split the space with huge lightning bolts. Attacking the boy used the 7th movement of the Welton family, lightning discharge. The enraged Jamie struck a devastating blow using the darkness. A furious Serpent shouted to the boy that it wouldn't work a second time. Using the light of destruction, the third elder promised Jamie that he was about to be finished. At this time, in Professor Jamie's house, Leon Simon was waiting for class to start. He couldn't understand why class hadn't started. Anna was nowhere to be seen. Suddenly, Leon noticed that the pendant the master had given him was glowing. With an ominous feeling, he guessed that Jamie was in trouble. Realizing that the professor was in danger, Simon rushed to his aid. The fierce battle between Serpent and Jamie continued. They used their black magic to try to overpower each other. Suddenly, the dazed boy realized that it was sapping even life energy. He fought back the third elder's deadly attacks. Jamie wasn't going to give up. The guy told Serpent not to be deceived. He was capable of fending off even the most desperate attacks. Suddenly, Jamie realized that Leviathan had upgraded the tip of his battle sword. He ordered it to engulf and completely destroy the victim and pointed the sword at the elder. But Sickles was sure that all the boy's attempts were futile. The third elder promised to destroy Jamie and then sell his soul to the Demon King and thus save himself. A huge destructive wave headed towards the boy, destroying everything in its path. To resist Serpent, Jamie used his second power of release and darkness. Suddenly, there were heavy footsteps of huge feet. Someone was coming toward them. A huge one-eyed demon stood in front of Jamie. He couldn't understand why everything seemed so familiar. Perhaps it was an illusion. Dazed, Jamie saw that he was holding a god-killer and couldn't understand what was happening. He shouted that they dare not call themselves gods, cornering the humans. Jamie realized that this was his past. The boy screamed that for the sake of destroying those who disobey them, they create these disgusting creatures. He promised he would never forgive them. Jamie guessed it was a memory he had forgotten. Jamie remembered his dark power to destroy all things, but that's not all. The gravitational force that attracts everything around it is the Leviathan's power. He remembered screaming to be remembered and feared for his darkness. Defending himself, Jamie used the second power, releasing pitch darkness. The third elder was furious. He didn't understand why his magic was being held back by Jamie's sword. Jamie grinned and said that he wouldn't be able to understand. He used the sword of fusion convergence. Looking at his enemy, Jamie said that he was able to increase his rank with it. Waving the magic sword, he wished Serpent to perish forever. The third elder cried out in terror. He realized that he was coming to an end. Suddenly a voice came out and said that while the third elder was busy with Apophis, Jamie had created a space to become stronger. In front of him stood Javelin with black eyes and a horn sticking out of his head. He said it was so human. A little earlier, Javelin was surprised that Keniak was a homunculus. He said that he had become so strong that he could equal the knights of the demonic realm. In this state, a 5-ranked mage would not be a hindrance to him. Looking at Keniak, Javelin suggested that he simply surrender without a fight. The wounded Keniak cried out from the blow he received. He realized that the forces were unequal, and he would not be able to defeat him on his own. Suddenly, Keniak heard a voice calling him and saying it was time to patch him up. The professor didn't understand why it was coming from Javelin's shadow. He figured it was some kind of spell. Someone who knows him perfectly well is there. Thinking about it, Keniak assumed it was most likely Siegfried. Pounding the floor with his fist, Keniak said he hoped for his help. Magic circles formed around the professor sitting on the floor. A dazed Javelin shouted at him that he was a fool and unleashed his tentacles at him. Fighting back, Keniak replied that he was only a puppet created by Serpent. But despite his origins, there was much to learn from those around him. The professor spoke of growth and freedom as he recalled his students. His eyes lit up with a fierce fire. Keniak said he would never trust him with the fate of his children. A deadly blow whizzed past. A voice rang out, shouting what he had done. Smiling, the wounded Keniak said he had no intention of dodging the blow. A powerful spell of Cube Explosion Cube Destroyer was used. This was followed by a massive explosion destroying everything around him. A distraught Siegfried said that Professor Keniak had done a good job and could now rest in peace. Looking at Javelin, Siegfried reminded him that he owed him a debt. Javelin realized to his horror that this was the very guise of a battle mage slayer of enemies. Siegfried reminded him that he had promised to kill him when he got out. Terrified, Javelin realized he had no chance of winning. He had to get out of here. Siegfried looked threateningly at Javelin and told him not to even think about running away. He swung a powerful crushing blow, knocking Javelin to the ground. Javelin was glad that the distance had finally increased. He needed to open the portal to the demon realm as soon as possible. Gathering his last strength, Javelin folded his arms and tried to open the portal as quickly as possible. A moment later, before he could finish, a powerful crushing wave crashed down on him. Javelin sprawled on the floor as Siegfried struck him. Looking at the barely alive Javelin sitting among the rubble, Siegfried promised that he would not be able to see a peaceful death. Closing him in the magical cage, the director promised that now he would die slowly and painfully. Siegfried looked at his enemy with rage and promised Javelin that this was only the beginning. With all his might, the headmaster threw the cage at Javelin. Blood splattered in all directions. Looking at the sword, Jamie realized that he now had the ability to absorb his opponent's power with the sword and use it as his own. He realized that this was his new magic, a true magic sword. After Jamie increased his rank, his senses began to sense everything with an unknown power. He realized that it looked like that bastard Javelin had survived. He couldn't believe it was all a lie. Jamie had promised him to thrash around in terrible agony. Suddenly, the boy felt someone else's presence. It was someone he knew. Suddenly, Jamie saw Count Simon. He was extremely surprised when he found out that the Count was looking for him. He wanted to know how the Count had gotten here. But Simon interrupted him, surprised to see that Jamie had reached the 7th rank. Puzzled, Jamie said it had only happened today. Simon asked if Leon was here. Looking at the Earl, Jamie said there was no time to talk now. The demons had shown up. The Count was dumbfounded by the news. Suddenly, Jamie and Count Simon felt the presence of an ominous energy. They heard Siegfried cursing angrily. He was still continuing his fight with Javelin. Javelin's appearance already bore little resemblance to a human. Siegfried guessed that he was taking his final form. Jamie ran up and asked if this was Javelin's true identity. Siegfried said he wanted to shrink it, but it had only grown bigger. Count Simon asked what the 7th Elder meant. Siegfried turned around and realized that the 8th Elder was also here. Looking at the students below, Jamie said that it was dangerous to continue the battle here. The children might get hurt. They decided to use the moves, taking Javelin with them. Using magic, the three of them traveled to another place with the demon. The Count was surprised to see that Jamie was using 7th rank magic without any effort. Siegfried also found it hard to believe. Shouting that this was not the time to discuss his abilities, Jamie lit a fire on his finger. He used the palm of an Ifrit's hand. This is high-ranking flame spiritualist magic. Igniting a huge, powerful flame, Jamie unleashed it on the demon. Count Simon continued to be more and more amazed at the guy's abilities. However, he was the one who specialized in fire magic. Flame Emperor is the ancient, powerful magic of the Simon family. This power allows one to control fire. That's how he got the nickname Red Lotus. Surprised, Jamie realized that the Count had picked up the flames he had created. Jamie realized that this was the 8th Elder's magic. Releasing the flame, Count Simon directed it at the huge demon to burn it. The demon's entire body was engulfed in a fierce, all-burning red lotus. The Count asked the 7th Elder to intercept anything that could fly off. Smiling, Siegfried said he knew he would ask him to do so. The red lotus kept gaining strength. Huge destructive flames encompassed the demon's body. The powerful flames raged on, burning everything it touched. A dazed Jamie watched the red lotus. He realized that underneath the splendor was an incredible destructive power. It was impressive. Looking at the red lotus, Siegfried thought that nothing had changed. Its magic is still just as destructive. Count Simon said he didn't want to hear it from him. After interrupting Simon, Siegfried looked questioningly at Jamie. He asked how the young lord could reach the 7th rank so quickly. Jamie laughed and said that it just happened. Siegfried laughed and said that when the other elders found out, they would be surprised. Simon told him not to laugh so carelessly. He must remember his position. Siegfried replied that it didn't matter because he was a slave. They decided to go back, but Jamie thought they should check his body. Simon replied that there was no need to hesitate. It's hard to get out of an attack like that alive. The flame-haired demon thought that a little more time would have given him the power of the Demon King. Is it really going to end like this? Suddenly he heard a voice say that it was not bad for a bug. If he was going to die, then let him give up his body and get out. The scary demon with the horn in his forehead promised to destroy everyone for him. Feeling uneasy, Jamie stopped. He felt someone else's presence. In the next instant, huge fiery paws reached toward the boy, knocking him to the ground. A little earlier, in the wasteland behind the academy, the elders had felt the echoes of demonic energy. They were asking each other what had happened here. Suddenly, one of the elders found a charred, breathless body. He used a recovery spell to determine who the person was. They recognized Keniak Ozir as a professor at the academy and a student of the 3rd Elder. Grinning, Adelhard assumed that the vile old man serpent had sacrificed him to the demons. The other elder responded that she should not say such a thing. Suddenly, the dumbfounded elders noticed a huge stream of demonic energy. Elder Luke guessed that this amount of sinister energy could only be from the demonic count. The elder told Linmel that he was coming with him, and Adelhard and Luke would strengthen the defense of the magical world as soon as possible. Elder Luke thought they should go with them too, but was stopped. He was told that he would probably have to use the Dimension Breaker. At this time, the demon was chasing Jamie, Siegfried, and Count Simon. He was surprised that they had reacted so quickly. Smirking, he wondered why they weren't responding to him at all. It was the Count of the demonic realm, Various half-dragon, half-demon. He promised to get them wherever they hid. Count Various is under the command of the Demon King Greed. Jamie thought that the Count's class opponent felt similar to the dragon itself. The elders froze in place because of this. Jamie decided that Rivetta wasn't even a match for him. The demonic Earl continued to threaten. Alarmed, Jamie hissed for silence. He made an attempt to fend off Various's crushing attack. The boy realized that his attacks were felt even with the use of the omnipotent damage deflector. Noticing Jamie, the demon assumed he was a little better than the others. Realizing that Jamie was able to deflect the attack, the demon suggested he try a more powerful one. He was sure Jamie wouldn't be able to fend off such an attack. Jamie realized that the physical damage was gone, but there was still the problem of demonic energy. He would have to use dark magic. Turning to Simon and Siegfried, he warned them to keep what they were about to see a secret. The dumbfounded elders didn't understand what he wanted to do. Grinning, Various shouted for them to stop talking. He wants to see more. Arming himself, Jamie replied for the demon to stop demanding. He will play with it now. The shocked elders guessed that the boy was using dark magic. Using his sword and staff, Jamie attacked the demon, intending to crush it. He used the convergence of the omnipotent sword and delivered a powerful blow. As he intensified his attack, Various was sure that Jamie would not be able to fend off another attack. Two powerful destructive energies collided in a deadly confrontation. The demon was shocked. He didn't understand how Jamie had dared to absorb his power. Grinning, Various decided to change tactics and allocate even more demonic power. The demon was going to give so much power that Jamie couldn't take it. Grinning, Jamie said that was exactly what he was expecting. The demon had probably never lost to someone weaker than him before. He used the darkness redirection technique and returned the demon's blow. Various was dumbfounded by this turn of events. Having been hit with his own demonic energy, the demon realized that Jamie could not only absorb power, but also use it. The demon was pleased with the fight. He was sure the boy couldn't beat him, but this battle thrilled him. Increasing the power, Various warned that it wouldn't work on him again. He promised to smash Jamie with one punch. Suddenly, the demon's arm was encased in a magical cage. After helping Jamie fight off the demon, Siegfried, and Simon demanded an explanation from the guy. They used a golden flash. The shocked demon didn't understand why his arm was caged. Defending himself, Jamie told the elders that he would be sure to tell them everything when they were done with it. The guy used the dimension-dissecting sword version of the Almighty and the convergence of the demon dragon's energy. He delivered a crushing blow to the demon. The demon was hurt and enraged at what this human was doing. Jamie asked the elder to seal off this space so nothing would leak out. Siegfried was sure that the other elders had to be summoned immediately. The count said that despite Jamie's mana, the three of them would not be enough to defeat the demon. The boy replied that even all the elders wouldn't help. The strength of the elders wouldn't be enough. If the swordmasters don't attack all at once, the magical world will fall. The elders guessed that Jamie had a plan and agreed to follow his instructions. The seventh elder used his magic to isolate the demon and transport himself away. Once trapped, Various figured the Demon King would blow his brains out when he returned. The demon smirked and said he didn't know what the three of them were up to, but they were all going to die. Gathering all his strength, Various used the demon dragon's breath. A huge wave of demonic energy flew out towards Jamie and the elders. Seeing that the seventh elder had managed to protect them, Jamie thanked him. He took out a magic card and began to recite a spell to destroy the demon. Trying to help repel the attack, Simon shouted to the seventh elder. The spell said he was a bird singing alone, a traveler standing alone in this dark land. There is one who tries to rid himself of the darkness. The seventh elder used the closing of space to stop the demon. Jamie read that there's a false lord of destruction. There's no need to shed tears when the world disappears. At that moment, Siegfried noticed that Various was breaking through space. Using the red lotus, Ray Simon shouted for Jamie to watch his words and not miss anything. While Jamie was chanting the words, "Step forward boldly. They are not able to take away your darkness." Siegfried shouted that he couldn't handle it. He asked when the boy would finish. Jamie finished the words, "Achieve all you can and go to the other world." He used Chaos Ocean's personal territory and an avalanche of magical energy surrounded him. The shocked demon realized his breath was being absorbed by Jamie. Looking at this, a dumbfounded Various couldn't understand how Jamie's darkness could be the same as the Vengeance King's. Staring out his eyes in horror, the demon thought that what was happening was impossible. Dumbfounded Various heard himself being told to move. The dumbfounded demon shouted for his majesty not to return. This could be seen by the 12 gods. The next instant there was a deafening, tremendous explosion. Out of the darkness, the great demonic Vengeance King stepped towards them. He released a stream of magical energy with his sword and ordered them to close. At this time, the elders were trying to figure out what those echoes of frightening energy were, and what had happened to the two elders. The elders guessed that Siegfried had isolated the space and used up all his strength. Suddenly, one of the elders suggested that Siegfried was ready to die there. The other elders looked at him in horror, startled by his assumption. After thinking for a while, Linmel said that in that case, they too should be prepared for any outcome, even if they had to take advantage of it. Just in case, Linmel asked Luke and Adele to prepare everything. However, he really hoped that they wouldn't have to use it. Meanwhile, a dumbfounded Jamie couldn't understand how the demon was able to get into his territory. Diablo Wolfir had created the Ocean of Chaos to confront an enemy stronger than himself. Its deadly space-altering magic. In it, dark mana assimilates with itself, allowing it to use its own power to transcend all boundaries, becoming a weapon. Now he understood why it took the awakening of a demon stronger than the Count. But how it had gotten into his territory. Shocked, Jamie thought that even the 12 gods couldn't get here if they came down from heaven. The dumbfounded guy couldn't understand anything. The Demon King looked intimidating. It was hard for him to believe that the king had really awakened because it was very risky for him. His revival would surely cause an imbalance, so the gods would decide to awaken from their vessels. Jamie was surprised to see no reaction from them. Even the hysterical Pyro didn't react, even though she claimed to destroy the demons. He thought about how he could trick them with his mana, but he was the only one who could do it. Jamie looked at the demon to see if he was the Demon King. He heard a loud voice ask who he was. He thought that even he, Diablo Wolfir, was almost moved by the sound of that voice. The demon furiously asked how Jamie could shamelessly use that power and look him straight in the eye. The dumbfounded Jamie didn't understand the question. It was his power and no one else's, and he is not a coward and is capable of facing his enemy. The demon replied that he was too arrogant. It would cost him dearly. Not expecting it, Jamie groaned, getting a little kick from the Demon King. The enraged demon said there was no such thing. Everything behind Jamie's words was a farce. The boy got another kick from the Demon King and cried out in pain and surprise. He knew his bones were shattered, but he couldn't understand what the demon wanted from him. The demon demanded that Jamie answer how he was related to him. He had a firm grip on the boy's throat. Jamie couldn't understand exactly who he was referring to. It suddenly dawned on Jamie that the demon had violet eyes. He really could have randomly acquired dark magic, except that only those he'd created could have purple eyes. The demon demanded that Jamie explain why he had purple eyes like his. Angry, the boy interrupted. He was the one who wanted to know why the demon had his power and his dark magic. He was already yelling that he didn't understand why a lowly demon like him had his power. The demon was dumbfounded that Jamie was calling that power his. He demanded an explanation. Looking at the boy, the demon thought it was impossible. He had to go to the other world. Looking at Jamie, the demon demanded an explanation of who he was. Looking at the boy, the demon shouted threateningly and dropped his helmet. He demanded an explanation, or he would send him straight to hell. Suddenly it hit Jamie. He was surprised to realize that he knew this demon. He called the demon's name Trace. The dumbfounded demon asked how he knew his name. Thinking about it, Jamie recalled the fateful hills of Lanfert. The defeated knight lay before him, and he realized it was too late. Such a wound would not lend itself to regeneration. With his last strength, Trace asked Diablo to turn him undead. Diablo grinned unhappily and asked if he understood what he was asking. If Trace became undead, he would have to obey Diablo Wolfer. Gathering the rest of his strength into a fist, Trace replied that he understood and accepted it perfectly. He begged my lord to make him his loyal servant, and promised to be his loyal sword until the gods fell. He asked for the sake of all the people of this planet. Trace promised he would be by his side, even after death. Diablo grinned and said that up until then he had always been an annoying asshole. Agreeing to fulfill Trace's request, he warned that his miserable life was now his own. Using his dark magic, Diablo honored the request. Trace was grateful. Dumbfounded, Trace was shocked that this guy knew what only he and Diablo knew. With a sly smile, Jamie looked at the surprised Trace. He clearly couldn't understand. Angry, Trace told him that only he and Diablo knew about this place. And in a world where Wolfer no longer existed, he was the only one who had memories of this space. Looking straight into Trace's eyes, Jamie tried to explain that Diablo Wolfir was him. Shocked, Trace stared at the boy in bewilderment. He couldn't admit it. Lowering his sword and bowing his head, Trace asked if it was really him. Smiling, Jamie apologized to Trace for coming back too late. Still not fully believing, Trace said he was sure my lord had died at the hands of the 12 gods. Sighing, Jamie told him that he had been sealed in infinity, but had been reborn in that body one day. Trace inquired about his future plans. Jamie grinned and told him that this body was only 10 years old, and it had only been a year since he had been able to regain some of his power. Shocked, Trace realized that he was able to resist Various after only a year of training, and Various was close to the Marquis's level. He was confident in his strength. A surprised Jamie questioned Trace about how he became the Demon King. Scratching the back of his head, Trace thoughtfully said that it had been more than 60,000 years. It would be easier for him to demonstrate his power live than to explain it. A memory flashed through Jamie's mind. He ordered all the familiars and undead to leave him. Before the last battle, all the subordinates had vanished. He was told it was time. Only one knight disobeyed the order. Thrace promised to help Wolfir until the end, whatever it cost him. Diablo grinned and said that this was the last order for Trace. Clenching his fists in helplessness, Trace heard my lord order him to leave. And so he went to hell. The first 100 years were full of misery. He didn't understand why it had happened. While suffering, Trace thought that my lord had sent him to such a place because he was of little help and useless. He wondered why Diablo had not taken his dark magic away. Then there were 1,000 years filled with madness. The dark mana that gave Trace life should have run out by now. But over time, it transformed into demonic energy and continued to fuel his body. By the time he regained consciousness, Trace had already become the Count of the Demon World. And 10,000 years later, he learned that the 12 gods were erasing the history of the Middle World. They decided to get rid of everything connected to my lord. At that very moment, he realized what he had to do. He had to finish what my lord had started, for the sake of someone whose name had been desecrated by the gods. He must have his revenge. Ever since then, Trace, the self-proclaimed Demon King of Vengeance, has been the object of ridicule by the other demons. But after tens of thousands of years, he had gained so much influence that even the 5 great demons were wary of him. But now there was a chance for revenge. Genis, Lily, and Brahman are on the same side, Durian and Kehulu on the other. The gods were divided. Tantus joined forces with Arabella, and Hilton with O'Brien. Ra and Iomji have also united. Disgusting little men who betrayed Wolfer and live at the expense of the gods. They must be destroyed. The process itself suited him. He didn't care about the outcome. The hour of vengeance was at hand. Dazed, Jamie realized that Trace had spent his entire life in despair. He could have ended his existence, and it would have been more peaceful. Still, Trace decided to ask why my lord had sent him to the demons. Embarrassed, Jamie answered that he hadn't known that was where he would end up. Moving him to another dimension was the natural way out. Diablo promised that Trace would live until the dark mana ran out. He wanted Trace to live even after he was dead. But in the end, he ended up entering the world as a demon. Jamie apologized. Trace said he took no offense, because that was what had allowed them to meet again. Kneeling down, Jamie thanked him for forgiving him. He'd been through so much because of him. Trace smiled and said he didn't have to. He'd done what he had to do. Confused, Jamie thought it was time to accept that he was still capable of feeling emotions. Until now, he'd been pretty sure he'd gotten rid of them long ago. But every time he was convinced of the opposite. His past is different from his present. From now on, his life path and everything he does will be completely different. Thinking about it, Jamie promised that he would get rid of all 12 gods. Looking at Jamie, Trace said he believed in him and would support him along the way. The boy realized that it was impossible for now. He still had a lot to learn to reach his former power. If he wants to win, he has to become stronger. Looking at Jamie, Trace said that he would do whatever he ordered. He replied that there was no need for that yet. He promised that he would summon Trace when he needed him. Smiling, Jamie thanked him for the long wait and offered to fight the gods together. Excited at the opportunity, Trace promised that he would be with him always. That was exactly what he wanted to hear. Trace promised that he would not give up on him until the very end. At the same time, Simon and Siegfried stood outside the ocean of chaos. They were shocked by the sight of black magic. The seventh elder noticed that it was different from what they had known before. He sensed that there was space inside. He was dumbfounded that it was completely isolated from the outside world. Siegfried could not see anything. His magic was powerless here. Surprised, Simon didn't expect the seventh elder's spatial magic wouldn't work. But as long as the magic didn't disappear, Jamie was fine. But what would happen if he died there? Suddenly, the dark magic started sliding. A frightened Simon shouted for the seventh elder to be ready. Realizing this, Siegfried prepared to defend himself from what should appear from within. The crack in the space isolated by dark magic was growing larger and larger. Staring intently, Simon decided that if it wasn't Jaim, he would have to activate the Red Lotus at once. Finally, it broke apart and a smiling Jamie appeared. He was glad to be able to breathe out at last. Overjoyed, Jamie rushed to hug Siegfried. The elder didn't expect this. After that, Jamie lost consciousness and was hospitalized. The elders tried to regain control of the magical society. Phoenix Academy was shut down for a while. Adelhart yelled at Siegfried that he was a bad principal. He made excuses that it was an accident. Jamie was visited by both elders and students. Siegfried volunteered to guard Jamie's room. 3 days later, a tired Siegfried dozed off in the chair next to Jamie's bed. The boy finally came to his senses and tried to realize where he was at the moment. Jamie was surprised to see the seventh elder standing in front of him. The elder stopped him by saying he shouldn't get up. It would take 3 months for his body to return to normal. Jamie wondered if everyone was okay. Calming Siegfried said that everyone was fine thanks to Jamie. Now they are dealing with the Magic Society. The elder asked him to tell everything. He remembered how Jamie came out of the space isolated by dark magic. Siegfried wondered what had happened. He didn't fully understand anything at that moment and wanted Jamie to explain it to him. He had not yet informed the other elders of what he had seen. He wanted to hear what Jamie had to say first. After thinking about it, Jamie decided that there was no point in hiding the truth any longer. He decided to come clean. He confessed that he was the reincarnation of the first dark magician, Diablo Wolfir. Surprised, Siegfried asked who Diablo Wolfir was. He did not know such a one. Jamie had made a mistake in meeting an acquaintance from his past life. He had forgotten that Diablo Wolfir did not exist in this world. A surprised Siegfried realized that Jamie was a dark mage. He had seen his mana himself, but he was interested in reincarnation. He couldn't believe that Jamie had been reborn. It seemed absurd. But if it was true, it would explain a lot. This guy's got magical powers that are second to none and a great sword skills. And the way he destroys in cold blood. Thinking about it, Siegfried realized it all made sense. Jamie stopped the elder and decided that it was easier to show than to tell. He realized that Siegfried would not betray him even if he knew the truth. He could not be lost. Putting his hand to his head, Jamie offered Siegfried a look at his memories. Getting ready, he told the seventh elder that he was ready and they could begin. At this time, Anna and Leon stood outside the door, hesitant to enter. The professor's trial month had ended yesterday, and the kids didn't know if the classes would continue. Simon thought about it and said that it didn't matter, because they were official students now. Anna replied that she knew that Leon had asked the third elder for help. Justifying himself, Leon said that it didn't mean he was too worried about their teacher. It just didn't benefit him that he wouldn't be able to gain knowledge. Screaming, Leon called himself selfish. A surprised Anna didn't understand why it was so important for him to prove it. Smiling, Anna tried to calm Leon down. She understood everything perfectly. At that moment, Count Simon came up to them and asked what they were doing here. The children were very surprised by his appearance. He suggested that they go together to check on Jamie. Leon was very embarrassed. At that moment, a man came out and said that Jamie had regained consciousness. He was currently talking to the seventh elder. The children pounced with questions. They wondered if Jamie was well and if he would be able to use magic again. The eighth elder shouted at the children to stop their banter immediately. Bowing, the disciples apologized. They were just too surprised. Count Simon asked if the other elders knew about Jamie's awakening. When only Siegfried knew, he asked them not to tell anyone else for now. With a glance at Anna and Leon, Count Simon ordered them to wait downstairs for a while. At this time, Siegfried was immersed in Jamie's memories of his past life. He saw the battle and guessed that the knight was the same Diablo Wolfir. Looking at his opponent, Siegfried tried to realize who he was fighting. Stunned, the seventh elder saw a divine army in Jamie's memories. A divine carriage pulled up, and the god of war Genus stepped out of it. He shouted at Diablo that how dare he appear before him after such a grand failure. The god Genus said that Diablo Wolfir's calling was to hide in dark corners. The enraged Diablo shouted that he had come to restore the honor of humanity. That was his calling. Smirking, Genus informed that he was trying in vain to change the fate of humanity. After all, it was already predetermined. An enraged Diablo said that the fate of mankind was beyond the control of deceivers like Genus. Genus, the god of war, replied that Diablo Wolfir is pathetic. He fights for those who betrayed him. Diablo understood why the humans did this. He threatened Genus that he would destroy him. Preparing to attack, Diablo unleashed a magical lightning bolt to deliver a devastating blow. Infuriated, Genus ordered Wolfir's limbs to be cut off and brought to him. The divine army attacked Diablo Wolfir in an attempt to crush him. Diablo's undead army attempted to repel the divine soldiers' attack. The two armies of divine soldiers and undead converged in a crushing confrontation. The god Janus shouted to Diablo Wolfir to go to the other world. The wounded Diablo decided that this was how it would end. God Janus yelled for Wolfir not to even try to use his tricks. He would lose anyway. With a smirk, Diablo called Janus pathetic. After being on the verge of death several times because of him, he persisted in hiding behind another god. He realized that the 12 gods could not handle him, so all they could think of was to seal him up. Mocking Wolfir promised that when he awoke again, their blinding light would be swallowed by darkness. He threatened that, despairing at their inability to die, they would beg him for destruction. Smirking, the god Janus replied that he would look forward to that day coming. The shocked seventh elder could not believe what he was seeing. Before his eyes stood Diablo Wolfir sealed by the 12 gods. The seventh elder was still in a state of confusion. Jamie called out to him. The dazed Siegfried clarified that what he had just seen was not a dream, but it was a memory of events that had taken place 66,666 years ago. Humans were slaves to the gods. After thinking, Jamie said they were not, but still slaves. The 12 gods had destroyed and rebuilt civilization many times, changed humans to satisfy their desires, and even now they watch over mankind. A surprised Siegfried guessed that the gods were watching them with the help of a great order. The minions of the dragon god Brahman were created to watch over humans. Thinking about it, Jamie said that the problem is that they don't know the past that happened while he was sealed. Information about the world that was 10,000 years ago is hidden. When trying to find out, it says that a dragon is coming. They were interrupted by Count Simon entering. Shocked, he learned that mankind was imprisoned on a continent under the watch of dragons. Angry, Count Simon said he knew that humans could not have fallen so low. They were right. A dumbfounded Siegfried asked who they were talking about. The Count apologized for not telling him earlier. But it looks like everything will be all right now. Count Simon said he wanted to introduce Jamie to a faction. They want to make humans the rulers of the world. Jamie thought there was a faction in this world that was closer to the truth. Humans are being squeezed because they are so much weaker than other species. But humans are so weak because the stronger creatures were scared of humanity's potential and took their power. Quite by accident, Count Simon's group found confirmation of this. 10 years ago, there was a project codenamed Dawn. It was created for expeditions to the Capri Cave, one of the 6 forbidden places. They hired a master swordsman, a great wizard, and 12 rangers. But the results were disastrous. Everyone was wiped out. The only survivor was the swordmaster. But all the results were obtained. The expedition saw with their own eyes the fascinating civilization of the past, and the swordsman returned with one thing. That item was the compartment of a majestic ship that supposedly predated the current civilization. Dumbfounded, Jamie realized that the Ark still existed. After all, it was supposed to have been destroyed in the Fourth Great War. The Count said that they had obtained many records and technology superior to what they had now. This proves that humans were stronger than dragons and elves. Looking at Jamie, Simon said that he is the second coming of humanity's past. He is destined to save their species, a man long awaited. And that man is Jamie Welton. Together they can turn the tide of humanity. The savior of mankind. Simon has waited years for him. On the one hand, mankind was the most prosperous race and had been blessed with many gifts. But in reality, humans feared the stronger species. And despite their best efforts, they remained a wretched race without a hint of freedom. One day, humanity would rediscover its former power and equalize the world. Simon was most looking forward to seeing who could make that a reality. He told Jamie that in addition to his incredible abilities, his mystical dark mana is quite different from what exists now. He doesn't know how he got it, of course. It must be a power from the past. Sighing, Jamie replied that the Count was right. Humanity used to thrive. But it was not the ruler of this world. The Count suggested that there was probably a battle. The Ark was the vessel used in it. Confirming Simon's speculation, Jamie said that the Ark was built to intercept the gods. It was a weapon of mass destruction. Laughing, Siegfried suggested that the Ark was needed to catch gods and wipe them out. Getting out of bed, Jamie said he didn't know how much Simon had heard. He reiterated that he was Diablo Wolfier. He was the commander of the Human Liberation Army. During the final battle, he was left all alone and created dark magic to destroy the gods. A shocked Simon asked what humanity needed to be liberated from. After thinking, Jamie replied that it was a long story. It would be much better to show him, and put his hand to Simon's head. Shocked Simon couldn't believe that these were past events. This outrageous sight is the real fallen world. So this is who Diablo Wolfier is, the first dark wizard who created this kind of magic. This boy, Jamie Welton, is the reborn great wizard Diablo Wolfier. Suddenly, Count Simon fell to his knees in front of Jamie. The boy was shocked. A surprised Siegfried asked what Count Simon was doing now. He was dumbfounded. Kneeling down, Lichiter Simon greeted Jamie as the king of mankind. A dumbfounded Jamie asked what Simon meant by the king of mankind. The Count explained that Diablo Wolfier had taken matters into his own hands. At that moment, all alone, he fought hard for the humans. As he died horribly, he still thought only of saving mankind. He is the true king of mankind, and Simon swears allegiance to him. A stunned Jamie argued that he was no king and asked him to get off his knees. Besides, he wants a relationship like that. He said he just wants help with what they can do. That's all Jamie wants. Suddenly, Siegfried remembered that the position of third elder is now empty. The Lord can take that spot and become the youngest holder of that title. He said that from now on they should support each other as colleagues. Still under the impression, Simon said that he promised to help Jamie in any way he could. Suddenly, Jamie remembered that Simon wanted him to meet someone. The Earl replied that they were always with him. After thinking about it, Jamie guessed that they must be the defenders of the frontier. The Count said that the frontier defenders are a multiracial group with vague motives. They are terrorists whose purpose is ambiguous from the start. Thinking about it, Jamie remembered that Siegfried was also alert to their presence. Simon looked at Jamie and told him that they were a secret society focused on peace and the future of mankind. He would understand when he saw the people involved. The elders decided that they had already bored the patient and left, promising to return later. At that time, Anna and Leon saw the door to Jamie's room open and the elders come out. Anna ran into the room and frantically asked how the professor was feeling. Jamie reassured her that everything was fine. Pretending to be Leon said it was obvious. Inwardly chuckling, Jamie thought that, in order to say that, he'd have to wipe his tears first. Come to think of it, he had gotten his students worried as soon as he got them. Calming them down, Jamie told them that everything was fine, and they should go hand in hand into the future. The kids were overjoyed. In the 3 months that Jamie had been in the hospital, a lot had changed in the magical world. The Seldom Board had abolished the church and seized everyone associated with it. All people associated with the demon race were destroyed. The side effects of Apophis were so terrible that people were brought to hospitals in droves, either on the verge of death or already dead. However, thanks to Finn being able to break the addiction, he was able to survive. The third elder serpent Girol was at the epicenter of events. He became an enemy of humanity, causing his estate and family to fall into oblivion. Professor Caniac could have been labeled a criminal too, given his involvement in the plan, but he was found innocent after trying to defend the academy. Using his authority as principal, Siegfried held Caniac's funeral at the academy, and all those who knew Caniac were able to see him off. The magical society, which had been in a state of despondency after the shocking events, received wonderful news a few days later. Jamie Welton had become an archmage. The palace recognized Jamie as an archmage, temporarily giving him the place of an elder of the magical world. At last, Jamie had finally recovered and was feeling great. He thought that now there was no stopping him from using mana. He wasn't going to rest anymore, he needed to move on. Practicing, Leon tried to use water and fire in parallel. He was already good at it. But suddenly he was hit by a stream of water from Anna, who was practicing. He shouted for her to do it normally and stop dousing him over and over again. Suddenly Anna had something else in her hands. She didn't realize what was going on. Leon wanted to say she was doing it wrong, but stopped himself. Getting a magic fist, Leon saw Jamie walking towards them. He said they should be more friendly. The kids were very excited. He asked if they had learned how to use more than one element at a time. It's a necessary fundamental knowledge. The students hesitated. Leon relayed that the principal had asked Jamie to visit the central office of the magic tower after he recovered. Jamie was surprised. He grinned and said that if the students could do it, they would have to wear a red hat. Leaving the dazed children, Jamie went to Siegfried's office. Surrounded by mountains of papers, Siegfried was very sorry that his freedom was now gone. The elder had always wanted to be just a playboy, but he wants to be of use to the young master, so there is nothing he can do about it. A man entered and alerted the headmaster that Professor Jamie had arrived. Jamie entered the office and asked what Siegfried had called him for. The headmaster told him that the news hadn't reached him yet. He had been contacted from the palace. Unfolding the papers, Siegfried asked Jamie to show respect and accept the king's orders. The dumbfounded Jamie hummed in surprise. Siegfried began to read the order. It said for Jamie to take part in the great mage anointing ceremony tomorrow at noon in the capital of the kingdom of Seldam, in the palace of Fivera. A dumbfounded Jamie looked at the smiling Siegfried and didn't understand what the anointing ceremony at the palace was for. The headmaster had no doubt that Jamie hated such events, so he wouldn't worry Siegfried would go with him. Jamie sighed, thinking that these ceremonies were always important and that he couldn't miss them. Smiling Siegfried explained that archmages were the strongest pillars of a nation, and when such a person was announced, a national event would be held. Jamie knew that the celebration was part of the ceremony. The elder smilingly remarked that an aristocrat like him knew more than he did. Siegfried had no time to fight back during the ceremony. He begged to stop bullying him. He thought the young lord was different from an old man like him. Suddenly, Siegfried remembered that the count had sent a letter. Considering that the incident happened 3 months ago, he was asked not to come, but he had written letters. He promised to close his eyes so Jamie could read it. It had been exactly a month since his last letter. Jamie's father wrote that they were worried about his health. Mom remembers him and her handkerchief immediately becomes wet. Jamie's little sister accuses her father of deceiving her. She knows it's been 15 nights, but Jamie still hasn't come back. He misses him too, but understands how he feels after the fight with the demon, and why he doesn't want to bother her and Mom, so he doesn't hinder him. He is relieved, though, and very proud of him. Jamie has been given a great honor and they will be able to meet soon. His father has promised that they will meet at the ceremony. A confused Jamie didn't even know what to say to them when they met. Earl Welton wrote that the Ballew sisters would be there too. Jamie thought he couldn't have forgotten them. One was a reincarnation of Jane, and the other was restless. He knew he was interested in both of them. These kids couldn't possibly be in love with him, but they would surely be happy to see each other after a long separation. Siegfried said with a grin that his father was a good writer. Did Jamie really believe that he would close his eyes? The boy was angry. Unable to avoid the ceremony, Jamie was approaching the castle gate. Suddenly Adelhart called out to him. She said she wanted to talk to him. He remembered seeing her again and not wanting to talk to her. She'd cussed, afraid someone would think she was out to get him. They fought almost every day in arm wrestling with Mana, but Adelhart lost time and time again. She smiled and said she wanted to show him where she worked today. Dumbfounded, Jamie realized that her job was a peer lab. He guessed that she came daily to recruit him, and he thought it was out of hurt feelings. But it was all an act. Suddenly Luke shows up and says Adele came to him without a second thought. It's a misunderstanding. The boy guessed that the fifth elder wanted something from him too. Luke replied that he wanted to get to know him better before he went any higher. Sitting in the lab, the peer offered to drink a coca drink popular among the commoners. It tasted delicious. Holding out the bottle, Luke offered Jamie a taste of the drink. Unexpectedly, Jamie liked the coca drink very much. He drank it with pleasure. He was very surprised. He liked the drink very much. He wondered if they had added anything to it. Adele chuckled that delicious food is as addictive as drugs. Jamie asked what they had invited him here for. Puzzled, Luke said they wanted to talk about the Force. Jamie guessed they meant the 3 pillars of the magical world. The king's teacher and first elder Ofen Ginger leads the royal faction. Second elder Linmel leads the noble faction. And finally there is Luke leading the common people, the head of the peer faction. Surprised, Jamie decided that they wanted him to join them. Luke realized that Jamie wouldn't do that because he was from a noble family. But the fifth elder's clan was also noble. Luke replied that his clan had fallen a long time ago. He was 6, so it was a bit much to call him a nobleman. He warned that he would not force him to join the equal faction. However, if he didn't want to join them, he shouldn't join the others. Jamie guessed that Luke was discouraging him from joining the royal or noble faction. The magical society is made up of 3 factions. But 3 months ago, they began to drift apart. The reason for this is Serpent Gerald, the sector manager of the royal faction. Because of his contract with the demon, the royal faction suffered serious damage and became less influential. If Jamie joins the nobles, the balance between the factions will be broken. Jamie laughed and said they were fighting for a piece of influence without even realizing what was going on in the world. A furious Adele asked him to keep his mouth shut. Luke asked what he meant. Jamie replied that he didn't care about ideologies. He wasn't interested in such trivia at all. Luke and Adele were shocked by his words. How can problems between classes be considered trivial? Isn't that why most rebellions happen? Jamie was shocked that they were going to riot. Glaring furiously at Jamie, Adele demanded respectful communication before she lost her temper. Jamie was getting annoyed with Adelhart's constant demands. He was already restraining himself, so she should stop telling him what to do. Jamie realized she was trying to use mind control magic, but it wouldn't work on him. He asked her one last time to stop. As if chained, Adele put her hands on the table, unable to move. Thinking about it, Jamie decided that he had reached level 7. So that's pretty good. Thinking about it, Luke said that Adele was actually wrong. Thinking about it, Jamie said that showing how unequal they were would be a good idea. They can't keep talking. He said that if they did, something similar would happen. Soon, a series of unfortunate events would hit the continent. The struggle between the classes would get in their way. Luke noticed that after the war, people would return to their normal lives. Looking straight into Luke's eyes, Jamie replied that it was about the survival of all mankind. The Church of Genis will eventually be left alone. The kingdoms will gradually unite. The Church of Genis will not be able to withstand the onslaught and will self-destruct. And if the battle rages, they'll be caught. Trying to explain, Jamie said that Luke was dead wrong. The Church of Genis must have allies. Smiling enigmatically, Jamie said they would have to find the answer to that question for themselves. Curiosity is the most important quality of a magician. As they stood at the door, Jamie turned around and decided to tell them one last thing. Shocking them with his words, Jamie said that if they didn't unite, they were finished. Disappointed, Jamie realized that his hopes for conscientiousness had failed. There would be a battle for sure. That bastard Genis would surely pay the men back in kind. So if Jamie got the message to them, they'll find him soon enough. He needed to prepare for his trip to the capital. Looking out the window, Adele realized the boy was right. They were probably too shallow in their judgment. Looking at Adele, Luke told her that a leading man should not be so easily influenced by others. They realized that the winds of change were coming. Looking out the window at Jamie leaving, Adele decided she wouldn't let it go. She promised to get even. Adele wasn't the type to lose quietly. At the same time, Siegfried and Linmel were talking at Professor Jamie's house. Linmel reproached Siegfried for not watching his behavior. The elder tried to tell Siegfried that he should keep in mind all those students who try to imitate him. The headmaster replied that they only have eyes for Jamie anyway. Linmel angrily warned Siegfried to be mindful of his manners. The elder didn't want the students to adopt Siegfried's manners. At that moment, Jamie entered the room. He was dressed in the clothes Sears had left him. Jamie thought his mother would be upset if he didn't wear them. A delighted Anna called Jamie cute. The boy realized that cool was definitely not enough for him. Surprised by Jamie's sour face, Siegfried said he was glad he had finally come. Seeing Linmel, Jamie was very surprised to see him here. He said that the Marquis should have warned him about what was coming. Marcus replied that he wanted to go with them, or he shouldn't have come. Jamie, embarrassed, said he didn't mean that at all. A pleased Anne announced that Leon was coming with Count Simon. He had been whining that he wanted to go with Professor Jamie. Father was surprised that Simon had changed so much. Siegfried asked if Jamie had everything he needed with him. The boy answered that all he needed was himself. He thought it was convenient to be a nobleman. The servants carry all the things. Siegfried offered to escort them. A traveling portal was introduced at the event. This unusual invention is the brainchild of magical engineers. 100 kilograms of V-rank stones had to be used to activate this structure. Looking at it, Linmel said that they had improved the performance. Jamie replied that the Dimension Destroyer only required 5 stones. The developer promised that in 5 years, the invention's efficiency would increase. As time goes on, there are fewer limitations and more possibilities. Linmel asked if Jamie knew why they were talking about technology. Machines evolve and their creators grow even more. It takes time for that to happen. The guy shouldn't have to carry the burden of responsibility on himself. He hopes Jamie will find his own as well. If he needs help, he can always reach out. Looking directly into Jamie's eyes, Linmel said that he was in his life so he could come to him at any time. Thinking about it, Jamie remembered. When his body had almost recovered, Simon had introduced him to those he trusted. But Linmel's face had looked concerned then. It was clear now. He was worried. Even if he reincarnated into Jamie, he was worried about him as his grandson. The 7th Elder and Anna were hurrying Jamie along. Linmel was in agreement with them. They should hurry up. Seeing Jamie and Linmel, Siegfried shouted for them to come to him. This meeting took place in Fiver, the capital of the Kingdom of Seldom, in a famous cafe. The waiter brought the dessert and asked if the tea was to his liking. The customer was satisfied. The satisfied visitor enjoys his time wondering that this cafe is so deserted. At this time, King Albert's lanceman sensed that annoying energy. As he got closer to the cafe, he guessed the source of this energy. Seeing the visitor, Albert became angry. With experience, it becomes easier to control his own energy. Sitting at the table, the visitor grinned and said it was not about him. Albert asked if he had heard of the boy from the Welton family. The old man replied that he had not. Albert realized that this was because the old man was not interested in anything. Putting on his hat and bowing out, the old man went to meet His Majesty. He told Albert to look around and not to go anywhere. He wanted to see his abilities. Albert assured him not to worry. He's on a roll right now. As he left, the old man said he was presenting a spectacle from the master of the spear. This old man was the Sword Lord Talik's fan. He asked to record the establishment's spending on the Fan clan. At the event, people crowded around looking at the fever portal of displacement. Talking to the elders, Jamie came to the conclusion that magic technology was better than before. It was becoming obvious that magic was not available to everyone back then. Suddenly, Jamie noticed that Anna was not feeling well. Siegfried grinned, noting that only those who had not reached the level of a great magician felt bad. Using healing magic, a concerned Jamie helped Anna to recover. Suddenly, Anna saw something very interesting and rushed over to it. The dazed girl was pointing Jamie to a very unusual sight. This is the Stellidium Royal Palace, which was expected of a castle where the king lives. Above the palace, at its very center, was a huge magic circle. The warehouse isn't just any palace. This building is the symbol of Seldom. It is a remarkable center vector. Suddenly, Jamie heard his mom's voice calling his name. A distraught Sears was running towards Jamie. She was very worried about him. She hugged her son and asked if he was okay. Jamie reassured her that he was fine. Smiling, Argino and Sarah walked toward them. Jamie was very happy to see his family. Tears glistened in his little sister's eyes. She missed her big brother very much. Jamie's father invited them all to the manor. Siegfried thanked him for his concern. Fever possession of the county of Welton. During family time, Jamie looked at his mother and sister. He noticed they had the same emotion on their faces. It made him laugh. His mother rebuked him for laughing. A worried Sears demanded a promise from her son that he would never lie again and that he would not stop his mother from traveling with him to the magical world. The mother rubbed Jamie's cheek. Siegfried grinned and offered Sarah a hug, for she missed him. Suddenly, Jamie realized that Sarah was resentful of him and didn't want to talk to him. His mother understood her feelings. Thinking about it, Jamie decided it would be hard to make them happy. He was having a hard time, though. They hadn't gotten together in a long time. Jamie tried to beg his little sister's forgiveness. Filled with pride, Argino said that his son had grown up a lot. Seeing how much Jamie had changed, he was filled with wonder and regret. If only he had known and taught him how to wield a sword a little later. And if 7th Elder Siegfried hadn't come for him so early, Jamie might have grown up to be an ordinary boy. But that was only in Daddy's dreams. He remembered when he and Sears saw the newspaper with his son's picture and were very surprised. They were happy that they would soon be able to see him. They knew that soon he would leave the nest and become the center of the world. Holding Sarah in her arms, Sears offered her a kiss to stop her sulking. Walking over to his little sister, Jamie kissed her cheek in an attempt to melt her heart. His mother asked him to visit Sarah every day. Jamie promised. She was well aware that he would be leaving them very soon. Argino grabbed in an armful and hugged his entire family. Looking at her husband hugging her children, Sears prayed that their whole rowdy family would always be together. The next day, the entire Veltono family sat in the living room. Father said Jamie had grown up a lot. He and his mother were very proud of him and missed him terribly. They asked him about the girl who was with him. Was it really his girlfriend? A dumbfounded Argino was surprised that a son at 10 years old had a girlfriend he loved. Sears laughed and began to tell about the son of the neighbor Viscount Altor. A surprised Jamie interrupted that Anna was not his girlfriend. She was just his apprentice and was learning magic from him.